My childhood friend always likes to secretly swap my drinks for hers that she imported. I have warned her more than once not to do this in the future, but she not only ignores me, but also becomes more and more aggressive. She often crawls into my bed, smelling my milky scent, and even threatens me with a knife, forbidding me to have too much contact with other girls. I thought I could get rid of her when I grew up, but unexpectedly, on the day I turned adult, my mom sold me to her family due to bankruptcy. After I arrived at her house, her long-suppressed possessiveness completely erupted. She recklessly stepped her fair little feet on my face and forcefully stuffed her milky-scented socks into my mouth to coerce me into being with her. At that moment, the girl was holding a knife towards me. Seeing this, I immediately took a step back and said, "Lin Xiaoxi, calm down. You really will scare me like this." However, she completely ignored my words and forcefully pulled me towards the bedroom. I struggled desperately, my feet kicking wildly on the ground, but I couldn't break free from her iron-like grip. Once we entered the bedroom, she pushed me down onto the bed and then began to frantically tear off her clothes, continuously mumbling, "Lin Yu, we must be together forever." In the days that followed, Lin Xiaoxi seemed to have become a different person. She no longer let me go out, sealed all the windows in the house, and even cut the phone lines. I tried to persuade her not to do this, but she became increasingly frantic, saying, "Lin Yu, the outside world is too dangerous. Only by being with me are you safe." I suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of fear and despair, not knowing how to escape this nightmare. As the days passed, my inner turmoil grew more and more restless. Lin Xiaoxi's control over me became tighter, even starting to limit my eating and sleeping times. One day, when she wasn't paying attention, I tried to escape through the window, but she caught me. She rushed over angrily, pushed me hard to the ground, and said with a sobbing voice, "Lin Yu, why are you doing this to me? Don't you love me?" Her eyes were filled with despair and anger, and as I looked at her, I felt both fear and helplessness in my heart. I said to her, "Lin Xiaoxi, this isn't love, it's hurting both of us." It seemed she didn't hear my words. She turned and walked into the kitchen, took out a sharp knife, and said, "Lin Yu, since you don't want to obediently stay by my side, let's stay here together forever." She waved the knife and advanced towards me step by step. My heart raced, and my back pressed tightly against the wall, with nowhere to escape. Just at that critical moment, there was a sudden loud knocking at the door, and someone shouted, "Police, open the door." It turned out that the neighbors had noticed something unusual and called the police. Upon hearing the police, Lin Xiaoxi froze for a moment, and I seized the opportunity to rush over and snatch the knife from her hand. The police rushed in and quickly subdued Lin Xiaoxi. As she was taken away, her gaze remained fixed on me, and she murmured, "Lin Yu, everything I did was for you." After this thrilling experience, I finally broke free from Lin Xiaoxi's confinement. But every time I think back to those dark days, I feel a lingering fear. After a period of recovery, I tried hard to get my life back on track, but the shadow of Lin Xiaoxi often surfaced in my mind, becoming a nightmare I couldn't shake off. One day, I received a letter, and the familiar handwriting made my heart stop. It was from Lin Xiaoxi. The letter said, "Lin Yu, I think of you every moment I'm here. I know I was wrong. Can you come see me?" I was torn inside. On one hand, I was afraid of falling into her madness again, but on the other hand, I felt she might have really changed. In the end, I decided to go see her. When I saw her through the glass, her eyes lacked the madness they once had, replaced by a hint of guilt and regret. She said, "Brother Mu, I'm sorry, I really know I was wrong. I'm receiving treatment here and have slowly come to understand." Her tears were welling up in her eyes, and I remained silent for a long time, unsure whether to believe her. Days passed, and Lin Xiaoxi's words in the letters became increasingly sincere, and I gradually let down my guard, until one day, I received news that Lin Xiaoxi was released early, and my heart sank again, not knowing what this meant. That night, after work, I returned home and found a familiar figure standing at my door. It was Lin Xiaoxi. She was holding a bouquet of flowers, smiling at me, and said, "Mu Gu, I'm back. This time, I really have changed." I hesitated about whether to let her in, and just then she suddenly stepped forward and hugged me. I was taken aback by this unexpected embrace. Standing stiffly in place, she whispered in my ear, "Lin Yu, believe me, I really have changed." There was a hint of pleading in her voice. I slowly pushed her away, looking into her eyes, trying to find a trace of disguise, but all I saw was sincerity and expectation. Finally, I said, "All right, let's go inside and talk." In the end, I softened my heart. Once inside, Lin Xiaoxi behaved very obediently, helping to tidy up the house and even preparing a sumptuous dinner. All of this made me feel a bit dazed, as if I had returned to the beautiful times when we were childhood sweethearts. However, just as I was gradually letting my guard down, I noticed that Lin Xiaoxi was always secretly observing my every move, and there would occasionally be a strange glimmer in her eyes. One night, I was awakened by a slight noise. When I opened my eyes, I found Lin Xiaoxi standing by my bed, holding a pair of scissors, her expression looking particularly eerie in the moonlight. I sat up in terror and asked, "Lin Xiaoxi, what are you doing?" She was taken aback for a moment, then forced a smile and said, "I saw that your clothes were torn and wanted to help you cut them." I understood in my heart that things were not that simple. From that day on, I began to pay attention to every move Lin Xiaoxi made and found that she was always secretly collecting some strange things, like ropes and tape. My heart was once again shrouded in fear, thinking, could it be that she hasn't changed at all, and all of this is just her disguise? Just as I was contemplating how to respond, Lin Xiaoxi seemed to sense my suspicion, and her behavior became even more bizarre and extreme. One day when I got off work and returned home, I found that my house had been arranged like a secret room, with my photos hanging all around, densely packed, making it spine-chilling. Lin Xiaoxi was wearing a white dress, her face beautifully made up, smiling at me and saying, "Brother Mu, look, these are all our memories." I looked at all of this in terror, trying to escape, but found that the door had already been locked. I shouted loudly, "Lin Xiaoxi, what are you doing? Open the door." She slowly approached me, her eyes filled with obsession, saying, "Lin Yu, don't think about leaving me, never think about it. This is our world." As she spoke, she took out a chain to try to lock me up. I struggled desperately but was pushed to the ground by her. Her voice became sharp and crazy as she questioned, "Why do you always want to leave me? Why?" Taking advantage of her moment of distraction, I grabbed the chain from her hand, wanting to fight back, but she suddenly burst into tears, crying heart-wrenchingly, saying, "Brother Mu, everything I do is because I love you so deeply that I can't extricate myself." I looked at her, filled with fear and helplessness. Just then, she took advantage of my inattention and pounced on me again, holding me tightly, saying, "Mu Gu, no matter how much you hate me, I absolutely won't let go this time." At that moment, I felt a deep despair, not knowing how to escape from this crazed childhood friend. I tried my best to break free from Lin Xiaoxi's grip, but found her strength to be astonishing. I shouted hoarsely, "Lin Xiaoxi, let me go. What you're doing is illegal." She seemed not to hear me at all, a crazy smile appearing on her face, saying, "Illegal? Lin Yu, as long as I can be with you, I don't care about anything else." Just then, my phone suddenly rang, and Lin Xiaoxi's expression instantly turned fierce. She snatched the phone away and smashed it hard on the ground, shouting, "No one is allowed to disturb us." I looked despairingly at the broken phone, my fear reaching its peak. I didn't know what to do. Was I really going to be trapped here forever, controlled by this irrational childhood friend? Suddenly, I thought of a way to pretend to comply with her. I pursed my lips and said, "Lin Xiaoxi, I know you love me, and I actually don't want to leave you. It's just that you make me a little scared." After hearing my words, her expression softened a bit, and she said, "Lin Yu, as long as you obediently listen to me, I will treat you well." Taking advantage of her moment of relaxation, I slowly moved towards the window, trying to find a chance to call for help. However, she quickly noticed my intention and rushed over again, pulling me back to the corner of the room. "Lin Yu, you still want to leave me, don't you?" Her voice was filled with despair and anger. I quickly explained, "No, Xiaoyan, I just want to see the scenery outside." But Xiaoyan no longer believed me. She took out a rope and tied me to a chair. "Lin Yu, just stay here and don't try to escape again." After saying that, she sat to the side, her eyes staring tightly at me. Time passed by. My body became numb from being bound for so long, while Xiaoyan's eyes never left me. Just when I had almost given up hope, I suddenly heard a cacophony of voices coming from outside the door. Immediately afterward, the door was slammed violently, and Xiaoyan stood up in panic, fear and anger in her eyes. "Who is it? Don't try to destroy our world," she shouted. With a loud bang, the door was opened and a group of police officers rushed in. "Let go of him," the cops bellowed. Xiaoyan frantically waved her hands and tried to resist, but was quickly subdued by the police. I was rescued, so weak I could barely stand. I was helped out of this horrible room by the police, and I couldn't feel a single ounce of warmth with the sun on my face. For a long time after I got home, I lived in fear and shadow. Whenever night falls, Hyoyan's crazy eyes come to my mind. In order to get out of this predicament, I began to seek psychotherapy. With the help of my psychiatrist, I gradually learned to face this horrible experience and try to find a normal life again. However, just when I thought it was all behind me, one night I received an anonymous letter. There was only one sentence on the letter: "Lin Yu, I'll come back for you." My heart instantly sank to the bottom. Did Xiaoyan not let me go yet? Fear has once again gripped my life and I don't know what will happen next. However, within a few days, Xiaoyan was surprisingly released. As it turns out, she fooled the doctors and police by putting on an appearance of sanity and extreme remorse. My heart clenched instantly when I learned the news, and fear followed me like a shadow. One day, I was walking home alone when I was suddenly yanked into a dark alley by a hand. It was Xiaoyan. Her eyes were even crazier and more paranoid than before. Lin Yu, I told you I'd come back for you. No one can separate us. She hugged me tightly, so strong that I couldn't break free. I tried to convince her to leave me alone, but she wouldn't even listen. Rinyu, you can only have me in your world, and I'm going to keep you by my side forever. Since then, Xiaoyan has been watching my every move almost all the time. She would show up at my workplace out of the blue and would squat in front of my house all night. I was afraid to call the police because I knew they no longer believed me. My life was in complete darkness, entangled in the death throes of this sickly green plum with nowhere to run. In the midst of endless fear and despair, I decided to obey Xiaoyan for now, trying to find a chance to get rid of her completely. After I showed my submissive attitude, Xiaoyan was a bit skeptical at first, but when she saw that I complied with her in everything, a satisfied smile gradually appeared on her face. She began to let her guard down a bit on me, no longer watching my every move as closely as she had before. I went shopping with her, went to the movies, and did what a couple would do, but my heart was full of torment and restlessness. One day, Hyoyan said she wanted to take me to a special place. It was a remote, abandoned factory, and it was eerie inside. Lin Yu, this will be a secret base that only belongs to us from now on. She took my hand with excitement in her eyes. I fought back the fear inside me and followed her into that dark corner. I didn't know what was going to happen next, only that I had to stay calm and wait for the time to escape. Walking into the depths of that abandoned factory, Xiaoyan suddenly stopped and turned around to hug me tightly. Rinyu, here, no one can bother us. Her voice echoed eerily in the empty plant. I barely managed to squeeze out a smile as I answered her. Yeah, Hyoyan. Just then she pulled a key out of her pocket and unlocked the door to a nearby cabin. The inside of the house was filled with all sorts of strange items, pictures of me, things I'd used, and even what looked like tools used to imprison people. My heart sank, and I felt more and more uneasy. Xiaoyan pulled me to sit on a worn-out chair and began to tell me about all the crazy plans she had for our future. Lin Yu, from now on, we'll live here and never separate. I'll cook you delicious food every day and accompany you to do whatever you want. I listened and nodded my head while my mind was calculating how to escape. After a few days, Xiaoyan seemed to have completely dropped her defenses against my obedience. Once, she went out to look for food, and I realized that she had forgotten to lock the door. This was the opportunity one had been waiting for, and I didn't hesitate to rush out. But just as he ran out not too far, he heard Xiaoyan's angry shouts ringing out behind him. Lin Yu, how dare you lie to me? My heart raced steeply, and I ran as hard as I could, not daring to look back. I weaved my way through the overgrown trails without a care in the world, my shoes dirty with mud and water, my clothes cut by branches. Xiaoyan's cries were getting farther and farther away, and a glimmer of hope flared up in my heart. Finally, I ran out of that deserted area and came to a highway. Luckily, a cab happened to be passing by, and I quickly waved it down. Master, drive, I said sharply. The cab driver looked at my panicked face and without asking any more questions, he slammed his foot on the gas and the car sped off. I sat in the car, breathing heavily, my heart still pounding. I looked back to make sure Xiaoyan wasn't catching up, which was a slight relief. Back in the city, I found a small hotel to stay in for the time being. I was afraid to go home or contact anyone for fear that Xiaoyan would find me again. In the hotel room, I curled up in the corner, Xiaoyan's crazy eyes constantly floating in my mind, wondering when this nightmare would end. After a few days, I had been hiding in a small hotel room, not daring to go out. Every day was spent in anxiety and fear, afraid that Xiaoyan would suddenly appear. However, as the days passed by, there was never any sign of Xiaoyan. I let my guard down a little and began to think about what to do next. I knew that staying in hiding like this was not an option and that I had to start my life over. So I decided to get a job first and reintegrate into normal society. After a lot of hard work, I got a simple job at a small company. The co-workers were friendly and the work environment was pretty good. I tried to keep myself focused on my work and tried to forget that horrible experience. However, whenever night falls, I still can't help but think of Xiaoyan, worrying that she will intrude into my life again. One day after work, I was walking home as usual. Suddenly, I felt like someone was following me. My heartbeat instantly accelerated and the first thing that came to my mind was Xiaoyan. I picked up my pace, trying to get rid of that feeling of being watched. But no matter how fast I walked, that feeling always followed me. Finally, I couldn't help but look back, only to find a dark shadow quickly flashing into a nearby alley. My heart was in my throat, and after much hesitation, I decided to walk into the alley to find out what was going on. As I walked into the alley, it was dim and damp and filled with an unpleasant odor. I cautiously walked forward when I suddenly heard a low gasp. Who? I asked nervously. At that moment, a ragged, long-haired man stepped out of the corner, his eyes misty and looking less than sane. No, stay back. I stepped back warily, He muttered something unintelligible and stepped closer to me. Just as I was about to turn and run, he suddenly fell to the ground, groaning in pain. I stopped in my tracks, something in my heart, and stepped forward to check on him. Just then, he grabbed my ankle with surprising force. "Help me! Help me!" he slurred. It took me a great deal of effort to break free of his grip, and then I hurried out of the alley. When I got home, I couldn't calm down for a long time, wondering what had happened to that strange man. I was always distracted for the next few days, the figure of that man lingering in my mind. In order to get rid of the shadow cast by that strange man, I decided to inquire about him. I inquired with the neighborhood and learned that he turned out to be a vagrant and had been mentally disturbed for some time. Some say he had been in a terrible accident, while others say he was in such a state as a result of great excitement, but no one can say exactly why. That day, I passed by that alley again after work, and I saw him again. He was huddled in the corner, shivering. My heart softened and I bought some food and water for him. He saw me and there was a flash of gratitude in his eyes, but it quickly turned to confusion and fear. "Thank you, but I can't help myself." His voice trembled. Since then, I would occasionally send him some daily necessities. Gradually, he became less defensive towards me and would occasionally say a few words to me. One night, however, I came home to find a letter sitting on my doorstep. The letter was written in crooked handwriting. "Get out of here or you'll regret it." My heart hangs in the air again, wondering if this was written by the homeless man or someone else. Could it be that Cheyenne had appeared again? Or is there some other unknown danger approaching? Just as I was holding the letter full of doubt, pondering who on earth had sent it, suddenly a familiar figure appeared on the street corner. It was Cheyenne. She was wearing a black dress, her face was pale, and her eyes still had that crazy and paranoid look in them. "Lin Yu, I knew you couldn't escape me." She smiled coldly and walked towards me step by step. My heart raced instantly and fear flooded my mind once again. "Cheyenne, please let me go," I shouted in desperation. Instead, as if she hadn't heard me, she walked up to me and reached out to try to grab me. "Lin Yu, come with me. This is our destiny." Just then, the homeless man rushed out and got in front of me. "Don't you dare hurt him," the homeless man yelled. Cheyenne froze for a moment at the suddenness, then said angrily, "You crazy bastard, get out of here." The homeless man shielded me tightly and confronted Cheyenne. The situation was at a standstill and I didn't know what was going to happen next. In this tense standoff, Cheyenne suddenly steps forward and tries to push the homeless man away. The homeless man is not to be outdone and wrestles with Cheyenne. I was in a state of panic and didn't know what to do. Suddenly, Cheyenne took advantage of the homeless man's inattention and pushed him so hard that the homeless man stumbled and fell to the ground. Cheyenne took the opportunity to lunge at me again, grabbing my arm with such force that it made me raw. "Lin Yu, come with me," she said as she dragged me. Just then, the homeless man got up from the ground and hugged Cheyenne from behind, giving me a chance to break free. "Run!" the homeless man shouted. I didn't dare to hesitate, turned around and desperately ran away. After running for a while, I hid in a corner, breathing heavily, my heart still beating wildly. I don't know how the homeless man is doing, and I don't know if Hyoyen will ever catch up with him again. After a long time, with no movement around me, I cautiously peeked out and headed to where I had just been. When I got back there, I realized that both the homeless man and Xiaoyan were gone. Filled with doubt and worry, I started looking around for them. At that moment my mind instantly flashed through countless horrible thoughts. What if Xiaoyan got rid of the hobo and caught up with him again? What if something bad happened to the homeless man for helping me? But at the moment, fear took over and I couldn't think too much. There was only one thought in my mind: run. Run as far away as possible. Away from this place full of nightmares. Away from Xiaoyan's grasp. I turned and ran furiously in the opposite direction. The only sounds in my ears were the whistling wind and my own heavy breathing. Chapter 3: The Mysterious Tramp. I ran as hard as I could until my legs gave out and I was so out of breath that I had to stop. I was bent over, hands propped up on my knees, gasping for air. At this point, I found myself running into a completely new place, surrounded by narrow streets and dilapidated houses. The silence made me feel a twinge of uneasiness, but it was nothing compared to the fear of possibly being found by Xiaoyan. I tried to calm my breathing and began to survey my surroundings, trying to find a place to hide for a while. Just then I heard a footstep, one that was so clear in the silence that each step seemed to tread on my heart. My heart raced again, and I stared nervously in the direction the footsteps were coming from, my body involuntarily stepping back. Did Hyoyen come after her? Or that mysterious and unpredictable tramp? Or some other unknown danger? I leaned against the wall behind me, cold sweat sliding down my forehead, my mind going blank as I wondered what to do next. The footsteps were getting closer and my heart was in my throat. Finally, a figure appeared around the corner. It was the homeless man. He looked a little tired and his clothes were even dirtier. When he saw me, a complex emotion flashed in his eyes. "Come with me. She won't find this place for a while," the homeless man whispered. I hesitated, but there didn't seem to be a better option at the moment, so I followed him into a dilapidated room. The inside of the house was dark and damp and smelled of decay. The vagabond found a place to sit and gestured for me to do the same. "Why are you helping me?" I couldn't help but ask. The vagabond was silent for a moment and spoke slowly. "Because I too have experienced the pain of being entangled in crazy obsessions." I was filled with doubt and was about to pursue the matter when I heard a loud noise from outside. No good. She might be looking for it. The homeless man stood up nervously. My heart hangs in the air once again, wondering if I'll be able to escape Xiaoyan this time. The homeless man pulled me into a corner littered with clutter, signaling me to keep quiet. The voices outside were getting closer and closer and my heart was racing, so nervous I could barely breathe. Suddenly, footsteps stopped at the door of the house, and my heart clenched instantly. "Lin Yu, I know you're in there. Come out." Xiaoyan's voice came out with an irresistible madness. The homeless man covered my mouth tightly, afraid that I would make the slightest sound. After a moment, it was quiet outside again. The homeless man cautiously peeked out to check, then sighed in relief. "It's gone for now, but she's sure to come back for more, and we need to get out of here." We crept out of the house and the homeless man led me through the intricate alleys. I don't know how long we walked, but we came to an abandoned warehouse. "Hide out here for tonight," the vagabond said. I nodded, physically and mentally exhausted, and found a place to sit. The night wind blew in through the broken window with a slight coolness. I looked into the dark corners, my mind filled with confusion and fear, wondering when such days would end. In the abandoned warehouse, the homeless man and I were back to back, afraid to sleep. The darkness around me seemed to hide a myriad of unknown dangers, and every subtle sound tensed my nerves. "Do you think we can get rid of her?" I broke the silence, a deep helplessness in my voice. The hobo was silent for a moment and said, "As long as we don't give up, there's always a way." I don't know how long it took, but I couldn't resist the drowsiness and drifted off to sleep. When I woke up again, it was already dawn. The homeless man was nowhere to be seen, and my heart thumped with a bad feeling. I got up and searched the warehouse, yelling his name, but there was no response. Just as I was getting anxious, the door to the warehouse was suddenly pushed open and Xiaoyan walked in. She had a smug smile on her face. "Lin Yu, did you think that bomb could save you?" I stepped back in horror. "What did you do to him?" Xiaoyan took a step closer to me. "He's out of his depth and I've made him disappear forever." My heart sank to the bottom, anger and despair filling my chest. "Xiaoyan, you're just crazy." Xiaoyan, however, didn't care about my accusations. "Lin Yu, no one can separate us anymore." She reached out and grabbed my arm with such force that I couldn't break free. "Lin Yu, come home with me." Xiaoyan's voice was undeniable. I struggled desperately, but to no avail, and she eventually dragged me out of the warehouse by force. Along the way, I tried to ask passers-by for help, but Xiaoyan's fierce eyes made me afraid to make a sound. Back in that familiar and terrifying place, the door slammed shut and I was once again imprisoned in this nightmare. "Lin Yu, don't think about escaping again. It's futile," Xiaoyan said coldly. I sat paralyzed in despair, my heart filled with helplessness and remorse. I don't know if there's any chance of escaping this horrible woman in the future. I sat in the corner, my eyes empty and my heart ashen. Xiaoyan, on the other hand, stared at me closely from the side, afraid that I would disappear from her sight again. It was as if time had frozen, and every minute and every second was an endless ordeal. Suddenly, Xiaoyan's cell phone rang, and after she answered the call, her face became very gloomy. "Lin Yu, I have something I need to go out and take care of, so you'd better stay here obediently and don't pull any tricks on me." After saying that, she glared at me fiercely before slamming the door. A glimmer of hope flared in my heart as I listened to her footsteps fade away. This might be my chance to escape again, but I feared she would be back soon. After much hesitation, I decided to take a chance. I crept up to the door and gently turned the knob. Surprisingly, the door was unlocked. I cautiously poked my head out to make sure there was no Xiaoyan outside, and then scattered my legs. But I didn't run far before I heard Xiaoyan's frantic cries from behind me. "Lin Yu, how dare you run again?" My heart snapped and I ran faster. However, Xiaoyan got a motorcycle from somewhere and roared after me. Soon, she caught up with me and straddled the motorcycle directly in front of me. "Lin Yu, why do you just not listen?" She jumped off the motorcycle and rushed over to grab me by the collar. Her eyes were filled with anger and despair, tears welling up in her eyes. "After all I've done for you, you want to leave me over and over again," she yelled, her voice nearly hoarse. After saying that, she pulled out a dagger from her pocket and put it against my neck. "Come back with me or I'll die with you." Her expression twisted, completely losing her mind. I was too shaken by her actions to think of resisting. "Honey, I'll go back with you. Don't be impulsive," I said with a trembling voice, my eyes filled with fear and helplessness. Xiaoyan's expression eased slightly when she heard me call her wife, but the dagger in her hand still didn't drop. "Hubby, wouldn't you have behaved like this earlier?" She pulled me and walked back. Along the way, she tugged my arm tightly, afraid I would run away again. Back at the residence, she pushed me into my room and locked the door. Hubby, just stay here and don't go anywhere. Shayan sat on the edge of the bed and kept her eyes on me. I didn't dare move, so I could only carefully respond, yes, wife, I'll do whatever you want. Instead, he was mentally figuring out what to do next. Shayan leaned into my arms with a contented smile on her face, but her eyes were still wary. Hubby, from now on we'll stay like this and never separate, she murmured. I patted her back gently and responded, yes, wife. After a while, Shayan seemed to relax a bit, stood up and said, hubby, I'll go make you something to eat. With that, she walked out of the room. I heard pots and pans coming from the kitchen and thought to myself that this might be a good opportunity to escape. I crept over to the window and tried to open it, only to find that it had long since been sealed shut. Just when I was anxious, Shayan's voice came from the kitchen. Hubby, don't move or I can't guarantee what I will do. My heart sank and I had to go back to sit on the edge of the bed again. Not long after, Shayan walked in with her meal. Honey, come eat. She put the meal on the table, her eyes locked on me. I walked over, mechanically picked up my bowl and chopsticks, and ate without tasting. Night fell and the room was dark. Shayan hugged me tightly and gradually fell into sleep. I lay beside her, my heart beating like a drum, and kept waiting for her to fall asleep. I don't know how long it took, but when I heard her even breathing, I gently broke away from her embrace and carefully got up. By the faint moonlight, I tiptoed to the door and gently turned the knob. The door made a slight creak sound. My heart instantly raised in my throat, looked back at Shayan, but fortunately she was not awakened. I opened the door and stepped out quietly. The wind outside was cool and blew a shiver down my spine. I didn't dare to stop for a second and ran in the direction of the exit I remembered. Suddenly, Shayan's angry scream came from behind her. Lin Yu, you lied to me again. My steps became more panicked as I ran desperately, the darkness around me seeming to consume me. I rushed forward regardless. The only sound in my ears was my own rapid breathing and heartbeat. Shayan's cries were getting farther and farther away, and a glimmer of hope rose in my heart. I don't know how long I had been running, but I finally saw a bright light ahead of me. It was a path to the outside world, and I used my last strength to run towards that bright light. When I ran out of that darkness and into the brightly lit street, I collapsed to the ground as if I were relieved. Not daring to linger, I struggled to my feet, flagged down a cab, and quickly left this horrible place. Sitting in the car, I looked back at the fading darkness and swore to myself that I would never return to this nightmare-filled place. The cab sped along, and I looked out the window at the receding street scene for a long time. Arriving in an unfamiliar place, I got out of the car and found a small hotel to stay in for the time being. I've been in a state of high stress for the past few days and often wake up at night with nightmares, but I know that I have to start living again. I took a simple job that was hard work, but at least it gave me peace of mind. However, one day on the way home from work, I always felt that someone was following me. My heart hung in the air again. Could it be that Shayan was looking for me again? I quickened my pace, trying to shake off that uneasy feeling. Suddenly, a hand was on my shoulder. I turned around in horror and realized it was a strange man. You're Rinyu, right? He asked. I looked at him warily. Who are you? He smiled. Relax. I was asked to give you a message. My heart was in my throat. What's the word? She said she would find you wherever you fled. Hearing these words, my face instantly turned pale. Is it really impossible to get rid of Shayan's entanglement? I forced myself to stay calm and said to the strange man, tell her to stop pestering me. Chapter 4, An Old Friend. Just as I was falling into despair, a familiar voice came. Lin Yu. I turned my head to see that it was my best friend. Lindsay. Seeing him was like seeing a lifesaver. Lindsay walked over quickly and looked at my panicked appearance and asked, what happened? I told him everything that had happened to me in the meantime. Lindsay frowned, thinking for a moment before saying, don't be afraid, I'll help you figure it out. But just then, the strange man sneered and turned away. Lindsay and I looked at each other with uneasiness in our hearts. Lindsay pulled me back to his place, comforting me all the way. Lin Yu, don't worry too much, let's think of a solution together. We can definitely solve it, Lindsay said. When I got to his house, I sat on the couch, my heart still heavy. Lindsay poured me a glass of water, then sat down next to me and said, why don't we call the police first? I hesitated. Is it okay to call the police? I'm afraid Shayan will do something even crazier. Just as we were discussing this, there was a sudden sharp knock on the door. We both looked at each other with a thump in our hearts. Lindsay carefully walked to the door and looked out through the cat's eye, and his face immediately became ugly. It's Shayan, he said in a lowered voice. My heart hit rock bottom. Lindsay took a deep breath and said to me, Lin Yu, hide in the bedroom first. I rushed to my bedroom and closed the door, but my heart was in my throat, only to hear Shayan shouting outside. Lindsay, I know Lin Yu is here with you. Quickly let him come out. Lindsay responded. Shayan, Don't mess around. Talk about what's going on. Xiaoyan sneered. Speak nicely? He ran away from me time and time again. What else is there to talk about? A brief silence ensued, followed by the sound of a heated argument. I was anxious in my bedroom, wondering how things would develop outside. Suddenly, the bedroom door was violently pushed open and Xiaoyan rushed in. Lin Yu, don't even think about running this time. Xiaoyan's eyes were filled with anger and determination. I backed away in terror until I was backed into a corner. Just then, Lin Zhe followed him in. He stepped in front of me and said to Xiaoyan, Xiaoyan, you're not right. You can't force Lin Yu to be with you. Xiaoyan looked at Lin Zhe angrily. This is between us. Don't mind your own business. Lin Zhe didn't flinch. I can't watch you hurt him like this. Lin Yu is my friend. I must help him. Xiaoyan sneered. You think you can stop me? Saying that, she suddenly took out a knife from her bag and brandished it as she rushed towards us. Lin Zhe reacted quickly and wrestled with Xiaoyan. In the midst of the chaos, all that could be heard was a scream, and Lindsay's arm was cut. Lindsay! I yelled. Just then, sirens came from outside. Xiaoyan's face instantly turned pale as she stopped moving and the knife in her hand fell to the ground. The police rushed in and quickly took control of Xiaoyan. Lindsay and I both breathed a sigh of relief and followed the police officer to make a statement. After I came out of the police station, I felt like a big stone had finally fallen from my heart. Linza, this time it's really thanks to you. I looked at him gratefully. Lindsay patted my shoulder. We're friends. This is all as it should be. However, you have to be careful in the future. Day by day, I tried to get my life back to normal. However, Xiaoyan's crazy eyes still popped into my mind from time to time, giving me palpitations. One day, I received a letter. When I opened it, it was from Xiaoyan. Lin Yu, I know I'm wrong. I'll do a good job of reforming myself, and when I get out, I hope you'll give me a chance to start over. I took the letter and fell into deep thought. Once in Xiaoyan together bits and pieces cannot help but appear in front of the eyes. Those who have had the sweetness and warmth of my heart slightly moved. Surprisingly, there is a hint of faltering. I began to ask myself in my mind, could Hyoyan really change? Maybe everyone deserves a chance to start over. This wavering thought grew stronger in my mind, and I even began to imagine what our future would be like if Xiaoyan did change. However, when I think of all her crazy antics before, I can't help but get scared that this is just another one of her scams. Just as I was torn up inside, Lindsay found me. Lin Yu, I heard that you received a letter from Xiaoyan. You don't really believe that she can change, do you? Lindsay looked at me with a worried face. I sighed helplessly. I don't know. I'm conflicted. Lindsay held my shoulders. Don't be confused. Hasn't she caused you enough harm? I bowed my head and fell silent. In the end, I decided to give Xiaoyan another chance and bailed her out of the police station. The moment Xiaoyan walked out of the police station, she looked at me with gratitude and guilt in her eyes. Lin Yu, thank you for being willing to believe me. Her voice carried a hint of trembling. I looked at her and said faintly, I hope you do change. After returning home, Xiaoyan did behave differently from before. She became gentle and considerate and put me first in everything. However, there was always still a lump in my heart, and I couldn't quite let go of my defenses against her. One day, I came home from work to find that Xiaoyan had cooked a sumptuous dinner. Lin Yu, it's been hard on you for a while. Try the dishes I made, Xiaoyan said with a smile. Just as I was about to sit down for dinner, my cell phone suddenly received a text message from an unknown number. Careful, she hasn't changed. My heart lifted again. I didn't move to look at Xiaoyan, who was looking at me with an expectant face. Try it, it's all your favorites, Xiaoyan said. I barely managed to smile as I picked up my chopsticks and took a few bites. How was it? Was it good? Hyoyan asked. Yum. I responded casually, but my mind kept thinking about the text message. After dinner, I went back to my room with the excuse that I was tired and started wondering who the hell this text message was from. Could it be Lindsay? But why didn't he just tell me? Or does someone else know about Xiaoyan's past? Just as I was rambling, Hyoyan knocked on the door. Lin Yu, I put hot water on for you. Take a relaxing bath, Xiaoyan said. I looked at her, feeling more and more uneasy inside, but I tried to keep my composure, smiled, and told her, thank you, and you have an early night too. Xiaoyan nodded and turned to leave the room. For the next few days, I pretended everything was normal on the surface, but secretly I was always watching Xiaoyan's every move. She prepares elaborate meals every day, cleans the house, and cares for me, but I always felt that there was something hidden behind this seeming peace. One day, I came home from work early and realized that Xiaoyan was not at home. A twinge of doubt rose in my mind. Where did she go? Just as I was about to go out and look for it, I heard Xiaoyan's footsteps coming from the doorway. I hurried back to the couch and sat down, pretending to be watching TV. Xiaoyan looked a little flustered when she entered and saw me, but she quickly returned to normal. Why are you back so early today? Xiaoyan asked. There's nothing going on at the office, I replied. The days continued to pass in seeming peace, but I never relaxed my observation of Shayan. One day, I quietly followed Shayan while she was out. I only saw her make 7 turns and finally came to a villa in the suburbs. My heart snapped and my gut told me there was something wrong here. I cautiously approached the villa and looked in through the window. I only saw that Shayan was arguing fiercely about something with a strange man. I've already done what you said. Why don't you let me go? Shayan's voice was filled with anger and fear. Humph. It's not up to you. It's not that simple. The strange man sneered. Hearing their conversation, I was shocked that Shayan was hiding so many things from me. Just then, Shayan suddenly turned her head and looked over to the window. My heart was instantly in my throat, and I turned and hurried to hide. Chapter 5, The Pretty Girl. I took a deep breath, forced down the panic inside me, and decided to go home first and then think long and hard about it. Along the way, his feet were as heavy as lead, his heart was in turmoil, and his mind kept replaying the scene he had seen in the villa. After returning home, I was sitting on pins and needles. Every time I moved my body, it was as if there were countless needles stabbing me, and my heart was always occupied by the image of Shayan arguing with the strange man in the villa, and I couldn't calm down at all. When Shayan came back, I tried to squeeze out a trace of my usual demeanor, trying to disguise myself as if nothing had happened, but the waves inside made me feel that my disguise was like a thin layer of paper that would be broken at the first poke. How was your day? Shayan's voice came, in this silent room, but it was as if it was separated by a veil, somewhat vague and distant. As usual, I responded lightly, my voice as smooth as it could be, but even I could feel the rawness in it. At night, I lay in bed, as if cursed by the devil, tossing and turning, having trouble sleeping. Hyoyeon's even breathing was ringing in my ears, but I felt like it was some kind of danger signal. I don't know if I should trust Hyoyeon again. This once familiar person feels so strange to me at the moment. Nor did he know where to go next, as if he was caught in an endless dark labyrinth, unable to find an exit. The next day, unable to bear this ordeal, I decided to go to Linza to discuss it. Upon seeing Linza, I anxiously said in a stream, Linza, I saw Shayan arguing with a strange man at a villa in the suburbs, and it feels as if they're harboring some kind of unspeakable secret between them. Linza's brows were furrowed, his eyes revealing worry. That's not good. What are you planning in your heart? Just then, Shayan's phone call came through. Lin Yu, I have something to say to you. Shayan's voice sounded exhausted, as if she had gone through a long and difficult battle. I'm not available right now. I turned her down without even thinking. The scene in the villa was so vivid in my mind that I just couldn't face her right away, and my mind was still nagging me about the debt she might be hiding. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while, as if time had frozen. Then Shayan said, all right then, when you're free. After hanging up the phone, I told Lindsay the situation as it was. Lindsay thought for a moment and then said, no matter what, it's still necessary to clear things up. Why don't you hang her out for a few days and see how she reacts? Over the next few days, Shayan kept calling and texting me, her cell phone ringing and beeping, but I looked at the caller IDs and messages, struggling inside, and ultimately did not respond. Until one day, Shayan suddenly appeared in front of me. Her eyes were red and swollen, as if she had been crying for a long time, and a faint ring of blue color around her eyes made her look particularly haggard. Lin Yu, I beg you to listen to my explanation. Her voice carried a hint of pleading, like a wounded little animal. I looked at her, a nagging feeling in the back of my mind, hesitated, and finally said, okay, go ahead. Shayan took a deep breath, as if she had summoned all her courage, and slowly said, that man is my father. He has 1 billion points of money, but he has always been extremely strict with me. When I did something wrong before and made him furious, he cut off my financial resources and threatened me. All those crazy moves I made before were actually forced upon me by him. My eyes widened in surprise, not expecting this to be the cause at all. Then why didn't you tell me earlier? I couldn't help but ask, both surprised and a little resentful. Shayan lowered her head, her voice as light as a mosquito's cry. I'm afraid that you'll look down on me and think that I'm someone who only relies on my family. Looking at Shayan's pathetic appearance, his heart instantly softened. All right, I'll forgive you this time, but don't hide anything from me in the future, I said helplessly. A hint of surprise flashed in Shayan's eyes, as if she had seen a ray of light in the darkness, and she nodded repeatedly. I promise I won't. Since then, Shayan is really like a different person, no longer capricious, and our life has gradually returned to peace, as if the previous storm was just a nightmare. However, it didn't last long. One day, I ran into the so-called dad on the street. He stared at me with fierce eyes, like a vicious wolf, and said viciously, kid, stay away from my daughter. She won't have a good result with you. I froze, countless questions welling up in my mind. Could there be something else hidden in between that I didn't know about? What do you mean by that? Shayan has already explained it all to me. I said with a puzzled look on my face as I frowned. His father laughed coldly, and that laugh was full of disdain. Explanation? That was all her playing poor to fool you. She hasn't changed at all. My heart thumped and I instinctively didn't want to believe him. No way. I've seen her change. Humph. That was all an act she put on for you. She's just making up with you on purpose to get money from me. His father's words were like a sharp blade, sticking straight into my heart and sending a stinging pain through me. I returned home disoriented and saw Xiaoyan cooking in the kitchen, a happy smile on her face as if nothing had happened. But at the moment, the smile stung me beyond belief. My heart is incredibly tangled. I don't know whether to believe her father's words or not. Just then, my cell phone rang, a text message from Xiaoyan's father. Child, you hurry to run. When I saw the text message, a chill rose up my spine, as if a pair of invisible hands had tightened around my throat. I looked up at Xiaoyan, who was carrying the dishes and walking towards me with a light step and a gentle look in her eyes. The rice is ready. Come and taste it, Xiaoyan said, a hint of joy in her voice. I forced myself to calm down and tried to pull a smile out of my face as I walked over and sat down. While I ate, I kept thinking about the text message in my mind, like chewing wax, not knowing what to eat. Every bite of the meal felt like a heavy burden to swallow. After dinner, Xiaoyan went to wash the dishes, and I sat on the couch, my thoughts in disarray. Various thoughts were intertwined in my mind, not knowing what to do. Suddenly, Xiaoyan's cell phone rang, and after she answered the call, her face instantly became as gloomy as ink. She slowly turned her head to look at me, and her eyes became unusually cold, as if she had turned into another person. Lin Yu, I originally thought that I could keep on lying like this, but now it seems that I can't. Her voice was cold and piercing, making me shiver. I looked at her in horror, my mind filled with doubt and fear. Xiaoyan, what are you talking about? Xiaoyan let out a cold laugh. That smile was creepy. Don't pretend. Don't you already know my true colors? I stood up trembling, my voice trembling with me. Xiaoyan, don't mess around. She approached me step by step, her eyes filled with madness and paranoia, as if she was possessed by a demon. Messing around? I've given so much for you and you want to leave me? Said. She casually copied a vase, ruthlessly smashed to the ground. Bang sound, glass shards splashed in all directions. In the silence of the room is particularly harsh. Xiaoyan, calm down, I shouted, trying to rouse her senses, but at this point, she seemed to have completely lost control. Without further hesitation, I turned around and ran desperately towards the door. Xiaoyan screamed hysterically behind me, followed by the sound of her hurried footsteps, close behind me. My heart raced as if it was going to burst through my chest, each step filled with fear and despair. Running down the street, I ran recklessly and desperately, looking back as I ran, afraid that Xiaoyan would catch up. Suddenly, a car braked sharply in front of me, the harsh sound of brakes ringing out as the driver poked his head out and cursed. I couldn't be bothered to apologize, and like a startled bird, I continued to run wildly forward. I don't know how long I've been running, I'm so tired and out of breath, my legs are as heavy as lead, and I finally can't see Xiaoyan's silhouette. I panicked and ducked into an alleyway, leaning against the wall and gasping for air. My heart still beating violently as if it was going to jump out of my throat. At this time, the heart is full of fear and despair. Do not know where to go next. Xiaoyan will still be looking around for me. After a brief moment of thought, I decided to find a place to hide first. I cautiously navigated the alley, my eyes nervously scanning around for a hidden corner. Finally, I found an abandoned warehouse with the door half covered, as if it was calling out to me. I gently pushed the door open, and a stale odor of decay filled the room. I found a corner littered with clutter and crouched down, trying to keep myself out of sight, shivering in the darkness like a wounded beast. My heart was beating like a drum, and I pricked up my ears to listen to the movement outside. Every little sound made my nerves tense up, as if the next second Xiaoyan would break through the door. Time passed by, and Xiaoyan's voice never came from outside. My taut nerves relaxed a little and I began to think about what to do next. I pulled out my cell phone and realized how little power was left, hesitating to call for help. What if Xiaoyan finds the cell phone signal and tracks it over? Just when I was torn, I suddenly heard a sound of footsteps coming from outside the warehouse. The sound was extraordinarily clear in the silent alley, and my heart was once again in my throat, as if it was going to jump out of my mouth in the next second. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. My breath stopped, and in a panic, I ducked into an abandoned metal cabinet. The iron cabinet was filled with a pungent smell of rust. The space was suffocatingly small, and I huddled inside, not daring to breathe, feeling like a prey trapped in a cage. Xiaoyan walked into the warehouse, her footsteps echoing in the empty space. Each step felt like it was stepping on my heart, and I was scared to hear it. Lin Yu, I know you're here, don't hide. Xiaoyan's voice came out with an eerie chill, as if it was summoned from hell. I covered my mouth and tried to control my breathing for fear of making the slightest sound. My heart was beating frantically in my chest, and I could even hear my blood flowing. Suddenly, Xiaoyan stopped in front of the iron cabinet, and my heartbeat instantly accelerated to the extreme, as if time had frozen. Just then, she slowly opened the door of the iron cabinet, and our eyes instantly locked. Her eyes were insanely excited, as if she had found her most precious prey, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a wry smile. Ha ha, Lin Yu, I knew you were here. Her laughter echoed through the warehouse, giving people the creeps. I closed my eyes in despair, thinking it was over, and fear overwhelmed me like a tidal wave. Xiaoyan yanked me out of the metal cabinet and hugged me tightly with so much strength that I could barely breathe, as if she wanted to rub me into her. Don't you ever leave me again, ever, she hissed in my ear, her voice sharp and frantic. I couldn't take it any longer and my survival instincts made me fight with all my strength. Xiaoyan, let go of me, I shouted, my voice echoing through the warehouse, desperately trying to break free of her. Hands pushed and shoved against her as hard as they could and feet struggled. Xiaoyan was enraged by my resistance, and her expression became even more hideous, like an enraged beast. How dare you defy me? She raised her hand and tried to slap me. I sidestepped and took the opportunity to give her a hard shove. Xiaoyan stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Lin Yu, you disappoint me too much, she pounced once again, her eyes filled with anger and resentment. I took advantage of her unsteady foothold and turned violently toward the warehouse door. Xiaoyan was shouting frantically behind me, but this time, I didn't turn around. With only one thought in my mind, that I must get rid of her, I stormed out of the warehouse and ran recklessly, turning into an intricate alley. I don't know how long I ran for, but only when I was sure that Xiaoyan wasn't catching up did I stop panting. At this time, I was in rags and in a sorry state. My hair was disheveled and my clothes were torn in several places, but finally, I was given temporary freedom, but it was a freedom that left me overwhelmed with exhaustion and fear. But before I could catch my breath, I felt the atmosphere around me getting weirder and weirder. Looking back, it turned out to be Xiaoyan who had somehow reappeared on the street corner not far away, her eyes like vicious wolves in the darkness, flashing with a ferocious light, staring at me with a deadly glare. Lin Yu, you think you can escape? Her voice carried endless eeriness and resentment, as if it came from the depths of hell. Terrified, I turned and continued to run, looking around for a place to hide as I went. Every corner seemed like a lifesaver, but it was as if it hid an unknown danger. Xiaoyan was in hot pursuit. Her footsteps were like a hypnotic drumbeat, pounding on my heart one by one, making me not dare to stop in the slightest. Suddenly, I saw an abandoned building in front of me, like a glimmer of hope in the darkness, and rushed in without thinking. The building smelled of decay, the walls were covered in cobwebs, and the lighting was dim and creepy. Xiaoyan rushed in after her, and while she shouted my name, her voice echoed in the hallway, full of madness and obsession. While searching frantically in every room, every corner was left untouched. I hid in a dark corner, not daring to breathe, my heart beating violently in my chest as if it were about to burst through it. I could hear Xiaoyan's footsteps echoing in the hallway, each step getting closer to me and the fear growing stronger. At that moment, Xiaoyan's voice rang out in the hallway. Lin Yu, I can smell you, you can't get away. Her voice was like a tentacle reaching out from the darkness, wrapping itself tightly around me. My heart instantly sank to the bottom, cold sweat kept pouring out, my back had long been drenched in sweat. I forced myself to calm down, my mind racing, thinking of a way to escape. Suddenly, I saw a tattered rope and a holy sack next to me. With a plan in mind, I tied the rope to the sack and threw it through the upstairs window. The sound of the sack hitting the ground was particularly loud in the silent building. Xiaoyan heard the commotion and ran in the direction of the sacks, her footsteps drifting away. Taking advantage of this, I quietly ran in the opposite direction, carefully avoiding the noisy clutter and looking for an exit from the building. Finally, a glimmer of hope surged through me as I found a hidden exit. I had just run out of the building when I heard Xiaoyan's angry growl from inside, a voice filled with resentment and unwillingness. I didn't dare to stay and ran as fast as I could until I reached a crowded marketplace. The market was bustling with people, but I felt out of place, as if I were in another world. Just as I was panting and in shock, a good-looking girl walked over. Her name was Su Yao, and her eyes were filled with concern. You look like you've encountered something terrible, Su Yao said softly, her voice gentle and melodious, as if injecting a trace of warmth into this chaotic world. I couldn't be bothered to answer. I just looked around vigilantly, fearing that Xiaoyan would catch up with me. My eyes kept searching for Xiaoyan's figure in the crowd, and every similar back figure made my heart beat faster. Su Yao seemed to have seen my uneasiness. Don't worry, come with me first. There was a hint of appeasement in her tone, like a warm hand that gently held my heart. I hesitated, looked into her sincere eyes, and eventually followed her. Su Yao brought me to a relatively quiet corner. What exactly happened? Her eyes were filled with curiosity and worry. I told her briefly what had happened, with exhaustion and helplessness in my voice. With every word, those horrible experiences replayed in my mind like a movie. causing me immense pain. Su Yao frowned. A hint of surprise and worry flashed in her eyes. This is too scary. You should hide in my place first. Just then, Xiaoyan's figure appeared at the entrance of the bazaar, her gaze sweeping through the crowd like a sharp sword, as if she was looking for something. Those eyes made me feel a chill, as if I was being stared at by a poisonous snake. Chapter 6, The Wife. Xiaoyan's gaze swept through the bazaar like a sharp sword, finally settling on the corner where Su Yao and I were. A twisted and excited smile instantly spread across her face, one that made me shiver. Su Yao sensed the difference in me, and following my gaze, she also saw Xiaoyan. Before Su Yao could react, Xiaoyan aggressively walked towards us. Lin Yu, I've finally found you. Xiaoyan's voice revealed a trace of imperceptible trembling, seemingly because of anger, but also because of the excitement of being about to get her prey. I subconsciously shielded Su Yao behind me and looked at Xiaoyan warily. When Xiaoyan saw this, her face became even more gloomy. She glared viciously at Su Yao and questioned, "Who is she? Why are you with her?" I was just about to open my mouth to explain, but Su Yao jumped ahead and said, "It doesn't matter who I am. And who are you? Why are you pestering Lin Yu like this?" Xiaoyan sneered. "I'm his girlfriend. I pester him because I love him. I can't live without him. And you, better stay away from him or I will make your life worse than death." Xiaoyan's eyes were covered in blood, and her voice was so shrill that it made one's scalp go numb. Su Yao met Xiaoyan's gaze without fear. "I won't listen to you. Lin Yu has the right to choose who he wants to be with. Your behavior will only make him hate you more." Xiaoyan was enraged by Su Yao's words. She screamed and rushed towards Su Yao. "You dare to steal a man from me." I hurriedly blocked between the two and pushed Xiaoyan away with force. Xiaoyan staggered a few steps, and when she steadied herself she looked at me incredulously, her eyes filled with aggression and anger. "Lin Yu, how dare you push me for her? Have you forgotten the good times we had? You said you would love me forever." Xiaoyan's tears came out of her eyes, but her expression became more and more hideous. "It's all because of you. It's all because of you, the vixen. That Lin Yu doesn't want me. I'm going to kill you," said. Xiaoyan pulled out a sharp knife from her bag and rushed towards Su Yao. Just in the nick of time, I lunged at Xiaoyan and grabbed her knife-wielding hand tightly. "Xiaoyan, wake up!" I yelled, my hand pushing to try and grab her knife. Xiaoyan struggled desperately, cursing under her breath. "You all deserve to die. No one will take you away from me." I twisted her hand behind her back with all my might and finally snatched the knife off. Xiaoyan, however, kicked and bit me like a mad beast. "Lin Yu, I hate you. I did all this because I love you," Xiaoyan shouted at the top of her voice. At that moment, the surrounding crowd gathered around and pointed. I looked at the nearly insane Xiaoyan, my heart filled with helplessness and fear. I didn't know how to face such a crazier, nor did I know how long I could hold on. But at this moment, looking at Xiaoyan's desperate and frantic eyes, my heart still softened a little. "Xiaoyan, don't be like this. It makes me sad when you torture yourself like this," I said softly, with a hint of exhaustion and helplessness in my voice. When Xiaoyan heard my words, she suddenly quieted down and looked at me dumbfounded, tears streaming down her face. "Lin Yu, I really can't live without you. Why can't you understand my heart?" she sobbed, her body trembling slightly. I sighed. "Xiaoyan, love isn't forced like this. You're not loving like this anymore. You're hurting." Xiaoyan bit her lip, her eyes revealing a hint of confusion and pain. "But I can't help myself. I'm going crazy just thinking about you leaving me," she mumbled. I gently patted her shoulder. "Xiaoyan, calm down and think about it. This kind of love is not good for either of us." Hearing my words, Xiaoyan not only didn't calm down, but became even more agitated. She violently shook off my hand. Her eyes widened, her eyes revealing an almost maniacal madness as she hysterically roared. "Lin Yu, what do you mean by that? Are you trying to leave me completely?" Her voice was so sharp that it seemed to cut through the air, echoing around the silence and sending shivers down my spine. Xiaoyan's body trembled more and more. Her hands were clenched into dead fists. Her nails were almost embedded into her flesh. Her knuckles were so white that they were bloodless. "How can you do this to me after all I've done for you?" Her tears rushed out like a bursting torrent, flowing freely down her cheeks, but she acted as if she was oblivious, just frantically venting her near-breakdown emotions. "I can't control myself? That's not because I love you. If it wasn't because I love you, would I be like this? I'm sorry," she cried at the top of her lungs, while frantically pounding my chest, using all her strength with each stroke. "Lin Yu, you are mine and can only be mine. No one can snatch you away, not even yourself." Xiaoyan's eyes became ferocious, radiating a creepy determination. She suddenly went up to me and hugged me tightly, with so much strength that I could barely break free. "Lin Yu, you don't want to leave me. Even if we die, we will die together," she roared in my ear. Her hot breath sprayed on my neck, but it made me feel as cold as falling into an ice cave. The surrounding crowd was scared by Xiaoyan's crazy behavior and fled in all directions screaming. The scene was chaotic. I, on the other hand, was tightly hooped in Xiaoyan's arms, and I only felt that it was difficult to breathe, and my heart was filled with endless fear and despair. Right at this moment, a force came from nowhere, causing me to break free of Xiaoyan's embrace in an instant. Without the slightest hesitation, I turned around and ran. Desperately, Xiaoyan shouted frantically from behind, "Lin Yu, come back, you can't get away." I couldn't be bothered to turn back. The only sound in my ears was the whistling wind and my own violent heartbeat. I kept running, feeling like my lungs were going to explode, but I didn't dare to slow down my pace the slightest bit. I don't know how long I ran until I blacked out. My legs gave out, and I fell heavily to the ground, but I knew in my heart that as soon as I stopped, I would be grabbed by Xiaoyan again, and the consequences would be unimaginable. I forced myself to endure the pain, supported my body with my hands, and tried to stand up, but my legs were as heavy as lead, and every move hurt like hell. Can't give up, can't give up. I kept cheering myself up in my mind. Finally, I staggered to my feet and continued to run forward. Behind me Xiaoyan's shouts seemed to be getting closer and closer, and fear followed me like a shadow, driving me forward. Suddenly, I saw a police car up ahead with its lights flashing, as if I had seen a lifesaver. I ran desperately toward the police car, shouting as I ran, "Help! Help me!" The police officers in the police car heard my cries and quickly got out and ran toward me. Just then, Xiaoyan also caught up, and when she saw the police, a hint of hesitation and fear appeared on her face. "Freeze!" the policeman bellowed. Xiaoyan stopped, but her eyes were still dead set on me. "What the hell is going on?" the policeman asked. I gasped and gave a brief account of what had happened. The cop looked at Xiaoyan and then at me. "Come back to the station with us and we'll talk about it." With a police escort, I finally got rid of Xiaoyan. When I arrived at the police station, I thought that things would be resolved, but to my surprise, the situation became more complicated. Xiaoyan remained emotional at the police station, insisting that I was her lover and could not leave her. She also produced a bunch of proof of our love, including pictures of us together and some letters I had written to her. The police were confused by the evidence and began to doubt my statements. "Sir, what the hell is going on here? This evidence doesn't look fake," the policeman asked me with a frown. I anxiously explained. "She forced me to take those group photos, and she forced me to write the letters." However, the police officer's eyes remained skeptical. Just then, Xiaoyan started crying again, and the entire police station was thrown into chaos. I, on the other hand, had expected to be sheltered and dealt with fairly at the police station, only to find that things were moving in a direction that was even more detrimental to me. Xiaoyan's cries made the police officers more and more upset, and their gazes at me became harsher and harsher. "Do you have any proof when you say she forced all this?" a policeman questioned. I was dumbfounded because those moments of supposed coercion left no substantial evidence at all. Suddenly, Xiaoyan stopped crying and looked at me coldly. "Lin Yu, don't struggle, you are destined to be mine." Her eyes made me shudder. Immediately afterward, the police department received a call, and the voice on the other end of the line made the police officers' faces grow even more grave. After hanging up the phone, the police officer looked at me and said, "We just received a notice from the hospital that Xiaoyan was previously diagnosed with a serious mental illness, but she stopped her treatment privately." The news came as a bolt from the blue and sent me into complete despair. Looking at Xiaoyan's crazy and persistent eyes, I knew that strong resistance at this moment might bring worse consequences. So, I took a deep breath and pretended to be submissive. "Xiaoyan, let's go." A surprised smile instantly appeared on Xiaoyan's face, and she pulled my hand tightly as if she was afraid that I would run away again. In the puzzled gazes of the bystanders, I followed Xiaoyan out of the police station. All the way, Xiaoyan snuggled up to me and kept saying sweet things. Instead, I was filled with fear and anxiety, wondering what awaited me next. Just as I was passing through a narrow alley, I saw that the alley was filled with debris, and Xiaoyan was slightly distracted. Seeing this opportunity, I jerked my hand free of hers and ran towards the depths of the alley. "Lin Yu, how dare you run?" Xiaoyan screamed angrily behind her. Not caring much, I desperately weaved my way through the clutter, trying to find an exit. Suddenly, I tripped over my foot on a rope and fell heavily to the ground, but the desire to survive made me not dare to have the slightest hesitation. I quickly climbed up, not caring about the injury on my body, and continued to run forward. Behind me, Xiaoyan's footsteps and shouts were getting closer and closer, and my heart was in my throat. Just as I was feeling desperate, I saw a low wall ahead of me, on the other side of which appeared to be a quiet street. With my last ounce of strength, I climbed the low wall and leapt. However, the moment I landed on the ground, Xiaoyan unexpectedly jumped over after me and grabbed me by the corner of my coat. "Lin Yu, don't even think about running away again," Xiaoyan roared angrily. The strength in her hands was incredibly strong. I fought to get away from her, but she had a death grip on me and wouldn't let go. "Xiaoyan, let go of me," I shouted. "No way, you're mine, forever." Xiaoyan's eyes were filled with madness and determination. Just as we were at a standstill, there was a sudden siren. Xiaoyan's face changed, pulling me to quickly hide in an abandoned warehouse nearby. The warehouse was dark and damp, emitting a pungent odor. Xiaoyan tightly covered my mouth to prevent me from making a sound. The sirens were getting closer and my heart was beating faster. Beads of sweat breaking out on my forehead. Xiaoyan gazed nervously at the warehouse door, her body trembling slightly. After a while, the sirens faded away. Only then did Xiaoyan let go of the hand covering my mouth, and I gasped for air. "Humph, they'll never find us," Xiaoyan whispered. I looked at her, my heart filled with helplessness and fear, and tried to call out, "Wife." When Xiaoyan heard this address, a hint of surprise appeared on her face and her eyes softened a bit. "You're finally willing to call me that." I forced myself to put on a gentle face. "Honey, it's not a good idea for us to keep hiding like this. Why don't we find a place to live our lives?" Xiaoyan looked at me skeptically. "Are you telling the truth?" I nodded my head quickly. "Of course it's true. I figured it out and I'll be good with you from now on." A happy smile spreads across Xiaoyan's face, relaxing her guard against me, and I knew in my heart that it was just a figure of speech to stabilize her for the time being. I pretended to plan a future with her while keeping an eye on my surroundings, looking for a moment to escape. "Honey, when we get out, we'll find a quiet town and live a quiet life," I said. Xiaoyan leaned into my arms, longing for the future. "Yes, as long as you are there, anywhere." Just then, I saw a broken window in the corner of the warehouse where I might be able to escape. Chapter 7 Hotels. I unconsciously glanced in the direction of the window, not realizing that this subtle movement was still noticed by Xiaoyan. Instantly alert, she grabbed my arm, her eyes once again filled with suspicion and anger. "You're trying to run again? I knew you were lying to me," I hastily explained. "Honey, I didn't. I was just looking around." Xiaoyan didn't listen at all. She was incredibly strong and tugged me tightly without letting go. "Don't try to pull any more tricks. I won't trust you anymore." At that moment, there were some more noises coming from outside the warehouse, as if someone was searching the neighborhood. Xiaoyan got even more nervous as she pulled me deeper into the warehouse to hide. "Honey, don't be so nervous. As long as you trust me, we'll get through this." I tried to make my voice sound calm and sincere. Xiaoyan looked at me angrily. "You still want to trick me? I won't fall for it again. Wife, I really know I'm wrong. It was my fault before, making you suffer so much. I will treat you well in the future and never leave you again," I continued, my eyes staring tightly into hers, trying to make her believe me. Xiaoyan's expression had a hint of relief, but it was still filled with skepticism. "You really won't run again? It won't happen. Wife, I swear, it's too dangerous out there. Let's just wait here until it's safe." I took her hand carefully. Xiaoyan hesitated for a moment before finally nodding, letting her guard down a little. Seeing her attitude change, I secretly breathed a sigh of relief in my heart and continued to pacify her with gentle words. "Honey, let's rest for a while and wait until it's quiet outside." Xiaoyan snuggled into my arms and gently nodded. "Okay, I'll listen to you." And so it was that we stayed quiet in the corner of the warehouse as the minutes ticked by. I don't know how long it took, but Xiaoyan fell asleep in my arms, a hint of exhaustion and restlessness still on her face. Looking at the sleeping Xiaoyan, my heart was very complicated. On one hand, I was scared for her madness and persistence. On the other hand, I felt that she was actually quite pitiful. But I knew I couldn't stay stuck here forever. I had to find a way out. I gently set hers aside and carefully stood up, trying not to make a sound. With each step, my heart was in my throat for fear of waking her up. Finally, I reached the door to the warehouse, gently pushed it open and looked out to make sure there was no danger around me. Then I took a deep breath and ran. The wind whistled in my ears, and my heartbeat seemed to join the footsteps in a tense piece of music. I ran as hard as I could, not daring to look back, until I was so tired and out of breath that I finally ran into a lively neighborhood. I ducked into a coffee shop and sat in the corner, my body still shaking. It took a while for me to catch my breath, and I suddenly realized that my phone was still left beside Xiaoyan. There was a lot of important information and contacts in there, and if Xiaoyan got her hands on it, the consequences would be unimaginable. But I was afraid to go back for it, and was in a dilemma. Eventually, I decided to venture back. When I carefully returned to the warehouse, I realized that Xiaoyan was still sleeping. I approached gently, my eyes locked on Xiaoyan for fear that she would suddenly wake up. My hand slowly reached for my cell phone, my heart beating more and more violently. Just moments before my fingertips were about to touch the phone, they accidentally touched a nearby piece of clutter and made a small movement. Xiaoyan's eyes snapped open and we looked at each other. At that moment, time seemed to freeze, and I could see the rage that instantly flared in her eyes. "You actually lied to me again." Xiaoyan roared angrily and pounced at once. I couldn't grab my cell phone in time to turn and run. Xiaoyan was in hot pursuit behind her, cursing incessantly. I panicked and accidentally tripped over a rock under my foot. Before I could get up, Xiaoyan had rushed up and grabbed my arm in a death grip. You won't be able to run away this time. Her voice was tinged with anger and despair. I struggled to get away from her to no avail. Xiaoyan was incredibly strong, and she yanked me, dragging me back step by step. Come back with me, she yelled. My heart sank to the bottom, not knowing what awaited me. Just in the nick of time, my buddy Lindsay showed up. Let go of him, Lindsay shouted. Xiaoyan was startled by the sudden voice, but quickly regained her fierce look. Mind your own business. Lindsay was undaunted, taking one step closer to us. Xiaoyan, you're breaking the law. Xiaoyan sneered. Breaking the law? I just want him by my side. I don't care about the rest. Lindsay took advantage of Xiaoyan's moment of distraction to rush up and pull me behind him. Move, Lindsay shouted. Linza and I turned and ran, with Xiaoyan frantically chasing after us. We ran as hard as we could, not daring to stop for a second. Linza led me left and right into a narrow alley. Xiaoyan's footsteps and shouts faded away, and we finally managed to escape. Phew, that was close, I gasped, sitting on my butt. Lindsay was also exhausted, but patted me on the shoulder. It's okay, bro. We rested in the alley for a while, then got up and left. Just to be sure, we went into a hotel. After checking in, we walked into our room and our tense nerves relaxed a little. Thanks to you this time, Lindsay, I said gratefully. Lindsay laughed. Who are we to each other? But what are you going to do next? I fell into deep thought, my heart still a little uneasy, wondering if Xiaoyan would still find this place. The room was quiet, just the sound of our breathing. After a few days, the calm gradually relaxed my tense nerves. I began to try to get back to a normal life again, walking the streets near the hotel with Lindsay, feeling a freedom I hadn't felt in a long time. However, just when I thought everything was behind me, one afternoon when I returned to my hotel room, I found a familiar bouquet of flowers sitting on the doorstep. My heart instantly lifted again. Could it be Hyoyan? Trembling, I picked up the bouquet of flowers and examined it, realizing that there was a card on it that read, "Have a nice stay, Hotel Customer Service." It turned out to be a blessing, and I breathed a long sigh of relief, secretly laughing at my own hyperventilation. For the next few days, Lindsay and I continued to stay at the hotel. We still liked to walk the streets and enjoy this rare quiet time. Suddenly, an unfamiliar figure hurried past us and accidentally bumped into me. Sorry, the man apologized hastily and continued on his way. I always felt that there was something familiar about that person's back, and I couldn't help but feel a twinge of doubt in my heart. But if you think about it, maybe it was just an illusion. After all, there are too many similar backs in this world. Lindsay and I didn't care too much and continued to stroll down the street. Without going far, he saw a group of people gathered in front of him, seemingly watching something. Out of curiosity, we also went over. It turned out to be a street performer performing magic tricks, and his skillful technique drew applause from the surrounding audience. Linza and I were also infected by the cheerful atmosphere and stopped to watch. After the show, the crowd gradually dispersed. I inadvertently turned around and saw that familiar back again, turning into an alley in a hurry. This time I felt more and more out of place, so I pulled Linza to follow, walked into the alley only to find the figure gone. Just as we were about to leave, we heard a soft sobbing sound. Following the sound, I saw a little girl sitting in a corner crying. I felt compassion and went up to ask. The little girl raised her head and said tearfully that she had gotten separated from her mom. Linza and I decided to help the little girl look for her mom, and we took her around the neighborhood to ask around. After much effort, we finally found the little girl's mom. The little girl's mom thanked us profusely, and watching them reunite as mother and daughter warmed my heart and completely put that strange backstory behind me. Lindsay and I continued our walk, enjoying the earthy streets. After parting with Linza, I returned to the hotel alone. The room seemed extraordinarily quiet, and it made me think back to those thrilling days before. I lay in bed, thinking. At that moment, the cell phone suddenly rang with an unfamiliar number. I hesitated, but picked up. A low voice came from the other end of the line. Don't think you can hide for long. With that, the phone hung up. My heart hangs in the air once again. Who is this mysterious threat coming from? Had Xiaoyan found a new way to pester me? Or is it someone else? Just as I was filled with doubt, I suddenly heard a sharp knock at the door. My heart snapped and I asked, shakily, who? Honey, the familiar and frightening voice came to me. I felt a momentary pang of despair. How had she found it anyway? I had my back against the door. My mind was blank and I didn't know what to do. After a while, I forced myself to say, there you are, ha ha. The door was opened with a bang by Xiaoyan, who rushed in, her eyes crazy and hot, staring straight at me. Honey, do you think you can escape from me? She took one step closer to me and I was cornered with nowhere to run. Xiaoyan reached out and stroked my face, her tone eerie. You're mine, you'll always be mine. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, I'll get you back. I looked at her in horror and tried to push her away. Xiaoyan, stop it. You're crazy. Xiaoyan, however, laughed even more crazily. Yes, I'm crazy, crazy for you. With all the strength I could muster, I violently pushed her out of the way and took the opportunity to dash for the door. Xiaoyan stumbled as I pushed her, but quickly reacted and lunged at me again. Don't you run, she screamed. I ran recklessly and frantically, turning left and right in the corridors, hoping to get away from her. Xiaoyan was in hot pursuit behind me, her footsteps and shouts bringing my heart to my throat. Finally, I saw the elevator and rushed in, frantically pressing the close button. Just at the moment when the elevator doors were about to close, Xiaoyan's hand reached in and the doors slowly opened again. Chapter 8, Kissing. Xiaoyan squeezed into the elevator. She gasped for air, her eyes filled with madness and persistence. Honey, you can't escape. You'll never escape. I pressed my back against the elevator wall and watched in horror as she stepped closer. She grabbed me violently by the collar and said viciously, "You are mine, only mine, even if we die, we will die together." I struggled. Xiaoyan, wake up, she sneered. Sober? I was insane the moment you left me. With that, she pulled a dagger from her pocket, glinting coldly in the light. Today, we'll make an end. Her voice was filled with despair and determination. The very moment she raised the dagger to stab me, with courage and strength that I didn't know where I got, I grabbed her wrist and desperately snatched the dagger. We were frozen, her eyes still wild while I gritted my teeth and gave it everything I had. Let go, she hissed. Xiaoyan, stop it, I shouted back. During the fierce struggle, my hand was accidentally cut by the dagger and blood flowed out, but I couldn't care less about the pain and still held on to her hand. Finally, I managed to snatch the dagger and throw it into the corner, seemingly deflated at once. Xiaoyan sat down on the floor and began to bawl. What are you crying about? I looked at her with a mixture of anger and a hint of pity. She lifted her tear-filled face and sobbed. I'm crying? I'm crying because I love you so madly and you keep trying to run away from me. I frowned and said, but your love is so suffocating. Xiaoyan, it's not normal love. She shook her head as she cried. No, this is my love, pure and extreme. I sighed helplessly, but a love like that will only destroy us both. I felt a deep sense of helplessness and exhaustion as I watched her obstinacy. Xiaoyan suddenly stopped crying and her eyes became firm once again. Even if it's ruined, I don't care. She lunged at me, her hands clasped tightly around my legs, her voice mournful. I won't allow you to leave me, even if the next second is the end of the world. You must be by my side. I struggled to free myself from her and roared. Xiaoyan, this is really horrible of you. She tilted her head, a wry smile curling the corners of her mouth. Terrible? That's also because of loving you to the bone. Xiaoyan's nails were embedded deep into my flesh, her eyes filled with crazy possessiveness. Your blood, your pain, should belong only to me. I stared at her in horror, my heart racing. You're just plain crazy, she giggled, her laughter echoing creepily in the small elevator. Yes, I'm crazy, crazy for you crazy. I was completely stunned by her appearance, and my legs went weak, so I couldn't move for a while. Xiaoyan took the opportunity to hug me tightly again, murmuring and whispering in my ear, honey, don't struggle, accept this fate. I was in a cold sweat and my mind went blank, so all I could do was stand there and let the fear consume me. At that moment, the lights in the elevator suddenly began to flicker, and the atmosphere became more and more eerie. Xiaoyan, however, didn't seem to care at all, her gaze always locked onto mine as if I was the only existence in her world. Just at that breathtaking moment, the elevator doors slowly opened. At the doorway stood a few hotel staff members, who all wore surprised expressions when they saw the scene in the elevator. Xiaoyan, however, didn't care about them in the slightest and continued to hug me tightly, mumbling, no one will take you away. As if grasping at straws, I shouted to the staff, help me. The staff then reacted and came forward to try to pull Xiaoyan away. Xiaoyan struggled frantically, screaming, don't you touch me, he's mine. In the confusion, I finally got rid of Xiaoyan and rushed out of the elevator. The crew works together and manages to get Xiaoyan under control. Still writhing in the staff's vice-like grip, she shouted at me, you won't get away, I'll find you. I didn't dare turn around and ran as hard as I could until I was away from the elevator entrance. My heart was still beating wildly as the horrific scene from earlier kept coming back to me. I don't know what other crazy things Xiaoyan will do next, and I don't know if I can really get rid of her. Like a scared bird, I ran blindly through the corridors of the hotel, not knowing where the safe harbor was. Just as I was panicking, I suddenly heard Xiaoyan's familiar yet frightening voice from behind me. Honey, I knew you wouldn't get far. My body instantly froze and I slowly turned around, only to see Xiaoyan taking a step towards me. Her hair was disheveled, and her eyes revealed madness and triumph. I told you, you're mine, don't try to escape from me. I kept backing up, my back against the cold wall. Xiaoyan, what the hell are you going to do to let me go? She sneered, spare you? Unless I die. With that, She quickened her pace and closed in on me. Before I could react, Xiaoyan had already rushed to me and grabbed my arm. "Let's see where you're going to run this time." She was so incredibly strong that I couldn't break free. I cried out in desperation, "Xiaoyan, you're breaking the law." But she ignored it and dragged me back. "Breaking the law? I don't care about anything for you." I stumbled along as she yanked me along, my mind filled with fear and helplessness. When I got back to my room, Xiaoyan closed the door with a bang and pushed me onto the bed. "From now on, don't you dare take another step away from me," she said viciously. Before I could react, Xiaoyan suddenly leaned down and kissed me directly. I was so stunned by her sudden move that my mind went blank. She finished the kiss with a look of infatuation in her eyes. "Darling, you'll always be mine." I came back to my senses and pushed her away with force. "Xiaoyan, wake up!" Instead, she pounced on me again and hugged me tightly. "I'm sober. I know what I'm doing." Then Xiaoyan kissed again. A kiss that was intense and crazy, as if it was going to devour me, making me almost suffocate. I tried to struggle, but her hands were like iron clamps around me, not allowing me the slightest room for resistance. Time seemed to freeze, my breathing became more and more difficult, and the fear in my heart grew stronger. Just when I felt like I was about to faint, Xiaoyan finally let go of me. Her eyes were misty, but she had a satisfied smile on her face. "Now you'll never forget me, darling." I gasped for air and collapsed on the bed, filled with despair and helplessness. Chapter 9, So Cozy. Xiaoyan sat on the sidelines, staring at me closely, as if I was her most precious treasure, afraid that if she didn't pay attention I would disappear. The room was awfully quiet, with only the sound of my heavy breathing. I didn't dare to meet Xiaoyan's eyes for fear of seeing her crazy eyes. Time passed by, and my heart sank deeper and deeper. I didn't know when this torture would end, or how much longer I could hold out. Suddenly, Xiaoyan came close to me again, gently caressing my face, her tone soft but with a creepy paranoia. "My dear, from now on, we'll stay together like this all the time, okay?" I squeezed my eyes shut, not daring to answer, my body unable to stop shaking. Seeing that I didn't answer, Xiaoyan, without saying a word, hugged and kissed me again. This time the kiss was even more fervent, with a kind of reckless madness. My mind went blank and I just felt like I was about to lose my breath. I don't know how long it took before Xiaoyan let go of me, her eyes filled with fervor and satisfaction. "Honey, I'm going to take your silence as your default." Her voice rang in my ear. I was once again paralyzed on the bed, no longer having any strength to resist. Xiaoyan held me tightly in her arms and I could feel her heartbeat, rapid and strong. "From now on, you're not going anywhere," she muttered. I was at her mercy like a puppet. When night came, there were no lights on in the room, and Xiaoyan's breathing was clearly audible in the darkness. "Sleep, darling, you'll be safe as long as you're by my side," she said softly. But how could I sleep? My heart filled with fear and despair, not knowing what the future held, not knowing when this day of being controlled would end. As the days passed, Xiaoyan's control over me became tighter and tighter. She barely lets me out of her line of sight for even a second. I lost contact with the outside world, as if imprisoned in this tiny world. Every day, Xiaoyan prepares meals for me, but I don't know what to eat. She would talk to me non-stop about what she called our future in her mind, and all I could do was listen in silence, my eyes empty. One day, Xiaoyan suddenly said she wanted to take me out for a walk. A glimmer of hope flared in my heart that maybe this was a chance to escape. However, as we walked out of the hotel door, I realized that her hand had always held mine tightly and never let go for a moment. Just then, a police officer suddenly appeared in front of us. My heartbeat instantly accelerated, and a hint of longing and supplication passed through my eyes. Xiaoyan seemed to have sensed my strangeness as she tugged on my hand and tried to speed up her pace to leave. I struggled desperately to get the police's attention, shouting, "Comrade policeman, help me." The police officer heard my shout and immediately became alert, stopping us in our tracks. "What's going on?" Xiaoyan's face became somber and she forced herself to say, "It's fine, we're a couple and had a little disagreement." The policeman looked at me with a questioning look in his eyes. "Is that so?" I shook my head in a hurry, my voice tinged with trembling. "No, comrade policeman, she's been holding me captive and won't let me leave." However, the policeman was blinded by Xiaoyan's lies. He frowned and said, "Couples communicate well with each other. Don't make a scene on the street." After saying that, he turned around and left. My heart instantly sank to the bottom and despair gripped me once again. Xiaoyan looked at me smugly and pulled me onward. "See, no one can save you." Returning to her residence, Xiaoyan's face became even more gloomy. "You actually thought of asking for help from others. It seems that I was still too kind to you." I sat paralyzed on the floor, my eyes dull, wondering how much longer this was going to go on. She pulled me up violently and said with fierce eyes, "From now on, I'm going to lock you up so that you never have to run away again." With that, she took out a chain from somewhere and forcibly tied my hands and feet. "Xiaoyan, you're breaking the law. You'll be punished." I yelled angrily. She sneered. Breaking the law? As long as I can keep you by my side. I'm not afraid even if I go to hell. Cheyenne threw me in the corner and said viciously, reflect here and don't try to escape again. I was trapped in the darkness, my mind filled with fear and despair. At this time, Cheyenne came over again and stroked my face, but her tone was unusually eerie. Honey, as long as you're good, I'll still be good to you. I twisted my head away, not wanting to see her crazy look. She suddenly went crazy and slapped me. How dare you ignore me? I love you so much. Why can't you respond to me? I looked to her absolutely beautiful face knowing that I couldn't provoke her any further. So I hurriedly said, honey, don't be angry. I was wrong. When Cheyenne heard me call her that, the expression on her face instantly eased a bit, but her eyes were still filled with skepticism. Really? You really know it's wrong? I nodded quickly. Really, wife, I'll do whatever you say from now on. She stared at me for a few moments, as if judging the truth of my words. After a moment, her tone softened slightly. Well then, as long as you behave, I won't do this to you again. So coaxing. However, Linyu still wore a pleasing smile on his face, but in his heart, he was calculating how to find an opportunity to escape from this horrible place. Cheyenne seemed to have temporarily lowered her guard and began to prepare food for Linyu. While observing her every move, Linyu pondered if there were any tools in the room that he could utilize to undo the chains. Right at this moment, Cheyenne suddenly turned her head and stared straight at Linyu as if she had read his mind. Linyu was shocked in his heart and hurriedly lowered his head to hide his panic. Chapter 10, Another Sick Girl, Luo Ee. Cheyenne said coldly, Linyu, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. If you dare to have thoughts of running away, I won't let you off as easily as I did just now. Linyu forced himself to be calm and said, honey, I really didn't. I only have you in my heart right now. Cheyenne grunted and continued doing what she was doing, but her eyes never left Linyu. Linyu felt as if he was being stared at by a poisonous snake, and if he was not careful, he would be doomed. Time passed by, and Linyu's nerves were tense to the extreme. Finally, Linyu gathered his courage and said, wife, can you untie me? It's just too hard for me to be tied up like this. Cheyenne stopped her hands and turned her head to look at him, her eyes filled with skepticism. Unraveling? You don't want to run away again, do you? Linyu hurriedly shook his head. It won't happen. Wife, I promise. I just hurt all over from being tied up. I really can't take it anymore. Cheyenne frowned and thought for a moment, then slowly walked over. Alright then, but if you dare to lie to me, you know the consequences. Linyu's heart was bursting with joy, but on the surface, he still put on a submissive appearance. Thank you, wife. I would never lie to you. Cheyenne slowly unlocked the chains, and Linyu moved his hands and feet, which were numb from being tied up. Although he was temporarily free from the chains, Linyu knew that now was not the best time to escape. He could not act rashly so as not to provoke Cheyenne again. Cheyenne stared at Linyu and said, don't think that you can do anything if you're untied. You'd better stay by my side honestly. Linyu nodded like garlic. Honey, I know, I won't run around. For the rest of the day, Linyu behaved extraordinarily well, even taking the initiative to help Cheyenne with some things in an attempt to get her to let her guard down. However, Cheyenne's gaze never left Linyu, causing him to feel the pressure. But Linyu did not give up. He became more and more attentive and considerate. Caring for Cheyenne not only helped to do housework, but also say all the sweet words to coax her happy. Gradually, the defensive look on Cheyenne's face began to fade and her eyes softened. One day, Cheyenne even smiled and said to Linyu, honey, it seems like you've really become good. Linyu was secretly happy in his heart, knowing that his efforts had paid off, but on the surface, he still acted affectionately. Wife, of course I'm sincere, and I'll always be good to you in the future. As the days passed, Cheyenne's supervision of Linyu became looser and looser, even going out to go shopping alone sometimes, no longer keeping an eye on him all the time. On this day, Cheyenne went out again. Linyu felt that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and without hesitation, he immediately rushed out the door. He didn't dare to turn back and ran desperately. With only one thought in his mind, he must escape from this horrible place, away from Cheyenne's control. He ran through the streets, panting with exhaustion, but not daring to stop for a moment. Just when he thought he was about to succeed in escaping, he suddenly heard Cheyenne's angry shout from behind him. Linyu, stop right there. Linyu's heart sank and he ran faster. In a panic, he rushed into a hotel and found a random room to hide in. He had just taken cover when he heard a footstep approaching and his heart was in his throat. However, the one who came in was a somewhat cute-looking girl named Luo Ee. When Luo Ee saw Linyu, she first froze, then revealed a wry smile. Why are you here? Linyu was too nervous to speak. Luo Ee slowly approached him, a kind of madness in her eyes. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you, but don't think about leaving either. Lin Yu realized to his horror that he seemed to be in another predicament. This girl named Luo Yi was also a sickly girl. Before Lin Yu could react, Luo Yi directly pounced on him and kissed him. Lin Yu was stunned by this sudden move and desperately tried to push Luo Yi away, but Luo Yi held him tightly and kissed him more and more intensely, making him almost suffocate. Finally, Lin Yu used all his strength to break free from Luo Yi's restraints, gasping for air and shouting in shock. "What are you doing?" Luo Yi licked her lips and said with mesmerized eyes, "You're so handsome from the first moment I saw you. I knew that you were mine." Lin Yu backed up, his back against the wall, and said desperately, "Don't mess around. I just want to get out of here." Luo Yi, however, pressed on, with an obsessive smile on her face. "I won't let you go." Lin Yu's eyes widened and his voice trembled. "Please, let me go." Luo Yi snorted coldly. "Impossible. You are destined to be mine." Just then, Xiaoyan's shouts came from outside the door. "Lin Yu, I know you're in there. Come out to me." Lin Yu's face instantly turned white, while Luo Yi looked at him with interest, as if waiting for a good show to unfold. In his panic, Lin Yu saw the window next to him, and without the slightest hesitation, he rushed over to open the window and leapt. The moment he landed, Lin Yu felt a sharp pain in his legs, but he couldn't care about that and forced himself to get up and continue running. Luo Yi and Xiaoyan's angry screams came from behind him, but he didn't dare to turn back and desperately ran towards the alley in front of him. Lin Yu's heart was beating like a drum, his breathing was rapid, and sweat was soaking through his shirt. I don't know how long he ran until he confirmed that there was no more sign of them behind him, but only then did Lin Yu slow down his pace and panted heavily. He found a hidden corner and sat down on the floor, his body unable to stop shaking. After resting for a few moments, Lin Yu braced himself and stood up, starting to look for a way out of this place. Finally, he saw a cab and waved it down. After getting into the car, Lin Yu took a long breath and said to the driver, "Master, drive quickly and get out of here." The car started, and Lin Yu looked out the window at the sights that were gradually fading away, the fear and tension in his heart finally slowly dissipating. However, when the car traveled to a remote road, it suddenly stalled. The driver got out of the car to check, and a bad feeling welled up in Lin Yu's heart. Just then, a group of dark shadows sprang from the side of the road and surrounded the car. Lin Yu's heart was instantly in his throat. He didn't know what kind of calamity this was. One of the men at the head of the group knocked on the window and said viciously, "Get out of the car." Lin Yu had no choice but to follow the driver out of the car. "Hand over everything of value on your person." The robbers waved the sticks in their hands. Lin Yu secretly grumbled. Could it be that he had just escaped from the tiger's mouth and was about to fall into the wolf's den again? But he quickly calmed down and his brain raced. He looked at the robbers and pretended to be very scared and said, "Big brothers, don't hurt me. I really don't have anything worthwhile on me, but I know a place where there is a treasure." When the robbers heard that there was a treasure, they became interested and asked, "Where is it? Tell us." Lin Yu pointed in the opposite direction and said, "It's in the abandoned factory over there, but there are a lot of organs there, so I need to lead the way." The robbers were skeptical, but followed Lin Yu. Walking to a corner, Lin Yu took advantage of the robber's inattention and fiercely pushed the robber who was walking in front of him before scattering his legs and running away. The robbers then reacted to being tricked and followed in hot pursuit. Lin Yu tried his best to weave through the narrow alleys. His heartbeat raced and his breathing became rapid. Suddenly, he saw a motorcycle in front of him with the keys still inserted. Without hesitation, Lin Yu got on the motorcycle, started the engine, and sped away. The robbers were screaming and cursing in anger behind them, but they were nowhere near as fast as the motorcycle. Lin Yu finally got away from the robbers, and he continued to ride his motorcycle until he came to a safe town. Hungry and tired at this point, he walked into a small noodle shop. "Boss, a bowl of noodles," Lin Yu said breathlessly. Not long after, a steaming bowl of noodles was placed in front of him. Lin Yu wolfed it down, and the bowl of noodles made him feel a long-lost warmth and satisfaction. After finishing his noodles, Lin Yu paid and prepared to leave. Just as he reached the door, a mysterious man stopped him in his tracks. "Kid, come with me." The mysterious man's tone was unkind. Lin Yu looked at him warily. "Who are you? Why should I go with you?" The mysterious man sneered. "It's not up to you." With that, he reached out to grab Lin Yu. Lin Yu sidestepped and turned to run. The mystery man was in hot pursuit, shouting as he chased after him, "You won't get away with this." Lin Yu ran wildly through the streets of the town, his heart filled with despair. Suddenly, he saw an abandoned warehouse on the side of the road, and without hesitation, he rushed in and hid behind a pile of debris. The mystery man chased him to the door of the warehouse and stopped, looking around warily. "Kid, stop hiding. I know you're in there," the mysterious man shouted. Lin Yu didn't dare to utter a single breath and curled up tightly. The mysterious man slowly walked into the warehouse, his footsteps echoing in the empty warehouse, causing Lin Yu's heart to rise in his throat. Chapter 11, Finding You. The mysterious man searched around the warehouse, getting closer and closer to Lin Yu's hiding place. Just in the nick of time, a mouse suddenly scurried past Lin Yu, attracting the mysterious man's attention. The mysterious man chased after the rat in the direction it had run, and Lin Yu took the opportunity to quietly slip out the other door of the warehouse. Lin Yu didn't dare to stop and ran until he reached the outskirts of the town, making sure that the mysterious man didn't catch up before he breathed a sigh of relief. However, at that moment, his stomach began to rumble again, and hunger struck him once more. So hungry, that bowl of noodles just now didn't help at all. Lin Yu muttered. He looked around and noticed an orchard not far away. Lin Yu hesitated for a moment, but decided to sneak in and pick a few fruits to feed his hunger. Fortunately, he made it into the orchard with no problem and quickly picked several large, sweet fruits. Lin Yu sat in the corner of the orchard, gulping down the fruit with a satisfied look on his face. Just as he was about to pick a few more fruits to take away, he suddenly heard a cacophony of voices from outside the orchard. Fortunately, it was just a group of passing officers, and their clamor soon faded away. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief and picked a few more fruits and put them in his pocket before quietly leaving the orchard. He continued on, unsure of where he was going. As he walked, Lin Yu saw a dilapidated hut, and he decided to go in and see if he could find something useful. Unexpectedly, he was really rewarded. In the corner, he found a worn-out backpack containing some dry food and a bottle of water. Lin Yu was excited, feeling like his luck was finally starting to change. Just as he was about to leave the cabin, he heard a car roar from outside. Lin Yu's heart tightened and he carefully looked out through the window. But it was Shayan. His face instantly turned white, thinking how he'd run into her again. Shayan got out of the car and shouted, "Lin Yu, I know you're in there. Come out." Lin Yu gritted his teeth and decided that it was better not to go out. Seeing no movement, Shayan began to circle the hut looking for the entrance. Lin Yu nervously hid behind a cabinet, not daring to utter a single breath. Shayan approached step by step. Her footsteps seemed to step on Lin Yu's heart. Just as Shayan was about to walk to the cabinet, a bird suddenly flew out from the roof, startling Shayan and distracting her. Lin Yu took the opportunity to quietly move to another, more secluded corner. Shayan searched the house, didn't find Lin Yu, and cursed and left. Lin Yu waited for a long time to make sure that Shayan was really gone before he let out a sigh of relief. Not daring to linger any longer, he grabbed his backpack and hurried out of the cabin. Along the way, Lin Yu vigilantly observed his surroundings for fear of encountering any more trouble. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Lin Yu came to a fork in the road. One road leads to the bustling city and the other to the remote countryside. Just as Lin Yu was hesitating, Shaoyan suddenly appeared again. "Lin Yu, I knew you would be here." Shaoyan's voice was tinged with anger and unwillingness. Her eyes burned with crazy possessiveness. "You don't want to escape me." Lin Yu's eyes widened, his heart filled with despair. "What exactly do you want?" Shaoyan rushed over and hugged Lin Yu tightly with so much strength that he could barely break free. "Go back with me. You're mine. Forever. I won't let you leave me." Lin Yu struggled. "You're crazy. Let go of me." Shaoyan, however, hugged tighter, muttering, "Don't you dare run away. Even if I lock you up, I won't let you go." Lin Yu felt a chill rise up his spine, but the desire to survive made him calm down instantly. He suddenly raised his knee and pushed it hard into Shaoyan's abdomen. Shaoyan was in pain and subconsciously let go. Lin Yu took the opportunity to give her a hard shove and turned around to run towards the countryside path. Shaoyan roared from behind, "Lin Yu, you can't get away." Lin Yu ran desperately. The only sounds in his ears were the whistling wind and his own violent heartbeat. I don't know how long he had been running, but he finally saw an inn. Lin Yu rushed into the hotel out of breath, and the receptionist was startled by his appearance. "Quick, get me a room," Lin Yu said anxiously. The attendant was a little hesitant, but checked him in. Lin Yu took the key and went straight to the room. He had just entered the room, and before he could close the door, Shaoyan's voice rang out in the hallway. "Lin Yu, I know you're here." Lin Yu's heart sank as he quickly closed the door to his room, unlocked it, and then hid in the closet. Shaoyan searched from room to room, the sound of footsteps getting closer and closer. "Lin Yu, don't hide. I can feel you nearby." Shaoyan's voice was filled with madness. Finally, she arrived at the door of the room Lin Yu was in and started knocking hard on the door. "Lin Yu, I know you're in there. Open the door, or else I'll smash the door open." Shaoyan's voice was almost maniacal. Her hands kept slapping the door with an intensity as if she wanted to tear it down. "Lin Yu, you're mine. No one can take you away from me. Even if you hide to the ends of the earth, I will find you." Shaoyan shouted as she slammed her body against the door. Lin Yu in the room covered his mouth, not daring to utter a single breath as cold sweat kept dripping from his forehead. His heart was beating wildly, as if it was about to pop out of his throat. Suddenly, with a bang, the door was slammed open by Shaoyan, who rushed into the room, looking around for Lin Yu. "Lin Yu, don't hide. Come out obediently or suffer the consequences. Xiaoyan's eyes were filled with paranoia and madness, sending shivers down one's spine. Rinyu shivered in the closet, thinking it was over. Xiaoyan took a step towards the closet, a wry smile on her lips. I know you're in the closet, honey. She jerked open the closet door and saw a horrified Rinyu. Finally found you, honey. Xiaoyan reached out her hand, trying to grab Linyu. Linyu desperately shrank back and shouted, don't you touch me, Humph, it's not up to you. Xiaoyan grabbed Linyu's arm so hard that her nails almost embedded into his flesh. Ah, it hurts, let go of me. Linyu struggled in pain. Xiaoyan, however, didn't pay any attention and dragged Linyu outside. You are mine, never to leave. I'll keep you locked up, just for me. Xiaoyan muttered to herself as she walked away. Linyu looked around in despair, hoping for a miracle. As she walked to the door, Xiaoyan suddenly stopped and a weird smile appeared on her face. Honey, let's go home. After saying that, despite Linyu's resistance, he stuffed him into the car and sped away. The car sped along and soon arrived at Xiaoyan's home. It's a remote villa, surrounded by deserted people. Xiaoyan dragged Linyu into the house and chained him in a room. Honey, be good here and wait for me. I'll take good care of you. Xiaoyan finished and left the room with a smile, still locking it from the outside. Linyu looked around in despair. The room was dark and damp, with only a tiny window letting in weak light. He tried to break free of the chains, but it was all in vain. Chapter 12, Marriage. After an unknown amount of time, Hyoyan walked into the room again. Linyu decided to change his strategy. He forced himself to hold back the fear and disgust in his heart and try to make his voice sound as gentle as possible. Xiaoyan, I know that you care about me a lot. In fact, I'm not completely unable to accept you. It's just that you're locking me up like this. It scares me. When Xiaoyan heard this, a look of surprise appeared on her face, but her eyes were still full of skepticism. Really? Are you really willing to accept me? Linyu quickly nodded. As long as you let me go and stop being so extreme, we can get along. Xiaoyan hesitated and slowly approached Rinyu. Are you really willing to get along with me? How can I believe that you're not lying to me? Xiaoyan stared tightly into Linyu's eyes, trying to find a trace of a lie in them. Linyu's heart tightened, but he tried to remain calm. Xiaoyan, how could I lie to you? Think about it. If I lie to you, what can I gain? All I want now is to be with you in peace. Xiaoyan frowned and fell into deep thought. But, I'm afraid that the moment I let go of you, you'll run away. Linyu hurriedly said, it won't happen. Xiaoyan, I promise. You unlock the chains first and we'll slowly cultivate our feelings. Xiaoyan bit her lip, still a little undecided. Eventually, she shook her head. No, I can't take the risk. You stay like this for now. After saying that, Xiaoyan turned around and left the room, once again leaving Linyu in the darkness. Linyu's heart instantly sank to the bottom. He didn't know what else he could come up with to get out of this terrible predicament. Time passed by, and Linyu felt an overwhelming sense of despair in this small space. Suddenly, there was a cacophony of voices from outside. Immediately afterward, Linyu saw Lin Zhe climbing up from the window. Linyu, I've come to save you. Lin Zhe had an anxious face. Linyu was surprised and happy. How did you find this place? Lin Zhe tried to break the chain while saying, I followed Xiaoyan all the way here. Let's not talk about it and hurry up. But just as the chain was about to break, the door to the room was suddenly opened and Xiaoyan rushed in. You guys don't want to escape. Xiaoyan's eyes widened angrily, a knife still in her hand. Lin Zhe and Linyu instantly tensed up. Lin Zhe shielded Linyu behind him. Xiaoyan, don't mess around. Xiaoyan pressed on. No one will take Linyu away from me. Just then, Xiaoyan swung her knife violently at Lin Zhe, who couldn't dodge and cut his arm. Lin Zhe, Linyu exclaimed. Xiaoyan's eyes grew crazier. None of you will leave alive. Suddenly, there were sirens outside. When Xiaoyan heard the sirens, instead of being scared, she became more frantic. Even if I die, I want to be with Linyu, Xiaoyan shouted, brandishing her knife once again and rushing towards Linyu and Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe endured the pain of his arm injury and fought back, but Xiaoyan had completely lost her mind. Her attacks became more and more violent, and Lin Zhe and Linyu were forced into a corner with almost no way back. Just in the nick of time, Xiaoyan suddenly turned around and put the knife against her neck. Linyu, if you dare to leave, I will die in front of you. Xiaoyan's tears slid down her cheeks, her eyes filled with despair and determination. Xiaoyan, don't do anything stupid. Linyu shouted in horror. Xiaoyan, listen to me. I won't leave, as long as you put down the knife and we talk about it. Linyu tried to keep his voice calm and gentle. You lied to me. You wanted to leave me all alone. Xiaoyan hissed. No, Xiaoyan, I know how you feel about me. I was scared before and that's why I wanted to run. But now I understand that your love is so passionate that I'm willing to face it with you. Linyu said while slowly approaching Xiaoyan. Really? You're really willing to be with me? A glimmer of hope flashed in Xiaoyan's eyes, but the knife in her hand still didn't drop. Of course it's true. Xiaoyan, put down the knife and let's start over, okay? Lin Yu reached out his hand and tried to hold Xiaoyan's hand that was holding the knife. Xiaoyan shook her head violently. No, you're lying to me again. I won't trust you anymore. Her hand trembled even more, and the blade made a shallow bloodstain on her neck. Xiaoyan, don't be like this. I'll be heartbroken if you hurt yourself like this. Lin Yu's heart raced. Heartbroken? You feel sorry for me? Then why do you keep trying to run away from me? Xiaoyan burst into tears, her emotions getting more and more out of control. Just then, Lindsay saw the right moment and lunged at Xiaoyan, trying to grab the knife from her hand. Stay back, Xiaoyan screamed. Right at this chaotic moment, Lin Yu shouted, Xiaoyan, I'll marry you. Xiaoyan instantly froze, and her hand with the knife stopped in the air. Really? Lin Yu, are you really willing to marry me? Xiaoyan couldn't believe her ears, her eyes filled with surprise and doubt. Lin Yu quickly nodded. Really, Xiaoyan, as long as you put down the knife, we'll get married right away. A smile appeared on Xiaoyan's face as she slowly lowered the knife. Lin Yu walked forward and gently held Xiaoyan's hand. Xiaoyan, we'll prepare for the wedding right here. Xiaoyan was filled with joy and immediately began to plan. However, Lin Yu's heart was filled with complex emotions. He knew that he had made this decision more to stabilize Xiaoyan and prevent her from overreacting, but at the same time, he was also asking himself deep down if he could really spend his life with such an extreme Xiaoyan. The next few days, Xiaoyan was busy, picking out a wedding dress, booking a hotel, and inviting guests. As Lin Yu looked at Xiaoyan's excitement, the uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. Finally, the wedding day arrived. Xiaoyan was beautiful in her white wedding dress, with a happy smile on her face. Lin Yu stood in front of the holy altar with mixed feelings in his heart. Just as the priest is about to pronounce them husband and wife at a crucial moment, suddenly, a mysterious woman appears. Lin Yu, you can't marry her, the woman shouted. The crowd was in an uproar, and Xiaoyan's face instantly became gloomy. Who are you? Why are you here to make trouble? Xiaoyan glared angrily at the woman. The woman said loudly, I'm Bai Bing, Lin Yu's ex-girlfriend. Lin Yu, you once said you would love me for the rest of my life, but now you're marrying another woman? Lin Yu's face paled. Bai Bing, why are you here? Bai Bing was in tears. I can't let go of you. Lin Yu, I know you and Xiaoyan aren't happy together. Xiaoyan angrily yelled. Nonsense. Lin Yu loves me. Get out of here. The scene was chaotic, with guests mingling and talking. Xiaoyan's eyes became ferocious as she rushed towards Bai Bing. It's all because of you. Ruining my wedding. I'm going to make you pay. With that, she raised her hand to hit Bai Bing. Lin Yu hurriedly stopped Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan, don't be impulsive. Xiaoyan turned her head and stared viciously at Lin Yu. You're actually protecting her? Are you still thinking about her? No, Xiaoyan, calm down. Lin Yu anxiously explained. Xiaoyan laughed coldly. Lin Yu, I knew that you were never sincere with me. Today, none of you will be able to leave. She broke away from Lin Yu's hand and grabbed a pair of scissors from the side, waving them around and stabbing at Bai Bing. Chapter 13, Receiving the Red Book. Just in the nick of time, Lin Yu directly pulled Xiaoyan's arm. Xiaoyan, don't do this. Xiaoyan struggled hard. Let go of me. Lin Yu, I will make her look good today. Lin Yu tightly grabbed Xiaoyan, not letting her break free. Xiaoyan, wake up. This is against the law. Xiaoyan doesn't even listen. Breaking the law? For you, I don't care about anything. At this point, Bai Bing took the opportunity to report to the police, and not long after, the police arrived at the scene. Lin Yu hurriedly explained to the police, Comrade police, she did this because she loves me too much and acted on impulse. She's not usually like this. The policeman looked at Lin Yu and Xiaoyan seriously. No matter what the reason is, such behavior is inexcusable. Xiaoyan, however, was still yelling, Lin Yu, why are you helping them? You should stand with me. Lin Yu looked at Xiaoyan helplessly. Xiaoyan, calm down and cooperate with the police. Xiaoyan cried out. Lin Yu, do you not love me anymore? Lin Yu looked at Xiaoyan and said firmly, love you very much, but love is not this extreme and crazy. Xiaoyan, calm down first, accept the police's treatment properly, and when things are over, we'll start again. Hearing this, Xiaoyan stopped crying and revealed a hint of hope in her eyes. Really? Lin Yu, are you really still willing to start over with me? Lin Yu nodded. Really, as long as you can correct it and control your emotions properly. The police took Xiaoyan away, and Lin Yu looked at her departing back with mixed feelings. After some time, Xiaoyan came out of the educational institution. She behaved well and meekly, and seemed to have really reformed herself. Lin Yu decides to give her another chance and the two start getting along again. At first, everything seemed fine. Xiaoyan was considerate, and there was no more extreme behavior. However, Lin Yu gradually realized that something was wrong. One day, when Lin Yu came home from work, he found more strange things in his house, such as ropes, chains, and some books about captivity. Shoyan, however, came over with a sweet face, took Lin Yu's hand and said, let's go get the red book. Lin Yu's heart thumped, but his face pretended to be calm. Yes, the two of them went out and walked towards the Civil Affairs Bureau, and along the way, Lin Yu's mood became more and more apprehensive. When she reached the door of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Shoyan suddenly stopped and her eyes became weird. Lin Yu, you can never leave me. After you get the license, you are mine. Lin Yu was in a cold sweat, not knowing what would happen next. Just then, Shoyan suddenly pounced on Lin Yu, kissing and hugging him, and mumbling, honey, you're mine. You'll always be mine. No one can take you away. Her strength was so great that Lin Yu could barely break free. The people around him looked sideways and pointed. Lin Yu was shocked and scared and tried to push Shoyan away. Shoyan, calm down. This is a public place. Hyoyen didn't care. I don't care. I'm going to let everyone know you're mine now. Lin Yu, helpless, so was Shoyan, pulled into the Civil Affairs Bureau, confusedly received a marriage license. Walking out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Shoyan's face was filled with a satisfied smile as she tightly held onto Lin Yu's arm. My dear, from now on, you completely belong to me. Lin Yu's heart, however, was filled with fear and worry, not knowing what the future held. Back home, Shoyan immediately locked the marriage license into a safe, and set a complicated password. Lin Yu, don't even think about hitting this marriage license. Shoyan looked at him with wary eyes. However, for the next few days, Hyoyen kept sweet-talking him. Honey, I'll cook you the best meal in the world. Baby, I'll give you a relaxing massage every day. Darling, I will make you the happiest man in the world. Lin Yu listened to these words, but his heart became more and more uneasy, always feeling that there was a deeper madness hidden behind this sweetness. In the days that followed, even when Lin Yu took a shower or went to the toilet, Shoyan had to stand by his side. Honey, I don't want to leave you for a moment. Shoyan's eyes were persistent and wild. Lin Yu felt incredibly oppressed and suffocated. Shoyan, can you give me some personal space? Shoyan's face instantly became gloomy. What? Do you dislike me? Lin Yu hurriedly explained. No, Shoyan, it's just that everyone needs a little time for themselves. Shoyan snorted coldly. No, I don't feel comfortable without me by your side. Lin Yu was helpless, no longer arguing, and went straight back to bed. Shoyan followed closely and also got on the bed, hugging Lin Yu tightly. Honey, don't leave me, don't leave me. Lin Yu was almost breathless from her hug, but he didn't dare to struggle. As these days continue, Lin Yu's spirit gets worse and worse, while Shoyan seems to be completely unaware of it, still guarding him every inch of the way. One day, Lin Yu received a call from Shoyan at the company. Xiaoyan's voice came from the other end of the phone. Honey, what's wrong with a kiss from a childhood friend? What's wrong with hugging your childhood friend? What's wrong with sleeping under a blanket with your childhood friend? Lin Yu's scalp tingled as he listened. Shoyan, stop it. It's making people uncomfortable. But Shoyan giggled. I don't care. We grew up together. All this is normal. Lin Yu lowered his voice. But we're grown up now. We can't be like when we were kids. Shoyan suddenly screamed. Do you not love me anymore? Do you dislike me? Lin Yu took a deep breath and said gently. Shoyan, I don't not love you, nor do I dislike you. It's just that we need to find a healthier and more normal way of getting along so that our relationship can last. Shoyan on the other end of the phone was silent for a while, then said, Really? Lin Yu, you really think so? Lin Yu replied affirmatively. Of course it's true. Shoyan, let's have a good talk, okay? Shoyan's tone eased slightly. Alright then, you'll come back now. Lin Yu hung up the phone and headed home with a heavy heart. Chapter 14, Inappropriateness. As soon as she entered the house, Shoyan rushed over. Lin Yu, you're finally back. Quickly tell me, what do you want? Lin Yu patiently said. Shoyan, I just hope that we can give each other some space and let the relationship have a chance to breathe. Shoyan's eyes widened. Space? You just want to leave me, don't you? Lin Yu quickly shook his head. No, Shoyan, I just... Before Lin Yu could finish, Shoyan interrupted him. That's enough. I'm not listening. If you don't promise to stay with me all the time today, I'll die for you. Saying this, she picked up a fruit knife and placed it against her neck. Lin Yu was so scared that his face turned pale. Shoyan, don't be impulsive. Have a word. Shoyan shouted frantically. Say what you want. You have no idea how much I love you. The conversation ends up going sour, and Hyoyen's sickly petulance gets worse. In the days that follow, Shoyan not only keeps a constant watch on Lin Yu's every move, but even begins to install a tracker in Lin Yu's cell phone, and secretly sews miniature cameras on Lin Yu's clothes. When Lin Yu realized this, he angrily questioned Shoyan. What the hell are you doing? But Hyoyen said with an innocent look on her face. I'm just too afraid of losing you so I can feel at ease. Lin Yu couldn't bear it anymore. You've made this unbearable for me. Let's divorce. Xiaoyan heard the word divorce and instantly became hysterical. Divorce? Don't even think about it. Even if I die, I won't divorce you. She picked up things around her and started smashing them, leaving the house in shambles. Lin Yu's heart was filled with despair as he looked at the frantic Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan got tired of smashing and sat down on the floor, crying, Lin Yu, why are you doing this to me? I gave everything for you. Lin Yu gritted his teeth and turned around, ready to leave. Xiaoyan suddenly rushed over and hugged Lin Yu's legs. You can't leave. I won't be able to live if you leave. Lin Yu struggles to break free, but Xiaoyan is dead set on not letting go. Just then, Xiaoyan suddenly fainted. Lin Yu was shocked and rushed Xiaoyan to the hospital. After the doctor's examination, Xiaoyan was in a coma because she was too sad and had too many emotional swings, which led to her weakness. Lin Yu was guarding the side of the hospital bed with mixed feelings. He looked at the unconscious Xiaoyan and remembered the beautiful time they had once had, and he couldn't help but feel some guilt in his heart. However, when he thought of Xiaoyan's recent crazy behavior, he felt overwhelmed with fear and confusion. I wonder where their relationship will go when Hyoyan wakes up. However, before Xiaoyan woke up, Lin Yu, after a fierce mental struggle, finally decided to just run away. He left the hospital quietly, not daring to look back, as if something terrible was chasing him behind him. Rinyu runs away to a strange city and tries to start a new life, but he's always on edge, afraid that Hyoyan will find him. However, fearing what might come, Hyoyan found him anyway. One day, Lin Yu was walking down the street when he suddenly heard a familiar voice calling out to him from behind. Lin Yu, I've finally found you. Lin Yu trembled and slowly turned around to see Xiaoyan standing not far away, her eyes filled with anger and sorrow. Why did you run? Why did you abandon me? Xiaoyan rushed over and grabbed Lin Yu's arm tightly. Lin Yu tried to break free. Xiaoyan, please let me go. We really aren't right for each other. Inappropriate? Then why did you marry me in the first place? Xiaoyan burst into tears and became more and more emotional. Suddenly, Xiaoyan took out a rope from somewhere and violently put it around Lin Yu's neck, pulling hard. Go back with me. You don't want to leave me again. Lin Yu was strangled and couldn't breathe, struggling desperately. Xiaoyan, you're crazy. Let go of me. But Xiaoyan didn't listen at all. She was incredibly strong and forcefully dragged Lin Yu forward. Passers-by saw this and looked sideways, but were too scared by Xiaoyan's fierce eyes to come forward to help. Just like that, Xiaoyan took Rinwu away hard. Back at her place, Xiaoyan threw Lin Yu onto the bed and said viciously, let's just play a double game on the bed and play until you never want to leave me again. Lin Yu looked at Xiaoyan in horror and kept backing away. Xiaoyan, don't do this. This is crazy. Xiaoyan, however, stepped forward. Crazy? It's all because I love you. Lin Yu was so frightened that his face turned pale and he didn't know what to do. Xiaoyan doesn't care and starts forcibly pulling Lin Yu to play her so-called two-player game. Lin Yu desperately resisted, but he simply couldn't resist Xiaoyan's strength. Just as Lin Yu was feeling desperate, there suddenly came a sharp knock on the door. Xiaoyan, open the door. An unfamiliar voice came from outside the door. Xiaoyan's movement stopped and a hint of panic appeared on her face. It was as if Lin Yu had seen a glimmer of hope. Xiaoyan didn't answer, just stared dead at the door. The door was slammed open and in walked a stocky man. Boss, what's going on? The man whispered. Xiaoyan frowned and snarled, get out. The man glanced at Lin Yu and directly grayed out. Lin Yu's heart instantly sank to the bottom, not realizing that the people who came were actually Xiaoyan's helpers. Xiaoyan continued to look at Lin Yu, her tone easing slightly. Lin Yu, as long as you promise not to leave me again and obediently listen to me, I can let you off this time. Lin Yu was silent for a moment, and finally falsely agreed. Okay, Xiaoyan, I won't run away again. A small smile appeared on Xiaoyan's face. That's right, dear. However, Lin Yu was thinking in his heart about how to find a real opportunity to escape Xiaoyan's grasp. In the following days, Xiaoyan's surveillance of Lin Yu relaxed slightly, but still didn't completely drop her guard. Lin Yu obeyed Xiaoyan on the surface, but in his heart, he had been waiting for the right moment. Chapter 15, Encore. On this day, Xiaoyan had to go out and instructed Lin Yu to stay at home. Lin Yu knew that this was a rare opportunity for him. He quickly rummaged through the room and found some cash and a spare key. Carefully opening the door to his room, Lin Yu darted downstairs like a frightened rabbit. He didn't dare to take the main road, specializing in weaving through small alleys. His heart thumped as if he could hear Xiaoyan's footsteps coming after him. Not knowing how long he had been running, Lin Yu finally arrived at a remote bus station. Buying a ticket for the fastest departure, he sat in the car, his mood still tense. The car started slowly, and Lin Yu looked out the window, praying that he could escape Xiaoyan's clutches without any problems. However, just as the car was about to pull out of the station, a familiar figure appeared. Xiaoyan frantically chased after the car, shouting Lin Yu's name. Driver, drive, drive! Lin Yu shouted in horror. The driver increased the gas and the car finally ditched Xiaoyan. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief, but he was still apprehensive in his heart, wondering if Xiaoyan would find him again. The car drove to an unfamiliar city, and Lin Yu dragged his tired body into a dimly lit rental house. The house exuded an air of obsolescence. The walls were stained and the lights were dim and flickering. He sat on the creaky bed, his body unable to stop shaking, his mind in utter terror. Every sound coming from the window made his heart beat faster, as if Xiaoyan would break through the door the next second. Lin Yu didn't dare to turn on the light and huddled in the corner, his eyes dead set on the doorway. In the darkness, his thoughts were like a jumble of memories of his time with Xiaoyan, and all those details that he had once ignored were now a source of terror. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew by. The window clanged, and Lin Yu was so scared that he almost screamed out. He covered his mouth, cold sweat wetting his back, and in his heart, he kept praying that Xiaoyan wouldn't find this place. At that moment, a light footstep came from outside the door, and the footsteps stopped in front of his door. Lin Yu's breathing stopped instantly, his eyes widening as fear nearly consumed him. Lin Yu stood up and looked out through the cat's eye, realizing that it was just a passerby. He let out a long breath of relief and his body collapsed helplessly to the ground. For the next few days, Lin Yu continued to live in fear, always feeling that Xiaoyan would suddenly appear in front of him. He didn't dare to stay in one place for a long time, and kept bouncing from rental house to rental house. On this day, he moved to a new rental house. The house was small, with only a bed and a broken closet. Lin Yu locked himself inside and didn't dare to go out. At night, the wind whistled outside the window and blew the window snapping. Lin Yu lay in bed, tossing and turning and having trouble sleeping. Suddenly, he heard a soft knock on the door. Lin Yu's heart instantly rose to his throat, cold sweat breaking out. "Who?" he asked in a trembling voice. The knocking on the door came to an abrupt end, and the surroundings fell into a dead silence. Lin Yu stared nervously at the door of the room, not daring to utter a single breath. After a long time, there was no movement outside. Lin Yu slowly got up and gingerly walked to the door, once again looking out through the cat's eye. There was no one outside, only the dim corridor lights flickering. Lin Yu was full of doubts. Had he misheard? Or was Xiaoyan deliberately teasing him? He didn't dare to think too much and returned to his bed, covering his head with the quilt in an attempt to calm himself down. Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh bitterly in his heart when he realized the fuss he had just made. He knew that his nerves had been strained to the extreme, and any little breeze could make him like a scared bird. But even so, he didn't dare to let his guard down. In this strange city, without a single person to rely on, he could only protect himself. The next few days continued to be spent in restlessness for Lin Yu. He left the house early every day and wandered around the city, trying to find a job to make ends meet while also avoiding staying in the rental house for too long. However, no matter where he went, he always felt that there was a pair of eyes staring at him from behind. That feeling of being watched followed him like a shadow, making him about to collapse. One day, Lin Yu saw a familiar figure flash by on the street. His heartbeat steeply accelerated. Could it be Xiaoyan? He chased after her regardless, but when he ran to the place where the figure disappeared, he realized it was just a stranger with a similar figure to Xiaoyan. Lin Yu leaned against the wall in frustration, his heart filled with despair. He didn't know how long he would continue to live in such fearfulness. Later, when Lin Yu raised his head to leave, he actually realized that standing in front of him was his female colleague, Ank. Ank looked at him with concern, her eyes showing undisguised worry. Lin Yu was a bit surprised, not expecting to meet an acquaintance in this strange city. "Lin Yu, wow, it's really you." Ank's voice carried a few moments of surprise. Lin Yu barely managed to squeeze out a smile, not knowing how to face Ank. Ank seemed to see his dilemma and said softly, "I've been worried about you since I heard about your sudden departure." It turns out that Ank has always liked Lin Yu and silently follows his every move. Lin Yu had mixed feelings in his heart and didn't know if he should confide in Ank about what had happened to him. Just then, Lin Yu suddenly felt a chill coming from behind, as if a pair of eyes were peering at them in the darkness. He jerked his head back, but saw nothing. "What's wrong?" Encore asked. Lin Yu shook his head. The uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. Could it be that Xiaoyan had come after him? Lin Yu settled down and said to Ank, "I didn't expect to run into you here." Ank smiled slightly. "This is probably fate." "Lin Yu, what brings you here?" Lin Yu hesitated for a moment, but decided not to tell Ank about his ordeal for now. "It's just that I want a change of scenery and a fresh start." Ank didn't seem too convinced, but didn't press the issue. "That's fine, but it's not easy to be alone in a strange city, so feel free to tell me if you need any help." The two of them chatted about some more interesting things at work and former co-workers, and Lin Yu's taut nerves gradually relaxed a bit. "Right, Lin Yu, how about having dinner together tonight?" Ank looked at him expectantly. Lin Yu wanted to refuse, but looking at Ank's sincere eyes, he couldn't bear to brush her off, so he nodded his head and agreed. However, just as they were about to leave, Lin Yu suddenly realized that there was a familiar figure flashing by on a street corner not far away, and that figure looked like Xiaoyan. Lin Yu's face instantly turned white, and Ku sensed his difference. Lin Yu, what's wrong with you? Lin Yu's voice trembled as he said, I think I saw her. Hearing Lin Yu's words, Aang hurriedly comforted. Don't be too nervous, maybe it's just a passerby. Lin Yu took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. I hope I'm wrong. The two of them arrived at a restaurant, and during the meal, Lin Yu was still a bit distracted. Aang couldn't help but ask, Lin Yu, is there something you're hiding from me? Lin Yu was silent for a few moments before he finally decided to confide in Aang about his escape from Xiaoyan. Encore's eyes widened as she listened. I didn't realize you'd been through something so horrible. After the meal, Lin Yu and Aang walked down the street together. Suddenly, Lin Yu's cell phone rang with an unfamiliar number. He hesitantly picked up the phone, but there was no sound on the other end. Lin Yu's heartbeat accelerated again. He had a bad feeling. Lin Yu frowned and said hello into the phone a few times, but there was no response, and finally he concluded that it was just a wrong number, which was a bit of a relief. Encore asked in a concerned voice, what's wrong? Lin Yu shook his head and said, wrong number? Scared me. The two of them continued walking, and when they passed a park, Lin Yu suddenly felt that someone was following them. He turned around to look, but only saw a few passers-by walking briskly by. I don't always feel right, Lin Yu whispered to Aang. Encore took his hand and gave him some comfort. Don't scare yourself, maybe you're just too nervous. Just then, Lin Yu's cell phone rang again. Still the same unfamiliar number from earlier. Lin Yu's hand trembled a little as he picked up the phone again. This time an eerie laugh came from the other end of the line, and then the phone hung up. Lin Yu's face became very ugly, and Aang was also shocked by the bizarre situation. And Ko looked at Lin Yu's frightened and disturbed appearance. The compassion in her heart grew stronger and stronger. She gathered her courage and said, Lin Yu, in fact, I've always liked you. No matter what happens, I want to be by your side. Lin Yu, however, directly refused. Aang, thank you, but my current situation is too complicated to accept your feelings. Aang's eyes instantly dimmed. Just then, Xiaoyan suddenly appeared. Her eyes were cold and fierce, staring straight at Lin Yu and Aang. Lin Yu, do you think you can escape? Xiaoyan's voice was filled with anger and resentment. Lin Yu's body began to tremble as he stammered. Xiaoyan, you, how did you find this place? Xiaoyan sneered. I can find you if you run to the ends of the earth. Encore was overwhelmed by the suddenness of the situation. Xiaoyan approached Lin Yu step by step, and the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Without hesitation, Aang blocked in front of Lin Yu and shouted, Don't you hurt him. Xiaoyan's eyes widened in anger, and she raised her hand and slapped Aang. A reddish palm print instantly surfaced on Aang's face. When Lin Yu saw Aang being beaten, a wave of anger welled up in his heart. Xiaoyan, don't go too far. Xiaoyan, however, was unmoved and said coldly, Lin Yu, today you must come with me. Aang covered her face and said firmly, No way, you'll never take him with me around. Xiaoyan glared at Aang. Who are you to stand in my way? At that moment, some passers-by gradually gathered around and pointed at them. Seeing this, Xiaoyan became even more impatient. Lin Yu, choose for yourself. Will you obediently come with me, or will you make things even more embarrassing? Lin Yu is in a dilemma. On the one hand, he is afraid that Xiaoyan will do something even crazier, and on the other hand, he doesn't want Aang to get hurt even more because of himself. Lin Yu suddenly had a flash of light and thought for a second, what kind of holy mother am I? After saying that, while Xiaoyan was not prepared, he directly ran away by himself. Both Xiaoyan and Aang froze for a moment, then Xiaoyan reacted and immediately chased after them. Lin Yu ran desperately in front of him, crossing a street and turning into an alley. His heartbeat raced and his breathing became rapid. Xiaoyan was in hot pursuit behind her, shouting as she ran, Lin Yu, you can't get away. Lin Yu could not care much. His feet stumbled and fell. He got up and braced himself to continue running forward. I don't know how long he ran, but Lin Yu realized that he had run into a dead end. He looked at the high fence in despair, with nowhere to run. At this time, Xiaoyan also chased after him to the entrance of the alley, approaching him step by step. Lin Yu, now you have nowhere to run. Xiaoyan smiled triumphantly. Lin Yu leaned his back against the wall, panting heavily and preparing to make a last stand. Chapter 16, I'm his wife. Xiaoyan approached Lin Yu step by step with a crazy look in her eyes. Lin Yu, I think we have to talk. Why are you avoiding me like this? You're mine and will always be mine. Lin Yu looked at her in horror. Xiaoyan, don't be like this. You're scaring me. Xiaoyan sneered. Scared? You're actually afraid of me? Everything I did was because I love you. Lin Yu shouted. But your love is so suffocating. I can't stand it. Xiaoyan suddenly rushed up and hugged Lin Yu tightly. No, you can't leave me. Even if I lock you up, you can only be by my side. Lin Yu struggled. Xiaoyan, you're crazy. Let go of me. Xiaoyan's eyes became more fierce. I'm crazy? Yes, I'm just crazy. I'll do anything for you. At this time, Ank also chased over. Seeing this scene, she tried to persuade Xiaoyan to calm down. Xiaoyan, it's not right for you to be like this. Love is not forced like this. Xiaoyan turned her head and viciously said to Ank, shut up, he's mine. No one can take him away. Xiaoyan hugged Lin Yu to death, her nails almost embedded into his flesh. Her voice sharp and frantic, Lin Yu, you're mine for the rest of your life. Even if I break your legs and lock you up in a dark room, you will never leave me. Lin Yu trembled at her words. Xiaoyan, you're practically a devil. Xiaoyan laughed out loud, her laughter echoing in this narrow dead-end alley, seeming particularly eerie. Devil? For you, I am willing to be the devil. I won't let anyone take you away from me, not even yourself. Saying that, she pulled out a sharp knife from her pocket and gestured in front of Lin Yu. If you dare to run again, I'll first cut a few slashes on your face, so that you'll never be able to see anyone again, and will only be able to rely on me. Ank was so scared by the sight that her face turned pale and her voice trembled as she said, Xiaoyan, calm down. This will ruin it for everyone. Xiaoyan glared angrily at Ank. So what if it's ruined? As long as we can keep Lin Yu, everything doesn't matter. Lin Yu closed his eyes in despair, his heart filled with fear and helplessness. Xiaoyan's eyes became more and more maniacal. She held a small knife against Lin Yu's neck and said viciously, Lin Yu, if you dare to have any thoughts of leaving me, I will kill you right now and then kill myself. We can't be together in life, but we will be together in death. Lin Yu felt a trace of coolness coming from his neck. His entire body froze, his voice tinged with tears. Xiaoyan, please don't do this. I'm really scared. Xiaoyan, however, laughed, a creepy laugh. Scared? You're right to be afraid of me so that you'll be obedient. I'm telling you, I'm going to be in control of every look you make, every move you make, and I'm the only one in your world. She turned her head to glare at Anko and growled, and you, mind your own business or I'll clean up after you too. Encore backed up at her appearance. Xiaoyan shifted her gaze back to Lin Yu again and approached his ear, saying softly but threateningly, Lin Yu, from now on, your every move has to go through my permission, otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. After saying that, she kissed Lin Yu's lips hard. Lin Yu wanted to struggle but didn't dare to, so he could only let her manipulate him. Xiaoyan kisses Lin Yu roughly, her hands tightly hoops his body. Lin Yu doesn't dare to resist, he can only let her do whatever she wants. After the kiss, Xiaoyan bites Lin Yu's ear and says, Lin Yu, remember this feeling, this is the proof that you belong to me. Lin Yu's eyes were empty, as if his soul had gone out of his body. Xiaoyan took his hand and said forcefully, go, come home with me. Lin Yu followed her mechanically, his footsteps weak. Ank watched from behind, anxious but not daring to act rashly. Back at Xiaoyan's place, she pushed Lin Yu into her room and locked the door. Just stay here and don't think of escaping. The room had no windows and was dim. Lin Yu sat paralyzed on the floor, his heart ashen. I don't know how long it took, but the sound of Xiaoyan cooking came from outside the door. She was humming a song while cooking, as if everything was beautiful. When the meal was ready, Xiaoyan opened the door to her room and brought the meal to Lin Yu. Eat, dear. Lin Yu had no appetite and Xiaoyan's face sank when she saw this. You don't eat? Then I'll feed you. Saying this, she picked up a spoon and was about to stuff it into Lin Yu's mouth. Just then, Ank found the place with the police. Xiaoyan angrily yelled, you're not taking him. The police quickly take control of Xiaoyan, and Lin Yu is finally relieved. Xiaoyan shouted angrily, you guys don't want to take me away. I'm his wife. The policemen hesitated a bit when they heard this, and after looking at each other, they let go of Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan looked at Lin Yu smugly and said, see, no one can separate us. Lin Yu looked at the police in despair and shouted, comrade police, she's not my wife, she's crazy. Once again, the police were in a dilemma, not knowing what to do for a moment. Xiaoyan walked to Lin Yu's side and took his hand, saying gently but with a hint of menace, hubby, stop fooling around and come home with me. Lin Yu fought his way out of her grip and ducked behind the police officer. Ank hurriedly said to the police, comrade police, you can't trust her. She's really dangerous and has been threatening Lin Yu's safety. The policeman frowned, re-examining the situation at hand. Chapter 17, Taking Out the Red Book. At this time Xiaoyan took out the red book. The police carefully checked and confirmed that it was real. Lin Yu's face instantly turned white as he muttered, unwilling to accept reality. How is this possible? How is this possible? The policeman looked at Lin Yu helplessly and said, sir, since you are husband and wife, this is probably just a family dispute, and it's not good for us to intervene too much. Lin Yu cried out in desperation, no, this isn't a domestic dispute. She's going to kill me. Xiaoyan, however, said with an aggrieved look on her face, hubby, how can you say that about me? Everything I do is because I love you all. The cop shook his head and prepared to leave. Aang anxiously stopped the police. "Comrade police, you can't just leave. Lin Yu will really be in danger," the policeman said with difficulty, "but they are legally married. There is nothing we can do." After that, the police officer left anyway. Cheyenne looked at Lin Yu and Aang smugly. "No one can save you now. Lin Yu, come home with me." Lin Yu collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with despair. Encore was in tears, but there was nothing he could do. Cheyenne forcibly pulls Lin Yu away, leaving Aang crying in pain where she is. Aang looked at the back of Lin Yu being forcefully pulled away by Cheyenne, wiped away her tears, and secretly vowed in her heart that she would save Lin Yu. She starts asking around, looking for evidence that can prove that Lin Yu was coerced by Cheyenne. Aang runs around day and night, looking for Lin Yu and Cheyenne's mutual friends, but finds nothing. Just when she was feeling desperate, a mysterious stranger contacted her. The stranger lowered his voice on the phone and said, "I know the secret about Hyoyan, but it will cost you." Aang replied without hesitation, "As long as I can save Lin Yu, I'm willing to pay any price." A stranger asks Aang to meet him at a remote warehouse. Aang goes to the appointment with trepidation, not knowing what awaits her. When she walked into the warehouse, it was pitch black. Trying to calm herself in the darkness, Encore shouted, "Anyone? I'm coming, come on out." At that moment, a low voice came from the corner. "Don't make a sound, be careful of being discovered." Encore cautiously felt her way over in the direction of the voice, when suddenly a hand grabbed her arm and she nearly shrieked. "Shu, it's me," the stranger said. Aang gasped and asked, "Who the hell are you? You said you know Xiaoyan's secret. Tell me." The stranger lowered his voice and said, "Xiaoyan has a history of mental illness. She has been secretly treated but never cured. This extreme behavior she's displaying towards Lin Yu is a sign of an attack of her condition." Encore was surprised. "And where is this evidence?" The stranger handed her a file bag. "Inside here are Xiaoyan's medical records and treatment records, but you have to be careful that Xiaoyan doesn't find out about this or we're all in danger." Aang took the file bag and was about to say something when suddenly there was a sound of footsteps outside. The stranger said nervously, "No good, someone's coming, hide." Encore panicked and hid behind a pile of clutter, her heart pounding. The footsteps were getting closer and Aang nervously covered her mouth for fear of making the slightest sound. The door was violently pushed open and a strong light shot in. It turned out to be Xiaoyan. She swept her gaze menacingly over the warehouse and shouted, "I know you're here, come out here." Encore's heart was in her throat as she clutched the pouch of papers tightly. The stranger hid in the shadows, not daring to breathe. Step by step, Xiaoyan walked towards the place where Aang was hiding. Each step seemed to step on Aang's heart. Just as Xiaoyan was about to walk up to Aang, the stranger suddenly made a little noise, attracting Xiaoyan's attention. Xiaoyan turned in the direction of the stranger, and taking that opportunity, Aang moved quietly toward the door. But just as she was about to reach the door, she accidentally kicked something and made a noise. Xiaoyan immediately turned back and spotted Aang. She roared, "Don't you dare run!" Aang pulled her legs out and ran, with Xiaoyan in hot pursuit. Xiaoyan was in hot pursuit and was about to catch up with Aang. Just in the nick of time, Aang pulled out her cell phone to call the police and shouted, "I've already called the police, don't you dare!" When Xiaoyan heard this, her footsteps lurched and a look of resentment and anger appeared on her face. But in the end, she let go of Aang and turned around to quickly walk away. Aang breathed heavily, his heart palpitating. Shortly afterward, the police arrived, and Aang handed the bag of papers to them and told them in detail what had happened. The police officer looked at the evidence in the document bag with a serious expression and said that he would deal with the matter as soon as possible. However, things didn't end so simply. When Xiaoyan returned home, she became more and more frantic thinking about her next plan. She would never let Aang go easily, and Lin Yu was locked in his room during the time Xiaoyan was gone. His heart filled with fear and helplessness. The police quickly head to Xiaoyan and Rinyu's home based on the clues provided by Aang. At this moment, Xiaoyan, with a sharp dagger against her neck, shouted hysterically at Lin Yu, who was locked in the room. "Lin Yu, quickly say that you're with me voluntarily, or I'll die in front of you." Lin Yu looked at her in horror, his voice trembling. "Xiaoyan, don't be impulsive, put the knife down first." Xiaoyan burst into tears and became even more emotional. "I'm not listening, just say it." Just then, the police officer crashed through the door of the room and shouted, "Drop your weapon." Xiaoyan, however, as if she didn't hear it, just stared at Lin Yu tightly, the dagger in her hand a few more points closer to her neck. Lin Yu was so frightened that he hurriedly cried out, "I did it voluntarily, I did it voluntarily." Xiaoyan then showed a hint of a crazy smile, but her eyes were filled with despair. Taking advantage of her moment of distraction, the police quickly rushed up and grabbed the dagger, subduing Xiaoyan. Chapter 18. Did you hear that? He volunteered. Lin Yu suddenly shouted, "Don't do it, comrade policeman. I'm volunteering." The police officers froze and looked at each other, not knowing what to do for a moment. Xiaoyan had a smug smile on her face and said, "Look guys, he volunteered. So mind your own business. The policeman looked seriously at Lin Yu and asked, are you sure it's voluntary? This is no joking matter. Lin Yu lowered his head, not daring to look the police officer in the eye, and just repeated, I did it voluntarily. Ang shouted anxiously from the side, Lin Yu, don't be afraid of her, you can't say that. Lin Yu was silent, and the room fell into an eerie silence. Xiaoyan looked at Ang provocatively and said, hear that? He's mine, don't you dare take him away. Lin Yu and Xiaoyan stayed in the room, Lin Yu's eyes filled with pain and helplessness. Lin Yu still insisted that he had volunteered, and although the police were full of suspicion, they could only leave for the time being. When the police left, Xiaoyan let her guard down, a triumphant smile on her face. However, the moment she turned around, Lin Yu violently pushed her away and grabbed the door. Xiaoyan reacted and frantically chased after him, shouting as she did so, Lin Yu, come back here. Lin Yu ran recklessly, with only one thought in his mind. He must get rid of Xiaoyan's control. He weaved through the streets and alleys, running out of breath, but not daring to pause in his steps. Xiaoyan was in hot pursuit, her eyes filled with anger and resentment. Lin Yu turned into a remote alley, trying to hide his movements. Xiaoyan chased after him to the entrance of the alley, stopped, looked around, and shouted, Lin Yu, I won't let you go. At this moment, Lin Yu hid in a corner, not daring to utter a single breath, praying in his heart that Xiaoyan would hurry up and leave. However, he had just stepped out of the alley when he felt someone staring at him from behind. Looking back, it was actually Xiaoyan. Lin Yu, I knew you would come out. Xiaoyan's voice was filled with anger. Lin Yu turned around and ran, but this time Xiaoyan seemed to be prepared for it, as she quickly chased after him and grabbed the corner of Lin Yu's coat. Don't you dare run again. Xiaoyan pulled hard on Lin Yu. Lin Yu struggled desperately, breaking free of Xiaoyan's hand and continuing to run wildly forward. I don't know how long he had been running, but Lin Yu's stamina gradually ran out and his steps became heavier and heavier. Xiaoyan, however, was still in hot pursuit, her eyes seeming as if she wanted to eat Lin Yu alive. Suddenly, Lin Yu tripped over a rock and fell heavily to the ground. Ouch! Ouch! It hurts, Lin Yu chanted. Xiaoyan took the opportunity to pounce and grabbed him again. Let's see where you're going to run this time, Xiaoyan said viciously. Lin Yu lay on the ground in despair, panting heavily, his heart filled with fear and helplessness. After Xiaoyan grabbed Lin Yu, she angrily started slapping him. Pa! Pa! Slap! The sound of crisp slaps echoed in the silent space. Lin Yu's face quickly became red and swollen, but he didn't resist and just bore it silently. Xiaoyan said viciously as she fanned herself. I told you to run. Tell you to run. The flame of anger burned in her eyes, and she used all her strength in each stroke, as if she wanted to vent all her resentment in this slap. Lin Yu was beaten to the point that blood seeped from the corners of his mouth and he was dizzy, but he knew that if he didn't agree to Xiaoyan, he was afraid that the beatings wouldn't stop. Finally, after receiving I don't know how many slaps, Lin Yu said breathlessly, I won't run. I won't run. Only then did Xiaoyan stop, panting and glaring at Lin Yu, her eyes still filled with anger and warning. Lin Yu, on the other hand, had a pained and helpless look on his face, his heart filled with fear for Xiaoyan and desire for freedom. Xiaoyan glared fiercely at Lin Yu and said, you'd better do what you say you're going to do, and the next time, it won't be so simple. Lin Yu nodded weakly, his eyes filled with panic and exhaustion. Xiaoyan tugged on Lin Yu's arm and pulled him up, saying, go back with me. Along the way, Lin Yu was silent, just mechanically following Xiaoyan. Back to the residence, Xiaoyan pushed Lin Yu into the room and closed the door with a bang. Lin Yu sat paralyzed on the ground, his heart filled with despair. He knew that if this escape failed, it would be even harder to escape Xiaoyan's clutches again in the future. At night, Lin Yu lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. He looked at the starry sky outside the window and secretly vowed that he must find a way to get rid of Xiaoyan's control. In the following days, Xiaoyan's guarding of Lin Yu is even stricter, barely letting him out of her sight. Lin Yu is obedient on the surface, but in his heart, he is calculating a new escape plan. One day, Xiaoyan had something to do and went out, so Lin Yu thought it was a rare opportunity. He quietly packed some simple luggage and prepared to escape again. However, just as he was about to go out, Xiaoyan suddenly returned. Where are you going? Xiaoyan's voice rang out in front, and Lin Yu's heart instantly sank to the bottom. Lin Yu smiled and said, I see that there's a bit too much stuff at home, so I want to pack a bit of it inside my luggage. Xiaoyan stared at him with suspicion, taking a step closer. Is that really all? Lin Yu forced himself to be calm and looked at Xiaoyan with a firm gaze. Of course it's true. What else could it be? As soon as Xiaoyan snatched the luggage, she opened it and rummaged through it, and it was really just a few everyday miscellaneous items. Humph, it better be. Hyoyan threw her bags on the floor and turned to walk into the room. Lin Yu breathed a long sigh of relief and was secretly glad to have escaped. However, he knew that Xiaoyan's suspicion would grow, and he must be more careful and cautious the next time he escaped. In the next few days, Lin Yu behaved extraordinarily well, taking the initiative to do housework and listening to Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan gradually relaxed her guard. A rainy night, thunder roared. Taking advantage of Xiaoyan's sleep, Lin Yu once again picked up his long-prepared luggage and gently opened the door to his room. Just as he was about to step out of the room, a bolt of lightning streaked through, illuminating Hyoyan's grim face. Lin Yu, you really still don't die, Xiaoyan roared. Lin Yu's heartbeat accelerated steeply and his mind went blank. Chapter 19, Going to the bathroom with luggage. Aha, I'm going to the restroom. Lin Yu pretended to be calm and said, but his voice was a little shaky. Xiaoyan sneered and said, going to the restroom with luggage? Do you take me for a cutie? Lin Yu's forehead broke out in a cold sweat, and he hurriedly explained, the old wife of the bag eye. I'm afraid that I'll have to clean it up when I come back in a while, and I'll take it by hand. Xiaoyan approached Lin Yu step by step, her eyes as sharp as knives. Lin Yu, I've already given you a chance. It seems like you don't cherish it. Lin Yu involuntarily stepped back, his mind calculating how he could get out of the predicament in front of him. Stop thinking about running, you won't get away, Xiaoyan yelled. Lin Yu gritted his teeth and suddenly turned around and rushed towards the door. Xiaoyan reached out to grab it, but only caught the corner of Lin Yu's coat. Lin Yu recklessly rushed down the stairs and pushed the door open into the rain. Running desperately, Xiaoyan was in hot pursuit behind her, shouting as she chased after her. Lin Yu, if you run away today, you'll never have a good day. The rain got heavier, and Lin Yu's vision became blurry, but he didn't dare to stop. WC, Lin Yu cried out as his feet slipped and he fell to the ground. Xiaoyan took the opportunity to catch up and grab Lin Yu's collar. Let's see where you're going to run. Xiaoyan's voice was particularly mournful in the rain. Xiaoyan directly grabbed Lin Yu and viciously said to him, you run again, believe it or not, I'll break your legs. Lin Yu was soaked to the skin, rain dripping down his hair, his eyes filled with fear and despair, but still stubbornly returned. Even if you break my legs, I'm still going to run. Xiaoyan laughed back in anger. Fine, then I want to see how hard your bones are. After saying that, she dragged Lin Yu back with force. Lin Yu struggled and tried to fight back with his hands dead on the ground. Don't waste your energy. Hyoyan increased her strength. Lin Yu's fingers traced a trail on the muddy ground, but in the end, Xiaoyan dragged him back to his place. Once inside, Xiaoyan threw Lin Yu onto the floor with a hard bang and Lin Yu's body hit the ground with a heavy thud. From today, I'll lock you in this house and see how you can still run. Xiaoyan turned around and found a large lock and locked the door to the room. Lin Yu was lying on the ground. His heart was like ashes. Was he really going to be trapped here forever and lose his freedom? After Xiaoyan locked the door, she suddenly turned around and came in, walking over to Lin Yu and hugging him. Lin Yu's body instantly tightened and tried to break free, but Xiaoyan held him tighter. Lin Yu, I'm doing this all because I love you. Why can't you just understand? Xiaoyan's voice carried a hint of crying. Lin Yu said coldly, this is not love. This is imprisonment. Xiaoyan ignored his words and said to herself, as long as you obediently stay by my side, I can give you anything. Lin Yu looked away and stopped looking at her. Xiaoyan hugged for a while, slowly released Lin Yu and stood up, her eyes becoming firm. Think about it. After saying that, she walked out and Lin Yu was left alone in the room again. Lin Yu looked at the closed door of his room, his heart filled with confusion and pain. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Yu fell asleep in a daze. In his dreams, it was as if he saw the dawn of freedom, but when he tried to get closer, he always came up short. Suddenly, a sharp knock on the door woke him up. Young Master Lin, these are the new clothes Miss prepared for you. The housekeeper's voice came through the door. Lin Yu walked to the door and said in a low voice, put it by the door. The butler did as he was told, put down his clothes and left with a sigh. Lin Yu opened the door and quickly took the clothes into his room. He looked at the clothes in his hands and had mixed feelings in his heart. After changing his clothes, Lin Yu sat on the edge of the bed, thinking about what to do next. At that moment, Hyoyan walked in again. Thinking about it? Xiaoyan asked, staring at Lin Yu. Lin Yu raised his head and looked at her with a firm gaze. I will never give up on the idea of running away. Xiaoyan's face instantly became gloomy. Then you'll just wait. With that, she slammed the door again. Lin Yu clenched his fists and secretly resolved to find a chance to escape this terrible place. Xiaoyan came in again, her eyes filled with madness and infatuation, and without saying a word, she started to keep messing around with Lin Yu, her mouth muttering, you're mine, you'll always be mine. Lin Yu struggled in terror, but was held tightly by Xiaoyan, unable to move. Don't move, obediently sleep with me. Xiaoyan's strength was incredibly strong, forcibly pulling Lin Yu onto the bed and hugging him tightly. Lin Yu only felt that it was hard to breathe, but he couldn't break free of Xiaoyan's restraints. In the silence of the night, Lin Yu could clearly hear Xiaoyan's heavy breathing, and his heart sank into the abyss of despair. The next morning, when Lin Yu woke up, he realized that Xiaoyan was still holding him tightly, and those hands seemed like iron clamps. Awake? Don't think about leaving me or the consequences are not something you can afford. Xiaoyan opened her eyes and said viciously. Lin Yu bit his lip and didn't say a word, but in his heart, he was plotting a more violent resistance. Xiaoyan said, and suddenly kissed Lin Yu directly, frantic and hard, almost suffocating him. Lin Yu desperately twisted his head to break free, but to no avail. Just when Lin Yu felt like he was about to faint, Xiaoyan finally let go of him. Lin Yu panted heavily, his face reddening. Humph, let's see if you dare to think otherwise. Xiaoyan smiled smugly. Lin Yu glared at her angrily, his eyes filled with rage. You crazy bastard. Xiaoyan, however, didn't care about his anger and approached him again. I'm just crazy, so what if I'm crazy for you? Lin Yu looked away and stopped looking at her. At that moment, a loud noise came from outside. The butler's voice came from outside. Miss, young master, it's time for breakfast. Xiaoyan pulled Lin Yu out of the room and went to the dining table to sit down. Xiaoyan said to Lin Yu in a petulant manner, you feed me. Lin Yu's heart was filled with disgust, but he didn't dare to disobey, so he could only pick up the spoon and mechanically feed Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan smiled smugly as she enjoyed Lin Yu's servings. At this time, Xiaoyan directly bit up a piece of steak, then fiercely came close to Lin Yu and tried to feed it to him mouth to mouth. Lin Yu resisted for a while in his heart, but thinking that resisting could bring even more terrible consequences, he could only choose to obey. Xiaoyan looked at Lin Yu's obedient acceptance and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. That's a good boy. Lin Yu swallowed the piece of steak, only to feel his stomach flip. Just then, the doorbell suddenly rang. Xiaoyan frowned and ordered the butler to open the door. Chapter 20 Lin Yu's sister. The housekeeper opened the door and the one who came in was surprisingly Lin Yu's sister, Lin Shen. As soon as Lin Shen entered the door, she saw the strange scene of Xiaoyan and Lin Yu. Her brows furrowed. What is this? Xiaoyan stared at Lin Shen with bad eyes. What are you doing here? Lin Shen walked straight to Lin Yu's side and pulled up his hand. Xiao Yu, go with sister. Xiaoyan stood up angrily. He's mine. No one is taking him away. Lin Shen stared at Xiaoyan without fear. You're committing a crime. Xiaoyan sneered. A crime? I love him. What's wrong with that? Lin Yu was in a dilemma between the two, not knowing what to do. Lin Shen pulled Lin Yu's hand tightly and turned around. Xiaoyan tried to block, but Lin Shen pushed her away with force. Don't you dare try to hurt my brother again. Lin Shen shouted angrily. Lin Yu followed his sister out of that house, as if escaping from a nightmare. However, they hadn't gotten far when Xiaoyan's voice came from behind. You won't be able to leave. Lin Shen accelerated her pace and led Lin Yu to the car, quickly starting the car. As the car sped down the road, Lin Yu's heart was still thumping. Suddenly, Lin Shen's cell phone rang. She picked it up and listened to it for a while. Her face became very ugly. What's wrong, sis? Lin Yu asked uneasily. Lin Shen bit her lip. Xiaoyan Shi. Before he could finish his sentence, the car braked hard. It turned out that the road ahead was blocked by a large truck. Lin Shen and Lin Yu were trapped in the car, when Xiaoyan chased after them with a group of people and surrounded their car. Xiaoyan walked over to the car window and knocked on the glass with a crazy look in her eyes. I told you, you won't be able to leave. Lin Shen looked at her angrily. Xiaoyan, what do you want? Xiaoyan sneered. Leave Lin Yu behind and you can go. Lin Yu clutched his sister's hand. Sis, I don't want to go with her. Just as the two sides were at a standstill, Xiaoyan directly pulled open the car door and forcefully took Lin Yu away. Lin Shen tried to block it, but she was stopped by Xiaoyan's people. Xiao Yu! Lin Shen cried out in despair. Xiaoyan dragged Lin Yu into her car and hugged him tightly, her voice tinged with urgency. Lin Yu, don't you dare leave me. Lin Yu struggled hard, but Xiaoyan still had a firm grip. Her eyes penetrated with stubbornness and nervousness. Lin Yu, stay by my side obediently and don't do anything to upset me. Back at the residence, Xiaoyan locks Lin Yu in a not-so-well-lit room, with only a faint ray of light shining in through the narrow window. Lin Yu, think about it here. When you figure it out, come out. Xiaoyan's voice echoed in the room. Lin Yu looked around in panic, filled with helplessness. On the other hand, Lin Shen was anxious, desperately searching for a way to save her brother. Lin Yu kept pacing around the room with his hands behind his back, his heart filled with fear and anger. He tried to find a way to escape, only to find that the doors and windows were securely locked. At this time, Xiaoyan silently guarded outside the room, with both determination and a hint of imperceptible pain in her eyes. After a while, Xiaoyan left. Lin Shen returned to Xiaoyan's place. She quietly approached the house, carefully avoiding the people patrolling it. Just as Lin Shen was about to approach the room where Lin Yu was being held, she accidentally stepped on a branch with a click, causing Xiaoyan's men to be alerted. Who's there? A stern voice rang out. Lin Shen hurriedly hid behind a bush to the side. not daring to utter a single breath. Lin Yu in the room heard the commotion outside and a glimmer of hope flared up in his heart. Xiaoyan's men began to search around. Lin Xian's heart was in her throat. She covered her mouth tightly for fear of making the slightest sound. Just as the men were about to search Lin Xian's hiding place, a wildcat suddenly scurried out from the side, attracting their attention. Lin Xian took the opportunity to shift her position and continued to approach Lin Yu's room. Finally, Lin Xian came to the door of the room. She gently knocked on the door and whispered, "Xiao Yu." Lin Yu heard his sister's voice and excitedly ran to the door. "Sister, I'm here." Lin Xian looked around for a way to open the door and finally found a key hidden in the corner. Just as she was about to open the door, Hyoyan appeared behind her. "You think you can save him?" Xiaoyan said coldly. Lin Xian took the key and turned to look at Xiaoyan angrily. "You're illegally detaining me." "Xiaoyan." Hyoyan was unmoved. "I love him. I can't let him leave me." The two were at a standstill, and the atmosphere was tense to the core. Xiaoyan suddenly burst into tears, crying like a pear, her voice trembling. "I really love him too much. I can't live without him." Lin Xian's heart instantly softened when she saw Xiaoyan in this state, and the key in her hand almost fell off. "But, it's not right for you to do this, Xiaoyan." Lin Xian's tone was no longer so forceful. Xiaoyan pretended to sob. I know I'm wrong, but I can't help myself." Lin Yu heard Xiaoyan's cries in his room and had very mixed feelings. At that moment, Xiaoyan's henchmen also surrounded them, and the situation became even more chaotic. Lin Xian finally went soft. She slowly put down the key she was holding in her hand and sighed. "Xiaoyan, even if I can understand your feelings, but forcing Xiao Yu to stay like this won't lead to a good outcome." Xiaoyan pretended to sob while nodding her head. I know. Lin Xian continued. "Let Xiao Yu make his own choice. If he's willing to go with you, I won't stop him anymore. But if he's not, you can't force him anymore." Xiaoyan was silent for a moment, then wiped her tears and said, "Okay, let's do as you say." Lin Xian opened the door to her room and Lin Yu walked out. He looked at the two people in front of him, and for a moment, he didn't know what to choose. Chapter 21, He's not a love brain, is he? Seeing Lin Yu walk out, Xiaoyan suddenly rushed up and hugged him tightly, her eyes revealing a crazy possessiveness. "Lin Yu, you're mine. You can only be mine." Lin Yu was almost breathless from her hug, wanting to break free but somewhat unable to. When Lin Xian saw this scene, the bit of pity that had just risen in her heart instantly disappeared. "Xiaoyan, let go of him." Xiaoyan turned her head and stared viciously at Lin Xian. "I won't let go. No one will take him away from me." With that, she pulled out a small knife from her pocket and pressed it against Lin Yu's neck. "Lin Yu, if you dare to leave me, I'll die with you." Lin Yu was so scared that his face turned pale. "Xiaoyan, don't be impulsive." Lin Xian was also startled by Xiaoyan's actions. "Xiaoyan, calm down, have a talk." The atmosphere was tense to the extreme, as if it was about to explode. Xiaoyan's emotions were getting out of control as she yelled at the top of her lungs. "Don't even come over. Lin Yu, you must give me an answer today, whether to choose me or her, your sister." Lin Yu's body trembled slightly, his voice carrying fear and helplessness. "Xiaoyan, don't be like this. I'm scared." Lin Xian was anxious and tried to calm Xiaoyan. "Xiaoyan, put down the knife first. This won't solve the problem." Xiaoyan sneered. "Can't solve it? Then how can it be solved? Unless Lin Yu says to stay by my side forever." Just then, one of Xiaoyan's henchmen crept closer, trying to take advantage of her by snatching the knife out of her hand. However, Xiaoyan turned around violently and waved her knife. "Don't come over. I'll do it immediately to anyone who comes over." The situation became even more chaotic and dangerous, and Lin Yu's heartbeat accelerated rapidly, as if he could hear his life counting down. Lin Xian tried to calm herself down as she said softly, "Xiaoyan, take it easy for now. Let's talk it over. I know you love Lin Yu, but this will only push him further and further away." Xiaoyan's eyes wavered a little, but the knife in her hand was still tightly pressed against Lin Yu's neck. "I don't care. I can't live without him." Lin Yu also hurriedly said, "Xiaoyan, I know how you feel. Put down the knife first and let's talk slowly." Xiaoyan's tears kept flowing. "Slowly? Are you all lying to me? Lin Yu, are you trying to take advantage of the situation to escape?" Lin Xian quickly shook her head. "No, Xiaoyan, we won't lie to you. As long as you put down the knife, let's settle this matter peacefully." Xiaoyan bit her lip, her hand with the knife trembling slightly. Lin Xian continued gently, "Xiaoyan, love can't be obtained by forcing or threatening. You're so pretty and kind. If you can treat Lin Yu in a different gentle way, he'll be more willing to be with you." Lin Yu also chimed in, "Xiaoyan, sister is right. Put down the knife first and let's sit down and talk." Xiaoyan's eyes revealed a hint of confusion and hesitation. "Really? You guys won't lie to me?" Lin Xian hurriedly nodded her head. "Of course not, Xiaoyan. We all want to resolve this matter peacefully so that everyone can be happy." Lin Yu continued, "Xiaoyan, I know you've given a lot for me, but this way scares me. As long as you put down the knife, let's start over. Xiaoyan's hand gradually loosened a bit, and the distance between the knife and Rinyu's neck pulled away slightly. Lin Xian saw that Xiaoyan had loosened up and hurriedly struck the iron while it was hot. Xiaoyan, put down the knife. Let's communicate like friends. Think about it. If you really hurt Linyu, can you feel good in your heart? How will you still be together in the future? Linyu also softly soothed. Xiaoyan, I'm willing to get along with you, but not be forced like this. Trust me. Put down the knife. Everything will be fine. Xiaoyan's tears couldn't stop flowing, and the hand holding the knife slowly dropped. I am just too afraid of losing you. Lin Xian took the opportunity to walk up and gently hold Xiaoyan's hand with the knife. Xiaoyan, don't be afraid. We won't leave you. Linyu also walked over and gave Xiaoyan a hug. Well, it's all in the past. However, right at this moment, Xiaoyan suddenly hugged Linyu tightly again, a hint of madness flashing in her eyes once again. Linyu, don't you ever think of leaving me? Ever? Lin Xian and Linyu were startled by Xiaoyan's sudden move. Linyu tried to break free from Xiaoyan's embrace, his voice carrying a hint of panic. Xiaoyan, you just promised to communicate properly. Xiaoyan, however, hugged tighter, muttering, no, I won't let you have the chance to leave me again. Ever. Lin Xian hurriedly said. Xiaoyan, you'll only make things worse. Let go of Xiaoyu. Xiaoyan turned a deaf ear as her gaze became dull and obstinate. Just as everyone was at a standstill, Xiaoyan suddenly went limp and fainted in Lin Yu's arms. Lin Yu and Lin Xian instantly panicked and hurriedly helped Xiaoyan to a side chair. What can we do about this? Lin Yu looked at his sister anxiously. Lin Xian frowned and pondered for a moment. First, let's see how she is doing. Was it caused by too much emotion? After a while, Xiaoyan woke up leisurely. Her eyes no longer had the craziness from before, replaced by a deep exhaustion and confusion. What's wrong with me? Me? Xiaoyan asked weakly. Rinyu breathed a sigh of relief. You just fainted. Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan was silent for a moment, then said softly, I'm sorry, I seem to have lost control. As soon as Xiaoyan's words left her mouth, she suddenly raised her head and violently kissed Linyu. Linyu was so shocked by this sudden move that his eyes widened and for a moment he forgot to push Xiaoyan away. Lin Xian also froze at the side, not knowing what to do. After a while, Linyu reacted and pushed Xiaoyan away with force, saying with a reddened face, Xiaoyan, what are you doing? Xiaoyan's face held a hint of determination. Lin Yu, I really love you, so much so that I can't help myself. Lin Yu frowned, his tone a bit helpless, but you're making me stressed. Xiaoyan's eyes dimmed. Don't you have any feelings for me at all? Lin Yu was silent. He didn't know how to answer this question. Lin Xian broke the silence on the side. Xiaoyan, you can't force things in your feelings. Give Xiaoyu some time and space. Xiaoyan bit her lip and nodded. Okay, I can wait. Lin Xian looked at Xiaoyan and Lin Yu, took a deep breath and said, Xiaoyan, love is not possession. It is mutual respect and understanding. Xiaoyu, think about your feelings as well. I won't get involved here. You guys handle it yourselves. After saying that, Lin Xian turned around and directly walked away, leaving Lin Yu and Xiaoyan in place. The atmosphere seemed a bit awkward and subtle. Xiaoyan lowered her head, not daring to look at Lin Yu's eyes, and whispered, Lin Yu, I will try to change. Lin Yu looked at Xiaoyan. His heart was mixed and he didn't know what to say. At that moment, a gust of wind blew through, ruffling their hair and adding to the silence around them. Lin Yu looked at Xiaoyan's pitiful appearance and a complex emotion suddenly surged in his heart. He took a step forward and gently kissed Xiaoyan's forehead before quickly turning around and leaving. Xiaoyan was frozen by the sudden kiss, and by the time she reacted, Lin Yu's figure was already far away. Lin Yu, Xiaoyan called out softly, a hint of surprise and confusion on her face. Xiaoyan stood in place, looking at the direction that Lin Yu left, did not move for a long time, thinking in his heart, Lin Yu, he kissed me, he would not be a love brain. Lin Yu jogged all the way back to his room, closed the door with a bang, and leaned his back against the door, breathing heavily. His heart was beating fast, and the scene where he kissed Xiaoyan just now kept popping up in his mind. What the hell am I doing? Lin Yu said to himself, his heart filled with confusion and entanglement. On the other hand, Xiaoyan also slowly came back to her senses, her face flushed with a blush, and with a heart full of joy she also returned to her room. She sat on the bed and covered her cheeks with her hands. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. He kissed me. Does he have feelings for me too? The night was getting late, but both of them were tossing and turning in bed, having trouble sleeping. Chapter 22 Notebook. Xiaoyan tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. She sat up from the bed, her eyes revealing a crazy obsession. Lin Yu is mine. No one can take it away. She bit her lip and clutched the quilt tightly with both hands. If he kissed me, he can only belong to me alone. She began to flip out her cell phone, which was full of Lin Yu's photos, looking at them carefully, one by one, sometimes giggling, sometimes revealing a ferocious expression. Those women who are close to him, they all deserve to die. I won't let them go if they dare to steal from me. Cheyenne took out another notebook, which was densely filled with her possessive words about Lin Yu. I'm going to keep an eye on him at all times. I can't let there be a single possibility of him leaving me. Her breathing became rapid. Even if he tries to escape, I'll get him back and lock him up with me forever. Suddenly, as if she thought of something, she broke into a wry smile. I'm going to mark him so everyone will know he's mine. Just like that, Cheyenne spent the long night in extreme obsession and madness. The next morning, Cheyenne couldn't wait to get up and make a loving breakfast for Lin Yu. She was humming a song and had a happy smile on her face, but there was still that chilling paranoia in her eyes. She carefully fried the eggs, toasted the bread, and cut the fruit into cute heart shapes. Lin Yu will love this, he has to, Cheyenne mumbled to herself as she made it. When breakfast was ready, Cheyenne carefully put them on a plate and carried them towards Lin Yu's room. She even knocked on the door with what seemed like some urgency. Lin Yu, I brought you breakfast. Cheyenne's voice was filled with anticipation. Lin Yu opened the door and saw the breakfast in Cheyenne's hand. Cheyenne handed over her breakfast, her eyes staring straight at Lin Yu. Eat quickly, I made all this for you. Lin Yu took the breakfast and forced a smile. Thank you. Cheyenne stood on the sidelines, watching Lin Yu eat with her eyes, and her mouth kept saying, eat more, it's all yours. Lin Yu was made uncomfortable by the way she looked at him, but he couldn't afford to snap. Cheyenne's gaze didn't move away from Lin Yu for a moment. Those eyes were filled with fervor and persistence, as if she wanted to carve Lin Yu's every action and expression deeply into her mind. Lin Yu couldn't stand it a bit when he was stared at by her like this, and couldn't help but say, Cheyenne, don't look at me like that, I can't eat a bit. Cheyenne, however, did not have the slightest intention of restraining herself, but instead came even closer to Lin Yu, her voice soft but with a hint of threat. Lin Yu, you must eat well, this is my love for you. Lin Yu helplessly lowered his head and accelerated the speed of his food, just wanting to hurry up and end this depressing situation. Cheyenne frowned when she saw Lin Yu eating in a hurry. Eat slowly, don't choke, if you hurt your body, I won't let you off the hook. Lin Yu's heart tightened and he almost choked on the food in his mouth. After finishing breakfast, Lin Yu was just about to open his mouth to say something, but Cheyenne grabbed the lead and said, every day in the future, I'll make you this kind of breakfast, and you'll only be able to eat what I make. Lin Yu felt more and more uneasy in his heart when he heard Cheyenne's words, but he didn't know how to refuse. Cheyenne, you actually don't have to work so hard. Lin Yu tried to persuade. Cheyenne's face instantly sank. Are you disliking me? Lin Yu quickly waved his hands. No, I just don't think you need to spend all your time on this. Cheyenne snorted coldly. I don't care about anything except you, and I'm willing to do this for you. After saying that, Cheyenne grabbed Lin Yu's hand with a burning gaze. Lin Yu, you don't want to avoid me. You can't even think about it in this life. Lin Yu's grip was raw from her, wanting to break free but not daring to exert himself. Just then, Lin Yu's cell phone suddenly rang, and as if he had grabbed a lifesaver, he hurriedly took the opportunity to draw back his hand to answer the phone. Cheyenne stood aside and stared at him with a grim face. Seeing that the caller ID was Lin Zhe, Lin Yu hurriedly picked up the phone with a hint of undetectable relief in his voice. Hey, Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe on the other end of the phone seemed to have heard Lin Yu's abnormality and asked, Lin Yu, what's wrong with you? The voice doesn't sound right. Lin Yu glanced at Cheyenne, who was beside him with an unpleasant face, and lowered his voice. Let's not talk about this first. What are you looking for me for? Lin Zhe said. I heard about Cheyenne and wanted to ask you how things are going. Lin Yu sighed helplessly. It's hard to explain. Seeing that Lin Yu had been talking to Lin Zhe, Cheyenne impatiently rushed over and tried to snatch the phone. Who told you to talk to others about us? Lin Yu hurriedly sidestepped out of the way and said hurriedly to Lin Zhe on the other end of the phone. That's it for now. I'll talk to you later. Then hung up the phone. Cheyenne looked at Lin Yu angrily. Why did you answer the phone? Was it to discuss with him how to leave me? Lin Yu hurriedly explained. No, Cheyenne, don't think nonsense. Cheyenne didn't even listen and turned around and slammed the door. Cheyenne slammed the door and went out, then came back in a short while. Her eyes were red as if she had been crying. Lin Yu felt a little guilty when he saw her like this. Before Lin Yu could speak, Cheyenne suddenly rushed over and hugged Lin Yu before kissing him hard. Lin Yu was overwhelmed by her sudden move, wanting to push her away but afraid of hurting her. Cheyenne kissed hard, as if she wanted to pour all her emotions into the kiss. After a while, Cheyenne let go of Lin Yu. Her eyes were both crazy and pleading. Lin Yu, don't leave me, okay? Lin Yu looked at her, his emotions complicated to the extreme. Cheyenne hugged Lin Yu tightly, her voice shouted with a sobbing tone. Lin Yu, you are mine, only mine. If you dare to leave, I will die with you. Her eyes became fierce and she said through gritted teeth, I'll be watching you at all times. Don't think your every move will escape my eyes. shocked by her appearance. Lin Yu tried to break free from her embrace and said, "Shoyan, calm down." Shoyan, however, hugged tighter. Her nails were embedded in Lin Yu's back. "Ah!" Lin Yu screamed. "I can't calm down. No one is going to take you away from me. Not even your friends." She suddenly pulled out a small knife from her pocket and waved it in front of Lin Yu. "See? This is for those who want to sabotage us." Lin Yu's eyes widened in horror. "Shoyan, don't mess around." Shoyan sneered. "Messing around? As long as I can keep you, I'll do anything." Lin Yu looked at Shoyan's crazy appearance like the Sichuan opera face changing. His heart was filled with fear and helplessness. Just a moment ago, she was begging bitterly, but in the blink of an eye, she became so fierce and determined. Shoyan noticed Lin Yu's gaze and the expression on her face instantly became sad again. "Lin Yu, why are you looking at me with such eyes? Everything I did was because I love you." Lin Yu was overwhelmed by this rapid change in her mood. "Shoyan, your love is too suffocating. I really can't bear it." Shoyan's face clouded over again. "Can't bear it? Then you have to bear it too." After saying that, she suddenly laughed again. A creepy laugh. "Lin Yu, no matter what, you won't be able to get rid of me." Lin Yu couldn't help but take a few steps back. "Shoyan, you're really too scary like this." Chapter 23, You're Incorrigible. When Shoyan heard Lin Yu say that she was horrible, her body paused, and the crazy color on her face slightly tightened. A trace of confusion and pain flashed in her eyes, and her voice was no longer so sharp. "Lin Yu, I know I'm scaring you like this, but I can't help myself. I'm too afraid of losing you." Lin Yu looked at her. His heart was a bit unforgiving. "Shoyan, your extreme ways will only push me further away." Shoyan bit her lip, tears welling up in her eyes. "I'll try to change." "Lin Yu, will you give me another chance?" Lin Yu was silent for a moment and sighed softly. "Shoyan, I'm willing to trust you one more time, but you must do what you say." Shoyan nodded her head in a hurry and grabbed Lin Yu's clothes like a child. I will. When Shoyan heard Lin Yu say that he was willing to believe in himself again, a trace of surprise first flashed across her face, but immediately after that crazy look reoccupied her face. "Lin Yu, don't try to lie to me again. When you said you believed me, you were just trying to stabilize me and then find a chance to escape." Shoyan's voice raised an octave and her eyes were covered in blood. She grabbed Lin Yu's arm violently with such force that Lin Yu felt pain. "I won't let you have that chance. Ever. From now on, you won't be able to take a single step out of my sight." Lin Yu tried to break free. "Shoyan, calm down. There's no way we can get along properly if you're like this." Shoyan, however, sneered. "Get along well? Unless you completely belong to me and only have me in your heart, don't talk to me about getting along well." She pulled a rope out of her pocket and said viciously, "Since you won't listen, I'll just have to tie you to my side." Lin Yu looked at her in horror. "Shoyan, you're crazy." Shoyan yelled. "I'm crazy, driven crazy by you." Shoyan pushed Lin Yu to the ground, clutching the rope tightly in her hand, a hideous smile on her face. "Lin Yu, today is the day you stay by my side forever." Lin Yu struggled desperately and shouted, "Shoyan, you'll regret this." Shoyan simply ignored his words and directly pounced on him, pressing his knees against Lin Yu's body and forcibly tying his hands together. "Regret? The only thing I regret is not doing this earlier." Shoyan gasped, her eyes revealing a crazy obsession. Lin Yu looked at her in despair. "Shoyan, you're hopeless." Shoyan laughed out loud. "Incorrigible? So what? As long as I can be with you, I'm willing to go to hell even if I have to." She dragged Lin Yu into her room and locked the door, mumbling, "You're mine, always mine." Shoyan roughly threw Lin Yu onto the bed, her entire body pressed up like a hungry tiger, her lips pressing hard against Lin Yu's. Lin Yu desperately twisted his head to avoid it, but Shoyan pressed his head to death. "Don't struggle, Lin Yu. Kiss me obediently, kiss me until you never want to leave me again." Shoyan's voice was almost hissing, her hands clasped onto Lin Yu's shoulders, her nails almost sinking into his flesh. Lin Yu closed his lips tightly and tried to resist. Shoyan saw this and became enraged. She bit Lin Yu's lips and the taste of blood instantly filled their mouths. "How dare you reject me?" Shoyan's eyes grew crazier and crazier as she continued to kiss Lin Yu regardless, with such vigor that Lin Yu felt suffocated, while Lin Yu's resistance gradually became feeble. Shoyan did not have the slightest intention of stopping, as if she wanted to pour all of her madness and obsession into this intense kiss. Shoyan kissed Lin Yu frantically, not giving Lin Yu the slightest chance to catch his breath. Lin Yu's face became pale, but Shoyan was like she was possessed. The harder she kissed, the crazier she got. Her lips were red and swollen from the intense action, but she still refused to stop. Lin Yu felt like he was about to faint, but Shoyan was still clinging to him, muttering, "Lin Yu, stay with me forever, forever." I don't know how long it took, but Lin Yu had already lost consciousness, and Shoyan was still kissing mechanically, as if she wanted to suck all of Lin Yu's soul into her body so that he could never leave again. The room was filled with an almost frantic aura. Xiaoyan's eyes were empty and insistent. Only the kisses did not stop. Xiaoyan was still kissing Lin Yu recklessly, her breathing rapid and messy, her hands tightly wrapped around Lin Yu's neck as if he would disappear if she let go. Lin Yu had long been unresponsive, but Xiaoyan seemed to be caught up in her own world, completely unaware. Her kisses became rougher and rougher, even with a hint of desperate madness. Her tears slid down her cheeks and dripped onto Lin Yu's face, mixing with the smell of that blood. Why don't you want to belong only to me yet? Xiaoyan shouted hysterically as she kissed. Her lips were numb, but she continued without stopping, and the only sounds in the entire room were her ragged breathing and kissing. Suddenly, Xiaoyan's body trembled violently. She seemed to finally realize that something was wrong with Lin Yu, but her movements only paused for a split second, and then she continued to kiss again, as if she wanted to do so until the end of time. Xiaoyan frantically kissed Lin Yu. Her lips had broken the skin and bled, but she didn't even realize it. Lin Yu was like a lifeless mannequin, at the mercy of Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan's tears and blood intertwined and dripped onto the bed as her voice became hoarse and mournful. Lin Yu, even if you die, I'm going to keep kissing like this so that your soul remembers my love. Time seemed to freeze, and Xiaoyan's world was left with only her and Lin Yu, as well as the endless kisses. Her eyes became dull, yet they carried a creepy determination. After an unknown amount of time, Xiaoyan's body was shaking from extreme exhaustion and weakness, but her lips were still pressed against Lin Yu as if this was the last shred of support for her life. Chapter 24, You Crazy Bastard. Just as Xiaoyan was close to being deflated, Lin Yu suddenly woke up. He opened his eyes violently and pushed Xiaoyan away. Xiaoyan was caught off guard and fell heavily to the ground. She looked at Lin Yu in shock, both surprise and fear in her eyes. You lunatic! Lin Yu roared, his lips red and swollen, his eyes filled with anger and disgust. Xiaoyan got up from the ground and pounced on Lin Yu once again. Lin Yu, you're awake. Great. Stay with me. Lin Yu forcefully broke free from her and shouted, I never want to see you again. Xiaoyan's expression instantly became distorted. No, you can't leave me. You can't. She once again rushed up and hugged Lin Yu's legs, crying at the top of her voice, Please, don't leave me. I can't live without you. Lin Yu kicked her away viciously. You make me sick. Xiaoyan collapsed on the ground, staring blankly at Lin Yu, her eyes gradually becoming hollow, as if her soul had been withdrawn. Xiaoyan suddenly let out a burst of crazy laughter. Lin Yu, you think you can get rid of me just like that? Ha 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 ha. No way. She stood up violently, her eyes revealing a reckless madness. Xiaoyan violently picked up a sharp knife from the side and waved it at Lin Yu. Don't you dare leave. Even if we die, we'll die together. Lin Yu looked at her in horror and stepped back. Xiaoyan, calm down. Xiaoyan, however, couldn't listen at all, as she waved the kitchen knife while shouting, I've given everything for you, and you're treating me like this. Today it's either you die or I die. With that, she lunged towards Lin Yu, who hastily dodged as the room was in chaos. Just as Xiaoyan lunged at Lin Yu again, Lin Yu sidestepped and quickly struck out, violently snatching the knife from her hand. Xiaoyan instantly froze, her eyes staring straight at the kitchen knife in Lin Yu's hand before looking back at him with a desperate smile on her face. Fine, Lin Yu, you actually dared to grab my knife. So what? Even without the knife, I won't let you go. She recklessly pounced on Lin Yu once again, her hands forming claws as she tried to grab Lin Yu's face. Lin Yu hurriedly pointed his knife at her and shouted, Xiaoyan, don't force me. Xiaoyan, however, did not flinch at all and continued to charge forward. You chop me to death if you can. Lin Yu's hands were trembling. He didn't expect Xiaoyan to have gone crazy to this extent. Lin Yu looked at Xiaoyan almost crazy look, heart a soft, hand a loose. Kitchen knife clang fell to the ground. Seeing this, Xiaoyan's face flashed a smile of triumph as she once again pounced towards Lin Yu and hugged him tightly. Lin Yu, you still can't let me be hurt after all, so stop struggling and obediently stay by my side. Lin Yu tried to push her away, but realized that Xiaoyan was hugging her to death and couldn't break free. Xiaoyan, you won't get a good result like this. Lin Yu's voice carried a hint of helplessness and exhaustion, but Xiaoyan whispered in his ear, as long as I can be with you, I don't care about any outcome. Lin Yu closed his eyes and sighed deeply. Right at this moment, Xiaoyan suddenly let go of Lin Yu, her eyes becoming unusually determined. Lin Yu, since you're not willing to stay of your own accord, then I'll have to use another method. With that, she turned and ran to the corner of the room and pulled out a rope. Xiaoyan, what are you doing? Lin Yu asked in horror. Xiaoyan smiled coldly, I'm going to tie you up so you can never run away. Lin Yu starts to rush towards the door and Hyoyan quickly stops him as the two wrestle. In the midst of the chaos, Xiaoyan bites Lin Yu hard, and when Lin Yu is in pain and his movements slow down, Xiaoyan takes the opportunity to put the rope on him. Ha ha, Lin Yu, you can't escape. Xiaoyan laughed madly while pulling the rope tighter with all her might. Lin Yu struggled in desperation. "Shoyan, you're crazy, let go of me." But Shoyan didn't pay any attention to him and just kept tightening the rope, and Lin Yu's face became more and more ugly. Shoyan tied Lin Yu in a death grip with so much force that Lin Yu could barely breathe. Her eyes revealed an almost perverted satisfaction. "Lin Yu, now you'll always be mine. No one will be able to snatch you away." Lin Yu's face turned red because he was having trouble breathing and said with difficulty, "Shoyan, you'll regret this." Shoyan, however, laughed out loud. "Regret? I only regret not doing this earlier. I'm going to lock you up here for the rest of your life." She turned and took a key out of a drawer, walked to the door, locked it, and swallowed it in her mouth. "You don't stand a chance of getting out, Rin Yu." Shoyan's voice echoed in the room. Lin Yu looked at her in despair, his heart filled with fear and anger. Shoyan went to the bedside again and took out a syringe with an unknown liquid inside. She walked towards Lin Yu step by step with a weird smile on her face. "Lin Yu, this is something I prepared especially for you. As long as I give you the injection, you'll love only me forever." Lin Yu desperately twisted his body, trying to avoid it, and shouted, "Shoyan, you're committing a crime." Shoyan wasn't moved at all and violently grabbed Lin Yu's arm, about to stick the syringe down. Without hesitation, Shoyan stuck the syringe into Lin Yu's arm and pushed the unknown liquid into his body. "Lin Yu, soon you will become weak and no longer have the strength to resist me." A crazy and twisted smile appeared on Shoyan's face. Lin Yu only felt a chill instantly spread throughout his body, and immediately after, his limbs began to become weak and his entire body went limp. "Shoyan, you demon." Lin Yu's voice was so weak that it was barely audible. Shoyan squatted down and stroked Lin Yu's face, but there was not a trace of pity in her eyes. "My dear, isn't it good that you can only rely on me this way?" Lin Yu closed his eyes in despair as he felt his life draining away little by little. Instead, Shoyan hummed a song and began to decorate the room as if it was their love nest. I don't know how much time had passed, but Lin Yu no longer even had the strength to speak. While Shoyan was still immersed in her own fantasies, unconcerned about Lin Yu's condition, Shoyan looked at the dying Lin Yu and whispered, "Don't worry, dear. It's just a drug to weaken you so that you'll never be able to get away from me." Lin Yu laboriously opened his eyes filled with despair and resentment. "You'll get what's coming to you, Shoyan." Shoyan sneered, "Retribution? As long as I can be with you, I'm not afraid of anything." She went to the bedside, took out a piece of bread and a bottle of water, and handed it to Rin Yu. "Here, honey, eat something so you can stay alive with me." Lin Yu looked away and refused. Shoyan's face instantly turned grim. "You're not eating? That's not up to you." Saying this, she forcefully broke open Lin Yu's mouth and stuffed the bread in. While Lin Yu choked and coughed, Shoyan laughed. "See, how obedient this is." An eerie and terrifying atmosphere permeated the room at this point, and Lin Yu didn't know how much longer he could hold out while Shoyan's madness continued to escalate. Shoyan looked at Lin Yu's agonized appearance, and a trace of pleasure actually rose in her heart. "Lin Yu, you know what? From the first moment I saw you, I knew that you could only be mine." Shoyan stroked Lin Yu's hair, her tone soft but creepy. Rin Yu gasped with difficulty, unable to speak. Shoyan suddenly stood up and started talking to herself in the room. "I'm going to get us more food and water so we can be together all the time," she said as she rummaged through boxes and threw things everywhere. Rin Yu took advantage of her inattention and tried to move his body, looking for a chance to escape. But just as he moved, Shoyan turned her head and glared viciously at him. "Don't you dare run away. Even if you only have one breath left, it's still mine." Lin Yu's heart sank completely, and he felt that he had fallen into endless darkness. Chapter 25, Am I Not Beautiful? Shoyan walked back to Lin Yu again, crouched down, and gently whispered in his ear, "My dear, don't think of escaping. Even if you manage to escape from this room, I'll still be able to get you back." Lin Yu's eyes were filled with fear and despair as he said weakly, "Shoyan, why are you doing this to me?" Shoyan laughed. The sound of the laugh seemed eerie in the quiet room. "Because I love you, so much that I can't let you take a step away from me." At that moment, a sudden knock came from outside, and Shoyan's face instantly became tense. "Who?" she asked warily. "Shoyan, it's me, your neighbor. I hear strange noises in your house." A woman's voice came from outside the door. Shoyan shouted, "Nothing's going on, stay out of it." However, the knocking on the door became more urgent. Shoyan's eyes became fierce as she turned to look at Lin Yu. "You better keep quiet or you'll be in for it." A glimmer of hope flared in Lin Yu's heart as he thought that maybe this was his chance to be saved. Shoyan stared deathly at the door, beads of sweat breaking out on her forehead. While nervously keeping an eye on the movements outside the door, she covered Lin Yu's mouth with her hand to prevent him from making a sound. "Shoyan, I'm going to call the police if you don't open the door." The neighbor's voice became more urgent. Shoyan gritted her teeth and responded loudly, "Don't call the police. I'll open the door." She slowly stood up, but her eyes never left Lin Yu as she warned, "If you dare to make a sound, I'll come back and make you look good. After saying that, Xiaoyan carefully walked towards the door and opened a crack. What's going on? I hear a lot of noise in there. The neighbor tried to look inside. Xiaoyan hurriedly blocked her line of sight and said, it's nothing, just a fight with her boyfriend. The neighbor frowned. Really? Why doesn't that feel right to me? Xiaoyan squeezed out a smile. It's really fine, big sister. Don't worry about it. The neighbor gave her a half-hearted look. Okay then, but don't make too much noise. Xiaoyan hurriedly nodded and closed the door. She turned around, her face grim as she walked towards Lin Yu and said viciously, you almost ruined it. Let's see how I'll fix you. Xiaoyan approached Lin Yu step by step and said through gritted teeth, I'm going to kiss you to death. After saying that, she violently pounced on Lin Yu and frantically kissed him. Lin Yu was powerless to resist and could only let her do whatever she wanted. Xiaoyan's kiss was rough and intense, as if she wanted to pour all her anger and madness into the kiss. After a while, Xiaoyan let go of Lin Yu, who had nearly fainted. Humph, let's see what else you can do, Xiaoyan said under her breath. A suffocating atmosphere filled the room at this time. Lin Yu's consciousness was becoming more and more blurred. He didn't know how much longer he could hold on. Xiaoyan stopped her movements and stared straight at Lin Yu, with madness and sorrow in her eyes as she roared, am I not beautiful? Lin Yu weakly raised his eyes to look at her for a moment and said breathlessly, you're already crazy, so what's the point of being pretty? When Xiaoyan heard this, her expression became even more distorted. I became like this for you, and you're calling me crazy. She grabbed her hair with both hands and screamed at the top of her lungs. Then, she lunged at Lin Yu again and grabbed him by the neck with both hands. Say it, where exactly am I bad? Lin Yu's face was bruised from the pinch, and he tried to struggle but couldn't muster the strength to do so. Just when Lin Yu felt like he was about to suffocate, there was a sudden violent banging on the door. Chapter 26, The Octopus. When Xiaoyan heard the sound of banging on the door, the strength in her hands loosened a bit and her eyes cleared for a moment as she looked at Lin Yu and murmured, Lin Yu, I'm sorry, but soon. She returned to her madness and increased the strength of her hands, but I can't live without you. Just then, the door was slammed open and the police rushed in, quickly subduing Xiaoyan. Get off me, let go of me. Xiaoyan struggled desperately. Lin Yu, on the other hand, lay on the ground panting heavily, his eyes filled with the celebration of the aftermath of the robbery and the complex emotions towards Xiaoyan. Just as the police were about to take Xiaoyan away, Lin Yu suddenly shouted, Comrade police, let her go. Everyone looked at Lin Yu in surprise, and the policeman asked suspiciously, Sir, she did this to you, and you're still pleading for her? Lin Yu sat up with difficulty and said with a complicated expression, she just loved me too much and lost herself. Xiaoyan froze when she heard Lin Yu's words and couldn't stop her tears. Lin Yu sighed, but you can't hurt others and yourself like this. Go get treatment, and when you're better, we'll start over. Xiaoyan nodded desperately, sobbing uncontrollably. Seeing this, the police officer let go of Xiaoyan, but warned her, for the sake of the victim this time, let's leave it alone for now, but you have to undergo psychological treatment. Xiaoyan and Lin Yu looked at each other with both guilt and hope in their eyes. After the police left, only Lin Yu and Xiaoyan were left in the room. Xiaoyan instantly sat down on the floor, crying uncontrollably. Lin Yu, I'm really wrong, I won't be like this in the future. Xiaoyan sobbed. Lin Yu looked at her with mixed feelings in his heart. Xiaoyan, I hope you can do what you say you will do, receive treatment properly, and change back to the original you. Xiaoyan stood up and slowly walked to Lin Yu's side, wanting to reach out and pull him, but she was a bit afraid to. Lin Yu, can you still trust me? Lin Yu was silent for a moment, but finally held her hand. I'm willing to give you another chance, but you must change. Xiaoyan nodded her head vigorously, her eyes filled with determination. At this time, Xiaoyan suddenly hugged Lin Yu tightly like an octopus, fearing that if she let go, he would disappear. Lin Yu was a little out of breath from her strangulation. Xiaoyan, you should loosen up a little first. Xiaoyan, however, hugged tighter. I'm afraid you won't want me once I let go. Lin Yu sighed helplessly. I won't leave, but it's really hard for me when you're like this. Xiaoyan then loosened up a little, but her hands were still tightly wrapped around Lin Yu's waist. Lin Yu, I'll really change in the future. Don't leave me. Lin Yu gently patted her back. Okay, I believe you, but you need to calm down now. Xiaoyan was still wrapped around Lin Yu like an octopus, refusing to relax for a moment. Lin Yu stood helplessly in place, letting her hold on. Lin Yu, I'm really scared of losing you. Xiaoyan buried her face in Lin Yu's chest, her voice tinged with tears. Lin Yu felt her trembling and felt some heartache in his heart. Xiaoyan, as long as you change, everything will be fine. Xiaoyan raised her head and looked at him with teary eyes. Then you're not allowed to leave my sight right now. Not even one step. Lin Yu nodded and patted her shoulder soothingly. However, Xiaoyan still seemed uneasy as her arms and legs exerted themselves once again, as if she wanted to become one with Lin Yu. Chapter 27, Xiaoyan faints. Xiaoyan hugged harder and harder, and Lin Yu even felt like his bones were being strangled. Xiaoyan, gently, I can't breathe, Lin Yu said with difficulty, but Xiaoyan, as if she didn't hear him, continued to pester him to death, and her mouth kept chanting, I won't let you leave me again, absolutely not. Lin Yu's face became more and more ugly as he tried to break Xiaoyan's hand, only to find that she was incredibly strong. Just when Lin Yu felt like he was about to suffocate, Xiaoyan suddenly went limp and fainted in his arms. Lin Yu was shocked and hurriedly picked up Xiaoyan and put her on the bed. Lin Yu anxiously looked at the fainted Xiaoyan, his heart filled with worry. He hurriedly called the emergency number and explained the situation to the other party with a trembling voice. While waiting for the ambulance, Lin Yu stood by Xiaoyan's side and kept calling her name. Xiaoyan, wake up, don't scare me. Not long after, the ambulance siren sounded from far and near. Paramedics quickly lifted Xiaoyan onto a stretcher and sent her to the hospital. Lin Yu followed and got into the car, holding Xiaoyan's hand tightly along the way, silently praying that she would be safe. When they arrive at the hospital, Xiaoyan is pushed into the emergency room. Lin Yu paces anxiously outside the door. Every minute is torture for him. Finally, the emergency room door opened and the doctor stepped out. Doctor, how is she? Lin Yu asked eagerly. The doctor took off his mask and said, the patient fainted due to overexcitement and physical exhaustion. It's not life-threatening at the moment, but he still needs to rest well. When Lin Yu heard this, the big stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. Lin Yu came to Xiaoyan's hospital room and looked at her, who was still in a coma, his face filled with exhaustion and heartache. After a long time, Xiaoyan slowly opened her eyes, and the moment she saw Lin Yu, tears welled up again. Lin Yu, I'm sorry I made you worry again. Xiaoyan's voice was weak. Lin Yu held her hand and said softly, don't think about it so much, get your body well first. In the following days, Lin Yu came to take care of Xiaoyan every day, bringing her meals and chatting with her. Xiaoyan's mood also gradually stabilized, no longer as crazy as before. On the day she was discharged from the hospital, Xiaoyan took Lin Yu's hand and said seriously, Lin Yu, this time I'll really change for the better, so trust me one more time. Lin Yu looked into her eyes and nodded. Okay, I'll wait. Xiaoyan suddenly let out a burst of ha-ha-ha laughter. Lin Yu was startled by her sudden laughter. Xiaoyan, what's wrong with you? Lin Yu was filled with doubt and worry. Xiaoyan stopped laughing and her eyes became a bit mesmerized. Lin Yu, do you really think I will change? This is just to make you let your guard down. Lin Yu's face changed drastically. Xiaoyan, Xiaoyan interrupted. I'm still the same me that's madly in love with you and will never change. Lin Yu looked at her incredulously. The little hope that had just risen in his heart instantly dashed. Lin Yu's eyes widened and his voice trembled as he said, Xiaoyan, why are you still doing this? Xiaoyan sneered, because I can't stand the thought of you not being by my side for even a second. Lin Yu took a few steps back, his face full of despair. You're simply incorrigible. Xiaoyan violently stood up from the bed and pressed on. Lin Yu, don't try to escape. You won't be able to get rid of me in this lifetime. Just then, the door to the hospital room was pushed open and a psychiatrist walked in. Xiaoyan, calm down, the psychiatrist said. Xiaoyan glanced at the psychiatrist with resistance in her eyes. You leave me alone. The psychiatrist walked over to Xiaoyan and handed her a pill. Take the pill first and calm down. Xiaoyan knocked the pills away with one hand. I'm not sick. I don't need pills. The pills rolled down to Lin Yu's feet. He bent down to pick them up and looked at Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan, be obedient. Take the medicine to get better. Xiaoyan glared angrily at Lin Yu. You're also with them, all trying to control me. The atmosphere in the hospital room was tense to the core. Chapter 28, I'm not sick. Xiaoyan shouted. I said I'm not sick. I'm not sick. I don't need medication. I don't need your so-called treatment. She grew more and more agitated and began to wave her hands around wildly, sweeping everything next to her to the ground. Lin Yu and the psychiatrist try to calm her down, but Xiaoyan simply won't listen. Suddenly, Haiyan rushed towards the window and tried to open it to jump. Xiaoyan, don't! Lin Yu shouted in horror, rushing over and hugging her tightly. The psychiatrist also rushed to help and together they pulled Xiaoyan back. Xiaoyan sat paralyzed on the floor and let out a loud cry. Lin Yu looked at her, his heart filled with pain and helplessness. Seeing Xiaoyan so devastated, Lin Yu's heart crossed and he leaned down to kiss him. Xiaoyan first froze, then responded more frantically to Lin Yu's kisses, her hands clasping Lin Yu's neck tightly, as if she wanted to rub him into her body. After the kiss, Xiaoyan looked at Lin Yu with misty eyes and pouted. Lin Yu, you'll always be mine. No one can take you away. Lin Yu frowned slightly, his heart full of tangles and worries, but he still said softly, Xiaoyan, as long as you are obediently cured, I won't leave you. Xiaoyan sneered. Cure? Humph. I won't cooperate unless you stay with me every moment. Lin Yu nodded helplessly. Okay, I'll accompany you. Only then did Xiaoyan show a satisfied smile, like a child who had gotten candy. However, Lin Yu knew in his heart that he didn't know when such days would come to an end. Xiaoyan suddenly hooked her hand around Lin Yu's neck and said viciously, Lin Yu, if you dare to take half a step away from me, I'll kill you and then kill myself. We can't live in the same bed, but we'll die in the same hole. Lin Yu trembled at her words, but still forced himself to say, Xiaoyan, don't be like this, I won't leave. Xiaoyan's eyes stared straight at Lin Yu, her voice shrill. Then you swear right now that you will always love only me, always stay by my side, and if you break it, you shall not die. Lin Yu gritted his teeth and swore as she said. Xiaoyan then relaxed a little, but then said, from now on, you have to report your whereabouts to me every day. Who you talk to, what you say, don't hide anything at all. Lin Yu could only nod his head in agreement. At night, Lin Yu wanted to leave for a while Xiaoyan was asleep, and just as he got up, Xiaoyan opened her eyes and said coldly, where do you want to go? Lin Yu hurriedly explained, I just wanted to go get a glass of water. Xiaoyan sat up and stared at him dead in the face. I'll accompany you. Lin Yu sighed helplessly and went to pour water with Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan held his arm tightly, not letting go for a moment. Back in the hospital room, Xiaoyan was still uneasy and pulled Lin Yu's hand and said, Lin Yu, sleep next to me and hold me, or I won't be able to sleep. Lin Yu lay down as he was told and hugged Xiaoyan, but Xiaoyan kept whispering all sorts of crazy love words in his ears, making it impossible for Lin Yu to fall asleep. The next morning, just as Lin Yu opened his eyes, he saw Xiaoyan staring straight at him and said, Lin Yu, I didn't sleep all night just because I was afraid you'd run away. Lin Yu's heart burst with bitterness, not knowing when such days would end. At this time, Xiaoyan's cell phone rang. She glanced at it and her face instantly became gloomy. Who is it? Rin Yu asked cautiously. Xiaoyan slammed her cell phone down hard and roared, why did she call you? Lin Yu hurriedly explained, it might be a typo. Xiaoyan, take it easy. Xiaoyan didn't listen at all and rushed over to grab Lin Yu's collar. I don't believe it. Are you having dealings with other women behind my back? Chapter 29, you go to sleep. Lin Yu said soothingly, you sleep. Xiaoyan's eyes widened as she looked at him incredulously. You actually think I'm annoying now and let me sleep? Lin Yu, do you not love me anymore? Lin Yu hurriedly shook his head. No, Xiaoyan, you need to rest so that you can heal faster. Xiaoyan sneered, my illness? It's still not because of you. When I sleep, are you going to take the opportunity to leave again? Lin Yu sighed helplessly, I won't leave. I'll stay here with you. Xiaoyan laid down half-heartedly, but her eyes were still locked on Lin Yu. After a while, Xiaoyan seemed to be really tired and slowly closed her eyes. However, her hand was still tightly gripping the corner of Lin Yu's coat. Lin Yu gently tried to pull out the corner of his coat, not realizing that just as soon as he moved, Xiaoyan's eyes snapped open. Lin Yu, you really want to leave? Lin Yu hurriedly explained, I just felt a little itchy. Xiaoyan looked at him suspiciously, and after a while, she slowly loosened her hand and said, then you're not allowed to move. Lin Yu nodded, not daring to make the slightest movement. Xiaoyan closed her eyes again, but not a moment later, she suddenly sat up again and said loudly, Lin Yu, I can't sleep, tell me a story. Lin Yu had no choice but to search his mind and think of stories to tell her. After telling a few stories, Xiaoyan finally got some sleep, but just as she was about to fall asleep, she snapped her eyes open again and said, Lin Yu, if you dare to leave while I'm asleep, I'll wake up and die for you. Lin Yu's heart tightened and he quickly assured, no, I won't leave. Only then did Xiaoyan fall asleep again, and Lin Yu looked at her sleeping face, his heart filled with helplessness and pain. Xiaoyan unconsciously wrapped herself around Lin Yu again like an octopus in her sleep, muttering, Lin Yu, don't leave me. Lin Yu was so wrapped up in her that he could barely move, but he didn't dare push her away for fear of waking her up and triggering her emotional outburst again. I don't know how long it took, but Lin Yu's body was going numb while Xiaoyan hugged him tighter and tighter. Suddenly, Xiaoyan woke up screaming, Lin Yu, are you trying to run? Rin Yu said with a tired look on his face. I didn't. You were holding me the whole time. I couldn't even move. Xiaoyan then calmed down a little and rehugged Lin Yu tightly. Alright, then don't move either. Just stay with me all the time. Lin Yu didn't dare to utter a single breath for fear of annoying Xiaoyan. However, Xiaoyan was still uneasy, and her mouth kept chanting, Lin Yu, you can't leave me. You can't. Lin Yu responded softly, I won't leave. I don't know how long it took, but Lin Yu felt like he was being strangled by Xiaoyan, but he didn't dare to struggle. Just when he felt like he was about to suffocate, Xiaoyan suddenly let go. Lin Yu had just breathed a sigh of relief when he realized that Xiaoyan was staring at him with wide, dead eyes. Lin Yu, were you trying to break free just now? Xiaoyan's voice was thick with questioning. Lin Yu hurriedly shook his head. No, absolutely not. Xiaoyan snorted coldly. It's better if there isn't. Otherwise, I won't let you off the hook. After saying that, he hugged Lin Yu tightly again. Xiaoyan thought that if she stayed sick like this, Lin Yu would be able to stay by her side all the time. The thought just popped up as perhaps the only way to keep Lin Yu. She hugged Lin Yu tightly and whispered in his ear, Lin Yu, I actually don't want to get better and get sick in order to keep you from leaving me. Chapter 30, Spoiled, When Lin Yu heard this, he was shocked. Xiaoyan, don't think like that, a healthy you is the best. Xiaoyan, however, didn't listen at all and stubbornly said, I don't care, I just want you to stay with me. Lin Yu was silent. He didn't know how to face such an extreme Xiaoyan. At this time, the doctor came in to check on the room and frowned when he saw Xiaoyan's state. The patient's mood is still very unstable. This can't go on. Xiaoyan yelled at the doctor. Leave me alone. All of you. The doctor shook his head helplessly and looked at Lin Yu. You persuade her more. Lin Yu nodded, but his heart was filled with helplessness and confusion. Lin Yu got up, trying to keep a little distance from Xiaoyan so he could calm himself down. But Xiaoyan pulled him back. Where are you going? Lin Yu took a deep breath and said, Xiaoyan, I just want to stand for a while. Xiaoyan's eyes were filled with suspicion and uneasiness. Are you leaving? You lied to me. Lin Yu said helplessly. Xiaoyan, I really won't leave, but you have to lie the bit too. Xiaoyan's tears instantly welled up. Sanity? I've become like this for you, and you're still talking to me about sanity. At this point, the atmosphere in the ward became incredibly tense. Xiaoyan cried, Kiss me. Lin Yu hesitated for a moment, but still leaned down and kissed. Xiaoyan, however, bit Lin Yu's lips hard in the kiss, and the taste of blood filled their mouths. Lin Yu, if you dare to betray me, I will make your life worse than death, Xiaoyan said viciously. Lin Yu's lips were bitten and his heart was filled with fear and helplessness, but he still forced himself to say, Xiaoyan, don't be like this. Xiaoyan sneered, don't do that? Then what's it going to be? Do you already have someone else in your heart? Lin Yu hurriedly shook his head. No, I only have you in my heart. Xiaoyan glared at him. It better be. Lin Yu didn't dare to speak and just silently endured Xiaoyan's madness. Xiaoyan suddenly pulled Lin Yu back with force and kissed him hard again, saying as she did so, Lin Yu, you'll never want to leave me. Even if I die, I'll die with you. Her kisses were almost frantic, and her hands gripped Lin Yu's clothes with a death grip, as if the moment she let go, Lin Yu would disappear. Lin Yu was so kissed by her that he could barely breathe, so he managed to push her away and said, Xiaoyan, calm down. Xiaoyan's eyes became fierce. Calm? How can I be calm? You are mine, only mine. At that moment, the door to the hospital room was pushed open and the nurse walked in to see the scene. Too surprised to speak, Xiaoyan yelled at the nurse, Get out! Who let you in? The nurse backed away in fear. Xiaoyan turned her head and stared at Lin Yu once again. Lin Yu, don't you dare try to run away. Even if the whole world is against it, I won't let you go. Xiaoyan suddenly softened her tone and started pouting. Lin Yu, don't be mean to me. I just love you too much to be like this. Lin Yu looked at her rapidly changing emotions and was a bit at a loss for words. Xiaoyan pulled Lin Yu's hand and shook it. Honey, don't be angry with me, okay? I'll be good from now on, as long as you're always by my side. Lin Yu sighed helplessly. Xiaoyan, I'm really tired of you being like this. Xiaoyan's eyes reddened again upon hearing this. Tired? You actually said you're tired of being with me? Lin Yu, do you not love me anymore? Saying that, she started to get emotional again. I don't care. You have to love me and only me, Xiaoyan yelled. Xiaoyan wrapped her hands around Lin Yu's neck and pouted. Brother Lin Yu, I know it's wrong. You can forgive me this time, okay? She blinked her big watery eyes with anticipation in them. Lin Yu once again looked at her rapidly changing emotions and was somewhat at a loss for words. Seeing this, Xiaoyan pressed her face against Lin Yu's chest, gently rubbing against it, her voice getting softer and softer. Brother Lin Yu, I'll really be obedient in the future. I won't be so capricious anymore. So don't be angry. Lin Yu was still unmoved. Xiaoyan pouted and shook Lin Yu's body. Brother Lin Yu, if you don't forgive me, I'll cry my eyes out. Oh. Lin Yu looked at her helplessly. Xiaoyan, stop it. Xiaoyan immediately stopped her fake crying and revealed a sweet smile. Then you're forgiving me, right? Chapter 31, Pampering, 2. Lin Ning didn't say anything. Xiaoyan continued to pamper herself by gently hooking her fingers on the corner of Lin Yu's coat and said in a petulant voice, Brother Lin Yu, I will give you delicious food every day and smile at you every day. So don't be angry with me. She blinked her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering. Brother Lin Yu, I'll also give you a massage to help you get rid of your fatigue from the day, okay? Lin Yu remained silent. Xiaoyan bit her lips, put her hands together in front of her chest and said pitifully, Brother Lin Yu, I promise to be as docile as a kitten in the future and obediently listen to you. So don't ignore me, please. Seeing that Lin Yu still didn't react, Xiaoyan's voice took on a hint of crying. Brother Lin Yu, if you really don't forgive me, my heart is going to break into pieces. Do you want to give up? Seeing Lin Yu continue to ignore her, Xiaoyan's tears welled up in her eyes and she pouted. Brother Lin Yu, are you really so cruel? I've begged you like this. She came up to Lin Yu, gently pulling his arm and shaking it. Brother Lin Yu, look at me. I'm so pitiful. You just feel sorry for me. Lin Yu remained expressionless and didn't say a word. Xiaoyan sniffled and said with a sobbing voice, Brother Lin Yu, people will knit you warm scarves and sing you songs to relieve your boredom when you're tired. Can't you just hug me and say you're not angry anymore? She jumped into Lin Yu's arms and tightly wrapped her arms around his waist. Brother Lin Yu, I really know I'm wrong. If you don't say anything, I'm going to cry all day. Xiaoyan raised her head in Lin Yu's arms and said with teary eyes, Brother Lin Yu, I will never imprison you again. Really, I swear. You can go wherever you want. I'll never restrict your freedom again. So just forgive me this once. She rubbed her face against Lin Yu's chest. Brother Lin Yu, I'll obediently wait for you to come home. I'll prepare a hot meal for you, as long as you don't ignore me. Lin Yu still didn't respond. Xiaoyan was so anxious that she stomped her feet. Brother Lin Yu, I really won't. I will change my bad habits and be a gentle and considerate good girlfriend. Please believe me. She took Lin Yu's hand and placed it on her face. Touch my face. I'm filled with remorse right now. Really, Brother Lin Yu. Xiaoyan saw Lin Yu's slightly curled mouth. A glimmer of hope flared up in her heart, and she hurriedly struck while the iron was hot by saying, Brother Lin Yu, look, I've admitted my mistake so sincerely, so don't be angry with me anymore. I'll give you enough personal space in the future and won't be overly uptight and bossy like before. I will respect your thoughts and decisions and be an understanding girlfriend. She cupped her hands around Lin Yu's face, her eyes filled with anticipation and pleading. Brother Lin Yu, I promise that I will never make you feel oppressed and bound again, okay? Lin Yu pushed her away and said with a frown, Xiaoyan, you say it lightly, but how can I trust you so easily? Xiaoyan was pushed and stumbled, almost falling, but she immediately jumped over and hugged Lin Yu's leg again, crying, Brother Lin Yu, I'm serious this time, really, you give me another chance, just once. Lin Yu snorted coldly, Xiaoyan, I've already given you too many chances. Xiaoyan tightly hugged Lin Yu's leg and didn't let go. Her voice choked, Brother Lin Yu, I know I was too much before, but this time I'm really determined to change. I'll prove it to you indeed. Please don't leave me. Chapter 32, Pampering, 3. Xiaoyan rubbed her hair against Lin Yu and said in a delicate voice, Brother Lin Yu, do I look like a docile kitten to you? Surely you wouldn't refuse a kitten's plea for peace, right? Lin Yu looked down at her. His expression slightly loosened, but he still didn't say anything. Seeing this, Xiaoyan continued to rub against him, her voice getting softer and softer. Brother Lin Yu, the little cat knows it's wrong, and will be obedient in the future. So you can forgive the little cat. She tilted her head and looked at Lin Yu pitifully, her eyes filled with supplication. Xiaoyan let out a meow and put her hands in the shape of claws on her chest, blinking her eyes and said, Brother Lin Yu, meow, I'm really going to get better, meow. Lin Yu finally couldn't help but laugh a little, but quickly slapped his face again. Xiaoyan hurriedly grabbed the fleeting smile and shook Lin Yu's leg, saying, Brother Lin Yu, the fact that you're smiling means that you still have me in your heart, right? Meow. Ryan, what song do I sing for you? Lin Yu didn't say anything. Hyoyan starts the show. Seductive lashes. Sweet as honey at the corners of the mouth. I'm a sexy little wildcat. Cats mewing. Lin Yu was amused again and curled up the corners of his mouth. But he still forced himself to be serious and said, Humph, don't think that this will make it easy for me to forgive you. Seeing the effect, Xiaoyan's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly meowed again. Brother Lin Yu, meow, I will always try to make you angry. Meow. She circled around Lin Yu, meowing as she did so. Meow. Meow. I promise I'll be good, meow. Lin Yu tried to hold in his laughter and looked away from her. Xiaoyan ran in front of Lin Yu, folded her hands together and meowed pitifully. Brother Lin Yu, please meow. Don't ignore this little kitty, meow. Lin Yu couldn't help but say, you're so cute. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan jumped up excitedly. Meow. Brother Lin Yu, so are you not angry with me? Lin Yu shook his head helplessly. Don't get angry for now, but you have to do what you say. Xiaoyan nodded her head repeatedly. Meow. Brother Lin Yu, I'm sure I'll do what I say and be good from now on. With that, she jumped into Lin Yu's arms. Meow. Brother Lin Yu is the best. Lin Yu finally couldn't help but laugh out loud, his laughter bright and cheerful. Ha 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 ha. Xiaoyan, you little wit, I really can't do anything about you. Lin Yu laughed while holding Xiaoyan tightly in his arms. Xiaoyan rubbed against his arms. Meow. Brother Lin Yu looks so pretty when he smiles. Lin Yu rubbed Xiaoyan's hair. Don't be capricious in the future. Xiaoyan responded obediently. Meow. I know, brother Lin Yu. Lin Yu had a happy smile on his face. Alright, kitty, let's go home. Xiaoyan cheered. Meow. Home. Lin Yu and Xiaoyan held hands as they walked in the direction of their home. Lin Yu smiled and said, Xiaoyan, you always have a way of making my heart soft. Xiaoyan tilted her head and looked at him, saying sweetly, that's because brother Lin Yu loves me. Rin Yu scratched her nose. You're the only one who can talk. The two of them talked and laughed along the way, and it was as if the previous unpleasantness had dissipated. Xiaoyan suddenly stopped and looked at Lin Yu seriously and said, brother Lin Yu, I will definitely cherish our relationship in the future. Lin Yu nodded. I believe you. After returning home, Lin Yu walked into the kitchen and prepared to cook a hearty dinner. Xiaoyan, on the other hand, was tidying up the somewhat messy sofa in the living room, but her gaze was always fixed on Lin Yu in the kitchen, an unspeakable infatuation hidden in those eyes. Not long after, a burst of fragrance came from the kitchen. Xiaoyan couldn't help but run to the kitchen door, poked her head in and asked, brother Lin Yu, what kind of delicious food did you make? There was a bit of pout in her voice. Lin Yu turned around and smiled. It's all your favorite food, just wait a little longer. Xiaoyan, however, approached step by step and hugged Lin Yu from behind, her cheek pressed against his back as she murmured, brother Lin Yu, I don't want to leave you for a moment. Lin Yu was slightly stunned and laughed. Stop it, go wait in the living room. Xiaoyan reluctantly let go of her hand and returned to the living room. However, her gaze was still firmly locked on Lin Yu, not moving away for a moment. When the meal was brought to the table, Xiaoyan couldn't wait to sit down and feast. Lin Yu looked at her with a smile always hanging at the corner of his mouth. Xiaoyan ate while looking at Lin Yu with that blazing and slightly crazy gaze. After dinner, the two of them sat on the balcony and looked at the star-filled sky. Xiaoyan gently leaned on Lin Yu's shoulder and said, brother Lin Yu, it's such a nice time. I really want to lock you away from me forever. Only I can see you. Lin Yu was shocked in his heart, but only took it as a joke. Right at this moment, Lin Yu's cell phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and listened to it for a while, his face gradually becoming grave. Xiaoyan's eyes instantly became shadowy as she snatched the phone and slammed it hard on the ground, roaring, no one is going to snatch you away from me. Chapter 33, You faked it in the hospital. Lin Yu was startled by Xiaoyan's sudden action and couldn't help but burst out. WC. Xiaoyan, you're crazy. He stared wide-eyed, unable to believe that the girl in front of him, who had just been gentle inside the hospital, would be so out of control. Xiaoyan's tears instantly surged out, her body trembled violently, and her lips couldn't stop shivering as she hissed, Lin Yu, I love you so much, why don't you just understand? The voice seemed to be squeezed out from the depths of his soul with endless despair and madness. Her eyes became incomparably ferocious, staring at Lin Yu with a deadly stare, as if she wanted to see through his soul. Her hands clenched tightly into fists, her nails sinking deep into her palms, blood falling drop by drop, but she was oblivious to it. The atmosphere at this moment was oppressive to the extreme, and the air around them seemed to have frozen, leaving people breathless. A creepy chill filled the air, as if an extremely terrifying storm was about to sweep through everything. Xiaoyan suddenly laughed coldly, and that laugh was particularly eerie in the silent night. Lin Yu, since you don't understand my love, then I can only use my way to make you stay by my side forever, even if it, paying any price. Her eyes revealed a defiant determination that was chilling. Lin Yu looked at her in horror and shouted, Xiaoyan, calm down. However, it was as if Xiaoyan hadn't even heard him. Still immersed in her own crazy world, she approached Lin Yu step by step, her mouth chanting, you're mine, always mine. Lin Yu involuntarily stepped back. Beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. His voice trembled as he said, Xiaoyan, calm down, have a talk. Xiaoyan, however, completely ignored it, and her eyes grew crazier and crazier, like an out-of-control beast. Just as she was about to get close to Lin Yu, a cold wind blew by, messing up her hair, but her footsteps didn't pause in the slightest. I can't calm down anymore. Lin Yu, no one can take you away from me. Xiaoyan shouted hysterically. That voice echoed in the night sky, full of despair and paranoia. Lin Yu's eyes widened as he shouted at Xiaoyan, you weren't like this just now inside the hospital. Xiaoyan's expression froze for a moment, then became even more frantic. Hospital? So what? I was able to pretend in the hospital. Now I don't want to pretend anymore. Lin Yu, you're mine, only mine. Lin Yu's voice was tinged with trembling and anger. Xiaoyan, you're simply unbelievable. When you were in the hospital you were obviously so gentle and understanding. Why have you become like this now? Xiaoyan laughed coldly. Gentle and understanding? What did you get in return? It's still not you're not caring. From now on, I won't let you have another chance to leave me. The surrounding darkness seemed to be shocked by Xiaoyan's madness as well, and the wind seemed to stop blowing. Lin Yu's back was already against the wall. There was no way to retreat, and his heart sank to the bottom, not knowing how to face the completely out of control Xiaoyan in front of him. Just at this breathtakingly tense moment, Lin Yu suddenly burst out laughing, and that laughter stood out and was crazy in the silence. Xiaoyan was caught off guard by his sudden laughter, temporarily stopping her approach. A hint of confusion and anger on her face. What are you laughing at? What's so funny? Lin Yu laughed as he said, Xiaoyan, look at you now. You look like a crazy person. You think you can keep me like this? You're wrong. The more you act like this, the more I want to run away. Xiaoyan's face instantly became even more gloomy as she roared. You dare to try escaping. I won't let you leave even if I destroy you. Lin Yu's laughter did not stop. Only a hint of determination was revealed in his eyes. Xiaoyan, you're beyond redemption. Even if I die, I won't be bound by you like this. At this point, a fierce conflict seemed imminent. Xiaoyan could no longer hold back and directly pounced towards Lin Yu, her hands tightly grasping Lin Yu's collar, her eyes filled with anger and madness. Lin Yu, don't you dare to run. Today you must give me an explanation. Lin Yu struggled hard to get away from Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan, let go of me. You're only making me hate you more. Xiaoyan's nails sank into Lin Yu's shoulders, her voice mournful. Hate me? That's still better than losing you. The two of them wrestled together in the darkness, and Lin Yu's arm hit the flower pot next to him, and with a clatter, the flower pot shattered, scattering pieces all over the ground, and Xiaoyan's hair had become disheveled, and she didn't know whether it was tears or sweat on her face. Suddenly, Xiaoyan stopped moving. She looked at Lin Yu blankly. A hint of despair flashed in her eyes. Lin Yu, why did it turn out like this? Why? Chapter 34 dragged into the unknown darkness. Lin Yu breathed heavily, looking at the near-collapsed Xiaoyan in front of him. His heart was full of mixed feelings. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind: run, before Xiaoyan had another seizure. Hurry up and escape from this horrible situation. His eyes began to wander, constantly glancing around for an escape route. His feet also unconsciously moved a few steps, his body slightly leaning forward, ready to sprint at any time. Xiaoyan seemed to have sensed Lin Yu's thoughts as she jerked her head up, anger reigniting in her eyes. Lin Yu, try running if you dare. Lin Yu trembled at her roar, but the desire to escape grew stronger. He clenched his teeth, and with a crossed heart, he turned around and rushed out towards the door. Xiaoyan frantically chased after him, shouting as she ran, Lin Yu, you can't get away. A thrilling chase begins. Lin Yu shouted back as he ran. Xiaoyan, you leechy a little. How could Xiaoyan listen to her? Her speed was getting faster and faster. Her mouth kept chanting, I can't lie. Lin Yu, you're mine. Lin Yu ran desperately, his feet stumbled and almost fell, and after reacting, he continued to rush forward. Xiaoyan, don't be like this. Let's talk about it. Lin Yu tried to calm Xiaoyan down, but Xiaoyan didn't even care, her hair fluttering in the wind, only Lin Yu's back in her eyes. Pedestrians on the street were so frightened by the scene that they shied away, wondering what terrible thing had happened. Lin Yu turns into an alleyway, hoping to get rid of Xiaoyan, but Xiaoyan is in hot pursuit, and her gasps are extraordinarily clear in the silent alleyway. Lin Yu, don't hide. I will definitely find you. Xiaoyan's voice was filled with obsession. Lin Yu panicked and hid in a dark corner, not daring to take a breath. His heart thumped as if it was going to jump out of his throat. In the darkness, he covered his mouth tightly for fear of making the slightest sound. Xiaoyan's footsteps were getting closer and closer. Each step was like stepping on Lin Yu's heart. His eyes stared dead center at the direction Xiaoyan was moving, and his body trembled involuntarily. Lin Yu, where the hell are you? Xiaoyan's voice echoed in this narrow space. Lin Yu felt like his heart was going to stop beating as he prayed that Xiaoyan wouldn't find him. Just then, however, a mouse suddenly scurried past his feet, making a small rattling noise. Xiaoyan jolted to a halt, a sickly smile on her face as she slowly walked towards the corner where Lin Yu was hiding. Lin Yu held his breath, his heart beating wildly, but after a while, he suddenly felt how there was no sound around him. Could it be that Xiaoyan had left? Lin Yu was full of doubts, but he didn't dare to rashly poke his head out to check. In the darkness, the silence was frightening. Lin Yu's forehead was covered with beads of sweat as he kept guessing Xiaoyan's movements in his mind. After a few more moments, Lin Yu really couldn't hold back his inner curiosity, and he slightly poked his head out a little bit, wanting to take a look at the situation outside. Just then, a hand violently grabbed his shoulder, and Xiaoyan's eerie voice rang in his ears. Found you! Lin Yu trembled in horror and cried out. Stop it! Xiaoyan, however, increased the strength of her hand and said viciously, You think you can escape me? Lin Yu struggled in desperation. Xiaoyan, please, don't do this. Xiaoyan's eyes didn't have the slightest bit of pity in them as she dragged Lin Yu as if he was dragging an object. Come with me. Don't even think about running this time. Lin Yu desperately resisted, but he was helpless to Xiaoyan's surprisingly strong power, and he was dragged step by step towards the unknown darkness. Chapter 35, Big Brother of the Roadrunner. After stepping out of the darkness, just then, a passerby passed by, and as if he had grabbed a lifeline, Lin Yu cried out, "Help me! This passerby will call him Blackie." Blackie was startled by the sudden scene, but stopped and asked warily, "What's going on?" Xiaoyan twisted her head to glare fiercely at Xiaohei and growled, "Mind your own business." Xiaohei was intimidated by Xiaoyan's fierce eyes, but when he saw Lin Yu's look of help, he hesitated a little. Lin Yu said eagerly, "Big brother, please, help me. She's crazy." Xiaohei took a deep breath and summoned up the courage to say, "Girl, have a word, don't be like this." Xiaoyan's eyes widened angrily, "I said to leave you alone." Saying that, the strength of her hand increased a few more points, dragging Lin Yu to continue walking forward. Seeing this, Xiaohei did not hesitate to reach out and pull Lin Yu, shouting, "Girl, you can't be so brutal." Xiaoyan was enraged by Xiaohei's obstruction. She freed one of her hands and pushed it hard at the passerby. "Get out of the way." Xiaohei stumbled and almost fell, but quickly regained his footing and once again clung onto Lin Yu's arm, forming a stalemate with Xiaoyan. "You let go of him." Xiaohei pulled hard on Lin Yu while loudly scolding Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan had completely lost her mind at this point and directly raised her leg and kicked Xiaohei. Xiaohei was caught off guard and took a few steps back by the kick, almost falling to the ground. He covered the place where he was kicked, a pained expression on his face. "You woman, why are you so brutal?" Xiaohei was angry and annoyed. Lin Yu took the opportunity to break away from Xiaoyan's hand and hide behind Xiaohei. Seeing this, Xiaoyan rushed over even more frantically, shouting, "Lin Yu, don't run!" The surrounding crowd gasped and some started calling the police. The scene was getting more and more chaotic, while Xiaoyan was still trying to grab Lin Yu regardless. Xiaohei stepped forward and stopped Xiaoyan with open arms, shouting, "The police will be here soon. Don't mess around anymore." Xiaoyan didn't listen at all and tried to go around the side of Xiaohei to grab Lin Yu. Lin Yu, on the other hand, was behind Xiaohei, looking terrified and constantly retreating backwards. Just then, the sound of a siren came from the distance. Xiaoyan's movements paused slightly, but quickly continued to pounce in Lin Yu's direction. The police arrived in time and quickly took control of Xiaoyan. She was still struggling and shouting Lin Yu's name out loud. Lin Yu looked at Xiaoyan, who was controlled by the police, and felt both fear and some pity in his heart. After some questioning, the police took Xiaoyan away. Lin Yu and Xiaohei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaohei patted Lin Yu's shoulder and said, "Young man, you have to be careful in the future. Don't run into anything like this again." Lin Yu looked at Xiaohei gratefully. "Big brother, I'm really grateful to you today. If it wasn't for you, I don't know what would have happened." Blackie asked with a puzzled look on his face. "What the hell is going on here?" Lin Yu sighed and said with a weary expression, "She and I are a couple. She was very well behaved while in the hospital, but when she came back, I don't know what the stimulus was, but suddenly she was like this." Black frowned. "This is too strange. Did something happen that none of you noticed?" Lin Yu shook his head. "I've been thinking about it too, but I just can't figure it out." At that moment, the police officer came over to Lin Yu and said, "Sir, your girlfriend's condition is a bit unstable and may need to receive psychotherapy." Xiaohei patted Lin Yu's shoulder and said, "Let her calm down first." Lin Yu slowly nodded his head, his eyes staring vacantly in the direction that the police had left with Xiaoyan. As the night wind blew by, he couldn't help but shiver, as if half of his soul had been drained away. The surrounding crowd gradually dispersed, leaving Lin Yu standing alone. His mind kept flashing back to the moments he had spent with Xiaoyan, and those once sweet times had now become so bitter. What exactly went wrong? Lin Yu muttered, his voice carrying endless pain and confusion. I don't know how long it took, but Lin Yu dragged his heavy feet and slowly walked in the direction of his home. Every step was like stepping on cotton, vapid and powerless. Returning home, looking at everything familiar, but without Xiaoyan's figure, Lin Yu sat paralyzed on the sofa, holding his head with both hands, his thoughts in chaos. His gaze unconsciously swept over every corner of the room, seeing the couple pillows that Xiaoyan had once bought, the photos they had taken together, and the small snacks that Xiaoyan had prepared for him. These objects that used to be full of warmth were now like a thorn in his heart. Lin Yu closed his eyes and tried to calm himself down, but Xiaoyan's crazy eyes and desperate cries kept surfacing in his mind. He didn't understand why the gentle and sweet Xiaoyan who was in the hospital had become like this. Chapter 36 Luoee, could it be that I've overlooked something? Lin Yu muttered as he began to recall bits and pieces of the recent period, trying to find out what caused Xiaoyan's temperament to change drastically. He's just sickly. What was I thinking? Lin Yu suddenly realized that perhaps from the beginning, Xiaoyan's love was so extreme and crazy that she just never noticed it. He remembered all those overly possessive and controlling behavior that Xiaoyan usually had, and at the time, he only thought it was because of his love, but now that he thought about it, it was all a sign of being sickly. Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a chill rise from the bottom of his heart as he began to wonder if he really understood Xiaoyan. Those details that he had once ignored were now like pieces of a jigsaw puzzle. piecing together a Xiaoyan that struck him with strangeness and fear. How did I fall into such feelings? Lin Yu held his head in pain, his heart filled with remorse and confusion. He dragged his heavy body into the bedroom, stripped off his clothes haphazardly, and fell headfirst onto the bed. But when he closed his eyes, his mind was full of Xiaoyan's madness, making it impossible for him to sleep. After tossing and turning for a long time, Lin Yu finally sat up and leaned on the bed, looking at the dark night sky outside the window, secretly vowing in his heart that he would figure it all out and get rid of this terrible emotional entanglement. However, physically and mentally exhausted, he still fell into a deep sleep without realizing it. Only the tightly furrowed brow showed that he couldn't get rid of his inner troubles even in his sleep. The sunlight poured onto Lin Yu's face through the gaps in the curtains. He slowly opened his eyes, a hint of exhaustion and confusion still in his eyes. Sitting up and rubbing his temples, last night's scene came back to him. Lin Yu sighed and got up to wash up, looking at himself in the mirror. His face was handsome out of the sky but still a bit haggard. He knew that he had to face this chaotic situation and find a solution. After simply packing up, Lin Yu went out and prepared to go to the police station to find out about Xiaoyan's situation. Walking on the road, Lin Yu's mood was very heavy. None of the hustle and bustle on the street seemed to concern him, and all he could think about was Xiaoyan's matter. When he arrives at the police station, Lin Yu asks the police about Xiaoyan's condition. The police tell him that Xiaoyan is still very unstable and needs further observation and assessment. After hearing this, Lin Yu's heart was even more unpleasant. He asks the police to let him see Xiaoyan, and the police hesitates, but eventually agrees. When Lin Yu saw Xiaoyan, she was sitting in a corner with dull eyes. Only when she saw Lin Yu did her eyes fluctuate for a moment, but they quickly returned to indifference. Lin Yu tries to communicate with Xiaoyan, but Xiaoyan just looks at him coldly and doesn't say a word. Lin Yu's heart stung as he looked at Xiaoyan's indifference. After a few moments of stalemate, Lin Yu suddenly got up to leave. Right at the moment he turned around, an imperceptible flicker of panic flashed in Xiaoyan's eyes, but it quickly returned to indifference. Lin Yu's footsteps were heavy. Each step seemed to carry an endless amount of helplessness, and Xiaoyan's hands unconsciously clenched. Her lips trembled slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she did not open her mouth. Lin Yu walked to the door and stopped, glancing back at Xiaoyan, but only saw her still icy side face. He gritted his teeth and eventually walked out of the room. After leaving the police station, Lin Yu walked home in a state of disorientation. Along the way, his mind kept flashing through Xiaoyan's various looks, sometimes gentle, sometimes crazy, sometimes cold. The stores on the street were bustling with activity, and people's laughter reached his ears, but none of it concerned him. He walked like a walking corpse, his steps heavy and slow. Just then, a figure suddenly blocked in front of Lin Yu, and he raised his head to see a strange yet familiar face. Lin Yu, long time no see. The woman's voice was clear and melodious, but it carried a hint of an inscrutable meaning. Lin Yu looked at her suspiciously, trying to search his mind for memories of this woman. Chapter 37 Luo Yi 2. Don't remember me? I'm Luo Yi. The corners of the woman's mouth rose, a hint of cunning in her eyes as she said. She stepped forward and hugged him fiercely. Lin Yu looked at her with a blank expression, his mind clueless. Seeing this, Luo Yi laughed even more recklessly. You even entered my room last time. Did you forget so quickly? Her eyes became fiery and crazy, staring at Lin Yu as if she wanted to eat him alive. Lin Yu was stared at by her gaze and wanted to break free from her. Luo Yi, don't be like this. I really don't remember. Luo Yi, however, didn't have the slightest intention of letting go. Instead, she grabbed tighter and tighter and said with a beak, "Humph, how dare you forget about me? Forget about those things we did in the room?" Her voice held a touch of spite. You're mine, always. Lin Yu looked at her in horror, not understanding what she was saying at all, only feeling that the Luo Yi in front of him was simply crazy. Suddenly, Lin Yu remembered the last time he broke into her room. Before he could react, Luo Yi directly pounced on him and kissed him. Lin Yu struggled desperately, trying to push her away. Luo Yi, you're crazy. Luo Yi, however, hugged him to death, muttering, you're mine, no one can take it away. Lin Yu managed to break free, panting heavily. Luo Yi, what the hell do you want? Luo Yi's eyes were mesmerized. I want you to be with me forever, just for me. Lin Yu felt a chill rise from the bottom of his heart. He didn't know how to face this crazy woman. Luo Yi said viciously, be my boyfriend, or I'll put you in a small dark room and be my pet for the rest of your life. Lin Yu's eyes widened as he looked at her incredulously. Luo Yi, you're simply unbelievable. Luo Yi sneered, it's not up to you to choose. Saying that, she once again approached Lin Yu. Lin Yu kept backing up. Don't mess around. I won't agree to you. Luo Yi stopped, her eyes revealing a hint of crazy determination. Then you'll just wait and see. I'll do what I say. Lin Yu hurriedly said, I have a girlfriend. Luo Yi snorted. That crazy woman? What she can give you, I can give. And what she can't, I can give. Lin Yu angrily yelled. Xiaoyan is not a crazy woman. Don't talk nonsense. The smile on Luo Yi's face instantly disappeared, replaced by twisted anger. In front of me, you still dare to mention her? No matter what, you must be mine. When Lin Yu saw this look on her face, the fear in his heart increased and he turned around to run. Luo Yi reacted extremely quickly and grabbed the corner of Lin Yu's coat. Want to run? It's not that easy. Lin Yu struggled to break free, and his clothes were torn by a corner with a hiss. He couldn't care less and desperately rushed forward. Luo Yi was in hot pursuit behind him, shouting as she ran, "You can't get away, Lin Yu!" Lin Yu panicked and ran into an alley, but it was a dead end, and he looked at the high wall in front of him in despair, not knowing what to do. Luo Yi quickly caught up and blocked the entrance to the alley, smiling smugly. "Let's see where else you can run." Lin Yu angrily and helplessly yelled, "What the hell are you doing? I'm just handsome out of this world." Luo Yi's eyes became infatuated. "It's because of this face of yours. I recognized you at the first sight. You can only belong to me." Lin Yu felt a chill of evil. "You're unbelievable. You're going to pester me just because of this?" Luo Yi stepped closer. "That's right. Who made you look so charming? I won't let you go." Lin Yu was cornered, his back pressed against the wall. "If you keep this up, I'll call the police." Luo Yi hummed disdainfully. "Call the police? You think the police can save you?" Chapter 38, Encore in the Present. "I'm telling you, even if you run away to the ends of the earth, I'll get you back. I'll lock you up in a place that only I know about and watch you every day so that you only smile at me and only talk to me." Lin Yu cried out in desperation. "You crazy bastard. You're committing a crime." Luo Yi, however, threw back her head and laughed, her laughter echoing in the narrow alley, seeming extraordinarily eerie. "A crime? For your sake, even if it's a crime. So what?" The smile on Luo Yi's face instantly froze and she said coldly, "You ran away that day." Lin Yu looked at her angrily. "Of course I'm going to run. Who would want to face a crazy person like you?" Luo Yi's eyes became fierce. "Run? You think you can run away? I've been looking for you for a long time, and every night I've wondered where you were and tried to get you back." Lin Yu's body couldn't help but tremble. "What exactly do you want?" Luo Yi slowly approached Lin Yu and whispered in his ear, "I want you to stay by my side forever. Don't go anywhere. If you dare to run away again, I don't know what crazier things I'll do." Lin Yu's back was already wet with cold sweat. "Just let me go, please." Luo Yi sneered. "Spare you? Never. I've paid so much for you. My heart is filled with you." Saying that, Luo Yi pulled out a sharp knife from her pocket and waved it in front of Lin Yu's eyes. "See this knife? If you don't listen, I can't guarantee that it won't hurt you." Lin Yu's eyes widened in horror. "Don't you dare." Luo Yi suddenly laughed out loud again, and the laughter was particularly eerie in the silent alley. "Messing around? As long as I can get you, I'll do anything." At that moment, a sudden sound of footsteps came from the entrance of the alley, and Luo Yi alertly looked back. "It's Ank, Lin Yu's former female co-worker." Ank saw Lin Yu and Luo Yi's strange posture and asked suspiciously, "Lin Yu, what's going on?" As if he had seen a lifesaver, Lin Yu eagerly shouted, "Ank, help me. This woman is crazy." Luo Yi stared at Ank with bad eyes and said with hostility, "Who are you? Mind your own business." Ank was startled by Luo Yi's fierce eyes, but still gathered her courage and said, "Lin Yu is my former colleague. I can't watch anything happen to him." Luo Yi snorted coldly. "Colleague? So what? He's mine. No one can take him away." Encore frowned. "Don't you mess around. Have a conversation." Luo Yi waved the knife in her hand, her emotions growing more and more agitated. "There's nothing to say. Don't you dare try to get in my way." Taking advantage of Luo Yi's distraction, Lin Yu violently broke away from her and ran to Ank's side. Seeing this, Luo Yi screamed and rushed over. "Lin Yu, don't run!" Ank pulled Lin Yu and turned to run. Luo Yi was in hot pursuit behind her, shouting as she ran, "You can't get away." The two ran desperately and turned into another alley. Ank gasped, "Lin Yu, what the hell is going on?" Lin Yu was filled with bitterness. "I don't know. She suddenly pestered me and insisted that I was hers." Encore looked back as she ran. "So what now?" Before Lin Yu could reply, Luo Yi's voice came back. "I saw you guys." Ank and Lin Yu's heartbeats instantly accelerated as a high wall suddenly appeared in front of them, blocking their way. Luo Yi's footsteps were getting closer and closer, and Lin Yu and Ank leaned their backs against the wall, falling into despair. Chapter 39, We'll meet again. "Darling, you crazy woman." Lin Yu roared at the approaching Luo Yi. Luo Yi's figure appeared at the entrance of the alleyway, a hideous smile on her face. "How's that? Can't escape, can you?" Ank grabbed Lin Yu's arm tightly, her voice trembling. "Lin Yu, what's going to happen now?" Lin Yu gritted his teeth and protected Ank behind him. "Luo Yi, don't hurt her. If you have anything come at me, Luo Yi snorted coldly. Humph, none of you can escape. Just at this moment, the sound of a police siren came from the distance. Luo Yi's face instantly changed. She glared viciously at Lin Yu. Count yourself lucky. I'll let you off first this time. With that, he turned and disappeared into the darkness. The police quickly arrived, and Lin Yu and Ankh finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, Lin Yu is clear in his heart. Luo Yi will not be so easy to stop. This matter is still far from the end. Anko asked Lin Yu again. What the hell is going on here? Lin Yu had a helpless face. It's a long story. The last time I broke into a house, I met her and had to say that I was hers. Then Xiaoyan looked for me. I just jumped out the window and ran straight away. Ank's eyes widened. What? So thrilling. Then what the hell is this Luo Yi? Lin Yu shook his head. I'm not sure. It's a completely inexplicable madman. Encore frowned. Well, be careful in case she shows up again. Lin Yu bit his lip. We can only take one step at a time. Hopefully the police can subdue her. But right at this moment, Lin Yu's cell phone suddenly rang with an unfamiliar number. He hesitated for a moment, but still picked it up. Luo Yi's gloomy voice came from the other end of the phone. Lin Yu, don't think you can get rid of me like this. The game has just begun. Lin Yu's hand trembled. His cell phone almost fell to the ground, and his face instantly turned white. Encore asked eagerly. What's wrong? Is it her? Lin Yu's voice trembled as he said. It's her. She says this is just the beginning. Ankh comforted. Don't be afraid. We've already called the police. She wouldn't dare do anything. Encore dropped Rinu off at home to say goodbye. I had thought that loyalist wouldn't show up again. However, in the next few days, Lin Yu always felt that there was a pair of eyes staring at him from the shadows. Coming home from work one day, Lin Yu found a bouquet of black roses sitting on his doorstep, with a card that read, Honey, we'll see each other again soon. Lin Yu was instantly creeped out. He didn't know what exactly Luo Yi wanted to do, nor did he know when she would appear again. He lived in fear every day, always thinking that Luo Yi would suddenly rush out from somewhere and take him captive. When he slept at night, even the slightest sound could wake him up from his sleep, his shirt wet with cold sweat. Once, Lin Yu walked home alone, suddenly felt someone behind him gently stroking his hair. The touch was cold and gentle, as if with endless love. He turned back in horror, but saw nothing. But when he turned his head and continued on his way, Loyalist Siri's smiling face was actually reflected on the window on the side of the road. The corners of her mouth rose to an exaggerated arc, and her eyes were wild and twistedly possessive, a gaze that seemed to be sharp hooks that wanted to yank his soul out of his body and devour it alive. Lin Yu was so frightened by this horrifying sight that he froze in place, unable to move his legs the slightest bit, as if they were pressed down by a lead weight. Just then, Luo Yi in the window suddenly stretched out her hands, which went through the glass and grabbed straight towards Lin Yu's neck, her mouth still chanting, My dear, you're mine, don't ever try to escape. Lin Yu only felt his breathing tighten. The world in front of him began to blur, and his consciousness gradually sank into this endless fear. Chapter 40, Xiao Xiao is out. Lin Yu instantly woke up and instinctively turned around to run. His heart was beating frantically in his chest, as if it was about to burst through his chest. The wind whistled in her ears, but she couldn't hide Luo Yi's shrill cry. Lin Yu, you can't get away. I'll definitely catch you. Lin Yu ran recklessly and furiously, turning corner after corner until he was so exhausted that his legs were weak. He ducked into an abandoned warehouse and huddled in a corner, afraid to breathe. The sound of footsteps outside the warehouse, if any, made his nerves tense up again. Time passed by, and the fearful sound finally disappeared. Lin Yu cautiously peeked his head out and confirmed that there was no figure of Luo Yi around before letting out a sigh of relief. He dragged his tired body out of the warehouse, not daring to stop for a moment, and jogged all the way back home. Upon arriving home, he quickly unlocked the door to his room and drew all the curtains, as if this would completely isolate Luo Yi from the outside. Lin Yu sat paralyzed on the sofa, panting heavily, his heart still palpitating as he recalled what he had just experienced. But this time, he finally got rid of Luo Yi's pestering. However, what Lin Yu doesn't know is that Luo Yi hasn't really given up. She's hiding in the shadows, meticulously planning her next even crazier action. After a few more days, Lin Yu had been in a state of high tension, afraid that Luo Yi would appear again. He was careful every day when he went out, repeatedly observing the situation around him. He was also always awakened by nightmares at night, and his whole body was haggard. On this day, Lin Yu went home from work as usual. Walking on the quiet streets, he suddenly felt that there was something wrong with the atmosphere around him. The formerly lively streets were unusually cold at the moment, and there wasn't even a single silhouette. A cool breeze hit him, and Lin Yu couldn't help but shiver. Just then, a black shadow flashed past behind him. Lin Yu's heart was instantly in his throat as he quickened his pace, almost running in the direction of his home. Just as he arrived at the door of his house, he realized that the door was unlocked. and a bad feeling welled up in his heart. He slowly pushed open the door, and the house was dark. There was a pop and the lights came on, and Loyal was sitting on the couch with a wry smile on her face. "Honey, I knew you'd come back." Lin Yu's eyes widened in horror as his body involuntarily stepped back. Just then, Shoyan, who had just left the detention center, pushed open the door and walked in, and she was also stunned when she saw the scene inside the room. "Lin Yu, who is he?" Shoyan pointed at Luo Yi, her eyes filled with doubt and caution. Lin Yu said in a trembling voice, "I don't know. She keeps pestering me. I don't even know her." Luo Yi stood up and walked towards Lin Yu and Shoyan step by step, the smile on her face getting crazier and crazier. "My dear, how can you say you don't recognize me? And this young lady, don't you dare try to steal my Rinyu." Shoyan glared angrily at Luo Yi. "You crazy person. Stay away from Lin Yu." Luo Yi suddenly laughed out loud, her laughter echoing in the room, making people's bones creepy. "Ha ha ha ha, no one will take him away from me." Lin Yu and Shoyan leaned close together, not knowing what to do in the face of the near-epileptic Luo Yi. Shoyan's eyes instantly became fierce as she gritted her teeth. "You crazy woman. Lin Yu is mine. He can only be mine. No one can rob him from me." Saying that, Shoyan rushed forward and tried to grab Luo Yi. Luo Yi sidestepped and dodged, continuing to laugh crazily. "Just with you? How can you be worthy to compete with me? Lin Yu belongs to me." Shoyan's face turned iron blue, her voice shrill. "I've paid so much for Lin Yu. I'll never allow anyone to snatch him away, even if it's you, this crazy person." At this time, Shoyan looked like she had lost her mind. Her hair was disheveled, her eyes were covered with blood, and her appearance was very gruesome. She pounced on Luo Yi once again, her mouth still shouting, "Lin Yu is mine, mine." Lin Yu was so scared by the two crazy women in front of him that he froze in place, not knowing what to do. Chapter 41, Not even for a moment. Luo Yi and Shoyan wrestled together. Shoyan was like a furious lion, frantically attacking Luo Yi. Luo Yi gradually couldn't hold her own, and a look of horror appeared on her face. "You crazy, I won't let you go." Luo Yi shouted as she tried to break free from Shoyan's bonds, but Shoyan's strength was too great, and Luo Yi was unable to break free. In the end, Luo Yi saw an opportunity and violently pushed Shoyan away, turning around and running out. Shoyan still wanted to chase after her, but Lin Yu hurriedly stopped her. "Don't chase after her. Calm down first." Shoyan gasped, her eyes still fierce. "Lin Yu, you're mine. No one can take you away." Lin Yu looked at Shoyan, his heart filled with fear and helplessness. Shoyan, however, grabbed Lin Yu's arm with such force that Lin Yu felt raw pain. "Lin Yu, don't be afraid. Now that crazy woman has run away, no one can snatch you away from me." Shoyan's voice had a hint of trembling and madness in it. Lin Yu tried to break away from Hyoyan's hand. "Hyoyan, calm down first. This is too scary." Shoyan's eyes became sad. "Lin Yu, I'm doing this all because I love you. Don't you understand?" Lin Yu was silent, but in his heart, he was calculating how to get out of this chaotic situation. As night came, Lin Yu lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Suddenly, he heard a slight rattling coming from outside the window. He sat up nervously, his heart beating rapidly. Could it be that Luo Yi is back again? Lin Yu thought in his heart as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Just then, the door was slowly pushed open and a figure walked in. She was wearing a white nightgown, her hair down, and she looked pale in the dim light. Lin Yu looked at her in horror, his voice trembling as he asked, "Shoyan, why are you here?" Shoyan didn't answer. She just walked towards the bed step by step. Her eyes were empty and lifeless as she muttered, "Lin Yu, I can't let you leave me, not even for a moment." Lin Yu subconsciously stepped back until his back was against the bed. "Shoyan, don't do this. You're scaring me." Shoyan walked over to the bed and suddenly reached out and grabbed Lin Yu's arm with surprising strength. "Lin Yu, you're mine, forever." Lin Yu struggled desperately, trying to get rid of Shoyan's restraints. "Shoyan, wake up." However, it was as if Shoyan couldn't hear him at all, her hands gripping tighter and tighter, her nails almost embedded into Lin Yu's flesh. "Ah, Shoyan, let go. It hurts." Lin Yu cried out in pain. Shoyan, however, was unmoved and still held onto him with a death grip, muttering, "Lin Yu, let's sleep together tonight so you can't run away." Lin Yu was terrified, but he couldn't break free. He had no choice but to let Shoyan climb onto the bed and lie down next to him. Shoyan's body was tightly pressed against Lin Yu, her arms encircling him like an iron hoop. Lin Yu lay there, his body stiff, not daring to utter a single breath, praying in his heart that this terrible night would hurry up and pass. Just then Lin Yu felt that the idea that this would be fine came out and shocked himself. How could he have such a bizarre idea? Obviously being so pestered by Hyoyan. Fear and disgust should take over the heart, but the idea grew wildly in his mind like a weed. and he even felt that being possessed by Xiaoyan in such a frantic manner seemed to have a different kind of security. Lin Yu was tormented by this thought of his own to the point of near collapse. He didn't understand why he was like this. Could it be that being under such extreme pressure for a long time had distorted his psyche? Chapter 42, Dishonesty. I'm sure everyone enjoyed this episode. Xiaoyan seemed to sense Lin Yu's dissimilarity and hugged him tighter, whispering in his ear, Lin Yu, don't think of leaving me, ever. With that said, Hyoyan drifted off to sleep, but the sleeping Xiaoyan wasn't honest either, moving around on Lin Yu's body and muttering vague words from time to time. Lin Yu was originally filled with fear and resistance. However, under this tossing and turning of Xiaoyan, a trace of desire inexplicably rose. He was startled by this sudden reaction of his, and his heart was filled with shame and self-blame. How could I? She's so crazy and scary, and I actually have such thoughts. Lin Yu cursed himself fiercely in his heart, but that trace of desire was like a fire. Once it was ignited, it was difficult to extinguish. Lin Yu's breathing became rapid, and he tried hard to suppress this urge that he shouldn't have, but his body wouldn't listen to him. Just then, Xiaoyan rolled over and her hand inadvertently touched Lin Yu's sensitive part. Lin Yu trembled. Reason and desire fought fiercely inside. Eventually, desire pierced through reason. Lin Yu's eyes became mesmerized as he couldn't help but hug Xiaoyan and began to respond to her unconscious movements. Lin Yu stared at Xiaoyan's stunningly beautiful face and could no longer suppress the impulse in his heart to frantically kiss her. His breathing was rapid and heavy, and his hands tightly wrapped Xiaoyan around him as if he wanted to rub her into his body. Xiaoyan wailed in her sleep, and the sound fueled Lin Yu's desire even more. His kisses became more and more intense, and he even began to leave a deep hickey on Xiaoyan's neck and collarbone. Just then, Xiaoyan suddenly opened her eyes, and there wasn't the slightest bit of surprise in her eyes, but rather a kind of triumphant madness. Lin Yu, you can't escape me after all. Xiaoyan laughed excitedly and hugged Lin Yu's head hard with both hands. Lin Yu was completely in lust at this point, and the atmosphere in the room grew hotter and hotter as their gasps and whimpers intertwined. However, right at this moment of passion, a flash of clarity suddenly flashed through Lin Yu's mind. He looked at the crazy Xiaoyan in front of him and an inexplicable fear surged in his heart. But once again, the wave of desire drowned out this hint of fear, and Lin Yu continued to sink into this out-of-control passion. Time seemed to freeze, and the only thing left in the entire world was their rapid breathing and the touch of their skin against each other. Lin Yu's reason had long been thrown to the winds. He was like a wild beast lost in the jungle of desire, completely driven by instinct. When everything finally came to a calm, Lin Yu was paralyzed on the bed as if he had been drained of all his strength. Sweat soaked his forehead as he panted heavily, his eyes empty and confused. Xiaoyan, however, remained close to him, her fingers gently drawing circles on his chest, a wry smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. Lin Yu, from now on, you belong to me alone. Xiaoyan's voice was soft but carried an unquestionable firmness. Lin Yu turned his head and looked at Xiaoyan's beautiful yet fearful face. His heart was filled with mixed feelings. He didn't know what consequences his impulsiveness just now would bring about, nor did he know how to face this woman that he loved and feared. Chapter 43, I really want some water. Lin Yu, you are mine, never think of leaving me. Even if you have the slightest thought of escaping, I will make your life worse than death. Xiaoyan's voice was cold and determined. Her fingers tightly pinched Lin Yu's arm. At this time, Hyoyan suddenly said, do you want to do it again? Hyoyan's seductive voice rang out. Lin Yu's eyes widened in horror as he looked at Xiaoyan's expression with mad longing and shook his head repeatedly. No, Xiaoyan, it can't be like this anymore. Xiaoyan's face instantly became gloomy. She violently and forcefully grabbed Lin Yu's ear as if she was going to rip it off. How dare you reject me? You're mine. You have to listen to me in everything you do. Lin Yu sucked in a breath of cool air in pain, but did not dare to resist. At this time, the atmosphere in the room was oppressive to the extreme, as if it would suffocate at any time. I'll let you go tonight. Go to sleep, Xiaoyan said coldly, releasing her grip on Lin Yu's ear. Lin Yu was like an amnesty, hurriedly lying to the side, his back facing Xiaoyan, his body unable to stop trembling slightly. Xiaoyan, however, hugged him tightly from behind and murmured softly in his ear, Lin Yu, don't think that it's going to be okay after tonight passes. You'll always be under my control. Lin Yu closed his eyes tightly, not daring to respond, praying in his heart that he could end this horrible thing quickly. The night was getting deeper and deeper, but Lin Yu didn't have the slightest desire to sleep. He listened to Xiaoyan's even breathing, and in his heart, he was calculating how he could get rid of her. Suddenly, Xiaoyan unconsciously kissed him, and Lin Yu's body instantly froze. He didn't expect Xiaoyan to act like this in his sleep, and his heart became even more apprehensive. He gently moved away from Hyoyan's hand that was resting on him and tried to quietly get up. However, just as he sat up, Hyoyeon's eyes snapped open with a hint of eeriness in them. Where do you want to go? Xiaoyan's voice was cold in the darkness. Lin Yu was shocked and stammered. I just want to go drink some water. Xiaoyan sneered. Drinking water? I think you're trying to take advantage of the opportunity to escape. Saying that, Xiaoyan pulled Lin Yu down onto the bed and hugged him tightly with so much strength that Lin Yu could barely breathe. Don't presume to leave me. Ever. Xiaoyan said viciously in Lin Yu's ear. I really want a sip of water. Lin Yu's voice carried a hint of trembling and supplication. Xiaoyan was silent for a moment, her eyes revealing suspicion and caution, but she eventually loosened her tight hold on Lin Yu. I'll go with you, Xiaoyan said, her eyes not leaving Lin Yu for a moment. Lin Yu's heart thumped, and he responded in a calm manner. Good. The two of them walked towards the kitchen together. Lin Yu's footsteps looked a little heavy, and the glimmer of hope that had just been lit up in his heart gradually died out again. When he reached the kitchen, Lin Yu picked up a glass of water and pretended to pour and drink it, while Xiaoyan stood at the side, staring at his every move with a deadly stare. Drink up and go back to sleep, Xiaoyan said coldly. Lin Yu nodded helplessly and followed Xiaoyan towards the bedroom. Just as he passed through the living room, Lin Yu caught a glimpse of the fruit knife on the coffee table out of the corner of his eye, and a dangerous thought could not help but well up in his heart. As soon as this thought appeared, it was forcibly suppressed by him. He knew that if he was not careful, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chapter 44, The Beginning of a Nightmare. Sullenly following her back to the bed, Xiaoyan continued to hug him like an octopus with her face pressed against his. Lin Yu only felt it was difficult to breathe, and the feeling of oppression in his heart grew stronger. He tries to gently push Xiaoyan away, only to be rewarded with a tighter hug from her. Don't move. Stay obedient. Xiaoyan's voice rang in his ears with an irresistible majesty. Lin Yu didn't dare to move again, staring at the dark ceiling with his eyes open, his thoughts confused. I don't know how long it took, but Lin Yu felt a wave of exhaustion hit him, and his consciousness blurred as he gradually fell asleep. Suddenly, I felt Hyoyeon's body start to tremble. He was startled and instantly sobered. Xiaoyan, what's wrong with you? Lin Yu asked softly. Xiaoyan didn't answer. She just trembled even more, and some slurred words came out of her mouth. Lin Yu felt more and more uneasy as he tried to turn on the bedside lamp to see what was wrong with Xiaoyan. But just as his hand touched the switch, Xiaoyan suddenly screamed. They're trying to grab you. Lin Yu shivered at the sudden scream and hurriedly asked, Who's trying to grab me? Xiaoyan, don't scare me. Xiaoyan's eyes were terrified and her hands clutched Lin Yu's arm. I don't know who they are, but they've been peering in the darkness, trying to take you away from me. Lin Yu frowned, finding Xiaoyan's words absurd. Xiaoyan, are you having a nightmare? How is this possible? Xiaoyan desperately shook her head, tears welling up in her eyes. It's true, Lin Yu. You must believe me. Only I can protect you. Don't ever leave me. Lin Yu sighed helplessly and gently patted Xiaoyan's back to calm her down. Okay, I believe you. Calm down first. However, at that moment, the window in the room was suddenly blown open by a gust of wind with a bang, and the curtains danced wildly, as if something unknown was about to intrude. Lin Yu got up and went to close it. As he walked to the window, a cold, biting wind greeted him, causing him to shiver. He had just reached out to pull on the window when he felt an invisible hand grab his wrist and yank it outward. Ah! Lin Yu screamed out in horror. Xiaoyan also screamed in fear behind her. Lin Yu, what's wrong? Lin Yu desperately tried to break free from that force, but realized that he was unable to do anything at all. Just as he was feeling desperate, the force suddenly disappeared and he stumbled, almost falling to the ground. Rinyu quickly closed the window and drew the curtains, breathing heavily. What's going on with Rinyu? Xiaoyan asked with a trembling voice. Lin Yu's face was pale and his eyes were filled with fear. I don't know. It seems like there's something out there trying to grab me. At that moment, the lights in the room suddenly began to flicker, brightening and dimming, creating a terrifying atmosphere. Xiaoyan said, See, it's only safe if you stay with me. Lin Yu looked at Xiaoyan, his heart filled with contradictions and fear. He didn't know whether he should believe Xiaoyan's words or not, but the inexplicable power and bizarre phenomenon just now gave him the creeps. Xiaoyan, what the hell is going on here? Why is this happening? Lin Yu asked with a trembling voice. Xiaoyan hugged Lin Yu tightly, her eyes revealing a hint of madness. Don't ask so many questions. As long as you don't leave me, you'll be fine. No one will be able to snatch you away from me, not even ghosts. Just then, an eerie laugh came from the room, which seemed to come from all directions, making it impossible to distinguish the source. Rinyu and Xiaoyan looked around in horror, but couldn't see anything. Who is it? Come out quickly, Lin Yu shouted. However, the only thing that responded to him was the gut-wrenching laughter, which grew louder and louder and seemed to devour them. At this time Xiaoyan suddenly bit Lin Yu's shoulder and said viciously, Lin Yu, even if we die, we'll die together. Lin Yu screamed out in pain, but he didn't dare to break away from Xiaoyan. At that moment, a dark shadow appeared in the corner of the room, slowly walking towards them. Xiaoyan's eyes widened and she screamed at the dark figure. Get away! He's mine! The black shadow, however, did not stop, getting closer and closer as a chill filled the air. Xiaoyan's nails were deeply embedded in Lin Yu's back as she shouted hysterically. Lin Yu, if you dare to take a step away from me, I'll kill you right now. Then I'll kill myself and we'll be ghosts together. Lin Yu was so shocked by Xiaoyan's madness that his face was bloodless. He tried to push Xiaoyan away but realized that he couldn't exert any strength at all. Xiaoyan, calm down and see what the hell this is first. Lin Yu's voice was tinged with tears. Xiaoyan didn't listen at all. Her eyes were dead set on the gradually approaching black shadow. Her mouth kept chanting, don't come over, don't come over. The dark figure finally walked up to them, but it was impossible to see the face. Only a blur of darkness. Xiaoyan lunged at the black shadow and fought with the unknown being. Lin Yu was at a loss for words, wanting to help but not knowing how to do so. Suddenly, Xiaoyan let out a scream and fell to the ground. Xiaoyan! Lin Yu rushed over and hugged her. Xiaoyan said with a weak breath, Lin Yu, don't leave me, even if I go to hell, I will pull you. After saying this, she fainted. Lin Yu looked at the unconscious Xiaoyan in his arms, and then looked at the mysterious black shadow, his heart filled with desperate angry fear. Just as the black shadow was about to approach him, Lin Yu sat up violently from the bed, sweating profusely and breathing heavily. He twisted his head to look at Xiaoyan, who was quietly sleeping beside him, with that familiar look of infatuation still on his face. Lin Yu's heart palpitated, unable to tell if what had just happened was a dream or a real omen. He gently got out of bed and walked over to the window, looking out at the dark night and thinking, this dream was too real, and that fear seemed to still haunt his heart. Lin Yu couldn't help but think of Xiaoyan's usual crazy behavior and extreme possessiveness, and a wave of annoyance ran through his heart. Just then, Xiaoyan's puzzled voice came from behind her. Lin Yu, what are you doing? Lin Yu's body stiffened and slowly turned around to see Xiaoyan looking at him with those eyes full of doubt and caution. Nothing, had a nightmare, came out to get some air. Lin Yu turned around again and casually said. Xiaoyan got up and walked over to him, wrapping her arms around his waist and resting her head on his back. See, you're only safe if you stay by my side. Lin Yu's brows furrowed and he couldn't help but retort. But this kind of so-called safety is suffocating me. Xiaoyan's body stiffened and her hands hugged tighter. No matter what you think, I will never let go. Lin Yu forcefully breaks off Xiaoyan's hand and turns around to look straight into her eyes. Xiaoyan, your love like this is too heavy. I can't afford it. Xiaoyan's eyes instantly became fierce. What did you say? Don't you dare say that again. Lin Yu instantly wimped out and quickly said. Xiaoyan, I don't mean that. Don't be angry. Xiaoyan snorted coldly. I'm sorry, but you wouldn't dare. Lin Yu looked at Xiaoyan carefully, trying to calm her down. Xiaoyan, I know you're doing this for my own good. It's just that I really feel stressed sometimes. Xiaoyan glared at him. Pressure? With me by your side, you still feel pressure? Lin Yu lowered his head, not daring to meet her eyes. That's not what I meant. It's just. Before Lin Yu could finish, Xiaoyan interrupted him. Don't explain. Anyway, don't even think about leaving me or I'll do anything. Lin Yu's heart tightened, not knowing what to do. At this time, a strange sound suddenly came from outside the window, like someone was crying. Both Lin Yu and Xiaoyan were attracted by the sound and looked out the window at the same time. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. So it was a cat. It scared me. Xiaoyan, however, still frowned. Even if it's a cat, you're not allowed to be distracted. Lin Yu nodded helplessly. Fine, fine, I won't be distracted. Xiaoyan then eased her face a little and hugged Lin Yu again. Remember, you can only have me in your world. Lin Yu was silent, but in his heart, he felt more and more depressed. At this time, the cat's cry sounded again, and it became more and more mournful, as if it was signaling something. Lin Yu and Xiaoyan lay back down on the bed, but Lin Yu couldn't sleep. All he could think about was the argument he had just had and that strange cat's cry. Xiaoyan, on the other hand, quickly went to sleep, still muttering a few sleepy words every now and then. Lin Yu tossed and turned and managed to get a little bit of sleep when he felt someone gently caressing his face. He snapped his eyes open, only to find Xiaoyan still asleep. The caressing sensation came again, and Lin Yu's sweaty hairs stood up all over his body. He sat up and turned on the bedside lamp. There was no one else in the room but the two of them. Just then, the cat's purr sounded outside the window again, this time seemingly closer. Lin Yu couldn't help but walk over to the window and look out, only to see that the cat was standing under the windowsill, its eyes flashing with a weird light. Lin Yu was startled and hurriedly pushed Xiaoyan awake. Xiaoyan, Xiaoyan, wake up! Lin Yu's voice carried panic and trembling. Xiaoyan opened her eyes in a daze and said impatiently, what's going on? It's the middle of the night. There's a strange cat outside the window that keeps purring and has particularly weird eyes. Lin Yu's voice was urgent. Xiaoyan rubbed her eyes and glanced towards the window. It's just a cat. What's there to be afraid of? But it's really out of place. It feels like it's spying on us. Lin Yu's face paled. Xiaoyan sat up and hugged Lin Yu. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Just then, however, the cat suddenly clawed at the window glass, making a piercing sound. Xiaoyan's face instantly became gloomy as she shouted at Lin Yu. It's all because of you. This cat must have come for you. Why did you lure it here? Lin Yu was startled by Xiaoyan's sudden attack and stammered. I don't know. Xiaoyan's eyes flashed with madness. Lin Yu, did you do something behind my back? Did you want to leave me? So you deliberately lured this cat to cause trouble? Lin Yu hurriedly shook his head. Xiaoyan, don't think nonsense. I didn't. Xiaoyan violently pounced on Lin Yu and pinched his neck with both hands with force. I don't believe you. You lied to me. You must be hiding something from me. Lin Yu was choked so hard that he couldn't breathe and his face turned red. Just when he felt like he was about to suffocate, the cat suddenly stopped scratching the glass and jumped off the windowsill. Only then did Hyoyan let go. Lin Yu collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily. Xiaoyan, are you crazy? Lin Yu looked at Xiaoyan in horror. Xiaoyan, however, sat on the edge of the bed like it was nothing and said coldly, Lin Yu, I'm doing this for your own good. Who made you always make me uneasy? Lin Yu coughed, his heart filled with fear and despair. Xiaoyan, you'll get me killed like this. Xiaoyan suddenly jumped on Lin Yu again and hugged him tightly. No, I won't let you leave me. Even if we die, we will die together. Lin Yu fought to break free from Xiaoyan's embrace. You're unbelievable. Xiaoyan's tears came out of her eyes. Lin Yu, how can you say that about me? Everything I did was because I love you. At that moment, the lights in the room suddenly went out, plunging it into darkness. Ah! Xiaoyan screamed. Lin Yu also trembled in fear, and in the darkness, he felt an unknown fear approaching. Chapter 45, The Beginning of a Nightmare, and, in the darkness, Xiaoyan once again tightly grasped Lin Yu's arm, nails embedded in his flesh. Lin Yu, don't leave me, don't leave me. Lin Yu huffed in pain, but he didn't dare to push Xiaoyan away with force. Xiaoyan, calm down first, calm down. Suddenly, a gust of cloudy wind blew by, and Lin Yu felt a pair of cold hands on his shoulders. Ah! He couldn't help but scream. At that moment Xiaoyan's voice became shrill and frantic. Who is it? Dare to touch my Lin Yu? The strength of those hands grew, as if they were going to drag Lin Yu away. Xiaoyan hugged Lin Yu's waist to death and cried, Lin Yu, I won't let you go. Even a ghost won't be able to snatch you away. Just then, a low growl came from the room, as if it were a roar from hell. That's when the cold hand let go. Lin Yu and Xiaoyan cuddled together shivering, completely at a loss for words. What the hell is going on here? Are we going to die? Lin Yu said in despair. Xiaoyan gritted her teeth. We'll die together if we have to. You'll always be mine anyway. The roar grew louder and louder, and a huge shadow seemed to be creeping closer and closer in the darkness. Lin Yu and Xiaoyan's heartbeats accelerated rapidly as fear nearly consumed them. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning streaked through, briefly illuminating the room. Lin Yu saw a hideous-looking monster that was lunging towards them with its teeth and claws open. Ah! Xiaoyan screamed and closed her eyes. Lin Yu was also paralyzed with fear, but in that instant, his survival instincts were aroused and he pulled Xiaoyan up and rushed towards the door. However, the door seemed to be locked by an invisible force and could not be opened. It's over. It's over. We can't get out. Lin Yu shouted in despair. Xiaoyan, however, suddenly opened her eyes at this time and stared at Lin Yu with a deadly stare and said, Lin Yu, even if I die here, I won't let you leave me. Lin Yu looked at Hyoyan in horror, thinking that she had completely lost her mind. The monster's footsteps were getting closer and closer, and with their backs against the door, Lin Yu and Xiaoyan had nowhere to run. Just in the nick of time, Lin Yu found the window, and he hurriedly pulled Xiaoyan and rushed to the window. Xiaoyan, let's escape through the window, Lin Yu shouted, but Xiaoyan tugged at him for dear life. No, what if we fall? It's better than being eaten by this monster. Lin Yu forcefully broke away from Xiaoyan's hand and opened the window. By now, the monster had already arrived behind them, exhaling a cold, bone-chilling breath. Lin Yu couldn't care less about being scared and picked up Xiaoyan and jumped out the window. The moment he descended, Lin Yu only felt the wind whistling in his ears. Boom! They fell heavily to the ground. Lin Yu endured the excruciating pain, pulled up Xiaoyan and ran. Xiaoyan cried out as she ran. Lin Yu, I can't run anymore. Run, don't stop. Lin Yu dragged Xiaoyan and continued to run desperately and furiously. Behind them came the roar of the monster, seemingly angry at their escape. I don't know how long they had been running, but they finally came to a seemingly safe abandoned factory. Lin Yu and Xiaoyan hid in a corner, not daring to utter a single breath. Lin Yu, I'm scared. Xiaoyan snuggled tightly in Lin Yu's arms. Lin Yu gasped and comforted. Don't be afraid, I'm here. but they don't know that danger is slowly approaching. Lin Yu and Xiaoyan heard the heavy footsteps getting closer and closer. Each step was like stepping on their hearts. What to do? Lin Yu, it's coming. Xiaoyan's voice was tinged with sobs, her body trembling unceasingly. Lin Yu's forehead was covered in beads of sweat, and his eyes eagerly searched around for something to defend himself with. Suddenly, he saw a rusty iron rod and hastily picked it up, holding it in his hand. Xiaoyan, don't be afraid. I will protect you. Lin Yu forced himself to be calm. At that moment, the monster appeared before them, its hideous face looking even more terrifying in the dim light. Lin Yu raised his iron rod and shouted towards the monster. Don't come over. The monster, however, did not flinch in the slightest, opening its bloody mouth and pouncing. Lin Yu swung the iron rod hard and hit the monster, but the monster seemed to feel nothing and continued to press forward. Xiaoyan sat paralyzed with fear, unable to move. Lin Yu's heart crossed, rushed toward the monster and fought it to the death. The monster pressed forward step by step, and Lin Yu resisted with all his might. Its sharp claws slashed through Lin Yu's arm, and blood instantly stained his sleeves, but Lin Yu didn't retreat, still clenching his teeth and wielding the iron rod. Xiaoyan finally came back to her senses from the sidelines as she looked around for something that could help and found a broken oil drum. Xiaoyan threw the oil drum at the monster with all her strength. The monster growled angrily as it was smashed and turned towards Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan, run! Lin Yu shouted. Xiaoyan ran desperately, with the monster in hot pursuit. Lin Yu hurriedly went after them, trying to lure the monster away. Just at this critical moment, Lin Yu discovered a large machine in the factory with many sharp parts. He had a plan and ran towards the machine, then deliberately provoked the monster. The monster was enraged and charged at Lin Yu. Lin Yu dodged out of the way at the last moment, and the monster slammed straight into the machine. Sharp parts pierced the monster's body, and it writhed in agony before finally collapsing. Xiaoyan and Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. However, after a few seconds, the monster suddenly climbed up and rushed straight at Xiaoyan, swallowing her in one bite. Xiaoyan! Lin Yu let out a heartbreaking cry, his eyes instantly red. He madly rushed toward the monster. The iron rod in his hand kept smashing into the monster. You, give Xiaoyan back to me. But the monster was unharmed, instead turning around and lunging at Lin Yu. Lin Yu's heart was filled with despair and anger, and he fought the monster regardless, not flinching even if he was bruised and battered. Even if I die, I will fight you. Lin Yu roared. The monster extended its claws again, leaving deep wounds on Lin Yu's body. The monster suddenly rushed forward and tried to eat him. Just at that crucial moment the dream woke up. Lin Yu sat up violently from the bed, panting heavily as cold sweat soaked his shirt. He looked around, the familiarity of the room reassuring him slightly. So it was a dream, but this is too real. Lin Yu muttered. He remembered the scene in his dream where Xiaoyan was eaten by the monster, and a stabbing pain still ran through his heart. At this time, a catcall came from outside the window, and Lin Yu's body instantly tightened up. Lin Yu hadn't yet recovered from the fear he had just experienced, when suddenly the scene in front of him changed once again, and he found himself back in that abandoned factory. Xiaoyan's figure appeared in front of him, but she was very blurry, as if she would disappear at any moment. Lin Yu, save me. Xiaoyan's voice was disembodied. Lin Yu rushed over to try to grab her, but he couldn't. Xiaoyan, don't leave me, Lin Yu shouted. At that moment, the monster's figure reappeared, letting out a guttural roar. Lin Yu's heart was filled with despair and helplessness. Why? Why again? Suddenly, a mysterious light descended from the sky and enveloped Lin Yu and Xiaoyan. When the light disappeared, Lin Yu found himself back in reality on his bed, and this time, he was completely awake. Looking towards Xiaoyan, who was asleep beside him, Lin Yu gently kissed her. However, Xiaoyan suddenly opened her eyes with a crazy possessiveness in her eyes. Lin Yu, are you thinking of leaving me again? Xiaoyan's voice was cold. Lin Yu was startled and quickly said, No, Xiaoyan, I just had a nightmare. Xiaoyan sat up in a flash and grabbed Lin Yu's arm tightly. Don't lie to me. I know exactly what's in your heart. Lin Yu tried to break away from her hand. Xiaoyan, stop it. It's hurting me. Instead of letting go, Xiaoyan pushed harder. It hurts? Do you know how much my heart hurts? I've given so much for you and you always want to run away from me. Lin Yu said helplessly. Xiaoyan, you really misunderstood. Xiaoyan's tears welled up in her eyes. Misunderstanding? I saw with my own eyes that you looked at me with fear and loathing. Do you think I can't tell? Lin Yu panicked. Xiaoyan, it's not like that. Before Lin Yu could finish, Xiaoyan interrupted him. Shut up. I won't let you leave me. Even if I lock you up, I'll keep you by my side. After saying that, Xiaoyan took out a chain from under the bed with determination in her eyes. Lin Yu looks at Xiaoyan in horror, and in this tense moment, he decides to tell her about the nightmare. Xiaoyan, I had a horrible dream. In the dream there was a creepy cat and then a horrible monster appeared. It ate you first and then it kept chasing me to eat me. Lin Yu said with a trembling voice. As Xiaoyan listened, the expression on her face didn't ease in the slightest, but instead became more somber. Humph, so you're trying to get rid of me through this dream? Lin Yu quickly shook his head. No, Xiaoyan, I was just startled. Xiaoyan sneered. Scared? I think you just have a ghost in your heart. Lin Yu anxiously explained. It really wasn't. Xiaoyan, this dream was too real. I still have palpitations. Xiaoyan gritted her teeth and said. So what? That's an excuse for you to want to leave me? Lin Yu hung his head helplessly, not knowing what to do. Lin Yu suddenly thought of something and continued. Xiaoyan, the moment that monster ate you, my heart was broken. That kind of pain and despair really can't be described in words. I felt like my world instantly collapsed, and all I could think about was wanting to save you, to take you back from the monster's mouth. Lin Yu's voice was tinged with tears and his eyes were red. Xiaoyan froze slightly, a hint of movement flashed in her eyes, but she quickly returned to her indifference. Humph, who knows if you mean what you say? Lin Yu excitedly grabbed Xiaoyan's shoulder. Xiaoyan, I meant every word I said. I really can't live without you. Even losing you in my dreams makes me ache. Xiaoyan frowned and shook off Lin Yu's hand. Even if that's the case, so what? Can you guarantee that you won't change your mind in the future? Lin Yu looked at Xiaoyan firmly. I promise. I will never change my mind and never leave you. Xiaoyan was silent for a moment, still holding the chain tightly in her hand, as if she was thinking about something. Lin Yu looked at her nervously, not daring to utter a breath. Finally, Xiaoyan slowly spoke. Lin Yu, I'll trust you this time for now, but remember, if I find out that you've wronged me halfway, this iron chain won't let you off. Lin Yu quickly nodded his head. Xiaoyan, don't worry, I definitely won't let you down. Xiaoyan snorted coldly and threw the chain back under the bed. You better. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief, but he was still apprehensive in his heart. At that moment, the cat's purr came from outside the window again, and Lin Yu and Xiaoyan were startled at the same time. That damn cat, Hyoyan cursed. With that, she rushed straight to the window, opened it and grabbed the cat as soon as she could and threw it down hard. Meow. The cat let out a miserable yelp. Lin Yu was stunned. He didn't expect Xiaoyan to be so impulsive. Xiaoyan, this is too harsh, Lin Yu said. Xiaoyan glared at him. It's all because of this cat causing trouble and giving us no peace. Just then, there was a cacophony of voices from downstairs. Not good. Something might have happened. Lin Yu's heart tightened. They hurried downstairs only to see a shocking scene. The cat that Xiaoyan had thrown down was surprisingly standing on the ground unharmed, its eyes emitting an eerie glow, and a flock of black crows had gathered around it, circling constantly and emitting creepy cries. Xiaoyan was also stunned by the sight before her and unconsciously grabbed Lin Yu's arm. What is going on here? Xiaoyan's voice trembled. Lin Yu swallowed and said, I don't know, but it feels like things are getting out of hand. Suddenly the cat arched its back and let out a low growl, and the crows around them swooped down on them as if on some kind of command. Run! Lin Yu pulled Xiaoyan and turned to run. They scurried through the neighborhood, the chase of crows and the roar of cats behind them. After running for who knows how long, they ducked into an abandoned garage, not daring to breathe. Lin Yu, I'm so scared, Xiaoyan said with a sobbing voice. Lin Yu held Xiaoyan's hand tightly. Don't be afraid, I'm here. However, little did they know that unknown dangers also lurked in the garage. In the darkness, Lin Yu and Xiaoyan leaned close together, listening to the gradually quieting movements outside. It seems like they aren't coming after us, Lin Yu whispered. Xiaoyan just wanted to breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly heard a ticking sound. In the silence of the garage seems particularly clear. What is that sound? Xiaoyan's voice was filled with fear. Lin Yu carefully turned on his cell phone's flashlight and shone it in the direction of the sound. All that could be seen was a dilapidated automobile with a puddle of dark red liquid running slowly underneath it. This can't be blood, right? Xiaoyan covered her mouth. Lin Yu gulped and bravely approached the car. Just then, a hand reached out from under the car and grabbed Lin Yu's ankle. Ah! Lin Yu fell to the ground in shock. Xiaoyan screamed and ran to help as the two desperately tried to break free of the hand. Finally, they broke free and rolled toward the garage door. But when they ran to the door, they realized it had been locked at some point. What to do? We can't get out, Xiaoyan cried in despair. Lin Yu looked around for other exits, and suddenly, he saw a vent in the wall. Xiaoyan, let's climb out from there. Lin Yu pointed at the vent and said. It took the two of them a lot of effort to finally climb up the vent. Just when they thought they were about to escape, a dark shadow came up from behind. Lin Yu and Xiaoyan desperately crawled forward, with the black shadow in hot pursuit behind them. Hurry, Xiaoyan, faster, Lin Yu urged. Xiaoyan was panting with exhaustion, but didn't dare to slack off. Suddenly, the ventilation duct in front of them became narrow, and Lin Yu and Xiaoyan had to sidestep their way forward with difficulty. And by now, the black shadow was about to catch up with them. Lin Yu, I can't. Xiaoyan's voice was tinged with tears. Hang in there, Xiaoyan. Lin Yu gritted his teeth and pushed Xiaoyan forward with all his might. Just moments before the dark figure was about to grab them, they finally climbed out of the ventilation ducts and onto the roof. The wind whistled as the two men stood at the edge of the roof. The streets deep below. Dark shadows also came out of the vents and approached them step by step. Lin Yu, what do we do? Xiaoyan looked at him in despair. Lin Yu looked around and realized that not far away there was a catwalk leading to the next building. Xiaoyan, let's take the catwalk. Lin Yu pulled Xiaoyan and ran towards the catwalk. The dark shadows were in hot pursuit, and they were about to catch up with them. Lin Yu and Xiaoyan finally stepped onto the catwalk, but it suddenly began to shake. Xiaoyan stumbled and almost fell. Lin Yu pulled her tightly and continued to run forward. Just as they were about to reach the opposite building, the catwalk suddenly broke. Lin Yu and Xiaoyan fell downward with the broken catwalk. Xiaoyan's scream pierced the night sky. Lin Yu desperately grabbed a protruding stone slab in his panic and pulled Xiaoyan tightly with his other hand. Xiaoyan, don't be afraid. I won't let you fall. Lin Yu shouted through clenched teeth. Xiaoyan looked down in horror, unable to stop her tears. At that moment, the dark shadow stood at one end of the broken catwalk, coldly watching them. Lin Yu struggled to find a way to climb upwards, beads of sweat continuously rolling down his forehead. Xiaoyan, you try climbing up a little first, Lin Yu said. With trembling hands, Xiaoyan tried to climb up the stone slab. Just then, the slates suddenly loosened. No good, Lin Yu exclaimed. In the nick of time, Lin Yu used all his strength and violently threw Xiaoyan to the roof of the opposite building. Xiaoyan watched as Lin Yu fell down with the stone slab. Xiaoyan, run! These were the last words Lin Yu left behind. Xiaoyan collapsed on the roof of the building and cried loudly. Crying echoed in the empty world, as if to vent all the grief in her heart. Her body trembled violently. Her hands gripped the ground, knuckles white. I don't know how long it took for Xiaoyan's crying to gradually stop. She slowly raised her head and stared blankly at the black shadow, her eyes as empty as an endless abyss. However, in an instant, the blazing flames of hatred flared up steeply in her eyes, completely dispersing the fear and despair that had followed her earlier, leaving only a piece of madness and determination. Seeing this, the dark shadow let out a creepy, eerie sneer. He died for a piece of trash like you. It's just stupid. Xiaoyan slowly stood up. Every movement seemed like a slow-motion scene in a movie, transmitting an eerie stiffness. Her eyes were icy cold, but the corner of her mouth slowly hooked into a sickly arc. You will pay the most painful price for everything you have done. I will make your life worse than death. Saying that, she picked up the iron rod next to her and forced herself to endure the uncontrollable trembling of her legs, and step by step, like a walking corpse, she approached towards the black shadow, each step seeming to step on her own broken heart. The black shadow, however, remained unmoved, and the teasing look on his face intensified, as if he was enjoying a comical farce. Just when Xiaoyan was only a few steps away from the black shadow's figure flashed like a ghost and instantly bullied his way up, like a vicious wolf tackling its prey, and grabbed Xiaoyan's arm with a death grip. Xiaoyan struggled wildly, as if she were insane. The iron rod in her hand was waving randomly towards the black shadow like a madman, and a hysterical roar came out of her mouth. You killed him. I want your life. The black shadow's mouth hooked up with a disdainful sneer, sidestepped and dodged lightly, and then violently threw himself out. Xiaoyan then fell straight towards the broken part of the catwalk like a kite with broken strings. Xiaoyan let out a mournful scream. The voice pierced through the night sky, permeated with endless resentment and unwillingness. In the last moment of her life, her mind was like a walking lantern as Lin Yu's face appeared in her mind, as well as that affectionate Xiaoyan. Run! Eventually, Xiaoyan fell heavily to the ground with a dull thud and a splash of dust. Her body twisted and she made no more sound. The black shadow stood on the roof of the building, coldly watching all this below without the slightest ripple in his eyes. He then slowly turned around, like a messenger from hell, and with unhurried steps, disappeared into the vastness of the night, leaving behind only this dead darkness, as if nothing had ever happened. Chapter 46, The Dream Awakens. Lin Yu woke up from his dream, and what came into his eyes was Xiaoyan's absolutely beautiful face. Xiaoyan smiled as she looked at him, but her eyes were filled with a chilling infatuation. Honey, you're finally awake. Xiaoyan's voice was so gentle that it made people go numb. Lin Yu subconsciously tried to avoid her gaze, but was hugged by Xiaoyan. Don't you dare try to avoid me, ever. There was a hint of threat in Xiaoyan's tone. Lin Yu barely managed to squeeze out a smile. Xiaoyan, I didn't. Xiaoyan gently caressed Lin Yu's face and said, you are mine and can only be mine. If you dare to betray me, I will make your life worse than death. Lin Yu's heart trembled, but he didn't dare to show it. After saying that, Xiaoyan gets up to make breakfast and Lin Yu takes the opportunity to try to get up and leave. But Xiaoyan notices. Where do you want to go? Xiaoyan's voice instantly became shrill. Lin Yu hurriedly explained. I just want to move around a bit. Xiaoyan sneered and walked over, placing her breakfast heavily on the table. Activity? I think you're trying to escape. Lin Yu quickly shook his head. Xiaoyan, don't misunderstand. Xiaoyan suddenly picked up a knife and pointed it at Lin Yu. If you dare to think like that again, I'll kill you and then kill myself and we'll be together forever. Lin Yu suddenly went up to the front and hugged her. Xiaoyan's body stiffened and the knife in her hand almost fell. Honey, don't be so mean. Lin Yu whispered in her ear. The expression on Xiaoyan's face didn't ease up in the slightest. Let go of me. Don't think that I'll believe you just because of this. Instead of letting go, Lin Yu hugged him tighter. Xiaoyan, I know you love me, and I love you too. Xiaoyan forcefully broke away from his embrace and glared angrily. Love me? Then why do you always make me uneasy? Why do you always want to run away from me? Lin Yu sighed helplessly. Xiaoyan, I really didn't. Xiaoyan sneered. No? Then explain what happened just now when you tried to sneak away. Lin Yu hurriedly said. I just want to go look out the window and get some air. Xiaoyan gritted her teeth and said. You think I'm going to believe your bull asterisk 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 asterisk? Saying that, Xiaoyan picked up the knife again and gestured in front of Lin Yu. If you dare to lie to me again, I will really do it. Lin Yu looked at the near-crazed Xiaoyan, his heart filled with fear and helplessness, so he had to tell Xiaoyan exactly what he experienced in the dream. Xiaoyan's eyes became even more gloomy after hearing this. So, in your dream, you also thought about getting rid of me? Lin Yu hurriedly shook his head. No, Xiaoyan, it was just a dream. It doesn't mean anything. Xiaoyan snorted coldly. No point? I think you just have a ghost in your heart. Lin Yu was so anxious that his forehead was sweating. Xiaoyan, it's really not what you think. I desperately wanted to save you and protect you in my dream as well. Xiaoyan pressed on. Then why did the monster eat me in the end? Is it because you subconsciously wanted me to disappear? Lin Yu almost cried out. Xiaoyan, don't be so irrational. Okay, it was just a nightmare. Xiaoyan suddenly burst out laughing, her laughter shrill and crazy. Nightmare? I think that's what you really mean. Lin Yu looked at her in despair, not knowing what to do. At this time, Lin Yu thought of a way to pamper himself. Wife, just don't get carried away. Xiaoyan was unmoved and said coldly, cut the crap. Your flowery words are useless to me now. Lin Yu pulled Xiaoyan's clothes and said pitifully, wife, I really only love you, and the dreams are all accidents. Xiaoyan's eyes widened in anger as she yelled, accident? Humph, I think you just have a ghost in your heart. Are you hoping for my death? Lin Yu hurriedly hugged Xiaoyan's waist, his voice with a sobbing tone. Wife, how could I expect you to die? You are the person I love most in my life. I can't live without you. Xiaoyan broke away from him with force, her eyes fierce. Can't live? Then go and die for me now to prove your sincerity. Lin Yu's eyes widened in horror. Honey, don't be like this. I really know I'm wrong. Xiaoyan suddenly smiled, but that smile was creepy. You know you're wrong? Then dig out your heart and show me if it's really just me. Lin Yu sat on the ground in shock. Wife, don't scare me. Xiaoyan approached him step by step, a knife in her hand at some point. Scare you? I'm serious. Didn't you say you love me? Then prove it to me. At this time, Lin Yu thought of another way to suddenly get up and go up to kiss her. Xiaoyan was first stunned, then she pushed Lin Yu away with force and backhanded him with a slap on his face. What are you doing? Think that's going to make me forgive you? Hyoyan roared. Lin Yu covered his face, a hint of despair in his eyes. Xiaoyan, I just want you to believe me. Xiaoyan sneered. Trust you? You think a kiss can make up for the betrayal you did to me in the dream? Lin Yu thought to himself. So that's how it is. Suddenly Lin Yu, without saying anything, fiercely stepped forward and pressed her head-pecking bird kiss. Xiaoyan was first stunned for a moment, then a blush rose on her face, but in an instant, she became gloomy again. She violently pushed Lin Yu away and gritted her teeth. You think I'll be happy just like that? Don't be naive. Lin Yu gasped and said anxiously. Xiaoyan, I really love you. Don't do this to me. Xiaoyan clasped her hands in front of her chest with a crazy look in her eyes. Love me? Then gouge your eyes out for me. Lin Yu took a few steps back in shock. Xiaoyan, don't go too far. Xiaoyan pressed on. Excessive? I gave everything for you and you're thinking of betraying me in your dreams. Is that not excessive? Saying that, Xiaoyan picked up the scissors on the side and aimed them at her throat. Lin Yu, if you don't do as you're told, I'll die in front of you right now and make you regret it forever. Lin Yu was so scared that his face turned pale. Xiaoyan, don't be impulsive. I do. Xiaoyan laughed madly. Ha ha, that's what loving me looks like. Lin Yu trembled as he reached out his hand and approached his eyes, but just as he was about to touch them, he hesitated. Seeing this, Xiaoyan roared. What? Don't dare anymore? You really are lying to me. Lin Yu cried. Xiaoyan, it's not that I don't dare. I'm just afraid that I'll never see you again. Xiaoyan snorted coldly. Cut the crap and hurry up. Lin Yu's heart crossed and he was about to make a move when Xiaoyan rushed forward and pulled his hand. Humph, count on you having some conscience. Xiaoyan's face eased a little, but her eyes were still cold. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that this farce was over. However, Xiaoyan followed up with, but that doesn't mean I trust you completely. From now on, your every move must be under my watch, even if it's to go to the bathroom, I'll be at the door. Lin Yu nodded helplessly, but in his heart, he felt more and more that Xiaoyan's sickly petulance had reached an incomprehensible level. Xiaoyan went straight to prepare breakfast after saying that. Lin Yu sat on the bed, full of boredom. He looked at Xiaoyan's busy figure in the kitchen, human wife feeling, but his heart was mixed. He knew that Xiaoyan loved him, but this love made him feel suffocated and almost lost himself. Not long after, Xiaoyan walked over with breakfast, an imperceptible smile on her face. Honey, come eat breakfast. Lin Yu mechanically walked to the table and sat down, eating without tasting. Xiaoyan looked at him while saying, Lin Yu, don't even think about perfuming me. If I find out that you didn't eat well, you'll be in for it. Lin Yu hurriedly sped up his eating. After finishing breakfast, Lin Yu was just about to stand up when Xiaoyan added, don't you want to go anywhere today? Just stay home with me. Lin Yu couldn't help but say, Xiaoyan, I also need a little personal space. Xiaoyan's face instantly grimaced. Personal space? Are you trying to do something behind my back? Lin Yu quickly waved his hands. No, Xiaoyan, I just feel that it's too boring to stay at home all the time. Xiaoyan glared at him angrily. Bored? Being with me makes you feel so bored? Fine then, let's go out together. But don't you dare take the opportunity to escape. After the two of them went out, Lin Yu thought he could breathe a little easier, but Xiaoyan's hand tugged at him tightly, not relaxing for a moment. As they walked down the street, Lin Yu saw the strange gazes cast by bystanders, and his heart grew more and more embarrassed and helpless. Suddenly, a little girl selling flowers approached. Brother, buy a bouquet of flowers for your sister. Lin Yu was just about to pull out the money, but Xiaoyan said coldly, it's a waste of money to buy any flowers. The little girl was so scared that she rushed away. Lin Yu couldn't help but say, Xiaoyan, don't be like this, he's just a child. Xiaoyan snorted coldly. What? Are you heartbroken? Is it because you think this child is cuter than me? Lin Yu sighed and stopped talking. As he walked, Lin Yu saw a coffee shop and said, Xiaoyan, let's go in and sit for a while. Xiaoyan looked at him warily. What are you doing in there? Are you meeting someone? Lin Yu helplessly explained. I'm just tired and want to go in and rest. Only then did Xiaoyan reluctantly follow him into the coffee shop, but just sat down. Xiaoyan began to ask again non-stop, Lin Yu, do you not love me? Is there another woman outside? Lin Yu directly changed the topic at this time. Xiaoyan, you see that the decoration style of this coffee shop is quite unique. Xiaoyan, however, did not eat this, still staring at him closely and said, don't give me the slip. Answer my question. Lin Yu smiled helplessly and bitterly. Xiaoyan, let's not talk about this first. Try this coffee. I heard it tastes great. Xiaoyan slapped the table with force, drawing sideways glances from the surrounding people. Lin Yu, if you don't get your words straight today, you're dead. Lin Yu's face became ugly, and he lowered his voice. Xiaoyan, can you stop being so irrational? In public, pay attention to your image. Xiaoyan's eyes were slightly red and she shouted with a sobbing voice. You actually think I'm being unreasonable? You really don't love me anymore. With that, Xiaoyan stood up and was about to head out. Lin Yu hurriedly pulled her back. Xiaoyan, I don't mean that. Don't go. Xiaoyan shook off his hand fiercely. Let go of me. I never want to see you again. Chapter 47, Forced to be a soft touch. At this time, Lin Yu revealed a smile thinking that this was a good opportunity. Lin Yu recklessly rushed out the door and ran wildly without looking back. Xiaoyan screamed behind her. Lin Yu, come back. If you dare to run, I will never forgive you. His heartbeat accelerated rapidly, and Xiaoyan's cries echoed in his ears, but his steps didn't pause in the slightest. He turned into an alley, trying to get away from Hyoyan's trail. Sweat soaked his back and his breathing became rapid. In his mind, I feel like I'm going so fast right now. But just when he thought he had managed to get rid of Xiaoyan, he suddenly heard a familiar sound of footsteps coming from behind him, which were getting closer and closer as if they were carrying endless anger and madness. Lin Yu's heart was instantly in his throat. He didn't dare to turn back. He could only run desperately. At that moment, he saw an abandoned warehouse in front of him and thought that he might be able to hide in it. Without hesitation, he rushed in and hid behind a pile of miscellaneous objects, not daring to utter a single breath. However, not long after, the door of the warehouse was pushed open with a creak, and Xiaoyan's voice echoed in the empty warehouse. Lin Yu, I know you're here. Don't hide. You won't be able to escape from me. Lin Yu covered his mouth. His body could not stop trembling, his heart filled with fear and despair. Xiaoyan angrily added, Lin Yu, I was just testing you. I didn't expect you to really run away. When Lin Yu heard this, a wave of despair ran through his heart and he walked out from behind the clutter, his voice carrying a tremor. Xiaoyan, let me go. I really can't afford such love. Xiaoyan's eyes flashed with a trace of pain, but it was quickly replaced by madness. Letting you go? Impossible. You're mine and will always be mine. Lin Yu couldn't help but yell. This isn't love at all. It's possession. It's torture. Xiaoyan sneered. Torture? So what? As long as I can keep you by my side, anything will do. Saying that, Xiaoyan approached Lin Yu step by step, and Lin Yu kept retreating until his back was against the cold wall. Xiaoyan reached out her hand and tried to grab Lin Yu, who closed his eyes in despair. Lin Yu thought about it and decided to obey first. He held Xiaoyan's hand and said with a trembling voice, Xiaoyan, I'm not going to run. Don't be like this. A smug smile appeared on Xiaoyan's face. That's right, darling, as long as you behave yourself by my side, anything is fine. Lin Yu forced a smile and nodded, but in his heart, he was calculating what to do next. The two of them walked out of the warehouse. Xiaoyan was still tightly pulling on Lin Yu's hand, refusing to let go for a moment. Walking down the road, Xiaoyan kept saying, don't ever leave me again. Do you hear me? Lin Yu responded coyly. Got it, Xiaoyan. When she got home, Xiaoyan sat on the sofa and ordered Lin Yu, pour me a glass of water. Lin Yu hurriedly did as he was told, but in his heart, he felt more and more that such a day was like a nightmare. Lin Yu suddenly thought of something. Since she imprisoned me, I'll spend her money. The next day, Lin Yu went on a shopping spree. Designer clothes, expensive jewelry, whatever was expensive. Xiaoyan's face turned grim when she saw the bill. Lin Yu, what are you doing? Lin Yu pretended to be indifferent and said, it's a waste of your money if you don't spend it anyway. Xiaoyan gritted her teeth and said, don't think I'll let you go just because of that. Lin Yu sneered, whatever, I'm happy spending it anyway. In the following days, Lin Yu intensified his efforts and even started booking a Lamborghini. Xiaoyan finally couldn't help herself. Lin Yu, if you keep this up, I'm really not going to be polite. Lin Yu looked at her provocatively. Come if you can. Xiaoyan was trembling with anger, while Lin Yu was secretly pleased in his heart, feeling that his plan was about to succeed. At this time, Xiaoyan's eyes widened in anger and she raised her hand and slapped Lin Yu. You bastard! I've been so good to you, and you've actually done this to me. Lin Yu's cheeks were instantly red and swollen, but he still looked at Xiaoyan stubbornly. You forced me to do this. Xiaoyan was so angry that she turned around and walked into the bedroom, closing the door with a bang. Lin Yu stood still, with both a hint of vengeful pleasure and some apprehension in his heart. After a while, Xiaoyan walked out from the bedroom, holding a bank card in her hand and threw it in front of Lin Yu. Spend it. Spend it hard. I'll see how long you can spend it. Lin Yu froze. He didn't expect Xiaoyan to react like this. However, he quickly accepted it with joy and laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, it's too good to be true. Since then, Lin Yu has been spending even more recklessly, and all kinds of luxury goods are constantly being carried home by him. Although Xiaoyan's face became increasingly ugly, she never stopped it again. One day, Lin Yu was enjoying a meal at a high-end restaurant when he suddenly receives a call from Xiaoyan. This is a Nokia cell phone. Lin Yu, come home early tonight. I have something important to tell you. Xiaoyan's voice sounded a bit eerie. Lin Yu casually responded, got it. When he returned home in the evening, as soon as he entered the door, Lin Yu felt that the atmosphere was not right. Xiaoyan was sitting on the sofa, looking at him expressionlessly. Sit down, Xiaoyan said coldly. Lin Yu was a bit furious in his heart, but he still sat down with a stiff upper lip. Xiaoyan spoke slowly. You're happy after spending so much of my money, aren't you? Lin Yu forced himself to calm down. Isn't this what you told me to spend? Xiaoyan suddenly laughed. The laugh was creepy. Yes, I'm letting you spend it, but do you know what the price is? Lin Yu's heart thumped. What price? Xiaoyan stood up and took a step closer to him. The price is your life. Lin Yu laughed out loud and said, I know I only belong to you. When Xiaoyan heard Lin Yu's words, the expression on her face eased for a moment, but quickly became gloomy again. It's good to know. In that case, then you should stop thinking about all that nonsense in the future and honestly stay by my side. Lin Yu nodded his head in a hurry. Okay, I'll listen to everything you say. Xiaoyan was still a bit skeptical when she looked at him like this. She narrowed her eyes and stared closely at Lin Yu's face, as if she wanted to find a crack in his expression. Lin Yu, you'd better think so sincerely. If I find out that you're still pulling any tricks, there'll be hell to pay. Xiaoyan's voice was cold with a hint of threat. Lin Yu squeezed out a pleasing smile. Xiaoyan, I really don't dare anymore. I'll obediently listen to you from now on. Xiaoyan snorted coldly and turned to walk into the room, closing the door heavily. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He knew that Xiaoyan didn't fully trust him and had to act more carefully. The next day, Xiaoyan goes out on an errand and warns Lin Yu not to run around before he leaves. Lin Yu nods his head in agreement, but as soon as Xiaoyan leaves, he starts rummaging around the house for anything that might be useful. Just as he was rummaging through a drawer, he suddenly found a strange diary. Curious, he opened it and was amazed by what was inside. Lin Yu looked at the words on the diary incredulously, his hands involuntarily trembling. He continued to look through the diary, which detailed all the various attentions and possessiveness that Xiaoyan had sprouted towards him since his high school days. Every page was filled with Xiaoyan's twisted and fiery expressions of emotion. So, she has been, since so long ago, Lin Yu muttered, his heart filled with fear and shock. At that moment, footsteps came from outside the door, and the door to the diary, which Lin Yu hadn't had time to put down in his hands, was pushed open. Xiaoyan's face instantly turned iron blue, her eyes filled with anger and despair. Lin Yu, how dare you peek at my diary? Lin Yu panicked and explained. Xiaoyan, I didn't do it on purpose, I just... Enough! Xiaoyan interrupted. So what if you know? I just love you so much that I want to keep you by my side forever. Lin Yu took a few steps back in fear. Xiaoyan, you're too scary like that. Xiaoyan rushed forward and grabbed Lin Yu's arm tightly. Terrible? I became like this for you, and you're actually calling me horrible. Lin Yu fought to break away from her hand. Xiaoyan, calm down. Xiaoyan sneered. Calm? I can't calm down. Since you already know, it's all the more reason for you to never leave me again. Lin Yu hurriedly said. Xiaoyan, I'll listen to everything you say. A trace of suspicion flashed through Xiaoyan's eyes as she stared at Lin Yu with a deadpan look, as if she wanted to judge the truth of his words. Really? You better not lie to me this time, Xiaoyan said through gritted teeth. Lin Yu nodded his head repeatedly. It won't happen. Xiaoyan, I promise. Xiaoyan let out a cold snort, loosened her grip on Lin Yu's arm, and said, Good then, come back to the room with me now, and don't take a step out of my sight. Lin Yu obediently followed behind Xiaoyan, but in his heart, he was calculating what to do next. Back in the room, Xiaoyan sat on the edge of the bed, her gaze not leaving Lin Yu for a moment. Lin Yu, come here and sit next to me, Xiaoyan ordered. Lin Yu carefully walked over and sat down, the atmosphere in the room so oppressive that one could not breathe. Xiaoyan suddenly wrapped her arms around Lin Yu and kissed him. Lin Yu was startled by this sudden move, but didn't dare to resist and could only passively endure the kiss. After a while, Xiaoyan let go of Lin Yu, a hint of frantic satisfaction in her eyes. Lin Yu, you'll always be mine. Lin Yu gasped for air, his heart filled with helplessness and fear. Xiaoyan, I know, I won't leave you, Lin Yu said with a trembling voice. Xiaoyan smiled and hugged Lin Yu tightly once again, as if he would disappear if he let go. Lin Yu whispered, Xiaoyan, can you give me one of the latest Apple phones? Xiaoyan frowned and looked at him warily. What do you want your cell phone for? Trying to contact someone? Lin Yu hurriedly explained. I was just too bored and wanted to play a game to pass the time. Xiaoyan hesitated and said, No, who knows what you'll do if you get your phone. Lin Yu's heart sank, but he still didn't give up. Xiaoyan, I really just want to pass the time. I promise I won't contact anyone else indiscriminately. Xiaoyan snorted coldly. You think I'll believe you? Don't be delusional. Lin Yu helplessly lowered his head and secretly grumbled in his heart, thinking about what he could do to convince Xiaoyan. Lin Yu raised his head fiercely again, looked firmly at Xiaoyan and said again, Xiaoyan, please give me a cell phone. I really won't mess around. You see, I haven't been very obedient all this time. Xiaoyan glared at him and said in a strong tone, No means no. Don't mention it again. Lin Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of despair, but he still refused to give up. Xiaoyan, I promise to only play for an hour a day. I swear, I'm really suffocating. Just have mercy on me. Xiaoyan turned her head, no longer looking at him, and said coldly, saying no means no. Stop nagging. Lin Yu raised his voice and said, Xiaoyan, you're being so unfair to me. I just want a cell phone. Why can't you satisfy me? Xiaoyan stood up violently and shouted angrily, How dare you call me out? Don't even think about the cell phone. Lin Yu was instantly stunned, saying with a sobbing voice, Please, Xiaoyan, I'm really begging you. Without a cell phone I feel like I'm cut off from the world. I really can't stand it anymore. Xiaoyan's face eased a little, but was still resolute. Lin Yu, it's not that I don't want to give it to you. I'm afraid that you won't obediently stay by my side anymore if you have a cell phone. Lin Yu quickly waved his hand. No, Xiaoyan, I swear I definitely won't. I just want something I can amuse myself with. Otherwise I'm really going crazy. Xiaoyan frowned and pondered for a moment before saying, Alright then, but I'll always check your usage, and if I find anything wrong with you, I'll confiscate it immediately. Lin Yu nodded excitedly. Good, good, thank you so much Xiaoyan, don't worry, I won't let you down. Then 10 minutes later a new Apple phone was delivered. Lin Yu couldn't wait to take the phone, his face filled with excitement. Xiaoyan, thank you. Xiaoyan stood aside and said coldly, Remember what you promised me and don't do anything I'll regret. Lin Yu quickly nodded. Don't worry, Xiaoyan. After saying that, he directly gave her a big bear hug. Xiaoyan was first stunned, then she also slowly encircled Lin Yu's waist, a small smile of satisfaction on her face. You must do what you say, Xiaoyan whispered in Lin Yu's ear. Lin Yu let go of Xiaoyan and smiled. That's for sure. At this time Xiaoyan quickly took his cell phone. In the cell phone above a meal operation said, I tied my bank card on it casually. Lin Yu once again gave her a big bear hug and said, Xiaoyan, you're so good to me. Xiaoyan's face flushed and she said, as long as you're good, I'm willing to give you anything. However, Lin Yu's heart was secretly calculating that having a cell phone might provide more convenience for his escape plan. Over the next few days, Lin Yu continued to act submissive and obedient, making Xiaoyan's supervision of him more and more lax. On this day, Lin Yu took advantage of Xiaoyan cooking in the kitchen and secretly used his cell phone to check the balance of his bank card. And seeing the string of numbers, a thrill went through him. But right at this moment, Xiaoyan suddenly walked out from the kitchen, and when she saw Lin Yu smiling with his cell phone, her eyes instantly became wary. What are you doing? Lin Yu was shocked in his heart and hurriedly put out his cell phone screen and said with a smile, it's nothing, just checking to see if there are any fun new games to recommend. Xiaoyan gave him a half-hearted look and said, don't think I don't know what you're thinking, you better be honest. Lin Yu quickly nodded his head and said, Xiaoyan, I really don't have any other ideas. Xiaoyan grunted and turned around to go back into the kitchen. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief and thought to himself that he would have to speed up the progress of his escape plan. However, when he saw two games, a game called Late This Young 2 and a game called Nuclear Flat Golden Eagle, he was instantly hooked. He played a few games and found it so much fun that on impulse, he bought all the full skins in it straight away. Xiaoyan heard the bank card spending alert and angrily found Lin Yu. What are you doing? Spending so much money on game skins? Lin Yu's heart tightened and he hurriedly explained, Xiaoyan, I just like these two games so much that I couldn't hold back for a moment. Xiaoyan glared at him, you still have the heart to play games, do you not want to be with me properly at all? Lin Yu hurriedly pulled Xiaoyan's hand. Xiaoyan, don't be angry, I promise I won't in the future. Xiaoyan shook off his hand, I'll give you one more chance, if there's a next time, you won't be able to touch the phone again. Lin Yu was superficially coy to Xiaoyan, but in his heart, he was playing his own little game. After Xiaoyan left, he began to carefully plan his escape, waiting for the right time. Chapter 48, Running Away Brothers. Finally, on an afternoon when Xiaoyan was out, Lin Yu felt the time was right. He briefly packed some essential items, carefully opened the door to his room, poked his head out to check his surroundings, and after confirming that there were no abnormalities, he tiptoed out. Run away, brother. Run away. Lin Yu was excited. However, what Lin Yu didn't know was that Xiaoyan hadn't actually gone far. She had noticed Lin Yu's abnormality shortly after she left the house and deliberately hid in the shadows to observe his every move. The moment Lin Yu walked out of the room, Xiaoyan's eyes flashed with a hint of madness and anger. She gritted her teeth and clenched her hands into fists, her nails almost embedded in her flesh. Lin Yu had just walked down the stairs when he heard Xiaoyan's eerie voice from behind him. Lin Yu, do you think you can escape from me? Lin Yu trembled and slowly turned his head in horror to see Xiaoyan walking towards him step by step, with eyes that looked as if they wanted to eat him alive. Xiaoyan, I'm just, Lin Yu explained incoherently, his feet unconsciously stepping back. Xiaoyan sneered, Humph, you don't have to say anything, you're mine, forever. Saying that, she violently pounced on Lin Yu, who turned around and ran in fear. Xiaoyan was in hot pursuit behind her, and her mouth kept shouting, Lin Yu, don't run, you can't get away. Lin Yu ran desperately, his heart filled with fear. He knew that once Xiaoyan caught him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lin Yu ran desperately while gasping for air and shouting, Wi-Fi was wrong. Xiaoyan, however, did not have the slightest intention of stopping, her voice carrying a few moments of hysteria. Wrong? It's too late to know it's wrong now. I won't believe your bull asterisk anymore. Lin Yu panicked and ran into an alley. Xiaoyan followed closely and chased in. The alley was narrow and dim. Lin Yu's heart was in his throat. Don't you run away. Today, even if I chase you to the ends of the earth, I will catch you back. Xiaoyan's voice echoed in the alley. Lin Yu's foot suddenly tripped over a rock and his entire body flung forward, falling to the ground. Before he could get up, Xiaoyan had already rushed to him. She looked condescendingly at Lin Yu, her eyes insanely possessive. I've been so good to you, why did you run away? Why? Lin Yu stammered. I just wanted to play a little game of cat and mouse. Xiaoyan's eyes widened in disbelief as she growled. What? A game? You think of this as a game? Do you know how worried I was about you? I thought you really didn't want me. Lin Yu hurriedly explained. Xiaoyan, don't be angry. I'm really just on a whim and looking for some excitement. Xiaoyan's face became more and more gloomy, and her voice became more shrill. Stimulation? You're going to torture me like this for the so-called excitement? You're too much. Lin Yu's heart tightened, feeling that things were getting more and more difficult to end. He looked at Xiaoyan pitifully. Xiaoyan, I promise I will never do this again. Just forgive me this time. Xiaoyan was silent for a moment, then suddenly leaned over and kissed Lin Yu, a kiss that caught Lin Yu somewhat off guard. After kissing, Xiaoyan said viciously, "This is a bit of punishment for you. Don't think that this will make me easy to get rid of my anger. I'll go back and settle the score with you." Lin Yu was stunned and frozen by this sudden move, and before he could react, Xiaoyan had already hugged him tightly, with so much strength that he could barely breathe. "Lin Yu, you're mine. You'll always be mine. No one can take you away." Xiaoyan's voice was almost frantic, and her eyes shone with paranoia. Her fingers sunk deep into Ring Yu's back, as if she wanted to embed him into her body. "Even if you want to play this boring game, you can only do it with me. Understand?" Lin Yu felt a chill rise up from his spine, but he didn't dare to break free, and could only respond with a curt, "Xiaoyan, I know I'm wrong. I'll listen to you from now on." Xiaoyan let go of her hand, but then violently pulled on Lin Yu's arm with such force that it looked like she wanted to crush his bones. Come home with me. I definitely won't let you off easily this time." Lin Yu trembled and said, "Xiaoyan, can you let go of me for a moment first?" Xiaoyan's eyes instantly became ferocious as she roared, "Let go? You don't want to. Are you going to run away again once I let go? I'm telling you, you won't be able to get rid of me in this life." Lin Yu was too scared by her aura to say anything, so he could only let Xiaoyan drag him forward. As Xiaoyan walked, her mouth kept chanting, "Lin Yu, you are mine, only mine, no one can take you away." Lin Yu's heart was filled with despair as he tried to struggle, but Xiaoyan's hand was like an iron vice clamping down on him. "Xiaoyan, I really don't dare anymore. Please don't do this," Lin Yu begged with a sobbing voice. Xiaoyan sneered, "Now you know to beg me? It's too late. I'll let you know what happens when you betray me when you get home." The streets were empty at this time, with only the two of them pulling and pulling, which seemed particularly bizarre and terrifying. Lin Yu couldn't help but shout, "WC!" When Xiaoyan heard this shout from him, the strength in her hand increased a few more points and said through gritted teeth, "You still dare to say dirty words? When we get back home, you'll have to suffer." Lin Yu bared his teeth in pain, but he didn't dare to say anything else. This silent street seemed to have no end, and Lin Yu felt like he was being dragged by Xiaoyan towards an endless abyss of darkness. "Xiaoyan, calm down. I'm really just playing games with you," Lin Yu shouted with a crying voice. Xiaoyan stopped violently and turned her head to stare at Lin Yu dead in the face. Her eyes seemed to be able to spit out fire. "Playing a game? You think this is just a game? As far as I'm concerned, this is proof that you betrayed me." Lin Yu was scared by her eyes and stammered, "Xiaoyan, no, I'm wrong. Don't be like this. I'm scared." Xiaoyan snorted coldly and once again dragged Lin Yu forward. "You know you're scared now? It's too late. I'll make sure you learn a lesson today." Lin Yu continued to break free as he shouted, "Xiaoyan, you can't do this to me. You're breaking the law." When Xiaoyan heard this, her footsteps paused for a moment. Then she roared even more frantically, "Breaking the law? For you, I don't care about anything." Lin Yu's breaking away made Xiaoyan a bit annoyed. She simply let go and slapped hard towards Lin Yu's face. "How dare you say I broke the law? Everything I did was because I love you." Lin Yu was blindsided by the slap, but still hurriedly continued to admit his mistake. "Xiaoyan, it's my fault. It's my nonsense. Don't be angry. It's all my fault." Xiaoyan's chest rose and fell violently, her eyes filled with anger. "Your fault? You think admitting your fault is the end of it? I've paid so much for you and you treat me like this." Lin Yu humbly lowered his head. His voice was tinged with tears. "Xiaoyan, I really know I'm wrong. I won't dare to do it again in the future. Just forgive me this time." Xiaoyan glared at him fiercely and said through clenched teeth, "Forgive? How can it be that easy? I won't let you off easily." Lin Yu asked warily, "Xiaoyan, what are you going to do to me when we get home?" Xiaoyan let out a cold smile, and a chilling glint flashed in her eyes. "Humph, you'll find out soon enough. However, it will definitely make you forget it for the rest of your life." Lin Yu's heart sank violently, his legs weakened and he almost collapsed to the ground. "Xiaoyan, please don't go too far. I really know I'm wrong." Xiaoyan was not the least bit impressed, pulling up Lin Yu once again and speeding up her steps home. Along the way, Lin Yu's mind continued to conjure up all sorts of terrifying scenes, his heart filled with fear and anxiety. "Xiaoyan, please, for the sake of our past love, don't be so cruel. I promise to be a good and obedient husband from now on, and never make you angry again." Lin Yu begged bitterly with a sobbing tone in his voice. "Xiaoyan, I really know I'm wrong. Just spare me this time. I'll cook for you and massage you every day from now on. I'll listen to you in everything." Lin Yu continued, his words urgent and flustered. Xiaoyan didn't say a word, only pulling his hand harder and harder, and her footsteps became faster and faster. "Xiaoyan, I swear I'll never play such a dangerous game again. I'll be with you wholeheartedly. Just be generous and don't bother with me, okay?" Lin Yu's voice became hoarse. However, no matter how Lin Yu pleaded for mercy, Xiaoyan seemed as if she didn't hear it, and pulled him in the direction of home without expression, and Lin Yu's heart sank a little to the bottom. After arriving home, Xiaoyan pushed Lin Yu into the house and closed the door with a bang. Lin Yu looked around in horror as the atmosphere in the room was so oppressive that it took one's breath away. Xiaoyan stared coldly at Lin Yu and slowly spoke. Lin Yu, do you know how much I have paid for our relationship? And yet you trample on my heart like this. Lin Yu quickly said. Xiaoyan, I really know I'm wrong. I'll listen to you if you say what to do. Xiaoyan walked over to the cabinet and took out a rope, and Lin Yu's eyes instantly widened in fear as he shouted. Xiaoyan, what are you doing? Xiaoyan said expressionlessly. From today onwards, don't even think about leaving my sight. I'm going to tie you up. Lin Yu desperately shook his head, trying to back away. Xiaoyan, don't do this. Xiaoyan, however, doesn't care and lunges towards Lin Yu with the rope, and Lin Yu turns around and runs, starting a game of chase inside the room. Lin Yu panicked, bumping into the corner of a table one moment, then almost tripping over a chair the next. Xiaoyan was in hot pursuit behind her, and her mouth kept shouting, don't you run. You won't get away today. Lin Yu ran while gasping for air and said, Xiaoyan, calm down, let's talk about it. Xiaoyan didn't listen at all. Her eyes only had the obsession of making sure to catch Lin Yu. Lin Yu ran to the bedroom and tried to lock the door, but before he could, Xiaoyan rushed in. He rushed to the balcony again and realized there was nowhere to run. Just then, Xiaoyan grabbed the corner of Lin Yu's coat, and Lin Yu cried out in desperation, help! When Xiaoyan heard his shout, her hand movements paused for a moment, and Lin Yu took the opportunity to say, Xiaoyan, there's something to be said. A hint of hesitation flashed in Xiaoyan's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by firmness. Speak properly? Do you think there's room for a good talk now? Lin Yu eagerly explained. Xiaoyan, I know I went too far this time and made you sad, but such an extreme way won't solve the problem. Xiaoyan bit her lip and said with a trembling voice, so what do you say? What's the solution? I've had enough of your cheating and running away. Lin Yu was delighted in his heart, thinking that Xiaoyan's attitude had loosened up. He hurriedly said, Xiaoyan, from today onwards, I will go home on time every day, report to you wherever I go. My cell phone will be randomly inspected by you, and I won't play this game that makes you worry anymore. I will accompany you to do whatever you want to do. Xiaoyan snorted coldly and said, you think I'll believe you just because you pretend to say a few words like that? Lin Yu was so anxious that his forehead was sweating hurriedly said, Xiaoyan, this time it's true. I swear, if I lie to you again, let me. Xiaoyan interrupts him, that's enough. Stop swearing. Your oaths are no longer worth anything with me. Lin Yu had a desperate look on his face. Xiaoyan, then what exactly do you have to do to believe me? Xiaoyan said fiercely, tie you up. Lin Yu's eyes widened in horror, his voice trembling. Xiaoyan, don't do this. This is too extreme. Unmoved, Xiaoyan took the rope and approached step by step. I don't care. It's the only way I can feel at ease and trust that you won't run again. Lin Yu kept retreating until his back was against the wall, with nowhere to run. Xiaoyan, please, change it, okay? Xiaoyan's eyes showed no mercy. There's no negotiation. You have to be tied up today. Lin Yu had a bright idea and directly said sweet words to her. Xiaoyan, you have always been the most beautiful and gentle in my heart. From the first moment I saw you, I knew that you were my destiny in this life. Your every move makes my heart flutter. How could I possibly leave you? This time it's really because I'm confused. I promise to let you feel my full love every second from now on. Xiaoyan's movement slightly stalled. A trace of movement flashed across her face, but she quickly regained her indifference. Don't come with this. These words are useless to me now. Lin Yu continued. Honey, remember all those good times we spent together? Every moment is engraved in my heart, and those are the most precious memories of my life. Without you by my side, my world would lose its color. Xiaoyan's eyes were a bit hollow, and the rope in her hand slowly dropped. Really? But why are you still running? Lin Yu took the opportunity to step forward and hold Xiaoyan's hand. That was just a momentary confusion on my part. Honey, trust me, it will never happen again. Xiaoyan hesitated and said, okay. Lin Yu was delighted in his heart and hurriedly embraced Xiaoyan tightly into his arms. My dear, thank you for being willing to believe in me again. Xiaoyan leaned into Lin Yu's arms, her voice still carrying a hint of skepticism. This is the last chance. If you dare to lie to me again. Lin Yu hurriedly interrupted her. No, absolutely not. Xiaoyan gently pushed Lin Yu away and looked straight into his eyes, as if trying to find a trace of deception in his eyes. Lin Yu's gaze was firm and did not hide. After a while, Xiaoyan slowly said, well then, I'll trust you one more time this time. But remember, this is the last time. Lin Yu nodded his head repeatedly. I know, honey, I won't let you down. Xiaoyan sighed and turned to sit on the sofa, her body looking a little tired. Lin Yu hurriedly poured a glass of water and handed it to her. Xiaoyan, drink some water. Don't tire yourself too much. Lin Yu said carefully. Xiaoyan took the glass of water and took a small sip before putting it down and falling silent. Lin Yu didn't dare to say much from the side, just quietly accompanying her. The room was so quiet that they could hear each other's breathing. After a long time, Xiaoyan finally broke the silence. Lin Yu, in the future, don't do this kind of stupid thing again. I really can't stand it. Xiaoyan kept him with her gaze, which was both reproachful and full of deep expectations. Lin Yu was stared at by her and hurriedly said, Xiaoyan, I really know I'm wrong. I definitely won't in the future. Xiaoyan still didn't remove her gaze and said slowly, I hope you'll do what you say you'll do. I can't afford any more tossing and turning. Lin Yu nodded solemnly and assured, trust me, Xiaoyan, I'll prove it with my actions. Xiaoyan then averted her eyes slightly, sighed softly, and said, I hope so. Chapter 49, Kiss Me. Xiaoyan was silent for a moment and suddenly said, Kiss me. Lin Yu was slightly stunned. Then he leaned down and gently kissed Xiaoyan's forehead. Xiaoyan frowned and snapped, not here. Lin Yu hesitated for a moment, then gently kissed Xiaoyan's lips. The kiss was gentle and long, as if it wanted to incorporate all the promises. After a long time, the two of them separated, and Xiaoyan's face finally revealed a hint of a smile. That's more like it. Lin Yu looked at her, his heart filled with guilt and determination. Xiaoyan, I will definitely not make you sad again. With a hint of vulnerability in her eyes, Xiaoyan whispered, hold me. Immediately, Lin Yu opened his arms and embraced Xiaoyan tightly into his arms. Xiaoyan rested her head against Lin Yu's chest, listening to his powerful heartbeat, as if this could make her feel a hint of peace of mind. Lin Yu whispered in her ear, honey, I'll always hold you like this and never let go. Xiaoyan, however, suddenly hugged Lin Yu hard and tightly, her voice carrying a hint of madness, you'd better be true to your word. If you dare to think otherwise, I'll die with you. Lin Yu was strangled by her and gasped a little, but he forced himself to say soothingly, it won't happen. Xiaoyan, absolutely not. Xiaoyan loosened a bit, but her hands were still tightly gripping Lin Yu's clothes, her eyes full of paranoia. Lin Yu, you are mine, only mine, no one can take you away. Lin Yu looked at such Xiaoyan, his heart was both distressed and helpless. Xiaoyan, don't be like this, I won't leave you. Xiaoyan sneered, humph, it better be, I'll keep an eye on you every now and then. After saying that, Xiaoyan turned around and walked into the kitchen and started cooking. Lin Yu stood in the living room, his heart still apprehensive. The sound of pots and pans clashing came from the kitchen, and Lin Yu couldn't help but walk over to see Xiaoyan slicing vegetables with a somber expression, the exertion as if she was slicing some enemy. Xiaoyan, let me help you, Lin Yu said carefully. Xiaoyan didn't raise her head and coldly returned, no, you go out and wait. Lin Yu didn't dare to disobey, so he had to retreat. Not long after, the food was served on the table, but Lin Yu didn't have any appetite at all. He didn't know when this kind of day would come to an end. Seeing this, Xiaoyan angrily said, what's that look on your face? Lin Yu was startled and quickly explained, no, it's nothing, I'm just a bit tired. Xiaoyan slammed the table and growled, tired? Are you still thinking about how to get rid of me? Lin Yu hurriedly shook his head, no, Xiaoyan, there really isn't. Xiaoyan stared at Lin Yu dead in the face and said through gritted teeth, you'd better not have it, give it to me now. Lin Yu picked up his chopsticks and struggled to stuff his mouth with rice, his heart filled with bitterness. Seeing this, Xiaoyan snatched the chopsticks from Lin Yu's hands and picked up a mouthful of food and fed it directly to him, saying viciously, I'll feed you, so eat well for me. Lin Yu didn't dare to resist obediently opening his mouth. Xiaoyan fed it while saying, eat more, don't think about all those things, your life is mine. Lin Yu chewed mechanically, his eyes filled with helplessness and fear. Xiaoyan suddenly stopped and glared at Lin Yu and asked, isn't it delicious? Lin Yu hastily shook his head and stammered, good, delicious, especially delicious. Xiaoyan snorted coldly, eat more if it's delicious, don't look so reluctant. After saying that, she continued to stuff the rice into Lin Yu's mouth. Lin Yu struggled to swallow the food in his mouth and said with a trembling voice, Xiaoyan, I really can't eat anymore. Xiaoyan's face instantly became gloomy, can't eat? Are you deliberately trying to piss me off? Lin Yu quickly waved his hands, no, Xiaoyan, I'm really full. Xiaoyan stared at Lin Yu for a few seconds, then slammed her chopsticks heavily on the table. Fine, don't eat it. Lin Yu looked at Xiaoyan carefully, not daring to say anything. The room fell into a deathly silence, with only the heavy breathing of the two men. After a while, Xiaoyan suddenly stood up, walked into the bedroom and closed the door with a bang. Lin Yu sat at the dining table and froze for a long time with mixed feelings in his heart. He didn't know how to dissolve this tense and twisted relationship with Xiaoyan. The night wind blew in through the window, causing Lin Yu to shiver. He silently cleared the dining table and walked gingerly to the bedroom door, hesitating to knock. Just then, Xiaoyan's cold voice came from the bedroom, don't hang around outside. I don't want to see you. Lin Yu's heart tightened and he decided to do something to ease the relationship. He thought about it and decided to go out and buy some food for Xiaoyan. Lin Yu gently went out the door. The streets were a bit cold at night. He hurriedly rushed to the nearby snack bar that was still open, and bought Xiaoyan's usual favorite snacks. After buying it, he went home and just opened the door. He saw Xiaoyan standing in the doorway and said in a cold and suspicious manner, Lin Yu, where have you been? Lin Yu was startled by her appearance and hurriedly raised the snack in his hand and stammered, Xiaoyan, I went to buy you a snack. Your favorite. Xiaoyan snatched the snacks and slammed them hard on the ground, screaming, who let you out? You're not going anywhere without my permission. Lin Yu panicked and hurriedly explained, Xiaoyan, I just want to make you happier. Don't be angry, okay? Xiaoyan pressed closer to Lin Yu, her eyes filled with madness. Happy? You think I'll be happy just like that? Are you trying to escape while you have the chance? Lin Yu backed up and shook his head. No, Xiaoyan, I really didn't. Xiaoyan suddenly grabbed Lin Yu's collar and said viciously, you'd better not have it, or I won't let you go. Lin Yu said timidly, you haven't eaten yet? Why don't we go out to eat together? The force on Xiaoyan's hand increased a few more points and she gritted her teeth. Going out to eat? Are you trying to pull some kind of stunt outside? Lin Yu's face instantly turned white and he panicked and waved his hands. No, Xiaoyan, I just think that we should go out together for a change of mood and have a good meal. Xiaoyan snorted coldly and let go of Lin Yu's collar. Her eyes filled with skepticism. Really? Lin Yu nodded his head in a hurry, like a child who made a mistake. Really, Xiaoyan, I swear. Xiaoyan stared at Lin Yu for a while before coldly saying, then go, but don't try to pull any tricks. Carry me. Xiaoyan looked cold and said in a temperatureless tone. Lin Yu didn't dare to disobey and obediently squatted down, allowing Xiaoyan to climb onto his back. Along the way, Lin Yu walked carefully, afraid that a carelessness would upset Xiaoyan again, and Xiaoyan tightly wrapped her arms around Lin Yu's neck and didn't say a word. Passing pedestrians saw this scene and revealed envious looks. Someone whispered, look at this young couple, how sweet. Lin Yu barely managed to squeeze out a smile. Xiaoyan, however, was all smiles as she shouted towards them, say more, say more. The passers-by were a bit overwhelmed by her sudden request, and they all went quiet for a while. Lin Yu coughed lightly in embarrassment and whispered to Xiaoyan, come on, it's embarrassing. Xiaoyan glared at him fiercely and huffed, I'm going to listen. Passers-by looked at each other. One of the kindly older women spoke up again. Aya, young people are so affectionate, to be so happy all the time. Yo. Xiaoyan then smiled with satisfaction, but Lin Yu's smile became even more forced. They continued to walk forward. Xiaoyan lay on Lin Yu's back. Her mood seemed to be better and said, Lin Yu, in the future, you have to be this nice to me. Lin Yu gently nodded and hurriedly answered, good. Walking to the entrance of the restaurant, Xiaoyan violently got off Lin Yu's back and pouted, carry me in. Lin Yu froze for a moment, then followed his words and carried Xiaoyan in his arms as he walked into the restaurant. The surrounding diners had cast curious gazes, and Lin Yu only felt his face burning, while Xiaoyan was full of concern and rubbed herself in Lin Yu's arms. After finding a seat and sitting down, Xiaoyan was still holding onto Lin Yu's arm, unwilling to let go for a moment. Lin Yu softly inquired, what would you like to eat? Xiaoyan winked, you order. I like whatever you order. Lin Yu picked up the menu and carefully selected the dishes. Xiaoyan just stared at him without looking away, her eyes full of dependence. After ordering, Lin Yu put down the menu and looked at Xiaoyan. The corners of Xiaoyan's mouth rose, and she suddenly came close to Lin Yu and gave him a kiss on the cheek. Lin Yu was a bit caught off guard, his face flushed with a hint of redness, as if he was a tarnished innocent young boy. Xiaoyan giggled when she saw him in this state. Look at you. You don't even have this much guts. Lin Yu scratched his head awkwardly, not knowing how to respond. At this time, the waiter started serving the food, temporarily relieving Lin Yu's embarrassment. Xiaoyan picked up her chopsticks and took a bite of the dish and passed it to Lin Yu's mouth. Here, honey, try this. Lin Yu twisted his head and said, I'm already full. Xiaoyan's face instantly sank. What? It's only just begun and you're saying you're full? Is it a deliberate attempt to spoil my fun? Lin Yu hurriedly explained. No, Xiaoyan, I'm really not hungry. Xiaoyan snorted coldly. No, you have to eat it. Lin Yu looked at her helplessly and had to open his mouth to eat the bite. A hint of cunning flashed in Xiaoyan's eyes as she said, honey, it's your turn to feed me with your mouth. Lin Yu's face instantly became embarrassed. He looked around and lowered his voice. Xiaoyan, stop it. This is outside. Xiaoyan, however, was unforgiving and pouted. I don't care. I want you to feed me. Lin Yu gritted his teeth and looked around, seeing that the people around him didn't pay too much attention to this side, so he had to bite up a small piece of steak and stiffly approach Xiaoyan, feeding it to her with his mouth. Xiaoyan smiled smugly, but Lin Yu felt incredibly embarrassed. At that moment, A few young men at the next table cast strange glances and whispered. Lin Yu's face turned red and he couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. Shoyan, however, didn't care about the gazes of the bystanders and instead looked at those who were talking as if she was provocative. What are you looking at? Shoyan shouted. Lin Yu hurriedly pulled on the corner of her coat. Shoyan, don't be like this. Shoyan glared at him. What are you afraid of? At this time, the restaurant manager came over and said politely, both guests, please keep quiet and don't affect the other guests' meals. Shoyan snorted coldly. Got it. Shoyan followed up with, let's continue. Lin Yu sighed helplessly and lowered his voice. Shoyan, let's pay attention. Shoyan gave him a blank look. Why are you so timid? Lin Yu stopped talking and just silently lowered his head. Shoyan, however, was unforgiving and picked up a small piece of steak, handing it to Lin Yu. Come on, feed me again. Lin Yu hesitated for a moment, but eventually continued to feed Shoyan with his mouth. At this point, the others in the restaurant cast looks of contempt and disgust, and some even began to whisper accusations that their behavior had gone too far. Lin Yu felt that his face was already so hot that he could fry an egg. He tried to persuade Shoyan to restrain herself a bit. Shoyan, why don't we stop this? Everyone. Shoyan interrupted. I don't care. They can look at it however they like. Lin Yu helplessly closed his mouth, his heart filled with helplessness and exhaustion. Just then, a boy ran over and tried to add Shoyan's WeChat, saying with a smile on his face, Beauty, can you add a WeChat? A wave of jealousy welled up in Lin Yu's heart and he unconsciously clenched his fists. Shoyan looked at Lin Yu and then at the boy. The corners of her mouth rose and she deliberately said, yeah. Lin Yu couldn't hold back any longer and stood up. No. Shoyan turned her head and looked at him provocatively. Who are you to control me? Lin Yu was so angry that his breath caught. Shoyan, don't go too far. The atmosphere in the restaurant became more tense, with all eyes focused on the three of them. Shoyan loved the way Lin Yu was jealous of her. A crazy smile appeared on her face and her eyes glittered with excitement as she said, Lin Yu, the angrier you get the happier I am. Lin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Shoyan and roared, are you crazy? Shoyan, however, laughed even more recklessly. Yes, I'm just crazy, crazy in your love. The boy who came to ask for WeChat was overwhelmed by the sudden situation and turned to leave. Shoyan pulled him back. Don't go. Don't you want WeChat? Lin Yu rushed over and pushed the boy away with force, holding Shoyan tightly in his arms. Shoyan, you can only be mine. Shoyan pouted. Then prove to me how deep your love is. Lin Yu's eyes became fierce. Shoyan, don't challenge my bottom line. Lin Yu suddenly realized, what am I doing? He was taken aback by the impulse he had just felt, and a wave of panic ran through his mind. Shoyan, however, seemed to be even more excited as she stared tightly at Lin Yu, her voice carrying a hint of trembling. Lin Yu, you finally stopped pretending. Lin Yu loosened his tight hold on Shoyan and took a few steps back, muttering, no, it's not like that. Shoyan, Shoyan pressed on, a crazy smile on her face. Lin Yu, admit it, you and I are the same. We're both crazy for love. Lin Yu desperately shook his head. No, Shoyan, I don't want this. I don't want to become so out of control. Lin Yu was silent for a long time before he slowly said, the ancients honestly don't deceive me. You can't sleep with two kinds of people under one comforter. After saying this, Lin Yu laughed bitterly and laughed at himself. Shoyan, however, violently grabbed Lin Yu's arm, her nails almost embedded in his flesh, and shouted, what nonsense are you talking about? We're just made for each other. Lin Yu cringed in pain and tried to break away from Shoyan's hand, but realized that she was incredibly strong. At that moment, there was a sudden, mournful catcall from outside the restaurant that sent chills down the spine. An inexplicable fear welled up in Lin Yu's heart, and as he looked at Shoyan's almost maniacal face, he felt as if he was caught in a nightmare that he could not escape. Shoyan calmed down. Lin Yu tried to force his composure. He said, Shoyan, however, as if she didn't hear him, continued to stare at him with a deadly stare, her mouth chanting, Lin Yu, don't you dare try to escape. You'll never be able to escape from me. Lin Yu took a deep breath and tried to make his voice sound smoother. Shoyan, let's go home first, okay? Shoyan sneered. Going home? You think going home will solve the problem? Just then, all the lights in the restaurant went out, plunging the surroundings into darkness, and only Shoyan's shrill laughter could be heard echoing in the darkness. Chapter 50, Two Terrible Dogs. At this point, the passers-by were directly scared away, and only Lin Yu and Shoyan were left in the restaurant. Lin Yu's heart raced as he tried to grope his way through the darkness to find Shoyan. Shoyan, stop it. However, the only thing that responded to him was the increasingly mournful laughter. Lin Yu felt a chill rise from his spine and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Suddenly, a cold hand grabbed Lin Yu's wrist and he shivered. Shoyan, is that you? It's me, honey. Hyoyan's voice came ghostly in the darkness. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaoyan, what the hell is going on? It's so scary. Xiaoyan let out a soft laugh. This is just getting started. Lin Yu's heart thumped. Had a bad feeling. Just then, a strange rustling sound came from the darkness, like something was approaching. Lin Yu nervously asked, Xiaoyan, did you hear that? Xiaoyan, however, was silent, only gripping Lin Yu's wrist tightly with such force that it made him raw. Let's go home, Rin Yu said with a shudder. Xiaoyan still didn't respond, but the force in her hand didn't decrease at all, tugging Lin Yu and running in a direction. Lin Yu could only passively run along, his feet stumbling. The darkness around him seemed to have substance, oppressing him so much that he could barely breathe. I don't know how long he had been running, but Lin Yu felt that there seemed to be a glimmer of light in front of him, and a glimmer of hope flared up in his heart. Xiaoyan, isn't it almost time to go out? However, Xiaoyan remained silent, pulling him along, her footsteps quicker. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief and thought, no matter what, it's good to get out of this horrible place. But just at this moment, the thread of light suddenly disappeared, and the surrounding area was once again plunged into thick darkness. Lin Yu's heart instantly rose to his throat again. Xiaoyan, what is going on here? Xiaoyan still didn't say anything, only the strength in her hand increased a few more points, yanking Lin Yu to a stagger. Lin Yu felt like his wrist was going to be pinched. The pain made him unable to stop himself from screaming out, Xiaoyan, be gentle, it hurts. But Xiaoyan continued to run wildly in the darkness as if she didn't hear. Suddenly, the two ran out the door of the restaurant. Lin Yu saw that the streets outside were also empty, with only dim streetlights emitting a faint glow. Xiaoyan was still tugging Lin Yu along as he ran furiously, and Lin Yu asked out of breath, Xiaoyan, where the hell are we going? Xiaoyan finally stopped, turned her head, looked at Lin Yu with empty eyes, and slowly said, go home. Lin Yu looked around suspiciously. This wasn't the way home at all. Xiaoyan, this isn't the way home. Xiaoyan sneered, I can go home when I say I can. Suddenly, a gust of cloudy wind blew by, and Lin Yu couldn't help but shiver. Xiaoyan, you're crazy, Lin Yu yelled. Xiaoyan's face did not have the slightest expression, she just stared coldly at Lin Yu, and that look made Lin Yu feel incomparably unfamiliar. I'm not crazy, it's you who doesn't understand me. Hyoyan's voice seemed to come from another world. Lin Yu's eyes widened as he looked at her incredulously. Look at you now, do you look like a normal person? Xiaoyan suddenly laughed up in the air, and that laughter echoed in the silent streets, making it particularly terrifying. Lin Yu was so scared by her laughter that he backed away. Xiaoyan, don't be like this. I'm scared. Xiaoyan stopped laughing and approached Lin Yu step by step. You're afraid? You actually said you're afraid of me? Just then, a dog barked in the distance, breaking the tension. Lin Yu suddenly thought of something. What are you barking at? Lin Yu subconsciously shouted out these words, and as soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted it. Why did he say such inexplicable words at this time? When Xiaoyan heard this, her face instantly became more somber. What did you say? Not me. I was talking about the dog. Rin Yu explained in a panic, his eyes averted. Xiaoyan glared angrily. You think I'll believe that? Lin Yu hurriedly pulled Xiaoyan's hand. Xiaoyan, really? I swear, I definitely didn't say anything about you. It's that dog barking that's distracting. Xiaoyan shook off his hand. Don't touch me. Just then, the dog rushed out and barked furiously at them. The dog's eyes flashed with an eerie light in the darkness, and both Lin Yu and Xiaoyan were startled. Lin Yu subconsciously protected Xiaoyan behind him. Don't be afraid, I'm here. But Xiaoyan said coldly, who needs your protection? The dog barked more and more fiercely, as if with endless anger and resentment. Just then Xiaoyan suddenly rushed straight forward and killed the dog. Lin Yu was stunned, looking at Xiaoyan's hands full of blood. He trembled and said, Xiaoyan, how can you? Xiaoyan turned her head. Drops of blood splattered on her face, her eyes cold and frantic. It deserved to die. Who let it scream? Lin Yu took a few steps back in shock. Xiaoyan, you're horrible. Xiaoyan stepped closer to Lin Yu, her bloodied hand reaching out to him. Now, you're afraid of me too, aren't you? Lin Yu desperately shook his head. No, Xiaoyan, calm down. We're going home, Rin Yu said again, a hint of supplication in his voice. Xiaoyan stood still, motionless, her eyes staring blankly ahead, still holding the dog's blood in her hand. Lin Yu carefully approached her and gently pulled up her arm. Xiaoyan, let's go. Let's talk about it at home. Only then did Xiaoyan slowly turn her head and look at Lin Yu before letting him pull her in the direction of her home. At that moment Xiaoyan suddenly stopped. Lin Yu, will you leave me? Lin Yu's heart tightened. No, Xiaoyan, never. Xiaoyan directly touched his face with her hand, and the blood on her hand rubbed against Lin Yu's cheek. Lin Yu's body trembled, but he didn't dodge. Xiaoyan's voice became soft. Lin Yu, you better not lie to me. Lin Yu held her hand and looked at her with a firm gaze. Xiaoyan, I won't lie to you. However, What they didn't know was that in the dark corners, there was a pair of eyes silently watching them. Just then, a gust of wind blew by, rolling up the fallen leaves on the ground. Xiaoyan suddenly frowned, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes. Lin Yu, I seem to see someone watching us. Lin Yu's heart thumped, quickly looked around. Where? Another big dog rushed out. Just as Rinyu was confused, Xiaoyan went straight up and killed the dog again. Lin Yu's eyes widened, his face full of incredulity. Xiaoyan, why are you, again? Xiaoyan's eyes were filled with madness. It was asking for it when it rushed out. Lin Yu looked at the somewhat unfamiliar Xiaoyan in front of him, his heart filled with fear and confusion. At that moment, noisy footsteps suddenly sounded around them, and a group of people surrounded them with flashlights. What's going on here? Someone asked aloud. Lin Yu opened his mouth, but he didn't know how to explain. Xiaoyan, however, stood there with a disinterested look on her face and a wry smile on the corner of her mouth. Someone in the crowd shouted angrily, "This is too cruel. The police must be called." Lin Yu hurriedly said, "Everyone calm down first. There must be a misunderstanding in the middle." Misunderstanding? 2 dogs were killed by her. What kind of misunderstanding can there be? A burly man's eyes widened in anger. Xiaoyan snorted coldly, "They deserve to die." The crowd erupted in an uproar of accusations. Just then, the sound of sirens came from far away, and Lin Yu's face instantly turned white. Police arrived on the scene and quickly brought the situation under control. "Criminal! What a criminal! Young as you, come with us," the police said seriously. "We'll pay for it," Lin Yu said hurriedly, fine beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. The policeman frowned. This is not a problem that can be solved by paying out money. Her kind of behavior is already suspected of breaking the law. Lin Yu's voice was tinged with tears. "Comrade police officer, please, she might not be mentally normal. I promise to keep an eye on her in the future and won't let such a thing happen again." The crowd around them began to whisper, "You can't just kill a dog even if you're mentally unstable. This man is also unlucky to run into such a woman." Xiaoyan sneered from the side. "Lin Yu, you don't have to beg them. I'm not afraid." Lin Yu looked at Xiaoyan, his heart angry and helpless. At that moment, a policeman said, "Take it back to the police station first." Lin Yu watched in despair as Xiaoyan was taken to the police car, his heart in turmoil. After returning home, Lin Yu fidgeted, Xiaoyan's cold and crazy eyes constantly coming to mind. He paced back and forth in his room, not knowing what to do. Suddenly, the phone rang, and Lin Yu jolted and quickly picked up the phone. "Is this Mr. Lin Yu? MS. Xiaoyan's situation is a bit complicated. We need to investigate further." A police officer's voice came from the other end of the phone. Lin Yu tightly gripped the phone and asked with a trembling voice, "Comrade police officer, how exactly is she?" "It's hard to say at this point, but she does have issues with her mental state that may require a professional appraisal," the police officer replied. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yu sat paralyzed on the sofa, feeling like his entire world was collapsing. After a while, as if he had suddenly made up his mind, Lin Yu stood up and went straight to the police station. Along the way, his heart was incredibly heavy, and the bits and pieces of being with Xiaoyan kept flashing through his mind. Arriving at the police station, Lin Yu eagerly asks the police officer about Xiaoyan's situation. "Comrade police officer, how is Xiaoyan? How is she?" Lin Yu's voice carried a hint of trembling. The policeman gave him a look and said, "She's still very unstable and we can't see her yet." Lin Yu's heart sank. "Then when will we have to wait?" "Waiting for the results of our investigation, and her psychiatric evaluation," the police officer replied. Lin Yu nodded helplessly and sat down on the bench outside the police station, waiting with anxiety. "We lose money," Lin Yu mumbled again, as if he had grabbed the last straw. At this time, a police officer walked out, looked at Lin Yu and said, "Paying out money is not the fundamental solution to the problem. The key is to find out why she did it. She does have a mental disorder," Lin Yu said eagerly. "She would occasionally lose control of her emotions before, but it was never this severe." The policeman frowned. "And have you been to a doctor?" Lin Yu lowered his head, his voice dropping. "She refused to go, thinking she was fine." "Ugh," the cop sighed. "Let's wait for the results of the psychiatric evaluation first." Lin Yu looked at the door of the police station, his heart filled with guilt and worry. "Let me see her," Lin Yu pleaded to the police again. The policeman looked embarrassed. "It's not that I won't let you see it, it's really not the right time." Lin Yu's eyes reddened with anxiety. "Please, I'll just have a few words with her and promise not to interfere with your work." The cop hesitated, but eventually went soft. "Okay." Lin Yu thanked him repeatedly and followed the police into the interrogation room. The moment I saw Xiaoyan's hair was disheveled and her eyes were dull. "Xiaoyan, what's wrong with you?" Lin Yu's voice choked. Xiaoyan slowly raised her head, glanced at him, and lowered her head again without a word. Chapter 51, Sickly Luo. At this point, the policeman urged, "It can't be delayed any longer." "Are you kidding, comrade cop?" Lin Yu said with doubt. The police didn't say a word. Lin Yu helplessly glanced at Xiaoyan and turned around to leave the police station in a state of disorientation, his mind in turmoil. Just then, Lin Yu's cell phone suddenly rang. He pulled it out and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. Hello? Lin Yu picked up the phone suspiciously. An eerie voice came from the other end of the line. Come to the abandoned factory outside the city. Lin Yu was startled. Who are you? However, the other person had already hung up. As night fell, Lin Yu's mood grew heavier. Thinking about that mysterious phone call, he decided to go to the abandoned factory outside the city to find out what happened. When he arrived at the abandoned factory, there was silence all around him, with only the faint moonlight illuminating the front. Anyone? Lin Yu shouted, his voice echoing in the empty factory. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed behind him. Lin Yu turned around violently, but saw nothing. Who? Come out quickly. Lin Yu's heartbeat accelerated rapidly. At that moment, a delicate voice came. It's me, brother Lin Yu. Lin Yu fixed his eyes on a woman dressed in red slowly stepping out of the darkness. Surprisingly, it was Luo Yi. The corners of Luo Yi's mouth rose, and there was an inscrutable light in her eyes. Brother Lin Yu, are you surprised to see me? Lin Yu looked at her warily. Luo Yi, why are you here? Luo Yi Jia laughed. Why can't I be here? This all has to do with me. Lin Yu's heart shook. What? What do you mean by that? I set those two dogs free, Luo Yi said lightly, but with a wry smile on her face. Lin Yu growled incredulously. Why did you do that? Luo Yi's eyes became fierce. Because I love you, Lin Yu, and this is the only way to destroy you and Xiaoyan. Lin Yu was shaking with anger. You're simply crazy. Luo Yi laughed out loud. Crazy? I'll do anything for you. She fiercely pounced on Lin Yu, her hands tightly embracing his arms, her eyes wild and infatuated. Lin Yu, you can only be mine. Xiaoyan, she doesn't deserve you. I'm going to get rid of everyone around you, so that you can only rely on me and only look at me. Lin Yu fought to break free from her and roared. You're simply incorrigible. Luo Yi, however, didn't care about his anger at all and pouted. Go ahead and curse. Anyway, no matter what you do to me, I won't give up. Even if I have to make an enemy of the whole world, I will still get you. Her voice grew sharper and her expression twisted. I'll be watching you the whole time, and if you take one step away from me, I don't know what crazier thing I'll do. After saying that, Luo Yi even recklessly pounced on Lin Yu and directly kissed him. Lin Yu struggled desperately and managed to push her away. You're crazy, Luo Yi. Lin Yu shouted angrily. Luo Yi, however, smiled dementedly, the saliva left behind from the kiss just now still hanging at the corner of her mouth. Lin Yu, you're mine, forever. Before the words fell, she once again frantically jumped up to hold Lin Yu's neck with both hands and kissed him frantically, her mouth still chanting. Lin Yu, don't want to escape. This life you don't want to escape. Even if you hate me, I don't care. I just want to be with you, even if it means going to hell. Lin Yu was strangled by her and could barely breathe. He tried with all his might to push Luo Yi away, but she was like a piece of craft candy that stuck to his body. He couldn't shake it off. Loyalist, let go of me, you crazy person, Lin Yu roared. Not only did Luo Yi not let go, instead she kissed harder, her nails deeply embedded in Lin Yu's back, scratching out a trail of blood. Lin Yu couldn't stand it anymore. He fiercely used all his strength to break free from Luo Yi's restraints and turned around to run straight away. Luo Yi was frantically chasing after him, shouting as she ran. Lin Yu, don't run, you can't get away. Lin Yu recklessly charged forward. He didn't know how many obstacles he hit in the darkness, but he didn't dare to stop. Finally, he managed to get rid of Luo Yi. Fortunately, before, I was chased by Xiaoyan all the time. I feel like I'm now comparable to Bert. Lin Yu breathed heavily and muttered to himself, before he could catch his breath. However, he heard another light footstep, and his heart instantly rose into his throat again. Relax, I just work in this factory. A low voice came. Lin Yu looked warily to the source of the voice, only to see a hunched-over man step out of the shadows. This man wears yellow clothes, let's call him Yellow. You work here? Isn't this factory abandoned? Lin Yu was filled with skepticism. Xiao Huang sighed. It's abandoned, but there are some things I have to come back for. It's you. What are you doing here in the middle of the night? Lin Yu hesitated for a moment, but decided to tell him what had happened. After hearing this, Xiao Huang's face became grave. This place is evil. You shouldn't come here. Quickly leave. Lin Yu walked straight away, not wanting to hear Xiao Huang continue at all. As he walked, Lin Yu suddenly felt the temperature around him drop drastically, and a chill rose from the soles of his feet. What the hell is going on here? Lin Yu stopped in his tracks, his heart filled with fear. At that moment, a ghostly voice rang in his ears. You can't escape. Honey, found you yo. Luo Yi's voice carried a bit of smugness and madness. Lin Yu turned around in horror. only to see Luo Yi's eyes red, her hair disheveled, and a bizarre smile on her face. Lin Yu, you're mine, forever, Luo Yi said as she stepped closer. Lin Yu kept retreating, his voice trembling. Luo Yi, don't come over. Luo Yi, however, turned a deaf ear and violently pounced on Lin Yu, hugging him to death. Honey, come with me. Let's go to a place where it's just the two of us. Lin Yu struggled, but realized that Luo Yi was incredibly strong. Just then, a bolt of lightning streaked across the night sky, illuminating Loyalist's hideous face. WC Lin Yu couldn't help but burst out, the fear and panic in his heart reaching its peak. Luo Yi, however, acted as if she didn't hear it, her mouth still chanting, honey, don't resist. What's wrong with being with me? Lin Yu gritted his teeth and tried to break free from Luo Yi's confinement with all his strength, but Luo Yi's hands were like iron pincers, not moving at all. Chapter 52, The Scary Giant Bear. Suddenly, there was a dull clap of thunder in the sky, and the whole factory seemed to tremble. Xiao Huang walked over. He held a flashlight in his hand, and the light shone on Luo Yi and Lin Yu's bodies. Let go of him, Little Yellow bellowed. Luo Yi twisted her head to look at Xiao Huang, her eyes filled with hostility. Don't mind your own business, or else I'll even clean you up together. Little Yellow didn't flinch. Little girl, you're bewitched. Let go. Luo Yi sneered. What kind of a thing are you that you dare to come and control me? Xiao Huang suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Luo Yi's wrist in a swift manner, forcing her to let go of Lin Yu. Have you gone crazy enough? Little Yellow's eyes widened angrily, and his voice carried suppressed anger. Luo Yi couldn't break free from Xiao Huang's grip, and her face became even more somber. You'll regret it, she said viciously. At that moment, the thunder became louder and louder, and the lightning cut through the dark sky, illuminating the faces of the three men in a ghastly white light. Lin Yu breathed heavily and looked at Xiao Huang with eyes filled with gratitude. Little Yellow, thank you. Lin Yu's voice was a little weak. Let's not talk about this first. This place should not be stayed for a long time. Before Xiao Huang's words fell, a strange sound suddenly came from the factory, like some huge object was moving. The three of them instantly tensed up, and Xiao Huang tightened his grip on the flashlight, shining the light in the direction from which the sound came, only to see a huge black shadow gradually approaching. The silhouette was blurred but emitted a chilling aura. What is this? Luo Yi's voice was tinged with trembling. Before they could see it, the black shadow lunged. The three finally saw that it was a bear, but the bear was huge. Its eyes flashed menacingly, and its fangs glowed coldly in the light of the lightning. Xiao Huang sucked in a breath of cool air and unconsciously took a few steps back. The hostility on Luo Yi's face was instantly replaced by fear, while Lin Yu stood frozen in place with wide eyes. Look out everyone! Yellow yelled, trying to bring the two back to their senses. The bear let out a low growl that shook the entire factory. Loyal screamed and turned to run. Don't run around! Xiao Huang shouted anxiously, but where did Luo Yi still listen? Yellow quickly rushed forward. At that moment, Yellow met a giant bear in the factory. Yellow was very angry. The bears are coming in. Power Yellow vs. Giant Bear. Kowangsang, City in Malaysia. Speed Yellow vs. Giant Bear. Kowangsang, City in Malaysia. Defense Yellow vs. Giant Bear. Victory over a giant bear. Idiom, Fig. A narrow victory. Agile Yellow vs. Giant Bear. Kowangsang, City in Malaysia. Attacking Little Yellow vs. Giant Bear. Kowangsang, City in Malaysia. Experience Little Yellow vs. Giant Bear. Kowangsang, City in Malaysia. Tall Yellow vs. Giant Bear. Victory over a giant bear. Idiom, Fig. A narrow victory. Size Yellow vs. Giant Bear. Victory over a giant bear. Idiom, Fig. A narrow victory. Size advantage Yellow vs. Giant Bear. Victory over a giant bear. Idiom, Fig. A narrow victory. IQ Yellow vs. Giant Bear. Kowangsang, City in Malaysia. Battle IQ Yellow vs. Giant Bear. Kowangsang, City in Malaysia. Ability Yellow vs. Giant Bear. Kowangsang, City in Malaysia. Battle Lust Little Yellow vs. Giant Bear. Kowangsang, City in Malaysia. Total Yellow vs. Giant Bear. Kowangsang, City in Malaysia. Winner Little Yellow vs. Giant Bear. Little Yellow wins big. A direct punch was thrown. That fist carried the momentum of a breaking wind and smashed solidly into the bear's head. However, this seemingly mighty punch seemed like a mere tickle to the thick-skinned bear. The bear was enraged. It waved its huge paw and slapped it towards Little Yellow. Yellow nimbly dodged sideways, but was still knocked to the ground by the wind brought up by the bear's paw. Lin Yu watched from the sidelines, wanting to go forward to help, but not daring to act rashly. Luo Yi also stopped at this time, turning back to see Xiao Huang's fierce struggle with the bear. A trace of guilt could not help but rise in her heart. Little Yellow quickly got up from the ground and charged towards the bear once again. There was not the slightest flinch in his eyes, only determination and bravery. His punches were as fast as lightning, as swift as a master's moves in a game. Each punch carried a whistling wind sound and landed precisely on the bear's head. The bear was dazed by the blistering attack and roared angrily, but it was difficult to counterattack for a while. Lin Yu watched on the sidelines, his heart both worried about Xiao Huang's safety and shocked by his valor. He couldn't help but mutter, "Bull B." Xiao Huang picked up a knife. His body moved like a ghost, drawing a residual shadow. Before that bear could react, Xiao Huang had already flashed to its side, and the knife in his hand was like a residual shadow slashing fiercely towards the bear's leg. Blood splattered everywhere, and the bear let out a hiss of pain. It turned around and tried to pounce on Xiao Huang, but Xiao Huang moved extremely fast and flashed behind it again. Luo Yi and Lin Yu were so nervous at the sight that they didn't dare to utter a breath. Just as Xiao Huang was about to launch another attack, the bear suddenly turned around and ran wildly towards the depths of the factory. Yellow didn't hesitate to go after him. Lin Yu looked at Xiao Huang's back. The fear in his heart instantly took over. He directly turned around and ran towards the exit. Seeing this, Luo Yi's face twisted even more and she growled, "Where do you want to go?" he said, and went straight after him. When Lin Yu heard Luo Yi's voice, he ran faster and faster, as if what was chasing behind him was not Luo Yi, but a man-eating demon. Luo Yi shouted as she chased after him, "Don't run, you're mine, no one can take you away." Rin Yu panicked and accidentally tripped over the debris on the ground. Luo Yi instantly chased after him, grabbed Lin Yu's collar and said with fierce eyes, "I'll see where else you're going to run." Lin Yu looked at her in horror and stammered, "Luo Yi, you, don't mess around." Luo Yi's eyes grew crazier and crazier as she gripped Lin Yu's collar tightly with both hands and said through gritted teeth, "Messing around? Lin Yu, from the first moment I saw you, you can only be mine. No one will be able to snatch you away." Lin Yu struggled desperately, trying to get rid of Luo Yi's restraints. "Luo Yi, you're crazy, let go of me." Luo Yi, however, acted as if she didn't hear it. A nervous smile appeared on her face. "Lin Yu, you know what? For you, I'm willing to do anything, even if it means death." With that, she violently pulled Rin Yu towards herself, and Rin Yu stumbled and almost fell. "Come with me, don't ever think of leaving me again." Luo Yi tugged Lin Yu and headed for a dark corner. Lin Yu's heart was filled with fear and despair as he cried out for help. Help! However, in this empty factory, only Luo Yi's crazy laughter echoed. Lin Yu took advantage of Luo Yi's inattention and violently broke away from her hand, turning around and running desperately. Luo Yi froze for a moment, then reacted and roared, "Lin Yu, don't run!" Lin Yu ran wildly without regard to anything else, the sound of the whistling wind and Luo Yi's footsteps getting closer and closer in his ears. Suddenly, he tripped over a discarded steel pipe and fell heavily to the ground. Luo Yi quickly caught up. She was gasping for air. Her eyes were filled with madness and obstinacy. "Lin Yu, you can't get away." Lin Yu looked at her in despair, his body constantly shrinking back. "Luo Yi, please, let me go." Luo Yi squatted down and reached out to caress Lin Yu's face. "Let you go? No way. You won't be able to get rid of me in this life." Chapter 53, Two Sick Girls Fighting. Just then, an eerie wind sound came from the factory, as if some unknown danger was approaching. At this tense moment, Xiaoyan suddenly appeared and shouted, "Luo Yi, let go of him, he's mine." Luo Yi turned her head violently, her eyes staring fiercely at Xiaoyan. "Yours? He's clearly mine, no one can take him away." Xiaoyan's face became extremely ugly as she took a step forward. "Luo Yi, don't go too far, I've loved him since I was a kid, only I deserve to be with him." Luo Yi sneered, "Just by you? You also dare to rob with me?" Xiaoyan gritted her teeth, "I won't let you get away with this." Saying that, she rushed up and tried to pull away Luo Yi's grip on Lin Yu's hand. Luo Yi pushed hard and Xiaoyan fell to the ground. "Humph, don't think for yourself," Luo Yi said viciously. Xiaoyan got up from the ground and rushed towards Luo Yi once again. "I'll fight you." For a while, the two sickly, crazy women were writhing together for Lin Yu, who was watching from the sidelines, not knowing what to do. And at this time, the eerie sound of the wind is getting louder and louder, and the atmosphere around it is getting more and more eerie. Xiaoyan, her hair disheveled and her eyes wide open, yelled hysterically at Luo Yi, "Luo Yi, you crazy woman, he's the apple of my eye, my only hope to live. Don't you dare to take him away from me." Luo Yi was not willing to show weakness and disliked back. "Xiaoyan, you think you can compete with me? I can do anything for him, even give my life, can you?" Xiaoyan laughed crazily, her laughter echoing in the empty factory, appearing particularly eerie. "Luo Yi, you call that love? It's my love for him that's deep in my bones and unrivaled." As she said that, she pounced on Luo Yi once again, and the two of them once again frantically twisted together, the creepy crackling sound constantly exploding in their ears. Each sound is like a demon's maniacal laughter. piercing Rinyu's nerves as if it's going to rip my soul out of this shell alive. Lin Yu looked at the two women who were crazy about him in horror, wanting to escape but realizing that he couldn't move his legs as if they were nailed down. Xiaoyan continued to attack Luo Yi like a madwoman, her fists falling frantically on Luo Yi's body, and her mouth kept shouting, "Lin Yu is mine, no one can take it away from me." Luo Yi wasn't willing to show weakness either. She grabbed Xiaoyan's clothes with force and threw them violently. Xiaoyan heavily hit a pillar on the side, but as if Xiaoyan couldn't feel the pain, she immediately got up again and rushed towards Luo Yi. At this moment, Lin Yu's heart was filled with fear and despair as he shouted, "Stop! You guys stop! Stop fighting! You guys stop fighting la!" However, the two women simply ignored him and continued to fight. Suddenly, there was a loud roar from the factory and the ground began to shake violently. Dust was rustling down from the ceiling, and it seemed as if the entire factory was about to collapse. Seeing an opportunity, Xiaoyan pushed Luo Yi to the ground, then quickly pounced on Lin Yu and hugged him tightly, shouting at the top of her lungs, "Lin Yu, even if I die, I'll die with you." Luo Yi rose from the ground, her eyes widening in anger. "Xiaoyan, don't you dare!" She rushed towards Xiaoyan and Rinyu, and just as she was about to get close, a huge piece of ceiling debris fell down right in front of her, blocking her path. Luo Yi angrily pounded on the debris. "No, Lin Yu is mine." At this point, the collapse of the factory was getting worse and worse, and the sound of heavy objects collapsing kept coming from all around. Xiaoyan pulled Lin Yu, trying to find a way to escape. "Lin Yu, come with me." Lin Yu was already scared out of his wits by the chaotic scene and could only let Xiaoyan pull him. Suddenly, the passage in front of them was blocked by a falling steel beam. Xiaoyan cursed, "Damn it!" She glanced back at Luo Yi, who was still frantically shouting, gritted her teeth and said, "Lin Yu, let's run back." The two ran again in the direction they came from, with things constantly falling behind them, raising dust in the sky. Lin Yu felt his breathing becoming more and more difficult, and his footsteps became heavy. Xiaoyan ran while encouraging him, "Lin Yu, hold on, we can definitely get out." Just as they were about to run around a corner, a huge pillar fell down towards them. Xiaoyan was quick on her feet and pushed Lin Yu aside with force. Bang! The pillar hit the ground hard, splattering a cloud of dust. Lin Yu got up from the ground and shouted, "Xiaoyan, how are you?" Xiaoyan was pressed down by the pillar. A trace of blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. "Don't mind me. You run." How could Lin Yu leave her behind? He desperately tried to lift the pillar, but it didn't move. At this point, the sound of the factory collapsing grew louder and louder, as if the end was near. Lin Yu's heart raced, crocodile tears welling up in his eyes. "Xiaoyan, I won't leave you behind." Just as he was feeling desperate, he noticed an iron bar next to him, which he picked up and tried to pry up the post. Just as he was struggling to pry the pillar, Luo Yi actually rushed over, her face grimacing as she shouted, "Lin Yu, you can only die with me." Lin Yu shouted angrily, "You're crazy, get lost." Luo Yi, however, pounced on Lin Yu regardless, and just in the nick of time, Lin Yu didn't know where the strength came from and violently pushed Luo Yi away. Loyal stumbled and fell to the side, and at that moment, the pillar was finally pried up a bit by Lin Yu, and Xiaoyan took the opportunity to climb out from underneath. "Move!" Xiaoyan shouted. The duo continued to run desperately through the rickety factory, and the exit ahead seemed to be just around the corner. Lin Yu and Xiaoyan held each other up and tried their last ounce of strength to rush forward. Luo Yi was in hot pursuit behind them, her mouth shouting some creepy words. "Lin Yu, don't run, even if you die. You can only be with me." Just when they were only a few steps away from the exit, a huge stone slab fell from the sky and blocked the way. Lin Yu looked at the stone slab in despair, a wave of helplessness welling up in his heart. Xiaoyan, however, didn't give up as she looked around for another way out. This way, Xiaoyan spotted a narrow passage, and although it looked a bit dangerous, it was their only hope. Lin Yu and Xiaoyan had just drilled into the passageway when Luo Yi followed. The passage was filled with dust, making it difficult to breathe. Suddenly, Lin Yu heard an ominous sound coming from above his head. "No good, it's going to collapse." Before they could react, a rock hit Xiaoyan's back and she yelped in pain. "Xiaoyan!" Lin Yu's heart raced. Luo Yi, however, took the opportunity to pull on Lin Yu's coat at this moment. "Lin Yu, leave her alone and follow me." Lin Yu angrily shook off Luo Yi's hand. "You crazy person." He picked up the injured Xiaoyan on his back and trudged through the passage. Finally, they saw a glimmer of light, and it was the exit. However, just as they were about to reach the exit, a loud roar came from behind them. Loyal let out a scream and was buried by the falling rocks. Lin Yu couldn't be bothered to turn back and fought his way towards the exit with Xiaoyan on his back. The moment they were about to step out of the factory, a boulder rolled down, blocking most of the exit. Lin Yu sidestepped Xiaoyan in his arms and struggled through the gap. Finally out, Lin Yu panted heavily and collapsed to the ground. Xiaoyan said weakly, Lin Yu, thank you. Lin Yu looked at the injured Xiaoyan, his heart filled with guilt. It's my fault for getting you involved in this disaster. At this point, the roar of the factory subsided and smoke filled the surrounding area. Suddenly, a figure slowly stepped out from the smoke, and it was unexpectedly Luo Yi. She was covered in wounds but her face and bear were intact, but her eyes were still crazy. Lin Yu, you still haven't escaped me. Rin Yu and Xiaoyan looked at her in horror, not knowing what else this crazy woman would do. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Yu picked up Xiaoyan on his back and turned around to run. Luo Yi was in hot pursuit behind her, her mouth still chanting, Lin Yu, you're mine, don't run. Lin Yu ran desperately, the road under his feet seemed to have no end. Xiaoyan was on his back, her breath getting weaker and weaker. Lin Yu, put me down. You run. Yourself. Xiaoyan said breathlessly. No, I won't put you down. Lin Yu gritted his teeth and quickened his pace. At that moment, the sky suddenly started pouring with rain, and Lin Yu's vision became blurred. Loyalists' footsteps, however, were getting closer, as if they would catch up at any moment. Lin Yu's stamina gradually ran out, and each step became abnormally heavy. Suddenly, his eyes went black, his feet went limp, and his whole body fell forward. Just at the moment when he was about to fall to the ground, Lin Yu twisted his body with all his might to land himself first so as not to crush Xiaoyan on his back. Lin Yu! Xiaoyan exclaimed. Lin Yu only felt a sharp pain all over his body and his head was buzzing, but he knew in his heart that he must not stay here. He struggled to get up, carried Xiaoyan on his back again, and continued to run forward. The rain soaked their clothes and the cold wind stung their bones. Luo Yi's voice was hidden in the rain. Lin Yu, you won't be able to escape. Lin Yu gasped and stumbled, almost falling again. At that moment, a police car appeared up ahead with its lights flashing. As if seeing hope, Lin Yu used his last strength to shout, help! The police car stopped and several officers quickly got out. Stop! The policeman shouted at Luo Yi. Luo Yi saw the police and stopped in her tracks, a hint of resignation flashing in her eyes. Luo Yi turned around and ran away with great speed, her figure flickering in the rain. Without hesitation, the policeman followed closely behind her, shouting, stop, don't run! Lin Yu carried Xiaoyan on his back and looked at the direction where Luo Yi disappeared, his heart still beating wildly. Can she run away? Hyoyan asked weakly. I don't know, but the police will catch her. Rin Yu replied under his breath. The rain got heavier and heavier, hitting them with chilling gusts. Loyalist ran wildly down the muddy path, her footsteps splashing, but the police were well trained and gradually closed the distance to her. Don't run, you won't get away. The shouts of the police echoed in the rain. Luo Yi's face was filled with a mixture of rain and tears, and she had only one thought in her mind, to escape. She put her best foot forward, weaving in and out of the intricate streets and alleys, utilizing her familiarity with the terrain, turning left and right, and miraculously losing the police behind her. Lin Yu and Xiaoyan wait anxiously for news at the same place, but they hear the police say helplessly that Luo Yi has run away. How did this happen? Xiaoyan's voice was filled with fear. Lin Yu's brows furrowed. She's so crazy, she'll definitely come back for us. The rain gradually stopped, but their hearts were still shrouded in gloom. Luo Yi hid in an abandoned warehouse, breathing heavily, determination in her eyes. Lin Yu, I won't let you go, she muttered. Xiaoyan was by Lin Yu's side, and when she heard the news that Luo Yi had run away, her already taut nerves completely collapsed. Lin Yu, you can only be mine. No one can snatch you away. Even if Luo Yi runs away, I won't let her have a chance to get close to you. Xiaoyan tightly grabbed Lin Yu's arm, her nails almost embedded into his flesh. Xiaoyan, stop it, you're hurting me. Lin Yu tried to break free. Xiaoyan, however, pushed harder and harder. No, Lin Yu, from now on, you can't take a single step out of my sight. I want to look at you every moment. Her eyes were filled with possessiveness and madness. If Luo Yi dares to come back, I'll fight her to the death. Lin Yu looked at Xiaoyan helplessly, his heart filled with worry, not knowing how to face this woman who had fallen into madness. Suddenly, Xiaoyan violently opened her mouth and bit his shoulder like she was losing her lychee. Ah, Xiaoyan, what are you doing? Lin Yu screamed out in pain. Xiaoyan bit down on her words and said vaguely, Lin Yu, I want you to remember me forever and only belong to me forever. Lin Yu pushed her away with all his might, and deep teeth marks had been left on his shoulder, blood seeping out. Xiaoyan, are you crazy? Lin Yu roared in anger and horror. Xiaoyan's eyes were a bit confused, but quickly became firm again. I'm not crazy, I just love you like crazy. At this time, Luo Yi's gloomy laughter came from not far away. Ha ha, you pair of pathetic people. Lin Yu and Xiaoyan were startled at the same time and looked towards the direction of the voice, but only saw darkness, not knowing where Luo Yi was. Just then, Luo Yi suddenly rushed out from the darkness, her hair disheveled and her eyes crazy to the core. Lin Yu, you're mine! Luo Yi screamed and pounced on Lin Yu. Xiaoyan immediately blocked in front of Lin Yu, glaring angrily. Luo Yi, don't you dare! Luo Yi stopped and sneered. Xiaoyan, you think you can protect him? Xiaoyan gritted her teeth and said, even if I die, I won't let you touch a hair on Lin Yu's head. Luo Yi laughed madly. Then let's see, who's more ruthless. With that, she rushed over once again, reaching out to grab Lin Yu. Without flinching, Xiaoyan wrestled with Luo Yi. Lin Yu, don't run, wait for me, Xiaoyan shouted at Lin Yu while fighting. Lin Yu was at a loss for words, only feeling that all this was like a nightmare that he couldn't wake up from. Luo Yi suddenly lashed out and pushed Xiaoyan to the ground before lunging towards Lin Yu again. Lin Yu, come with me. Luo Yi's voice was filled with madness. Xiaoyan got up from the ground and rushed over to hold Luo Yi's legs once again. You don't want to take him away. Luo Yi kicked Xiaoyan away with force. Get lost. Xiaoyan fell heavily to the ground, but struggled to get up again and continued to rush towards Luo Yi. Chapter 54 Lin Yu's Twisted Mind. At this moment, Xiaoyan completely fell into a frenzy. Her eyes were red, roaring with rage and directly throwing punches. Each punch carried a complete viciousness. Her fists collided with Luo Yi's body to emit a crackling sound. Luo Yi, I'm going to beat you to death so that you can never come near Lin Yu again. Xiaoyan attacked frantically while shouting hysterically. The corners of her mouth were even foaming from her extreme anger, and her expression was so twisted that it was frightening. Not to be outdone, Luo Yi returned Xiaoyan's punches and the two fought hard. You stop it! You stop it! Stop fighting! Stop fighting! Lin Yu yelled from the side, but the two women who had fallen into a frenzy didn't listen at all. Xiaoyan's hair was disheveled and her face was covered in sweat and dust, but she still kept waving her fists, as if she wanted to vent all the madness and possessiveness in her heart through this violent way. She suddenly opened her mouth and bit down hard on Luo Yi's arm. Luo Yi screamed miserably but also fought back even more frantically. Lin Yu is mine. No one can take it away. I'm going to kill you. Luo Yi. Xiaoyan shouted indistinctly. Her hand movements became more and more ferocious. Her nails scratched a trail of blood on Luo Yi's arm. Luo Yi was also aroused by Xiaoyan's madness to fight even more strongly. Xiaoyan, you think you can stop me like this? Lin Yu is mine. Forever. She violently grabbed Xiaoyan's clothes and threw a hard punch. The fight between the two was getting more and more intense. The air around them seemed to be filled with tension and madness, while Lin Yu was on the side, frozen in fear by the horrific scene. Suddenly at this moment, a hint of creepy excitement flashed through Lin Yu's eyes, and he actually perversely felt that this chaotic and tricky situation at the moment was quite interesting. He stood aside, his original terror and lack of knowledge gradually replaced by a twisted excitement, watching the two women fighting over him, fighting madly. A strange sense of satisfaction unexpectedly rose in his heart. Keep fighting, I'll go with whoever wins. A weird smile appeared on Lin Yu's face as he shouted. When Xiaoyan and Luo Yi heard his words, they fought even more ferociously, as if they had lost their minds. Xiaoyan's clothes were torn, exposing her shoulders, but she didn't care and continued to pounce on Luo Yi regardless. Luo Yi's body was covered in wounds, but she still clenched her teeth and refused to take half a step back. And Lin Yu just stood there, admiring the crazy fight that had started because of him, his eyes glittering with an inscrutable light. Ha ha ha! Lin Yu suddenly let out a loud laugh, which seemed particularly bizarre in this chaotic scene. Xiaoyan and Luo Yi's movements stalled slightly when they heard his laughter, but they quickly continued to wriggle together, as if the laughter was a stimulus that made them even more frantic. Lin Yu's laughter grew more and more open. You guys just fight to your heart's content. It's not certain who will win. His expression was twisted, as if he had been completely immersed in this twisted pleasure. Lin Yu did not know where to bring the watermelon to eat. He ate while watching the two women crazy fight, the juice down the corner of his mouth, but he did not care, but also occasionally issued a slurping sound. What a wonderful fight! Continue, continue, Lin Yu shouted as he chewed on his watermelon. When Xiaoyan and Luo Yi heard his words, they fought even more fiercely, and their bodies were already covered in bruises and dust. Lin Yu was sitting on a rock, crossing his legs, that relaxed look a stark contrast to the chaos in front of him. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, followed by a dull clap of thunder. But Lin Yu was not affected in the least, still gulping down watermelon with that creepy smile on his face. Suddenly, Lin Yu woke up like a dream. He looked at Xiaoyan and Luo Yi, who were fighting madly in front of him, and the watermelon in his hand snapped and fell to the ground. What am I doing? How did I become like this? Lin Yu muttered to himself in horror, the smile on his face instantly disappearing, replaced by deep remorse and fear. Xiaoyan and Luo Yi still didn't stop. They were already completely caught up in the vortex of the fight and were oblivious to Lin Yu's changes. Lin Yu rushed over and tried to pull them apart. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. It's all my fault. However, the two women had already fought with red eyes and didn't listen to him at all, even attacking Lin Yu together. You guys stop fighting. You guys stop fighting. Lin Yu cried out hoarsely, a sobbing tone in his voice, but Xiaoyan and Luo Yi seemed as if they could no longer hear his words. They only had each other in their eyes, only their crazy possession of Lin Yu. Finally, Xiaoyan used her last strength and punched Luo Yi's face so hard that Luo Yi fell to the ground. Xiaoyan gasped and glared viciously at Luo Yi. Lin Yu is mine. You don't want to come near him again. Luo Yi was covered in blood, but she still roared unwillingly. Lin Yu, I will definitely come back for you. After saying that, she struggled to get up and directly turned around and ran into the darkness. Lin Yu looked at Luo Yi's departing back and felt a pang of fear in his heart. Xiaoyan turned her head and stared at Lin Yu with fierce eyes. No one can take you away from me now. Lin Yu couldn't help but shiver as he wondered what kind of nightmare he was involved in. At this point, the rain was still coming down, as if to wash away the madness and absurdity of the world. As for Lin Yu, looking at Xiaoyan's stunningly distorted face, his heart was filled with fear and helplessness, and he didn't know what awaited him next. As soon as the words fell, Xiaoyan's eyes flashed with an almost frantic light, and her slender fingers clasped his wrist as if they were iron pincers, with an irresistible force that pulled him directly and frantically fast, as if to drag him into a dark abyss that belonged only to the two of them. Xiaoyan, where to? Lin Yu asked with a trembling voice. Go home. Xiaoyan replied through gritted teeth. The force in her hands increased, yanking Lin Yu to a stagger. Lin Yu was dragged by Xiaoyan. His footsteps were messy. He couldn't help but look back in the direction Luo Yi had left. His heart was full of mixed feelings. Xiaoyan noticed Lin Yu's small movements and roared. No looking, you can only have me in your heart now. Lin Yu hurriedly withdrew his gaze, not daring to say anything more. The lights on the street looked hazy in the rain, and the two men's silhouettes were reflected in the puddles in distorted shapes. Xiaoyan, don't be like this. I'm scared. Lin Yu's voice was tinged with tears. Scared? You know you're scared now? Too late. Xiaoyan accelerated her pace, and Lin Yu was almost dragged by her. Lin Yu kind of wanted to run, his eyes fluttering as he mentally contemplated how to break free of Xiaoyan's bonds. Xiaoyan seemed to have sensed Lin Yu's thoughts, and with a fierce push, she pulled Lin Yu to herself and said viciously, if you dare to try running, I will definitely not let you go. Lin Yu was stunned by her ferocious appearance and didn't dare to have any thoughts of escape for a while. The rain was still coming down, crackling against the windows as if urging something terrible to happen. Xiaoyan dragged Lin Yu into the room and closed the door with a bang, and Lin Yu's heart sank. The room was dimly lit, and Xiaoyan's face looked even more eerie in the shadows. Lin Yu, from now on, you can only be mine. Xiaoyan's voice echoed in the silent room. Chapter 55, tie you up and keep you with me forever. Lin Yu's back was cold. He did not know how he should face this woman who had gone crazy to the extreme. Xiaoyan questioned him, why are you with that crazy woman? Say it. Her eyes were so wide that her eyeballs seemed to bulge out, and her hands were tightly gripping Lin Yu's collar. Lin Yu stammered, Xiaoyan, I didn't know it would be like this. No? You don't know? Xiaoyan's voice was sharp and piercing. Are you still thinking of her in your heart? Isn't it? Lin Yu hurriedly shook his head. No, really no. Xiaoyan, don't be like this. You're scaring me. Xiaoyan sneered. Scared you? You only know to be afraid now? Let me tell you, Lin Yu, you will never be able to escape from me in this lifetime. Saying that, she hugged Lin Yu with such force that Lin Yu could barely breathe. You're mine and only mine. No one will take you away. No one. Xiaoyan hissed in Lin Yu's ear, the hot breath coming out of her mouth creeping Lin Yu out. Lin Yu's body stiffened, not daring to move, his heart filled with despair and fear. Immediately after that, Xiaoyan suddenly picked up the wooden stick, her eyes revealing a crazy killing intent. Lin Yu, since you're so unsettling to me, I'll have to keep you by my side forever. Xiaoyan waved her wooden stick and drew a harsh arc in the air. Lin Yu stammered with wide eyes in horror. Xiaoyan, Lung, quiet, be quiet, don't mess, come on. Where did Xiaoyan listen? She approached Lin Yu step by step, the tip of the wooden stick pointing straight at Lin Yu's chest. Today, this is the day. No one can separate us. Xiaoyan's voice had become hoarse, as if it was an evil spirit from hell. Lin Yu closed his eyes in despair, waiting for that unknown fate. Without hesitation, Xiaoyan swung the wooden stick and struck towards Lin Yu. One after another, the wooden stick landed on Lin Yu's body with a dull sound. Lin Yu clenched his teeth and endured the sudden brutal beating. The pain caused his body to curl up, but he didn't dare to resist in the slightest. Xiaoyan's eyes grew crazier and crazier as she fought and shouted, Let you disobey. Let you betray me. The room was filled with Lin Yu's moans of pain and Xiaoyan's uncontrollable yells. I don't know how long it took, but Xiaoyan finally stopped. She panted and looked at Lin Yu, who was lying on the ground all over the place. Her eyes flashed with a trace of complex emotions. As for Lin Yu, his consciousness has gradually blurred, and he feels as if he has fallen into an endless dark abyss. Xiaoyan looked at the motionless Lin Yu and suddenly panicked. Lin Yu, what's wrong with you? She threw away the wooden stick in her hand and jumped to Lin Yu's side, her voice carrying trembling in fear. Lin Yu, don't scare me. Wake up. Lin Yu was unresponsive, his breathing so faint that it was almost imperceptible. Xiaoyan's tears came out of her eyes. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have done this to you. Lin Yu, you have to hang in there. She tried to pick up Lin Yu with her hands and feet, but realized that she couldn't exert any strength at all. It was then that Xiaoyan realized that she was injured as well, the wounds on her body oozing blood from the strenuous movements she had just made. But she couldn't care less about herself and laboriously dragged Lin Yu downstairs. When they arrived downstairs, Xiaoyan opened the car door and shoved Lin Yu into the backseat of the Lamborghini. She quickly got into the driver's seat and kicked the gas, Mach 4000, and the car rushed to the hospital like the speed of light. Along the way, Xiaoyan's hands kept trembling, her heart filled with remorse and worry. Lin Yu, you must be fine. You must be fine. The lights on the street are rapidly receding, just like Xiaoyan's chaotic thoughts at this moment. Finally, the hospital's front door appeared in front of her. Xiaoyan slammed on the brakes, and before the car could stop, she jumped out of the car and shouted, "Doctor, help!" People in the hospital look sideways as a race against time unfolds. The paramedics quickly arrived pushing a stretcher cart and carried the unconscious Lin Yu to the car, with Xiaoyan following closely behind, chanting, "I'm sorry, Lin Yu, it's all my fault." Outside the emergency room, Xiaoyan paces anxiously back and forth, the wounds on her body still aching, but her heart is all tied up in Lin Yu's well-being. Time passed by, and every second was torture for Xiaoyan. Suddenly, the door to the emergency room opened and the doctor walked out. Xiaoyan rushed up and asked, "Doctor, how is he?" The doctor took off his mask and said with a grave look, "The patient's condition is critical and is still being rescued." Xiaoyan's body swayed and almost collapsed to the ground. Before she could stand still, her eyes suddenly went black and she fainted. When she woke up again, she found herself in a hospital bed with an IV in her hand. What am I? Xiaoyan's head was groggy, trying to remember what happened before. You awake? A nurse walked in. Xiaoyan sat up violently and asked eagerly, "Where's Lin Yu? How is he?" The nurse said soothingly, "Don't worry, you should rest first. Lin Yu is still under observation." Xiaoyan were to listen to it, pulling out the needle in his hand to go to Lin Yu. The nurse couldn't stop her, so she could only yell after her, "Slow down, you're still weak." Xiaoyan stumbled outside of Lin Yu's hospital room, and through the window, saw Lin Yu lying quietly on the hospital bed, without a trace of blood on his face. Her tears couldn't stop flowing again, and she silently prayed in her heart that Lin Yu would be safe. Just then, a man appeared behind her. Xiaoyan heard footsteps and subconsciously turned around, but it was her father. "Dad, why are you here?" Xiaoyan's voice was tinged with tears. Xiaoyan, with a serious face, looked at her daughter's haggard appearance, and said with pain and anger, "Look at what you've tossed yourself into." Xiaoyan lowered her head, not daring to look her father in the eye. Xiaoyong sighed and said, "Daughter, feelings aren't forced like this." Xiaoyan bit her lip and said stubbornly, "Dad, I love Lin Yu, I can't live without him." Xiaoyong shook his head, "But your love like this will only push him further away and destroy yourself." Xiaoyan was silent, tears welling up in her eyes. Xiaoyong gently patted her shoulder. "Come home with me first and think about it." Xiaoyan raised her head, looked at Lin Yu in the hospital bed and hesitated. At this time, Lin Yu gradually came to his senses in a daze. "Uncle, why are you here?" Lin Yu asked weakly, looking at Xiaoyan again with alarm. Xiaoyong walked up and said gently, "Son, it's good that you're awake." Hyoyin stood by, at a loss for words. Lin Yu avoided Xiaoyan's gaze and said to Xiaoyong, "Uncle, I want to be alone." Xiaoyong looked at the two of them and said helplessly, "All right then, you all think about it." After saying that, he left the ward. Only Xiaoyan and Lin Yu were left in the ward, and the atmosphere was unusually awkward. Xiaoyan couldn't help but speak. "Lin Yu, Mudhorse, I was almost killed by you." Lin Yu cursed Xiaoyan fiercely. Xiaoyan's tears were like a flood that broke the dike. "Lin Yu, I really didn't mean it. I was losing lychee. Lin Yu snorted coldly. "Losing lychee? Then do you realize that you almost took my life? Are you trying to take my life?" Xiaoyan cried and trembled. "I'm sorry, Lin Yu. I'll never do this again. Will you forgive me?" Lin Yu coldly closed his eyes with a tired face. "Xiaoyan, I really don't know if I can still trust you." Just then, the door to the hospital room was violently pushed open and Xiaoyu, Lin Xian rushed in and said, her face was filled with anxiety and anger, her eyes scanning back and forth between Lin Yu and Xiaoyan. "What the hell is going on here? Xiaoyan, how could you lay such a cruel hand on my brother?" Lin Xian questioned loudly, his voice tinged with suppressed anger. Xiaoyan lifted her tear-filled face and tried to explain but didn't know where to start, just sobbing vigorously. Lin Yu coldly turned his head away, unwilling to look at this chaotic scene. Lin Xian walked over to Lin Yu's hospital bedside and gently held his hand, his voice easing slightly. Brother, how are you feeling? Lin Yu was silent for a moment before slowly saying, Sister, I'm fine, it's just that my heart is in turmoil. Lin Xian looked at Xiaoyan, his tone angry. Xiaoyan, you must give us an explanation today. Xiaoyan took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down, stuttering. Sister Lin Xian, it's all my fault. I realized some misunderstanding and thought that Lin Yu had betrayed me, so I acted on impulse. Misunderstanding? What kind of misunderstanding could make you almost jeopardize my brother's life? Are you asking for my brother's life? Lin Xian interrupted her. Xiaoyan bit her lip, wanting to say something. Lin Yu said coldly, Xiaoyan, go away. Xiaoyan's body trembled violently and tears once again surged out. Lin Yu, are you really going to drive me away? Lin Yu coldly turned his head away, no longer looking at her, his voice low and determined. Go, I don't want to see you again. Xiaoyan stood frozen in place, her face full of disbelief and pain. As Lin Xian watched this scene, her heart was also filled with mixed feelings, but she did not open her mouth to persuade her. Xiaoyan slowly turned around and walked towards the door with heavy feet. Right at the moment her hand touched the door handle, she suddenly stopped, her voice carrying a hint of trembling. Lin Yu, believe it or not, it has always been you that I love. After saying that, she pulled open the door and rushed out. Only Lin Yu and Lin Xian were left in the hospital room. An imperceptible pain flashed across Lin Yu's face, while Lin Xian sighed softly. However, after Xiaoyan left, Lin Yu tossed and turned in his hospital bed and had trouble sleeping. His mind kept floating back to the bits and pieces of what he and Xiaoyan used to be like, the sweetness and laughter, the quarrels and reconciliations, like a tidal wave hitting his thoughts in waves. In his mind, he began to wonder a little if the decision he had just made was too desperate, but the thought that she had almost taken his life, the ruthlessness of it, made his heart palpitate again. And Hyoyan, who left, curled up in a corner outside the hospital, crying her heart out. Her eyes gradually became crazy and paranoid as she muttered, Lin Yu, how could you drive me away? You are mine, only mine. Her hands gripped her hair tightly, her body trembling from the extreme pain. Suddenly, Xiaoyan stood up fiercely. Her face was still covered in undried tear stains, but her eyes revealed a firmness that sent shivers down one's spine. Lin Yu, I won't let you leave me, even if we die. We have to be together. She turned toward the hospital, her steps disorganized but determined, as if she had fallen into a state of madness. At this time, Lin Yu was still tangled up in the hospital bed, his brows locked, his heart was like a mess, not realizing the impending danger. Xiaoyan, on the other hand, was approaching the ward step by step. Her steps were heavy and determined. Each step seemed to carry an endless obsession. Her eyes were hollow yet crazy, and her mouth kept chanting, Lin Yu, you're mine. No one can take you away from me. No matter what it takes, even if it means making enemies of the world, I will keep you by my side forever. Her hands were clenched into fists, her nails embedded deep into her palms, blood seeping out without her realizing it. Xiaoyan's breathing became more and more rapid as the madness in her heart continued to swell. Lin Yu, don't you dare try to escape from me. You can only have me in your life. Your world can only revolve around me. Even if I have to imprison you, I will do whatever I want. She came to the door of the hospital room, stopped, took a deep breath, and a wry smile appeared on her face, then slowly pushed open the door. Xiaoyan pushed open the door in the moment. Lin Yu was the slight ringing disturbed, turned his head, saw Xiaoyan the moment. His heart cannot help but thump a moment. Xiaoyan had a creepy smile on her face as she approached Lin Yu step by step. Lin Yu's eyes widened in horror as he tried to get up and escape, but he couldn't move due to the injuries on his body. Dawn, Xiaoyan, you, don't you come over. Lin Yu's voice trembled. Xiaoyan, however, turned a deaf ear and muttered, Lin Yu, you're mine and will always be mine. I won't let you leave me, and no one can take you away from me. She swooped down to Lin Yu's hospital bed and grabbed Lin Yu's arm with both hands with such force that Lin Yu felt a sharp pain in his heart. Xiaoyan, let go of me. You're crazy. Lin Yu struggled. Xiaoyan's eyes became fierce. Crazy? For you? So what if I'm crazy? I will tie you to my side for the rest of my life. Saying that, she pulled out a rope from her pocket, and Lin Yu's face instantly turned white when he saw this scene. Xiaoyan, calm down. This is against the law. Lin Yu tried to convince her. Xiaoyan laughed out loud. Breaking the law? I don't care. As long as I can be with you, I don't care about anything. Just then, footsteps came from outside the hospital room, and Xiaoyan's movements stalled for a moment. Her eyes flashed with a hint of panic, but then became more frantic. She sped up the movements of her hands, wanting to tie up Rinyu as soon as possible. Just in the nick of time, Lin Xian rushed in. She was so shocked that she sucked in a breath of cold air when she saw the scene in front of her. "Xiaoyan, what are you doing?" Lin Xian shouted, his voice filled with anger and incredulity. Xiaoyan's hand paused for a moment and she turned her head to look at Lin Xian, her eyes full of madness. "Sister Lin Xian, don't you care? Lin Yu is mine. No one can separate us." Lin Xian took an arrow step forward and tried to grab the rope in Xiaoyan's hand. Xiaoyan struggled frantically, her mouth constantly shouting, "No, none of you understand. Lin Yu can only be mine." Lin Yu watched in horror from his hospital bed as the two men pulled at each other, his heart filled with fear and despair. Lin Xian grabbed the rope with force while shouting, "Xiaoyan, wake up, you'll ruin Lin Yu and yourself like this." As if she didn't hear, Xiaoyan resisted Lin Xian even more desperately. Suddenly, she violently pushed Lin Xian, who stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Taking advantage of this gap, Xiaoyan once again stretched the rope towards Lin Yu. At this time, she has completely lost her mind, and there is only one crazy thought in her heart. Definitely want to tie Lin Yu to her side. Chapter 56, Lin Yu, let's go home. Lin Yu, let's go home. Xiaoyan shouted hysterically. Lin Yu looked at her in horror, desperately twisting his body to avoid the rope. Just then, Lin Xian restabilized his stance and rushed over again, grabbing Xiaoyan's wrist and twisting it back with force. "Xiaoyan, wake up!" Lin Xian roared. "Ah!" Xiaoyan screamed in pain, but still refused to let go, and the three were in a stalemate. A tense and frantic atmosphere filled the hospital room, and Lin Yu's heartbeat raced, beads of sweat covering his forehead. Suddenly, Xiaoyan didn't know where the strength came from and broke free of Lin Xian's restraints, pouncing on Lin Yu once again. "Lin Yu, come with me." Xiaoyan's voice had become hoarse. Lin Yu closed his eyes in despair, his heart filled with helplessness. Suddenly snapping open his blood-will eyes, "I'm still hurt." "Xiaoyan, what do you want?" Lin Yu roared, his voice tinged with tears and anger. Xiaoyan's movements paused slightly when she heard Lin Yu's words, but immediately afterward she became even more frantic. "So what if you have injuries? Even if you're crippled, I'm going to tie you up with a rope for the rest of your life. Don't you dare leave me." Lin Xian took the opportunity to push again, pulling Xiaoyan aside as the security guards quickly stepped forward and brought Xiaoyan under control. Xiaoyan kept struggling, her mouth still shouting, "Lin Yu, you're mine. No one can take you away." Lin Yu lay on the bed, breathing heavily, tears slipping from the corners of his eyes. As for the controlled Xiaoyan, her eyes were still dead set on Lin Yu, but at this time, her eyes were a little less maniacal and paranoid, and a little more aggrieved and unwilling. Her gaze was locked tightly on Lin Yu, as if she was speaking of her unwillingness and love, yet she was no longer as possessive and aggressive as before, no longer giving off an oppressive feeling that she wanted to hook Lin Yu's soul away. Her lips quivered slightly as if she wanted to say something, but was unable to do so with the security guards tightening their grip. Tears were welling up in his eyes, an outpouring of complex emotions of love and hate. She didn't understand why things had come to this, why her beloved Lin Yu was so afraid of her. At this moment Xiaoyan, more like a child who has lost his favorite toy, although the heart is not willing, but can only helplessly accept the reality. Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a trace of pity and guilt in his heart as he looked at such Xiaoyan. After all, at one time they had loved each other with all their hearts, and those wonderful memories flashed through his mind. However, when he thought of Xiaoyan's crazy actions before, Lin Yu felt a pang of fear again, and he didn't know how to face this woman that he loved and feared at the same time. Lin Xian watched the two of them from the side, and her heart was full of mixed feelings. Her heart ached for her brother's injuries, and she felt sorry for Xiaoyan's current appearance. "Take her out first," Lin Xian said to the security guard. When Xiaoyan was taken away from the ward by the security guard, she still looked back at Lin Yu, her eyes filled with despair and lingering love. While the hospital room was finally quiet, Lin Yu fell into deep thought, and Xiaoyan, who was taken away, gradually regained some sanity as she was escorted by the security guards. She begins to reflect on her actions and realizes how much pain her excessive bigotry has caused Lin Yu. "Did I really do something wrong?" Xiaoyan mumbled, unable to stop the tears. Suddenly, as if she had made up her mind of some sort, she violently broke away from the security guard and turned to run back. Lin Yu and Lin Xian were stunned by this sudden turn of events, and before they could react, Xiaoyan had already rushed into the hospital room. "Lin Yu, I know I'm wrong, give me another chance, okay?" Xiaoyan sobbed uncontrollably, kneeling down in front of Lin Yu's hospital bed at once. Lin Yu looked at the wretched and pitiful woman in front of him. His heart was so mixed that he didn't know how to respond for a moment. Lin Xian walked up and tried to help Xiaoyan up, saying, "Xiaoyan, calm down first." Xiaoyan, however, shook off Lin Xian's hand, her gaze fixed on Lin Yu, and pleaded, "Lin Yu, I promise I will never do this again. I will change. Please don't leave me." Lin Yu was silent for a moment and finally said, "Fine, fine, Xiaoyan's face instantly blossomed with surprise as she grabbed Lin Yu's hand, trembling with excitement. Lin Yu, are you really willing to give me another chance? I swear, I will cherish it. Lin Xian watched from the sidelines, but the expression on his face was very complicated, both relieved that the two were reconciled, but also worried about whether Xiaoyan would really be able to change completely. Lin Yu looked at Xiaoyan and said in a serious tone, Xiaoyan, this is the last chance. If you keep losing control like this, I really won't turn back. Xiaoyan nodded desperately. I know, I won't let you down. Lin Xian looked at the two of them and sighed softly before turning around and walking away. Only Lin Yu and Xiaoyan were left in the hospital room, and the atmosphere seemed a bit awkward and subtle. Xiaoyan looked at Lin Yu carefully and said softly, Lin Yu, then I'll take care of you first to nurse your injuries. Lin Yu didn't say anything and just slightly closed his eyes. Xiaoyan hurriedly got up to fetch hot water and busied herself, trying hard to make up for her faults. Day by day, Lin Yu's injuries gradually healed. During this time, Xiaoyan did converge a lot, putting Lin Yu first in everything. However, Lin Yu's heart always still had a lump, although on the surface and Xiaoyan resumed the previous mode of getting alone, but whenever it was late at night, he would always think of Xiaoyan's once crazy appearance, and his heart was vaguely a little uneasy. Finally, it was the day to be discharged from the hospital. Xiaoyan was full of joy as she helped Lin Yu pack up his things, but Lin Yu looked a little preoccupied. Along the way, Xiaoyan kept talking about future plans, and Lin Yu only responded occasionally. After returning home, Xiaoyan busied herself with cooking a sumptuous meal. Lin Yu looked at the busy Xiaoyan and had mixed feelings in his heart. At the dinner table, Xiaoyan kept giving Lin Yu dishes, but Lin Yu was tasteless. Lin Yu, are you still blaming me? Xiaoyan suddenly stopped her chopsticks and asked carefully. Lin Yu was silent for a while and said, Xiaoyan, I hope we can really start over. Xiaoyan nodded firmly. I will. Saying that, Xiaoyan picked up a piece of meat and said tenderly, Come on, Lin Yu, open your mouth, I'll feed you. Lin Yu froze slightly, hesitated, but opened his mouth. A satisfied smile appeared on Xiaoyan's face, but Lin Yu's eyes still carried a hint of confusion and uncertainty. After dinner, the two of them sat on the couch in a somewhat somber atmosphere. Xiaoyan took the initiative to pull up Lin Yu's hand and said softly, Lin Yu, trust me, I will make you feel happy every day in the future. Lin Yu looked at Xiaoyan and sighed softly, I hope so. When Xiaoyan heard Lin Yu sigh, the smile on her face instantly froze and a hint of madness flashed in her eyes. Lin Yu, you actually sighed? You still don't believe me. She violently grabbed Lin Yu's shoulders and shook them vigorously. I've tried so hard to change. Why are you still dissatisfied? Why? Lin Yu was startled by her sudden action. Xiaoyan, calm down. Xiaoyan couldn't listen at all as she yelled. I can't calm down. You're mine and only mine. You can't have any doubts about me. After saying that, her tears came out of her eyes and her expression became extremely distorted. Lin Yu, if you dare to leave me, I'll die for you. Before the words left her mouth, Xiaoyan violently pounced on Lin Yu, frantically kissing him, her hands tightly embracing his neck as if she wanted to rub him into her body. Lin Yu was shocked and overwhelmed by her sudden move, wanting to push her away but afraid of irritating her even more out of control. Xiaoyan kissed while saying vaguely, Lin Yu, don't leave me, don't leave me. She continued to kiss Lin Yu, the kiss becoming more intense and frantic, and Lin Yu could barely catch his breath as she held him tightly. Xiaoyan's tears slid down her cheeks and dripped onto Lin Yu's face, mixing with her hot breath, causing Lin Yu to feel a wave of confusion and trepidation. I don't know how long it took, but Xiaoyan finally let go of Lin Yu, her eyes revealing a kind of determination after despair. Lin Yu, this time, if you dare to fail me again, I'll really do anything. Lin Yu gasped for air, looking at the woman in front of him that he loved and feared. His heart was in a mess. Xiaoyan suddenly said, why don't I tie you up? That way you'll never be able to run away. Lin Yu's eyes widened in horror and his voice trembled as he said, Xiaoyan, don't mess around. Xiaoyan's eyes became mesmerized and frantic, and the corner of her mouth hooked up into a wry smile. Only then can I feel at ease and be sure that you won't leave me. Lin Yu kept retreating, his back against the corner. Xiaoyan, wake up. We can't do this. Xiaoyan, however, pressed on, a rope in her hand at some point. Lin Yu, don't be afraid. It'll be fine soon. Lin Yu's back was pressed tightly against the corner of the wall, and his voice shouted with a sobbing tone, Xiaoyan, you can't do this. It's against the law. Xiao Yan continued to approach Lin Yu as if she didn't hear him. The expression on her face was both crazy and with a hint of determination. Breaking the law? I don't care. I just want you by my side. Lin Yu's eyes widened in horror, and his body couldn't stop trembling. At this moment, Xiaoyan suddenly laughed out with a pfft. Lin Yu, see how scared you are. I'm just kidding. Lin Yu froze in place. For a moment he didn't know how to react, and only after a long time did he come to his senses and angrily roared. Xiaoyan, Can this kind of joke be played casually? Do you know how scared I am? Xiaoyan put away her smile and said with a guilty look on her face. I'm sorry, Rinyu. I just wanted to see if you cared about me or not. Linyu shook his head helplessly. Xiaoyan, this is really too much for you. Do we still need to prove our feelings for each other in this way? Xiaoyan lowered her head and whispered. I know it's wrong. I won't do it again. Linyu looked at her pitiful appearance. The anger in his heart calmed down a little, but he still couldn't help but say, Xiaoyan, I hope this is the last time. I really can't withstand you tossing me around like this. Xiaoyan quickly nodded her head, her eyes full of sincerity. I promise, I really won't. Just then, Linyu's phone rang, an unfamiliar call. Linyu frowned and picked up the phone. A delicate but slightly frantic voice came from the other end of the line. Brother Linyu, it's me, your Yi. Linyu's face sank, his heart screaming, it's this woman again. When Xiaoyan heard the name Luo Yi, the expression on her face instantly became wary and she thought, why is she calling? Is she trying to steal my Linyu? Linyu impatiently said into the phone, Luo Yi, what the hell do you want? Luo Yi giggled on the other end of the phone. Linyu, you can't escape from me. After that, he hung up. Linyu held his cell phone, his face very ugly. Xiaoyan asked nervously from the side, what exactly did she say? Rinyu rubbed his hair in annoyance. She always says something inexplicable. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan's eyes instantly widened. Her eyes filled with anger and jealousy as she shouted hysterically, Linyu, you contacted this woman again. Are you still unable to forget her? Linyu was startled by Xiaoyan's reaction and hurriedly explained, Xiaoyan, I didn't contact her. She called on her own. Xiaoyan didn't listen at all. She rushed forward and grabbed Linyu's collar, roaring, I don't believe it. You must have lied to me. You still have her in your heart. Linyu forcefully broke away from Xiaoyan's hand and said angrily, Xiaoyan, don't be unreasonable, okay? Xiaoyan's tears came out of her eyes and her voice trembled as she said, Linyu, I love you so much. Why are you doing this to me? Her eyes suddenly became ferocious, and as she yanked on Linyu's arm, she gritted her teeth and said, since you're always making me uneasy, don't you dare leave my sight again. With that, she forcefully pulled Linyu towards the basement. Linyu struggled in terror. Xiaoyan, you're crazy, let go of me. But Xiaoyan's strength is amazing. Simply ignore Linyu's resistance, pushed him into the small dark room, and then bang locked the door. Linyu, just stay here until you belong to me completely. Xiaoyan shouted frantically outside the door. The small dark room was dark and damp, and Linyu huddled in the corner, his heart filled with despair and fear. And at that moment, Xiaoyan, guarding the door, with a twisted smile on her face, kept chanting, no one is going to snatch you away from me. No one. At this time in the small dark room, Linyu was lying on the bed. The darkness around him seemed to swallow him up. His body was trembling from fear, his heart filled with fear of the unknown and despair for Xiaoyan. He tried to find a way to escape, his eyes searching around in the darkness. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope flared in his heart as he spotted a small vent. Linyu quietly got up and walked towards the vent. However, just as he was about to approach the vent, Xiaoyan's voice came from outside the door. Linyu, don't even think about escaping. I've been watching you. Linyu's body stiffened and hurriedly said, no, I just wanted to get up and walk around. Xiaoyan snorted coldly, you'd better not pull any tricks, or else you'll be in for it. Linyu helplessly returned to the bedside and sat down. The flame of hope in his heart instantly extinguished. He looked at the dark room and wondered how much longer he could hold out. And Xiaoyan, who was outside the door, still stood guard, her eyes full of paranoia and madness. In the next few moments, Linyu fell into deep despair, but just when he was almost about to give up, an unexpected discovery rekindled a glimmer of hope. Under the bed, he felt something hard and took it out, but it turned out to be a rusty pocket knife. Just then, Xiaoyan suddenly opened the door and walked in. Linyu was startled and hurriedly hid the knife behind his back. Xiaoyan stared at Linyu with a grim gaze and said, Linyu, are you still thinking of escaping? Linyu replied with forced composure, no, I didn't want to run. Xiaoyan took a step closer to Linyu, suspicion in her eyes. You better. Just the moment Xiaoyan approached Linyu, she seemed to have sensed something and fiercely reached out to grab Linyu's back. Chapter 57. You really did hide something. Xiaoyan roared angrily, snatching the knife that Linyu had hidden behind his back. Linyu's face turned white as he cried out in despair. Xiaoyan, please let me go. Xiaoyan held the knife with a crazy look in her eyes. Spare you? No way. You're mine. Forever. Linyu stepped back until his back was against the wall. Xiaoyan, you're breaking the law. You'll go to jail. Linyu tried to get Xiaoyan to wake up. Xiaoyan, however, laughed out loud. Jail? For you? I'm not afraid of anything. As soon as the words left her mouth, Xiaoyan suddenly rushed forward to kiss Linyu. Linyu's eyes widened in shock at her sudden move. wanting to push her away but afraid of provoking her into even crazier behavior. Xiaoyan frantically kissed Lin Yu, her mouth slurring, "Lin Yu, I love you, don't leave me." Lin Yu's body was tense, his heart filled with fear and helplessness. "Xiaoyan, please let me go. I really can't take it anymore." Lin Yu begged for mercy with a sobbing voice. Xiaoyan stopped her movements when she heard his plea for mercy, and a complex emotion flashed in her eyes. "Lin Yu, how dare you beg me? You want to leave me so badly?" Xiaoyan's voice was filled with pain and anger. Lin Yu hurriedly explained. "No, Xiaoyan, I'm just too scared. I'm afraid we'll both go crazy if this continues." Xiaoyan was silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed again, and that laughter seemed especially eerie in the dark little darkroom. "Lin Yu, don't try to escape. Even if we die, we will die together." Xiaoyan tightly grabbed Lin Yu's arm, her nails almost sinking into his flesh. Xiaoyan's eyes flashed with a crazy, fiery light, and she suddenly roared hysterically, "Hold me, immediately, immediately. If you dare to refuse, I will make you regret it forever." Lin Yu trembled as he reached out his hands and gently hugged Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan snuggled into Lin Yu's arms, a trace of contentment on her face. "Lin Yu, don't you ever leave me, ever," Xiaoyan murmured. Lin Yu didn't dare to make a sound, but just stiffly maintained the hugging position. Suddenly, Xiaoyan raised her head and looked at Lin Yu. "I'll let you off this time." Lin Yu was happy in his heart, but he didn't dare to show it for fear that Xiaoyan would back out. "However, if you ever disobey me again, I won't be as merciful as this time." Xiaoyan's eyes were still filled with madness and paranoia. Lin Yu hurriedly nodded. It won't be. Xiaoyan, however, was unforgiving and stared tightly into Lin Yu's eyes. "Lin Yu, quickly say that you love me." Lin Yu took a deep breath and spoke with difficulty. "I love you." A small smile appeared on Xiaoyan's face, but that smile was creepy. "Then prove it to me," Hyoyan said in his arms. Lin Yu's heart tightened, wondering what horrible thing Xiaoyan was going to make herself do again to prove her so-called love. "Kiss me," Xiaoyan roared hysterically, her face looking hideously horrified by her extreme longing. Lin Yu hesitated for a moment and eventually slowly approached Xiaoyan. Just as his lips were about to touch Xiaoyan, a sharp siren stopped in front of the house. Xiaoyan was startled violently and turned her head to look in the direction the voice came from. Lin Yu also took the opportunity to slightly pull away from Xiaoyan. The police opened the door above the basement and several officers quickly descended the stairs toward them. "Penalty young as you, Ms. Xiaoyan, you are suspected of illegal detention. Come with us," the police said seriously. Xiaoyan's face instantly turned pale as she clutched onto Lin Yu's hand, her eyes filled with despair and fear. "Lin Yu, save me. You said you love me. You can't let them take me," Xiaoyan shouted hoarsely. Lin Yu was silent for a split second, then said to the police, "Comrade police, we're playing a game." The cops looked at each other, obviously not quite convinced. "Playing a game? There's a game that puts people in a dark room like that?" Xiaoyan, as if she had grabbed a lifesaver, hastily chimed in. "Really, it's really a game. We're just fooling around." The policeman frowned and looked at Lin Yu seriously. "Young man, you have to think clearly. Perjury is a legal responsibility." Lin Yu's eyes flickered a bit, but he still insisted. "It's just a game, comrade police officers. You've misunderstood." The police officer would be skeptical, sizing up Lin Yu and Xiaoyan once more, and said, "Well then, if we find out that this isn't a game, you'll both have to suffer the consequences." With that, the cops left. Xiaoyan let out a sigh of relief and looked at Lin Yu gratefully. "Lin Yu, I knew you wouldn't leave me alone." Lin Yu looked away and didn't respond to Xiaoyan's gaze. Xiaoyan, however, did not think so and went forward to pull Lin Yu's hand, saying excitedly, "Come on, let's go up. We will never play this dangerous game again." Lin Yu's footsteps were a bit heavy as he was pulled by Xiaoyan. After going up from the basement, Xiaoyan started to prepare dinner like it was nothing, humming a little song on her lips. Lin Yu sat on the sofa with a lot of thoughts in his mind. He knew that letting Xiaoyan go this time was probably a wrong decision, but faced with Xiaoyan's pleas, he went soft again. At dinner, Xiaoyan kept on giving food to Lin Yu with a happy smile on her face. "Lin Yu, eat more, let's have a good life in the future," Xiaoyan said. Lin Yu just ate his meal silently and didn't say anything. Xiaoyan said, "Is it good?" Lin Yu casually responded, delicious." Xiaoyan smiled even wider. "Then I'll make it for you every day from now on." Lin Yu was slightly stunned and didn't answer. After the meal, Xiaoyan cleaned up the dishes and mumbled about all the plans for the future, while Lin Yu sat in the living room in a trance. After a while, Lin Yu took a deep breath and said, "Xiaoyan, I want to go." Xiaoyan's movements instantly froze and slowly turned around, looking at Lin Yu incredulously. "What did you say?" Lin Yu lowered his head, not daring to look at Xiaoyan's eyes, his voice low but firm. "Xiaoyan, I really can't take it anymore. I want to leave." Xiaoyan's eyes turned from shock to anger as she rushed to Lin Yu and yelled, "Why? I've changed. Why are you still leaving?" Lin Yu raised his head, his eyes filled with exhaustion. "Xiaoyan, it's not a matter of whether to change or not. I'm already scared. I'm afraid that something like this will happen again." Xiaoyan's tears welled up in her eyes. "Lin Yu, you can't be so cruel. I love you so much." Lin Yu stood up and said helplessly, "Xiaoyan, love isn't like this. Your love like this suffocates me." Xiaoyan bit her lip, her body trembling slightly. "Lin Yu, if you leave, I won't be able to live." Her eyes became crazy and ferocious as she suddenly rushed over and picked up a fruit knife against her neck, shouting hysterically, "Lin Yu, if you dare to take a step out of this door today, I'll immediately die in front of you. I'll do what I say." Lin Yu was so scared by her sudden move that his face turned pale. His voice trembled as he said, "Xiaoyan, don't be impulsive. Put the knife down." Xiaoyan sneered, "No, unless you promise me never to leave. I'll die for you." Lin Yu's hands were at his wits' end. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. "Xiaoyan, calm down, have a talk." Xiaoyan's tears slid down her cheeks and her voice was mournful. "There's nothing to say. Lin Yu, are you going to promise me or not?" Lin Yu was scared to death by this crazy scene, and while Xiaoyan was too emotional to care, he turned around and ran towards the door. Seeing this, Xiaoyan screamed, "Lin Yu, come back here." Lin Yu recklessly rushed out the door and ran wildly through the dark streets. His heart was beating wildly, with only one thought in his mind: he must get rid of Xiaoyan. And Xiaoyan was in hot pursuit behind her, still holding that fruit knife in her hand, her mouth constantly shouting Lin Yu's name, chasing after her. Xiaoyan's tears couldn't stop flowing down and her voice became choked. "Lin Yu, why are you doing this to me? Why?" Lin Yu's footsteps hesitated slightly when he heard Xiaoyan's cries, but fear still drove him to keep running forward. Xiaoyan cried and ran, her hair messy and her demeanor frantic. "Lin Yu, I can't live without you. Come back." Lin Yu turned into an alleyway and tried to hide. Xiaoyan chased to the mouth of the alley, stopped and looked around. Crying in the silence of the night seemed particularly miserable. "Lin Yu, come out, I beg you," Xiaoyan shouted in desperation. Lin Yu hid in the corner, not daring to utter a single breath, praying in his heart that Xiaoyan would hurry up and leave. Xiaoyan sat paralyzed on the floor, crying and trembling, and the fruit knife in her hand fell to the ground. Lin Yu poked his head out slightly, and when he saw Xiaoyan in such a broken state, he couldn't help but feel a trace of pity and guilt in his heart. But when he thought of all that had happened before, he was ruthless again and prepared to continue looking for an escape. However, just as Lin Yu was about to retract his head, Xiaoyan suddenly raised her head, her gaze looking straight in the direction he was hiding. Chapter 58 Yun, you're so cute. Lin Yu, I see you. Don't hide. Xiaoyan's voice was filled with exhaustion and despair. Lin Yu was shocked in his heart and was just about to turn around to escape when he suddenly saw a stone. He subconsciously picked up the stone and held it tightly in his hand, as if it was his last straw. Xiaoyan slowly stood up and walked towards Lin Yu step by step. "Lin Yu, come back with me. Let's start over." Xiaoyan's eyes held a hint of supplication. Lin Yu's hand holding the stone was sweaty from nervousness as he shouted, "Don't come over." Xiaoyan stopped in her tracks, tears welling up again. "Why are you doing this to me? Everything I did was because I love you." Xiaoyan cried even louder, and that cry was particularly miserable in the silent night, as if she wanted to vent all the pain and aggression in her heart. Lin Yu's hand holding the stone trembled slightly, and his heart was full of mixed feelings. "Xiaoyan, your love is too heavy for me to bear," Lin Yu said in a hoarse voice. Xiaoyan sobbed, her body shaking. "I don't care. I can't live without you." Lin Yu walked out, his eyes filled with entanglement and helplessness. "Xiaoyan, come on, let's all calm down," Lin Yu said slowly. When Xiaoyan saw Lin Yu walk out, she instantly pounced on him and hugged him tightly. "Lin Yu, don't leave me, don't!" Xiaoyan cried as she spoke, her voice becoming hoarse. Lin Yu gently pushed Xiaoyan away and looked seriously into her eyes. "Xiaoyan, we really aren't suitable." Lin Yu's voice carried a hint of determination. Xiaoyan's eyes widened with disbelief. "Inappropriate? We've been through so much, and now you're saying it's inappropriate?" Lin Yu turned his head, not daring to look directly at Xiaoyan's gaze. "Xiaoyan, I'm tired. This kind of love makes me physically and mentally exhausted." Xiaoyan's face turned pale and her body shook. "Lin Yu, how can you be so cruel?" Lin Yu bit his lip. "I'm sorry, Xiaoyan." After saying that, Lin Yu turned around and prepared to leave. Xiaoyan shouted behind him tearfully, "Lin Yu, don't come back if you leave." Lin Yu's footsteps paused, but in the end, he firmly walked forward. "How dare you leave?" Xiaoyan screamed, her voice so shrill that it seemed to cut through the night sky. She violently rushed over and hugged Lin Yu's waist with an amazing strength. "Lin Yu, if you dare to leave me, I'll die for you. I'll die in front of you right now." Saying that, Xiaoyan pulled out a small knife from somewhere and pressed it against her wrist. her eyes crazy and determined. Lin Yu, turn around and look at me. See what I become for you. Lin Yu's heart was in his throat at her actions. His voice trembled as he said, Xiaoyan, don't do anything stupid. Quickly put the knife down. Xiaoyan smiled miserably. Do you care? If you cared about me, you wouldn't have left. A twisted smile suddenly appeared on Lin Yu's face, and his eyes were filled with madness. Yen, you're so cute like this. Xiaoyan's eyes widened as she looked at Lin Yu incredulously. What did you say? You actually think I'm cute like this now? Lin Yu walked up and gently stroked Xiaoyan's face. Yeah, the crazier you are, the more I like it. This makes you unique. Xiaoyan's expression became even more maniacal. Lin Yu, then don't ever leave me. Stay with me forever. Lin Yu hugged Xiaoyan tightly and whispered in her ear. Okay, we'll never separate. Xiaoyan said, honey, you finally understand. A crazy and satisfied smile bloomed on her face, and there was something creepy and eerie about that smile. In the future, no one will be able to separate us anymore. Xiaoyan tightly wrapped her arms around Lin Yu's neck, her eyes filled with fervor. Lin Yu's eyes flickered, not knowing what he was thinking. Come on, let's go home. Xiaoyan pulled Lin Yu's hand and couldn't wait to walk back home. Xiaoyan hummed a song and began to decorate her room as if everything was so beautiful. Lin Yu suddenly hugged her from behind, his breathing rapid and hot, whispering in her ear, Yen, I don't want to leave you for a moment now. Xiaoyan's body trembled and she turned around, looking at Lin Yu with mesmerized eyes. Honey, I knew you would be like this. Lin Yu cupped Xiaoyan's face with both hands and kissed it frantically, murmuring as he did so, Yen, you're mine, forever. Xiaoyan responded passionately to Lin Yu's kisses, and the atmosphere in the room became more and more bizarre and frenzied. Xiaoyan suddenly bit Lin Yu's lips so hard that blood seeped out. She looked at Lin Yu with infatuated eyes, licking the blood from the corner of her mouth and smiling madly. Lin Yu, your blood is mine too. Everything you have is mine. Instead of getting angry, Lin Yu smiled even more hideously. Xiaoyan, you can do whatever you want, even if it tears me apart. Xiaoyan hugged Lin Yu tightly, her nails sinking deep into his back. Honey, we'll always be together. No one can separate us. No one. A twisted smile appeared on Lin Yu's face as he said, good wife. No one will try to destroy our love. When Xiaoyan heard this, she hugged Lin Yu even more frantically and mumbled, yes, no one. If anyone dares, I'll kill them. Lin Yu stroked Xiaoyan's hair with a chilling fervor in his eyes. Wife, then we'll fight the world together. The temperature in the room seemed to be rising, and their love had descended into an extremely twisted and dangerous situation. Hubby, you finally get it. Xiaoyan's voice was tinged with trembling as tears welled up again. I knew that you wouldn't abandon me. Lin Yu tightly embraced Xiaoyan and kissed her forehead. His voice was low and frantic. My dear, I'll never leave you again. Even if it means going to hell, I'll be with you. Xiaoyan lifted her head, her eyes filled with insane joy. Then we'll go to hell together and be together forever. At that moment, a sudden gust of wind blew outside the window, snapping it. Lin Yu suddenly regained his consciousness, and as he looked at the nearly insane Xiaoyan in front of him, a wave of fear and remorse welled up in his heart. Hyoyan, we can't do this. It's wrong. Lin Yu tried to push Hyoyan away. Xiaoyan's eyes widened in disbelief at Lin Yu's transformation. What's wrong? You just said you want to be with me forever. Lin Yu shook his head painfully. Xiaoyan, I just lost my mind. Such crazy love will destroy us. Xiaoyan's expression became hideous. You lied to me. You're abandoning me again. Lin Yu took a deep breath. Xiaoyan, we have to calm down and rethink our relationship. Hyoyan doesn't care. I don't care. I want this, he said and kissed his lips once again. Lin Yu pushed her away with force, his eyes filled with determination. Xiaoyan, don't be like this. We can't afford to be wrong anymore. Xiaoyan fell to the ground, tears flowing freely. Why? Why are you doing this to me? Lin Yu looked away from her, not daring to look her in the eyes. Xiaoyan, I don't want us all to fall into ruin. Xiaoyan suddenly laughed out loud, her laughter filled with despair. All hell breaks loose? So what? Without you, what's the point of me living? Lin Yu backed up in fear, his voice trembling. Xiaoyan, don't scare me. Calm down. Xiaoyan stood up and approached towards Lin Yu step by step, determination in her eyes. Lin Yu, if you dare to leave me today, I will die in front of you. Lin Yu shouted in horror. Xiaoyan, your trick doesn't work anymore. Xiaoyan's footsteps paused for a moment, an incredulous look on her face. It doesn't work? Lin Yu, are you really this desperate? Lin Yu gritted his teeth. Xiaoyan, it's not that I'm desperate, it's that this kind of love is too suffocating. Xiaoyan's eyes became fierce. Choking? Then I'll show you even more choking. With that, Xiaoyan turned around and picked up the fruit knife on the table, pointing it at her throat. Lin Yu's eyes widened and his heart instantly rose to his throat. Xiaoyan, don't! A crazy smile suddenly surfaced on his face again, and his voice became low and eerie. Yun, if you dare to die, I will keep your corpse with me forever so that even your soul can't leave me. Chapter 59, Lin Yu, I only belong to you. Xiaoyan's hand holding the fruit knife trembled for a moment, and there was both fear and a hint of frantic anticipation in her eyes. Lin Yu, do you really love me that much? Lin Yu walked up and grabbed Xiaoyan's wrist, his eyes fierce. Yan, I can do what I say. Don't think you can use death to get rid of me. Instead, Xiaoyan exclaimed excitedly, great honey, you're back. Lin Yu's expression became more and more twisted, gritting his teeth. Yan, you're mine. You're my person in life and my ghost in death. Even if I go to hell, I will drag you along. Xiaoyan's face was full of infatuation. Darling, you're my favorite when you're crazy like this. Lin Yu violently snatched the fruit knife from Xiaoyan's hand and threw it on the ground, then tightly embraced her into his arms with so much strength that it was as if he wanted to rub her into his own body. Xiaoyan, from now on, no one can think of separating us, not even death. Xiaoyan's face was full of infatuation. Her hands tightly encircled Lin Yu's waist, her voice carrying an excited tremor. Lin Yu, my Lin Yu, I love you so much right now. From the first moment I saw you as a child, I knew you were the one I couldn't escape from in my life. Every look you give me, every word you say, makes my heart beat wildly for you. Even if the whole world is against us being together, I don't care. As long as I have you by my side, I'm not afraid of anything. Lin Yu's hand holding Xiaoyan tightly tightened a few more points. His voice was low and full of possessiveness. Yan, you can only belong to me. Your heart, your soul, everything you are is mine. I won't let anyone take you away from me. Even just looking at you is an offense to me. Xiaoyan tilted her head, her eyes full of deep love and madness. Lin Yu, I am willing to give everything for you, even if it's my life. As long as I can be with you, even if I fall into endless darkness, I am willing. The corner of Lin Yu's mouth rose slightly as he gently stroked Xiaoyan's hair and said, go cook, baby. Xiaoyan nodded her head obediently. Yes, dear, I'll go make you a nice dinner. Xiaoyan turned toward the kitchen, humming a sweet little tune. Lin Yu sat on the sofa, but his eyes never moved away from Xiaoyan's body. There was both deep love and a hint of elusive complexity hidden in that gaze. Lin Yu couldn't hold back any longer. He got up and walked quickly towards the kitchen, hugging Xiaoyan from behind before kissing her neck fiercely. Xiaoyan was first startled, then her face flushed with happiness and she pouted. Honey, stop it. I'm cooking. But Lin Yu didn't care. His hands hugged Xiaoyan even harder and his breathing became rapid. Yan, I don't want to wait for a moment. I want you to belong only to me right now. The spoon in Xiaoyan's hand fell to the floor with a clang, and she turned around and responded passionately to Lin Yu's kiss. The two kissed very intensely, as if they wanted to integrate each other into their bones and blood. Lin Yu's hands roamed recklessly on Xiaoyan's back, while Xiaoyan tightly wrapped her arms around Lin Yu's neck, her breathing rapid and disorganized. It was as if all that was left in their world was each other, and everything around them had ceased to exist. Just then, the kitchen stove suddenly came bang a loud noise. It turned out to be the pot of water boiled dry. Out of the rolling smoke, the two violently let go of each other, and Xiaoyan cried out in panic. Oh no, the pot is going to explode. Lin Yu quickly reacted, pulled Xiaoyan over and rushed towards the stove to turn off the gas. The smoke filled the entire kitchen, choking them and making them cough. Xiaoyan looked chagrined. It's all my fault. Cooking can go wrong. Lin Yu comforted. It's okay, baby, don't blame yourself. Then continued, baby, you keep cooking. Xiaoyan nodded and turned around, ready to clean up the mess in the kitchen. But the moment she turned around, Lin Yu's face suddenly became gloomy, his eyes revealing a hint of uneasiness and anxiety. Xiaoyan didn't notice the change in Lin Yu as she concentrated on the burnt dry pots and the smoke-filled kitchen. Lin Yu looked at Xiaoyan's busy back and silently made a decision in his heart. He said softly, Yan, I'm going out for a while. I'll be back soon. Xiaoyan casually responded. Okay, go and come back quickly. Lin Yu hurried downstairs, ready to buy a flower. He wanted to give Xiaoyan a surprise to make her forget about the little accident in the kitchen just now. On the street, people came and went, and Lin Yu's eyes eagerly searched for the florist's figure. Finally, he saw a flower store and walked over to it without hesitation. His eyes blazing and crazy, he said to the clerk, give me the most colorful roses. I want to let my Yan know that she is the only love of my life, and no one will take her away from me. The clerk was intimidated by his aura and hurriedly handed him a delicate rose. Lin Yu took the flowers and hurried home. Along the way, his mouth kept chanting, Yan, you are mine, always mine. When he reached the door of his house, he heard the sound of Xiaoyan talking to a man from inside the house. Lin Yu's face instantly became incredibly grim. His hand holding the rose was bruised from the force he exerted. But when he heard that it was Xiaoyan's father's voice, Lin Yu's face did not ease much. He stood in the doorway and hesitated for a moment before finally pushing it open and walking in. As soon as he enters the door, He stares at Xiaoyang with a wary and hostile look in his eyes, as if Xiaoyang is an enemy who has come to steal Xiaoyan away. Xiaoyan saw that Lin Yu had returned and a surprised smile appeared on her face. Honey, you're back. Instead of responding to Xiaoyan, Lin Yu looked straight at Xiaoyang and said coldly, what are you doing here? Xiaoyang frowned and said, I came to see how my daughter is doing. Can't I? Lin Yu gritted his teeth, threw the roses on the ground and said viciously, Xiaoyan is mine. Don't you dare take her away. Xiaoyan was startled by his sudden action and said with a trembling voice, Lin Yu, what's wrong with you? This is my father. Lin Yu's eyes were red like an out-of-control beast as he roared at Xiaoyan. Not even your father. Yen Yen, you can only stay by my side. No one can come. I'll fight with whoever comes. Xiaoyang was furious and stood up, pointing at Lin Yu. You brat are crazy. I am Xiaoyan's father. I have the right to care about her. Lin Yu rushed to Xiaoyang and shouted with a scowl on his face. Rights? You don't have it. Xiaoyan is my private property. No one can interfere in our business. Xiaoyan, however, walked up with a smile on her face, pulled Lin Yu's arm and said, Honey, I'm really happy that you care about me like this. Dad, don't mind. Lin Yu, he just loves me too much. Lin Yu twisted his head to look at Xiaoyan. A hint of crazy tenderness flashed in his eyes. Yen Yen, only I can give you happiness. No one can snatch you away from me. Not even your relatives. Xiao Yu was shaking with courage. Lin Yu, are you crazy? Xiaoyan snuggled close to Lin Yu and said with firm eyes, Dad, I love him. I love him no matter what he becomes. Lin Yu hugged Xiaoyan tightly and viciously said to Xiaoyang, do you hear me? Xiaoyan is mine. Forever. If you dare to mess up again, I won't be polite. Xiaoyan looked at her angry father and said softly, Dad, go back. Xiaoyan's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at her daughter. Xiaoyan, you're possessed. He did this to me and you still turn towards him? Xiaoyan's face still wore a stubborn smile. Dad, I know what I'm doing. I love him. Please leave it alone. Xiao Yu courageously stomped her feet. You silly child. There will be times when you regret it later. After saying that, she slammed the door and left. Only Lin Yu and Xiaoyan were left in the room. Lin Yu caressed Xiaoyan's hair and murmured, Yen Yen, from now on, it's just the two of us. No one else should get involved. Xiaoyan smiled slightly and said, let's eat. At the table, the two fed each other as they ate, their eyes always looking at each other, full of affection. Lin Yu picked up a piece of meat and sent it to Xiaoyan's mouth, saying dotingly, baby, eat more. Xiaoyan opened her mouth and ate it, then scooped another spoonful of soup and fed it to Lin Yu, pouting, you don't just look at me and eat either. Just then, the lights suddenly began to flicker, bright and dim. Lin Yu frowned, a wave of uneasiness welling up in his heart. Immediately afterward, the power went out with a snap and the room was plunged into darkness. Ah! Xiaoyan let out a gasp. Lin Yu instantly wrapped Xiaoyan tightly in his arms, his voice trembling yet translucent with madness. Don't be afraid, Xiaoyan, with me here, no one can harm you. Even the darkness won't be able to take you away from me. Xiaoyan could feel Lin Yu's heart beating fast, and his breathing became rapid. Lin Yu, I'm a little scared, Xiaoyan whispered. Lin Yu's voice seemed particularly eerie in the darkness. Baby, don't be afraid. As long as I'm here, even if it's the end of the world, I'll protect you. But don't you ever think of leaving me, or else. He didn't finish the words that followed, but the unfinished words made Xiaoyan feel a wave of warmth. Lin Yu fiercely hugged Xiaoyan tightly, with so much strength that Xiaoyan was a bit breathless. He roared almost madly, Xiaoyan, if you dare to leave me, I'll kill you and then kill myself. We can't be separated in life, and we must be together in death. After saying that, he carried her back to the bed and pressed down on her dead, his eyes reddening as he said, Xiaoyan, don't you ever try to escape, ever. Instead of fear, Xiaoyan's face revealed an infatuated smile. Her hands encircled Lin Yu's neck, and she said in a delicate voice, Lin Yu, I won't leave you, even if I die, I'll die together with you. Lin Yu felt that Xiaoyan in his arms was as light as a kitten. He tightened his arms as if he wanted to rub Xiaoyan into his body. His voice was low and frenzied. Xiaoyan, you're mine, forever. Xiaoyan gently twisted in his arms and pouted. Lin Yu, you're holding me too tightly. Lin Yu, however, didn't relax in the slightest. His eyes grew more and more frantic. Not tight, so you can't run away. Xiaoyan not only didn't struggle, but instead burrowed deeper into Lin Yu's arms, her voice sweet and frantic. Lin Yu, hold me tight like this and don't let go for the rest of your life. Even if I suffocate in your arms, I'm willing. When Lin Yu heard this, the corner of his mouth hooked up into a twisted smile. Xiaoyan, you're really driving me crazy to the point where I can't help myself. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning streaked across the night sky, illuminating the room and reflecting the two men's almost maniacal faces. Immediately afterward, thunder roared as if it was going to shatter the entire world. Lin Yu, in this momentary light, stared dead at Xiaoyan and said through gritted teeth, Yen, even if the heavens fall apart, I won't let you take half a step away from me. Xiaoyan tilted her head back and looked at him, her eyes wild and infatuated, her hands gripping his back tightly, her nails almost sinking into his flesh, her voice trembling but firm. Lin Yu, even if the world ends, I only belong to you. At that moment, the wind howled and blew open the window, and the cold rain slammed into the room. Lin Yu, however, didn't care and pressed Xiaoyan underneath her, kissing her frantically and muttering, "You're mine, always." Xiaoyan responded to his kisses passionately, and it was as if the two of them were going to burn out in this storm. Their breathing became more and more rapid, completely immersed in their frantic love for each other. Just then, a deafening clap of thunder rang out, and the lights in the room suddenly flickered a few times before coming back on. Lin Yu slowly let go of Xiaoyan, and the eyes of the two of them were still filled with fervor and infatuation. Xiaoyan's lips were red and swollen, but her face was filled with a satisfied smile. Lin Yu stroked Xiaoyan's face and said softly, Yen, no matter what happens, I won't let anyone snatch you away. Xiaoyan snuggled into his arms and said in a delicate voice, Lin Yu, I only belong to you, forever and ever. Chapter 60. Lin Yu's brain suddenly jolted. What's happening to me? Why are you lying in my arms? Xiaoyan? His eyes became dazed and confused, as if he had just woken up from a chaotic dream. Xiaoyan sensed the difference in him and raised her head, full of confusion. Lin Yu, what are you talking about? Lin Yu shook his head vigorously, trying to clear his head. I don't know. I seem to have lost a memory. Why are we here? Why would I treat you? Xiaoyan's face instantly turned pale as she tightly grabbed Lin Yu's arm. Lin Yu, don't scare me. Do you not love me anymore? Lin Yu looked at Xiaoyan, his heart filled with conflict and fear. At this time, the lights in the room began to flicker again, and the atmosphere became even more bizarre. Xiaoyan, go down. Lin Yu's voice carried a hint of trembling. Xiaoyan's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at him, tears welling up in her eyes. Lin Yu, how could you do this to me? Lin Yu looked away, not daring to look directly at her gaze. I don't know. I really don't know. My heart is in turmoil. Xiaoyan slowly got up from his arms, her eyes becoming desperate and cold. Lin Yu, you will regret this. Just then, the lights went out completely and the room was plunged into darkness. In the darkness, came Xiaoyan's eerie laughter. Lin Yu, you can't escape. Never. Lin Yu cried out in horror. Xiaoyan, what's wrong with you? However, only that creepy laughter echoed in the darkness. Lin Yu panicked and groped around, but he couldn't touch anything. Suddenly, he felt a cold hand on his shoulder, a hand that was extremely strong, as if it was going to crush his bones. Ah! Lin Yu couldn't help but scream out. Lin Yu, feel this endless darkness. This is our fate. Xiaoyan's voice seemed to come from hell. Lin Yu desperately struggled to get out of that hand's grip, but realized that the more he struggled, the tighter that hand gripped him. At this moment, a bolt of lightning streaked through the window, briefly illuminating the room. Lin Yu saw Xiaoyan's face, which was no longer the gentle face he was familiar with, but was twisted and hideous, full of hatred. Xiaoyan, what's wrong with you? Lin Yu's voice trembled, fear almost choking his throat. Xiaoyan let out a cold laugh. That laugh was extraordinarily eerie in the darkness. Lin Yu, you ruined all of this with your own hands. It was you who forced me. Lin Yu was filled with confusion. I don't understand. Xiaoyan, what have I done? Xiaoyan gritted her teeth and said, you've long forgotten your promise to me. You've been cheating on me and playing with my feelings. Lin Yu shook his head vigorously. No, Xiaoyan, that's not it. I lost part of my memory. Xiaoyan's eyes widened in anger and her voice was mournful. You think you can make me believe with this kind of talk? Lin Yu, you're too naive. Lin Yu stepped forward and tried to pull Xiaoyan back, saying eagerly, Xiaoyan, listen to me. It's true. I don't know why this happened, but I really don't remember those things. Xiaoyan violently shook off his hand and growled. Enough, you liar. Lin Yu looked helpless and said, let's go to sleep first. Maybe everything will clear up after a good night's sleep. Xiaoyan snorted coldly. Sleep? You think I can still sleep? Lin Yu gently pulled on the corner of her coat, his tone tinged with pleading. Xiaoyan, even if you're angry, rest first. It's not a solution to go on like this. Xiaoyan was silent for a moment, but finally compromised and said coldly, fine, sleep, but don't expect me to forgive you. But Xiaoyan still hugged Lin Yu and slept face to face. Lin Yu felt Xiaoyan's body heat and had a mixed feeling in his heart. He tried to make sense of the confusing situation, but couldn't figure it out. The night was getting deeper and deeper, and the room was terribly quiet. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind drilled in through the window cracks, blowing the curtains fluttering. Lin Yu couldn't help but shiver as he subconsciously hugged Xiaoyan tightly. In his sleep, Lin Yu seemed to hear the faint sound of footsteps. Da, da, da. The sound was extremely slow, yet incredibly clear, and each stroke was like stepping on the tip of his heart. He tried to struggle to wake up, but it felt as if his body was weighed down by a lead weight. Heavy as hell. Xiaoyan was sleeping quietly in his arms, oblivious to all this. That footsteps were getting closer and closer. Lin Yu's heartbeat accelerated rapidly, cold sweat continuously seeping out from his forehead. Suddenly, the footsteps stopped and the surroundings fell into a dead silence. Lin Yu's breath was held, and just then, a cold hand gently rested on his shoulder, and that chill instantly spread throughout his body. I don't know how long it took, but Lin Yu snapped his eyes open, only to find that he and Xiaoyan were still the only ones in the room, and that hand never seemed to have appeared. However, when he looked at the window, he noticed a dark shadow flickering behind the curtains. Xiaoyan opened her eyes in a daze as she was pushed violently by Lin Yu, and before she could complain, she was instantly sobered up by Lin Yu's horrified expression. "What's wrong?" Xiaoyan asked with a trembling voice, but a trace of imperceptible excitement flashed in her eyes. Lin Yu pointed at the window, his lips trembling as he couldn't speak. Xiaoyan looked in the direction of his finger and couldn't help but scream when she saw the ghastly white face, but soon her screams turned into an eerie laugh. "Honey, what's there to be afraid of?" Xiaoyan gripped Lin Yu's hand tightly with such force that Lin Yu felt pain. "Even if it's a ghost, it can't do anything to us." That creepy face slowly hooked a wry smile at the corner of its mouth in their reaction. The temperature in the room seemed to drop precipitously, and a chilling aura came over them. "Run!" Lin Yu pulled up Xiaoyan's hand and rushed towards the door of the room, but when they gripped the door handle, they realized that the door could not be opened, as if it was deadlocked by an invisible force. Xiaoyan, however, didn't panic like Lin Yu did. Instead she turned her head and looked at Lin Yu fondly and said, "Honey, it's good to not be able to run away, so we can be together forever." Behind them, the owner of that miserable white face slowly floated into the room through the window, approaching them step by step. Lin Yu and Xiaoyan leaned their backs against the door, despairingly looking at the terrifying figure that was getting closer and closer. Suddenly, the lights in the room began to flicker on and off. In that brief moment of darkness, they heard an eerie laugh. When the lights came on again, the horrible figure had actually disappeared. "Where did it go?" Xiaoyan asked with an almost frantic anticipation. Lin Yu looked around nervously, when there was a slight rattling sound from above his head. Xiaoyan lifted her head, and a crazy smile actually appeared on her face. "Honey, no matter what happens, you're not going to leave me." Right at this moment, that terrifying figure suddenly swooped down from the ceiling and lunged straight towards Lin Yu. As soon as Xiaoyan pulled Lin Yu behind her, she greeted him herself. "Don't touch him," Xiaoyan roared, her eyes filled with determination and madness. The figure stopped the moment it was about to touch Xiaoyan, seemingly shocked by her aura. But soon, it let out a creepy scream and lunged again. Without flinching, Xiaoyan confronted the figure. Lin Yu was anxious and scared, wanting to help but not knowing what to do. "Don't be afraid, dear, I'm here." Xiaoyan resisted the figure while looking back at Lin Yu. Her eyes actually had a few moments of infatuation and madness in them. "No one can snatch you away from me, not even this evil spirit." Suddenly, Xiaoyan pulled out a dagger from nowhere and stabbed the figure as violently as the speed of light. For a moment, a pungent odor filled the room as the figure let out an agonized howl that gradually dissipated. Xiaoyan let out a sigh of relief and turned to jump into Lin Yu's arms. "Honey, I won't let anyone hurt you." Xiaoyan hugged Lin Yu tightly with so much strength that he could barely breathe. Lin Yu was horrified to find that there was no longer the normal gentleness in Xiaoyan's eyes, but an almost paranoid possessiveness. "Xiaoyan, let go of me first." Lin Yu tried to break free. Xiaoyan, however, hugged tighter, her voice carrying a threat. "Don't you dare leave me, ever." Lin Yu's heart was filled with fear and despair as he looked at Xiaoyan's frantic appearance. Just as Lin Yu fought to break free from Xiaoyan's suffocating embrace, a monster suddenly appeared in the room. The monster was huge and covered in sharp spikes, and its blood-red eyes flashed eerily in the darkness. It opened its bloody mouth and let out a deafening roar that sounded as if it could shatter one's soul. The moment Xiaoyan saw the monster, the look of madness on her face actually had a hint of hesitation. Lin Yu took the opportunity to break free from her and backpedaled. "Xiaoyan, what is this?" Lin Yu asked with a trembling voice. Xiaoyan gritted her teeth, picked up her dagger again, and rushed towards the monster, shouting, "Whatever it is, don't even think about hurting you." The monster swung its huge claws and lunged at Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan dodged nimbly, finding the right moment to stab the monster with her dagger. However, the monster's skin was as hard as iron, and the dagger was unable to cause any substantial damage at all. Lin Yu anxiously searched for something that could help Xiaoyan, and his eyes landed on an iron bar in the corner. He picked up the iron rod and rushed toward the monster, shouting, "Xiaoyan, I'll help you." The monster was enraged by the two men's attacks, and its attacks became even more violent and frantic. The furniture in the room was knocked to the ground in a mess. Just when they were fighting fiercely with the monster, the door, which had not been able to open, slowly opened a crack. Who knew that another monster had appeared outside the door? This newly appeared monster was even larger, and the scales on its body glittered coldly in the faint light. Its fangs were as sharp as knives, and each of them flashed with a chilling aura. The monster that had been inside the house saw this and let out an excited roar, as if communicating with its new companion. Lin Yu and Xiaoyan's faces instantly turned pale. They knew deep down that facing one monster was already so difficult. Now that two monsters were attacking them from the front and back, their situation was even more dangerous. Without the slightest hesitation, the newly appeared monster directly rushed into the room and lunged at them along with the previous one. Xiaoyan and Lin Yu had to stand back to back, desperately resisting the attacks of the two monsters. Lin Yu, even if I die today, I will die with you, Xiaoyan shouted, her voice filled with despair and madness. Lin Yu gritted his teeth and waved the iron rod in his hand. We won't die, there must be a way. However, the attack of the two monsters became more and more fierce, and they gradually lost their stamina and added many wounds to their bodies. Just then, the monster stretched out its claws and violently stabbed at Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan screamed miserably, and blood instantly dyed her clothes red. Her eyes, however, didn't have the slightest bit of fear, but instead an almost insane persistence. Lin Yu, even if I die, I won't let you get hurt. Xiaoyan forced herself to endure the severe pain, raised her dagger once again and rushed towards the monster. Lin Yu's heart raced. Xiaoyan, don't mind me, run. Xiaoyan, however, turned back and smiled sadly at Lin Yu. No, I won't leave you. Live together, die together. No one can take you away from me. After saying that, she recklessly pounced on the monster, her determined stance shocking Lin Yu. The monster was enraged by Xiaoyan's madness and attacked her even more fiercely. Xiaoyan's body was bruised and battered, but she continued to pester the monster to death, buying time for Lin Yu. Lin Yu, remember, I love you, forever. Xiaoyan's voice was filled with desperation and deep love. Xiaoyan's figure slowly disappeared, and Lin Yu stared in disbelief at what was happening in front of him. Xiaoyan, no! Lin Yu yelled frantically, rushing towards the place where Xiaoyan had disappeared, his hands grasping haphazardly in the air as if he wanted to grab hold of the figure that had faded away. Just then, Lin Yu sat up violently from the bed, breathing heavily, so it was just a dream. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his heart palpitating. Outside the window, the moonlight was like water, sprinkling the room, but Lin Yu couldn't feel a trace of warmth. Xiaoyan, he murmured. The desperate and deep eyes of Xiaoyan in his dream seemed to still be in front of his eyes. Lin Yu, you really do love me. Xiaoyan's voice rang out in the darkness with an almost frantic joy. She jumped onto Lin Yu in a flash and hugged him tightly, with so much strength that Lin Yu was a little out of breath. Lin Yu, you can never leave me, even in your dreams, you only have me in your heart. Xiaoyan's voice echoed in Lin Yu's ears, blazing and crazy. Lin Yu was startled by her actions and tried to push her away. Xiaoyan, calm down first. Calm? How can I be calm? You're calling my name in your dreams. You're mine. No one can take you away. Xiaoyan's nails sunk deep into Lin Yu's skin. Xiaoyan, you're hurting me. Lin Yu cried out in pain. Pain? What's this pain? It's nothing compared to my love for you. Xiaoyan's eyes shone with paranoia. Chapter 61, Dreamland 2. Lin Yu was like a scared bird. His pupils suddenly dilated. His hands frantically ripped Xiaoyan violently off his body directly, and then roughly threw her aside like he was avoiding the plague. His body kept trembling, every muscle tensed, and extreme fear and panic was written all over his face. Xiaoyan was enraged by this sudden move and her eyes became even more frantic and fierce. Lin Yu, how dare you do this to me? Xiaoyan roared. I've done so much for you and you dislike me like this? Lin Yu frowned and said. Xiaoyan, calm down, the way you look right now is too scary. Xiaoyan sneered. Scary? I become like this because I love you, and you're actually calling me horrible? Saying that, she lunged at Lin Yu again, grabbing his arm with a death grip. Don't you dare leave me, ever. Lin Yu forcefully broke away from her hand and said loudly. Xiaoyan, if you keep doing this, I really can't take it anymore. When Xiaoyan heard this, tears instantly welled up. Can't stand me? Then why did you stay with me in the first place? Why did you give me hope? Lin Yu sighed shakily and said, go to sleep. Xiaoyan bit her lip, her eyes full of unwillingness and aggression. Sleep? You think I can still sleep? Lin Yu, you're too cruel. Lin Yu didn't respond again and rolled over with his back to Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan sat on the edge of the bed, her sobs extraordinarily clear in the silent room. After a while, the sobbing gradually stopped and Xiaoyan suddenly said coldly, Lin Yu, don't think you can get rid of me like this. I won't let you go. Lin Yu's body trembled slightly, but he still didn't say anything. The night was deeper, and a depressing odor filled the room. I don't know how long it took, but Xiaoyan finally laid down, but her eyes were shining with a strange light in the darkness, not knowing what she was calculating. Just then Lin Yu, as if he was being chased by something terrible, suddenly turned around frantically and hugged her tightly with an intensity that was almost out of control. Xiaoyan was first startled, then a smug smile appeared on her face. Humph, Lin Yu, you still can't let me go. Lin Yu hugged her tightly and said in a low voice, Xiaoyan, I don't want to torture each other like this anymore. Xiaoyan sneered, torture? It's all because of love. Do you understand? Lin Yu sighed, but such love suffocates me. Xiaoyan's body stiffens, then hugs Lin Yu back even harder. Suffocation? That's still better than losing you. Lin Yu helplessly closed his eyes, his heart full of tangles and pain. At that moment, the lights in the room suddenly flickered a few times, followed by a slight zigzag sound. The atmosphere became even more bizarre. Lin Yu held Xiaoyan tighter and Xiaoyan could feel his body trembling slightly. Lin Yu, are you afraid? Xiaoyan said with a slight mockery. Lin Yu didn't answer, only his breathing became more and more rapid. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed past the window. Xiaoyan screamed ah and buried her head deep in Lin Yu's arms. Don't be afraid, Xiaoyan. Lin Yu softly comforted, but his own heartbeat was clearly audible. The temperature in the room seemed to drop precipitously, and the zipping sound grew louder and louder, like some kind of warning. What the hell is going on here? Xiaoyan's voice trembled. Lin Yu took a deep breath and slowly said, I don't know, but I feel like something bad is going to happen. Before the words were out of his mouth, a gust of wind violently blew open the window, and the curtains danced wildly. Xiaoyan was shivering in Lin Yu's arms, but with a bit of stubbornness. Lin Yu, no matter what, you won't be able to let go of me. Lin Yu was silent, only the strength of his arm increased a few more points. Xiaoyan raised her head, her eyes were insanely possessive. Lin Yu, even if we die, we will die together. You will always be mine. Lin Yu frowned, the annoyance in his heart increasing. Xiaoyan, can you not be so extreme? When Xiaoyan heard this, her emotions instantly went out of control. Extreme? I'm willing to do anything for you, and you still call me extreme? Lin Yu, you disappoint me too much. She violently broke away from Lin Yu's embrace and rushed towards the window, shouting, since you don't love me, I'll jump. Lin Yu was startled and rushed over to pull her back. Xiaoyan, you're crazy. Xiaoyan burst into tears and yelled hysterically, yes, I'm crazy, and it's all because of you. At this point, the wind outside the window grew more and more mournful, as if it was also lamenting this crazy farce. Lin Yu violently pulled Xiaoyan back and tightly embraced her into his arms, roaring, Xiaoyan, can you stop being so capricious? You'll drive us all crazy like this. Xiaoyan struggled desperately in his arms and cried, you don't understand my love at all. You just think I'm crazy. Lin Yu's voice carried a hint of trembling. I understand, but your love is too heavy. I can't bear it anymore. Xiaoyan suddenly quieted down and looked at Lin Yu with empty eyes. Then why don't you leave me? Why do you still give me hope again and again? Lin Yu closed his eyes helplessly. Because I have loved you too. It's just that your love scares me. Xiaoyan sneered. Scared? Then you should stay by my side forever and let me keep a good eye on you so you can't run away. The room fell into a deathly silence, with only the gale still howling outside the window. The two of them returned to the bed. Xiaoyan snuggled tightly next to Lin Yu, her hands tightly encircling his waist, as if the moment she let go of him, he would disappear into thin air. For his part, Lin Yu stared blankly at the ceiling, his thoughts confused. Xiaoyan whispered, Lin Yu, don't leave me, ever. Lin Yu didn't respond, just sighed softly. Xiaoyan's eyes became fierce. If you dare to leave, I will destroy you and myself. Lin Yu's body stiffened and turned his head to look at Xiaoyan, only to find 2 lines of tears hanging on her face. Xiaoyan, why have we become like this? Lin Yu's voice was filled with helplessness and exhaustion. Xiaoyan bit her lip. It's all because your heart isn't strong enough. You always want to run away. Okay, sleep. Lin Yu finished helplessly and closed his eyes. Xiaoyan, however, still had her eyes open, staring at the side of Lin Yu's face as if she wanted to carve his appearance into her heart. After a long time, Xiaoyan slowly closed her eyes, but her hands were still tightly grasping the corner of Lin Yu's coat. Not a moment later, Xiaoyan snapped her eyes open again and hugged him tightly, muttering, Lin Yu, don't leave me, don't leave me. Lin Yu was a bit out of breath from her hug, but he didn't push her away and just sighed helplessly. Just then, there was a sound of footsteps coming from the room, a sound that was very, very soft, yet seemed especially clear in the stillness of the night. Xiaoyan didn't seem to notice and remained immersed in her own world, hugging Lin Yu to death. Lin Yu, on the other hand, frowned, his heartbeat involuntarily speeding up. Whose footsteps were those? Chapter 62, Dreamland 3. Lin Yu tried to get up to check, but Xiaoyan held him tighter. Don't move, Lin Yu, just stay here with me, Xiaoyan said with a sobbing voice. Lin Yu could only give up, but the footsteps were getting closer, as if they were coming towards the bed. Tension filled the room, and a cold sweat broke out on Lin Yu's forehead. Suddenly, the footsteps stopped and a dead silence fell around them once again. Just as Lin Yu and Xiaoyan didn't dare to utter a single breath, a chilly wind blew past their heads, sending chills down their spines. Lin Yu. I'm scared. Xiaoyan's voice trembled. Lin Yu forced himself to calm down and comforted. Don't be afraid. I'm here. What they didn't know, however, was that in a dark corner, a pair of eyes was quietly watching them. Just as they were hugging and shivering together, a black cat came out of the darkness with a meow, causing Xiaoyan to scream in fear. Lin Yu was also startled by this sudden situation, and his heartbeat became more and more violent. The black cat's ghostly green eyes glinted eerily in the darkness as it paced back and forth beside the bed, a low gurgling sound coming from its throat. Xiaoyan grabbed Lin Yu's arm tightly and said with a trembling voice, "How did this cat get here?" Lin Yu frowned and tried to repel the black cat. "Go away." The black cat, however, did not move, but instead jumped onto the bed and approached Lin Yu and Xiaoyan, surprisingly spitting out human words. "You can't escape. You can't escape." Lin Yu and Xiaoyan stared in horror, as if their souls were frozen by the bizarre words. "How can you talk?" Lin Yu and Xiaoyan roared in shock at the same time. The black cat's eyes glowed eerily in the darkness. "Humph, there's a lot you guys don't know." Xiaoyan was trembling. "What the hell is going on here? What the hell are you?" The black cat let out an eerie laugh. "Me? I'm here to judge you," Lin Yu bravely shouted. "A trial? What mistake did we make?" The black cat lowered his voice. "Your love is full of sin, selfishness, fear, and deception. That's your sin," Xiaoyan cried out. "No, it's not like that." The black cat stepped closer. "Don't be sophomoric. Your hearts know best." Just then, a strange light emanated from the black cat's body, which grew stronger and stronger, illuminating the entire room as if it were daytime. Lin Yu and Xiaoyan subconsciously covered their eyes with their hands, and when they opened their eyes again, they realized that they were in an unfamiliar place. Lin Yu and Xiaoyan looked around in horror as bursts of eerie cries and strange laughter came faintly from the thick fog. "Where is this?" Xiaoyan's voice trembled as she clutched onto Lin Yu's arm. Lin Yu's face paled. "I don't know, but it's certainly not a good place." Suddenly, a blurry figure slowly stepped out from the thick fog. The figure became clearer and clearer. It was actually a woman with a distorted face. "You have finally arrived." The woman's voice seemed to come from hell. Xiaoyan fell to the ground in shock. "You? Who are you?" The woman sneered. "I'm a wrong soul killed by your love." Lin Yu's eyes widened. "Nonsense, how could our love harm you?" Black tears flowed from the woman's eyes. "Your selfishness and bigotry have kept my soul from resting." After saying that, the woman stretched out her hands and lunged towards Lin Yu and Xiaoyan. Lin Yu and Xiaoyan screamed and turned to escape, but no matter how much they ran, they couldn't get away from the thick fog and the terrifying figure. Just as they were feeling desperate, a bright light appeared ahead of them, as if they had grabbed a lifeline. Lin Yu and Xiaoyan desperately ran towards the bright light. As they approached the bright light, they realized it was a door with a mysterious glow. "What could be behind this door?" Xiaoyan asked with a trembling voice. Lin Yu gritted his teeth. "Can't care about that much. Go in first." The two men pushed open the door, and a burst of intense light made them subconsciously close their eyes. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves back in the room, the black cat and the scary woman gone. Xiaoyan breathed heavily. What the hell is going on? Was it a nightmare? Lin Yu's face remained pale. "I don't know, but this is all too real." As soon as the words fell, the black cat reappeared. It elegantly jumped onto the windowsill, its eyes coldly gazing at Lin Yu and Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan pointed at the black cat in horror. How did it come back?" The black cat narrowed her eyes slightly. "You think this is the end? Too naive." Lin Yu clenched his fists. "What do you want?" The black cat licked its paw gently. "It is your destiny. There is no escaping it." After saying that, the fur on the black cat's body suddenly stood up, and its eyes turned blood red. The temperature in the room dropped drastically, and Xiaoyan shivered from the cold. Right at this moment, the black cat opened its mouth and spewed out a stream of black smoke. The smoke quickly filled the room, and Lin Yu and Xiaoyan choked and coughed as darkness fell before their eyes. Cough cough cough. Rinwo tried to grope his way to Xiaoyan. "Xiaoyan, where are you?" Xiaoyan responded with a sobbing voice. "Lin Yu, I'm here. I can't see anything." As the smoke cleared, they found themselves in a strange wilderness, surrounded by weeds and a cold wind. "Where is this again?" Xiaoyan's voice trembled. Lin Yu looked around warily and said, "I don't know." Suddenly, there was a rustling in the grass, like something approaching. Xiaoyan hid behind Lin Yu in fear. "Lin Yu, I'm afraid." Lin Yu held Xiaoyan's hand tightly. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Only to see a python as thick as a beauty pine slowly crawling out of the grass. It spat out its letters and stared at them with fierce eyes. "Ah!" Xiaoyan screamed. Lin Yu pulled Xiaoyan backward. "Run!" However, they didn't run for a few steps before they realized that there was a bottomless cliff in front of them. The python was pressing on, and they could no longer retreat. Xiaoyan cried out in despair. "Lin Yu, what are we going to do?" Lin Yu looked at the cliff, then at the approaching python, and said with a crossed heart, "Xiaoyan, Let's jump. Xiaoyan's eyes widened. You'll die if you jump. Lin Yu held her hand tightly. It's better than being eaten by a python. After saying that, Lin Yu pulled Xiaoyan and jumped off the cliff. The wind whistled in her ears as she descended, and Xiaoyan closed her eyes tightly while Lin Yu tried to protect her. I don't know how long it took, but they felt a jolt in their bodies and seemed to land on something soft. I opened my eyes and found myself in a huge bird's nest. A huge eagle flew back and stared at them with sharp eyes. Just then, Hyoyan disappeared. Rinyu looked around in horror. Xiaoyan, where are you? Eagle looked at him coldly. Stop looking. She's not here. Lin Yu shouted at the eagle. Did you get her away? Quickly give her back to me. The eagle flapped its wings. It's none of my business. Lin Yu's heart raced. I don't believe it. You must know where she is. The eagle was silent for a moment. It is up to you to explore this mysterious world if you want to find her. After saying that, the eagle spread its wings and flew away, leaving Lin Yu alone in the huge bird's nest. Not knowing what to do, Lin Yu looked at the eagle's faraway direction and secretly vowed that no matter how hard it was, he must find Xiaoyan. Just then the nest began to shake violently. Rinyu dropped down. Ah! He screamed as he kept falling through the air. The wind whistled in his ears and his mind went blank. Chapter 63, Huge Poem. It went down for a while. He fell defenselessly straight onto a huge, immense palm that belonged to none other than Hyoyan. Only Xiaoyan's face wore a crazy and twisted smile, and her eyes revealed creepy paranoia and possessiveness. Lin Yu, you finally returned to me again. Xiaoyan's face revealed a crazy smile, and her eyes were filled with a creepy possessiveness. Then Xiaoyan poked him with a huge finger, and Rinyu was poked and prodded. Xiaoyan, stop it! Lin Yu shouted. Xiaoyan, however, laughed even more indulgently. Well, Lin Yu, you're completely under my control now. Her fingers pressed harder again, squeezing Rinyu tightly in her fingertips. I'm going to make sure you can never escape me, Xiaoyan said viciously. Lin Yu felt it hard to breathe and his face turned red. Xiaoyan, please, let me go. Xiaoyan's eyes flashed with a hint of frantic determination. Spare you? Impossible. Even if I die, I will die with you. Before the words fell, Xiaoyan kissed over. Her huge lips covered Lin Yu, who almost suffocated. Xiaoyan, stop. Lin Yu struggled with all his might, but Xiaoyan didn't care in the slightest. Her kisses became more and more frantic, as if she wanted to devour Lin Yu whole. Immediately after that, Xiaoyan opened her mouth wide and actually tried to eat him. No! Lin Yu shouted in desperation. Just in the nick of time, Lin Yu sat up violently from the bed, sweating profusely, so it was just a nightmare. He breathed heavily, his heart palpitating as he looked around at his familiar surroundings for a long time. Luckily it's just a dream. Lin Yu muttered. Honey, what's wrong? Xiaoyan said warmly as she looked at him with crazy concern in her eyes. Lin Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead. Xiaoyan, I had a terrible nightmare about you. Xiaoyan tightened her grip on his hand, her nails almost embedded in his flesh, and snarled. Dream about me what? Speak quickly. Rinyu was shocked by her appearance and said shakily. I dreamed that you became scary and wanted to eat me. Xiaoyan sneered. Humph. You would actually think of me like that. You can only be mine. Even if I eat you, you won't be able to leave me. Linyu was horrified as he tried to break free of her hand. Xiaoyan, calm down. At that moment, a gust of wind suddenly blew out of the window, causing the window to snap. Xiaoyan got up to close the window, but when she turned around, her face was filled with a scowl as she said viciously, Lin Yu, you'll never be able to escape me. The palm of your hand? Lin Yu's face turned pale with fear. Xiaoyan, don't be like this. I'm scared. Lin Yu's voice trembled and his body involuntarily shrunk back. Xiaoyan approached step by step, her eyes burning with madness. Scared? You know you're scared now? It's too late. Lin Yu's back was against the corner, with nowhere to run. Xiaoyan, please, let me go. Tears welled up in Lin Yu's eyes. Xiaoyan, however, suddenly laughed out loud, her laughter sharp and piercing. Spare you? Then who will accompany me? You are mine, only mine. Just then, the lights in the room began to flicker, brightening and dimming, making the atmosphere even more eerie and terrifying. Lin Yu ignored her trembling, walked to the bed and lay down. His body could not stop trembling. His face was as white as paper, closing his eyes and trying to sleep. Seeing this, Xiaoyan angrily roared. Lin Yu, how dare you ignore me? She reached out and shook Lin Yu's body hard. Lin Yu closed his eyes tightly and muttered, leave me alone. It's all a dream. It's all a dream. Xiaoyan's face became more and more gloomy as she gritted her teeth and said, fine, just go to sleep. When you wake up, let's see how I'll clean you up. After saying that, Xiaoyan turned around and walked to the closet, roughly pulling open the door and rummaging for something. The only sounds in the room were the sounds of her rummaging through things and Rinyu's heavy breathing. After a while, Xiaoyan walked back with a thick rope, determination and madness in her eyes. She threw the rope on the floor and sat on the edge of the bed, staring at Rinyu dead in the face. In the morning, Linyu woke up in a daze and realized that his hands and feet were tied tightly with thick ropes and he couldn't move. Xiaoyan, what are you doing? Linyu shouted in horror. Xiaoyan looked at him expressionlessly. Humph, so you can't run away. Linyu was angry and helpless. Are you crazy? Quickly let go of me. Xiaoyan sneered. Let go of you? Think beautifully. From now on, you can only stay by my side. Linyu struggled hard. Xiaoyan, you're breaking the law. Xiaoyan, however, is unmoved. Breaking the law? For you, I don't care about anything. Rinyu roared in anger and disbelief. What's wrong with me? Why are you doing this to me? Hyoyan's eyes became haunted. Why don't you understand my heart? I love you so much and you always want to run away from me. Linyu hurriedly said. I didn't leave you. Xiaoyan snorted coldly. Then why do you always treat me as if I'm not there? Why aren't you willing to be with me at all times? Linyu twisted his body and said anxiously. Xiaoyan, let go of me. Xiaoyan was unmoved. Let go of you? Not unless you swear never to leave me. Rinyu shouted. It's not right for you to be like this. Hyoyan. Xiaoyan's emotions grew more and more agitated. Wrong? What's wrong with me loving you? Linyu continued to wriggle his body and roared. How about letting go of me? Xiaoyan glared at him and shouted frantically. Unless you say right now that you love only me forever. Linyu was helpless. Xiaoyan, calm down. Even if I say it now, I don't mean it. What's the point of forcing me like this? Xiaoyan's tears came to her eyes. I don't care. I want to hear it from you. Well, I only love you. Linyu shouted helplessly. When Xiaoyan heard this, a hint of surprise appeared on her face, but then she was filled with skepticism. Really? You didn't lie to me? Linyu nodded his head like garlic. Really? I'm not lying. Just let go of me. Xiaoyan hesitated for a moment, but still untied the ropes on Linyu's body. After Linyu got free, he moved his hands and feet, which were numb from being tied up. Xiaoyan, stop being so extreme. Let's talk about it. Linyu said. Xiaoyan, however, looked at him with a wary expression. You're not trying to run again, are you? Rinyu sighed. I'm not going to run. I just want our relationship to be normal. Chapter 64. Alright then. She bit her lip, the reddish lips almost bleeding from the bite, but still did not speak. Xiaoyan looked at him blearily. Well, I don't feel comfortable. Her voice carried a hint of trembling, as if she was going to cry out in the next second. Linyu walked forward and gently held Xiaoyan's hand. Xiaoyan, give me a chance. And give yourself a chance. Let's get along in a normal way, okay? Xiaoyan raised her head. Her eyes were no longer purely uneasy, but a paranoia and skepticism that bordered on madness. Can I really trust you? Do you know that every time I choose to believe you, all I get in the end is endless pain and suffering? I'm afraid that it's just another lie, a trap that plunges me into deeper despair. Linyu pretended to nod seriously. Trust me, I won't let you down this time. Xiaoyan lowered her head and thought frantically for a few moments, then slowly said, That is fine, but remember, if you dare to betray me again, I will make you pay an unimaginable price. I will make your world completely collapse, and make you live in my shadow forever, a life worse than death. Linyu hugged her, but Xiaoyan suddenly broke away with force, her eyes becoming fierce. Don't touch me. Who allowed you to touch me? Linyu was startled by her reaction and hurriedly loosened his hand. Xiaoyan, don't be like this. Xiaoyan sneered. Humph, you think I'll completely trust you if you hug me like this? Let me tell you, it's not that easy. Her gaze swept over every corner of the room, as if searching for something to reassure her. I'm going to lock you to me and never leave, Xiaoyan said through clenched teeth. After saying that, she turned around and rushed into the kitchen. Linyu was shocked in his heart and hurriedly followed her. Only Xiaoyan was seen holding a knife, the blade glinting coldly in the light. Xiaoyan, calm down, Linyu shouted with a trembling voice. Xiaoyan slowly turned her head, her eyes crazy and determined. Calm? I can't calm down. If you dare to walk out of this door today, I will. Linyu took a step backward. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Xiaoyan, don't do anything stupid. Let's discuss this. Xiaoyan, however, pressed on, waving the knife in her hand. There's nothing to discuss. You're mine and only mine. Linyu, come here. Linyu stood still, as if his legs were nailed down, unable to move a single bit. Xiaoyan, don't be impulsive. Put the knife down. Linyu tried to bring her back to her senses. Xiaoyan snorted coldly. If you don't come over, I'll come over. Just as she was about to walk in front of Linyu, her feet tripped on something and her entire body flung forward. Linyu subconsciously reached out to pick it up, but accidentally touched the blade, and blood instantly stained his sleeve. Ah! Xiaoyan screamed in horror. Rinyu, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Xiaoyan's voice carried a sobbing tone, and the knife in her hand fell to the ground with a bam sound. Linyu covered his injured arm, his face pale. Xiaoyan, why are you suffering? Xiaoyan's tears fell like rain. Her hands trembled as she tried to check Lin Yu's wounds, but she didn't dare to touch them. I didn't do it on purpose. I really don't want to hurt you. Then, as if suddenly snapping back to her senses, she said, I'll get the medical kit. When she finished, she turned and ran toward the bedroom. Lin Yu leaned against the wall, the pain from his wounds making him a little dizzy. At that moment, the phone in the living room suddenly rang, and the shrill ringing seemed eerie in the quiet room. Lin Yu's heart tightened, not knowing what consequences this call would bring. At this time, Xiaoyan hurried back with the medical kit. Seeing Lin Yu's face grow pale, the guilt in her heart deepened. Lin Yu, I'll bandage you right away. Xiaoyan was just about to do so when the phone rang. Lin Yu was about to pick it up when Xiaoyan stopped it and said fiercely, No picking up. It might be that Luo Yi again. Lin Yu said helplessly, Maybe there's something important. Xiaoyan glared at him and growled, What could be so important? It must be that woman pestering you again. If you dare to answer it, I'll die for you. Saying this, she picked up the knife on the side and put it on her neck. Chapter 65 Yun Yun, you're mine. Lin Yu's eyes instantly became frenzied as he hurriedly rushed over, grabbing the knife in Xiaoyan's hand and throwing it heavily on the ground. Yun, you're mine and no one is going to take you away from me, including yourself. Lin Yu tightly grasped Xiaoyan's shoulders with an intensity that seemed as if he wanted to crush her shoulders. I will never allow you to hurt yourself, not even for a single moment. Lin Yu gasped for air, his eyes covered in blood. That Luo Yi. I'll make her disappear completely and never bother us again. The room was filled with madness. Lin Yu hugged Xiaoyan tightly and shouted almost frantically, Yen Yen, believe me, I only have you in my heart. No one is going to try to sabotage us. If anyone dares, I'll make them pay, and I'll keep you with me forever. Xiaoyan's body trembled, and surprise first flashed across her face before it became even more frantic and twisted. She wrapped her hands tightly around Lin Yu's neck and said in a shrill voice, Lin Yu, you'd better be true to your word. If you dare to betray me, I'll kill you before I kill myself, and we'll never be separated. Xiaoyan said and kissed Lin Yu frantically, her kisses carrying a strong possessiveness. Lin Yu was first stunned, but soon responded warmly as well, wrapping his hands tightly around Xiaoyan's waist. Just as their emotions were running high, Lin Yu gently carried her to the bed, and Xiaoyan's eyes were filled with anticipation. Lin Yu's eyes blazed, his voice carrying an undeniable, Xiaoyan, you can only be mine in this life. Xiaoyan laughed petulantly and gently scratched her hands on Lin Yu's back a few times. Lin Yu, you have to treat me well or I won't let you go. Lin Yu breathed heavily and kissed Xiaoyan frantically, and his hands stroked her back hard. Xiaoyan let out a gasp, but suddenly bit Lin Yu's shoulder in a frantic manner. Humph, Lin Yu, you have to be attentive. Xiaoyan's eyes carried a bit of viciousness. Lin Yu listened and became more engaged. Xiaoyan also responded positively and the room was filled with ambiguity. Just then, the window, which had been closed, was suddenly opened by a gust of wind, and the curtains shook violently, as if something were pulling at them. A trace of uneasiness welled up in Xiaoyan's heart, but she quickly soaked in the atmosphere again. After an unknown amount of time, they gradually calmed down and lay helplessly on the bed, enjoying a moment of peace. Xiaoyan lay in Lin Yu's arms, her fingers gently drawing circles on his chest. After a while, Lin Yu hugged Xiaoyan tightly, and the two of them kissed each other deeply again, their lips touching tenderly as if they wanted to retain the sweetness of this moment. Their kisses grew more and more entwined, and the room filled with warmth and love. Xiaoyan closed her eyes slightly, her eyelashes fluttering, and Lin Yu reveled in her gentleness, as if they were the only two left in the world. Lin Yu's hand slowly traveled along Xiaoyan's spine, gently caressing it with fondness with each stroke. Xiaoyan grunted softly, her body trembling slightly as she pressed herself more tightly against Lin Yu. Lin Yu's lips moved from Xiaoyan's lips to her cheeks and then to her earlobes, touching them gently and exhaling hot air that made Xiaoyan tingle. His hand moved to Xiaoyan's waist and gently kneaded it. Xiaoyan let out a cry, hooked her hands around Lin Yu's neck, and took the initiative to send a kiss. At this moment, time seemed to stand still, and the only thing in their world was each other's scent. Lin Yu's kisses grew hotter and hotter, and his hands slowly moved upwards, resting at Xiaoyan's collarbone, gently rubbing it. Xiaoyan was breathing heavily, her heart filled with sweet happiness. After a long time, Lin Yu gasped and whispered in Xiaoyan's ear, Baby, I still want to be with you like this all the time. There was a strong possessiveness in his eyes. Xiaoyan glared at him petulantly and hugged him tightly with both hands. Lin Yu, you can only be mine. If you dare to change your mind, I'm not done with you. Her tone carried determination. Lin Yu kissed Xiaoyan hard. I can't leave you for the rest of my life, and you can't leave me. After saying that, Lin Yu once again embraced Xiaoyan into his arms and tenderly kissed every part of her. Xiaoyan also hugged Lin Yu back tightly, her hands caressing his back. I don't know how long it took for everything to calm down again. Lin Yu and Xiaoyan lay on the bed in each other's arms, sweat slightly soaking the sheets as their breathing gradually steadied. With a blush on her face, Xiaoyan gently leaned against Lin Yu's chest, listening to his heartbeat, a satisfied smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. Lin Yu gently stroked Xiaoyan's hair, his eyes full of favor. The corner of Lin Yu's mouth hooked up a weird smile, and his voice was so low and hoarse that it was as if it came from hell. At night, let us continue this carnival that only belongs to us. Xiaoyan punched his chest petulantly, but the eyes instantly became gloomy and vicious, like a poisoned sharp blade. Lin Yu, if you dare to have the slightest hint of not doing your best, I'll cut off your flesh inch by inch, so that you won't be able to beg for your life, and can't beg for your death. Not only was Lin Yu not frightened, but he laughed even more openly, and that laughter echoed in the silent room with an indescribable weirdness. He hugged Xiaoyan tightly, as if he wanted to embed her into his bones. Baby, I won't be able to escape, and don't try to get rid of me. In this life, the next, and the next, you're stuck with me. Hearing this, Xiaoyan fiercely bit down on Lin Yu's shoulder, biting extremely deeply as if she wanted to bite off a piece of meat, her mouth muttering indistinctly, "You can only be mine alone. Dare to look at someone else one more time. I'll dig your eyes out. Dare to think about someone else one more time. I'll pull your heart out to see if it's black." Lin Yu gently stroked Xiaoyan's face, his eyes full of paranoia and madness. That gaze seemed to devour her. "Don't worry, in my world, except for you, anyone who dares to come close to me has to die. My eyes, my heart, always, always, there is only you." Chapter 66. As long as you're by my side, I'm not afraid of anything. The previous chapter was a VIP screen. After the two of them got dressed, Lin Yu wrapped Xiaoyan in his arms and asked softly, "Baby, what do you want to eat? I'll order takeout for you." Xiaoyan leaned into Lin Yu's arms and said in a petulant voice, "I want to eat chocolate cake and drink strawberry milk tea. If you order the wrong one, I will." Lin Yu laughed out loud at his words, pinched Xiaoyan's nose and said, "Then I mustn't order the wrong thing, or else I won't be drained by this little goblin of yours." Xiaoyan pouted and punched Lin Yu's chest, saying, "Humph, how dare you call me a little demon? Let's see if I don't clean you up." With that, she reached out to tickle Lin Yu. Lin Yu laughed and begged for forgiveness, holding Xiaoyan tighter and saying, "Okay, okay, my baby is not a little goblin, it's a little fairy, okay." Saying so, Lin Yu ordered the takeout. Not long after, the takeout order was successfully placed. Lin Yu lowered his head and kissed Xiaoyan's forehead and said, "Baby, just wait a little while longer and you'll be able to eat what you want to eat." Xiaoyan nodded obediently and nestled in Lin Yu's arms, and the two of them began to chat about their future lives, both with happy smiles on their faces. Time passed slowly in the cozy atmosphere, and soon the call from the delivery boy came. "Oh well, Lin Yu responded, getting up and preparing to get takeout. Xiaoyan followed suit and stood up, pulling Lin Yu's hand and said, "I'll go with you." The two walked hand in hand to the door, and the moment they opened it, a cool breeze blew through, refreshing the senses. After getting takeout and returning to the room, they sat down at the table and began to enjoy the sweet meal. Xiaoyan took a bite of the chocolate cake. "It's delicious." Xiaoyan narrowed her eyes in satisfaction. Lin Yu couldn't help but kiss her again as he looked at her cute appearance. After eating, Xiaoyan leaned on Lin Yu's shoulder and together they looked out the window at night. The lights of the city twinkled like a bright river of stars. "Lin Yu, I hope we can stay happy like this," Xiaoyan said softly. "Will do, baby, I'll never let you leave me." Lin Yu held Xiaoyan's hand tightly. At this time there was a loud bang. Lin Yu woke up like a dream and regained his senses. "Xiaoyan, why am I walking here with you?" Lin Yu's face was dazed and confused, his eyes filled with panic. Xiaoyan's eyes widened as she looked at him incredulously. "Lin Yu, what are you talking about? Don't you remember the sweet time we just had?" Lin Yu shook his head vigorously. "No, this is all too strange. It's like I've lost a memory." Xiaoyan's eyes widened as she hysterically yelled, "Lin Yu, what's wrong with you? You just said you love me. If you dare to forget, I'll dig out your heart to see if it's black." Her face twisted with rage, her hands gripped Lin Yu's arm with a death grip, her nails almost embedding themselves in his flesh. Lin Yu held his head in his hands and crouched down painfully. "I don't know, Xiaoyan, my mind is a mess. I feel like there's something important that I've forgotten, but I can't remember how." Xiaoyan violently pulled Lin Yu up and viciously said, "Lin Yu, you are mine, and your memories can only have me. If you can't retrieve the one that belongs to me, I will destroy both of us." There was a look of madness and determination in her eyes, as if she was about to do something extreme the next second. "Xiaoyan, let go." Lin Yu tried to break free of her hand. Xiaoyan's tears instantly welled up and her voice was mournful. "Lin Yu, how dare you tell me to let go? I've given everything for you, and you do this to me. Fine, then let's destroy together." With that, she pulled out a sharp knife from her pocket and placed it against her neck. "If you dare to forget me, I will die before you and make you live in pain and remorse forever." Xiaoyan's voice trembled and the hand holding the knife was shaking slightly, but the madness in her eyes had not diminished at all. Lin Yu looked at her in horror, not knowing what to do for a moment. Xiaoyan, are you crazy? Put down the knife. Lin Yu roared, his eyes covered in blood, his expression hideous. Even if you die, I won't let you get what you want. I'll keep your corpse by my side forever, so that even your soul can't be freed. When Xiaoyan heard this, she suddenly realized something. Oh, so he'll change back if I kill myself. A tragic smile appeared on Xiaoyan's face. Lin Yu, in that case, I'll die for you. Just as she was about to cut hard into her neck, Rin Yu lunged forward, trying to snatch the knife out of her hand. You dare to die. Even if you die, I will make a specimen of your corpse to accompany me forever, so that you won't even be able to die in peace. Lin Yu roared madly. The movements of his hands became more and more rough, grabbing Xiaoyan's wrist, holding the knife with a deadly grip, his eyes revealing a possessive desire that was almost maniacal. Xiaoyan was startled by his appearance and the knife in her hand unconsciously loosened a bit. Lin Yu took the opportunity to snatch the knife and threw it fiercely into the distance, then hugged Xiaoyan tightly, his voice grim and with madness. Xiaoyan, don't you want to get rid of me? Even if it's to go to hell, I'm going to drag you along with me. Xiaoyan struggled, her eyes full of despair and obstinacy. Lin Yu, you crazy person. I won't let you go even if I turn into a ghost. Lin Yu gritted his teeth and came close to Xiaoyan's ear and said, that's just right. As ghosts we can be entangled together forever. No one can separate us. Xiaoyan's tears came out of her eyes and she hissed, Lin Yu, why are you torturing me like this? I hate you. Lin Yu, however, laughed, and that laugh was creepy. Hate me or love me, you'll always be mine. Xiaoyan suddenly hugged him and said with a sobbing but unquestionably firm voice, Lin Yu, in that case, let's go to hell together. No one can escape. Lin Yu's body stiffened, then he hugged Xiaoyan even harder and tighter, as if he wanted to rub her into his body, and muttered, yes, no one can escape, ever. At this moment, the air around them seemed to freeze, leaving only the two of them in a tight embrace, permeated with an air of desperation and madness. Xiaoyan raised her head and said with a mesmerized gaze, kiss me. Lin Yu, however, pushed her away, his eyes filled with pain and struggle. No, I can't kiss you. I'm afraid I won't be able to help but devour you and make you disappear from this world forever. Xiaoyan once again pounced on Lin Yu, hugging him tightly and frantically shouting, if you don't kiss me, I'll die in front of you right now. Lin Yu's eyes widened, his hands gripping Xiaoyan's shoulders tightly as he roared, you crazy woman, why are you forcing me like this? A rueful smile appeared on Xiaoyan's face, because I love you to the point of madness, to the point of losing my mind. Lin Yu's expression became distorted and he suddenly kissed Xiaoyan fiercely, as if he wanted to suck her soul into his body. Xiaoyan let out a her hands tightly hooked around Lin Yu's neck, passionately responding to his kiss. The breath of the two of them became more and more disorganized, and everything around them seemed to have ceased to exist. However, right at this moment, Lin Yu suddenly stopped, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. Xiaoyan, I'm afraid I'll hurt you. I can't control the madness inside me. Xiaoyan gasped and looked at him with a firm gaze. Lin Yu, even if I'm hurt by you, I'm willing to do it. Lin Yu hugged Xiaoyan tightly once again and said with a trembling voice, Xiaoyan, you are my poison, but I am willing to be poisoned by you. Xiaoyan laughed out loud. Honey, it would be nice if you were like this all the time. There's a crazy glint in her eyes, but if you ever change again, I'll really do anything. Lin Yu's body trembled slightly, but he embraced Xiaoyan harder. No baby, I'll never change again. Xiaoyan stroked Lin Yu's back and said softly, it better be, otherwise, I will make your life worse than death. Rin Yu bit his lip. I know, I won't give you a chance like that. Xiaoyan said in his arms, let's go and eat. I'm feeling a little hungry now. Without saying a word, Lin Yu directly picked her up and said as he walked, baby, I'll always spoil you like this. Xiaoyan pouted and punched his shoulder. Put me down. How embarrassing is this? Lin Yu, however, hugged tighter. I won't let go, not in this lifetime. With that, they walked towards the table, seemingly restoring a temporary calm, but no one knew what ripples lay beneath this madness of love and possession. The two looked at each other as they ate, complex emotions still intertwined in their eyes. Xiaoyan picked up a piece of meat and put it into Lin Yu's bowl. The corners of her mouth rose, but there was a hint of imperceptible caution in her eyes. Honey, eat more. Rin Yu smiled back. Thanks babe, you eat more too. It was quiet for a while. Lin Yu suddenly broke the silence, scooped up a spoonful of chocolate cake, and said gently, Xiaoyan, I'll feed you chocolate cake. Xiaoyan froze for a moment, then the corners of her mouth curled into a smile and she came forward to take a bite of the cake, saying vaguely, yummy. Lin Yu stared dead at the corners of her cream-stained mouth, his eyes instantly erupting with an almost maniacal infatuation, his breathing rapid and heavy, like an out-of-control beast. He surged closer to her and roughly kissed away the cream from the corner of her mouth, murmuring as he did so, "You're mine, everything you have is mine, and no one is going to take it away from you." However, right at this moment, Xiaoyan grabbed Lin Yu's hand fiercely like lightning, the strength almost crushing his bones. Her gaze was like an icy sword stabbing straight at him, and she said coldly without any warmth, "Lin Yu, how long can this false gentleness of yours last? Is it possible that the next moment you'll abandon me and leave me in a dark corner like a piece of trash? Tell me." Her voice was sharp and mournful, as if it were a curse from hell. Lin Yu's hand froze in midair, and the smile on his face froze, and after a moment, he firmly said, "Forever, Xiaoyan, I will always treat you like this." Xiaoyan sneered, turned her head and stopped looking at him, continuing to eat her meal. The atmosphere in the room became tense once again. Xiaoyan quickly finished a cup of milk tea and placed the cup heavily on the table. Lin Yu hurriedly handed over another cup and said gently, "Here you go." Xiaoyan was expressionless and said coldly, "You take a sip first, then I'll drink." Lin Yu was slightly stunned, then obediently took a small sip and looked at Xiaoyan with eyes full of anticipation. "Honey, now you drink." Xiaoyan took the milk tea but didn't drink it. Instead she let out a cold laugh. "Lin Yu, did you put poison in it to get rid of me?" Lin Yu's eyes widened, his face full of incredulity. "Xiaoyan, how can you think of me like this? My heart for you can be seen in heaven and earth." Xiaoyan placed the milk tea heavily on the table and stood up. "Humph, who knows what's in your mind?" Lin Yu's face instantly became gloomy as he tightly grabbed Xiaoyan's arm and said through gritted teeth, "Xiaoyan, don't be ungrateful. I've done so much for you, and you still doubt me." Xiaoyan struggled to break free, her eyes glaring fiercely at him as she shouted, "Lin Yu, you lunatic, let go of me." Lin Yu not only didn't let go, but instead pulled Xiaoyan into his arms, his voice low and dangerous. "Xiaoyan, you'll never be able to escape me, even if I die. I'll die with you." Xiaoyan frantically pounded Lin Yu's chest and cried, "Lin Yu, you better not change back, or I will make your life worse than death." Lin Yu, however, laughed, and that laugh was creepy. "Xiaoyan, even if I change, I'll still pull you back to me, so that you'll never be able to leave me." Xiaoyan roared, "You're bolting me. You didn't love me after you changed back." Lin Yu's smile froze on his face and his eyes became fierce. "Xiaoyan, don't challenge my bottom line. No matter what I become, you are my private property." Xiaoyan suddenly laughed out loud. "Rinyu, I'm too happy if you think so, ha ha ha." There was a touch of madness and distortion in her laughter. "Then you'll never let go and be tortured by me forever." Lin Yu frowned, looking at her with some confusion and some anger. "Xiaoyan, what the hell are you thinking?" Xiaoyan came close to Lin Yu's face, her eyes mesmerized and weird. "I was thinking, how exciting it would be for us to be entangled with each other like this until the end of our lives." Rinyu's heart fluttered at her words. "You're such a crazy person." Hyoyan giggled. "Each other, dear," Lin Yu said tenderly. "Little bad egg." There was a hint of helplessness and favor in his tone, but his eyes were still filled with crazy possessiveness. Xiaoyan raised an eyebrow. "What? You don't like me as a little badass?" Lin Yu pulled her into his arms and hugged her tightly. "Love it, love you little badass, even if you torture me to death." Xiaoyan gently pushed him away. The corners of her mouth turned up. "That's hard to say. One day I'll really dump you." Lin Yu's face instantly grimaced. "How dare you?" Xiaoyan met his gaze without fear. "See if I dare." Without saying anything, Lin Yu directly kissed up. Xiaoyan was first startled, then she clasped her hands tightly around Lin Yu's neck and responded passionately to his kisses, and muttered, "Lin Yu, I love you, so much that I'm madly in love. Even if you want my life I'll give it to you." Lin Yu let go of her, gasping for air, his eyes full of surprise and fervor. "Xiaoyan, you can only be mine forever." Xiaoyan looked at him dully. "Yes, I'll always be yours. No one can take me away from you." Suddenly, Xiaoyan's eyes became crazy. "Lin Yu, if you betray me one day, I will kill you with my own hands before committing suicide to accompany you." Lin Yu, however, laughed, smiling with immense satisfaction. "Xiaoyan, you won't have this opportunity." Xiaoyan also laughed, laughing almost maniacally. "Lin Yu, then let's go crazy and sink together." Lin Yu cupped Xiaoyan's face with both hands, his gaze blazing and paranoid. "Xiaoyan, you are the only one in my world. I would rather destroy without you." Xiaoyan's eyes were filled with determination. "Lin Yu, if one day you stop loving me like this, I will die with you." Lin Yu fiercely embraced Xiaoyan into his arms. "Xiaoyan, even if the next second is the end of the world, as long as I have you by my side, I don't care." Xiaoyan lifted her head and said with wild eyes, "Lin Yu, do you like this feeling of loving to the point of suffocation?" Rinyu's breathing became rapid. Love it anyway as long as it's with you." Xiaoyan giggled. Her laughter was filled with madness. "Then we'll stay like this and no one will escape." Lin Yu hugged her tightly as if he wanted to embed her into his body. "Xiaoyan, You are my life. Xiaoyan's fingers traced over Lin Yu's back. Lin Yu, if this love disappears one day, I'll destroy everything with my own hands. Rin Yu kissed her forehead. There won't be that day, ever. Xiaoyan broke free from Lin Yu's embrace with a hint of provocation in her eyes. Lin Yu, then prove it to me. Now. Lin Yu's eyes became even more fervent as he took Xiaoyan's hand and walked over to the window, pointing at the world outside and said, Xiaoyan, I can throw it all away for you, including my life. Xiaoyan sneered. Empty words, who wouldn't say? Lin Yu gritted his teeth, picked up the fruit knife on the table, and placed it against his wrist. Xiaoyan, is this enough proof? A flash of panic flashed across Xiaoyan's face, but it was quickly replaced by madness. I'll believe you if you cut down. Lin Yu's hand trembled slightly, but he still slashed down hard, blood gushing out instantly. Xiaoyan screamed and pounced over. Lin Yu, you crazy bastard. Lin Yu, however, smiled and said, Xiaoyan, now you believe me. Xiaoyan panicked and went to get the medicine box, her voice tinged with tears. Lin Yu, don't scare me. I believe. I believe. She opened the medicine box with her hands and feet, took out gauze and potion, and trembled as she bandaged Lin Yu's wound. Lin Yu looked at her anxious appearance. The corner of his mouth still hung a smile. Xiaoyan, as long as I can make you believe in me, this injury is nothing. Xiaoyan scolded while bandaging. You're just an asshole. So uncaring. Lin Yu held her hand. As long as you're by my side, I'm not afraid of anything. Just then, the phone in the room suddenly rang, its shrill ring breaking the momentary silence. Chapter 67 Yun, how about we play a game? Xiaoyan stopped her hands violently and glared viciously at the ringing phone as if it was her enemy. Stop ringing, she roared, her voice filled with annoyance. Lin Yu, however, didn't care about that ringtone at all. His gaze was locked onto Xiaoyan. His eyes were filled with an almost crazy infatuation. Xiaoyan, don't mind that phone. It's just the two of us. It's good to be like this all the time. Xiaoyan turned her head, a trace of crazy possessiveness flashing in her eyes. Lin Yu, you are mine, only mine. No one can snatch you away. The phone was still ringing and Xiaoyan finally couldn't help herself and slammed the potion in her hand into the phone. Damn it! Her emotions were completely out of control. Lin Yu, however, laughed, and that laughter was particularly bizarre in this tense atmosphere. Xiaoyan, you're so beautiful when you're crazy like this. Xiaoyan froze, then laughed along with her. Her laughter filled with a creepy chill. Lin Yu, then let's go crazy together. Yun, let's play a game, how about it? Said Rinwo with a weird and crazy smile on his face, a smile that sends shivers down one's spine. Then like an out-of-control gale, he rushed straight out of the house without a care in the world, mouthing the words, soon I'll show you how exciting this game is. Xiaoyan's laughter came to an abrupt end as she stared at his back with wide eyes, her eyes filled with a mixture of doubt and madness. Games? What tricks are you playing again? Lin Yu? Rin Yu didn't answer, he just laughed madly and rushed out the door, the laughter echoing in the hallway. Chilling. Xiaoyan gritted her teeth and rushed out after her. Lin Yu, don't you dare try to escape me. The lights in the hallway flickered, and Lin Yu's figure loomed in the light. Xiaoyan desperately chased after him, the anger and possessiveness in her heart burning ever more vigorously. Lin Yu, stop right there, Xiaoyan's voice hissed. Lin Yu, however, did not stop, but instead ran faster, his mouth still chanting, Xiaoyan, come on, come catch me, ha 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 ha. The wind whistled through the building as if it was also shouting in support of the wild chase. Xiaoyan's footsteps were getting heavier and heavier, but her eyes were getting more and more determined, as if she wouldn't stop until she chased after Lin Yu. Suddenly, Lin Yu disappeared around a corner. Xiaoyan gasped and stopped, surrounded by silence, with only the sound of her violent heartbeat and ragged breathing. Lin Yu, where the hell are you? Xiaoyan's voice echoed in the empty hallway, but no one answered. Xiaoyan's body trembled slightly, anger and fear intertwined in her mind. She clenched her fists, her nails embedded deep into her palms, but felt no pain. Suddenly, she heard a light footstep, as if deliberately hidden. Xiaoyan's eyes instantly became stern as she slowly walked towards the direction of the footsteps. A figure loomed in the darkness. Xiaoyan's heartbeat steeply accelerated, and she lunged forward, only to pounce. Lin Yu, don't hide. I know you're right here. Xiaoyan's voice was tinged with crying and mixed with frantic anger. At that moment, a hand reached out from behind her and gently rested on her shoulder. Xiaoyan turned around violently, only to see Lin Yu's face with a wry smile. Xiaoyan, you found me, but the game has just begun. Lin Yu's voice was low and eerie. Xiaoyan's eyes widened as she stared at Lin Yu with a deadly stare. Lin Yu, you can't escape. You'll never escape. Lin Yu laughed out loud, his laughter echoing in the hallway, making people's bones creepy. Xiaoyan, let's sink together then. Suddenly, all the lights in the hallway went out, and in the pitch blackness, only the two men's rapid breathing could be heard. In the darkness, Xiaoyan's breathing became more and more rapid as her eyes struggled to find Lin Yu's figure in the darkness. Lin Yu, however, took advantage of the confusion to run away again, his footsteps especially clear in the silent hallway. Xiaoyan chased after him recklessly, shouting, "Lin Yu, you'll never leave me." Lin Yu turned back as he ran. That laughter was like a ghost in the darkness. "Xiaoyan, come on, let's see if you can catch up with me." Xiaoyan's feet slipped and she almost fell, but she quickly stabilized herself and continued to charge forward. The building seemed to have no end, and their chase was like a never-ending nightmare. Just as Xiaoyan was about to run out of steam, Lin Yu suddenly stopped and turned around. Xiaoyan couldn't break in time and slammed into Lin Yu's arms. Lin Yu hugged Xiaoyan tightly and whispered in her ear, "Xiaoyan, you will never want to leave me, even if it means going to hell." Xiaoyan gasped for air, but a crazy smile appeared on her face. "Lin Yu, I won't leave you, we'll go to hell together." Just then, Lin Yu made a hand slash and slashed at the back of Xiaoyan's neck. Xiaoyan's smile instantly froze, her eyes rolled over, and her body collapsed softly. Lin Yu hugged Xiaoyan's limp body. The look on his face was complex and indistinguishable. There was both madness and a hint of pain and struggle. "Xiaoyan, don't blame me, this is our fate," Lin Yu muttered, his voice echoing in the empty hallway. He held Xiaoyan in his arms and took one step at a time towards the depths of the building, which seemed to hide endless darkness and the unknown. Suddenly, a faint light filtered through a crack in the door next to him, and Lin Yu's footsteps paused, a hint of vigilance flashing through his eyes. However, he didn't stop, still walking firmly towards the darkness, and the light was getting farther and farther behind him until it disappeared. Lin Yu carried the unconscious Xiaoyan back to his home, his eyes glittering with madness. He threw Xiaoyan roughly onto the bed, then quickly found ropes and tied Xiaoyan's hands and feet tightly. Xiaoyan was still unconscious, oblivious to all of this. Lin Yu looked at Xiaoyan, who was tied up like a puppet, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a twisted smile. "Xiaoyan, from now on, you can only be at my mercy. You are my exclusive puppet," Lin Yu said while caressing Xiaoyan's face. At that moment, Xiaoyan's fingers moved slightly, as if she was about to wake up. Lin Yu's eyes instantly became tense as he stared closely at Xiaoyan, waiting for her reaction. After a long time, Xiaoyan slowly opened her eyes, not reacting to her situation at first, and when she saw that she was tied up, she angrily glared at Lin Yu. "Lin Yu, you lunatic!" Xiaoyan roared. Lin Yu, however, was unmoved and instead laughed even more crazily. "Xiaoyan, this is all so we can be together forever." Lin Yu's voice was permeated with chilling paranoia. Xiaoyan fought to wriggle her body, her eyes jetting with anger but with an almost maddening obsession. "Lin Yu, you think you can trap me like this? Ha 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 ha, you're too naive, but even if that's the case, I won't leave you because you can only be mine." Xiaoyan hissed loudly, her voice nearly hoarse. Lin Yu looked at such Xiaoyan and the smile on his face became even more maniacal. Xiaoyan continued, "Lin Yu, you'd better never let go of these ropes, otherwise I'll definitely let you know what it means to be truly crazy." The corners of her mouth rose, that smile looked incomparably hideous at this moment. Lin Yu came up to Xiaoyan and whispered, "Xiaoyan, don't worry, I won't let go." Xiaoyan fiercely bit down on Lin Yu's ear, and blood instantly flowed out. Lin Yu screamed in pain, but didn't dodge. "Lin Yu, this is our love, pain and pleasure." Xiaoyan let go of her mouth, which was full of blood, and laughed madly. Without saying a word, Lin Yu directly went up to block her mouth with a kiss. Xiaoyan first froze, then responded to the kiss more frantically, as if she wanted to devour Lin Yu. Chapter 68, Lin Yu, you betrayed me. After the kiss, Xiaoyan gasped for air, her eyes growing crazier and crazier. "Lin Yu, you think you can make me give in just like that? You're wrong. I'll show you that my love is crazier and more extreme than yours." Her voice took on a hysterical madness. Xiaoyan struggled hard against her bound body. The ropes struck faint red marks on her skin. "Lin Yu, if you have the ability, you can tie me up like this forever, or whenever I have the chance to break free, I'll rip your heart out and see if there's me in it or not." Her eyes shone with reckless determination. Lin Yu looked at such Xiaoyan with both excitement and fear in his heart, but more than that, it was a twisted satisfaction. "Xiaoyan, no matter what, you'll never want to leave me." Xiaoyan sneered. "Lin Yu, you better make sure you can keep controlling me like this, otherwise, I will make your life worse than death." At that moment, a sudden gust of wind blew outside the window, clanging the window, as if foreshadowing this crazy love affair. "Yen Yen, do you like me like this?" Lin Yu's voice carried a bit of provocation and madness. Xiaoyan glared at him fiercely, the corner of her mouth curling into a cruel smile. "Like, Lin Yu, what is this? This is far from enough. You should be even crazier and love me even more recklessly." Lin Yu's eyes became even more fervent. "Xiaoyan, then I will forsake everything for you, even if I am an enemy of the whole world." Xiaoyan twisted her bound body and laughed madly. "Fine, Lin Yu. Then prove it to me now. Go get rid of all those who covet you. Leave no one behind. Lin Yu gritted his teeth. As long as you want it, I'm willing to do anything. Xiaoyan's laughter came to an abrupt end as she looked at Lin Yu coldly. Lin Yu, if you can't do it, I will personally destroy you. Lin Yu stepped forward and grabbed Xiaoyan's shoulders, shaking them vigorously. Xiaoyan, don't threaten me, I've lost my mind for you. If you dare to betray me, I'll make your life worse than death. The atmosphere in the room was tense to the point where it seemed as if it would explode at any moment. Lin Yu grimaced and took a step next to Xiaoyan, gritting his teeth. Because there's no one who covets me now. Xiaoyan glared angrily. That's because you're not striking enough. You should make everyone crazy about you when only I can have you. Lin Yu's hand clenched into a fist. Xiaoyan, don't go too far. I've already done so many crazy things for you. Xiaoyan snorted coldly. You can't stand this? Lin Yu, you claim to love me, but you can't even do this? A trace of crazy determination flashed through Lin Yu's eyes. Okay, Xiaoyan, since you say so, I will do everything I can to make everyone obsessed with me, and then destroy them all, so that only you can stay by my side. Xiaoyan threw her head back and laughed. Her laugh was sharp and piercing. Lin Yu, that's more or less the same, but you'd better be true to your word. Otherwise, I'll make you regret knowing me. Lin Yu's face was grim as he snorted coldly. Yen, just wait and watch. After saying that, he roughly untied Xiaoyan. Let's go. I'll take you out. Go outside and let others take a look. Lin Yu said, directly princess hugging Xiaoyan and heading out. Xiaoyan's hands tightly encircled Lin Yu's neck. Her eyes were insanely possessive. Lin Yu, if you dare to let me down, I will make your life worse than death. Lin Yu looked down at Xiaoyan in his arms and grinned. Yen, my heart only belongs to you. No one can take it away. Xiaoyan pouted. Humph, Lin Yu, you'd better remember what you said. If I find out that you have the slightest idea about another woman, I'll personally gouge out your eyes. Lin Yu hugged Xiaoyan tightly and accelerated his steps. Yen, don't worry, I only have you in my eyes. Walking to the door, Lin Yu fiercely kicked the door open and strided into the outside world with Xiaoyan in his arms, as if declaring their crazy love to everyone. Passers-by cast curious gazes, and a few pretty boys and girls gathered around. Handsome guy, add a WeChat, a cute-looking beauty said in a delicate voice, her eyes full of anticipation. Handsome guy, ignore her and add mine. Another pretty-looking beauty was not shy. A few boys with 7 or 8 points of face value also came over. Beauty, leave a contact. Lin Yu's face instantly became gloomy as he roared. All of you get out. She's mine. No one can touch her. Xiaoyan struggled in Lin Yu's arms and screamed. Lin Yu, get rid of all of them. Not a single one of them. Lin Yu hugged Xiaoyan tightly and glared viciously at the people around him. Whoever dares to come one step closer, I'll waste them. Xiaoyan stared fiercely at the women. You people, dare to hit my man's idea. I want you to see. Lin Yu hugged Xiaoyan and walked forward with big strides, saying as he walked, Yen, don't be afraid. With me here, no one will want to separate us. Xiaoyan tightly wrapped her arms around Lin Yu's neck. Lin Yu, if you let them touch you for a second, I'll die for you. Lin Yu heard this but suddenly revealed a playful smile and actually directly kissed a cute-looking beauty in front of Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan's eyes instantly widened, and the anger in her eyes seemed like it could burn everything to the ground. Lin Yu, how dare you, how dare you. Her voice was so sharp that it almost pierced one's eardrums. Xiaoyan struggled up madly, her fingernails clawing frantically at Lin Yu's back. Lin Yu, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill all of you. Her face was twisted and her mouth was constantly cursing. You bastard. I love you so much and you did this to me. Xiaoyan's tears came out of her eyes, mixed with anger and despair. She violently broke away from Lin Yu's embrace and pounced on the cute-looking beauty. I'm going to tear your face apart. As soon as Lin Yu pulls Xiaoyan back, Xiaoyan turns her head and bites hard on Lin Yu's arm, blood pouring out. Lin Yu, you betrayed me. I won't let you go. Xiaoyan's voice was already hoarse, yet it was still filled with insane hatred. Chapter 69, You shameless thing, dare to seduce my man. That cute-looking beauty blushed with shame, still not having recovered from Lin Yu's sudden kiss. Xiaoyan looked at the beauty angrily. You shameless thing, you dare to seduce my man. With that, she reached out and grabbed at the beauty's face. Lin Yu tugged hard on Xiaoyan's arm. Xiaoyan, calm down. Xiaoyan turned her head to look at Lin Yu, her eyes filled with despair and determination. Calm? How do you want me to calm down? What's the point of me living when you humiliate me like this? At this moment, the people around were stunned by the chaotic scene, but they didn't dare to come forward to dissuade them. Xiaoyan broke free of Lin Yu's restraints and rushed towards the beautiful woman once again. It's either you die or I die today. Lin Yu hugged Xiaoyan tightly and roared. Xiaoyan, you're crazy. Xiaoyan struggled desperately in Lin Yu's arms. Let me go, Lin Yu. I'm going to die with you. Lin Yu, however, hugged her to death, a frantic smile on his face. Yen, stop it. I'm just kidding. When Xiaoyan heard this, she became even angrier. A joke? This kind of thing can be used as a joke? Lin Yu, you don't even understand how much I love you. You trample on my heart like this. Lin Yu's eyes became fierce. Yen, I don't care. This is a joke. You can only be mine. No one can snatch you away. Xiaoyan frantically tried to break free from Lin Yu's embrace, crying. Lin Yu, you crazy person. Lin Yu roared. So what if I'm crazy? I just want you to be by my side forever. Even if it means dying, you have to die with me. Lin Yu, don't you love me anymore? Xiaoyan roared, her eyes red, pounding his chest roughly. Lin Yu grabbed Xiaoyan's wrist with such force that it was as if he wanted to crush her bones. Love? Of course I love you. So much that I can't wait to rub you into my bones and blood so that you can never escape. Xiaoyan's tears came out like a dam. Then why did you do this to me? Why did you kiss another woman to hurt me? Lin Yu's eyes flashed with a crazy light. Yan, I just wanted to see your reaction, to know how much you really care about me. Xiaoyan laughed out loud in despair. Care? I'm going crazy for you and you're testing me with this kind of thing? Lin Yu, I hate you. Lin Yu tightly embraced Xiaoyan into his arms. Hate it? Even if you hate me, don't want to leave me. Xiaoyan was furious and raised her hand to slap him a few more times. Lin Yu, you devil, I've had enough of you. Each slap used her entire body's strength. Red fingerprints quickly surfaced on Lin Yu's face. Lin Yu, however, didn't have the slightest intention of letting go. Instead, he hugged him tighter. Yen, hit it as hard as you can. As long as you can get rid of your anger. Whatever you want. Xiaoyan shouted hoarsely. Take the heat off? Do you think I can still be demoralized? My heart has been broken by you in 1,000 ways. Lin Yu's eyes revealed a hint of pain and obstinacy. Yen, no matter what, I won't let go, even if you beat me to death. Before the words fell, Lin Yu directly cupped her face towards his lips and kissed her, crazily and passionately, as if he wanted to suck all of Xiaoyan's soul into his body. Xiaoyan struggled desperately, trying to break free from him, but Lin Yu's strength was too great for her to break free. Lin Yu, let go of me, you crazy person. Xiaoyan's voice was tinged with sobs, but Lin Yu turned a deaf ear and continued to revel in this crazy kiss. Finally, Lin Yu loosened his mouth and gasped. Yen, I was wrong. His eyes were filled with crazy paranoia and possessiveness that was hard to hide. Xiaoyan took a big breath of fresh air, then stared viciously at Lin Yu. Wrong? Do you think that one wrong sentence can make up for the harm you've done to me? Lin Yu, I'm going to make you taste this life as worse than death as well. Her voice was eerie, as if it came from hell. Lin Yu, however, laughed. That smile was weird to the extreme. Yen, you can torture me all you want. Just don't leave me. Xiaoyan gritted her teeth. Lin Yu, you will regret this. I will make you live in fear forever. There was a crazy killing intent in her eyes. At this moment, the air around them seemed to freeze, and a creepy chill filled the air. Suddenly, Xiaoyan pulled out a sharp dagger from her pocket and waved it in front of Lin Yu's eyes. Lin Yu, guess if I'll kill you right now? Lin Yu's expression didn't have the slightest bit of fear. Instead, he became more excited. Yen, do it. It would be my happiness to die in your hands. Xiaoyan's hand trembled, and the tip of the dagger made a shallow bloodstain on Ring Yu's skin. Ha ha ha. Lin Yu suddenly laughed up to the sky, his laughter maniacal and eerie. Yen, do it. What's this injury? Even if you cut out my heart, I still love you. Xiaoyan's eyes were filled with madness and despair. Lin Yu, you incorrigible lunatic. Lin Yu stared tightly at Xiaoyan, the corner of his mouth hooked up into a wry smile. Yen, we're madmen who were born as a pair. No one can separate us, even if it's death. We can't. Xiaoyan's hand gripped the dagger even harder as blood flowed down Lin Yu's body. Lin Yu, then we'll go to hell together. Lin Yu, however, fiercely grabbed Xiaoyan's wrist and aimed the dagger at his heart. Yen, stab in and make our love eternal. Xiaoyan's face revealed an extremely twisted expression, her eyes glaring as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. Lin Yu, do you think I wouldn't dare? I'll kill you now, and then I'll kill myself and make our love an eternal damnation. Her voice was like a hiss from hell. Lin Yu's smile grew crazier and crazier. Come on, Yen, let our blood fuse together so that no one can separate us. Xiaoyan's hand trembled violently, and just at the moment the dagger was about to stab into Lin Yu's heart, she went soft. No, Lin Yu, I can't lay my hands on you. Xiaoyan instantly went limp and the dagger in her hand fell aside as she let out a loud cry. Why I still can't let go of killing you. Lin Yu followed suit and knelt on the ground, hugging Xiaoyan tightly. Yen, I knew you couldn't let go. We are destined to be entangled for life. Chapter 70, Honey, it's my turn. Xiaoyan sobbed in his arms, her voice filled with despair and madness. Lin Yu, why are you torturing me like this? I want to kill you but I can't do it. I'm such a useless lunatic. Lin Yu kissed away her tears and then laughed. That laughter looked especially weird in the gusty winds. Yen Yen, this is our love. Painful and unbreakable. At this point, the surrounding passers-by, who had stopped to watch, were frightened by this horrible and crazy scene and ran in all directions. Some people screamed as they ran. These two are crazy. It's horrible. Others were so scared that their legs went weak and they fled. Xiaoyan suddenly raised her head and looked at the fleeing passers-by with fierce eyes. What are you running for? You cowards. This is real love. Lin Yu hugged Xiaoyan tightly and whispered in her ear. Yen Yen, don't mind them. This world is enough with just us and each other. Xiaoyan struggled frantically and hissed. It's not enough. It will never be enough. You kissed someone else, and that scar is forever etched in my heart. Lin Yu tightly hooped her, his voice with a sobbing tone. I'm sorry, Yen Yen, I shouldn't have kissed that beautiful woman. I'm really wrong. I was obsessed at that time. I deserve to die. You punish me any way you want. Xiaoyan's eyes were filled with madness and resentment. Punishment? You think that a sentence of sorry can make up for my pain? I'm going to let you also taste this feeling of having your heart cut like a knife. Lin Yu kept kissing Xiaoyan's hair and said incoherently, Yin Yin, I'm willing to do anything for you, even if it means giving my life, as long as you can forgive me, even if it means letting me go to hell. Xiaoyan suddenly quieted down, looked at Lin Yu coldly and said, fine, then go die now to prove your love for me. Without hesitation, Lin Yu picked up the dagger on the ground and aimed it at his chest. Yen Yen, as long as you can get rid of your anger, I'll do whatever. Just then, a ghastly white lightning streaked by, reflecting their ghost-like faces, and a terrifying atmosphere filled the entire space. Xiaoyan stared at Lin Yu with a cloudy expression on her face, and after a while, she gritted her teeth and said, forget it, I'll spare you this time. Lin Yu, like being pardoned, hugged Xiaoyan tightly and said excitedly, Yen Yen, thank you, I will never do it again. Xiaoyan sneered and pushed Lin Yu away. Humph, you'd better remember, if there's a next time, I really will kill you with my own hands before committing suicide, so that we can go to hell together to be an evil couple. Lin Yu nodded his head repeatedly. Yen Yen, I definitely don't dare anymore. I swear. Xiaoyan glared at him with fierce eyes. Lin Yu, listen to me carefully. From now on, you can only have me in your eyes and heart. Even if there is even a hint of disloyalty, I will make your life worse than death. Lin Yu's body involuntarily trembled violently as he was locked in a death grip by her ferocious gaze that was as if it could devour one's soul. However, his eyes flashed with a strange excited light. Yun, I know, I absolutely don't dare to go against it. Even if I were to rip out my heart, I wouldn't dare to have the slightest thought of rebelling against you. Xiaoyan snorted coldly, her face twisted and hideous, as if she was an evil spirit from hell. You'd better not really dare. If I find the slightest sign of you betraying me, I will cut off your limbs one by one, gouge out your eyes, and leave you to languish in endless darkness and pain. Hearing these horrible words, instead of being scared, Lin Yu became more and more excited. Breathing heavily, he said, Yen Yen, even if you do this to me, I'm willing to do it, because only you can make me so crazy. Xiaoyan poked her finger hard at Lin Yu's chest and emphasized again, if you dare to behave like this again, you know, I'll rip out your heart and feed it to the dogs, peel off your skin and make it into a lantern, and make all your bones tremble in pain. Her voice was sharp and piercing, as if it was a curse from hell. Lin Yu grabbed Xiaoyan's hand and kissed it, his eyes filled with crazy infatuation. Yen Yen, even if you kill me by 1,000 cuts, I'm willing, as long as you don't leave me. Xiaoyan forcefully drew back her hand and fiercely threw Lin Yu a slap. Lin Yu, you better do what you say, otherwise, I will make you regret coming to this world. A bright red palm print surfaced on Lin Yu's face, but he laughed, a creepy laugh. Yen Yen, I was born as your man, I will die as your ghost, I can't escape you in this life. Xiaoyan threw her head back and laughed, that laughter was particularly eerie in the silent night. Lin Yu, you'd better remember what you said, if you dare to go against it, I'll let you experience what true despair is. Her eyes flashed with madness, as if she could devour Lin Yu's soul. Lin Yu fiercely pulled Xiaoyan into his arms and embraced her tightly. His voice was low and eerie. Yin Yin, even if it's to the 18 layers of hell, I'll still be with you. Xiaoyan struggled, but her eyes flashed with madness and excitement. Let go of me, you maniac. Not only did Lin Yu not let go, he instead hugged him tighter. Yen Yen, don't struggle, you're mine, forever. Before the words fell, Xiaoyan slashed down with a hand knife without hesitation, her movements harsh and determined. Before Lin Yu had time to react, he was struck by this sudden blow and fainted with blurred consciousness. Immediately afterward, Xiaoyan roughly brought him straight home as if she were dragging an object, her pace hurried and frantic, and her mouth mumbling, you're mine, You'll always be mine. I don't know how long it took, but Lin Yu woke up leisurely, only to realize that he was tied to a chair and couldn't move. With a wry smile on her face, Xiaoyan slowly approached him. Honey, it's my turn now. Lin Yu stared at Xiaoyan in horror, his voice trembling as he cried out, Yen Yen, what are you doing? Xiaoyan's fingers were like cold snakes caressing Lin Yu's face, her eyes filled with crazy obsession. Don't be afraid, darling, I'm just going to make you stay with me forever and behave like a thoughtless puppet. Lin Yu struggled desperately in a frantic frenzy of panic, yelling hysterically, Xiaoyan, you're crazy, let go of me. Instead, a twisted excitement suddenly surfaced on Lin Yu's face as he gasped, come on, Yan, let me see how crazy you can get. Captivity like this makes me so excited I'm about to explode. Xiaoyan smiled a hideous smile on her face as she said, my dear, then enjoy the confinement that you can never escape from, and I will turn you into a puppet that only belongs to me. Lin Yu struggled madly but with excitement. Xiaoyan, you're crazy, let go of me. Xiaoyan's eyes instantly became ferocious. The gaze seemed to be able to spit out roaring flames. I'm crazy? It's not because you forced me to. Now, you're mine. No one can take you away. Chapter 71 Lin Yu, you pervert. Then he said, I told you honey, the moment I'm let go, I'm going to show you what crazy love is all about. Xiaoyan's voice seemed to come from the nine abysses, transmitting an endless chill. The muscles on her face were twisted, hideous and terrifying. Lin Yu, from now on, every breath you take, every movement you make, will have to be with my permission. Lin Yu looked at her in horror, his mouth shouting, Yun, calm down. Xiaoyan sneered, calm? How do you want me to be calm? You've hurt me and betrayed me over and over again. Lin Yu's eyes also flashed with a crazy light. Yen, even if you treat me like this, I still love you to the point of madness, love you so much that I can die for you. Xiaoyan held a sharp knife in her hand, gently slashing across Lin Yu's chest, her other hand tightly pulling on a rope as Lin Yu walked straight ahead without being able to help himself. Xiaoyan's eyes were filled with madness and determination. Lin Yu, come with me. If you don't give me your life today, you won't be able to leave alive. Lin Yu's face was filled with a complex look of fear and infatuation intertwined. Yen, as long as you're happy, whatever you want. Xiaoyan tugged hard on the rope and dragged Lin Yu into a dark corner. Lin Yu, I've prepared a special gift for you. Lin Yu's voice trembled with excitement. Yun, whatever it is, I'll accept it. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning streaks across the room, illuminating the creepy assortment of torture devices laid out in the corner. Wow! Lin Yu exclaimed excitedly, a frenzied gleam in his eyes. Yen, you really understand me. This is just great. Xiaoyan sneered. Lin Yu, since you're so excited, let's get started. Lin Yu nodded frantically. Yes, Yun, let me feel how deep your love is. Xiaoyan picked up a barbed whip and lashed it hard on Lin Yu. Lin Yu, this is how I love you. A blood scar instantly appeared on Lin Yu's body, but he laughed loudly. Yen, harder. This pain is nothing. Xiaoyan waved the whip even more frantically, and the entire room echoed with the sound of whiplashes and Lin Yu's maniacal laughter as the horror reached its peak. Xiaoyan's hair was disheveled, sweat sliding down her cheeks, her eyes filled with out-of-control madness. Lin Yu, is this the love you want? This is the torture you begged for. Lin Yu's body was already covered in blood, but his laughter became more and more open. Yen, it's not enough. It's far from enough. Let the pain come harder. Xiaoyan gasped and stopped her hand movements, throwing away the whip and picking up another sharp dagger. She took a step towards Lin Yu. Well then, Lin Yu, try this. Lin Yu's eyes widened. His eyes didn't have the slightest bit of fear in them. Instead, they were filled with anticipation. Yen, come on, let me see how ruthless you really are. Xiaoyan pressed the dagger against Lin Yu's throat, her voice trembling but with determination. Lin Yu, do you really think that I won't dare to kill you? Lin Yu laughed indulgently. Yen, if you kill me, our love will be eternal. Do it! Ha 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 ha. A trace of determination flashed across Xiaoyan's face as she copied the stick at the side and struck hard towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu, you brought this on yourself. Xiaoyan's voice was close to hissing, and each blow was used with all her strength. Lin Yu's laughter came to an abrupt end, replaced by muffled grunts of pain, but his eyes were still permeated with mad fascination. Yun, go on, don't stop. The sound of sticks colliding with bodies echoed through the room as Xiaoyan's tears came to her eyes. Why did we become like this? Lin Yu lifted his head with difficulty, a wry smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Because our love is different. Only then can we prove each other's existence. The stick in Xiaoyan's hand suddenly dropped, and she collapsed to the ground, crying loudly, Lin Yu, we've all gone crazy. We've all gone crazy. At this point, the room reeked of blood and despair, as if the end of the world was just around the corner. Instead, Lin Yu smiled dementedly and said, you're so cute like this, Yun. Xiaoyan lifted her tear-filled face, her eyes filled with despair and anger. Cute? You think I'm cute like this? Lin Yu, do you have a heart or not? Lin Yu was still smiling, that smile looked twisted on his blood-stained face. Yun, no matter what kind of person you are, I love you, even if you look like a crazy person now. Xiaoyan struggled to get up and rushed towards Lin Yu, punching him with both hands without stopping. Lin Yu, you pervert. Lin Yu let Xiaoyan pound him, his mouth still muttering. Yen, we were made for each other. We can't be separated. The room echoed with Xiaoyan's cries and Lin Yu's gibberish, as if plunged into endless madness and darkness. Chapter 72 Lin Yu sober. Exhausted from the fight, Xiaoyan sat helplessly on the ground, gasping for air. Lin Yu lifted his head with difficulty and looked at Xiaoyan, his voice weak but full of deep emotion. Yen, even if I die in your hands, I have a clear conscience. Xiaoyan's eyes are hollow, looking ahead, muttering, how did we become like this? This isn't love at all. It's a nightmare. Lin Yu tried to pull the corners of his mouth. No, Yun, this is our unique love that no one else can understand. Xiaoyan suddenly stood up and rushed towards those torture devices, picking up a chainsaw and walking to Lin Yu once again. Lin Yu, well then, let's finish it off today. Lin Yu had no fear on his face, even with a crazy anticipation. Yen, come on, let it all end or start over. Just at the moment Xiaoyan raised the chainsaw, her hands stopped in the air, her whole body trembling as tears welled up again. I can't do it, Lin Yu, I can't do it. Lin Yu laughed out loud, his voice filled with madness. Yen, you still can't let go of me. We are destined to be entangled like this. Xiaoyan's body trembled and the madness in her eyes grew stronger as she shouted hysterically. Lin Yu, so what if I can't let go? I've already been tortured by you, but I still can't get rid of my obsession with you. The smile on Lin Yu's face became even more hideous. Yen, then don't struggle. Sink into this crazy love with me and never think of getting out. Xiaoyan rushed over and clenched her hands around Lin Yu's neck. Lin Yu, I really want to strangle you like this and end all this pain. Lin Yu, however, did not resist, but instead said enjoyably, Yun, harder, let me feel your anger, feel your love for me. Xiaoyan's hand tightened more and more, and Lin Yu's face gradually turned blue, but his eyes were still permeated with fervent love. Just as Lin Yu was about to suffocate, Xiaoyan suddenly let go and collapsed to the ground crying. Lin Yu was panting heavily, but he was still laughing. Ha 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 ha, Yen, you still can't get down. Lin Yu suddenly came to his senses. Xiaoyan, what are you doing? Holy, how did I? Xiaoyan, I'm in pain. Xiaoyan froze in place, her eyes full of confusion and helplessness. Lin Yu, I don't know. I can't control myself. Lin Yu looked at the scars on his body and then to the bloodstained knife in Xiaoyan's hand. His voice trembled. Xiaoyan, this is not love. Xiaoyan shook her head frantically. No, Lin Yu, this is love. And only such fierce love can justify our existence. Lin Yu roared. Enough. This is sick and twisted. Xiaoyan's tears ran out. Lin Yu, you're saying this now. Don't you love me anymore? Lin Yu painfully closed his eyes and pretended. I love you, but this love is too heavy and painful. Xiaoyan raised the knife and aimed it at her chest. Lin Yu, if I can't love like this, then I'd rather die. Lin Yu was shocked. Xiaoyan, don't. The knife in Xiaoyan's hand was already close to her chest as she tearfully looked at Lin Yu. Lin Yu, without you, what's the point of me living? Lin Yu struggled and shouted. I don't remember anything. Let go of me. Xiaoyan's eyes instantly became desperate. What did you say? You don't remember our love? Lin Yu's expression was pained and confused. I don't know. My head hurts. I don't know what love is. Let go of me. The knife in Xiaoyan's hand slowly fell as she staggered back a few steps. Lin Yu, how could you forget? How could you? At this moment, the room fell into a deathly silence, with only the heavy breathing of the two men. Xiaoyan, mud horse, you damn quickly hit 120 ah. I have a lot of pain in my body. Lin Yu said weakly, with a hint of trembling and fear in his voice, as if waking up from a dream. Xiaoyan fumbled for her cell phone. Lin Yu, hang in there, you'll be fine. But her hands were shaking so badly that the phone slipped out of her hand several times. Why can't I find it? Why can't I find it? Lin Yu's face grew paler and paler. Cold sweat kept rolling down from his forehead. Using his last ounce of strength to roar Xiaoyan, you hurry up. Xiaoyan finally dialed the phone and incoherently begged the caller for help. After hanging up the phone, she jumped to Lin Yu's side and held his hand tightly. Lin Yu, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. You must hang in there. Xiaoyan, what the hell is going on? Lin Yu asked weakly, his eyes filled with doubt and pain. Lin Yu, you said you like this? Xiaoyan's voice carried a hint of trembling and madness. Lin Yu's eyes widened. When did I say that? Xiaoyan, holy, are you drunk? You crazy bastard. Xiaoyan's tears came out again. Have you forgotten? You once said that this kind of love is what makes it exciting and engraved in your heart. Lin Yu shook his head with difficulty. No, I'm not. Xiaoyan, are you hallucinating? Xiaoyan's expression became even more distorted. Lin Yu, why are you denying it? Why did you lie to me? Chapter 73, Let's break up. Just then, the sound of an ambulance came from outside. Xiaoyan looked like she had grabbed a lifesaver. Lin Yu, the person who saved you is here. You'll be fine. Lin Yu's consciousness was already a bit blurry. Xiaoyan, hopefully after this time, you'll come to your senses. The paramedics rushed in and quickly lifted Lin Yu onto a stretcher. Xiaoyan tries to follow in the car, but is stopped by the paramedics. Miss, please calm down. You can't follow the car. Xiaoyan cried out in desperation. Let me go. I want to stay with him. Eventually, Xiaoyan got into the car and paced back and forth in the hospital's corridors. Her hands twisted tightly together. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. She kept mumbling. After an unknown amount of time, the lights in the operating room finally went out. The doctor walked out and Xiaoyan rushed to meet him. Doctor, how is he? The doctor took off his mask and said with a grimace, the patient is out of life-threatening danger for the time being, but his injuries are serious and require further observation. Xiaoyan's legs went weak and she almost collapsed to the ground. She came outside Lin Yu's hospital room and looked through the window at Lin Yu lying on the hospital bed, tears blurring her eyes once again. Lin Yu, when you wake up, we'll start over and never be this crazy again. Xiaoyan's voice was no longer frantic, but filled with deep guilt and anticipation, and her eyes no longer had that paranoid madness in them, but instead showed tenderness and worry. She sat quietly in a chair outside the hospital room, her hands on her knees, her head buried in the crook of her arm, and sobbed in a small voice. It's my fault for screwing everything up. Rinyu, you have to get better. I'll change and we'll have a normal life. At this time, Xiaoyan is no longer the sickly girl who scares people, but just an ordinary woman who loves Lin Yu deeply and blames herself painfully for her own faults. Xiaoyan continued to stand up and pace back and forth, her mouth chattering. Lin Yu, you must get better soon. I promise I'll never do this again. I will learn to love you normally and give you warmth and peace. Her steps were slightly panicked, anxiety and unease written all over her face. Occasionally, she stopped and looked at the door to the hospital room, as if Rinyu would come out of it in the next second and tell her that everything was okay. As time passed by, Xiaoyan's heart became tighter and tighter. It suddenly occurred to her that she should buy some fruit for Rinyu, so she hurriedly ran to the fruit store outside the hospital. Along the way, her footsteps were hurried, and in her heart, she kept praying that Lin Yu would get well soon. When they arrived at the fruit store, Xiaoyan was a bit lost in thought, not knowing what to choose. The shopkeeper inquired a few times before she came back to her senses and haphazardly picked out some fruits that Rinyu usually loved. After paying the money, Xiaoyan hurried back to the hospital again. With fruits in her hand, her heart was full of attachment to Lin Yu. Lin Yu finally woke up after being in a coma for a few days. The moment Xiaoyan saw Lin Yu open his eyes, she was so excited that tears came to her eyes. Lin Yu, you finally woke up. I was so worried about you. Lin Yu's eyes were still a bit confused and his voice was weak as he said, Xiaoyan, what's wrong with me? Xiaoyan held his hand tightly. It's all my fault. I was too impulsive and did so many crazy things that made you get hurt. Lin Yu gently shook his head. What's in the past is in the past, as long as you're good in the future. Xiaoyan nodded her head vigorously. Well, it will be. I'll never do that again. Xiaoyan, I've thought about it for a long time. Let's break up. Lin Yu said these words with difficulty, his eyes filled with determination. Xiaoyan was struck by lightning. Her entire body froze in place. Lin Yu, why? I already know it's wrong. I'll change. Lin Yu looked away, not daring to look at Xiaoyan's eyes. There are some injuries that cannot be repaired once they are caused. A relationship like ours is too unhealthy and tiring. Xiaoyan's tears welled up in her eyes. No, Lin Yu, I can't live without you. Give me another chance, okay? Lin Yu took a deep breath. Xiaoyan, let go. It's good for both of us. Xiaoyan pounced on Lin Yu's bedside and begged bitterly. Lin Yu, don't leave me, please. The ward was filled with Xiaoyan's cries, but Lin Yu remained silent. Later, Xiaoyan, you monster. Lin Yu couldn't help but whisper, his tone carrying helplessness and exhaustion. Xiaoyan's crying stopped abruptly when she heard this, and she raised her head, her eyes filled with disbelief and deep hurt. Lin Yu, how dare you call me a monster? In your heart, that's what I am? Lin Yu frowned. Xiaoyan, look at how far we've come. Isn't all this crazy enough? Xiaoyan's body trembled slightly. That's all because I love you so much. Lin Yu closed his eyes tiredly. But I can't afford such love. Xiaoyan slowly stood up. Her eyes became hollow. Okay, since you think so, then I'll go. And from now on, I'll never pester you again. When she finished speaking, she turned toward the door of the hospital room, each step seeming unbearably heavy. At that moment, a nurse passed by her and sighed softly. A sigh that seemed to carry endless pity and seemed to lament the end of the lovers. After a few more days, Lin Yu's physical condition had significantly improved, and he was already able to get up and walk. He slowly sat up from the hospital bed, his steps slightly wobbly, yet each step was taken with unshakable determination. Warm sunlight shone in through the window and fell gently on him, but it just couldn't chase away the sadness that looked like dark clouds in his eyes. He tried pacing back and forth in the hospital room, feeling this long-lost freedom of movement with his heart. However, his heart was always filled with Xiaoyan's figure. When he recalled the days when he and Xiaoyan used to be together, there were times when they loved passionately and times when they were entangled. His mood became more and more chaotic. Lin Yu walked to the window and stared blankly outside, his mind seemingly flying to a faraway place. He kept wondering in his mind if his decision to break up was too harsh, and if Xiaoyan was doing well now. But when I think of those painful pasts, I feel that a breakup might be better for both of them. Just as Lin Yu was lost in thought, the door to the hospital room was gently pushed open. Chapter 74, Divorce at the Civil Service Bureau. The one who walked in was none other than Xiaoyan. She was seen looking nervous, clutching their marriage license tightly in her hand, and carefully inquired, "Lin Yu, are we really not going to be able to go back?" Lin Yu's body trembled at the sound of his voice, and he slowly turned around, his gaze falling on Xiaoyan, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Xiaoyan bit her lip, tears flashing in her eyes, her voice carrying a hint of trembling. "I've thought a lot during this time. I really don't want to give up on our relationship just like that." Lin Yu was silent, just staring at Xiaoyan tightly, as if he wanted to see through her with that gaze. Xiaoyan took a few steps forward, close to Lin Yu, and continued, "Have you forgotten all those good things that were once there? The storms we weathered together, the vows we made together." Her voice grew lower and lower, permeated with endless sadness. Lin Yu took a deep breath, looked away, and said in a hoarse voice, "Xiaoyan, you should know that the problem between us is not that easy to solve." Xiaoyan's tears finally couldn't hold back as she choked out, "I know, but as long as we still love each other, we can definitely overcome all the difficulties, can't we?" Lin Yu's hands unconsciously clenched, his heart in an extreme struggle. At this point, the ward fell into a silence, with only Xiaoyan's soft sobbing echoing, as if telling of the twists and turns and hardships of their love. "Yen, don't cry." Lin Yu's heart clenched violently. His tone carried a few moments of panic and heartache. Xiaoyan raised her head and looked at him with teary eyes, choking back sobs. "Lin Yu, I can't help myself. I really don't want to lose you." Lin Yu reached out his hand, wanting to wipe away her tears, but then hesitantly stopped in mid-air. His eyes were filled with contradiction and pain. "Xiaoyan, I don't want this either." "But we," Xiaoyan interrupted. "There's no buts. As long as you're still willing, we can definitely start over." Lin Yu lowered his head and fell into deep contemplation. Xiaoyan's gaze was locked onto him, not letting go of any slight change of expression on his face. "Let's go, Xiaoyan. Let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau for a divorce." Lin Yu's voice was low and determined, as if he had used all his strength to say these words. Xiaoyan's body jolted, her face filled with disbelief. "Lin Yu, what did you say? Are you really going to be so cruel?" Her voice was close to hissing as tears once again surged out. Lin Yu didn't dare to look her in the eyes and just turned his head, his gaze looking out the window. "This is the best ending for us." Xiaoyan rushed over and grabbed Lin Yu's arm tightly. "No, this isn't. Why are you afraid to face our feelings? Why do you give up so easily?" Lin Yu forcefully broke away from her hand and said through clenched teeth, "Xiaoyan, stop pestering me. I've already made up my mind." Xiaoyan sat on the ground in despair, her eyes empty. "Lin Yu, you will regret this. You will definitely regret this." Then, Xiaoyan rolled around on the ground. "Lin Yu, I don't care. I don't want to divorce you." Xiaoyan shouted at the top of her voice, her hair disheveled, completely disregarding her image. Lin Yu's brows were furrowed and his face was filled with helplessness and boredom. "Xiaoyan, don't be like this. This will only make us more embarrassed for each other." Xiaoyan turned a deaf ear and continued to cry. "I've paid so much for you. How can you do this to me?" Lin Yu looked away, his tone cold. "Enough, Xiaoyan. This marriage must be divorced." Xiaoyan stopped her movements violently, staring blankly at Lin Yu, and suddenly let out a cold laugh. "Good, Lin Yu, remember today." Lin Yu was as if he hadn't heard her words, looking resolute, reaching out to pull Xiaoyan, his voice icy cold. Go to the Civil Affairs Bureau right now to get your marriage divorced." Xiaoyan shook off his hand fiercely and shouted angrily, "Lin Yu, don't touch me." Lin Yu's face grew more and more somber as he once again reached out and pulled Xiaoyan, regardless of her struggles, forcibly tugging her towards the outside of the hospital room. "Lin Yu, you heartless man," Xiaoyan shouted hoarsely, tears flowing freely, her face filled with despair and anger. At this point, people in the hallway were looking sideways, casting curious and puzzled glances. Some people whispered, others looked sympathetic, and still others pointed. Lin Yu's footsteps did not pause in the slightest, and he pulled Xiaoyan tightly, as if he had made some sort of determination to cut this relationship off completely. Xiaoyan cried as she struggled. Lin Yu, what did I do wrong for you to do this to me? Lin Yu ignored her and walked towards the elevator with a firm gaze, the strength in his hands not decreasing at all, yanking Xiaoyan to a stagger. Lin Yu, you can't be so cruel. Answer me. Xiaoyan's voice had taken on a sobbing tone and was nearly hoarse. The surrounding chatter was getting louder and louder, but Lin Yu seemed to stay out of it, not affected in the slightest. Just as they were about to walk to the elevator, Xiaoyan violently broke away from Lin Yu's hand, sat down on the ground, and bawled, I'm not leaving. If you don't make it clear today, I won't leave even if I die. Lin Yu stopped and looked back at Xiaoyan. A hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by indifference. Just then, the elevator doors slowly opened. Lin Yu took a deep breath and once again reached out his hand, pulling Xiaoyan hard, trying to bring her into the elevator. Xiaoyan's face was full of tears. Her hands grasped the handrail of the elevator doorway with a death grip and cried, Lin Yu, I beg you, don't be so heartless, give me another chance, okay? Lin Yu was unmoved. His hands increased in strength, and his voice said icily, Xiaoyan, stop, we must settle this today. Xiaoyan's fingers were white from overexertion. Her eyes were filled with despair and unwillingness. Lin Yu, you'll regret it. You'll definitely regret today's decision. The more people gathered around them, the more noisy the chatter became. Lin Yu's face became more and more ugly as he made a fierce effort to break Xiaoyan's fingers that were gripping the handrail and forcefully pulled her into the elevator. The elevator doors slowly closed, and Xiaoyan leaned helplessly against the elevator wall, her eyes empty as if she had lost her soul. Lin Yu, on the other hand, clenched his fists and stared straight ahead, not knowing what he was thinking. The elevator doors slowly opened, and Lin Yu once again tried to pull Xiaoyan out, but Xiaoyan didn't move as if she had roots on the ground. Lin Yu used all his strength, but he still couldn't pull her. Xiaoyan, stop being stubborn. Lin Yu's voice carried a hint of annoyance. Xiaoyan's eyes were firm and she bit her lip, just refusing to move a step. Seeing this situation, Lin Yu's heart crossed, so he directly bent down and picked up Xiaoyan, ignoring her struggles and cries. Striding towards the direction of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Xiaoyan kept pounding his chest in his arms, crying, Lin Yu, put me down. You can't do this to me. Lin Yu held her tightly, his pace not slowing down at all. People passing by around them were giving sideways glances, pointing and whispering at their heated scene. What's going on here? It looks like it's going to be a divorce, and it's a hell of a mess. But Lin Yu was completely unconcerned. His face was expressionless as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to end this entanglement that was causing him so much pain as soon as possible. Lin Yu held Xiaoyan, who was still struggling, and walked to the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau with hurried footsteps. He put down Xiaoyan, took her hand again, and walked straight in. Xiaoyan had cried herself hoarse, her hair was disheveled, and her makeup was smudged. Lin Yu, please, don't do this. Her voice carried a deep despair, but Lin Yu, as if he was determined, pulled Xiaoyan's hand tightly, not stopping for a moment, his pace firm and urgent. At this time, a staff member from the Civil Affairs Bureau came over, with doubt and concern on his face, and inquired, what are you doing? Why are you in such a hurry? Lin Yu didn't stop and just replied coldly, come for a divorce. When Xiaoyan heard this emotionless reply from Lin Yu, she cried even more and her body became a little unsteady. Seeing this, the staff quickly said, don't be impulsive, have a talk, divorce is not a small matter. Lin Yu, however, did not listen at all and continued to pull Xiaoyan forward. The staff had no choice but to follow them and continue to persuade them. Calm down first, think clearly, and don't make decisions that you will regret. However, it was as if Lin Yu did not hear the staff's persuasion, and was bent on getting a divorce as soon as possible. Soon, the staff started to process the procedures for them. Xiaoyan was already crying so much that she couldn't catch her breath. Her entire body was trembling unceasingly, and her mouth was muttering, Lin Yu, why did it turn out like this? Why? Lin Yu's face was still gloomy, his eyes staring at the documents on the table, not glancing at the heartbroken Xiaoyan beside him. While the staff handled the process, they couldn't help but urge again, are you guys really not going to think about it anymore? Xiaoyan looked at Lin Yu with tear-filled eyes and said in a hoarse voice, Lin Yu, as long as you say no to divorce, I'm willing to change anything. But Lin Yu remained silent, his expression cold and hard as a stone sculpture, as if he had already made up his mind to completely end this marriage that was once full of sweetness and longing. The staff member shook his head helplessly and continued to follow the process of divorce. When each document was handed to Lin Yu, he signed his name without hesitation. His movements were crisp and clear without a hint of hesitation. Xiaoyan's tears were like a flood that broke the dike. She couldn't stop them, and her gaze always stayed on Lin Yu. hoping to see even a hint of faltering from his face, but it's like Lin Yu has been frozen inside, and he doesn't react to Xiaoyan's grief and pleas. Lin Yu, are you really so heartless? We used to love each other so much. Xiaoyan's voice was filled with despair and heartbreak. Lin Yu remained unmoved, with a face of cold determination, as if the Xiaoyan in front of him was just a stranger. Seeing that the divorce procedures are about to be completed, only Xiaoyan's final signature is missing. Xiaoyan, sign quickly. Lin Yu's voice did not have the slightest bit of temperature, and the words of urgency were like a sharp blade that pierced Xiaoyan's heart once again. Xiaoyan stared blankly at the document in front of her, tears blurring her vision. Her hand trembled as she picked up the pen, but she was slow to drop it. Do I really have to sign it? Lin Yu, can we really not go back? Xiaoyan's voice was filled with pain and reluctance. Lin Yu turned his head away from her, no longer looking at her, and just said coldly, sign it, don't delay any longer. Xiaoyan's heart was like falling into an ice cave. She bit her lip and finally slowly signed her name on the document. It was as if that stroke was not on the paper, but carved into the tip of her heart, each stroke carrying an endless pain. After signing, it was as if all her strength had been drained out of her, and she sat paralyzed in her chair, her eyes empty and lifeless. Lin Yu quickly took the documents and handed them to the staff. Without a trace of sadness on his face, he just mechanically completed the rest of the process. The staff couldn't help but sigh softly as they looked at the couple who had become strangers. The formalities have been completed, and from now on, you, the staff's voice carried a hint of helplessness and regret, will no longer be husband and wife. Lin Yu nodded silently and without another glance at Xiaoyan, he turned around to leave. Xiaoyan, however, suddenly stood up and said with a trembling voice, Lin Yu, is this the result you wanted? Lin Yu's footsteps lurched, but he didn't turn around. He just said coldly, this is the best ending for us. After saying this, he walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau with great strides. She looked at Lin Yu's departing back and tears once again came to her eyes. At that moment, the sky suddenly started pouring with rain, as if it was also crying for their separation. Xiaoyan walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau in a state of disorientation, and the rain poured down instantly, wetting her whole body without mercy. She was like a soulless puppet, her eyes were empty, her feet were floating, and every step was incredibly difficult. Chapter 75, Fighting in the Hospital. The vibrant Xiaoyan in the past seemed to have disappeared, and at the moment she was like a walking corpse, mechanically taking steps in the direction of her home. The rain ran down her hair, blurring her vision, but she seemed oblivious. Pedestrians on the road were speeding up their steps to avoid the rain, and occasionally people cast curious or sympathetic glances at her, but Xiaoyan didn't care. Her mind kept flashing back to the bits and pieces of her time with Lin Yu, and all those once sweet moments had now fizzled out, leaving only endless pain and memories. Xiaoyan walked like this in the rain for who knows how long, and finally arrived in front of the villa, but when she took out her key and prepared to open the door, she realized that her hands were so shaky that she couldn't even insert the key into the lock hole. Her body kept trembling, and the rain and tears mixed together, making her look incredibly wretched. On the other hand, Lin Yu returned to the hospital and sat in the empty hospital room, recalling everything that had happened today and falling into a long meditation. Xiaoyan's desperate eyes and heartbroken face kept surfacing in front of his eyes, and a trace of guilt and remorse couldn't help but flood his heart. Did I do something wrong? Lin Yu muttered. The rain was still falling outside the window, as if it was also saddened by their end. Just then, Lin Yu's cell phone rang, an unfamiliar number. Lin Yu frowned and hesitated before picking it up. A delicate but slightly frantic voice came from the other end of the phone. Lin Yu, I finally waited for this day. When Lin Yu heard this, his face instantly became gloomy. The owner of this voice was none other than the sickly girl Luo Yi, and Lin Yu was well aware of her madness and paranoia. Luo Yi, what do you want? Lin Yu lowered his voice, his tone filled with caution. Humph, Lin Yu, you and Xiaoyan are divorced. Now you're mine. Luo Yi's voice carried a bit of triumph and madness. Lin Yu gritted his teeth and said, Luo Yi, don't be crazy. It's impossible for me and you. Impossible? Luo Yi sneered. Lin Yu, you don't have a choice. I'll do anything for you. Lin Yu's heart tightened. He knew that Luo Yi said it could be done. A deep sense of fear surged to his heart. Lin Yu, I'll come to the hospital to find you right away. Luo Yi's voice seemed to carry a hook, making Lin Yu shudder. Lin Yu's hand holding the phone trembled slightly as he tried to calm himself down. Luo Yi, don't mess around. But there was already a hang-up beep on the other end of the line. Lin Yu paced back and forth in the hospital room, fine beads of sweat breaking out on his forehead. He didn't know what kind of crazy behavior Luo Yi would do, and his heart was filled with uneasiness and anxiety. Time seemed to have become incomparably long, and every second of waiting caused Lin Yu's nerves to grow tighter and tighter. His mind kept floating back to Luo Yi's paranoid and crazy eyes, as well as those extreme behaviors of hers in the past. Suddenly, a clear sound of high heels rang out in the corridor, the sound getting closer and closer, each stroke like a knock on Lin Yu's heart. His breathing became rapid and his hands unconsciously clenched into fists. Da, da, da. The sound of footsteps stopped at the entrance of the hospital room, and it was as if Lin Yu's heartbeat stopped at this moment. The door of the hospital room was slowly pushed open, and Luo Yi's delicate but with a few twisted smiles face appeared in front of Lin Yu's eyes. Luo Yi. With panic, Lin Yu couldn't help but call out her name, his voice becoming a little shaky due to his extreme nervousness. His eyes were wide with disbelief as he looked at the woman in front of him. Luo Yi walked into the hospital room one step at a time. Each step felt like it was stepping on Lin Yu's heart, causing his breathing to become more and more rapid. Lin Yu, isn't it a surprise to see me? Luo Yi's voice carried a trace of eerie gentleness, but this gentleness sounded more frightening to Lin Yu than any threat. Lin Yu involuntarily stepped back until his back was against the wall and there was nowhere else to run. You, don't you come over. Lin Yu's voice was filled with fear and helplessness. Luo Yi, however, didn't stop in the slightest, her eyes glittering with madness, and the smile at the corner of her mouth growing more and more bizarre. Lin Yu, you're mine, forever. As she said that, she reached out her hand, wanting to touch Lin Yu's face. Lin Yu inclined his head in horror and tried to avoid her hand. Luo Yi, you're crazy, don't touch me, he yelled. Luo Yi's movements froze in midair, and the smile on her face instantly disappeared, replaced by anger and resentment. You dare to hide from me? How dare you hide from me? Her voice became shrill and piercing. Lin Yu's heart was beating rapidly, as if it was about to pop out of his throat. He clung to the wall, his body unable to stop trembling. Right at this moment, Luo Yi suddenly pounced on Lin Yu like an out-of-control beast, her hands grasping his arms with all her might in a death grip, her long nails seeming like sharp fangs, almost embedding themselves deeply into his flesh. Lin Yu, don't you dare leave me again, Luo Yi shouted hoarsely, her eyes burning with almost maniacal possessiveness, as if she wanted to devour Lin Yu whole. Lin Yu sucked in a breath of cold air in pain and desperately tried to break free from her. Luo Yi, let go of me, you're breaking the law. Luo Yi, however, as if she had gone deaf, turned a deaf ear to his words. Instead, she grabbed him even more frantically and hard. Breaking the law? For you, I don't care about anything, even if I'm the enemy of the world, I'll still keep you by my side. After saying that, Luo Yi even directly kissed Lin Yu's lips without any care. That kiss carried brutality and dominance. Lin Yu only felt incomparable despair. He could never have imagined being so pestered by this crazy woman, yet he had absolutely no idea how to get rid of her. Suddenly, the door to the hospital room was pushed open again and an unexpected person appeared in the doorway. It was Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan's hair was wet and plastered to her face, and her eyes were cold and crazy, more so than Luo Yi ever was. What are you doing? Xiaoyan's voice seemed to come from hell with a piercing chill. Luo Yi and Lin Yu were both stunned by this sudden situation and forgot to move for a moment. Xiaoyan walked into the hospital room one step at a time, each step carrying a strong sense of oppression. Lin Yu, you're actually with this woman? Her gaze was dead set on Lin Yu, as if she wanted to eat him alive. Luo Yi came back to her senses and said provocatively, he's mine now, you abandoned woman. Xiaoyan sneered, my things, even if I don't want them, it's not your turn. Saying that, she violently rushed towards Luo Yi, her hands directly choking Luo Yi's neck. Luo Yi wasn't willing to show weakness and desperately resisted. Lin Yu was at a loss for words as he was scared, and the ward was a mess. Just as the situation was about to get out of control, Xiaoyan suddenly let go of her hand and turned her head to look at Lin Yu with a look that gave Lin Yu the creeps. Her gaze was filled with crazy obsession and deep resentment, as if she wanted to devour Lin Yu's soul. Xiaoyan took one step towards Lin Yu, each step carrying a chilling aura. Luo Yi took the opportunity to catch her breath, and then glared viciously at Xiaoyan. Lin Yu is mine, don't you dare take it away. With that, she clenched her fists and charged towards Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan sidestepped and dodged, followed by a return punch that hit Luo Yi right in the stomach. Luo Yi was in pain, but became even more frantic and swung her fist at Xiaoyan again. The two just fought with each other, the sound of their angry yells and fists hitting flesh filling the hospital room. Lin Yu looked on in horror, wanting to stop but not daring to step forward. Suddenly, Xiaoyan made a dash and slammed Luo Yi into the wall. Luo Yi's head hit hard, making a muffled bang sound, but she acted as if she couldn't feel the pain, her eyes blazing with rage, an angry hiss escaping her mouth, and she struggled to get up again to pounce on Xiaoyan. Undaunted, Xiaoyan sidestepped Luo Yi's lunge and followed it up with a roundhouse kick to Luo Yi's waist. Luo Yi staggered back a few steps, but quickly stabilized herself and charged again. The two swung their fists at each other like rain. Xiaoyan's face was filled with determination and madness, while Luo Yi's face was grim and defiant. Their gasps and curses mingled together, plunging the entire ward into an atmosphere of utter chaos and terror. "You crazy woman! Don't try to steal from me!" Luo Yi roared, swinging out her fist with a vicious force. Xiao Yan gritted her teeth and responded, "Lin, you can only be mine." Her eyes grew crazier and crazier, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from between her teeth. Luo Yi wasn't willing to show weakness either, screaming, "Don't you dare! He's mine! I won't let you have him." Saying this, she once again swung her fist towards Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan sidesteps it and follows up with a punch to the shoulder of Luo Yi. Luo Yi grunted, but fought back even more frantically, punching Xiaoyan in the stomach. Xiaoyan was knocked back a few steps, but quickly recharged and wrestled with Luo Yi. Their fists kept swinging, with no regard for whether or not they would get hurt. "Lin Yu is mine. No one can take it away," Xiaoyan roared, using all her strength in every punch. Luo Yi also shouted frantically, "I'd do anything for him. You're no match for me." The fight between the two grew more and more intense, and the ward was a mess as things were knocked around. Xiao Yan looked like she had been galvanized into total insanity, her eyes burning with a blazing rage, each punch carrying a reckless viciousness. Luo Yi also did not flinch and desperately retaliated. Xiaoyan jerked to a side, avoiding Luo Yi's fist, then quickly threw a punch, striking Luo Yi straight in the abdomen. Luo Yi suffered pain and her movements were slightly slowed down. Xiao Yan seized this opportunity and swung her fist continuously, landing punches on Luo Yi's arm and body. Lloyd is getting physically weaker and his defense is showing holes. Xiaoyan saw the right moment and landed a powerful straight punch, causing Luo Yi to stumble, followed by a kick to Luo Yi's leg. Luo Yi could no longer support herself and fell heavily to the ground. "Humph, you're no match for me at all," Xiaoyan gasped and said viciously. Luo Yi fell to the ground, her eyes still full of unwillingness and madness. "I won't give up." Xiaoyan stepped forward and raised her foot as if to attack again. However, right at this moment, Luo Yi erupted a force from nowhere, fiercely stood up, and quickly ran away before Xiaoyan could react. Xiaoyan angrily shouted at Luo Yi's back, "You can't get away. Lin Yu is mine after all." Without looking back, Luo Yi ran desperately, her heart filled with resentment and unwillingness. Xiaoyan walked towards Lin Yu step by step. Her gaze was like ice as she said coldly, "Lin Yu, from now on, you can only belong to me." Chapter 76, Xiaoyan Coma. Lin Yu looked at Xiaoyan who was approaching step by step. His body involuntarily trembled, and his voice carried an obvious tremor. "Xiaoyan, what are you doing? Don't be like this. It's too scary." Xiaoyan let out a cold laugh, her eyes becoming more and more stern. "Lin Yu, are you afraid of me?" Lin Yu swallowed and tried to calm himself down a bit, saying, "Xiaoyan, you've become unrecognizable to me. Just calm down, okay?" Xiaoyan turned a deaf ear and continued to approach Lin Yu, muttering, "I became like this for you and you're afraid of me?" Lin Yu was cornered and had nowhere to retreat. His forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, his eyes were filled with fear and helplessness. His voice trembled as he said, "Xiaoyan, we are divorced. You should stop pestering me like this." When Xiaoyan heard this, her body shook slightly and the expression on her face instantly became even more hideous as she roared, "Divorce? So what? You think you can get rid of me just because you're divorced? Don't even think about it." Xiaoyan's eyes were wide and red. "Lin Yu, even if you get divorced, you're the person I've decided to be with in my life. No one can snatch you away from me." Lin Yu closed his eyes in despair. "Xiaoyan, this is fruitless for you. We can't go back." Xiaoyan sneered, "Can't go back? Then I'll create a new beginning, one where it's just you and me." Just then, the door to the hospital room was violently pushed open and a group of paramedics rushed in. "Stop it all. Stop it," the doctor in charge bellowed. Xiaoyan, however, acted as if she didn't hear it, still staring at Lin Yu with a death glare, saying, "No one can stop me from being with Lin Yu." The paramedics quickly stepped forward and tried to pull Xiaoyan back. Xiaoyan struggled desperately, yelling, "Let go of me. You guys let go of me." Lin Yu took the opportunity to move away from the corner, a look of exhaustion and helplessness on his face. "This lady, please calm down. This is a hospital, not a place for you to spill your guts," a nurse said seriously. Xiaoyan's strength seemed to have been drained in an instant. She stopped struggling and just looked at Lin Yu with empty eyes, tears sliding down her cheeks. "Lin Yu, why are you doing this to me?" she muttered. Lin Yu looked away, not daring to look her in the eye. The paramedic slowly released his hand when he saw that Xiaoyan had quieted down a little. "All of you go out. I want to talk to Lin Yu alone," Xiaoyan suddenly said. The doctor frowned. "I'm afraid that's not going to work. You're emotionally unstable right now." Xiaoyan bit her lip. "I promise I won't make any more trouble. Please, let me speak to him alone." The doctors and nurses looked at each other and hesitated for a moment before finally walking out of the room and closing the door. Xiaoyan slowly got up with a weird smile on her face, a smile that sent shivers down one's spine. "Lin Yu, You've been eating takeout for the past few days. Xiaoyan's voice came quietly. Lin Yu subconsciously nodded and said, yes. A hint of dissatisfaction showed in Xiaoyan's eyes. Come on, that's unhealthy. Lin Yu froze for a moment, not expecting her to say something like that at a time like this. What does this have to do with you? Lin Yu said with a frown. Xiaoyan's smile instantly disappeared and was replaced by a look of sorrow. How is it not related to me? I care about everything about you. Lin Yu sighed helplessly. Xiaoyan, don't be like this. We are no longer possible. Xiaoyan's eyes became fierce. Impossible? As long as I'm alive. It's possible. Lin Yu looked at the nearly maniacal Xiaoyan, his heart filled with fear and helplessness. Xiaoyan, don't be like this. You really can't go back. Xiaoyan's expression instantly eased and changed to a careful look as she softly said, Lin Yu, let's start over. I'll cook for you. I'll take care of you. I'll do anything with you. Please come back to me. Her eyes were full of anticipation and begging, and her hands unconsciously clutched the corners of her coat. Lin Yu turned his head away, not daring to look directly at her gaze. Xiaoyan, don't be like this. I really can't accept you anymore. Xiaoyan's tears were swirling in her eyes, her voice tinged with sobs. Why? I've already begged you in such a humble manner. I'll do anything for you. I'll even give up everything I have. Why do you still refuse? Lin Yu took a deep breath. Xiaoyan, your love is too heavy and crazy for me to bear. Xiaoyan bit her lip, her body trembling slightly. No, you must be lying to me. You still love me, right? Her voice trembled with desperation, and her eyes were full of supplication. Let's go, Lin Yu. People are begging you, okay? Xiaoyan carefully inquired. Tears rolled down uncontrollably, the appearance of the pitiful. Who saw not say I see pity? Lin Yu looked at such Xiaoyan. His heart could not help but be flooded with a trace of intolerance, and his original firm heart began to waver a little. Xiaoyan, Lin Yu wanted to say something. His face was full of tangles and struggles. Seeing this, Xiaoyan hurriedly stepped forward and tightly grasped Lin Yu's arm. Lin Yu, I know I didn't do well in the past. I'll change. I'll really change. Will you give me another chance? Her voice was filled with eagerness and longing. Lin Yu sighed deeply, his expression gradually becoming softer. Xiaoyan, I don't know if I can still trust you. Xiaoyan hurriedly said. Lin Yu, believe me this time, just this time, I will definitely let you see my change. Lin Yu frowned with a hesitant expression. Xiaoyan eagerly added. Lin Yu, I'll give you kisses at will. Is that okay? As long as you're willing to return to me, anything. Her face flushed with a hint of red, but her eyes were filled with determination. Lin Yu's eyes widened in shock at her words. Xiaoyan, don't trample on yourself like this. Xiaoyan shook her head. Tears kept flowing. I didn't trample on myself. I don't care about anything for you. Lin Yu sighed helplessly. Xiaoyan, you're making it difficult for me. Xiaoyan suddenly jumped into Lin Yu's arms and hugged him tightly. Lin Yu, people are begging you. Don't reject them anymore. Her voice carried a sobbing tone, her body trembling slightly from crying. Lin Yu, I really can't live without you. Every day I'm away from you is like I'm suffering in hell. As long as you promise to come back to me, let me do whatever you want. I can get up early every morning to prepare breakfast for you, and put the bath water on for you at night, and I will obediently listen to you, and no longer be willful or lose my temper. I'm sorry, Xiaoyan said while holding Lin Yu tighter, as if he would disappear if he let go. Lin Yu, I know I went too far before, but that was all because I loved you so much that I lost my mind. Now I understand. I'll change. I'll become what you like. Please, give me another chance. Just this once, okay? Xiaoyan raised her head and looked at Lin Yu with teary eyes, her eyes full of pleading. Lin Yu looked at Xiaoyan's pitiful and frantic appearance, and secretly thought in his heart, anyway, my injuries are almost healed now, so let's just go along with her first, and then find a chance to run away. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but reveal an imperceptible silly smile. Seeing Lin Yu's strange expression, Xiaoyan cautiously inquired, Lin Yu, are you willing? Is it that you are willing to return to me? Her eyes were filled with anticipation as she stared tightly at Lin Yu's face, as if she wanted to find the answer from his expression. Lin Yu hastily collected his smile and said with feigned gentleness, Xiaoyan, I'm willing to give you another chance. When Xiaoyan heard this, a surprised smile instantly bloomed on her face. Really? Lin Yu, great, great. She was so excited that she cried and laughed, her hands tightly grasping Lin Yu's arm as if she was afraid that he would suddenly disappear. Lin Yu looked at Xiaoyan in this state, but in his mind, he was calculating how to escape her grasp. Xiaoyan carefully supported Lin Yu with a happy smile on her face, as if there had never been a rift between them. Her movements were gentle and cautious. Afraid of hurting Lin Yu, the two slowly pushed open the door to the hospital room and took one step out of the hospital. Xiaoyan was close to Lin Yu. Her eyes didn't leave him for a moment, and her mouth kept saying, Lin Yu, from now on, we'll be together like this every day. Lin Yu casually responded, but his eyes kept looking around, searching for a time and route to escape. At this time, the sunlight outside the hospital was a bit harsh, and Lin Yu squinted his eyes, his heart growing more and more anxious. Xiaoyan, however, was filled with joy and said gently, Lin Yu, let's go home. Lin Yu nodded and followed Xiaoyan, but in his heart, he was thinking, we can't delay any longer, we have to run. They came to a crowded intersection, and Lin Yu's heart beat faster and faster, knowing that this might be his only chance to escape. Xiaoyan was still clinging to Lin Yu's arm, her mouth still chattering about the bright plans for the future. Lin Yu responded perfunctorily while quietly observing his surroundings. Suddenly, a car sped past and the crowd erupted in a commotion. Taking this opportunity, Lin Yu violently broke away from Xiaoyan's hand and desperately ran towards the crowd. Lin Yu, don't run! Xiaoyan shouted at the back, tearing her heart out. Lin Yu ran wildly without looking back. Xiaoyan frantically chased after him, her cries filled with despair and anger. Lin Yu, come back here, how could you do this to me? Xiaoyan's voice was tinged with sobs, drawing sideways glances from passers-by. Lin Yu dashed left and right through the crowd, his heart beating like a drum and his breathing becoming rapid, but he didn't dare to stop, for fear of being caught up by Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan ran so fast that she lost one of her shoes, but she didn't care and still tried to catch up. Lin Yu turned into an alley, trying to get rid of Xiaoyan, but Xiaoyan, as if she had telepathy, followed closely in as well. Lin Yu, I won't let you go. Xiaoyan's voice echoed in the narrow alley. Lin Yu panicked and accidentally bumped into a trash can, making a noise. Hearing the voice, Xiaoyan was more certain of his location and quickened her pace. Just then, Lin Yu realized that there was a high wall in front of him, and there was no way out. He turned around in despair and looked at Xiaoyan, who was approaching step by step. Xiaoyan gasped, both anger and sadness in her eyes. Lin Yu, you said you'd give me a chance to start over. Lin Yu leaned against the wall and slid helplessly to sit on the floor. Xiaoyan, I really can't take it anymore. Your love is too suffocating. Xiaoyan's tears came to her eyes, but everything I did was because I love you. Lin Yu raised his head, his face full of exhaustion, but I can't afford such love. Xiaoyan slowly walked over to Lin Yu and crouched down. Lin Yu, I won't force you anymore, as long as you don't leave me. Lin Yu was silent, but his heart was still filled with fear and hesitation. At that moment, a thunderclap suddenly sounded in the sky and rain began to fall sparsely. Xiaoyan reached out her hand and tried to shield Lin Yu from the raindrops. Lin Yu, let's find a place to hide from the rain first. Lin Yu looked up at her, a hint of hesitation flashing in his eyes, but he eventually stood up. The two walked in silence through the rain, which quickly dampened their clothes. Xiaoyan broke the silence and said with a trembling voice, Lin Yu, no matter what, I won't give up loving you. Lin Yu sighed. Xiaoyan, give me some time to think. The rain got heavier, blurring their vision. Xiaoyan couldn't help but shiver and pulled tightly on Lin Yu's coat. Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a trace of pity in his heart as he looked at her shivering. Lin Yu, I'm so cold. Xiaoyan's voice carried a hint of helplessness. Lin Yu frowned slightly and took off his own jacket, draping it over Xiaoyan's body. A hint of surprise flashed in Xiaoyan's eyes. Lin Yu, you still care about me, right? Lin Yu was silent, just looking at the sky filled with rain and thinking. After a while, he slowly spoke. Xiaoyan, why don't you go, please? Xiaoyan's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Lin Yu and cried out. No, I absolutely won't go. You'll run away again if I leave. Her voice became shrill from excitement, and rainwater flowed down her cheeks, unable to tell if it was rain or tears. Lin Yu, don't you dare try to get rid of me. I'll do anything for you. Why can't you just accept me? Xiaoyan roared hysterically, her hands gripping Lin Yu's arms so tightly that her nails were almost embedded in his flesh. Lin Yu closed his eyes in pain. Xiaoyan, you're really making me suffer like this. Xiaoyan's body trembled. Pain? I'm in more pain than you are. I can't live without you. Her voice was close to hissing, her emotions on the verge of breaking down. Lin Yu's face turned white with fear at this madness of hers, and he violently turned around and ran. Xiaoyan subconsciously reached out and grabbed, tightly tugging on Lin Yu's clothes. Lin Yu, don't run! Xiaoyan screamed frantically. Lin Yu struggled desperately, only to hear a giggle. The clothes were torn, left in the hands of Xiaoyan, while Lin Yu recklessly rushed into the rain, instantly disappeared in the vast darkness. Xiaoyan stared blankly at the rags in her hands. Her whole body seemed to have lost its soul. The rain mercilessly beat on her, but she was oblivious to it. Her eyes were hollow and she muttered, Lin Yu, why are you doing this to me? Why? Tears and rainwater intertwined and flowed down her face. Suddenly, Xiaoyan's body swayed as if she could no longer support herself and slowly fell down, collapsed on the ground. Her eyes were still looking in the direction Lin Yu had left, her hand still clutching the rag tightly. Lin Yu, you're back. Her weak voice gradually dissipated in the rain. At that moment, a bolt of lightning streaked by, illuminating Xiaoyan's pale face, her lips already bloodless. I do not know how long. The rain is still falling. Xiaoyan just like that lying on the cold ground, not moving. Gradually, Xiaoyan fell into a coma, her brow locked, as if she was still chasing after Linyu in her dreams. Linyu ran furiously all the way, and after running a long way, he realized that he wasn't chasing after him, and he was shocked in his heart. What's going on? How come she didn't catch up? Linyu thought, an inexplicable uneasiness welling up in his heart. Could something have happened to her? As soon as this thought popped up, Linyu hurriedly shook his head, trying to shake this thought out of his mind. She's so crazy, she'll be fine. Linyu reassured himself, but his steps couldn't help but slow down. I am not going back. Linyu gritted his teeth and said fiercely. However, as soon as the words fell out of his mouth, Linyu's mind kept floating back to Xiaoyan's desperate eyes and her figure collapsed in the rain. No, in case something really happened to her. Linyu's heart began to struggle, and his footsteps became heavier and heavier. In the end, he was unable to overcome his inner worries and turned around and darted towards the direction from which he had come like lightning. The rain hit his face, making it almost impossible for him to open his eyes, but his speed grew faster and faster, with only one thought in his mind. Xiaoyan, you mustn't be okay. Linyu continued to run as hard as he could, the standing water under his feet splashing high. His breathing became rapid and heavy, each breath of air he inhaled carrying the dampness and coldness of the rain. The trees on the side of the road swayed in the wind and rain as if they were blocking his way, but he rushed past them regardless. Xiaoyan, wait for me, Linyu cried out in his heart. His legs were already sore and aching, but he still didn't dare to stop in the slightest. Suddenly, the bottom of his feet slipped and his whole body flung forward, falling heavily to the ground. But he struggled to his feet almost instantly and continued to run wildly in Xiaoyan's direction. Linyu's vision was blurred by the rain, but he vaguely saw a familiar figure lying in front of him. His heart snapped and he quickened his pace. When he finally got close enough to see that it was none other than Xiaoyan, his breath almost stopped. Xiaoyan's face was pale, lying motionless on the ground like a broken doll abandoned by the world. Linyu rushed over and knelt beside Xiaoyan, his voice trembling as he called out her name. Xiaoyan, Xiaoyan. However, there was no response from Xiaoyan, only the rain pounding mercilessly on her body. Linyu's eyes were filled with anxiety and heartache. He didn't hesitate to pick up Xiaoyan and run towards the direction of his home. His steps were heavy but firm, the rain soaked through his clothes, and Xiaoyan in his arms seemed so light, yet as if she weighed 1,000 pounds. Xiaoyan, you must hold on, Linyu murmured in Xiaoyan's ear as he ran. The wind whistled in his ears, and in the rain curtain, Linyu's figure looked so lonely and determined. Linyu hugged Xiaoyan and ran wildly in the rain. His breathing became more and more rapid, and the sound of his heartbeat seemed to merge with the pounding of the rain. The water on the street splashed his pants legs, but he didn't care. He just held Xiaoyan tightly, afraid that she would get hurt again. Finally, the outline of home was becoming clear in front of his eyes. Linyu rushed upstairs in 3 steps and opened the door of his room with a trembling hand. He laid Xiaoyan gently on the bed, moving as gently as if she was a fragile treasure. He then quickly found a towel and carefully wiped the rainwater off her face, each action filled with concern and worry. But Xiaoyan was still unconscious, and that quiet look made Linyu's heart clench tighter. Linyu's hands were in a flurry as he grabbed another clean and warm piece of clothing, ready to change Xiaoyan into it for fear of her catching a cold and getting sick. His fingers were trembling slightly from nervousness, and the action of undoing the buttons looked a little clumsy. Linyu managed to change Xiaoyan's clothes and wrapped her tightly in the quilt again. Linyu then also took a piece of clothing with him and quickly changed into it. He sat on the edge of the bed, staring intently at Xiaoyan's face, silently praying in his heart that she would wake up soon. Time passed by minute, and every second felt like a long ordeal to Linyu. His hand tightened around Hyoyan's, trying to transfer his warmth to her. At this time, the rain outside the window seemed to have lightened up a bit, but Linyu had no time to care. His entire mind was on Xiaoyan, full of anticipation that she would open her eyes, even if it was just to move a finger. Suddenly, Linyu felt Xiaoyan's hand move, and his heart instantly rose to his throat as he shouted hopefully, Xiaoyan, are you awake? Before the words left his mouth, Linyu couldn't wait to hold Xiaoyan tightly in his arms, wanting to use his body heat to transfer more warmth to her. His arms encircled her, as if he wanted to incorporate her into his body, to shield her from all the cold and hurt of the outside world. Xiaoyan, wake up, please wake up. Linyu's voice carried a hint of trembling, his chin gently resting against the top of Xiaoyan's head, his entire body trembling slightly. At this moment, Linyu's heart was filled with guilt and fear. He was afraid that something might happen to Xiaoyan, and he could only keep hugging her tightly, hoping to give her more warmth, so that she could wake up from her coma. Linyu just hugged Xiaoyan tightly, as if time had frozen. He felt Xiaoyan's faint breathing and whispered in her ear, Xiaoyan, it's all my fault, as long as you can get better. I'm willing to do whatever I'm asked to do. His eyes were red, tears welling up in them, but he forced himself to keep them from falling. Just then, Xiaoyan's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and Lin Yu's heart jumped violently, hugging her even harder and tightening her, his voice so agitated that it changed tone a little. Xiaoyan, I know you can hear me. Open your eyes and look at me. Xiaoyan seemed to have heard Lin Yu's call. Her brows frowned lightly and her lips moved as if she wanted to say something. Lin Yu nervously watched her every subtle change, not daring to take a breath. Chapter 77, Xiaoyan, why are you so grumpy? Just then, Xiaoyan's eyelashes fluttered and slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes were still a bit dazed as she weakly said, Lin Yu, you didn't leave? When Lin Yu saw her wake up, he was so excited that tears came out of his eyes, his voice carrying a sobbing tone. I didn't leave. I won't leave again. Xiaoyan, how do you feel? Xiaoyan slightly tugged at the corner of her mouth, trying to squeeze out a smile, but she looked a little feeble. I thought that you really left me behind. Lin Yu hastily shook his head and held Xiaoyan's hand tightly. No, never again. Xiaoyan's eyes instantly became stern. She stared at Lin Yu dead in the face, her voice hoarse but permeated with madness. Lin Yu, if you say you won't, you won't? I almost died, you know? Don't think you'll leave me so easily this time. Even if I die, I'll stay with you. She struggled to sit up, her hands gripping Lin Yu's arm so tightly that her nails were almost embedded into his flesh. Lin Yu, you're mine. You'll always be mine. No one can take you away from me. Lin Yu was shocked by her appearance but was filled with guilt. He could only keep appeasing. Xiaoyan, don't get excited. I won't leave. I'll always be with you. Xiaoyan's eyes were covered in blood as she frantically shouted. Lin Yu, you swear that you will never leave me, or I will kill you right now in front of you. With that, she fished out a small knife from somewhere and pressed it against Lin Yu's neck. Lin Yu was shocked and hurriedly responded. I swear to stay with you forever. Xiaoyan, put the knife down. Xiaoyan gasped and said viciously. Lin Yu, remember your oath. If you dare to break it, you know. Lin Yu nodded his head repeatedly and complied with her. Fine. Xiaoyan, I'll listen to you. You put the knife down first. Only then did Xiaoyan slowly put down the knife in her hand and collapsed onto the bed in one fell swoop, tears flowing unceasingly. Lin Yu, why did you do this to me? Why did you make me suffer so much? Lin Yu heartbreakingly embraced her into his arms and whispered, it's all my fault. Xiaoyan, it won't happen again. Xiaoyan hugged Lin Yu tightly, her voice carrying a sobbing tone and a hint of threat. Lin Yu, if you dare to have any thoughts of leaving me again, I'll really do anything. Lin Yu gently stroked her back and responded in a loud voice. It won't happen again. Xiaoyan, I will never make you sad again. Xiaoyan sobbed in Lin Yu's arms and suddenly raised her head, her eyes staring fiercely at him and said, Lin Yu, from now on, you must report your whereabouts to me every day. Who you met with, what you said, not a single detail is to be left behind. If I find out that you are hiding anything, humph. Lin Yu was slightly stunned, but still nodded his head and responded, okay, Xiaoyan, I'll listen to everything you say. Xiaoyan didn't seem satisfied yet and said through clenched teeth, also, you're not allowed to talk to other women, not even to look at them. You can only have me in your eyes. Lin Yu sighed helplessly and said, okay, I know. Xiaoyan cupped her hands around Lin Yu's face and said almost maniacally, Lin Yu, you are mine. Your heart, your body, your soul, all of it is mine. No one can take it away. If one day you betray me, I will die with you. Lin Yu's heart went numb for a moment, but he still complied with her and said, Xiaoyan, I won't betray you. Xiaoyan sneered, it better be, otherwise, I will make your life worse than death. Lin Yu's face turned a little pale, but he still forced himself to say, Xiaoyan, I won't, don't be like this. Xiaoyan violently pushed Lin Yu away and shouted hysterically, you think I'll believe your bull asterisk? I'm going to put a tracker on you. I'm going to know where you are and what you're doing at all times. Lin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Xiaoyan, this is too much. Xiaoyan rushed over and grabbed Lin Yu's collar, her eyes full of madness. Excessive? This is all because I love you. Do you understand? If you don't agree, I'll kill you now. Lin Yu helplessly lowered his head and compromised. Okay, Xiaoyan, I'll listen to you on all counts. Only then did Xiaoyan let go of her hand, a smug smile appearing on her face, but a chilling madness permeated her eyes. That's more like it. Remember, you'll never be able to escape from me. You are the prey in my palm. Even the slightest thought of escaping, I will let you know what torture is worse than death. Lin Yu's body trembled slightly, but he still nodded his head with forced composure. Xiaoyan, I know, I won't run. Xiaoyan moved in front of Lin Yu, the tip of her nose touching his face, her voice lowered but full of threats. Lin Yu, you'd better do what you say. Every breath you take, every thought you have, must be under my control. If I find out that you're being half unfaithful, humph, I'll make you regret coming to this world. Lin Yu swallowed, his voice carrying a hint of fear. Shoyan, don't worry, I'll listen to everything you say. Shoyan smiled with satisfaction and reached out to caress Lin Yu's face. The action rough and brutal, as if she was marking an object with an exclusive mark. That's a good boy. Remember, never, ever betray me. If you dare to have the slightest second thoughts, I will crack your bones one by one and make you beg for your life. Lin Yu didn't dare to look directly into her eyes and nodded his head coyly. Shoyan, I definitely wouldn't dare. Shoyan suddenly frowned and snapped. Go get me a cup of hot water. Hurry up. Lin Yu hurriedly responded. Okay, I'll go right away. After saying that, he hurriedly ran to pour water, not daring to delay for a moment. Shoyan sat there, her eyes fixed on Lin Yu's back, and muttered, Lin Yu, don't let me down, or else I'll have you to deal with. Lin Yu quickly carried a cup of hot water and carefully walked to Shoyan, handing it over with both hands and saying in a soft voice, Shoyan, here's the water. Be careful, it's hot. Shoyan grabbed the water cup and took a sip, but suddenly splashed the water on Lin Yu's face and roared, It's so hot, do you want to scald me to death? Lin Yu's face turned red from being scalded, but he didn't dare to say anything and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Shoyan, I'll go and re-pour another cup. Shoyan snorted coldly, Go, if you don't get it right again, see how I'll clean you up. Lin Yu hurriedly turned around to pour water again, his heart filled with helplessness and fear. When Lin Yu returned with the water again, Shoyan gave him a sidelong glance and said, If it doesn't work this time, you won't be able to sleep tonight. Lin Yu timidly handed the glass of water to Shoyan, not daring to utter a single breath. Shoyan took a sip. This time the water was just the right temperature, but she still didn't have the heart to say, Humph, count yourself lucky. Come here and rub my shoulders. Lin Yu hurriedly walked behind Shoyan and gently rubbed her shoulders for her, his movements gentle and careful, fearing that an accident would upset her again. Shoyan tilted her head slightly and said, Lin Yu, not bad, your technique. Once Lin Yu heard, his face could not help but show a look of pride. His hand movements more vigorously, said, The old of the package Shoyan as long as you are happy. Shoyan lightly grunted, Don't sell yourself short here, keep rubbing properly. If you dare to be lazy, you'll have a good time. Lin Yu hurriedly responded, I dare not, I will make you comfortable. Lin Yu rubbed Shoyan's shoulders more and more attentively, and fine beads of sweat were seeping out from his forehead. Shoyan's eyes were tightly closed and her face was serene, as if she was enjoying this brief moment of comfort to the fullest. However, her mouth was unforgiving as she said, Lin Yu, with this skill of yours it's not enough to make me truly happy. You remember, from now on you have to serve me with all your heart and soul like this every moment. Do you understand? Lin Yu nodded his head repeatedly. Shoyan, I understand. I'll always treat you like this. After a while, Shoyan opened her eyes and violently grabbed Lin Yu's hand. Alright, don't rub it. Accompany me for a walk. Lin Yu hurriedly responded in a loud voice. Okay, I'll accompany you. The two then strolled through the bustling streets. Shoyan held Lin Yu's arm tightly, that look as if she was afraid that if she let go, he would disappear. Her eyes were wary and she kept scanning every female passing around. Lin Yu didn't dare to utter a single breath, silently praying in his heart that nothing would ever go wrong. Suddenly, a girl accidentally bumped into Lin Yu, and Shoyan instantly frowned and yelled at the girl, You don't have eyes. The girl was so frightened that she hurriedly apologized, and Lin Yu hurriedly pulled Shoyan away, coaxing her as he walked. Shoyan, don't be angry, don't be angry. Shoyan shook off Lin Yu's hand with force and roared angrily, She hit you on purpose and you're still protecting her. Is it because you have a crush on her? Lin Yu quickly waved his hand and explained with a flustered face, Shoyan, don't think nonsense, there's only you in my heart. Really? Shoyan laughed coldly, her eyes filled with suspicion and anger. You think I'll believe your bull asterisk 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 asterisk? This isn't over today. Lin Yu hurriedly wrapped his arm around Shoyan's shoulders, his tone almost pleading. Shoyan, it's all my fault, don't get angry. I'll be heartbroken if you get angry. Shoyan glared fiercely at Lin Yu and said through gritted teeth, You'd better make sure that what you're saying is true, or else I won't let the two of you off the hook. Lin Yu was busy nodding. Shoyan, I promise, let's go home, okay? Shoyan then snorted coldly and let Lin Yu lead her back, but she still kept counting on Lin Yu along the way. As she walked, Shoyan suddenly stopped and said savagely, Lin Yu, kiss me. Lin Yu froze for a moment, then leaned down and prepared to kiss her, but Shoyan pushed him away and said viciously, You're reluctant, aren't you? You don't even want to kiss me in your heart. Lin Yu hurriedly explained, Shoyan, it's not that, I'm just afraid of doing a bad job and making you unsatisfied. Shoyan glared at him and roared, Cut the crap, kiss me right now, kiss me deeply, kiss me so that I can feel your love, or I'm not done with you. Lin Yu didn't dare to hesitate any longer and kissed deeply, but his heart was filled with helplessness and fear. Xiaoyan still hadn't lost her temper from Lin Yu's kiss, and she bit Lin Yu's lips so hard that the taste of blood filled their mouths. Lin Yu stifled a grunt in pain, but didn't dare to let go. Xiaoyan let go of Lin Yu and sneered, "This is what you call love? It disappoints me too much." With blood seeping from his lips, Lin Yu panicked. "Xiaoyan, I was wrong. I'll do better." Xiaoyan grunted and continued to walk forward, saying as she walked, "Lin Yu, if you continue to dissatisfy me, I don't know what crazy things I'll do." Lin Yu hurriedly followed her and responded in a loud voice, "Xiaoyan, I know, I won't." When she got home, Xiaoyan sat on her butt on the couch, pointed to her feet and said, "Take off my shoes and massage them." Lin Yu didn't dare to disobey and obediently complied. Xiaoyan enjoyed Lin Yu's service while continuing to harp on all the things he wasn't today. Lin Yu listened silently, not daring to utter a single breath. Suddenly, Xiaoyan kicked away Lin Yu's hand and said loudly, "Lin Yu, this is how you will take care of me from now on. Every day, not a single ounce of laziness. If I find the slightest bit of reluctance on your part, I'll dig out your heart to see if it's black." Lin Yu's body trembled and hurriedly said, "Xiaoyan, I will definitely take good care of you." Xiaoyan laughed coldly, her eyes filled with suspicion and threat. "You better be true to your word. Don't think I don't know what's in your heart. If you dare to think otherwise, I'll make your life worse than death." Lin Yu nodded his head repeatedly, his voice carrying a hint of trembling. "Xiaoyan, I don't dare. I really don't dare." Only then was Xiaoyan satisfied as she put her foot back out and said, "Keep pressing, don't stop," adding, "Lin Yu, I won't treat you poorly." Then throwing his hand, he threw a bank card of $100 million to him. Lin Yu was just about to reach out to pick it up, but Xiaoyan stomped on the bank card and said with fierce eyes, "If this money is given to you, you have to belong to me completely. If you dare to betray me, I will not only make you spit out the money, but also make you lose your reputation, and you're worse off than dead." Lin Yu quickly nodded his head and said, "Xiaoyan, don't worry, I won't." Only then did Xiaoyan let go of her foot and said in a cold voice, "Take the money and do a good job for me. If you dare to spend it recklessly, you'll have a good time." Lin Yu picked up the bank card and couldn't help but have a little happy look on his face. Seeing this, Xiaoyan sat up straight violently and shouted angrily, "Lin Yu, do you think you can get rid of me with this amount of money?" Lin Yu hurriedly waved his hands and explained in a panic, "Xiaoyan, no, I'm just happy at the thought of being able to do more for you." Xiaoyan snorted coldly, her eyes filled with suspicion. "It better be, remember this, your happiness can only be because of me, and this money is just a tool to make you serve me even more to death." Lin Yu nodded his head coyly, "Xiaoyan, I understand, I only have you in my heart." Xiaoyan, however, suddenly stood up, grabbed Lin Yu's collar and said viciously, "Do you understand? Do you really understand? I think you are just perfunctory. This money you do not want." He said that he was going to grab the bank card in Lin Yu's hand. Lin Yu tightly guarded the card and eagerly said, "Xiaoyan, don't, I really understand. I swear I only have you in my heart, and this money is also to give you a better life." Xiaoyan stopped her movements, stared at Lin Yu dead in the face and said through clenched teeth, "Lin Yu, you better not lie to me, otherwise I will make you beg for your life and die." Immediately after that, she said, "Now immediately go and cook for me right away. I want to eat steak, medium rare." Lin Yu hurriedly responded, "Okay, Xiaoyan, I'll do it right away." He hurriedly walked into the kitchen and prepared the ingredients on his hands and knees. Xiaoyan, however, followed him in, leaned against the door, and said coldly, "Lin Yu, if you dare to cook poorly, you won't eat today." While frying the steak, Lin Yu carefully responded, "Xiaoyan, don't worry, I'll try my best to do it right." When the steak was done, Rinu carefully brought it to Xiaoyan and looked at her expectantly. Xiaoyan tasted a bite, frowned, slammed the plate on the floor, and roared, "What is this made of? It's tasteless." Lin Yu hurriedly squatted down to gather the debris and said in a panic, "I'm sorry, Xiaoyan, I'll redo it." Xiaoyan kicked him away and growled, "No need, you useless thing, go sleep in the living room tonight." Lin Yu silently got up, not daring to retort, and said in a low voice, "Okay, Xiaoyan, I know I'm wrong." When Xiaoyan heard this, she became even more enraged. She rushed to Lin Yu and raised her hand to slap him. "How dare you scold me in your heart? Lin Yu, you've gotten fat with guts." Lin Yu covered his face and looked at Xiaoyan in horror. "Xiaoyan, I really didn't." Xiaoyan pointed at Lin Yu's nose and yelled, "How dare you argue? I think you just don't want to live with me anymore, don't you?" Lin Yu shook his head repeatedly. "No, Xiaoyan, I just said the wrong thing in a moment of haste. You forgive me this time." Xiaoyan snorted coldly, "This is the first time and the last time. If there is a next time, get the hell out of here." Lin Yu coyly responded, "Xiaoyan, there won't be a next time, I promise." Lin Yu continued to fry the steak. His hands were shaking a little from nervousness and beads of sweat covered his forehead. This time he was even more careful, double-checking each step, afraid to make another mistake and make Xiaoyan unhappy. The steak was finally fried again, and Lin Yu brought it to Xiaoyan, his voice trembling as he said, "Xiaoyan, is it okay this time?" Xiaoyan gave him a blank look, picked up her knife and fork and cut a small piece into her mouth, chewed a few times and her face eased slightly. "This time it's not too bad. In the future it will all be according to this standard," Lin Yu proudly said. "That's for sure. It's wrapped up in me." Xiao. Before she could finish her words, Xiaoyan violently slapped her knife and fork on the table and glared angrily. "You're getting carried away with this? Lin Yu, let me tell you, this is just barely qualified. Don't think you're so great." The pride on Lin Yu's face instantly disappeared and he quickly bowed his head. "Xiaoyan, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that." Xiaoyan stood up and clasped her hands to her chest. "Lin Yu, remember this, never be complacent in front of me." Lin Yu was insincere. "Yes, Xiaoyan, I'll remember." Xiaoyan added, "You go to a 5-star restaurant tomorrow and go learn it for me. If you can't learn, you're dead." Lin Yu hurriedly responded. "Okay, Xiaoyan, I'll definitely learn it carefully." Xiaoyan snorted coldly. "It better be. Don't think I don't know what kind of ghost ideas you have in mind." Lin Yu hurriedly shook his head. "Xiaoyan, I don't dare. I really don't dare to think otherwise." Xiaoyan glared at him. "Measure you wouldn't dare. Go prepare for tomorrow." Lin Yu was like an amnesty and hurried off to get ready. However, Xiaoyan called out to him again and said coldly, "Lin Yu, I'm going to put a locator in your cell phone." Lin Yu froze for a moment. His heart was a bit resistant, but he still answered, "Okay, Xiaoyan, I'll listen to you on all counts." Xiaoyan walked up, stared into his eyes and said viciously, "Don't think I don't know your little mind. With the locator installed, your every move won't be able to escape from my palm. If I find out that you are hiding something from me, humph, the consequences are clear to you." Lin Yu nodded with forced composure. "Xiaoyan, I won't." She grunted, "You better. Now bring me my cell phone." Lin Yu didn't dare to disobey and obediently handed the cell phone to Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan quickly installed the locator, then threw the phone at Lin Yu and warned, "Remember, don't try to turn it off or destroy it, or I'll have your ass." Lin Yu caught the phone and whispered, "Xiaoyan, I know." Xiaoyan turned around and sat on the couch, crossing her legs. "Go prepare for tomorrow. If you screw up, you'll see," he answered and turned away. But his heart was filled with helplessness and depression. Lin Yu went back to his room and started packing up the things he would use tomorrow. His movements were somewhat mechanical and his eyes looked vacant and lifeless. Just then, Xiaoyan suddenly barged into the room and said loudly, "Lin Yu, pack carefully. If you leave anything important behind, see how I'm going to clean you up." Lin Yu was startled and quickly said, "Xiaoyan, I'll clean it up. Don't worry." Xiaoyan snorted coldly, "It better be. Don't perfume me." After saying that, she turned around and went out again. Lin Yu sighed helplessly and continued to pack his things, thinking in his heart, "Why is this Xiaoyan so grumpy anymore? What in the world do I have to do to make her happy?" The more Lin Yu thought about it, the more upset he became, and the movement of his hands to pack up couldn't help but speed up a bit. However, just when he was distracted, he accidentally knocked over a cup on the table. There was a crunching sound, which was particularly loud in the quiet room. Lin Yu's heart thumped, secretly screamed bad. Sure enough, Xiaoyan's roar immediately came from outside the door. "Lin Yu, what are you doing? Are you deliberately trying to make me angry?" Lin Yu hurriedly explained. "Xiaoyan, I didn't do it on purpose. I'll clean it up right away." Xiaoyan rushed into the room, saw the debris all over the ground, and her face was horribly gloomy. "Lin Yu, Mudhorse, you really are not enough to accomplish anything." Before the words left her mouth, her palm slapped hard on Lin Yu's face. Pa! Snap! Slap! The crisp sound of the slap echoed in the room. Lin Yu's face instantly reddened and swelled, the fiery pain causing tears to well up in his eyes, but he gritted his teeth and didn't say a word. Xiaoyan's eyes widened in anger and she yelled, "If you can't do this little thing well, what use are you?" Lin Yu lowered his head and said with a trembling voice, "Xiaoyan, I was wrong. I'll clean it up." Xiaoyan gasped and pointed at the door, shouting, "Get out! Don't let me see you again." Lin Yu didn't dare to say more, covered his face, and silently turned around to leave. Having just walked out of the room, Lin Yu was as if he had been amnestied and actually laughed, ha 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 ha. This laughter had both the pleasure of relief and a few moments of madness in it. But the laughter didn't last long before Xiaoyan rushed out of the room and shouted angrily, "Lin Yu, what are you laughing at?" Lin Yu's laughter came to a screeching halt, and the smile on his face instantly solidified as he said in horror, "Xiaoyan, I didn't laugh." Xiaoyan approached him step by step. Her eyes seemed to be able to spit fire. "Do you take me for deaf? Do you think it's funny that I'm torturing you?" Lin Yu backed up and explained in a panic. "Xiaoyan, no, I just thought of something else." Xiaoyan were willing to believe, raised his hand to hit him again. Still dare to sophistry. I think you are itchy skin. Lin Yu hurriedly held his head and begged for mercy. Xiaoyan, don't hit me. I really know I'm wrong. I won't dare anymore. Xiaoyan's hand stopped in midair as she looked at him angrily and said, I'll spare you this time, but next time, let's see how I'll clean you up. After saying that, Xiaoyan turned around and went back to her room, closing the door with a bang. Lin Yu stood still, his heart palpitating, and after a while, he slowly let out a sigh of relief and tiptoed away. Returning to his small room, Lin Yu sat on his bed, recalling the scene just now, his heart filled with bitterness. He didn't know how long this kind of day would continue, nor did he know how much longer he could endure Xiaoyan. At night, Lin Yu lay on his bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Xiaoyan's ferocious appearance constantly surfaced in his mind. He sighed and looked at the ceiling, his eyes filled with confusion and helplessness. Just then, Xiaoyan suddenly walked into his room, took his hand, and said savagely, You sleep with me, or I won't be able to sleep. Lin Yu was shocked in his heart, but he didn't dare to refuse, so he had to follow her. Entering the room, Xiaoyan pushed him down on the bed, hugged him tightly, and said viciously, Don't you try to run away. If you dare to take half a step away from me, I'll kill you. Lin Yu's body stiffened and his voice trembled as he said, Xiaoyan, I won't run. Xiaoyan sneered, It's best to be like this. Sleep with me obediently. If you dare to move, you'll have a good time. Saying that, she pressed her face tightly against Lin Yu's face. Breathing heavily, she said, Lin Yu, you are mine, forever, every inch of your skin, every thought can only belong to me. If I find out that you have the slightest thought of betraying me, I will peel off your skin and make your life worse than death. Lin Yu trembled and stammered, Xiaoyan, I, 1T. Xiaoyan hugged him hard and tightly, her nails almost embedded in his flesh. Humph, remember your words, if you dare to forget, I will make you regret coming to this world. Lin Yu frowned in pain, but didn't dare to struggle, and could only silently pray in his heart that this terrible night would pass quickly. Xiaoyan quickly fell asleep, but Lin Yu didn't dare to relax in the slightest. He lay stiffly and didn't dare to utter a single breath. The moonlight outside the window spilled in and shone on Xiaoyan's quiet face, but Lin Yu felt that there was an endless storm hidden under the seemingly calm face. I don't know how long it took, but Lin Yu finally couldn't resist his exhaustion and fell asleep in a daze. However, in his sleep, he could still feel Xiaoyan's suffocating control. Early in the morning, Xiaoyan was the first to wake up. She looked at Lin Yu beside her. Her eyes flashed with a trace of complex emotions, and then she resumed her usual coldness and fierceness, as she pushed Lin Yu awake. Get up, don't sleep. Lin Yu jolted awake and looked at Xiaoyan in panic, wondering what kind of torture awaited him in the new day. Hesitating again and again, Lin Yu couldn't help but carefully ask the question, Xiaoyan, why have you become so grumpy? Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan instantly widened her eyes and shouted angrily, How dare you question me? Lin Yu, are you tired of living? Lin Yu was shocked and hurriedly explained, Xiaoyan, I'm not questioning, I'm just concerned about you. I'm afraid that this is not good for your health. Xiaoyan snorted coldly, grabbed Lin Yu's collar and said, Less pretending here. Caring about me? I think you're trying to get rid of me while you have the chance. Lin Yu shook his head repeatedly. Xiaoyan, I really didn't. I will never leave you. Xiaoyan ruthlessly pushed Lin Yu down on the bed, pointed at his nose and said, You'd better, remember, your life is all from me. If you dare to have second thoughts, I'll make your life worse than death. Chapter 78, Lin Yu's new Oriental chef journey. Xiaoyan shouted angrily at him right afterward, Go get ready. You have 5 days. If you don't meet my demands in 5 days, you're not going to have a good time. Her eyes were wide as if they could spit fire, and her voice was so sharp that it almost pierced Lin Yu's eardrums. Everything you've done has been reported to me. Every single second. Her eyes were so fierce that it seemed as if she wanted to eat people. If I find out that you're hiding half of it, Lin Yu, you're just waiting to die. Lin Yu hurriedly responded, Xiaoyan, I know, I'll do as I'm told. Xiaoyan walked forward, reached out and cupped Lin Yu's chin, and said viciously, You'd better be true to your word. Don't think I'll let you off easily. If you say a word to another woman in these 5 days, I'll cut your tongue out. Lin Yu nodded in horror. Xiaoyan, don't worry, I definitely won't. Only then did Xiaoyan let go and pushed Lin Yu. Don't go get ready yet. Lin Yu didn't dare to delay and hurriedly went to pack up his things in preparation for going out. However, Xiaoyan stopped him once again and said coldly, Come here, let me take a good look at you again. Lin Yu sniffed, and like an obedient puppet, he obediently walked in front of Xiaoyan, his head hanging low, not daring to meet her eyes at all. Xiaoyan slowly circled around him, and coldly and suddenly reached out to carefully feel around his body, mumbling, Don't presume to bring anything suspicious to hide from me. Lin Yu didn't even dare to take a breath, so he just stood stiffly, letting Xiaoyan fiddle with him at will. After an inspection, Cheyenne then waved her hand and said, "Let's go. Remember, keep me posted." As if he had received an amnesty, Lin Yu hurried out of the house. Along the way, his heart was restless, constantly pondering how he was going to get through these 5 difficult days. When he arrived at the 5-star hotel, Lin Yu started learning to be a chef. The kitchen is filled with a strong smell of grease and smoke. All kinds of ingredients and cooking utensils are placed in a messy way, and the busy figures of the masters are shuttling through them. But his mind was completely elsewhere. His eyes flicked to the cell phone on the side every now and then, and he had to take a look at it every little while, absent-mindedly following his master's instructions to act. Lin Yu held the spatula in his hand, but it was as if he was holding a 1,000-pound weight. His mind constantly replaying Cheyenne's fierce eyes and stern words, racking his brain on what to report to Cheyenne to make her happy. As he mechanically stirred the pan of vegetables, he was silently organizing his words in his mind. Should I describe the workflow of the day in detail, or should I just talk about the key results? If I say it too simply, will Cheyenne think I'm being perfunctory? If it's too complicated, will she think I'm nagging again? Thinking about it, Lin Yu couldn't help but frown, and fine beads of sweat emerged on his forehead. He accidentally added too much salt and was severely reprimanded by the master, but he had no time to care about his master's scolding. His mind was full of thoughts about the debriefing. Lin Yu looked at the ingredients to be processed on the tablet and only felt distracted. He tried to keep himself focused, but his thoughts always drifted over to Hyoyen uncontrollably. Maybe I should take a few pictures of myself at work and send them to her to prove that I'm really studying hard. He thought darkly. No. What if she thinks I'm putting on a show on purpose? Time passed by, and Lin Yu spent the chaotic day in a state of entanglement and anxiety. At night, Lin Yu dragged his heavy and tired body back to the dormitory. As soon as he entered, he collapsed onto the bed like a puddle of mud, his eyes lost in thought as he stared at the ceiling, a long sigh escaping his mouth. His mind was still racing, trying to come up with the perfect debriefing program that would satisfy Cheyenne, but in the end, he came up with nothing. Just then, Cheyenne gave him a WeChat call, her voice sharp and undeniable. "Lin Yu, from now on, sleep with the video on the whole time. No turning it off. I want to be able to see you at all times." Lin Yu heart thump, but do not dare to have the slightest disobedience. Can only obediently do? Lin Yu helplessly turned on the video and placed the phone in its proper place at the head of the bed. Cheyenne's oppressive face appeared on the screen, her eyes sharp and alert, as if she wanted to pierce through the screen to put Lin Yu firmly in control. "Lin Yu, you'd better be honest. If I find out that you've made any small moves, I'll have your ass," Cheyenne said viciously. Lin Yu nodded his head coyly, not daring to utter a single breath. He was lying on the bed. His body was extremely tired, but his spirit was tense because of Cheyenne's surveillance, and he didn't dare to relax at all. Cheyenne kept a close eye on Lin Yu on the other end of the video, and her mouth kept chanting, "No rolling over, no moving around, just lie there." Lin Yu lay stiffly, feeling like a puppet being manipulated, completely losing his freedom. Time passed by, and Lin Yu suffered in this extremely depressing atmosphere. I don't know how long it took, but Cheyenne seemed to finally feel satisfied and slowed down her tone slightly. "Sleep well, don't think that you can mess around just because I'm not by your side." However, Lin Yu still didn't dare to relax. Under Cheyenne's gaze, his eyes gradually became heavy and his consciousness gradually blurred, but a layer of fear and uneasiness always shrouded his heart. Lin Yu managed to close his eyes under Cheyenne's gaze and entered a half-asleep state, but even in his sleep, his brow remained furrowed, his expression twisted in pain. Suddenly, Lin Yu unconsciously rolled over in his dream, and Cheyenne immediately yelled out on the other end of the video, "Lin Yu, I told you to stay still, and you dared to disobey." This roar directly woke up Lin Yu from his sleep. He opened his eyes in shock and looked at the phone screen. His mouth hurriedly apologized. "Cheyenne, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it." Cheyenne snorted coldly. "Next time, let's see how I'll clean you up." Lin Yu nodded his head repeatedly and lay down obediently again, not daring to make the slightest movement again. This night, Lin Yu spent in such extreme tension and fear. Every time he was about to fall asleep and woke up again by Cheyenne's voice, physically and mentally exhausted. The next day, Lin Yu came to the kitchen early, secretly determined to try hard today to try to keep up with the master. The master began to demonstrate the new dish cooking skills. Lin Yu's eyes were wide open, staring intently at the master's every action. The notes in his hand remembered densely. However, when he actually did it himself, it was still full of holes. Either the size of the cut vegetables is not even, or the proportion of the seasonings is not well mastered, and mistakes are frequently made. As master watched his performance, he couldn't help but scold him loudly. "What's wrong with you, kid? Did you forget everything you were taught yesterday? You can't even do such a simple thing well." Master's harsh words were like a needle in Lin Yu's heart, causing him to feel the pressure. It was hard to make it to the break. so Lin Yu hid in the corner like a mouse and pulled out his cell phone to report to Xiaoyan. His finger hesitated on the screen for a long time, but finally he forced himself to write. Dear Xiaoyan, everything is fine today. I learned a lot of new things, and Master took good care of me. After sending the message, Lin Yu let out a long sigh, but his heart was filled with uneasiness and anxiety. In the afternoon, Lin Yu continued to learn from the master, but the more he wanted to do well, the more likely he was to make mistakes. Master's face became increasingly ugly, and Lin Yu's heart became increasingly nervous. Once, he even accidentally spilled a pot of hot soup and almost burned himself. Master was so angry that he stomped his feet and yelled at him. What the hell were you thinking today? The mind is not on this at all. Lin Yu lowered his head, not daring to say anything, but in his heart, he was thinking about how to respond to Xiaoyan's follow-up questions. At night, Lin Yu dragged his tired body back to the dormitory. He lay on the bed, looking at the ceiling. The angry expression of his master and the expectant eyes of Xiaoyan constantly surfaced in his mind, tossing and turning, making it difficult to sleep. On the third day, Lin Yu gradually familiarized himself with some basic operations after the first 2 days of fumbling. The kitchen was hot and noisy, but Rinwa's mind was on his message to Hyoyan. At every moment of rest, he couldn't wait to pull out his cell phone, his fingers moving slowly across the screen. Dear Xiaoyan, I did a slightly smoother job today, and the master complimented me twice. Just after typing this line, Lin Yu felt bad again and quickly deleted it to re-edit. Xiaoyan, today's work is quite smooth, just a little tired, but when I think about it, I feel that it's too bland, and I'm afraid that Xiaoyan will feel that her attitude is perfunctory. In this way, he repeatedly deleted and corrected, his brow furrowed, fine beads of sweat oozing from his forehead. Every word used, every punctuation, he was careful, afraid of upsetting Xiaoyan. On the other hand, Xiaoyan, on the other side, always replied with sharp words when she received messages from Lin Yu. That's all the results? Are you lazy? Or don't think I don't know that you're trying to make a fool out of me? So get serious. Every time he saw such a reply, Lin Yu's heart would sink violently, and then he would approach the next debriefing more cautiously. At this time, Lin Yu had managed to finish a fairly decent dish and was full of joy as he prepared to share it with Xiaoyan. But when she sent the message, she hesitated. Xiaoyan, I made a dish today and I feel pretty good about myself. After sending it, he began to fidget and wait for a reply, his heart in a state of confusion, afraid that Xiaoyan would not be satisfied. After a while, Xiaoyan's message came. Humph, what's there to show off? Keep up the good work and don't let me down. Lin Yu sighed helplessly as he looked at the short and stern reply, but he didn't dare to be the slightest bit dissatisfied. One could only think harder about how to satisfy Xiaoyan next time. On the fourth day, Lin Yu was busy in the kitchen. After a few days of honing his skills, he was like a fish out of water in everything he cooked. His movements became more and more skillful, and his face gradually gained a confident look. In the evening, he was full of joy and reported to Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan, today I have become very skillful in cooking, and all the various processes can be completed without any problems. On the other end of the phone, Xiaoyan's voice was nonetheless skeptical. That's all? Didn't talk to anyone much? That's really all? Xiaoyan, I've always remembered your words and didn't say one more irrelevant word to anyone else. Lin Yu hurriedly explained, a hint of nervousness and eagerness in his voice. Humph, it better be. Continue to learn well for me tomorrow. If you don't learn well, you'll be in for it, Xiaoyan said coldly, without the slightest bit of warmth in her tone. Okay, Xiaoyan, I know. After Lin Yu finished speaking, he didn't dare to utter a single breath and pressed himself tightly against his cell phone. Xiaoyan hung up the phone after saying that, but within a few seconds, Xiaoyan dialed the phone over again, said, WeChat, keep the video on for me. Lin Yu's heart thumped, but he hurriedly answered, okay, Xiaoyan. After the video was connected, Xiaoyan's gloomy face appeared on the screen and said coldly, put your cell phone away so I can see the full view of your room, and don't move around. Lin Yu did as he was told, then obediently sat on the edge of the bed, not daring to move a muscle. Lin Yu was highly nervous under Xiaoyan's gaze, and after an unknown amount of time, he couldn't support himself and fell asleep in a daze. In his dream, it was as if Lin Yu had returned to his free and happy old self, where he ran and laughed to his heart's content. But suddenly Hyoyan's fierce face appeared, breaking the beauty at once. Lin Yu couldn't hold back any longer and cursed, Xiaoyan, you crazy person, why did you do this to me? Why did you mess up my life? However, what Lin Yu didn't know was that just as he was cursing, Xiaoyan on the other end of the video had woken up at some point and was listening to his dreamy words with a grimace on her face. Xiaoyan was furious as she yelled at the cell phone screen, Lin Yu, wake up! Lin Yu was awakened by the sudden roar. He sat up in a flash, his eyes filled with panic, and when he saw Xiaoyan's face on the cell phone screen that was so angry that it was twisted, his heart instantly sank to the bottom. Lin Yu, how dare you scold me in a dream? It seems like you really don't want to live. Xiaoyan's voice seemed to come from hell. Lin Yu hurriedly explained. Xiaoyan, I was dreaming. I didn't really mean it. Xiaoyan didn't even listen as she growled. Dreaming? Humph, that's what you really mean. I won't let you off the hook. After saying that, Xiaoyan hung up the video. Lin Yu stared blankly at the blacked out screen, his heart filled with despair, not knowing how Xiaoyan would retaliate against him next. Chapter 79. This is Little Sister Chef. After a long time, a Lamborghini roar sounded outside Lin Yu's place. Lin Yu's heart snapped. He knew that it was Xiaoyan who had come. The harsh sound of the engine came closer and closer, and eventually stopped. This was followed by a da, of footsteps. Bang, 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 bang. A rough knocking sound rang out, each sound like a heavy hammer hitting Lin Yu's heart. Lin Yu, open the door for me. Xiaoyan's angry roar came. With trembling hands, Lin Yu slowly opened the door. Xiaoyan walked in angrily, her eyes looking like they were going to spit fire. Lin Yu, you don't have a lot of guts. Xiaoyan raised her hand and slapped Lin Yu's face. Lin Yu was slapped and stumbled, almost falling to the ground. He covered his face, not daring to say anything. Xiaoyan's eyes widened angrily and she stretched out her index finger to point fiercely at his nose and scolded. Do you think this matter can pass by so lightly? Humph. I'm telling you, not even a single door. Her voice was close to hissing, the muscles on her face twitching with rage. I won't let you go. Just wait to bear my wrath. Lin Yu lowered his head and said with a sobbing voice, Xiaoyan, I really know I'm wrong. Please forgive me this time. Xiaoyan snorted coldly. Forgive? Do you think it's possible? From today onwards, you don't want to go and learn to be a chef. Honestly, stay by my side. Don't take a step away. Her eyes were round. Her eyes seemed to be spitting out fire, and her voice sounded like thunder in Lin Yu's ears. Lin Yu's heart sank. He knew that his life would become even darker and more depressing, but he didn't dare to disobey Xiaoyan's orders and could only nod silently. Xiaoyan pulled Lin Yu into the Lamborghini and sped away. Along the way, Xiaoyan's face was so gloomy that it could drip water. She didn't say a word. She just stepped on the gas crazily, and the car sped like a runaway wild horse. To a luxury villa, Xiaoyan roughly dragged Lin Yu out of the car, pushed hard into the house. Bang sound hard closed the door. From now on, you will reflect in this room, and you are not allowed to come out without my permission. Xiaoyan roared and finished, turning around and leaving without looking back. Lin Yu was the only one left in the room, and he stood still for a moment before slowly sitting down. At first, he was filled with despair and helplessness, yet on second thought, since he couldn't resist, he would enjoy it. Anyway, having food to eat every day and not having to run around for a living, such a day didn't seem so bad. Thinking of this, Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh out loud. In that laughter, there was helplessness, self-deprecation, and a hint of indulgence after compromising with fate. Lin Yu stayed in the room like this for a few days, but he gradually adapted to this life of captivity. This day, Xiaoyan suddenly opened the door of the room, dumbfounded to see Lin Yu leisurely look. The heart of the anger miso burned up. How can you even laugh? Xiaoyan stormed out, roaring hysterically, her entire face twisted with rage. The smile on Lin Yu's face instantly disappeared as he nervously said, Xiaoyan, Xiaoyan interrupted him without a second thought. Don't explain, come with me. Lin Yu didn't know what Xiaoyan was up to again, but he could only obediently follow her. They arrive at a strange place that turns out to be an abandoned factory. Xiaoyan stopped and turned to Lin Yu. Today, you have to complete a task here or don't think about going back. Lin Yu asked suspiciously. What mission? Xiaoyan said coldly. Find a box I hid in this pile of rubble, with a time limit of 1 hour. Lin Yu had no choice but to start searching through the cluttered ruins. Time passed by. Lin Yu rummaged around in the ruins, his body covered in dust, but he never found any trace of that box. His mood grew more and more anxious, and beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. Just when he was almost about to give up, his foot seemed to step on something hard. Lin Yu's heart was delighted, and he hurriedly squatted down and peeled away the clutter around him, and he found a box. He excitedly picked up the box and ran towards Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan, I found it. Xiaoyan took the box, but her face didn't have the slightest look of joy. Instead, she glared angrily and said viciously, Open it. Lin Yu sniffed and opened the box. Inside was actually a photo of an intimate photo of Lin Yu and a strange woman. Xiaoyan's eyes instantly became incomparably fierce, and she hissed, Say, who is this woman? Lin Yu was at a loss. Xiaoyan, I don't know this woman, and I don't know how this photo got here. Xiaoyan didn't even listen to his explanation and raised her hand to slap Lin Yu with all her strength. Cursing, you're still lying. His voice carried a hint of trembling as he explained. This is Chef Junior's sister. When I was learning to be a chef in the hotel before, she instructed me a few times. That's all. There's really nothing else. Xiaoyan's face was still horribly gloomy. She stared at Lin Yu with a deadly stare and suddenly reached out and slapped him again and roared. Asterisk 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 mud horse. I've told you not to stay with other women. Lin Yu was shocked by this sudden outburst of anger from her and hurriedly said, Shoyan, don't be angry for now. It's really not what you think. Little sister. She's only helping me out at work. We're clean between us. Shoyan's eyes widened with disbelief. Work? I don't think it's that simple. Lin Yu, do you think I'm easy to fool? Lin Yu was so anxious that tears were coming out of his eyes. Shoyan, I swear to God, I only have you in my heart. Little sister is just someone who taught me how to cook. I don't even have private communication with her. Shoyan gritted her teeth and growled. Lin Yu, I'll believe you for now this time, but remember, if there's a next time, I'll make your life worse than death. After saying that, Shoyan turned around and left in large strides, leaving Lin Yu alone in the same place, trembling with fear. Chapter 80, I will protect you with my whole life. Lin Yu looked at her back and hesitated for a moment, but still quickly followed. Back to the villa, the two walked straight into the room. Shoyan Bang closed the door. Lin Yu stood outside the door, not knowing what to do. After a while, Lin Yu summoned up the courage to gently knock on the door and carefully said, Shoyan, I know it's wrong, will you open the door? There was no response from the room, and Lin Yu sighed helplessly, leaning against the wall next to the door with an incredibly heavy heart. At night, the door to Xiaoyan's room remained closed. Lin Yu didn't dare to leave without authorization, so he made do on the sofa in the living room and slept for the night. Early in the morning, Lin Yu was awakened by a sound of footsteps, and when he opened his eyes, he saw Xiaoyan walking out of the room, her face still not looking too good. Lin Yu hurriedly stood up and said curtly, Xiaoyan, good morning, I'll go make you breakfast. Xiaoyan gave him a cold look, didn't say anything, and turned around to walk into the restroom. Lin Yu had no choice but to silently walk into the kitchen and start preparing breakfast, thinking in his mind what he would do to make Xiaoyan calm down. He had carefully fried eggs, toasted bread, and made a cup of aromatic coffee. As he brought breakfast to the table, Xiaoyan happened to walk out of the restroom. Lin Yu said with a pleasing face, Xiaoyan, breakfast is ready, come and eat. Hyoyan walked over and sat down expressionlessly, picking up the bread and taking a bite but putting it down again. This bread is too hard, you can't even do that right. Hyoyan complained with a frown. Lin Yu quickly said, I'm sorry, Xiaoyan, I'll pay attention next time. Xiaoyan grunted and got up, walking over to the couch and sitting down, turning on the TV. Lin Yu stood aside, not knowing what to do. After thinking about it, he walked over to Xiaoyan's side and gently said, Xiaoyan, why don't we go out for a stroll today and take a break? Xiaoyan gave him a blank look. What's so distracting about going out with you? Lin Yu hurriedly said, I know a very pretty park, let's go for a walk, maybe you'll feel better. Xiaoyan was silent for a while before finally nodding. Alright, just this once. Lin Yu was overjoyed in his heart and hurriedly went to prepare the things to go out. Lin Yu hurriedly packed up his things and accompanied Xiaoyan out the door. Along the way, Xiaoyan was cold and didn't talk much. When they get to the park, Lin Yu tries to tell something funny to make Xiaoyan happy, but Xiaoyan always has a stern face. Suddenly, a light rain drifted in the sky. Lin Yu hurriedly took off his jacket and wanted to cover Xiaoyan from the rain. No need for your fake kindness. Xiaoyan pushed Lin Yu's hand away. Lin Yu's hand froze in midair, a look of embarrassment and loss on his face. At this time, a little girl selling flowers came over. Brother, buy a bouquet of flowers for your sister. She's so pretty, she'll love it. Lin Yu hesitated and bought a bouquet of flowers and handed it to Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan, don't be angry, this flower is for you. Xiaoyan glanced at the flowers and then at Lin Yu's sincere eyes, and her face finally eased a bit. I'll forgive you this time, but if there's a next time, you'll never be forgiven, Xiaoyan said as she took the flowers. Lin Yu looked at Xiaoyan with a hint of anticipation and nervousness in his eyes and carefully said, Xiaoyan, can I kiss you? When Xiaoyan heard this, a hint of redness rose on her face, and she glared at Lin Yu petulantly without saying anything. Lin Yu was a bit at a loss for words, thinking that Xiaoyan was angry, and hurriedly explained, Xiaoyan, I didn't mean to offend you, it's just that I can't help but want to be close to you. Xiaoyan bit her lip, slightly lowered her head, and said in a voice like a mosquito, then you lighten up. Hearing this, Lin Yu's heart burst with ecstasy as he slowly approached Xiaoyan and gently kissed her. However, just then, Xiaoyan suddenly seemed like a different person. She fiercely wrapped her arms around Rinyu's neck and kissed him hard, so hard that Rinyu was a little breathless. Humph, from now on, you can only belong to me and only think about me. Xiaoyan kissed while saying viciously in Lin Yu's ear. Lin Yu was a bit overwhelmed by this sudden crazy move of hers, and could only allow Xiaoyan to kiss her wantonly. A moment later Lin Yu was ecstatic in his heart and couldn't help but shout in his mind, too good. But just then, Xiaoyan seemed to have sensed his thoughts and suddenly let go of him with a dangerous glint in her eyes. Lin Yu, do you feel satisfied with this? Xiaoyan's voice was cold. Lin Yu was baffled and quickly said, Xiaoyan, I'm just. Xiaoyan interrupted. Don't explain, I know exactly what's in your heart, said Xiaoyan, turned around and left, leaving Lin Yu in place, full of joy instantly doused. As soon as Lin Yu was in a hurry, he quickly stepped forward and hugged Xiaoyan from behind, turning her around and leaning down to kiss her again. Xiaoyan was first startled and tried to break free, but Lin Yu tightly wrapped his arms around her and his kisses became more and more urgent. Gradually, Xiaoyan stopped struggling and wrapped her hands around Lin Yu's waist. After the kiss, Lin Yu looked deeply at Xiaoyan and said, Xiaoyan, don't leave so easily, I really can't leave you. Xiaoyan gasped slightly. Her face had a complex expression of anger and a hint of imperceptible shyness. She lightly opened her vermilion lips and said, Lin Yu, it seems that you really have completely changed your behavior. The words carried a bit of complacency, yet seemed to harbor some uncertainty. Lin Yu tightly held Xiaoyan's hand, looked at her with a firm gaze, and responded, Xiaoyan, for you, I'm willing to be good all the time. Xiaoyan tilted her head slightly, a hint of cunning flashing in her eyes. Then you have to do what you say. If you dare to go back on your word, there will be a good time for you. Lin Yu hurriedly nodded his head like an obedient child. Don't worry, Xiaoyan, I definitely won't let you down. Xiaoyan's eyes suddenly became frenzied and crazy as she violently pounced on Lin Yu, clasping her hands tightly around his neck before kissing him fiercely. Her kisses were full of dominance and possessiveness, as if she wanted to swallow Lin Yu whole into her belly. Lin Yu was stunned at first, but then relished in the intense and unique affection of Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan murmured as she kissed, Lin Yu, you're mine, forever. Her voice carried an almost paranoid determination. Lin Yu was infected by her passion and responded to her kisses. The two of them seemed to melt into one in this moment. After a while, Xiaoyan let go of Lin Yu, her eyes still burning with a wild flame. Lin Yu, however, had a look of intent and muttered, Xiaoyan, I haven't kissed you enough. Xiaoyan sniffed. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, and with a bit of smugness, she said, Humph, I won't let you kiss me enough. It depends on my mood. Lin Yu hurriedly came forward and said curtly, Honey, then when you're in a good mood then let me kiss more. Xiaoyan gave him a blank look and pouted. Let's see how you behave. Lin Yu hurriedly nodded his head as if pounding garlic. I will definitely perform well. Xiaoyan, just wait. At this moment, Xiaoyan, a hint of imperceptible cunning flashed in her eyes as she gently leaned into Lin Yu's arms, a mysterious smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. Come on, go home, Xiaoyan said softly. Lin Yu embraced Xiaoyan and the two walked side by side on their way home. Suddenly, Xiaoyan's eyes were attracted by a beautiful cake in the window of a cake store on the side of the road. Lin Yu, look at that cake, it's so beautiful, Xiaoyan said as she pointed at the window, a hint of eagerness and longing in her voice. Lin Yu was about to open his mouth and say that he would buy it for her, but Xiaoyan suddenly grabbed his arm tightly and her eyes became ferocious. Lin Yu, you have to get this cake for me, immediately and immediately, otherwise I won't be able to spare you. Lin Yu was startled by her sudden transformation and hurriedly said, Xiaoyan, don't be in a hurry, I'll go buy it. Xiaoyan snorted coldly, Go, if you dare not buy it, you won't want to see me again. Lin Yu didn't dare to delay and quickly walked into the cake store. After buying the cake and coming out, Xiaoyan grabbed the cake with a hand and a satisfied smile appeared on her face again. As she looked at Lin Yu's nervous and obedient appearance, she suddenly moved forward and kissed Lin Yu hard. This kiss was passionate and frantic, as if she wanted to pour all her emotions into it. After kissing him, Xiaoyan but then violently pushed him away with a cloudy expression on her face. Lin Yu was still immersed in the kiss he had just given, and with a face that was not yet finished, he murmured, Xiaoyan, I haven't kissed you enough. Xiaoyan glared at him and said loudly, That's enough, don't give an inch. Lin Yu was too scared by her yelling to say anything, but his eyes were filled with longing and reluctance. Xiaoyan turned away, no longer looking at him, and said coldly, Go home. Lin Yu could only follow her silently, but in his heart, he was still reminiscing about the short but intense kiss just now, only feeling as if his body had been set on fire, and his heart was itching. He couldn't help but take a few quick steps and come up next to Xiaoyan, carefully saying, Xiaoyan, I still want a kiss. Xiaoyan's footsteps did not stop, and without looking back, she rebuked, Don't be paranoid. Lin Yu was unwilling and begged pitifully, Xiaoyan, just one more kiss, okay? Xiaoyan stopped, turned her head, and glared at him fiercely. If I say no, I mean no. Lin Yu shrank his neck at Xiaoyan's eyes, but the longing in his heart still made him gather the courage to speak again. Xiaoyan, I really especially want to kiss you again. Just a little bit, please. Xiaoyan frowned, her face filled with impatience. Lin Yu, don't be so annoying. When I say no, I mean no. Lin Yu's eyes instantly dimmed and he hung his head down like a child who made a mistake. The two of them just continued to walk forward in silence. Lin Yu's heart was in turmoil. One moment thinking about Xiaoyan's kiss just now, and the other moment feeling lost because of Xiaoyan's rejection. Suddenly, Xiaoyan stopped and turned around, looking at Lin Yu's pitiful appearance. Her heart softened and she said, "Alright, just one more kiss." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's face instantly blossomed into a surprised smile and immediately came up. However, Xiaoyan nimbly dodged it, a hint of teasing flashing in her eyes. Lin Yu was in a hurry and pulled her over and kissed her hard. Xiaoyan was first shocked, then her face blushed, but in her heart, she liked this intense feeling, but her mouth was unforgiving. "Lin Yu, you're getting bolder and bolder." Lin Yu didn't care and continued to kiss, his hands tightly wrapped around Xiaoyan, afraid that she would break free again. Xiaoyan struggled a few times, then stopped resisting, and her hands slowly encircled Lin Yu's waist. After a while, Xiaoyan pushed Lin Yu away. Xiaoyan was gasping for air but her eyes were still blazing. She bit her lip and said, "Lin Yu, this is the last time. Next time you're so wanton, I'll definitely not spare you." But Lin Yu clearly saw the hidden joy and anticipation in her eyes. But Lin Yu still hadn't kissed enough. He once again approached Xiaoyan and whispered, "Xiaoyan, I still don't seem to have kissed enough." Xiaoyan said coldly, "If you want to kiss me so much now, why didn't you want to before?" Lin Yu looked aggrieved. "How would I dare in the past? It wasn't because you were too fierce." Xiaoyan raised an eyebrow. "Humph, so now you're not afraid?" Lin Yu hugged Xiaoyan tightly. "I'm afraid, but I'm more afraid of missing the chance to kiss you." Xiaoyan pouted and punched Lin Yu's chest. Oily mouth. Lin Yu took the opportunity to kiss Xiaoyan again. Xiaoyan didn't dodge this time, but just said with a red face, "You just know how to bully me." Lin Yu hurriedly coaxed, "How is this bullying on my part? It's clearly loving you to death." The corners of Xiaoyan's mouth rose. "Then you have to love me like that from now on." Lin Yu nodded solemnly. "That's for sure. You're the only one in my heart forever." But even so, Lin Yu didn't understand why he couldn't kiss him enough, as if he couldn't kiss him enough. It was as if that longing was constantly pouring out from the deepest part of his heart, making it impossible for him to suppress it. Every kiss was like igniting a fire that burned him, just wanting to keep getting closer to Xiaoyan and feeling her temperature and scent. Xiaoyan looked at Lin Yu's infatuated look. Her heart was both pleased and a little flustered. She pouted and said, "You guy, why are you so unaware of what's going on?" Lin Yu looked at her with a sincere face. "Xiaoyan, I don't know. As long as I face you, I can't control myself." Hearing this, Xiaoyan's face flushed and she hummed softly. "You're the only one who can say sweet things," Lin Yu anxiously explained. "Xiaoyan, I mean what I say. I really..." Before Lin Yu could finish, Xiaoyan pressed her finger against his lips and said, Okay, stop." Lin Yu smoothly held Xiaoyan's hand and gently kissed her fingertips, his eyes filled with fondness. Xiaoyan drew back her hand, turned around, and said, "Stop it, we should go back." Instead, Lin Yu hugged her from behind and whispered in her ear, "Xiaoyan, let me kiss her 1,000,000,000 times more, just 1,000,000,000 times." Xiaoyan struggled a bit and said, "No, don't pester me." Lin Yu, however, hugged him tighter, his voice carrying a hint of pleading. "Xiaoyan, I really can't help it." Xiaoyan stopped struggling, turned her head slightly sideways, and said, "Okay then, one last time." Filled with joy, Lin Yu moved up and kissed Xiaoyan deeply. At that moment, he only felt as if the entire world had stopped spinning, and everything around him became unimportant, except for Xiaoyan's soft lips and the charming scent of her body. An unspeakable satisfaction surged in his heart, only feeling that this was the best moment he had ever had, as if his soul had been sublimated in this moment. Xiaoyan resisted a bit at first, but gradually she also indulged in the kiss. I don't know how long it took before Lin Yu reluctantly let go of Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan's face was red hot as she glared at Lin Yu piteously and said, "You're such a bad egg." Lin Yu hemmed and hawed and said, "Xiaoyan, I really love you too much, so much that I can't help myself." Xiaoyan bit her lip lightly and said, "Then you must always be so good to me in the future." Lin Yu secretly thought in his heart, "How come I still haven't kissed enough? It's as if this kiss has an infinite magic power that makes me want to stop." A smile bloomed on Xiaoyan's face suddenly saying, "I still haven't kissed him enough." After saying that, her eyes became a little crazy, her hands tightly embraced Lin Yu's neck, and she took the initiative to kiss him. Lin Yu was shocked by Xiaoyan's sudden move, but quickly became intoxicated. For a long time, the two of them separated. Xiaoyan gasped for breath, but her face was wearing an infatuated smile. "Lin Yu, I want you to kiss me all the time." "Never again." Lin Yu interrupted her and said excitedly, "Xiaoyan, I still haven't kissed her enough." His voice carried a hint of eagerness and longing. His eyes locked on Xiaoyan as if she was all that mattered in his world. Xiaoyan giggled, a little crazy in her laughter. "Then let's keep going. Don't stop." Lin Yu embraced Xiaoyan again and kissed her deeply, as if he wanted to rub her into his body. Everything around them became a blur, leaving only the sound of their heated breath and heartbeats against each other. After the kiss, Lin Yu gasped and murmured, "Xiaoyan, I really can't leave you." Xiaoyan's eyes were mesmerized as she caressed Lin Yu's face. "Then don't ever leave." Lin Yu and Xiaoyan once again indulged in a deep and passionate kiss, their breaths becoming more and more rapid and their heartbeats as intense as the beat of a drum. Lin Yu tightly embraced Xiaoyan, itching to embed her into his body, and the kisses became more and more intense and fervent. Xiaoyan responded enthusiastically, her hands gripping Lin Yu's clothes tightly, as if he would disappear if she let go. The only thing left in their world was each other's temperature and scent. Everything around them no longer existed. The kiss seemed to have no end, carrying their fiery emotions and endless longing. I don't know how long it took, but the two finally slowly separated, their lips slightly red and swollen, but their eyes were still full of longing and infatuation. Xiaoyan gasped, "Lin Yu, I want you to kiss me like this forever." Lin Yu gasped and replied firmly, "Xiaoyan, I will, forever." Lin Yu and Xiaoyan embraced and kissed each other once again. This time, Lin Yu's heart was filled with deep love and affection for Xiaoyan. He felt Xiaoyan's passionate response and his heart was filled with happiness and fulfillment. After a long time, they slowly separated, and Lin Yu looked at Xiaoyan's slightly red and swollen lips and mesmerized eyes, and whispered, "Xiaoyan, I will always love you like this." Xiaoyan bit her lip, a hint of madness in her eyes. "Lin Yu, it's not enough, it's far from enough." Lin Yu froze slightly, then tenderly kissed Xiaoyan's forehead again. "Xiaoyan, don't be anxious, we still have a long time." Xiaoyan, however, was unforgiving and hooked her hands around Lin Yu's neck, sending her lips once again. Lin Yu smiled helplessly, but deep inside he couldn't contain his excitement. He could clearly feel his heart racing, his blood seeming to boil, every cell cheering. This passionate response left him as if he were in a dream, mesmerized and obsessed. Lin Yu had no choice but to cater to her passion once again, and their lips were once again close together, as if they were trying to mingle their souls with each other. The air around them seemed to blaze, and the only sounds left in their world were each other's breaths and heartbeats. After a long time, they parted in love. Xiaoyan's eyes were mesmerized and she panted, "Lin Yu, I want to be like this with you forever." Lin Yu looked at her, his gaze full of deep love and doting. "Xiaoyan, as long as you want, I'm always here." Xiaoyan giggled and jumped into Lin Yu's arms once again. Lin Yu hugged her tightly, feeling her temperature. The warmth of the touch made his heart become incredibly soft. "Let's go home," Xiaoyan said tenderly, and as soon as the words fell, Lin Yu princess hugged Xiaoyan in his arms. Xiaoyan was first startled, then her hands naturally wrapped around Lin Yu's neck, a happy smile spreading across her face. Lin Yu hugged Xiaoyan and walked at a firm but brisk pace. Along the way, Xiaoyan softly whispered sweet words in Lin Yu's ear, and Lin Yu smiled and listened, every now and then lowering his head to kiss Xiaoyan's forehead. Soon, they arrived at the door of the house. Lin Yu moved gently as if he was treating a rare treasure, carefully putting down Xiaoyan. The two of them then stepped into the door of their home with their fingers linked, and warmth and love instantly flowed through the large space like a warm tide. "Lin Yu, let's go cook," Lin Yu said tenderly, his face blooming with a smile as bright and happy as the sun. Xiaoyan gave him a petulant, sidelong glance and said, "Humph, listen to me on all of this, you have to honestly do as you're told." There was a hint of irresistible dominance in her eyes, but at the same time it was filled with deep infatuation. Nodding his head slightly, Lin Yu answered, "Okay, I'll listen to you on all counts, my precious." Walking into the kitchen, Xiaoyan's face was red with excitement, and as soon as she picked up the spatula, she began to command Lin Yu, "Go, wash that bok choy carefully. It must be washed spotlessly, not a single impurity can be found." Lin Yu immediately did it, and couldn't help but sneak glances at Xiaoyan while washing the vegetables. Xiaoyan looked back at him with eyes full of love and pouted, "Concentrate, don't look at me, work well." Lin Yu lowered his head with a full smile on his face, speeding up the movement of washing vegetables in his hands. After the meal was ready, Xiaoyan was full of joy as she brought the dishes to the table one by one. Lin Yu wanted to reach out to help but was firmly stopped by her. "Don't move, I'll do it, you just wait there obediently." Lin Yu smiled and stood aside, his eyes closely following Xiaoyan's busy figure. His heart was as sweet as if it was filled with honey. Moments later the two finally sat down at the table. Xiaoyan picked up a piece of fragrant meat and brought it to Lin Yu's mouth. "Open your mouth." "Ah." Lin Yu obediently opened his mouth and ate it, praising, "Delicious, too delicious." Xiaoyan smiled triumphantly. That smile was just like the most gorgeous flower blooming in the spring. "That's for sure. From now on you'll have to cook with me like this." Lin Yu picked up a piece of tender and juicy meat and gently passed it to Xiaoyan's mouth, saying in a warm voice, "Darling, you taste it too. It's all thanks to you." Xiaoyan raised her head slightly, living like a delicate and cute kitten. She opened her mouth and took a bite, her face instantly overflowing with a smile of extreme contentment, a smile that seemed to say, as long as I have you by my side, no matter what I do I'll be happy as can be. And it feels as if the entire world has become so beautiful as to be beyond imagination. Lin Yu looked at her fondly, his eyes full of intense love that could make people drown in it. Xiaoyan, being able to be with you is the greatest happiness of my life, as if I have the whole world. Xiaoyan fiercely clutched Lin Yu's hand tightly, with such force that it seemed as if Lin Yu would disappear without a trace in the next second. She cried out urgently and domineeringly, Lin Yu, you are never allowed to leave me, ever. If I don't have you, my world will immediately collapse. Completely collapse. Lin Yu gently patted her hand. The action was like calming a frightened deer, his voice gentle and firm, my dear, don't worry, I will always be by your side and will never leave, no matter how things change in the world, even if the sea turns into a mulberry field, my love for you will never change. Only then did Xiaoyan relax a little, like a boat that had finally found a stable harbor after a storm. She gently leaned on Lin Yu's shoulder and muttered in a small voice, that's good, if you dare to leave. I really don't dare to think what I'll be crazy about. Maybe the whole world will be stirred into a mess by me. Lin Yu hugged her tightly, as if he wanted to embed her into his soul, and said softly, my dear, it won't happen. Don't think about it. I'll protect you with my whole life. Chapter 81, You Can Love Me Well. Xiaoyan, however, raised her head violently. Her eyes were filled with an almost maniacal madness. Lin Yu, if you dare to betray me, I will not hesitate to kill you before committing suicide. We can't be buried together in life, but we have to die together in the same hole. Lin Yu was shocked in his heart. Cold sweat instantly broke out, but he still forced himself to be calm and gently stroked Xiaoyan's hair. My dear, don't be so extreme. How could I be willing to leave you? Xiaoyan wrapped her hands tightly around Lin Yu's neck, breathing heavily, and said, you'd better do what you say. I love you too much, so much that I can't bear to lose you for even a second. After saying that, Xiaoyan passionately kissed Lin Yu like a hungry wolf. Lin Yu passively responded, but his heart was vaguely afraid. After a passionate kiss, Xiaoyan gasped, Lin Yu, you have to love me tonight. Lin Yu nodded, his eyes burning with burning desire, holding Xiaoyan as he walked into the bedroom. The room filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. Xiaoyan's eyes were filled with extreme longing and eagerness, and she couldn't wait to rip off the buttons of Lin Yu's shirt, her hands roaming frantically over his sturdy chest. Lin Yu was also completely ignited by Xiaoyan's passion, and he responded passionately to Xiaoyan's kisses, his hands roughly undoing Xiaoyan's sash. Xiaoyan gasped, Lin Yu, hold me hard and tight, I want to feel all of you. Lin Yu sniffed and embraced her tightly into his arms, their bodies fitting closely together as if they wanted to rub each other into their bone marrow. At this moment, the crazed desire in Lin Yu's heart was as difficult to suppress as a raging tide. His breathing was rapid and heavy, his hands tightly wrapped around Xiaoyan's waist, and his warm breath sprayed on Xiaoyan's ear. Xiaoyan could feel Lin Yu's eagerness. Her face flushed and she slightly tilted her head to meet Lin Yu's blazing gaze. Lin Yu's eyes were filled with longing as he kissed Xiaoyan's forehead fiercely, going down his cheeks frantically, each kiss incomparably hard. Xiaoyan bit her lips lightly and wrapped her hands around Lin Yu's neck, trembling slightly. Lin Yu hugged her tightly and murmured sweet words loudly in her ear. The voice seemed to carry evil magic, making Xiaoyan's heart more and more intoxicated. Xiaoyan was writhing frantically in Lin Yu's embrace, her hands unconsciously scratching a red mark on Lin Yu's back. Their bodies gradually heated up, each touch carrying an endless frenzy. Xiaoyan's breathing became rapid and disorganized, while Lin Yu gave her comfort with an almost rough embrace. The room was filled with a blazing temperature. Xiaoyan continued to wriggle in Lin Yu's arms, her cheeks as crimson as blood, her eyes glowing with anticipation. Lin Yu whispered in her ear, honey, relax. His voice was gentle and magnetic, as if it had magic power to gradually calm Xiaoyan down. Xiaoyan tilted her head slightly and took the initiative to kiss Lin Yu's lips, who responded passionately to her kiss, his hands embracing her tightly as if he wanted to rub her into his body. Xiaoyan gasped lightly and said, Lin Yu, I love you so much. Lin Yu stroked her hair and responded, me too, baby. At this point, she gasped, making Lin Yu even more excited. He frantically kissed Xiaoyan's neck like a wild animal, and Xiaoyan couldn't help but tremble slightly. Honey, you're beautiful. Lin Yu's voice was filled with naked love. Xiaoyan wrapped her hands around Lin Yu's waist and her body pressed even tighter against him. Lin Yu felt her temperature and his heart was filled with burning tenderness. Their breaths were intertwined, every subtle movement filled with mad love. Lin Yu's hand gently rested on Xiaoyan's back while Xiaoyan gently squirmed in his arms. Lin Yu's lips slowly moved up along Xiaoyan's neck, stopping at her earlobe and murmuring softly, Xiaoyan, you're mine. Xiaoyan let out a cry and wrapped her arms around Lin Yu's neck. Lin Yu sensed Xiaoyan's response and his movements became more and more frantic. His hand slowly descended down Xiaoyan's back, gently rubbing her waist. Xiaoyan tilted her head slightly, her eyes were mesmerized, and the corner of her mouth carried a shy smile. The two men's heartbeats grew more violent, and the atmosphere in the room grew hotter and hotter. Lin Yu hugged Xiaoyan tighter, as if he wanted to make each other melt into one and never separate. After a long time, Lin Yu and Xiaoyan's breathing gradually stabilized, and they remained tightly embraced, unwilling to part. Xiaoyan's face carried a blush of happiness as she rubbed herself in Lin Yu's arms and whispered, "Lin Yu, I've never been so satisfied." Lin Yu kissed her forehead and smiled. "Me too, honey." Chapter 82, No Sleeping. Then, Lin Yu said softly, "Let's sleep, dear." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan jerked her head up, a hint of panic and anger flashing in her eyes. "Sleep? Such a beautiful moment. You actually only want to sleep? Lin Yu, do you not love me anymore? Is there someone else in your heart?" Lin Yu was startled by her sudden reaction and hurriedly explained, "Xiaoyan, don't be paranoid. I just think we should rest." Xiaoyan didn't listen at all. Her hands gripped Lin Yu's arm so tightly that her nails were almost embedded into his flesh. "No, you're not allowed to sleep. You have to stay with me all the time. All the time." Lin Yu sighed helplessly and hugged Xiaoyan tightly once again, trying to calm her down. Fine. I'll stay with you. Don't get excited." Xiaoyan quieted down a little, but her eyes were still full of unease and possessiveness. She stared tightly at Lin Yu, as if she wanted to carve his appearance into her heart, and said with a hint of trembling in her voice, "Lin Yu, swear that you will never leave me, not even for a second." Lin Yu looked at her heartily and swore solemnly, "I swear that I will never leave you." Hearing Lin Yu's vow, Xiaoyan's expression eased slightly, but she still pulled on his hand and refused to let go. "Then hold me and don't let go for a moment." Lin Yu complied and held her tightly in his arms. Xiaoyan buried her head in his chest and listened to his heartbeat as if that would make her feel at ease. However, after a while, Xiaoyan suddenly raised her head again and asked suspiciously, "Lin Yu, did you mean what you just said? Don't you dare lie to me." Lin Yu gently kissed her forehead. "Of course it's sincere. Stop imagining things and go to sleep." Xiaoyan's eyes widened in anger and she yelled, "Sleep? Sleep for what? I've said no sleeping." Her voice was almost hysterical and her eyes were covered in blood. "Lin Yu, do you not care about my feelings at all? Is it because you think I'm annoying?" Xiaoyan's tears were swirling in her eyes and her voice was tinged with sobs. She pounced on Lin Yu and grabbed his collar with both hands as hard as she could. "If you dare to sleep, I'll die for you. I'll do what I say." Lin Yu was shocked by this crazy behavior of hers and hurriedly hugged her tightly and kept comforting. "Xiaoyan, don't be like this. I'm not going to sleep. I'll stay with you all the time." Xiaoyan, however, showed no signs of calming down as she bit down hard on Lin Yu's shoulder and mumbled, "Let you sleep. Let you sleep." Lin Yu ate the pain and frowned. "Honey, if you keep doing that I'm leaving." Xiaoyan froze for a moment, then her eyes widened, her face full of unbelief. "What did you say? You actually want to leave? Lin Yu, how could you do this to me? I've given so much to you, I love you so much, and you want to leave me?" Her voice was sharp and piercing with deep despair and anger. "I forbid you to leave. If you dare to take a step out of this room, I'll burn this house down and we'll all die together." Xiaoyan waved her hands frantically, her hair disheveled, like a lunatic who had lost her mind. "Lin Yu, you're mine, only mine. No one can take you away from me." She hugged Lin Yu's waist tightly, her nails sinking deep into his flesh. "You want to leave after eating me dry? Lin Yu, you're overthinking it. I'm telling you, you won't be able to get rid of me in this lifetime." Xiaoyan roared hoarsely, her eyes burning with insane rage. "I gave everything for you, my heart, my body, my soul. If you dare to leave me, I'll kill you and then I'll kill myself. We'll be together even in death." Xiaoyan's tears rushed out like a flood that broke the dike. She stared at Lin Yu with a deadly stare, as if she wanted to imprison him by her side with her eyes. "Lin Yu, don't think that I don't know what you're thinking, and don't think that those little plans in your heart can be hidden from me. If you dare to leave, I will take a knife and slit my wrists right now, so that you can live in guilt for the rest of your life." Chapter 83, As long as you don't leave me. Lin Yu was instantly startled. His face turned pale and his body trembled involuntarily. "Xiaoyan, don't be like this. Don't be like this." Lin Yu's voice was filled with fear and helplessness. Xiaoyan, however, was not the least bit moved, her gaze still fierce and determined. "Humph, scared? You know you're scared now? It's too late. Lin Yu, you must give me an explanation today and say why you left me." Xiaoyan tightly gripped Lin Yu's clothes, her knuckles whitening from the force. Lin Yu stammered, "Xiaoyan, I'm not trying to leave you. Really, I'm just too tired." "Too tired? That's your excuse? Lin Yu, do you take me for a 3-year-old? Xiaoyan's voice raised an octave, her entire body on the verge of collapse. "I don't care. If you don't make it clear today, neither one of us will have a good time. Xiaoyan gritted her teeth and said with a look as if she wanted to eat Lin Yu alive. Xiaoyan, I just saw that you were too scary just now. Lin Yu shuddered. Xiaoyan's eyes widened, and her eyeballs seemed to be protruding out as she screamed hysterically. Terrible? You're actually calling me horrible? Lin Yu, I became like this for you, and now you actually dislike me? Everything I did was because I loved you so much that I went crazy, loved you so much that I lost myself. How dare you call me horrible? She violently rushed to Lin Yu, her hands grasping his arm in death, her nails almost digging into her flesh. Do you know that I can't live without you? If you dare to leave me, I will make you regret it for the rest of your life. I'll haunt you every day and make your life a living hell. Xiaoyan's voice was already hoarse. Her hair was messy and scattered on her face. She looked very maniacal. Lin Yu, you're mine. You'll always be mine. No one can snatch you away, including yourself. Lin Yu was completely stunned. Turning around, he ran towards the stairs. Seeing Lin Yu running away, Xiaoyan went after him like crazy, shouting, Lin Yu, come back here. If you dare to run, I'll jump off this building. Lin Yu's footsteps paused when he heard this, but fear still drove him to continue running forward. Xiaoyan chased after her to the stairway. Her feet slipped, and her body instantly lunged forward. Just in the nick of time, Lin Yu instantly rushed to her to hold her up. Just as Xiaoyan stood still, she pushed Lin Yu away and shouted angrily, Who wants you to help? Aren't you going to run? Why are you still coming back? Her voice carried a sobbing tone and her eyes were filled with anger and aggression. Lin Yu, do you feel sorry for me? Let me tell you, even without you, I can still live. Xiaoyan said as she pounded on Lin Yu's chest, tears streaming down her face. But I just can't stay away from you. I can't control myself. Why are you doing this to me? Why? Xiaoyan's voice grew louder and louder, and her entire body nearly collapsed. She suddenly hugged Lin Yu tightly and muttered, Don't leave me. Don't leave me. I'm wrong. It's all my fault. As long as you don't leave me, let me do anything. Lin Yu's brows were furrowed, full of helplessness and worry as he said, Xiaoyan, calm down. Xiaoyan, however, as if she didn't hear it, still hugged Lin Yu to death, her voice trembling, No, I can't calm down. Lin Yu, I'll really die without you. You can't go. You can't go. Lin Yu gently pushed Xiaoyan away, held her shoulders with both hands, looked straight into her eyes, and raised his volume. Xiaoyan, calm down and listen to me properly first, okay? Xiaoyan's eyes were flustered and tears kept pouring out. Lin Yu, I don't want to hear it. I just know that you can't leave me. I can't live if you leave me. Lin Yu sighed heavily and put on a softer tone. Xiaoyan, there's no way for us to communicate properly when you're like this. I never wanted to really leave you. It's just that your extremity scares me a little. Xiaoyan's eyes widened and she said eagerly, Then you promise you'll never leave me. Lin Yu nodded and said, I promise, but you also have to promise me that you won't be so impulsive and crazy in the future, okay? Xiaoyan sobbed, I can do anything as long as you're by my side. Lin Yu gently wiped away the tears on Xiaoyan's face. Then let's go back to our room and have a good chat. Xiaoyan held onto Lin Yu's hand as if he would disappear if he let go. Back in the room, Xiaoyan was still snuggled tightly next to Lin Yu, not daring to let go for a moment. Lin Yu looked at her like this. His heart was both heartbroken and helpless, and slowly spoke. Xiaoyan, love is not such a suffocating bondage. You're going to make us all tired. Xiaoyan lifted her tear-stained face and said stubbornly, But it's the only way I feel safe, and I'm afraid of losing you. Lin Yu gently stroked her hair and said, But the extreme way you're going about this will only push me further and further away. We should give each other some space, some trust. A flicker of panic flashed in Xiaoyan's eyes. No, if I give you space, you'll leave me. Lin Yu sighed. Xiaoyan, you're making it difficult for me. I want our love to be healthy, not full of fear and suspicion. Xiaoyan was silent for a long time, then whispered, Lin Yu, I will try to change, as long as you don't leave me. Chapter 84, You Just Don't Believe Me. Lin Yu hesitated and said, Okay. Xiaoyan raised her head violently, her eyes filled with suspicion and uneasiness. What do you mean, okay? Lin Yu, is it that you don't believe I can change at all? Is it that in your heart you are still thinking of leaving me? Lin Yu hurriedly explained. Xiaoyan, I don't mean that. I just what? Xiaoyan interrupted him, her voice rising sharply. You just don't believe me. You think I'm hopeless, don't you? Lin Yu, I'm telling you, I can't change. I just love you so much, so madly, so much that I've lost my mind. If you can't stand it, leave now. After saying that, Xiaoyan turned around and ran into the room, closing the door with a bang. Lin Yu looked at the closed door of the room. The exhaustion and fear in his heart reached its peak, and he turned around and ran away. Xiaoyan in the room heard Lin Yu's footsteps leaving and violently opened the door and rushed out. Lin Yu, don't you dare leave! She screamed miserably, her voice echoing in the hallway. Xiaoyan frantically chased after him, her hair flying in the wind, her eyes filled with despair and anger. Lin Yu, if you leave, I'll die for you, she shouted as she ran, her voice already hoarse. Lin Yu's footsteps paused when he heard her shout, but he continued to run forward. Xiaoyan chased after him recklessly, her foot broke and she fell to the ground. She couldn't care about the pain, climbed up and continued to chase, her mouth constantly chanting, Lin Yu, you're mine, you can't go. Lin Yu's footsteps hesitated slightly when he heard Xiaoyan's shouts behind him, but when he thought of Xiaoyan's almost crazy love, he gritted his teeth and accelerated his speed. Xiaoyan was panting as she chased after him, tears and sweat mixing together and blurring her vision. There was only one thought in her mind, and that was to keep Lin Yu. Lin Yu, if you leave, I'll go kill myself right away. Without you, what's the point of me living? Xiaoyan roared hoarsely, her voice filled with despair. At this time, Xiaoyan's clothes were dirty, but her heart and eyes were full of Lin Yu's departing back. Lin Yu ran to the road outside the villa and stopped a cab to prepare to leave. Xiaoyan saw the situation, the whole person like a wild beast in a frenzy, directly rushed to the cab, violently pulled open the door, a hand to pull Lin Yu out. Lin Yu, don't you dare try to escape. Xiaoyan's strength was incredibly strong, her hands gripping Lin Yu's arms tightly, her nails embedded in his flesh. Lin Yu was startled by her sudden move and tried to break free, but found Xiaoyan's hand firmly clamped on him like an iron vice. Xiaoyan, let go of me, Lin Yu roared. Xiaoyan's eyes were red and tears kept rolling down. I won't let go, I won't let go even if I die. You are mine, no one can take you away. As she spoke, she dragged Lin Yu back with such force that Lin Yu stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Lin Yu angrily pushed her away and continued to run desperately. Xiaoyan stumbled and almost fell when she was pushed, but she quickly stabilized herself and chased after him again. Lin Yu, stop right there. If you dare to run away today, I will go and kill everyone around you, Xiaoyan hissed, her voice nearly tearing, her eyes filled with madness and determination. Her hair was flying about in disarray, her face was a mixture of tears and sweat, and her expression was twisted in a frightening way. Lin Yu, I won't let you leave me, even if we die, we'll die together. Xiaoyan ran wildly regardless, with only one obsession in her heart, and that was to catch Lin Yu and keep him by her side forever. Chapter 85. Help me. Lin Yu ran desperately like a hunted prey, turning into a security booth in a panic. He breathed heavily, his eyes looking out in terror, praying that Xiaoyan wouldn't discover his hiding place. The security guard in the security booth was startled by the sudden rush in, and just as he was about to open his mouth to ask, he was met with a false gesture from Lin Yu. At this moment, outside, Xiaoyan looked around, her mouth constantly shouting Lin Yu's name, her voice mournful and desperate. Lin Yu, come out, where have you been hiding? Her voice was already hoarse, and her eyes were filled with madness and helplessness. Xiaoyan's feet stumbled, each step carried a deep obsession. She didn't leave any corner untouched, frantically searching for Lin Yu's figure. Lin Yu, I know you're nearby, don't hide from me. Her voice was tinged with sobs, tears blurring her vision, but she still refused to give up. Suddenly, her eyes locked onto the security booth and she took a step towards it. Lin Yu in the security booth heard the footsteps getting closer and closer. His heart was in his throat and his body couldn't stop trembling. Xiaoyan walked up to the security booth and stopped, her eyes staring at the door with a deadly glare. Lin Yu, I know you're in there, don't hide. Lin Yu covered his mouth, not daring to utter a single breath. Seeing no response, Xiaoyan violently pushed open the door. Lin Yu, you're really here. She rushed in and grabbed Lin Yu by the collar. You think you can hide from me? Lin Yu looked at her in horror. Xiaoyan, please let me go. Xiaoyan's tears came out again. Spare you? How could I possibly spare you? I can't live without you. Saying that, she hugged Lin Yu tightly, with so much strength that Lin Yu could barely breathe. Lin Yu's face was filled with panic as he tried his best to break free from Xiaoyan's bonds, but to no avail. In extreme fear and despair, Lin Yu turned his gaze for help to the security guard, his voice trembling as he cried out, Brother security guard, save me, I beg you to save me. I'm about to be strangled by her to the point where I can't breathe. The big brother security guard was a bit stunned by the sudden scene in front of him, but quickly came back to his senses and tried to go forward to pull Xiaoyan away. Girl, let go of him first, have a talk, the big brother security guard said while reaching out to pull Xiaoyan's arm. Xiaoyan, however, was like possessed, turning a deaf ear to the big brother security guard's discouragement and instead hugging Lin Yu even tighter. No one is going to take him away from me. No one. Xiaoyan roared hysterically, her eyes filled with determination and madness. Lin Yu felt his chest being pressed tighter and tighter. Breathing became more and more difficult, and blurry scenes began to appear before his eyes. Big brother security, I'm really dying, please think of something. Lin Yu's voice had become weak, and his face had turned blue due to the lack of oxygen. Seeing the critical situation, the security boss increased the force on his hands and broke Xiaoyan's fingers hard. Girl, if you don't let go, I'm going to call the police, the big brother security guard said sternly. However, Xiaoyan remained unmoved, as if she and Lin Yu were the only ones left in the entire world. Her arms circled tightly around Lin Yu like iron hoops, and on her face was an almost maniacal persistence and determination. When the security elder brother saw Xiaoyan being so stubborn, he was anxious in his heart. He knew deep down that if this continued, Lin Yu's life might be in danger. Girl, I'm warning you for the last time, let go of him, the big brother security guard shouted, but it was as if Xiaoyan didn't hear it at all, still holding onto Lin Yu and not letting go. Seeing this scenario, the security boss gritted his teeth, his heart crossed, suddenly raised his right hand, and with a swift momentum toward the back of Xiaoyan's neck, he ruthlessly gave a hand knife. The blow was so accurate and hard that Xiaoyan's body instantly stiffened and the strength of her hand slackened. Lin Yu took the opportunity to break free from her, panting heavily as his entire body collapsed to the ground as if he was deflated. Thank you, brother security, Lin Yu said in a weak voice, his face filled with the celebration and exhaustion of having survived a robbery. Xiaoyan, on the other hand, slowly collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Chapter 86, Unable to sleep. Lin Yu looked at Xiaoyan, who had collapsed on the ground, and had mixed feelings in his heart. His gaze held both horror at the crazy scene he had just witnessed and a hint of unspeakable pity. After much hesitation, Lin Yu finally sighed, walked forward and gently held Xiaoyan in his arms. Alas, no matter what, I can't leave you here unattended, Lin Yu muttered. He held Xiaoyan in his arms and walked in the direction of his home with a heavy pace. Along the way, Lin Yu's mood was incredibly complicated. He didn't know if this decision of his was right or wrong, and he didn't know what kind of situation he would face when he went back. But at this moment, all he knew was that he couldn't be cruel enough to turn his back on the unconscious Xiaoyan. After finally arriving home, Lin Yu carefully placed Xiaoyan on the bed and covered her up. Looking at Xiaoyan's quiet sleeping face, Lin Yu's heart couldn't help but be flooded with a trace of bitterness. He turned and left the room, looking around the villa and eventually settling in a small, secluded room. The room was dark and damp, and gave off a stale odor, and he lay there on the humble cot, his thoughts racing, unable to sleep for a long time. Lin Yu tossed and turned on that cot, his mind constantly conjuring up Xiaoyan's madness and thinking of her usual deep love for himself. His heart was torn. I don't know how long it took before Lin Yu drifted off to sleep in exhaustion. However, he sleeps extremely uneasily, with scenes of Xiaoyan crying and threatening constantly appearing in his dreams. Early in the morning, Lin Yu was awakened by a slight ringing. Lin Yu sat up nervously, apprehensive, wondering if Xiaoyan had woken up. He hesitated for a moment, but finally decided to go out and take a look. When he gently opened the door to his room, he saw Xiaoyan sitting on the sofa in the living room, her eyes empty, not knowing what she was thinking. Xiaoyan turned her head when she heard the ringing. Her gaze shot straight at Lin Yu, as if she could penetrate him. Lin Yu was startled by this sudden confrontation and his body unconsciously froze in place. Lin Yu, you're finally willing to come out. Xiaoyan's voice was hoarse and low, carrying an indescribable exhaustion and despair. Lin Yu opened his mouth, but realized he didn't know what to say. The air seemed to freeze in the moment, weighing people down. I thought that you would always avoid me. Xiaoyan let out a cold laugh, and that laugh seemed particularly harsh in the silent room. Lin Yu took a deep breath and slowly walked towards Xiaoyan, trying to break the suffocating atmosphere. Xiaoyan, let's talk about it. Xiaoyan looked away from him, no longer looking at him, but tears were welling up in her eyes. What else is there to talk about? Aren't you already tired of me? Lin Yu's heart seized violently. He sat down beside Xiaoyan and gently held her hand. It's not like that, Xiaoyan, Before the words were finished, Xiaoyan jerked her hand back and stood up, shouting hysterically, you stop it, I don't want to hear your excuses. Lin Yu, however, didn't care and directly pulled Xiaoyan into his arms and kissed him. Xiaoyan was first startled and subconsciously struggled, but Lin Yu tightly embraced her, not allowing her to break free. Gradually, Xiaoyan stopped resisting and reveled in the passionate kiss. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Yu let go of Xiaoyan, and both of them were a bit out of breath. A blush spread across Xiaoyan's face and her eyes softened. Lin Yu, Xiaoyan wanted to say something, her heart was full of mixed feelings. Lin Yu gazed at her fondly and said, Xiaoyan, stop it, okay? Xiaoyan bit her lip and lowered her head, like a deer that was injured and then appeased, and said softly, then you are not allowed to make me sad like this in the future. Her voice carried a hint of pout and contained a few points of aggression. Lin Yu looked at her heartily, his gaze full of firmness and tenderness. Okay, Xiaoyan, I promise I will never do it again. He gently stroked Xiaoyan's hair and continued, be a good boy and wait here. I'll go cook for you. Xiaoyan nodded slightly, a light smile blossoming on her face like a flower after a rain. Rinyu turned and walked into the kitchen, tying on his apron and skillfully pulling ingredients out of the refrigerator. He washed the vegetables carefully, his movements gentle and focused, as if he were carving a precious work of art. Chapter 87. Do you really love me? The oil in the pan gradually got hot and made a zipping sound. Rinyu methodically put the chopped ingredients into the pot and stir-fried them. A burst of aroma filled the air. In a short while, a dish with excellent color and flavor was brought to the table. Xiaoyan sat at the table, looking at the table full of delicious food, her eyes twinkling with happiness and touched like colorful starlight, but in the depths of the hidden a touch of imperceptible uneasiness. She raised her head slightly, her gaze locked onto Rinyu, her voice with a hint of trembling, carefully asked, Rinyu, do you really love me? Her eyes were filled with an almost crazy persistence, as if this answer was the only pillar of her survival. Rinyu was slightly stunned by her sudden question, then a gentle smile blossomed on his face as he reached out to hold Xiaoyan's hand and said, Xiaoyan, of course I love you, so much that I can't help myself. Xiaoyan, however, did not relax because of his answer, but instead became even more tense. She gripped Rinyu's hand back so hard that her nails were almost embedded in his flesh, and her voice became shrill. No, you lied to me. If you really love me, how could you make me suffer so much? How could you let me fall into despair over and over again? Rinyu felt the pain coming from his hand. His heart was shocked, but he still forced himself to be patient and said, Xiaoyan, don't be like this. I really love you. My heart is with you. Xiaoyan stood up violently, her eyes red, and roared hysterically. Then prove it to me. Prove it now. Give me your cell phone. I want to see if you've contacted another woman. She frantically pounced on Rinyu, her hands groping him carelessly. Rinyu tried to stop her, but she threw a hard slap. How dare you resist? Did you have a weak heart? Are you having an affair with someone else behind my back? Xiaoyan's voice had bordered on a snarl, and her face was so distorted that it was frightening. Xiaoyan, calm down. Rinyu couldn't help but raise his voice as well. Calm down? How do you expect me to be calm? I love you so much that I'm going crazy and you're telling me to calm down? Xiaoyan casually picked up a plate on the table and violently smashed it to the ground with a clang sound, splattering debris everywhere. If you leave me, I'll die for you. I'll make you live in guilt forever. Xiaoyan gasped for air. That originally beautiful face now looked a bit hideous due to extreme agitation, her eyes filled with chilling threats and bone-deep despair. Rinyu looked at her in horror, his voice tinged with pleading. Xiaoyan, be reasonable. Don't be like this. Xiaoyan laughed coldly, her laughter filled with ruefulness. Sanity? My sanity ceased to exist the moment I fell in love with you. It's too late for you to make me rational now. Her body trembled as if she would collapse in the next second. Rinyu, you know what? You're the only one in my world. You're all I have. If you leave, what's the point of me living? Xiaoyan's tears came out and slid down her cheeks. I've already lost myself for you. How can you do this to me? Rinyu reached out his hand to try to soothe her, but she slapped it away forcefully. Don't touch me. Unless you swear you'll never leave me. Don't pretend to be a good person. Xiaoyan's eyes grew crazier and crazier as she stared at Rinyu with a deadly stare, as if that gaze had turned into a substantial sword that wanted to pierce through his soul. Say it. Say that you will never leave me. Rinyu trembled at her appalling gaze. He stammered, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead, and his lips trembled uncontrollably. Xiaoyan took a violent step forward, her hands gripping Rinyu's collar tightly, her voice mournful. You say it. Why don't you say it? Isn't it true that you already had the idea of leaving in your heart? Isn't it? Her voice was so sharp that it almost pierced Rinyu's eardrums. No, Xiaoyan, it's not. Rinyu panicked and tried to explain, but his eyes didn't dare to meet Xiaoyan's. You still dare to lie to me? Xiaoyan was furious and raised her hand to give Rinyu a slap on the face. A crunching sound echoed in the room. If you don't make it clear today, neither one of us will have a good time. I will make you regret it for the rest of your life. She gritted her teeth, her expression twisted to the point of being chilling. Xiaoyan, don't be like this. I'm scared. Rinyu's voice was tinged with sobs and his body kept trembling. Scared? You're scared now? Why didn't you think of today when you messed with me? Xiaoyan's eyes were covered in blood, and her hair was strewn messily across her face, as if she were an evil spirit that had crawled out of hell. Chapter 88. Don't you dare run. Rinyu was frightened by this horrible appearance of hers. The fear in his heart instantly reached its peak. Completely unable to care about anything else, turned around and ran wildly towards the door. His legs were weak and every step felt like he was stepping on cotton, but the instinct to survive drove him forward desperately. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind: to escape this horrible place, to escape Xiaoyan's madness. You dare to run. Rinyu, stop right there. Seeing this, Xiaoyan let out a sharp hiss, a sound that seemed to be able to tear the air apart, like an enraged beast, chasing towards Rinyu like a bear. When Rinyu heard Xiaoyan's almost frantic cries behind him, the fear in his heart grew stronger. and his mouth couldn't help but burst out. WC. His feet became more and more flustered, and his heart beat so rapidly that it seemed to be about to pop out of his throat. At this moment, Lin Yu, his mind was blank, only knowing to run desperately, with Xiaoyan's creepy screams echoing in his ears, as if it was a hypnotic talisman from hell. He rushed to the door of his home as fast as he'd ever been able to, his hands scrambling to twist the lock. Damn, how come it won't open? Lin Yu was sweating in a hurry, his hands shaking more and more. Behind him, Xiaoyan's footsteps were getting closer and closer, and Lin Yu's heartbeat almost stopped. Click, the door finally opens, and Lin Yu rushes out of the house like a runaway wild horse. The wind outside howled across his face, but he felt no cold at all, filled only with fear and a desire to escape. Lin Yu frantically ran towards the main road. The pedestrians on the road were startled by his panicked appearance, and they all looked sideways, but he didn't have time to care about the gazes of the bystanders. He only had one thought in his mind: run as far away as possible. Xiaoyan was in hot pursuit behind her, her shouts echoing throughout the neighborhood. Lin Yu, don't run, you can't get away. Lin Yu's breathing became more and more rapid, and his legs were as heavy as lead, but he didn't dare to have the slightest pause. Finally, he ran to the main road, only to find a car just blocking his way. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Lin Yu shouted loudly while trying to go around the car. Just then, Xiaoyan chased after him and grabbed Lin Yu's coat. Lin Yu, you don't want to leave me. Lin Yu struggled to break free, and his clothes were torn with a bang. He couldn't care less and continued to run forward. After running for an unknown amount of time, Lin Yu came to a bustling street. He blended into the crowd and tried to use the cover of the crowd to get rid of Xiaoyan. However, Xiaoyan was like a ghost, always in hot pursuit, her frantic eyes searching for Lin Yu's figure in the crowd. Lin Yu desperately weaved through the crowd, his heart beating wildly, his heart filled with endless despair. Could it be that I really can't escape her? Just when he was filled with fear and helplessness, suddenly a familiar figure came into his eyes. He stared incredulously and blurted out, Su Yao, why are you here? Su Yao looked at the wretched Lin Yu with a surprised face. Before he could open his mouth to ask, Lin Yu was like grabbing a life-saving straw, pulling her hand tightly and saying urgently, Su Yao, help me. Xiaoyan, she's gone crazy. She's been chasing me all the time. Su Yao was somewhat overwhelmed by Lin Yu's sudden move, but seeing his terrified expression, the doubts in her heart were instantly replaced by worry. Lin Yu, don't panic first. Speak slowly, what's going on? Su Yao asked eagerly, her eyes full of concern. Lin Yu panted heavily and said incoherently, Xiaoyan, she's unbelievable, chasing after me like a madman. I really don't know what to do. Just then, Xiaoyan's shrill cry came from the crowd. Lin Yu, I see you. Don't run! Lin Yu's body trembled violently. His face instantly turned white, tightly grasping Su Yao's hand, his voice tinged with tears. Su Yao, please, save me, don't let her find me. Su Yao frowned and looked around, quickly pulling Lin Yu to hide in a nearby alley. Hide here first. Su Yao lowered her voice and said. Lin Yu huddled in the corner, his body trembling unceasingly, his eyes staring deathly at the entrance of the alley, fearing that Xiaoyan would suddenly appear. The alley was filled with dampness, and the sound of Lin Yu's heartbeat was extraordinarily clear in the silence. His gaze was always fixed on the entrance of the alley, and every second seemed like a long ordeal. Su Yao stood by the side, nervously observing the surrounding movements, and softly comforted. Don't be afraid, Lin Yu, maybe she can't find this place. However, their hopes were quickly dashed. Xiaoyan's frantic cries were getting closer and closer. Lin Yu, I know you're around here, you can't hide. Lin Yu's breathing became more and more rapid, and bean-sized beads of sweat continued to roll down his forehead. His eyes were filled with despair and fear as he muttered, It's over, she's coming. Su Yao gritted her teeth and said, Lin Yu, you hide first, I'll go out and distract her. No, Su Yao, it's too dangerous. Lin Yu pulled Su Yao back, his voice trembling. There's no time, trust me. Su Yao broke away from Lin Yu's hand, took a deep breath and walked out of the alley. When Xiaoyan saw Su Yao, she immediately rushed up and asked loudly, Su Yao, where's Lin Yu? Did you hide him? Su Yao pretended to be calm and said, Xiaoyan, calm down, Lin Yu isn't here. Xiaoyan didn't listen at all and pushed Su Yao hard. You lied to me, you guys must be in cahoots. Chapter 89, letting you go, don't even think about it. Su Yao tried to stabilize her body and tried to convince Xiaoyan, if you're chasing after Lin Yu like this frantically, you'll only push him further and further away. Sober up, will you? Xiaoyan hissed in anger. What do you know? He's mine. No one can take him away from me. Just as the two were at a standstill, Lin Yu, who was hiding in the alley, was filled with guilt and worry. He knew that Su Yao was in this predicament because she was trying to help him, but he didn't dare to go out rashly for fear of angering Xiaoyan again. By now, Some curious passers-by had gathered around, pointing at Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan, however, is completely oblivious and is only interested in finding Lin Yu. Suya took advantage of Xiaoyan's moment of distraction to turn and run in the other direction, trying to lure Xiaoyan away. Xiaoyan really fell for the trick and followed Suya in pursuit. Lin Yu poked his head out of the alley and looked at their distant backs. His heart mixed, but when he stuck his head back, he saw that Xiaoyan had actually appeared at the entrance of the alley at some point and was staring at him with a grim expression. Lin Yu instantly fell into an ice cellar and his limbs became stiff. How did you get here? His voice trembled beyond recognition. Xiaoyan sneered and slowly walked towards him, each step seeming to step on his heart. Humph, you think I will be easily lured away by that woman? Lin Yu, you're too naive. Lin Yu kept retreating until his back was against the cold wall. Xiaoyan, please, let me go. Xiaoyan's eyes grew more and more fierce. Spare you? Don't even think about it. You won't be able to get rid of me in this life. Just then, sirens sounded in the distance, and it turned out that a passerby had called the police. Xiaoyan quickly covered Lin Yu's mouth and dragged him harder deeper into the alley. Lin Yu struggled desperately, but he couldn't break free of Xiaoyan's iron-clamped hands. Don't make a sound, or I'll have your face. Xiaoyan lowered her voice and viciously threatened in Lin Yu's ear. Lin Yu's eyes were filled with panic as he tried to call for help, but could only make whimpering sounds. As the sirens got closer and closer, Xiaoyan's expression grew more and more tense, and fine beads of sweat broke out on her forehead. Who called the police? Xiaoyan cursed, but the force in her hand did not decrease at all. Lin Yu felt like he was about to suffocate as blurry scenes began to appear before his eyes. Right at this moment of life and death, Lin Yu exploded into an unprecedented ability, and with a huge force from nowhere, he violently pushed away Xiaoyan's hand, turned and ran, like a bolt of lightning through the narrow alley. Xiaoyan stumbled from the push and reacted by frantically chasing after him like an angry bear. Lin Yu, stop right there! Xiaoyan's roar resounded throughout the alley. Lin Yu couldn't even care about listening. He only had one thought in his mind, and that was to run. Run as far away as possible. His steps were getting faster and faster, and his breathing was getting faster and faster, but he didn't dare to have the slightest pause. Xiaoyan was like an out-of-control rabid bear. Her eyes were round and covered with blood. Her mouth emitted a hysterical roar. Her hideous face seemed to be taken over by a demon. She was frantically chasing after him without any regard. Every step carried the determination and madness to eat Lin Yu alive. The fear in Lin Yu's heart increased just from glancing back and seeing Xiaoyan's terrifying appearance. He tried his best to speed up his steps, the sound of his shoes scraping against the ground echoing in the alley. Suddenly, Lin Yu's feet slipped and his entire body flung forward. Just at the moment he was about to fall, he used his hands to support the ground and quickly climbed up to continue running. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyan let out a wild laugh of triumph. Lin Yu, you won't be able to escape. Lin Yu's physical strength was gradually running out, but the desire to survive made him grit his teeth and hold on. Just then, the police arrived. Stop! The policeman shouted sternly. When Xiaoyan heard the police officer's voice, her figure paused for a moment, but she quickly continued to chase towards Lin Yu, mumbling, "Leave me alone. This is between us." The police quickly surrounded the area, stopping and controlling Xiaoyan. "Let go of me. Let go of me." Xiaoyan struggled desperately, her face nearly distorted. Lin Yu finally couldn't support himself and collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. "Are you all right?" A police officer walked over to Lin Yu and asked with concern. Lin Yu shook his head weakly, his eyes filled with the celebration of having survived a robbery. "Take her away." The head of the police gave an order, and Xiaoyan was escorted to the police car. "I'm his girlfriend," Xiaoyan said, her voice tinged with resentment and anger. The cops were unmoved. "Even if you're a girlfriend, you can't act like this." Xiaoyan's eyes flashed with a hint of despair. "You guys don't understand. Lin Yu is mine. No one can snatch him away." The police car drove slowly. Xiaoyan was still struggling and shouting in the car, while Lin Yu sat helplessly on the ground, as if he had been drained of all his strength. Chapter 90, It's Me, Luo. After a long time, Lin Yu slowly got up and dragged his heavy steps away from this place of wrongdoing. He went to rent a rental house. This rental house was located on the top floor of an old neighborhood. The room was not big, but it was still clean and tidy. Lin Yu walked into the house. He was lying on the bed, his eyes empty, staring at the ceiling in a daze. The wind outside the window whistled and blew the tattered curtains. Lin Yu closed his eyes, wanting to forget everything in the past, but Xiaoyan's crazy face always surfaced in his mind. Just then he heard a soft knock on the door. Lin Yu's body instantly tightened up, his heart filled with fear. "Who?" he asked with a trembling voice. "It's me, your Yi." A soft voice came from the door. When Lin Yu heard this name, his face instantly turned white, his entire body trembled. "Lin Yu, open the door. I just came to see you." Luo Yi's voice carried a hint of pout. Lin Yu deeply knew her horror and terrifying place. His heart was gripped tightly by fear, and he didn't dare to have the slightest thought of opening the door. If you don't open the door, I'll keep waiting. Oh. Luo Yi's tone had a hint of threat in it. Lin Yu paced around the house in a panic, not knowing what to do. He couldn't figure out why these horrible people always haunted him. Lin Yu's cold sweat continuously slid down his forehead. His heart was beating furiously, as if it was about to pop out of his throat. Lin Yu, I know you're in there. Don't hide from me. Luo Yi's voice became sharper and sharper. That voice was like a sharp sword, stabbing straight into Lin Yu's heart. Lin Yu covered his ears, trying to isolate the creepy sound, but Luo Yi's words kept drilling into his mind as if they had magic powers. You think you can hide from me by not opening the door? Lin Yu, you're too naive. Luo Yi's voice had a hint of madness in it. Lin Yu's breathing became rapid as his eyes darted around the room, looking for something to defend himself with. Suddenly, there was silence outside the door. Lin Yu's heart was delighted. Could it be that Luo Yi had left? However, when he carefully looked out through the cat's eye, he found Luo Yi standing at the doorway, her eyes staring straight into the cat's eye with a weird smile on her face. Luo Yi suddenly said gently, Lin Yu, I won't hurt you, I just miss you too much. When Lin Yu heard this, his heart didn't relax in the slightest. He knew Luo Yi's capriciousness too well. Don't lie to me, Luo Yi. I don't believe a single word of your words. Lin Yu shouted at the door. Luo Yi was silent for a moment before she added, Lin Yu, as long as you open the door and let me go in to talk to you properly, I promise not to scare you anymore. Lin Yu hesitated. He didn't know if he should believe Luo Yi's words. What if she changed back to that scary look after opening the door? Time passed minute by minute, and Luo Yi outside the door stopped talking, so quiet that Lin Yu's heart became more and more uncertain. Thoughts kept flashing through his mind. Should he take a chance and trust her for once? Or should he be determined not to open the door and offend her completely? Just as Lin Yu's inner struggle was incomparably painful, Luo Yi gently sighed and said, Lin Yu, it seems like you're really afraid of me to the bone. That's just it. I'm leaving. Hearing Luo Yi say she was leaving, Lin Yu's taut nerves relaxed a little, but he still didn't dare to believe it easily. Still standing behind the door, quietly listening to the movements outside. After a while, there was no more sound from outside. Lin Yu carefully looked out through the cat's eye again and realized that Luo Yi's figure was no longer at the door. Lin Yu warily and gently opened the door and timidly peeked out, checking it out again with trepidation. Right at this moment, Luo Yi suddenly appeared, her face almost plastered to Lin Yu's face, a weird smile on her face, and madness in her eyes. Ah! Lin Yu screamed in horror and backed up in a panic. Lin Yu, you really still can't let me go. Luo Yi's voice seemed to come from hell. Lin Yu's back hit the wall and he looked at Luo Yi in shock. What do you want? Luo Yi took one step into the room. What do I want? I just want to be with you. Forever. Lin Yu desperately shook his head. Impossible. Don't be delusional. Luo Yi's face instantly grimaced. How dare you reject me? Chapter 91, A Villa in the Countryside. She fiercely took a step forward, as if a hungry tiger was pouncing on her. And regardless, she directly kissed Lin Yu. Lin Yu was terrified, desperately twisting his head to avoid. Yet he was held tightly by Luo Yi's hands that were like iron pincers on his head, and no matter how much he struggled, he couldn't break free for a single moment. Well, let go of me, Lin Yu shouted vaguely, his hands pushing hard against Luo Yi. But Luo Yi was like a demon, not caring, and the kisses became more and more intense. Just as Lin Yu was feeling desperate, a phone rang suddenly, breaking the chaos. Luo Yi's movements paused for a moment, and Lin Yu took the opportunity to push her away with force. Breathing heavily, his eyes filled with anger and fear, Luo Yi stood up straight, licked her lips and looked at Lin Yu with mesmerized eyes. No matter what, you're mine. Just then, Xiaoyan pushed open the door and she glared at Luo Yi and Lin Yu with an angry face. Lin Yu was surprised. Xiaoyan, aren't you at the police station? Xiaoyan snorted coldly. Just with them they want to trap me? When Luo Yi saw Xiaoyan, a hint of disdain appeared on her face. So it's you. What can you do if you come out? Xiaoyan gritted her teeth and said, Luo Yi, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Lin Yu is mine. Luo Yi laughed, her laughter sharp and piercing. Yours? You first look at your current wretched appearance. What qualifications do you have to compete with me? Lin Yu was caught in the middle of the two, not knowing what to do. Suddenly, Xiaoyan rushed up and wrestled with Luo Yi, and the room was a mess. Both of them swung their fists as if they were frenzied, not giving way to each other. Xiaoyan shouted as she fought, You crazy person! Stay away from Lin Yu! Luo Yi was not to be outdone and screamed, He's mine! Don't you dare take him away! They fought with increasing intensity, constantly attacking each other's bodies with their fists. Stop! You guys stop! Stop fighting! You guys stop fighting la! Lin Yu yelled loudly, but it didn't help at all. Here's a rewrite of the increased sickness and pettiness for you. But at this time, Xiaoyan and Luo Yi were completely in a frenzy and couldn't listen to any words at all. Luo Yi suddenly went crazy and used both hands to strangle Xiaoyan's neck to death, her face grimacing and the force on her hands increasing. Xiaoyan was strangled to the point where she couldn't breathe and screamed out in pain. Xiaoyan wasn't willing to show weakness either, taking the opportunity to bite down hard on Luo Yi's arm, her teeth almost sinking into the flesh. Luo Yi couldn't help but scream out "ah" under the pain, and only then did she let go of her hand. But in the blink of an eye, the two of them were like two beasts that had lost their minds, swinging their fists and striking wildly at each other without any regard for the other, each punch carrying hysterical fury and a viciousness that bordered on insanity. Luo Yi saw an opportunity to violently push Xiaoyan away and turned to pounce on Lin Yu, her eyes full of madness and possessiveness. "Lin Yu, come with me, only I can give you happiness." Seeing this, Xiaoyan charged again and the situation became even more out of control. However, like a water snake, Luo Yi nimbly avoided Xiaoyan's attack and directly took Lin Yu away. Xiaoyan desperately chased after her, shouting as she ran, "Luo Yi, stop right there!" Luo Yi, however, didn't care and quickly got into a Rolls-Royce parked on the side of the road with Lin Yu and sped away. Xiaoyan chased after her for a while, but in the end, she could only watch the car disappear from sight. She gasped for air, tears welling up in her eyes, and stomped her foot fiercely. "Luo Yi, I won't let you go." And at this moment, Lin Yu, who had been taken away by Luo Yi, was filled with fear and helplessness. He didn't know where Luo Yi would take him and what she would do to him. The sedan sped along the highway. Luo Yi drove while twisting her head to look at Lin Yu, a crazy smile on her face. "Lin Yu, from now on, you can only belong to me alone." After an unknown amount of time, the car stopped in front of a suburban villa. Luo Yi ruthlessly pulled Lin Yu out of the car and walked into the villa. The lights in the villa were dim, permeated with an eerie atmosphere. "This is our home, Lin Yu," Luo Yi's voice echoed in the empty hall. Lin Yu looked around, the fear in his heart growing stronger. Suddenly, a chilling wind blew through. "Luo Yi, what exactly is this place?" Lin Yu asked with a trembling voice. Luo Yi, however, didn't answer, but just smiled dementedly and pulled him towards the stairs. Chapter 92 Mysterious Drugs. Lin Yu's heartbeat became more and more violent, as if it was about to pop out of his throat. When they reached the second floor, Luo Yi opened the door to a bedroom and pushed Lin Yu inside. The room was filled with a strong scent of perfume, and just as Lin Yu walked in, the unique fragrance filled his nostrils. He raised his eyes and found some strange portraits hanging on the wall. The characters in the paintings had empty eyes as if they were in an endless abyss, giving people instant chills. But the room was also extremely luxuriously furnished, with all the elements intertwined in an eerie way. "Lin Yu, from now on, you stay here with me." Luo Yi's voice rang in his ears. Lin Yu tried to break free from Luo Yi's hand. "Luo Yi, you're crazy, let me go." Luo Yi's face instantly became gloomy. "If you dare to leave, I will." She didn't finish her sentence, only her eyes revealed a fierce energy. At that moment, a mournful catcall came from outside the window, and Lin Yu couldn't help but shiver. Suddenly, the lights in the room began to flicker irregularly, and Luo Yi's figure looked more and more bizarre amidst the alternation of light and darkness. Lin Yu only felt a chill running straight up from the bottom of his feet to the top of his head. He couldn't stand the horrible atmosphere any longer and couldn't help but yell at Luo Yi. "Luo Yi, you crazy person, bringing me to this kind of haunted place is simply going to scare me to death." Luo Yi, however, as if she didn't hear, slowly approached Lin Yu, muttering, "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Soon you'll get used to it." Lin Yu kept retreating until his back was against the cold wall. "Luo Yi, what the hell do you want?" Lin Yu's voice carried an obvious tremor. At this moment, the lights were completely extinguished, and the room was plunged into darkness. Lin Yu could only hear Luo Yi's heavy breathing, getting closer and closer and closer. Just as Lin Yu felt despair, a bolt of lightning cut through the window, instantly illuminating Luo Yi's distorted face. In that instant, Lin Yu saw that her eyes were filled with madness and obsession, as if they were vicious beasts waiting for an opportunity in the darkness. Lin Yu's eyes widened in horror, and his body couldn't stop trembling. Instead, Luo Yi slowly reached out her hand, wanting to caress Lin Yu's cheeks, her voice carrying an eerie gentleness. "Lin Yu, as long as you're good, I'll treat you well. I'll give you all you want and make you the happiest life you've ever lived. No one can love you more than I do, and no one can take you away from me." Lin Yu twisted his head hard to avoid her hand, his voice becoming hoarse from fear. "Luo Yi, this isn't love at all. It's madness. It's sickness." Luo Yi's hand froze in midair. Her eyes instantly became more fierce. "No, this is love. Why don't you understand? Why are you rejecting me?" At that moment, Thunder boomed outside the window, as if to fuel the chaotic and horrific scene. Lin Yu took a deep breath and gathered his courage to shout, "Because I already have Xiaoyan. The person I love is Xiaoyan, not you." Luo Yi. Luo Yi just smiled coldly. That smile was permeated with inscrutable madness. Without responding to Lin Yu's words, she turned around expressionlessly and went to cook, as if everything just now had no effect on her. But her tightly clenched fists revealed the emotions that were churning inside her. Lin Yu sat on the ground like a puddle of mud, his eyes dull, his mind racked with thoughts of how to escape from this horrible place that was like a nightmare. Not long after, Luo Yi walked in with the finished meal. Her face still hung that creepy, elusive and bizarre smile that seemed like a demon from the abyss. "Come on, Lin Yu, eat something." Luo Yi placed the rice heavily on the table with a thud. Lin Yu looked at her with a wary face, his body unconsciously shrinking back without moving in the slightest. Luo Yi frowned, picked up the bowl and chopsticks and forcefully handed them to Lin Yu. "Don't worry, I won't harm you." When she said this, her eyes but a chilling madness, and her voice seemed to be squeezed out from between her teeth. Lin Yu's inner tangle struggled again and again. Driven by hunger, he finally hesitantly took the bowls and chopsticks and wolfed them down and started to eat. He was so hungry and famished that he couldn't care less about the potential dangers at the moment. However, what he didn't realize in the slightest was that Luo Yi's seemingly gentle appearance hid a deep malice, and she had secretly added a bit of mysterious drug inside the rice. Only Luo Yi was currently staring intently at Lin Yu as he ate, a twisted contentment and unspeakable anticipation showing in her eyes. In a short while, Lin Yu had eaten all of his meal, but not long after, he felt that there was something wrong with his body. A dry heat rose from his abdomen and gradually spread throughout his body. "Luo Yi, what the hell did you do?" Lin Yu glared angrily at Luo Yi. Luo Yi, however, stood up and slowly approached Lin Yu with a winning smile on her face. "Lin Yu, this is all for your own good. You'll soon learn that I'm the only one who can give you true happiness." Lin Yu tried to resist the abnormalities in his body, struggling to stand up and wanting to rush towards the door, but just as he took a few steps, he felt his legs weaken and the scene in front of him began to blur. Chapter 93. The strong effects of the drug had caused his sanity to nearly collapse, and the remaining shred of sanity within him was struggling. Just then, that primal urge completely took over, and Lin Yu turned around and violently pounced on Luo Yi, pressing her heavily underneath him. Luo Yi was first startled, then a smug smile appeared on her face as she wrapped her hands around Lin Yu's neck and said poutingly, "Lin Yu, you can't resist me after all." Lin Yu's eyes were covered with blood, his breathing was rapid and heavy, and he growled lowly, "Luo Yi, you devil, I." Before he finished his words, his lips were uncontrollably moving towards Luo Yi's face. Luo Yi kissed as she pampered herself and said in a coquettish voice, "Darling, I knew you would be like this." Her hands tightly wrapped around Lin Yu's back, passionately responding to his kisses. Lin Yu was completely consumed by desire. His sanity was gone and his hands were groping randomly on Luo Yi's body. He roughly tugged at Luo Yi's clothes, gasping for air under his breath like an out-of-control beast. For her part, Loyalist catered to him, panting and panting, a look of ecstasy on her face. Lin Yu's movements became more and more intense, and the room was filled with an ambiguous and frantic atmosphere. There was no longer any thinking in his mind, only the endless desire that burned and drove him to keep asking for more. Luo Yi's moans became more and more intense, stimulating Lin Yu to indulge even more crazily. His sweat sprinkled down like rain, intertwining with Luo Yi's. After a long time, Lin Yu finally gradually calmed down from the waves of desire. He collapsed to the side in exhaustion, his eyes empty, his heart filled with remorse and self-blame. For her part, Loyalist snuggled up to him contentedly, a triumphant smile on her face. "Lin Yu, you're mine now," Luo Yi said softly. Luo Yi said and went to pour him a cup of water. She put another big bag of drugs in it, however Lin Yu didn't notice it at all. "Here, have some water, quench your thirst." Luo Yi handed the cup of water to Lin Yu with a seemingly gentle smile on her face. Lin Yu was still immersed in the chaos and remorse he had just experienced, and he mechanically took the glass of water and drank it down. It didn't take long for that familiar dryness to surge up again, and more violently than before. Lin Yu sensed the difference in an instant. His eyes erupted with fire as he stared angrily at Luo Yi and snapped, "What have you done again?" Luo Yi laughed uncontrollably and wantonly. That laughter was sharp and shrill, chilling. She then suddenly said in a warm voice with a seductive tone, "Lin Yu, this time, you'll experience unprecedented pleasure." Lin Yu only felt his head buzzing, and the desire in his body was like a raging wave, once again drowning his sanity. He frantically kissed Luo Yi, holding her tightly with both hands as if he wanted to rub her into his body. Luo Yi also responded passionately, and the room was once again filled with ambiguous air. Their movements became more and more intense, and their clothes were casually thrown on the floor. Lin Yu's breathing was rapid and heavy, and Luo Yi's gasps rose and fell. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Yu and Luo Yi finally collapsed onto the bed exhausted and fell into a deep sleep. However, Lin Yu woke up instantly as he looked at the ceiling, his eyes filled with confusion and pain. He couldn't believe that he had once again sunk into his desires and betrayed Xiaoyan. Beside him, Luo Yi was still slumbering with a satisfied smile on her face. Lin Yu turned his head and looked at her, a deep loathing welling up in his heart. He gently got up, put on his clothes, and walked to the window. The scenery outside the window looked particularly poignant in the afterglow of the setting sun, but Lin Yu had no intention of appreciating it. Just then, Luo Yi also woke up leisurely. She reached out her hand to try to pull Lin Yu, pouting. "Lin Yu, you've already taken me that. You have to be responsible for me." Lin Yu frowned and looked at her with a disgusted expression. "Luo Yi, you're simply crazy. This is all a conspiracy designed by you." Luo Yi jumped down from the bed, rushed to Lin Yu and tightly hugged his waist. "Whether it's a conspiracy or not, you must stay by my side now. Otherwise, I'll do anything." Lin Yu forcefully wrenched her hand away and roared, "Don't you force me." Luo Yi's tears surged out, her expression grim, her features twisted. "Lin Yu, if you dare to leave me, I'll tell everyone that you started the whole thing and make you lose your reputation." Lin Yu was so infuriated that he trembled, his face turning blue. "You crazy, unbelievable." Luo Yi's eyes were covered in blood, staring at Lin Yu with a mournful voice. "Yes, I'm crazy, crazy for you. You don't want to get rid of me. You'll be dragged to hell." Lin Yu took a deep breath and clenched his fists in an effort to calm down. "Even if you pester me like this, I won't love you." Luo Yi laughed coldly, full of despair and madness. "I don't need your love, as long as you're by my side. It doesn't matter where the heart is, the person must be mine." Lin Yu shook his head helplessly, his face full of despair and exhaustion. "You'll only make me loathe you more." Luo Yi's eyes first flashed with despair, then were replaced by madness. "So what if I'm disgusted? You have to be with me." She stared wide-eyed and deadpan at Lin Yu, shouting hysterically, "Lin Yu, if you dare to leave, I'll break you into pieces. When I say so, I'll make every piece of your flesh and blood leave me." Lin Yu was so frightened by her frantic appearance that he took a few steps back, his face pale. "Luo Yi, calm down." Luo Yi, however, pressed on step by step. The corner of her mouth rose, revealing a wry smile. "Calm down? I can't calm down. You are mine, only mine." Lin Yu's heart thumped as he tried to find a chance to escape, his eyes constantly darting to the door. Just then, Luo Yi suddenly rushed over to the table, picked up a fruit knife and pointed it at Lin Yu. "Lin Yu, if you dare to take a step out of this door today, I'll die with you." Chapter 94, The Creepy Ragdoll. Seeing this, Lin Yu did not hesitate to turn around and run towards the door. Luo Yi screamed and chased after him. "Don't you run, Lin Yu!" Lin Yu twisted the door handle with his hands and feet, his heart filled with fear. Just the moment he was about to open the door, Luo Yi pounced and grabbed him by the corner of his coat. "Lin Yu, you don't want to run." Luo Yi's voice was nearly frantic. Lin Yu fought to break free, and a piece of his clothes was torn. He finally opened the door and rushed out, with Luo Yi in hot pursuit behind him. Just then Luo Yi made a flying dagger, and that fruit knife flew straight towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu only felt a strong wind behind him. He subconsciously dodged to the side. The fruit knife clang sound stuck in the wall. Lin Yu didn't dare to stay and continued to run forward desperately. Luo Yi shouted as she chased after him. "Lin Yu, you can't get away." Lin Yu panicked and rushed into the stairwell. He rushed down the stairs in 3 steps. His feet slipped and he almost fell. And at that moment, Luo Yi was already getting closer and closer, and her gasps were extraordinarily clear in the silent stairwell. Lin Yu used to always be chased by Xiaoyan, and over time, he actually felt that his speed had surpassed that of Bolt. Lin Yu's feet were like the wind as he crossed several steps in a row, but Luo Yi wasn't willing to be weak either. Her scream echoed in the hallway. "Lin Yu, don't run, you're mine." Lin Yu's heartbeat accelerated rapidly and beads of sweat kept rolling down his forehead. Suddenly, his foot broke and his body lunged forward. Just in the nick of time, Lin Yu used his hand to brace himself against the wall and stabilized his body. But with this delay, Luo Yi closed the distance with him again. "It's over. I'm really going to fall into the hands of this crazy woman this time." Lin Yu secretly screamed in his heart that it was bad. Just at the moment when Luo Yi was about to grab the corner of Lin Yu's coat, Lin Yu made a sideways turn and flashed into the corner of the building next to him. Luo Yi pounced, and due to inertia, she rushed forward several steps before stabilizing herself. When she came back to her senses, Lin Yu had already disappeared. Luo Yi hissed angrily, "Lin Yu, come out!" And at that moment, Lin Yu had already quietly escaped from the villa through another passage. Breathing heavily, he looked back at the building that had given him such a heart attack, then ran away without looking back. Where has this crazy woman brought me? Lin Yu looked around at his unfamiliar surroundings, his heart filled with doubt and panic. It was an isolated neighborhood with dilapidated houses around it, and the streets were cold and completely deserted. Lin Yu felt a chill rise up his spine, and he didn't know where he should go. Suddenly, an eerie wind blew through, rattling the dilapidated sign on the side of the road. Lin Yu couldn't help but speed up his steps, secretly praying in his heart that he had to find a safe place as soon as possible. Just then, a strange sound came from the corner ahead, like someone whispering. Lin Yu hesitated, but finally decided to go over and check. He cautiously approached the corner, his heart beating more and more violently. When he finally made it to the corner, he found it empty, except for a tattered rag doll lying on the ground, which seemed to have an eerie smile on its face. Lin Yu was just about to let out a sigh of relief when he suddenly felt someone gently blowing a breath behind him, and that breath was incredibly cold. He turned around violently, but still saw nothing. Cold sweat continued to slide down his forehead, and an inexplicable fear gripped his heart. At that moment, the crying voice sounded again, this time seemingly right in his ears, and Lin Yu covered his ears in horror and ran desperately. Chapter 95, Hallucinations. He ran recklessly and furiously, the path beneath his feet becoming steeper and steeper, and the scene around him becoming more and more blurred. Lin Yu felt as if he was caught in an endless nightmare. Not knowing exactly how long he had been running, he only felt that every ounce of strength in his body had been drained, and his entire body collapsed to the ground in exhaustion as if his soul had been drained. However, the sobbing voice continued to echo in his mind as if it were a shadow. Who the hell is it? What the hell is it? Lin Yu roared in despair. Just then, a blurry figure suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, which slowly walked towards him, each step carrying a creepy silence. Lin Yu stared wide-eyed, trying to see who it was, but no matter how hard he tried, he could only see a hazy outline. You, don't come over, Lin Yu shouted in a trembling voice, but the figure didn't have the slightest intention of stopping, getting closer and closer and closer. Lin Yu's breathing became rapid as he tried to stand up and escape again, but his legs were like heavy weights of lead, unable to move. That figure gradually became clearer, and it turned out to be a woman dressed in a white robe with her hair covering her face. Her footsteps were light, as if they were weightless. However, in this dim environment, that bizarre face was as if it was covered by a layer of mist, and Lin Yu, due to his extreme exhaustion and blurred consciousness, was still unable to recognize its exact appearance even though he tried to open his eyes to see clearly. Who are you? Lin Yu asked in a trembling voice, his voice filled with fear and despair. The woman, however, did not answer, but just stood there quietly, her eyes vacant as she looked at him. Lin Yu felt like his heart was going to stop beating. He wanted to escape, but his body was completely out of control. Just then, the woman slowly raised her arm, her fingers long and cold, pointing straight at Lin Yu's chest. Lin Yu looked at her in horror, not knowing what she was going to do next. Suddenly, a low whimper escaped from the woman's mouth, as if she were speaking of endless pain and sorrow. Lin Yu's scalp tingled as he tried to close his eyes not to see this horrible scene, but the image of the woman was deeply imprinted in his mind. Please, let me go, Lin Yu almost begged. However, the woman approached him step by step, and with each step, the temperature around him seemed to drop a few points. Who the hell are you? Lin Yu shouted in a near collapse, his voice tinged with a sobbing tone that seemed particularly poignant in this silent space. The woman remained silent, only the icy aura intensified. Lin Yu could clearly see the wisps of white gas emanating from her body, as if it was a cold aura from the Nine Abyss. When the woman walked up to Lin Yu, she slowly bent down, her face came up to Lin Yu's ear, and said in a voice that seemed to penetrate the soul, I'm the nightmare you forgot. What nightmare? Lin Yu's eyes widened and his voice trembled, completely at a loss for words. The woman straightened up and looked at him coldly, with eyes that seemed to freeze his soul. Don't you remember any of the evil you've done yourself? Her voice echoed through the air with deep resentment. Lin Yu desperately shook his head. I don't understand. What have I done? The woman let out a cold smile. Your former ruthlessness and indifference pushed me into the abyss of despair. Now, it's time for you to pay the price. Lin Yu's mind flashed through various images rapidly, but he still couldn't recall anything related to this woman. Just then, the woman raised her hands and made a choking motion, slowly approaching Lin Yu. Lin Yu stepped backward in terror, his back slamming into the wall. Please, don't hurt me. I really didn't know, he begged desperately. The woman's hands were getting closer and closer, and Lin Yu felt like breathing was becoming difficult. Just when he thought he was going to die, a strong light suddenly shone through. Freeze! This stern voice exploded violently, like a bolt of lightning that cut through the dark night, frightening the heart. It turned out to be the police, but it was as if they had suddenly appeared out of an illusory light, so that one had no idea where they had appeared from. The woman's figure became blurred in the glare and then disappeared. Lin Yu collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. The police officer walked forward and helped him up. Sir, are you all right? Lin Yu was stunned and stammered. I saw a strange woman. She wants to kill me. The police officers looked at each other and began to search the surrounding area, but found no signs of anything out of the ordinary. Sir, are you hallucinating from excessive shock? A police officer asked. Lin Yu desperately shook his head. No, it's not an illusion. She really appeared. However, no one believed him. Lin Yu was plunged into deep fear and confusion. He did not understand what the woman's forgotten nightmare was, and he did not know why it had happened to him. Lin Yu was brought back to the police station by the police, and he sat in the interrogation room, his eyes empty and his body still trembling. Mr. Lin Yu, think more carefully. What exactly made you think that woman wanted to hurt you? The policeman asked patiently. Lin Yu held his head in his hands and said painfully, I really don't know. I don't have any impression of her at all. At this time, another police officer walked in and whispered a few words in the ear of the inquiring police officer. The inquiring police officer's face changed slightly and his eyes became more serious as he looked at Lin Yu. Mr. Lin Yu, we've just investigated your background and found that you've been to an unusual experience near an abandoned factory. Do you remember? Lin Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of panic that was hard to hide, a panic that was like a ghostly flame fluttering in the dark night. Remember, a giant bear of frighteningly large size was actually present in that abandoned factory. It was actually followed by a mysterious and unpredictable man who slashed the giant bear's leg with a knife. He claimed to be working inside this eerie, spooky factory. There's also a crazy, demented woman named Loi Yi who tricked me into coming to this factory and screamed frantically for me not to leave her. The policeman pondered for a moment. And what became of this mystery man? The man turned to go after the giant bear, and I took the opportunity to scramble away. Luo Yi, however, followed and chased after me, shouting under her breath to tell me not to leave her. She was simply an incorrigible lunatic. Just then, my wife Xiaoyan quietly appeared at the factory entrance at some unknown time, and it was she who saved me from this horrible predicament. Lin Yu spoke extremely quickly, his voice still carrying a trace of lingering fear that had yet to dissipate. The cop's frown tightened. And after that? What happened after Hyoyan rescued you? Lin Yu bit his lips tightly. After that, we walked out of the abandoned factory gate. Who knows? Luo Yi rushed out like crazy. In an instant, and Xiaoyan wrestled together. Xiaoyan was like a beast defending its territory. Angry and resolute, Luo Yi was maniacal, her eyes penetrating with crazy obsession. The two tangled fiercely and the scene was chaotic. In the end, Hyoyan won with fighting spirit and strength, and then we went home. I thought this would just go away, but I didn't expect to encounter something so horrible today. Chapter 96. What are you doing here? Do you think this woman you met today is related to the experience at the factory at that time? The policeman stared at Lin Yu closely. Lin Yu was at a loss. I don't know. Maybe there is. Maybe there isn't. I really can't figure it out. As if he had suddenly remembered something extremely frightening, Lin Yu said with a face full of horror. That mysterious man who appeared at the factory had said that that place was evil beyond imagination, and told me that I shouldn't come here. The cop's eyes sharpened instantly. What exactly did he say? This could be the key clue. Lin Yu tried to recall. He had a serious expression at the time and said this. And did you feel anything unusual at the time? The policeman pursued. Lin Yu shook his head vigorously, a look of panic on his face. I was so full of fear of that vicious giant bear and desperately trying to get rid of Luo Yi's suffocating entanglement that I didn't have the heart to pay attention to anything else at all. Luo Yi, she was simply an incorrigible lunatic. She was cloaked in hair. Her eyes were crazy and blazing, staring at me with a deadly stare. Her mouth hissing non-stop. Don't leave me. Don't leave me. That voice was sharp and piercing, as if it could penetrate the soul. She recklessly lunged at me, her hands desperately grabbing and tugging at the corners of my clothes, her fingernails scratching out a trail of blood on my arms, her mouth going back and forth with the same words that wouldn't allow me to leave her. That maniacal energy, as if I was the air she relied on for survival, and that once she lost me, she'd die instantly. Her whole being was like a sickly, petulant maniac who was completely out of control, and it made me feel endlessly afraid and disgusted. And that woman, she was dressed in a robe as white as snow, and her whole body was like a stern ghost crawling out of hell. Just as you arrived, she disappeared like a ghost without a sound and without a trace. The policemen looked at each other with suspicion and caution in their eyes. Lin Yu, calm down first, a police officer said. Even if she really did disappear, we'll still try our best to find out more about this. Lin Yu's emotions were still agitated. You guys don't believe me at all. She's really a ghost. Otherwise how could she suddenly appear and disappear? Just then, Xiaoyan suddenly appeared. She eagerly rushed to Lin Yu's side, tightly grasped his arm and said in a sharp voice, Lin Yu, what happened to you? What did that crazy woman Luo Yi do to you? Her eyes were filled with insane concern and exclusivity, as if Lin Yu was her only possession. Lin Yu was startled by Xiaoyan's sudden appearance. He looked at Xiaoyan and stammered, Xiaoyan, why are you? Here? Xiaoyan glared at him and said through gritted teeth, if I didn't come, I don't know how you would have been tortured by that woman. Lin Yu, you can only be mine. No one can take you away. The police officers were a bit overwhelmed by this intense reaction from Xiaoyan. At this moment, Xiaoyan's face was distorted, and her eyes were filled with paranoia and madness that made people shudder. Lin Yu was trembling, his face as white as paper. His voice shouted with extreme panic, it's not Luo Yi. It's a mysterious female ghost. She just appeared out of thin air and disappeared in an instant. That look, that aura, eerie, to hook my soul away. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan became even more agitated. Her hands clasped Lin Yu's shoulders with deadly force, her nails almost sinking into his flesh as she hysterically roared. Lin Yu, don't be afraid. I'm here. No one can harm you, not even a female ghost. You can only stay by my side, forever and ever. Lin Yu's grip by Xiaoyan was raw, but he didn't dare to break free, his eyes filled with helplessness and fear. At this time, Xiaoyan suddenly turned her head, stared viciously at the police, and said sternly, you losers, if you can't find that female ghost and let Lin Yu get a little bit of a shock again, I'll make you pay for it. The police officers were confronted with Xiaoyan's madness. As for Lin Yu, the whole person has nearly collapsed, his mouth kept chanting, female ghost, female ghost. Xiaoyan fiercely hugged him tightly. Her strength was so strong that it almost took Lin Yu's breath away. She said frantically in Lin Yu's ear, Lin Yu, don't be afraid. I'm here. No one can take you away from me. Not even a female ghost. You're mine. You can only be mine. And you won't be able to escape me in this lifetime. Lin Yu was on the verge of suffocating from her embrace, but he didn't dare to struggle, and could only shiver and let Xiaoyan do whatever she wanted. Chapter 97, Eerie Cries. Xiaoyan's eyes flashed with crazy possessiveness as she continued, Lin Yu, if you dare to leave me, even with the slightest bit of such a mind, I won't let you go. I'll let you know what it means to live as if you were worse than dead. Her voice seemed to come from hell, carrying an endless chill and determination. Lin Yu was so scared that he was trembling, his teeth were cackling, his hands tightly embraced Xiaoyan, his voice trembled with a sobbing tone, Xiaoyan, I'm so scared, I'm really scared. That female ghost's appearance keeps swaying in front of my eyes. I feel like I'm going crazy. Xiaoyan, don't ever leave me, you're all I have. His body curled up like a frightened beast, desperately burrowing into Xiaoyan's arms, seeking that illusory hint of security. Xiaoyan sensed Lin Yu's fear. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing an almost twisted, hideous smile. His hands wrapped around him even harder like iron clamps, his voice squeezing out from between his teeth. Don't be afraid, baby, as long as you stay by my side obediently, I'll protect you. However, there was no trace of tenderness in her eyes, only the creepy, bone-deep paranoia. At this moment, Xiaoyan was so excited that her breathing became rapid, her heartbeat was like a drum, and her eyes were covered in blood because of her extreme excitement. Her hands were even trembling slightly as she hugged Lin Yu tightly, murmuring, Lin Yu, you're finally relying on me so much, finally belonging to me alone. No one will take you away. No one. Her voice carried an almost maniacal joy, as if Lin Yu's fear was a gift she had dreamed of, sending her into a frenzy of fulfillment. Just then, the lights in the police station suddenly began to flicker, brightening and dimming, reflecting the faces of the people even more strangely. Xiaoyan, however, seemed to be completely unconcerned about the unusual situation, still immersed in her own world, tightly embracing Lin Yu, her mouth constantly chanting, Lin Yu, you're mine, you'll always be mine. Lin Yu was so scared by the flashing lights and Xiaoyan's madness that he almost fainted. His consciousness gradually blurred, as if the eerie face of the female ghost appeared in front of his eyes again. Suddenly, a ghastly wind blew through the room, and from the corner of the room came the faint sound of a woman's cry, which was so miserable and mournful that it gave people the creeps. The police were also on edge, gripping their weapons in their hands and looking around warily. Xiaoyan, however, still didn't care and just hugged Lin Yu to death, as if they were the only two people left in the entire world. The cries were getting closer and clearer, as if the thing making them was inching closer to them, and that cry, but at this time, abruptly ended the entire police station into a dead silence. The police officers bravely went to check it out and found that it was actually a little girl. She stood shivering in the corner and sobbed to the police. I can't find my mom. Xiaoyan frowned, unhappy that the little girl's appearance had interrupted her alone time with Lin Yu. The police officers rushed to calm the little girl down and asked for information about her. The little girl just cried hard for her mommy. Seeing this, Xiaoyan glared viciously at the little girl and roared, Stop crying, it's noisy. Lin Yu needs to be quiet right now. I'll throw you out if you keep crying. The little girl cried even louder at Xiaoyan's ferocity. Xiaoyan's face grew more and more gloomy as she shouted at the police. Why don't you hurry up and get this little girl out of here? If Lin Yu has any trouble, none of you will have a good time. After saying that, She hugged Lin Yu tightly and said in a shrill voice, "Lin Yu, you can only look at me, you can only rely on me. No one can divert your attention." Lin Yu was almost breathless from Xiaoyan's hoops, but he was so shocked at the moment that he was powerless to resist. Chapter 98, The Female Ghost of the Dream. Right in the midst of this extreme tension and fear, Lin Yu was so frightened that he fainted, but his hands held Xiaoyan in death, as if it was the only lifesaver he could grab in the darkness. When Xiaoyan saw that Lin Yu had fainted, not only did she not feel the slightest bit worried, but instead, a near-maniacal smile spread across her face, a twisted and bizarre smile, as if she was a demon from the dark abyss. Her eyes revealed an almost perverse satisfaction, as if a crazed predator had finally captured the prey of his dreams. "Lin Yu, you can't leave me after all. Even if you faint, you still have to hold me." As she said that, she hugged Lin Yu even harder and tighter, as if she wanted to rub him into her body, and muttered, "Don't ever think of leaving me, even if you die. You're still mine." Afterwards, Xiaoyan easily carried Lin Yu in her arms as she walked towards her home in large strides, her steps firm and hurried, deaf to the sideways glances and comments of the people around her. The wind whistled and blew, ruffling her messy hair, but she was oblivious to it, just staring at the unconscious Lin Yu in her arms, as if they were the only two left in the whole world. The lights on the side of the road flickered on and off, pulling her silhouette into a slender, twisted shape. Xiaoyan's eyes were burning with fervor, and her mouth kept chanting, "Lin Yu, no one can snatch you away. No one can." Her hands holding Lin Yu's hands were white at the joints due to overexertion, but they did not show the slightest sign of relaxation. In his stupor, Lin Yu fell into a dark and boundless dream. A thick fog filled the surroundings, and an eerie aura wrapped around him like a snake. Suddenly, an eerie laughter rang out in this mist. The sound seemed to come from hell, sharp and mournful. Lin Yu turned around in horror, only to see a female ghost dressed in a white robe slowly emerge. Her long hair fell down like a waterfall, covering most of her face, only revealing a pair of blood-red eyes, which seemed to be burning with a blazing ghostly fire, staring straight at Lin Yu, causing him to fall into an ice cellar. The female ghost's skin was as pale as paper, with bizarre veins crawling all over it. Her lips were black, and there was also black blood seeping out from time to time. She stretched out her slender fingers, her nails as sharp as knives, and slowly grabbed towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu wanted to run away, but found that his legs were like lead weighted down, unable to move a single bit. The female ghost pressed closer and closer, and a cold breath spewed out of her mouth, carrying the smell of decay and death. "You can't escape, ever." The female ghost's voice echoed in Lin Yu's ears, as if countless evil ghosts were hissing, and it was as if the voice carried sharp barbs that viciously pierced into Lin Yu's mind, as if countless worms were crazily gnawing at his soul, causing him pain. Lin Yu's body trembled violently, cold sweat falling like rain as he shouted hoarsely, "Who the hell are you? Why are you pestering me? Why?" His voice was full of despair and fear, so small and helpless in the eerie mist. The female ghost's hollow eyes seemed to have black mist surging from their sockets as she said quietly, "Didn't I tell you that I'm a nightmare you've forgotten?" Her voice seemed to come from the depths of hell, carrying endless resentment and coldness. Every word was like a sharp ice pick, piercing straight into Lin Yu's heart. Lin Yu's eyes widened, his face full of incredulity. "I don't understand. I don't remember doing anything to wrong you." The female ghost suddenly raised her head to the sky and let out a mournful scream, and the fog around her instantly became as thick as ink. "You don't remember? You personally pushed me into the abyss of death, only to turn around and forget all about it. Now, I'm going to make you pay the price and sink into misery forever." It was as if Lin Yu's heart was being held tightly by a large invisible hand. The force was extremely powerful, almost crushing his heart, causing his breathing to become extremely difficult, almost stopping his beating. He hissed in desperation, "No, it can't be. It's not true." Just then, the thick fog seemed like it was being slowly set aside by a pair of big invisible hands, and the female ghost's face gradually became clearer. Lin Yu's eyes widened in horror, his eyeballs almost glaring out of their sockets, and a dry cackle escaped from his throat as he finally saw clearly that this female ghost was actually Xiaoyan. At this moment, Xiaoyan's face was as white as frost. Her originally beautiful face had become twisted and hideous. Her eyes were empty and lifeless, yet it was as if they were a deep, bottomless black hole that was going to devour Lin Yu's soul. Her lips took on an eerie greenish-purple color, and when they were slightly opened and closed, they exuded a sickeningly putrid odor. "Lin Yu, you're the one who victimized me. You." Xiaoyan's voice was no longer the gentle voice of the past, but was filled with resentment and malice, as if it was a curse from hell. Lin Yu's legs went limp and he collapsed to the ground. He wanted to struggle to escape but realized that his body was completely out of control. "What did I harm you for?" Lin Yu hissed, his voice hoarse and broken from extreme fear. Xiaoyan's figure fluttered like a ghost. Her mournful voice echoed in the darkness, "Have you forgotten? Your promise to me. You said you would always be by my side, but you reneged on your oath. Your ruthlessness, your indifference, pushed me step by step into the abyss of death. Lin Yu desperately shook his head, tears gushing out uncontrollably. No, Shoyan, it's not like that. No. Shoyan stretched out her long, miserable and vein-covered finger, pointing it straight at Lin Yu's heart position, roaring, your lies, your betrayal, have broken my heart beyond repair, and now I'm going to make you taste this endless pain and suffering as well. The surrounding mist became thicker and thicker, as if countless evil tentacles, with teeth and claws, wanted to completely devour Lin Yu, and Xiaoyan's terrifying figure was getting closer and closer, each step carrying a chilling ghastly wind and resentment. Lin Yu's eyes were wide open, his eyes filled with despair and fear, his lips trembled but he could no longer make a single sound. He felt that his world was falling into an endless darkness with an unstoppable momentum, a darkness that was bottomless and cold, as if the abyss of death was opening its bloody mouth to him. Xiaoyan's hair fluttered wildly in the mist, her face became more and more distorted, and her mouth kept chanting, Lin Yu, come to stay with me, come to stay with me. The voice was eerie and horrifying, as if it was a curse that echoed in Lin Yu's ears. Lin Yu's heart was beating rapidly, as if it was about to break through his chest. He tried to struggle, tried to escape, but his body was unable to move a single bit, as if he was under a spell of immobilization. At the moment, it was as if he could hear the desperate wail of his soul in fear. Suddenly, Xiaoyan violently pounced on Lin Yu, her hands transforming into sharp claws as she fiercely grabbed towards Lin Yu's throat. Chapter 99, You betrayed me in the first place. Just in the nick of time, Lin Yu violently opened his eyes and gasped for air, cold sweat soaking his shirt, and Xiaoyan was sitting right next to him, her eyes staring straight at him with a look of madness and infatuation, as well as a hint of undetectable anger. Lin Yu, what's wrong with you? Xiaoyan's voice was so soft that it was almost eerie. She reached out her hand to try to caress Lin Yu's face, but the movement seemed raw. Lin Yu dodged backward in horror, his voice quivering as he said, Don't touch me. Xiaoyan's face was instantly gloomy as she gritted her teeth and said, Lin Yu, how dare you avoid me? You are mine, everything you have is mine, even your dreams can only have me. Her eyes became ferocious, as if she was a fierce beast about to lose control, her hands clenched tightly into fists, her bones whitening, and her body trembling slightly, as if she was trying her best to suppress the fury that was about to spew out from within. Lin Yu looked at such Xiaoyan, and said with palpitations, Xiaoyan, I dreamed of you in my dream. You are so scary, like an evil ghost that is asking for life, and you want to kill me with your teeth and claws. His voice trembled with deep fear and confusion, his eyes full of panic and helplessness. When Xiaoyan heard this, her body stiffened as if she was struck by an invisible lightning bolt. Then, she roared even more angrily, Lin Yu, you even think I'm scary? Everything I do is because I love you so much that I can't help myself, so much that I want to keep you by my side forever, even in my dreams, and I won't allow you to run away from me. Her voice was sharp and piercing, like sharp ice prongs, as if it could cut through the stagnant, suffocating air. Lin Yu looked at the nearly frantic Xiaoyan in horror, waving his hands in panic and saying incoherently, No, really, I don't know why it was like this in the dream, saying something about me betraying your oath, but I really don't know what that means. Xiaoyan, calm down, will you? His voice trembled terribly with deep fear and supplication. Bean-sized beads of sweat continued to roll down on his forehead, and his eyes were filled with fear of this familiar yet unfamiliar person in front of him. Xiaoyan's eyes widened, as if a blazing fire was about to erupt from her eyes, and she roared hysterically, You betrayed me in the first place. Her voice seemed to be squeezed out from between her teeth, each word carrying endless resentment and anger. Her eyes were covered in blood, and she stared at Lin Yu with a deadly glare, as if she was going to cut him into 1,000 pieces with her gaze. I gave you everything, my body, my heart, my soul, but what about you? And yet you abandoned me so easily, treating those vows as if they were passing clouds. Xiaoyan's voice grew more and more mournful, and her body trembled even more, like a withered branch shaking in a gale. Say it, Lin Yu, say if all this is your fault, say it. Xiaoyan took a step forward and closed in on Lin Yu, her aura as if she wanted to eat him alive. Her face was twisted and deformed from anger, and her originally beautiful features were now as hideous and terrifying as a demon. Xiaoyan, I'm sorry. Lin Yu's voice was in tears and his body was trembling unceasingly. Xiaoyan's eyes were filled with a crazy light as she shouted hysterically, Sorry? Can a single word of apology make up for the harm you've done to me? Can it erase the pain you brought me? Her voice was as sharp as broken glass, piercing Lin Yu's eardrums. You say you're sorry, but do you know how I live every day? My heart and eyes are full of you. You are the only one in my world, but you ruthlessly push me away and trample my love underfoot. Xiaoyan's tears came out of her eyes, but there wasn't the slightest bit of tenderness in those tears, only endless madness and determination. She violently grabbed Lin Yu's collar and shook him hard, roaring, I won't let you off easily. Never. You're mine. Even if you go to hell, you have to be with me. Cheyenne's hair flew in disarray. Her face twisted in horror from extreme anger and despair. Don't you dare try to run away from me. Not even for a single thought. I will let you know how miserable it is to betray me. Xiaoyan's voice seemed to come from hell, echoing creepily in the room. Chapter 100 Possessiveness. Lin Yu was trembling. His voice shouted with uncontrollable fear. Xiaoyan, don't be so scary. You're scaring me. His voice was shrill and trembling, as if it had been torn raw from his throat by extreme fear. Lin Yu's eyes were extremely wide, the whites of his eyes covered in blood, and his pupils contracted dramatically from shock. His face was as white as paper. His lips were trembling, and even his entire body was twitching. It was as if the air in the room was frozen with fear, and every breath Lin Yu took was filled with fear of the unknown and fear of the crazy woman in front of him. Xiaoyan, please, let me go. I really can't take it anymore. Lin Yu's voice had taken on a sobbing tone as his legs went limp and he almost collapsed to the ground. Xiaoyan, however, was not the least bit impressed by his pleas, but instead let out a creepy cold laugh. Letting you go? Ha 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 ha. You're thinking beautifully. Since you dared to betray me, you have to endure this endless fear and torture. Her laughter echoed in the silent room, haunting Lin Yu like a curse. Lin Yu's heart was beating rapidly, as if it was about to pop out of his throat. His eyes darted around the room in terror, trying to find a glimmer of hope for escape. But with every glance at Xiaoyan's twisted face, his hopes were dashed. Xiaoyan, I'm wrong. I really know I'm wrong. No matter what you ask me to do, I'm willing to do it. Just please stop scaring me like this. Lin Yu's voice was already hoarse beyond recognition. Every word seemed like it was squeezed out with difficulty from his broken throat. His spirit was close to collapsing. His entire body was like a shell that had lost its soul, shaking. Xiaoyan's originally twisted face did not ease up in the slightest as she said coldly, then don't even think about leaving me. Don't ever think about it. Your world can only have me. Your heart can only contain me. Your every thought and every breath must be related to me. I want you to completely belong to me. Not even the slightest thought of betrayal is allowed. Her words were like icy cold shackles that smashed heavily on Lin Yu's heart. Xiaoyan's eyes burned with crazy possessiveness, as if she wanted to imprison Lin Yu's soul under her control as well. If you ever think of leaving me, I'll make your life worse than death. Her voice was low and fierce, with an undeniable determination. Lin Yu's body trembled violently, and his voice said with endless trembling and compromise, okay, I promise you, as long as you can return to normal and stop being so crazy and scary, I promise you everything. His eyes were filled with a complex mixture of helplessness and fear, as if he had given up all resistance. Lin Yu took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down, then said, Xiaoyan, from now on, I will accompany you wholeheartedly and will never make you feel uneasy or betrayed again. I am willing to prove my commitment with my actions. His gaze locked onto Xiaoyan, trying to make her see his sincerity and determination. However, his heart was filled with apprehension and uneasiness, not knowing if this promise of his could calm Xiaoyan's anger and free himself from this terrible nightmare. As Xiaoyan listened to Lin Yu's words, the expression on her face eased slightly, but her eyes were still suspicious and wary. Lin Yu, you better be true to your word. Otherwise I will make you pay a terrible price, a pain that you cannot bear. Although Xiaoyan's voice was no longer that sharp, it was still cold and piercing. Lin Yu frantically nodded his head repeatedly. Xiaoyan, I will definitely not go back on my word. Don't worry. At this moment, he was like a frightened rabbit, carefully catering to Xiaoyan in this terrifying atmosphere. The atmosphere in the room remained heavy and depressing. Lin Yu didn't know what would await him in the future, and Xiaoyan's skeptical and possessive gaze never moved away from him. Xiaoyan's face was cloudy after hearing Lin Yu's words, and just as Lin Yu's heart was in his throat, Xiaoyan suddenly lunged at him like a crazed octopus and hugged him tightly. Her arms were like vines, wrapping around Lin Yu's waist with deadly force, as if she wanted to embed him into her body. Lin Yu was so stunned by this sudden move that he even forgot to breathe. Xiaoyan buried her head deep in Lin Yu's chest and muttered, Lin Yu, you're mine. You'll always be mine. No one will be able to snatch you away. Her voice carried an almost maniacal obstinacy and dependence. Lin Yu felt Xiaoyan's anaconda-twisting embrace that almost took his breath away. He wanted to struggle, but he didn't dare to act rashly, for fear of angering the emotionally out-of-control woman in front of him again. Xiaoyan's body kept trembling as if she was sucking the last vestiges of security out of the embrace. As for Lin Yu, he could only stand frozen in place, letting Xiaoyan hold him like this, his heart filled with endless fear and confusion. Xiaoyan's originally taut and twisted face, at this moment, was finally like a taut bowstring gradually relaxing, with some signs of easing. Her cheeks, red with anger, were slowly fading from that frightening blood color and regaining a hint of their former whiteness. But that easing was only relative to her previous madness. In fact, her brows were still tightly furrowed, as if they were firmly locked by an invisible lock, unable to be stretched. Her lips were no longer pursed into a straight line of resentment, and they loosened slightly. However, he remained close to Lin Yu, as if he was afraid that if he let go, he would disappear. Xiaoyan's breathing gradually smoothed out, no longer as rapid and ragged as it had been a moment ago, but it still carried a slight tremor. She hugged Lin Yu tightly like this, as if she wanted to integrate herself into his body and become an inseparable part of him. Lin Yu felt Xiaoyan's gradually relaxing but still tense body. He didn't dare to utter a single breath for fear that he would accidentally touch her sensitive nerves again. An eerie silence filled the room, with only the heartbeats of Xiaoyan and Lin Yu close together until death. After a while, Xiaoyan slowly lifted her head and looked at Lin Yu with a hint of complexity in her eyes. No longer pure anger and madness, but mixed with a hint of confusion and vulnerability. Lin Yu, will you really not leave me again? Xiaoyan's voice carried a hint of uncertainty and caution, as if a wounded child was seeking a final comfort. Lin Yu looked at Xiaoyan's eyes that were full of doubts and vulnerability, and hurriedly said, really, Xiaoyan, I will definitely not leave you again. His voice was urgent and firm, and there was sincerity in his gaze as he tried to convince Xiaoyan of his vow. Lin Yu's forehead was covered with beads of sweat, sliding down his cheeks, but he didn't dare to raise his hand to wipe it off. He just nervously watched Xiaoyan's reaction, afraid that if he was a little bit careless, he would cause Xiaoyan's emotions to get out of control again. Xiaoyan, believe me, this time I will do what I say and always be by your side. Lin Yu emphasized again, his tone becoming more and more sincere, as if he was going to use this continuous assurance to dispel the haze in Xiaoyan's heart. Xiaoyan stared into Lin Yu's eyes, as if trying to find a trace of a lie in them. After a long time, her tense body finally relaxed some more. Lin Yu, you better remember what you said today. Xiaoyan's voice was no longer sharp, yet it still carried a warning tone. Lin Yu nodded his head hurriedly. Xiaoyan, I definitely will. Xiaoyan slowly loosened her hands that were tightly embracing Lin Yu, but she still didn't take her eyes off of him. Then from now on, your every move will be within my sight, Xiaoyan said with a commanding tone, and although her tone had eased, that strong desire to control was still evident. Lin Yu's heart tightened, but he still answered, okay, I'll listen to you on all counts. Xiaoyan's eyes suddenly became fiery and frantic. She stared straight at Lin Yu and said sternly, Lin Yu, kiss me, hurry up. Her voice was filled with eager longing and a forcefulness that could not be refused. Lin Yu was stunned by her sudden request, but seeing Xiaoyan's almost maniacal eyes, he rushed into action. His lips trembled as he approached Xiaoyan, his movements looking a little stiff and flustered. Xiaoyan, however, fiercely wrapped her arms around Lin Yu's neck and pulled him fiercely towards her, her kisses carrying an almost rough possessiveness, as if she wanted to suck all of Lin Yu's soul into her body. Lin Yu, you are mine, forever, Xiaoyan said vaguely as she kissed, her voice carrying an almost paranoid madness. If you dare to betray me in the slightest, I will make your life worse than death. Lin Yu was too scared by Xiaoyan's actions to move, and could only passively endure the crazy kiss, his heart filled with fear and helplessness. He felt like he was being dead-bitten by a ferocious beast and couldn't break free. Chapter 101, I slept with her. After a long time, Xiaoyan suddenly thought of something and let go of Lin Yu, her eyes still burning with the flames of madness. She said viciously, Lin Yu, I need to know what happened between you and that Luo Yi. Not a single detail can be spared, even if it's a single look she gives you, a single word she omits to me. I will make you regret coming to this world. Her voice was sharp and mournful, as if it was a hiss from hell. Xiaoyan tightly grabbed Lin Yu's arm, her nails almost embedding into his flesh. You give me an honest explanation. If I find out that you're hiding something halfway, I guarantee that I'll do something horrible that you won't be able to expect. Lin Yu was full of panic, stuttered and trembled. I slept with Luo Yi. His gaze didn't dare to meet Xiaoyan's, and his body couldn't stop trembling. When Xiaoyan heard this, her eyes instantly widened, and the anger in her eyes seemed to be able to burn Lin Yu to the ground. She screamed hysterically, What? You actually slept with her? Lin Yu panicked and explained, It's because she gave me an aphrodisiac inside the meal after she captured me, and I couldn't control myself at all. Xiaoyan, you have to believe me, this is not my intention. His voice was tinged with sobs, and his entire body was in a state of extreme fear. Xiaoyan's face turned iron blue as she gritted her teeth and said, Lin Yu, you actually dared to betray me, or for such a ridiculous reason. Whether it's your intention or not, you're already dirty. I will never forgive you. I will make both of you pay a terrible price. Her hands tightly clenched into fists, her nails deeply embedded in her palms, red liquid falling drop by drop, but it was as if she couldn't feel the pain, only endless anger and hatred in her heart. Xiaoyan frantically rushed forward, grabbed Lin Yu's collar and hissed, Lin Yu, do you think you can make me let you go with such an excuse? How could you let her have her way so easily? Why didn't you fight to the death? Her voice was already hoarse, and tears were swirling in her eyes, but she stubbornly refused to fall. Lin Yu was almost out of breath from her tugging, and said with difficulty, "Shoyan, I was fuzzy conscious. I really couldn't help it. There's only you in my heart. There's never been anything but you." Shoyan violently pushed him away and Lin Yu fell heavily to the ground. Her eyes were wide open and her hair was disheveled around her face as if she were an out-of-control lunatic. "Lin Yu, don't try to coax me with these words. I won't trust you anymore. I'm going to make that Luo Yi's life worse than death, and I'm going to make you live in pain and remorse forever." Shayan's voice echoed in the room in a creepy way. Lin Yu got up from the ground and tried to approach Shayan once again, begging, "Shoyan, please, don't be like this. I know I'm wrong. I'll do everything I can to make it up to you." Shoyan, however, took a few steps back and sneered, "Make up for it? How are you going to make up for it? This scar is forever engraved in my heart and can never be erased." An air of despair and madness permeated the room at this point, as if an unstoppable storm was about to destroy everything. Shayan's eyes were covered in blood, as if she was a beast that had completely lost her mind. She violently grabbed everything around her, no matter if it was a heavy vase or a sharp ornament, and frantically slammed it towards Lin Yu, each strike filled with killing intent. "Lin Yu, you bastard! I'm going to kill you!" Shayan's hissing resounded throughout the room, her face so distorted that it was almost unrecognizable. Lin Yu dodged the items that rained down on him in terror, each impact causing his heart to almost stop. "Shoyan, don't do this, please." His voice was filled with despair and fear. Shoyan, however, didn't even listen as she continued to throw herself wildly, cursing under her breath. "You betrayed me. You deserve to die. I'm going to pulverize you." A heavy sculpture smashed into Lin Yu's side, splashing debris that cut his arm, but he no longer cared about the pain, only thinking about how to survive this crazy attack. The room was a mess, but Shayan's anger showed no signs of abating. She gasped for air, and the murderous intent revealed in her eyes was chilling. Chapter 102, You're Crazy. Shayan's eyes were glazed over, their orbs covered in grimy blood, and her breathing was rapid and heavy, as if she were gasping from the depths of hell. Suddenly, she grabbed the thick, heavy stick next to her and gripped it tightly with both hands, her knuckles glowing a ghastly white color from the excessive force. "Lin Yu, today is the day you die," Shayan roared hysterically, her voice sharp as if she was trying to cut through the endless darkness. She waved the club, bringing up a harsh wind sound, and it was as if the club had become a murderous weapon that demanded life in her hands. Hyoyan's hair was flying in disarray, the muscles in her face were twitching from extreme anger, and her entire body looked like a demon that had escaped from an insane asylum. She approached towards Lin Yu step by step, each step carrying the determination to destroy everything. "How dare you betray me? I'm going to crack your bones one by one and make you repent in pain forever." Shayan's voice had become hoarse, yet it was still filled with chilling madness. When Lin Yu saw this, his face instantly turned white, and cold sweat rolled down his forehead like a waterfall. His eyes stared in horror at the club waved in Shayan's hands, which seemed to have transformed into the scythe of death under Shayan's frantic dance, and could harvest his life at any time. In a panic, Lin Yu's eyes flicked to the window on the side, and his instinct to survive made him make a decisive decision. He rolled and rushed to the window with only one thought in his mind: to escape this horrible place. "Shoyan, you're crazy!" Lin Yu shouted loudly while slamming the window with all his might. The sound of glass shattering was sharp and ear-piercing, and countless pieces of debris flew out. Lin Yu stared dead at the ground of 50 meters without the slightest hesitation, leaped and jumped into the unknown darkness outside the window. The moment Lin Yu jumped out of the window, he only felt the wind whistling in his ears, and his heart felt as if it was about to pop out of his throat. His body plummeted through the air, his mind going blank. The moment he landed on the ground, the strong impact caused a sharp pain in his legs, and he nearly lost his footing, but he couldn't be bothered to check his injuries, forcing himself to endure the pain and desperately running forward. Behind her came Shayan's frantic shouts. "Lin Yu, don't run! You can't run away!" That voice was particularly terrifying in the silent night. Lin Yu didn't dare to turn back. The pace of his feet became faster and faster. The branches on the roadside cut his clothes and scratched his skin, but he didn't realize it at all. In the darkness, he didn't know where he should go, but just ran blindly, his heart filled with fear for Shayan. Lin Yu gasped for air. His lungs felt as if they were about to explode, each breath carrying a stinging pain. His legs were as heavy as lead, but fear drove him not to stop. Moonlight spilled onto the ground through the gaps in the leaves, creating a patchwork of light. Lin Yu weaved in and out of this light, his figure appearing lonely and hasty. Suddenly, a raging river appeared in front of him, its water glowing silver in the moonlight, the sound of flowing water extraordinarily clear in the silence. Lin Yu looked at the river in front of him, and a wave of despair welled up in his heart. However, the frantic cries of Shayan behind him were getting closer and closer, leaving him no time to hesitate. Lin Yu gritted his teeth and jumped into the cold and bone-chilling river water. The river instantly flooded his head, and the powerful current hit his body, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. Lin Yu desperately flailed his arms, trying to swim to the opposite bank. Just when he felt he was about to lose his grip, he finally grabbed a branch on the shore and struggled up. At this moment, Lin Yu dragged his heavy and wet body and struggled to move forward on the overgrown path. The darkness around him was like a huge net that seemed ready to swallow him up. Chapter 103, I Can't Beat Her. His heart raced, each beat accompanied by fear for Hyoyan. The wind weaved through the forest with an eerie whistling sound, as if Xiaoyan's angry hissing echoed in his ears. I don't know how long he ran, but Lin Yu came to an abandoned factory. Dilapidated factory building in the moonlight looks eerie. Rusty iron door half covered, issued a creaking sound. Lin Yu hesitated for a moment, but decided to hide inside. He cautiously walked into the plant, which smelled of decay and the floor was covered in debris and dust. He hid in a corner and curled up, trying to calm himself, but his breathing was still rapid, and the sound of his heartbeat was extraordinarily clear in the silence of the plant. Just then, there was a sound of footsteps in the distance, which were slow and heavy. Each step was like stepping on Lin Yu's heart. He nervously covered his mouth, not daring to make a single sound, his eyes staring dead at the doorway as cold sweat continued to slide down his forehead. Just as Lin Yu was tense to the core, Xiaoyan's crazy and twisted figure slowly appeared in the doorway. Moonlight poured in through the broken window, just enough to illuminate the corner where Lin Yu was hiding. Xiaoyan's eyes were like a sharp sword, stabbing straight in the direction where Lin Yu was. The moment her gaze met Lin Yu's eyes, which were filled with fear and despair, time seemed to freeze. The corners of Xiaoyan's mouth hooked into a wry smile that looked particularly eerie in the dim light. Her eyes glittered with madness, as if she had seen the prey that was about to come to her. Lin Yu's body involuntarily trembled as he tried to escape again, but his legs felt like they were nailed to the ground, unable to move. Step by step, Xiaoyan walked towards Lin Yu, each step carrying a heavy sense of oppression. Lin Yu's pupils dilated from extreme fear as he watched Xiaoyan gradually approach, but he was unable to make any effective response. Lin Yu, you think you can escape me? Xiaoyan's voice echoed in the empty factory building with endless mockery and anger. Lin Yu's throat felt like it was blocked by something and he couldn't make a single sound. He could only desperately shake his head, his eyes filled with supplication. Xiaoyan walked in front of Lin Yu, slowly squatted down and stretched out her white and slender fingers to gently lift his chin. The movement seemed gentle but carried an irresistible force. You're mine, forever, and no one will take you away from me, including yourself. Her tone suddenly became gentle to the extreme, but a creepy madness seeped out of this gentle tone. Lin Yu's nerves instantly tightened. Fear made his mind go blank, but the instinct to survive drove him to make an unexpected move. He hurriedly stretched out his hands and hugged Xiaoyan tightly. His body could not stop trembling. He tries to quell Hyoyan's anger with this submissive gesture, despite the resistance and despair in his heart. Xiaoyan, I won't leave you. Never. Lin Yu's voice trembled. The words he uttered were incomparably false even to himself, but at this moment of life and death, he could no longer care about that much. Xiaoyan felt Lin Yu's embrace and a smile of satisfaction appeared on her face, but that smile was as chilling as a ghost. Xiaoyan's eyes instantly became ferocious again. She stared at Lin Yu dead in the face and said through gritted teeth, then how do you solve the matter of you sleeping with Luo Yi? Go ahead. You think you can hug me like this and pretend nothing happened? I'm telling you, Lin Yu, I'll never let you off easy in this matter. I've been tortured by this every minute of every day. My heart is bleeding, you know? Her voice was as sharp as if it was going to cut through the night sky, and her hands gripped Lin Yu's clothes in death, as if she wanted to pull out his heart along with it. You have subjected me to such betrayal and shame, and I will make you pay 1,000 times over. Tell me exactly how you're going to make it up to me, how you're going to wash this anger out of my heart. Hyoyan's facial muscles twitched and the madness in her eyes almost spilled over, making it chilling to watch. Xiaoyan's breathing became more and more rapid. Her chest rose and fell violently as she violently pushed Lin Yu away and roared, Lin Yu, say it, how in the world are you going to make up for this torn heart of mine? I can't wait to just rip your heart out right now and see if there's no place for me anymore. Her voice echoed through the empty plant with deep despair and endless resentment. Is it only by killing Luo Yi that I can relieve the hatred in my heart? Or, should I first torture you to the point where your life is worse than death, so that you can taste the pain as well? Xiaoyan's eyes flashed with a crazy killing intent that made people tremble with fear. With that, Xiaoyan violently pushed him away. Lin Yu was pushed by her and stumbled, almost falling to the ground. He looked at Xiaoyan in shock and stammered, Xiaoyan, I really know it's wrong. You, don't do this. Xiaoyan laughed coldly, don't be like this. The mistake you made, is it something that can be solved by saying that you know it's wrong? I'm telling you, Lin Yu, this matter isn't over. It's never over. Her voice seemed to come from hell, filling the entire space with a suffocating atmosphere of terror. Lin Yu's voice was tinged with extreme panic as he said, Xiaoyan, it was her who really gave the aphrodisiac. and that drug was too strong. I was completely out of my mind. I didn't know what I was doing at all. I swear, I only had you in my heart. From the beginning to the end. His voice was tinged with a sobbing tone, tears welling up in his eyes, and his face was filled with a pitiful look of praying for forgiveness. Cheyenne glared at him fiercely and snorted coldly. Aphrodisiac? That's your excuse? You think I would believe such nonsense? Lin Yu, you disappoint me too much. Her hands clenched into fists, her body trembling slightly from anger. Cheyenne, I really didn't lie to you. If it wasn't for that damn aphrodisiac, I would never have done such a thing to wrong you. Lin Yu explained eagerly, trying to grab the corner of Cheyenne's coat. Cheyenne violently shook off his hand and angrily shouted, even if it's an aphrodisiac, it's still your fault. Why did you put yourself in that dangerous situation? Her voice was like an explosion that shook the entire plant, and her eyes shot out fury that could burn Lin Yu to the ground. Lin Yu's face was pale, and his voice was tinged with trembling and fear as he said, you know, at that time, I was captured by her, and I couldn't do anything about it. Cheyenne's face was twisted beyond recognition from her anger as she screamed hysterically, can't do it? You useless thing. Then you should have died instead of coming back to me in such filth. You think you can make me forgive you with this explanation? I can't wait to cut you into 1,000 pieces right now. She waved her hands frantically, as if she wanted to tear the air in front of her. Cheyenne, please, give me another chance. Lin Yu desperately begged, his body constantly shrinking back. Cheyenne, however, pressed on, her eyes flashing with madness as she gritted her teeth and said, chance? Do you deserve it? Chapter 104, Are you satisfied now? Cheyenne fiercely reached out and deadlocked Lin Yu's neck with such force that Lin Yu instantly turned red. You punk! I've given you everything and you betray me like this. Her voice was almost a growl, a low hiss escaping her throat. Lin Yu desperately broke Cheyenne's hand, his breathing becoming more and more difficult, his eyes filled with panic and despair. Cheyenne, I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. Please let me go. His voice became weak and hoarse. Cheyenne's face showed no mercy. Spare you? Then who will spare me? Who will compensate me for the pain I endure day and night? The strength of her hands increased instead of decreasing, her nails almost embedding themselves into Lin Yu's flesh. Just when Lin Yu felt like he was about to suffocate, Cheyenne suddenly let go of his hand, and Lin Yu collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. Cheyenne looked at him condescendingly and said coldly, don't think this is the end, Lin Yu. This is just the beginning. I will make you live in fear and pain forever and pay for your betrayal. After saying that, she turned to leave, her footsteps echoing in the empty factory building, as if a death bell was ringing in Lin Yu's ears. Lin Yu's eyes flickered for a moment and suddenly became frantic. He got up violently and rushed over, hugging Cheyenne tightly from behind, his voice carrying an almost maniacal plea. Yen, are you leaving me behind? Cheyenne was confused by this sudden move. She struggled and roared, Lin Yu, let go of me. You disgusting thing, don't touch me. But Lin Yu hugged him even tighter. His mouth kept chanting, Yen, I can't live without you. Even if you have to torture me, don't leave me. Cheyenne's anger reached its peak, her face turning red from extreme exasperation. Lin Yu, you really make me feel immensely disgusted. I never want to see that face of yours again. She desperately tried to break free from Lin Yu's bonds, but she couldn't shake them off. Cheyenne used her whole body's strength, finally broke free from Lin Yu's embrace. She turned around, raised her hand and fiercely gave Lin Yu a slap. Slap sound in the empty factory is particularly loud. Lin Yu, you make me feel sick to my stomach. Cheyenne's voice was so sharp that it could almost pierce one's eardrums. Her eyes were filled with disgust and hatred. You think that if you pester me like this, I will be soft? I'm telling you, absolutely not. Lin Yu was sidetracked by the slap, and a reddish palm print instantly surfaced on his face. But he was still undaunted as he approached Cheyenne again. Yen, don't do this to me. Even if you kill me now, I won't blame you, as long as you don't leave. Cheyenne laughed in anger. That laugh was eerie. Kill you? That would be too cheap for you. I'm going to slowly torture you, making your life worse than death. With that, she pulled out a sharp dagger from her pocket and waved it in front of Lin Yu's eyes, the cold light reflecting off the blade sending shivers down one's spine. See this knife? Lin Yu, I will cut through your skin bit by bit, so that you can taste the pain. Cheyenne's expression twisted, completely falling into a state of madness. Lin Yu actually said without hesitation, come on, Yun, as long as it's you, anything is fine. His eyes were filled with an almost self-mutilating obsession and madness. Cheyenne was made even angrier by his look. She gripped the dagger tightly, her hand trembling slightly. Lin Yu, you think I'll go soft just like that? You are wrong. Very wrong. I'm going to let you know how miserable the end of betraying me is. Cheyenne raised her dagger and stabbed hard towards Lin Yu's shoulder. Bright red liquid instantly gushed out, staining Lin Yu's clothes red, but he didn't even frown, instead revealing a relieved smile. Yen, as long as I can make you feel better, I can do anything. Lin Yu's voice was weak but firm. When Xiaoyan saw him like this, the anger in her heart burned even brighter. Don't think I'll let you go just like this. This is just the beginning. I'm going to dig out your heart and see if it's long blacked out. Xiaoyan pulled out her dagger and stabbed towards Lin Yu once again. The plant echoed with her frantic shouts and Lin Yu's muffled grunts of pain. Lin Yu suddenly threw back his head and laughed crazily. That laughter was like the wailing of a lone wolf, sharp and mournful, constantly echoing in this empty factory building, permeated with endless despair and madness. Ha 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 ha. Lin Yu laughed so hard that tears welled up in his eyes. His body trembled violently with his laughter as if he had lost all sense of perception. Xiaoyan, go ahead and stab. Stab harder. It would be a relief for me to die at your hands. Lin Yu's laughter came to an abrupt end as he violently stopped laughing. His eyes rounded out as he glared viciously at Xiaoyan. There was no longer the slightest bit of fear or pleading for forgiveness in those eyes. All that was left was a defiant determination. Xiaoyan was completely enraged by his appearance. Her sanity instantly collapsed and she frantically copied a heavy stone nearby and ruthlessly smashed it at Lin Yu with all her strength. Die! She hissed, her voice filled with despair and anger. The stone carried a whistling wind sound and flew towards Lin Yu with a swift momentum. Just in the nick of time, Lin Yu actually didn't dodge and stared straight at the smashing rock, a weird smile on his face as if he was welcoming death. The stone smashed heavily on Lin Yu's head, and bright red liquid instantly burst out, staining his face red. His body swayed, but he still stood stubbornly, his eyes staring deathly at Xiaoyan, as if he was going to carve her into his heart with this last gaze. Xiaoyan saw his miserable state. The stone in his hand clang fell to the ground. Her face flashed a trace of panic and fear, but was quickly replaced by anger. Lin Yu, you brought this on yourself. Xiaoyan's voice trembled but remained strong. The corner of Lin Yu's mouth hooked up a miserable smile. Xiaoyan, this time you are satisfied. His voice became weaker and weaker, and his body finally couldn't support it, and he slowly collapsed. Xiaoyan stared blankly at Lin Yu, who had fallen in a pool of blood, and an unspeakable pain and remorse suddenly surged in her heart. However, the emotion was instantly suppressed as she gritted her teeth and turned to flee the horrible place. The only thing left in the factory was Lin Yu's faint breathing and the bright red liquid all over the floor. Just then, a dark shadow slowly stepped out of the shadows. Chapter 105 Freedom. It was actually Luo Yi, a twisted smile on her face and a crazy excitement in her eyes. Ha ha, Xiaoyan is gone. Now, you only belong to me, Lin Yu. Luo Yi's voice was eerie. She approached Lin Yu one step at a time, her feet stained with blood, but she didn't care. You know what? I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Luo Yi squatted down and reached out to caress Lin Yu's blood-covered face. Lin Yu was already blurred in consciousness and could only look helplessly at the crazy woman in front of him. Luo Yi suddenly burst out laughing, the sound of her laughter echoing creepily in the empty factory building. From now on, no one will be able to snatch you away from me, even if it's death. You have to be with me. She hugged Lin Yu tightly, her mouth chanting non-stop as if she was caught in a maniacal fantasy. Luo Yi looked at the unconscious Lin Yu with an almost obsessive look on her face. She said softly, "My dear, don't be afraid. I'll take you away now." Only seeing her take a deep breath, she erupted with an amazing strength and easily carried Lin Yu on her back. Her steps were firm and hurried, as if she was carrying the most precious treasure in the world. Along the way, Luo Yi's mouth kept muttering, "Lin Yu, you're mine. You'll always be mine. No one can take it away. I'll heal you so that you'll never be able to leave me again." Her eyes glittered with a mad possessiveness that was chilling. Upon arriving at the villa, Luo Yi shouted, "Someone, come quickly, call all the best doctors for me. If you can't save him, none of you will live." Her voice was sharp and ear-piercing, scaring the servants into trembling action. Luo Yi stood by Lin Yu's bedside, holding his hand tightly and refusing to let go for a moment. "You have to get better, Lin Yu, or else I really don't know what crazy things I'll do." Her gaze was like a torch, as if she wanted to imprison Lin Yu's soul to herself. Luo Yi stared daggers at Lin Yu, the madness in her eyes growing stronger. She murmured softly to the unconscious Lin Yu, "My dear, you must wake up. If you dare to leave me just like that, I will drag you back even if I chase you to the netherworld." The doctors were nervously busy on the sidelines, while Luo Yi chided them from time to time, as if she felt that their every action was not swift enough or attentive enough. "Be careful. If anything happens to him, I'll make you all die with him." Luo Yi's voice was full of threats, and her eyes revealed reckless madness. When the doctors paused for a moment, Lloyd rushed up to them, shouting hysterically, "Quickly, continue, no stopping." Her hair was disheveled and her face was distorted, completely losing her usual elegance. It was late at night, and Lin Yu still showed no signs of waking up. Luo Yi guarded the bedside, a wry smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. "Lin Yu, no matter what, you will never be able to escape me. Even if you become a vegetable, I will still take care of you for the rest of your life, so that you belong to me alone. Suddenly, Lin Yu's fingers moved, and Luo Yi's eyes instantly widened, so excited that she almost lost control. You're finally reacting. Darling, wake up, come back to me. Luo Yi stared at every subtle movement of Lin Yu with a deadpan gaze, as if even her breathing had stopped. Her hands gripped the bedsheets tightly, her knuckles whitening from the exertion. Lin Yu, you mustn't be alright. You're mine, only mine. Her voice trembled with an almost maniacal obstinacy. At this time, a doctor came over and tried to check on Lin Yu's condition, and Luo Yi turned back violently, her eyes fierce as if she wanted to eat someone. Don't touch him, only I can take care of him. The doctor was scared and backed away. Luo Yi turned her head again, tenderly and incomparably caressing Lin Yu's cheeks, murmuring, my dear, wake up quickly. As long as you wake up, I'll do whatever I'm asked to do. I don't know how long it took, but Lin Yu's eyelids fluttered slightly, and Luo Yi was so excited that she almost screamed out. She covered her mouth with both hands and stared unblinkingly at Lin Yu, afraid of missing a single moment. Honey, you're finally waking up. Luo Yi's tears came out of her eyes, but there wasn't the slightest bit of sadness in those tears. They were filled with the insane joy of being about to get what she wanted. Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes and looked at her. Luo Yi was so excited that she jumped up and danced with her hands, her face in near uncontrollable ecstasy. Ha ha, you're finally awake. You're finally awake. She rushed to Lin Yu, her hands tightly grasping Lin Yu's shoulders. Luo Yi gasped and said viciously, but I saved your life. Your life is mine now. Every breath you take, every heartbeat you have, is controlled by me. Don't you think of escaping me? Ever. Her eyes burned with a frenzied flame, as if she wanted to devour Lin Yu whole. Lin Yu, you are my private property. I won't allow anyone to covet it, including yourself. If you dare to have any thoughts of leaving me, I will make your life worse than death. Luo Yi's voice was sharp and mournful. The atmosphere in the room instantly became oppressive and terrifying. Lin Yu didn't answer her, only weakly moving his lips but failing to make any sound. His eyes were dull, as if his soul was still trapped in that endless darkness. Seeing this, Luo Yi became even more agitated as she pinched Lin Yu's chin with both hands forcefully, forcing him to look at himself. Why don't you say something? Why? Are you still thinking of running away from me? Her voice was as sharp as broken glass, stinging the eardrums. Lin Yu's head tilted to the side feebly, as if trying to get out of Luo Yi's control, his breathing getting weaker and weaker, as if he would fall into unconsciousness again in the next second. Luo Yi's eyes widened in horror, her hands trembling as she stroked Lin Yu's face, her voice tinged with sobs. Lin Yu, don't scare me. You can't leave me like this. If you dare to die, I'll follow you, and I won't let you go even in the netherworld. She rang the call bell in a panic and shouted hysterically at the doctors and nurses rushing in. Save him. If you can't save him, you'll all die. The doctors quickly started first aid. Luo Yi paced anxiously back and forth, her eyes not daring to move away from Lin Yu for a moment. Lin Yu, you must hold on. You are mine, only mine. Luo Yi's hands were clenched into fists, her nails deeply embedded into her palms, but she was oblivious. The sound of first aid equipment filled the entire room, and Luo Yi's heart was in her throat. It was as if time had frozen, and every second was incomparably long. Finally, Lin Yu's breathing gradually stabilized, and only then did Luo Yi's taut nerves relax a little. She flung herself to Lin Yu's bedside, her hands gripping his hands tightly, her voice trembling but firm. Lin Yu, your life is mine, and your heart can only be mine. Luo Yi's face was still streaked with undried tears, but her eyes were glittering with madness. From now on, every breath you take, every thought you have, must be related to me. Her body trembled slightly, yet she still stared at Lin Yu with a deadly stare, as if she wanted to use her gaze to confine him to herself forever. I'll do anything for you, so don't even think about the slightest thought of escaping. Luo Yi stared straight at Lin Yu. Her voice was lowered but permeated with unquestionable determination. Lin Yu, you remember, your existence is to be with me. There won't be another person in this world who loves you as much as I do. So madly, so recklessly. She gently stroked Lin Yu's face, her movements gentle. Luo Yi stood up, looked around the room at the doctors and nurses, and snapped, all of you listen to me. Whoever dares to divulge half a word about today's incident, I'll let his whole family be buried with him. Afterward, she sat back down next to Lin Yu, her gaze never leaving him for a moment, her mouth chanting, Lin Yu, you're mine, you'll always be mine. Lin Yu recuperated from his injuries like this for a few days, and during these days, Luo Yi almost didn't move an inch to guard his side. She was like a nervous guard, always keeping a close eye on Lin Yu's every move. She personally fed and wiped Lin Yu's body, the infatuation and possessiveness in her eyes not diminishing in the slightest. Lin Yu, eat more, get better quickly, and belong to me completely. Her voice was soft, but carried a creepy insistence. Lin Yu occasionally looks out the window, longing for that moment of freedom. Luo Yi immediately notices and glares at him fiercely. Don't even think about leaving my sight. What's so good about the outside world? Only my place is where you belong. Chapter 106, Suffocating Care. During the night, when Lin Yu slightly rolled over, Luo Yi would wake up in a panic, nervously checking on his condition, then hugging him tightly and murmuring, "Don't leave me, don't leave me." One day, Lin Yu finally couldn't suppress the excitement that was churning inside his heart. His voice trembled as he opened his mouth and said, "Thank you for saving me." Luo Yi was first stunned, then an almost maniacal smile appeared on her face as she wrapped her arms even harder around Lin Yu. "Thank me? You think a thank you is enough? I picked up this life of yours, so it's mine, forever." Her voice was sharp and piercing, her eyes full of crazy possessiveness. "Don't even think about getting out of my way with that thank you. You'll never escape me in your life. I'll do anything crazy for you. You'd better be good and stay by my side. Don't have any more thoughts you shouldn't have." Luo Yi's breathing was rapid, her milky breath spraying on Lin Yu's face with a suffocating sense of oppression. "I didn't save you to make you grateful, but to make you belong to me completely, body and soul." Her gaze was like a torch, as if she wanted to scorch Lin Yu's soul. Lin Yu frowned tightly, gritted his teeth and said with difficulty, "No." Although his voice was weak, it carried an unquestionable determination. Luo Yi's face instantly became gloomy, her eyes staring at Lin Yu with a deadly glare, as if she was about to spit out fire. "No? You said no?" Her voice rose a few decibels with disbelief and extreme anger. "Lin Yu, how dare you say no to me? Do you know that without me, you would have died a long time ago? Now your life is given by me. You have no qualification to say no to me." Luo Yi roared hysterically, her hands trembling unceasingly. She fiercely approached Lin Yu and said viciously, "Listen to me. From today onwards, all your thoughts will have to be decided by me, and you won't have any room for resistance." Lin Yu pursed his lips, as if he had summoned up a great deal of courage, and said with a trembling voice, "I can't apologize to Xiaoyan." The instant Luo Yi heard this name, her face turned ironic, her eyes widened and her eyes seemed to bulge out. "Haiyan? Xiaoyan, how dare you mention that in front of me?" she hissed and growled. "Lin Yu, open your eyes and see clearly. The person who is by your side right now is me. It's me, Luo Yi, who saved you. How dare you still have your heart set on that woman?" She stretched out her hands and pinched Lin Yu's shoulders with a deadly grip, shaking him hard as if she wanted to shake all the memories of Xiaoyan out of his head. "I'm telling you, from the moment you came to life, you can only have me in your heart. It can only be me, Luo Yi. If you dare to mention that woman's name again, I promise to make her life worse than death and make you regret coming to this world." Luo Yi gasped for air, her chest rising and falling violently, her entire body falling into a state of crazy loss of control. Lin Yu's eyes revealed determination as he gasped for air and said again, "No, Luo Yi, I really can't apologize to Xiaoyan." Although his voice was weak, it was full of determination, as if this was his last bottom line. Luo Yi's face instantly became even more gloomy, her features twisted together from anger as she yelled, "That crazy woman almost killed you, don't you know? She almost destroyed you with her own hands and made you leave me forever. And me, I went out of my way to save you, and you still have her on your mind." Her voice was nearly hoarse, and her body kept trembling from excitement. "Lin Yu, are you blind? Are you crazy? I'm the only one who is true to you. I'm the only one who is willing to give everything for you. What's so good about that woman? She's a demon who wants to get you killed." Luo Yi's eyes were covered in blood, tears were swirling in her eyes, but she stubbornly refused to fall. "Wake up and look at me in front of you. I'm the one who loves you the most. You can only belong to me." She took a step forward and grabbed Lin Yu's collar tightly, her nails sinking deep into the fabric. Lin Yu looked straight at Luo Yi's nearly insane eyes. His voice was weak but firm. "No matter what, I can't let her down. Even if she was once at fault, it must have been for a bitter reason." When Luo Yi heard this, her entire body completely exploded like a barrel of dynamite that had been ignited. "Suffering? What kind of bitterness could she have? Lin Yu, you're really haunted. After all I've done for you, am I no better than that woman who almost took your life?" She was furious, her hands waving wildly in the air. "Lin Yu, I'm telling you, as long as I'm around, you won't want to have anything to do with that woman anymore. I won't let her have her way. Absolutely not." Luo Yi shouted hoarsely, her eyes revealing a reckless madness. Saying that, Luo Yi's eyes suddenly became incomparably ruthless and determined as she violently turned around and said through gritted teeth, "Since you're so insistent, then don't blame me for being ruthless." She walked out quickly while muttering viciously to herself, "I'm going to reinforce the walls of the courtyard. I'm going to make it hard for you to fly even if you have wings. Even if the god of heaven comes, he won't be able to take you away from me." Luo Yi rushed to the courtyard in a flurry of wind and fire. and shouted to a group of subordinates, "Listen to me. Reinforce and thicken this courtyard wall. Don't let go of it inch by inch. Add a few more iron locks for me, and send more men to guard it, so that not even a fly can come in." The men were too frightened by her aura to slow down, and immediately busied themselves with their actions. Luo Yi, on the other hand, stood to the side, her hands clasping her chest, her gaze fiercely staring at the courtyard wall, as if she wanted to keep it all under her control. "Lin Yu, I'll see how you can still escape," she murmured in a low voice, the corner of her mouth hooked into a crazy cold smile. Back inside the house, Luo Yi looked at Lin Yu with paranoia in her eyes. "Lin Yu, just die. In this life you won't be able to escape from me." Lin Yu turned his head away and closed his eyes with a look of despair. Luo Yi, however, didn't care and continued, "I'm doing all this because I love you. Sooner or later you'll understand my bitterness." Day by day, the courtyard wall is more and more solid. Luo Yi's control is also more and more tight. Lin Yu seems to be in an invisible cage, while Luo Yi is outside of this cage, guarding her so-called love, more and more deeper and deeper, unable to extricate themselves. Luo Yi continued to take care of Lin Yu wholeheartedly during this month. She woke up early every day to prepare exquisite meals for Lin Yu, and even if Lin Yu only tasted a few bites, she didn't care, and still did it differently the next time. She carefully wiped Lin Yu's body, moving gently as if Lin Yu was a fragile treasure. Every subtle change in Lin Yu's expression, every slight sigh, could make Luo Yi tense up. She would always pay attention to Lin Yu's needs. Even if he moved slightly in the middle of the night, she would immediately wake up and rush to his side, shushing him. "Lin Yu, come on, drink this medicine. You can only get better faster if you drink it." Luo Yi carried the medicine bowl, her eyes full of concern and anticipation. "I don't want to drink." Lin Yu twisted his head away, a face of resistance. "Behave. How can you not drink it?" Luo Yi's voice carried a slight plea as she scooped up a spoonful of medicine, gently blew it cool, and brought it to Lin Yu's mouth. Lin Yu drank it down helplessly, and only then did a trace of a pleased smile appear on Luo Yi's face. But this trace of a smile didn't last long, because she clearly saw deep resistance and disgust in Lin Yu's eyes. Luo Yi's heart clenched violently, but she quickly forced herself to calm down, reassuring herself that this was only temporary. "Lin Yu, rest well, I'll be right next to you." Luo Yi's voice was soft, with a bit of caution. Lin Yu closed his eyes and stopped paying attention to her. Luo Yi sat quietly on the edge of the bed, her gaze falling dully on Lin Yu's face as her thoughts drifted away. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Yu murmured Xiaoyan's name in his sleep. Luo Yi's face instantly became gloomy. She bit her lips tightly and her hands unconsciously clenched the corners of her coat. "What's so great about that woman? Why can't you just forget her?" Luo Yi lowered her voice, her tone filled with jealousy and unwillingness. But then, as if convincing herself, she said, "It's okay, time will make you forget about her, and you'll be just mine after all." The days passed slowly in Luo Yi's paranoia and Lin Yu's resistance, while Luo Yi's care for Lin Yu did not slacken at all, but more and more intensified. Finally, after another month, Lin Yu's injuries were completely all healed. He stood in front of the window, the sunlight pouring on his face, but it couldn't drive away the haze under his eyes. During this month, Luo Yi's suffocating care had incredibly made him feel happy from the bottom of his heart. Luo Yi was filled with joy as she walked behind Lin Yu, wrapped her hands around his waist and said in a soft voice, "Your injuries are healed. Now we can be together forever." Lin Yu's body stiffened and broke free from her embrace, turned around to look at her coldly and said, "Luo Yi, my injuries have healed and it's time for me to leave." Luo Yi's smile instantly froze, a hint of panic and anger flashing in her eyes. "Leave? You don't want to. I've paid so much for you. How can you just say leave? Your giving is your wishful thinking. I never asked for it." Lin Yu's voice did not carry a trace of temperature. Luo Yi's tears were swirling in her eyes as she shouted hysterically, "Lin Yu, how can you be so cruel? I love you so much, yet you want to abandon me." Lin Yu looked away from her, no longer looking at her, and walked decisively towards the door. Luo Yi rushed over and blocked the door, her eyes revealing despair and madness. "If you dare to walk out of this door today, I'll die for you." A trace of indifference and determination flashed across Lin Yu's face as he said emotionlessly, "If you die, then you die." That icy cold tone seemed to come from the land of extreme cold, without a trace of mercy or hesitation. When Luo Yi heard these words, her entire body was struck by lightning and her body involuntarily trembled. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at the man in front of her who had made her crazy in love. You can even say such words?" Luo Yi's voice carried a sobbing tone, filled with heartbreak and despair. Lin Yu's eyes were still cold, not moved in the slightest because of Luo Yi's pain. "You brought this on yourself. You can't blame me." His voice seemed like a sharp blade, stabbing straight into Luo Yi's heart. Luo Yi's tears rushed out like a flood that broke the dike. She cried out miserably, Lin Yu, I have given everything for you, how can you be so heartless? Chapter 107, Honey, do you want some water? Luo Yi's eyes were covered in blood. She stared at Lin Yu dead in the face and said through gritted teeth, Lin Yu, even if I can't get your heart, I'm going to get your person as well. Her voice became hoarse from extreme anger and despair. I've done so much for you, loved you to the point of losing myself, and yet you're so cruel to me. But even if that's the case, I'm going to make your body stay with me forever. Luo Yi's hair was messy and her face was distorted. You don't want to escape from my palm. You can't expect to get rid of me in this lifetime, she shouted as she stepped closer to Lin Yu, that crazy look sending shivers down one's spine. Luo Yi's eyes burned with reckless madness. It doesn't matter if your heart isn't with me, as long as your person is there. I'll have a way to make you slowly fall in love with me, even if it means using every means possible. Lin Yu furrowed his brows and said with a face full of disgust, Luo Yi, you're simply crazy. This will only make me hate you even more. Hate me? Luo Yi sneered. It's good to hate. It's better than you feeling nothing for me. Lin Yu, you wait. I will let you know that only I am the one who loves you the most. After saying that, she lunged at Lin Yu and tried to hug him tightly. Lin Yu sidestepped and dodged. Luo Yi pounced and fell to the ground. Ha 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 ha. Luo Yi sat on the ground and suddenly laughed up to the sky. Her laughter filled with aggression and madness. Lin Yu, you hide. I'll see how long you can hide? Luo Yi slowly climbed up from the ground, her hair messily covering her face. She reached out her trembling hand, ruffled her hair, and stared at Lin Yu dead in the face, her voice low and eerie. Lin Yu, you can't hide from me. I will do everything I can to keep you by my side, even if it means tying you up and locking you in a dark room. I'll do it. Her eyes revealed a creepy firmness. Don't you have your heart set on that Xiaoyan? I'll make her disappear completely from your world and see who you can still rely on and think about. Lin Yu looked at her angrily and roared, Luo Yi, if you dare to touch a single hair on Xiaoyan's head, I will definitely not let you go. The corners of Luo Yi's mouth hooked up in a twisted smile that sent shivers down one's spine. Not letting me go? You're in my hands now. You can't even protect yourself, and you're still thinking of threatening me? Lin Yu, you are too naive. Her voice carried an endless chill and mockery. Saying that, Luo Yi's eyes flashed as she raised her hand and waved it, and several brawny men immediately appeared. She coldly ordered, go, carry that huge golden iron cage over to me. Soon, a huge golden iron cage that shone with an icy cold light was carried in. The bars were thick and sturdy, as if announcing Lin Yu's fate of having nowhere to run. Get him inside. Luo Yi snapped again, her voice as sharp as the lightning that cut through the night sky. The big men swarmed over Lin Yu, ignoring his struggles and resistance, forcibly dragging and shoving him into the iron cage. Lin Yu fought hard to resist, but in the end, he could not withstand their strength. Loyalist, you lunatic, you won't get away with it. Lin Yu shouted angrily from the iron cage. Luo Yi slowly walked over to the iron cage, her fingers gently traced over the bars, an inscrutable look on her face. Lin Yu, you'll stay here until you're willing to obediently belong to me. Luo Yi walked forward expressionlessly, holding the heavy iron lock in her hand, and with a click, she locked the iron cage. Her eyes were cold and determined, as if the Lin Yu in front of her was no longer someone she loved dearly, but an object that had to be confined. Lin Yu, you forced me to do this. Her voice did not carry a trace of temperature. It was as cold as this iron lock. Lin Yu angrily pounded on the iron bars and yelled, Luo Yi, you'll pay for what you did today. Oblivious to Lin Yu's anger after locking the iron cage, Luo Yi left without looking back, leaving Lin Yu to growl angrily in that small space. A few days passed, and Luo Yi didn't have the slightest intention of sending food or water to Lin Yu. At this time the blazing sunlight mercilessly shone on the iron cage. The temperature inside the cage kept climbing. Lin Yu's lips were dry and cracked from thirst, and his throat seemed like it was about to burst into flames. Hunger came in waves like a tidal wave, tormenting his body. As night fell and the surroundings were plunged into darkness, Lin Yu's stomach had long been rumbling with hunger, and a sense of weakness gradually spread throughout his body. He leaned helplessly against the iron bars, his eyes filled with anger and despair. As for Luo Yi, it was as if she had completely forgotten about Lin Yu's existence, indifferently letting him languish in hunger and thirst. Early the next morning, the sunlight once again poured into this cold corner. Lin Yu's face was as pale as paper, his lips so dry and cracked that they were oozing blood. His gaze was dull and his body was trembling slightly due to his extreme weakness. Luo Yi. Lin Yu's voice was so weak that it was almost inaudible, but the anger and resentment in his heart had not diminished at all. However, Luo Yi still didn't appear, didn't send even a drop of water or a mouthful of rice. Time seemed to freeze. Every minute and every second was endless torture for Lin Yu. After another long time, Lin Yu's consciousness began to blur. and heavy phantoms appeared before his eyes. It was as if he saw Xiaoyan waving at him and calling out his name. Xiaoyan. Rinyu's dry, cracked lips mumbled softly. At this moment, Luo Yi was standing in the shadows in the distance, quietly looking at Linyu in the iron cage, her eyes intertwined with pain, entanglement, and a hint of imperceptible remorse, but she still stubbornly refused to take that step to go and bring Linyu life-saving food and water. Water. Linyu struggled to squeeze the word out of his dry, cracked lips, his voice barely audible. His eyes had begun to go slack and his body was shaking as if he would collapse to the ground in the next second. Luo Yi heard his pleas and walked over unhurriedly. Her steps were light, but carried a creepy sense of oppression. Walking up to the iron cage, she squatted down, her eyes filled with crazy obsession as she stared straight at Linyu. Honey, do you want water? Luo Yi said softly, with a bit of eerie gentleness in her voice. Immediately after, the corners of her mouth rose, revealing a chilling smile. I do have water here, but it's my saliva. Do you drink it or not? She said, sticking out her tongue and licking her lips, crystal saliva hanging from the tip of that pink tongue, emitting a faint milky flavor. Linyu's throat felt like it was being burned by a blazing fire, and the extreme thirst made his sanity nearly collapse. His gaze couldn't help but fall on the tip of Loyalist's tongue, the hint of wetness seeming like the only oasis he'd seen when he was on the verge of death in the desert. The inner struggle was like a raging wave stirring in his heart. On one side was the strong self-respect and resistance to Lo Yi. On the other side was the unbearable extreme thirst of his body. Chapter 108. Give me. Time seemed to freeze and every second was torture. In the end, physiological needs overcame everything. Lin Yu's eyes became desperate and helpless. He slowly turned his head to look at Luo Yi, his voice trembling and weak. Give me. Luo Yi had a triumphant smile on her face as she approached the iron cage and brought her mouth closer to Lin Yu. Lin Yu closed his eyes and forced his inner disgust and opened his mouth. She couldn't wait to ferry the saliva in her mouth into Rinyu's mouth, and Rinyu's throat instinctively swallowed as the milky but incredibly humiliating liquid slid down his throat, each drop feeling like it was searing his pride. His body craved for moisture frantically due to the extreme thirst, and every cell cried out for nourishment, but his heart was filled with endless pain and despair at this moment, as if it was being gnawed by millions of poisonous insects. Lin Yu clenched his teeth tightly, his teeth cackling as if he was trying to bite all his anger and unwillingness to pieces. However, physiological instincts drove him to continue swallowing the liquid in Lo Yi's mouth that made him feel shameful. Tears raged from the corners of his tightly closed eyes, cutting across his gaunt, despairing cheeks, and falling heavily, drop by drop, into the hot ground, disappearing in an instant, as did his trampled and shattered dignity. His throat continued to wriggle. Each swallow was like going through a torture session, but he couldn't stop. He could only let the humiliating behavior continue, sinking deeper and deeper into the abyss of pain. As if driven by an irresistible force, Lin Yu's throat let out a low whimper, and immediately afterward, he actually began to suck hard. The look was both like desperately grasping for the last straw, and as if a soul sinking into darkness was making a final struggle. His breath caught, the muscles in his face tightened from the exertion, and veins rippled across his forehead. Each suck carried an almost frantic urgency, as if to drain Loyalist's mouth of everything that could bring a hint of wetness. At this moment, Luo Yi, the expression on her face became more and more distorted. Her eyes flashed with a frenzied and crazy light, and a demented laughter came out of her mouth. Ha ha, Lin Yu, you can't get away from me after all. You're mine, you'll always be mine. She gripped the iron cage tightly with both hands and leaned her body forward, itching for her entire body to burrow into the cage and become one with Lin Yu. Darling, drink more, and you'll never be able to leave me again. Not even your soul will be able to escape. Luo Yi gasped, her voice becoming shrill and piercing due to her extreme excitement. Her eyes gazed greedily at Lin Yu, as if she wanted to carve his every expression into her heart. Lin Yu, however, completely blocked out Luo Yi's frantic words, ignoring everything about her and just proceeded to desperately suck. His mind was blank, and his only thought at the moment was to obtain the hint of wetness that could quench his thirst. His chest rose and fell violently, and his throat made slurred swallowing noises, as if a dying beast was making a final struggle. Lin Yu's hands gripped the bars of the iron cage tightly, his knuckles whitening from the exertion, and his entire body was trembling, yet he still couldn't stop this almost instinctive movement. Seeing this, Luo Yi became more and more maniacal. Her laughter became even more shrill. Lin Yu, you won't be able to escape. You'll never be able to escape. Lin Yu's breathing became more and more rapid. His head buzzed, and it was as if the world was only left with the sound of him swallowing in Luo Yi's creepy laughter. His eyes became hollow, but the trembling of his body didn't stop, as if he was manipulated by an invisible force, mechanically repeating the sucking action. Beads of sweat rolled down from his forehead, mixing with the dust on his face, making him look wretched. Luo Yi grew more and more excited. Her face reddened from excitement. Lin Yu, Look, you need me after all. You can't even live without me. Her voice was sharp and piercing, echoing in this silent space. Lin Yu's consciousness was fading, but his body's desire for water still drove him to continue. His lips were already numb, but he still clung to Luo Yi's lips. I don't know how long it took, but Lin Yu's movements finally came to a slow stop. He leaned helplessly against the iron cage, panting heavily, his eyes revealing deep despair and helplessness for a while before he slowed down. His voice was hoarse and weak. I am hungry. A twisted smile appeared on Luo Yi's face when she heard his words. Darling, as long as you behave yourself, I'll consider giving you food. Lin Yu bit his dry cracked lips. A hint of anger flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by helplessness. What exactly do you want? Luo Yi came closer to the iron cage and gently stroked Lin Yu's face. I want you to stay by my side forever and love only me. Lin Yu looked away from her, no longer looking at her. You're dreaming. Luo Yi's face instantly grimaced. Humph, then you'll continue to starve. After saying that, she turned around and left, leaving Lin Yu to endure the torture of hunger alone in the iron cage. After a while, Luo Yi walked over slowly, her mouth bulging with rice. She came to a stop in front of the iron cage with a strange excitement in her eyes. Lin Yu, aren't you hungry? I have food here, Luo Yi said vaguely, with a few grains of rice still on the corners of her mouth. Lin Yu raised his head and looked at her with almost pleading eyes, saying weakly, give me. Luo Yi, however, laughed. Want me to give it to you? Then beg me. Say you only belong to me and will never leave me. Lin Yu clenched his fists, his body trembling slightly from anger and hunger, but he forced himself not to speak. Seeing this, Luo Yi deliberately chewed the rice in her mouth and made a barking sound. It smells really good. It's a pity that you can't eat it. Luo Yi looked at him with unblinking eyes and said again, Lin Yu, do you want to eat it? I can give it to you, but it has to be eaten from inside my mouth. Her eyes were insanely infatuated and provocative, and a creepy smile hung at the corner of her mouth. Lin Yu's eyes widened, anger and shame causing his face to turn red. Luo Yi, you're simply heartless. His voice trembled from weakness, but the anger in it did not diminish at all. Luo Yi, however, laughed even more indulgently. What? You'd rather starve than not? Then you'll wait to starve to death. She came closer. The flavor of the rice in her mouth filled the air, causing Lin Yu to feel a wave of nausea. Lin Yu looked away from her, no longer looking at her, his heart filled with despair and grief. Even if I starve to death, I won't accept such a perverted charity from you. Chapter 109 Lui, come here. After a long time, Lin Yu slowly turned his head again, his eyes staring deathly into Luo Yi's mouth. There was an extreme desire for food in those eyes. After a moment of silence, Lin Yu suddenly said, Luo Yi, come here. His voice was weak and hoarse, as if it was squeezed out from between his teeth. When Luo Yi heard his words, a trace of surprise first appeared on her face, followed by an almost frantic excitement. She slowly approached the iron cage, her eyes glittering with fervor. Lin Yu fiercely stretched out his hands, passed through the gap in the iron cage, and forcefully cupped Luo Yi's face. Luo Yi didn't resist. Instead she smiled dementedly. Honey, you finally couldn't help it. Lin Yu ignored her words and frantically snatched food from Luo Yi's mouth. His movements were rude and eager, as if he had lost his mind. Luo Yi, however, hugged Lin Yu's head tightly at this moment, and said in a slurred voice, my dear, just like this, don't ever leave me. Her voice was filled with a morbid possessiveness that sent shivers down one's spine. Luo Yi watched as Lin Yu snatched the rice from her mouth. Her eyes first flashed with a hint of annoyance, but then they became obsessed and maniacal. She turned around and once again scooped up a few spoons of rice and stuffed them haphazardly into her mouth, bulging and wrapping them around. Then came closer to Lin Yu, the corners of her mouth rising, revealing a twisted to the extreme smile. Her voice permeated with creepy gentleness. Lin Yu, do you still want to eat? Come on, as long as you say it's mine forever, I'll give it all to you. Her eyes stared straight at Lin Yu, as if she wanted to see right through his soul. My dear, you know what? Only I can give you food in this world. Only I can save you. Don't you dare think of escaping from my palm. You are my private property. Forever. Luo Yi's breathing became rapid. Her hands gripped the iron cage tightly. Her body trembled slightly from excitement. Lin Yu had been completely overwhelmed by hunger at the moment. His eyes were bloodshot and his eyes revealed an almost insane longing. Want. I want. His voice was hoarse and shaky, as if it were a cry squeezed from the depths of his soul. Lin Yu's body was pressed tightly against the iron cage, his hands gripping the railing with great force, his knuckles glowing a miserable white color from the excessive force. Loyalist, give it to me, please give it to me. His voice was filled with despair and pleading, his former pride and self-respect shattered in front of hunger. His face was distorted, no longer the stoicism he once had, only the desire for food remained. When Luo Yi heard Lin Yu's plea, An almost twisted smile of satisfaction bloomed on her face. Without hesitation, she put her face up and said with a slurred but frenzied mouth, "Darling, come, as long as you say you love me and never leave me, it's all yours." Her eyes flashed with madness. Her breathing was rapid and disorganized. "Lin Yu, you're mine. Everything you have is mine. Only I can decide whether you live or die. Your food and clothing." Luo Yi's hands gripped the iron cage tightly, her body leaning forward, as if she wanted to stuff her entire self into the cage to become one with Lin Yu. "Say it, say you belong only to me." Her voice grew sharper, with an almost uncontrollable madness. Lin Yu's entire body was trembling violently, his lips were dry and bleeding, his eyes were lax, and he was completely overwhelmed by hunger. "Luo Yi, I only belong to you," he shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice broken and desperate, like a dying trapped beast making its last struggle. Lin Yu's hands hung feebly at his side, and then suddenly jerked up, gripping the iron cage tightly, his knuckles glowing greenish-white from the excessive force. Give it to me now." A slurred, low growl escaped his throat. At this moment, there was nothing else in his heart but the instinctive desire for food, as if the whole meaning of life lay in this bite of food that could save his life. Luo Yi's face slowly approached the edge of the cage, her movements slow and deliberate, an elusive and eerie smile hanging on her face. That smile seemed to be frozen on her delicate but distorted face, revealing a creepy eeriness. Her eyes stared straight at Lin Yu, her eyes glittering with madness and obsession, as if she wanted to devour Lin Yu's soul through the iron cage. Luo Yi's breathing became rapid and heavy, and the hot air she exhaled puffed out onto the cold iron cage, forming a thin layer of watery mist. She opened her lips slightly, her voice soft but with an irresistible sense of oppression. "Honey, come on, come on." Lin Yu couldn't care about anything else at this moment. He was like a wild beast that had lost its mind, violently sticking his tongue to the side of Luo Yi's mouth. His tongue probed frantically, eagerly and clumsily, trying to get at the little bit of food that would save him from the depths of hunger. A slurred swallowing sound came from his throat, a sound that seemed strange in the silent and eerie space. Lin Yu's eyes were tightly closed, the muscles on his face twitching from extreme longing, his entire body immersed in this crazy and desperate act. The smile on Luo Yi's face grew more and more maniacal as she watched Lin Yu look so crazy. "Darling, you're finally relying on me like this. Ha 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 ha." She laughed out loud with abandon, her hands gripping the iron cage tightly, her body leaning forward as if she wanted to get even closer to Lin Yu. Lin Yu's tongue was stirring randomly in Luo Yi's mouth. He had completely lost his sanity and dignity, and had only one thought in his mind, which was to obtain food. However, Luo Yi suddenly clenched her teeth and didn't let Lin Yu get another ounce. "Humph, want? Not that easy." A hint of cruelty flashed in Luo Yi's eyes. Lin Yu's eyes widened and a low growl of anger and helplessness escaped from his throat. "Luo Yi, let go." His voice was slurred, but the anger in it was clearly palpable. Luo Yi, however, smiled even more smugly. Beg me and I'll give it to you." Lin Yu's face turned iron blue as he used all his strength to try and break through Luo Yi's block, but his weakened body was simply unable to do so. Just then, Luo Yi loosened her teeth as if she had been kind, and Lin Yu once again licked frantically, his face stained with saliva and food residue, his appearance wretched to the core. Seeing Lin Yu's frantic and wretched appearance, Luo Yi let out a fuzzy, wild laugh. "Ha ha ha ha." Her laughter echoed in this enclosed space. "My dear, look at you now, how pitiful, how much it makes my heart ache." Luo Yi's eyes opened extremely wide, her eyeballs were covered in blood, that crazy look as if she wanted to eat Lin Yu alive. Her body trembled from this almost uncontrollable laughter, her hands gripping the iron cage with a death grip, her knuckles whitening. "You finally belong to me completely, and you can no longer escape me. Even if you're begging for food in such a humiliating manner, you can only rely on me." Ha ha ha. Loyalist's hair was messy around her face. Her face was distorted from extreme excitement. "This is how I love you. Do you understand? Never get rid of me." She laughed while gasping for air, as if she had fallen into a crazy state of obsession that she couldn't pull herself out of. Lin Yu completely ignored Luo Yi's crazy laughter and words. The only thing in his eyes was the food in Luo Yi's mouth. At this moment he had long left everything behind and continued to eat desperately. His tongue stirred frantically, not caring about any of Luo Yi's reactions, and he fully devoted himself to obtaining food. Lin Yu's breathing was rapid and heavy. Bean-sized beads of sweat rolled off his forehead and dripped onto the ground, but it didn't affect his movements in the slightest. His face was distorted, as if he was a hungry beast that disregarded everything in order to survive. Even if Luo Yi's laughter kept echoing in his ears, he turned a deaf ear to it. The only thought in his mind was to fill his long empty stomach. Chapter 110, Dear Loyalist Wife, please give it to me. Luo Yi suddenly realized that the rice in her mouth was gone, and her eyes instantly became more frantic. "No, it can't just be gone." she muttered as she quickly scooped several more large mouthfuls of rice into her mouth, stuffing her mouth so full that she could barely close it. Her gaze once again turned to Linyu. The corners of her mouth rose, revealing a bizarre to the extreme smile. Don't be in a hurry, dear, I still have more. It's all for you. But that tone carried a hint of chilling possessiveness. Linyu, you can only eat what I give you. You can only rely on me to live. Luo Yi's voice became sharp and twisted, her body trembling slightly as if she was enjoying this feeling of being in control. Come here, darling, come here, as long as you stay by my side forever, all of this is yours. Her eyes glittered with madness as she stared at Linyu, as if she wanted to imprison his soul in her gaze. Linyu had no time to care about Luo Yi's insanity as he continued to stick his tongue into Luo Yi's mouth, his movements becoming more and more eager and frantic. There was only the desire for food in his eyes, completely disregarding his image, just like a drowning person desperately trying to grab the last straw to save his life. Linyu's breathing became more and more rapid, and his mouth made slurred noises, as if urging Luo Yi to give him food quickly. His face was pressed tightly against the iron cage, veins bulging on his forehead, and his entire body was so immersed in this primal lust for food that he had lost all sense of reason and dignity. Linyu's tongue desperately explored the edge of Luo Yi's mouth, the look as if he was in a battle of life and death. His body was trembling slightly due to his excessive exertion, and sweat was constantly dripping from his forehead. Luo Yi looked at such Linyu with both satisfaction and a deeper madness in her heart. Linyu, you can't leave me after all, she yelled, with a few hints of hysteria in her voice. Linyu couldn't hear Luo Yi's words at all. All that was left in his world was that little bit of food he might get. His tongue became more and more eager, even accidentally biting Luo Yi's lips, but he had no intention of stopping. Luo Yi was in pain, but she didn't dodge. Instead she laughed even more openly. Ha ha, Linyu, you've become like this for food. A sickly light flickered in her eyes as she stared at Linyu closely, as if she was admiring a masterpiece that belonged to her. Linyu's tongue was still probing tirelessly, and a whimpering sound came from his throat as if a wounded beast was growling low in despair. His face was as pale as paper, yet he was still persistent in trying to obtain even the slightest bit of food from Luo Yi. The smile on Luo Yi's face gradually became twisted as she violently grabbed Linyu's hair and yanked it back. Linyu, are you that impatient? So lowly? Her voice was sharp and piercing, and her eyes revealed a cruel pleasure. Linyu's scalp was torn raw, but he still refused to give up, shouting indistinctly, give it to me, give it to me. Lois let go of her hand and brought her mouth to hers again. Come on, darling, all of this is yours as long as you're always in my power. Linyu was like possessed, once again sticking his tongue out. At this point, he had long lost the ability to think, and only had the instinctive desire for food in his heart. Linyu's tongue stirred frantically around Luo Yi's mouth, his eyes becoming hollow and lifeless, as if his soul was consumed by hunger. Luo Yi's expression grew more and more hideous as she ruthlessly pinched Linyu's cheeks with her fingers, her nails almost sinking into his flesh. Linyu, this look of yours right now really makes me love and hate you. The more humble you are like this, the more I'm going to clench you firmly in the palm of my hand. Her voice carried a frantic trill. Linyu could no longer feel the pain. His entire mind was on the food in Luo Yi's mouth, and the movements of his tongue did not slow down in the slightest. Luo Yi suddenly pushed Linyu away with force and laughed out loud as she watched him fall to the ground in a sorry state. Linyu, you're like a pathetic dog, wagging your tail in front of me. Her laughter echoed in the air, permeated with endless eeriness. Linyu slumped to the ground, panting heavily, and after a short pause, struggled to crawl toward Luo Yi again, his mouth still chanting, give it to me, please. Luo Yi looked condescendingly at the sprawled Linyu, her eyes full of contempt and crazy possessiveness. Linyu, do you think that if you beg me like this, I will soften my heart easily? She laughed coldly and raised her foot to step on Linyu's hand, crushing it with force. Linyu let out a muffled grunt of pain, but still stubbornly raised his head and looked at Luo Yi, with a hint of supplication in his eyes in addition to his desire for food. I was wrong, give me. His voice was weak and shaky. The smile on Luo Yi's face became more and more twisted as she bent down and approached Linyu's ear, her voice grim and with a few hints of playfulness. Linyu, what did you call me? Linyu at this time has been nearly deflated. He raised his eyelids with difficulty. His voice was hoarse and weak. Please, give me. Luo Yi straightened up and clasped her hands in front of her chest, her eyes full of mockery. Humph, just like that? This pitiful look of yours right now. Screaming really doesn't satisfy me. Linyu's body trembled as he tried to squeeze a few words out of his throat. Dear please. Luo Yi laughed out loud with abandon. Ha 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 ha, dear? That's more like it, but that's not enough. Her eyes suddenly became fierce. Linyu, say that you'll always love me and never leave me. Otherwise, you won't get this bit of food either. Linyu gasped and shouted with his last ounce of strength. Wife. Hearing this address, Luo Yi was first stunned. Then her heart blossomed, and an abnormal blush spread across her face. Ha 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 ha, Lin Yu, you finally called me your wife. Great, great. Her laughter became more and more maniacal. Her hands clasped tightly around her body as if she was in a state of extreme ecstasy. But, Lin Yu, this is not enough. Luo Yi fiercely came closer to Lin Yu, her eyes staring at him in death. You have to swear that you can only have me as a woman for the rest of your life. You can only have me in your eyes and in your heart. If you dare to betray me, I'll kill you by 1,000 cuts. Luo Yi's voice was so sharp as if it was going to cut through the air. Her expression was extraordinarily terrifying due to her extreme excitement and distortion. Lin Yu was very submissive. He said weakly but firmly, "Wife, I swear that in this life I will only have you in my eyes and heart, and I will never betray you. And if I go against it, the heavens will strike me down." When Luo Yi heard this, she laughed even more openly, tears coming out of her eyes. Ha 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 ha, Lin Yu, you'd better be true to your word. Otherwise, I have ways to make your life worse than death. Her laughter came to a screeching halt and her eyes suddenly became sinister. Now come and give me a kiss and I'll give you food. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Yu lifted his head with difficulty and kissed Luo Yi's face. Luo Yi nodded with satisfaction, but then suddenly changed her mind. Humph, that's not deep enough. Start over. Lin Yu gritted his teeth and kissed again. This time, he used all his strength. Chapter 111, Eat Up, Honey. Only then did Luo Yi contentedly bring the rice in her mouth to Lin Yu's mouth. Eat, dear. Lin Yu instantly rushed up and cupped her face, impatiently covering his mouth with it, wanting to snatch that bit of food from her mouth. Luo Yi was first startled, then she actually closed her eyes, an intoxicated look on her face, enjoying Lin Yu's eagerness and madness. Lin Yu, you're mine after all. Forever, she shouted frantically in her heart. Lin Yu, on the other hand, was only concerned with obtaining the pitifully small amount of rice from Luo Yi's mouth, and had no time to care about anything else. Luo Yi suddenly opened her eyes, clasped her hands hard around Lin Yu's head, and bit down hard towards her tongue. Ah! Lin Yu screamed out in pain, but he didn't dare to let go for fear of losing the hard-won food. Lin Yu, you can only be mine, even if it's painful. You can only be with me. Luo Yi's voice was filled with twisted pleasure. Lin Yu's mouth was full of blood, but he still didn't stop. The two of them were entangled like this. The picture was bizarre and terrifying. Luo Yi loosened her mouth. The corners of her mouth with a crazy smile, mixed with the blood, looked particularly hideous. Lin Yu, isn't this what makes you more inseparable from me? She gasped, her eyes mesmerized yet insanely possessive. The pain that filled Lin Yu's mouth brought him to consciousness for a moment, but hunger once again drove him to continue searching for food in Luo Yi's mouth. Luo Yi's hands tightly gripped Lin Yu's hair, her body slightly trembling. Lin Yu, the more you're like this, the more excited I get. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, Lin Yu could no longer care about Luo Yi's insanity. He only knew that if he didn't get this bit of food, he would probably die immediately. Suddenly, Luo Yi pushed Lin Yu away with force and watched him fall to the ground in a sorry state, the corner of her mouth rising. Lin Yu, want more? Then beg me properly, beg me to let you live. She looked at him condescendingly, her eyes full of teasing. Lin Yu slumped to the ground, lifting his head with difficulty, his voice hoarse as he begged, please, let me live. I'll always be yours. Luo Yi squatted down, her fingers gently tracing across Lin Yu's cheeks. Then you'll have to prove to me how loyal you really are. Luo Yi's finger stopped at Lin Yu's lips, her eyes flashing with a crazy and dangerous light. Lin Yu, from now on, you have to confess to me 100 times a day, and each time you have to be more affectionate than the last, or else, don't think you can get anything from me again. Her voice was cold and determined. Lin Yu nodded with difficulty, his eyes filled with helplessness and submission. In the following days, Lin Yu was like a puppet that had lost its soul, mechanically following Luo Yi's requests. Every day he lived on loyal Smilky spit and the rice in his mouth. Lin Yu's body was wasting away and his spirit was getting more and more depressed, but he didn't dare to have the slightest thought of resisting, and Luo Yi seemed to become more and more infatuated with this feeling of being in control of everything as she looked at Lin Yu's appearance, her heart filled with a twisted sense of satisfaction. One day, in his extreme hunger and exhaustion, Lin Yu accidentally said the wrong confession. Luo Yi's face instantly became gloomy and terrifying as she fiercely slapped Lin Yu. You useless thing, you can't even do this well. Luo Yi roared. Lin Yu was slapped to the ground and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He looked up, a flicker of desperation and resentment in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by fear. I'm sorry, I was wrong, please forgive me, Lin Yu said with a trembling voice. Luo Yi sneered. Forgive you? That depends on your performance. Lin Yu hurriedly knelt on the ground, crawled to Luo Yi's feet, and begged bitterly, I will definitely perform well in the future. Please give me another chance. Luo Yi looked at him condescendingly, without the slightest bit of pity in her eyes. Then you'll now learn to bark and crawl like a dog for me, so that if you make me happy, maybe I'll consider forgiving you. Lin Yu gritted his teeth. In order to survive, he didn't care about his dignity. He really learned to bark like a dog and crawled hard on the ground. Luo Yi laughed out loud with abandon, and the laughter echoed in this enclosed space, making it seem particularly eerie. Ha 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 ha, Lin Yu. Well, I won't torture you anymore, as long as you obediently stay by my side. Luo Yi's eyes flashed with madness as she violently grabbed Lin Yu's shoulders, her nails almost embedded in his flesh. Remember, you must never think of escaping, not even the slightest thought is allowed. Otherwise, I will make your life worse than death, 1,000 times more painful than before. Lin Yu was like an amnesty, nodding his head repeatedly, his voice trembling as he said, I won't leave, ever. Only then did Luo Yi let go of her hand, gently caressing Lin Yu's face, her tone instantly becoming gentle yet creepy. My dear, then from now on, you're not allowed to take a step out of my sight. Lin Yu didn't dare to disobey and could only respond coyly. The corner of Luo Yi's mouth hooked into a wry smile as she slowly opened the iron cage. Lin Yu, you know, as long as you behave yourself, I won't treat you badly. Her voice was soft, but carried a chilling threat. Luo Yi reached out and yanked Lin Yu out of the iron cage with one hand, holding him tightly in her arms. You're mine, forever, no one can take you away. Her nails sunk deep into Lin Yu's back, and Lin Yu sucked in a breath of cold air in pain, but didn't dare to make a sound. Come on, give me a kiss. Luo Yi's eyes blazed as she stared at Lin Yu. Lin Yu trembled his lips and gently kissed Luo Yi on the cheek. Luo Yi, however, suddenly became furious. So perfunctory? Are you thinking of someone else in your heart? Saying this, she raised her hand and fiercely gave Lin Yu a slap on the face. Lin Yu's face instantly turned red and swollen. He looked at Luo Yi in horror. I didn't. I only have you in my heart. Luo Yi sneered. It better be, or I'll make you regret coming to this world. Afterwards, Luo Yi dragged Lin Yu to dinner. A table of delicacies exuded a tantalizing aroma. Lin Yu's eyes went straight as he looked at these and immediately rushed up to wolf them down. Luo Yi sat on the side, her hands resting on her cheeks, looking at him obsessively, her eyes full of crazy love and possessiveness. Honey, eat slowly, don't choke, Luo Yi said softly, but that tone made people feel creepy. Lin Yu couldn't even be bothered to respond, only focusing on stuffing food into his mouth. Luo Yi suddenly reached out her hand and wiped away the residue at the corner of Lin Yu's mouth, her fingers gently tracing over his lips. Lin Yu, it really fascinates me that you're such a glutton, but if you dare to forget your loyalty to me just because of this food, I will personally sew your mouth shut. Luo Yi's voice was so gentle that it was almost eerie. Lin Yu's body trembled, and his eating movements paused for a moment, but he quickly continued to swallow in large gulps. Luo Yi laughed, and that laughter stood out in the quiet room. Chapter 112, I will. Ha 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 ha, eat, these are yours as long as you are always by my side. When Lin Yu heard Luo Yi's words, his mouth was stuffed with food and he responded vaguely, I will, Luo Yi's eyes grew hotter and hotter as she stood up and walked behind Lin Yu, her hands gently resting on his shoulders. Lin Yu, you know what? Watching you rely on the food I give you like this makes me feel immensely satisfied. Her voice rang in Lin Yu's ears with a creepy intimacy. Lin Yu's body stiffened slightly, but he quickly continued to bury his head and eat bitterly. Luo Yi slowly leaned down and pressed her face against Lin Yu's back, murmuring, You're my baby. No one can take you away from me. If one day you betray me, I'll lock you up in a place where you can never get out, so that you can only beg for a bite of food every day. Lin Yu swallowed the food in his mouth and said with a trembling voice, No, I will never betray you. Luo Yi snorted coldly. Her hands pinched Lin Yu's shoulders so hard that her sharp nails almost pierced his clothes. It better be, Lin Yu. You have to know that I'll do anything for you. Lin Yu cringed in pain, but didn't dare to say anything. Luo Yi slowly loosened her hand and sat back in her seat, but her gaze never left Lin Yu. Keep eating, eat all of these, she ordered. Lin Yu didn't dare to disobey and once again mechanically stuffed food into his mouth with his hands. At that moment, the lights in the room suddenly became dim and flickering, and the atmosphere became more and more bizarre. Luo Yi's face clouded over as she looked around and shouted, Who the hell is playing God? However, only her own voice echoed in the empty room. Lin Yu's hands began to tremble as he stopped eating and looked at Luo Yi in fear. Luo Yi turned her head violently and glared at Lin Yu. What are you looking at me for? Eat. Lin Yu was glared at by Luo Yi and hurriedly lowered his head again to continue eating, afraid of upsetting Luo Yi. Luo Yi's gaze was still dead set on Lin Yu, as if she wanted to see through his entire being. Lin Yu, are you afraid of me in your heart? Luo Yi suddenly opened her mouth and asked. Lin Yu hurriedly shook his head. No, how could I be afraid of you? Luo Yi sneered. Humph, don't think I don't know what you're thinking, but it doesn't matter. Even if you're scared, you won't be able to escape from me. Just then, there was a slight ticking sound in the room, like water dripping on the floor. Loyalist stood up and followed the sound. Who? Come out for me. Luo Yi's voice was filled with anger and fear. Lin Yu also stopped moving and nervously looked at Luo Yi's back. Suddenly, Luo Yi let out a scream, and Lin Yu was so scared that he threw out the dishes in his hands. Lin Yu, come quickly. Luo Yi's voice was sharp and mournful. Lin Yu walked over warily, only to see Luo Yi's face pale and her eyes terrified as she pointed at the rat in the corner. There are rats. There are rats there. Luo Yi tightly grabbed Lin Yu's arm, her nails sinking into his flesh. Lin Yu looked in the direction she was pointing, but saw nothing. There's nothing. Lin Yu tried to comfort her. Luo Yi turned her head violently and glared at him viciously. Do you think I'm going crazy? Are you trying to take advantage of the situation to leave me? Lin Yu hurriedly shook his head. I didn't. I really didn't. Luo Yi suddenly hugged Lin Yu and cried. Lin Yu, you can't leave me. If you leave me, I'll knife you. Lin Yu was overwhelmed with fear and could only gently pat her back. Luo Yi raised her head. Her eyes were filled with madness and determination. Lin Yu, I'm going to tie you to me forever and ever. With that, she took out a rope from the drawer and was about to put it on Lin Yu. What are you doing? Lin Yu stepped back in shock, his voice tinged with trembling and fear. A crazed and obsessed look appeared on Loyalist's face. Honey, I'm going to tie you to me so you can never run away. Lin Yu struggled desperately. Don't do this. Calm down. Where did Luo Yi listen? She grabbed Lin Yu with all her might, her fingernails scratching a trail of blood on his skin. You are mine, only mine, Luo Yi roared, her hands moving more roughly. Lin Yu defiantly resisted, finally breaking free of Luo Yi's restraints and turning to run towards the door. Seeing this, Luo Yi went after him like crazy. Lin Yu, come back here. Just as Lin Yu was about to touch the doorknob, Luo Yi jumped up from behind and hugged his waist with a deadly grip. Lin Yu, don't you dare leave. You're mine. No one can snatch you away. Not even yourself. Luo Yi shouted hysterically, her arms tightening around Lin Yu like iron clamps, her nails almost embedding into his flesh. Lin Yu struggled, but he couldn't break free. Let go of me. You're not doing this right. Luo Yi's tears surged out. Wrong? What's wrong with me loving you? I can't live without you. I can't let you leave me. She cried out while increasing the strength of her hands, as if she wanted to rub Lin Yu into her body. Lin Yu, don't struggle. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, I'll find you back, and you'll end up even worse then. Luo Yi's voice had become hoarse, her eyes filled with despair and madness. Lin Yu felt a wave of despair. He knew that at this moment Luo Yi had completely lost her mind. Suddenly, Luo Yi let go of her hand, and Lin Yu just breathed a sigh of relief. But then he saw her turn around and pick up a knife, her eyes glaring fiercely at Lin Yu as she roared. If you dare to leave, I'll knife you right away. Luo Yi's voice seemed to come from hell, carrying endless eeriness and despair. Her hand holding the knife was trembling violently, and the sharp blade flashed with a chilling light in the dim light. Creepy. Lin Yu, I've given everything for you. You're the only one in my world. If you dare to step out of this door, I'll make you go to hell with me. Luo Yi's eyes were covered in blood. Tears and madness were intertwined. Her hair was messy and scattered on her face. Her shape was like a ghost. Lin Yu looked at her in horror. His legs weakened, almost collapsing to the ground. Don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive. Luo Yi stepped closer, the tip of the knife almost touching Lin Yu's chest. Say you won't leave me. Say it. Her voice had become hoarse, and her entire person had fallen into an extreme frenzy. At that moment, the room was filled with a suffocating horror, as if a bloody scene would play out at any moment. Suddenly, a cold wind blew in through the window, causing the curtains to dance wildly, and the eerie sound of the wind seemed like a prelude to death. Chapter 113, I swear if I betray you. Bean-sized beads of sweat continued to roll down Lin Yu's forehead as he said in a trembling voice. Fine. I won't leave you. I won't leave you. His hands unconsciously raised in front of him in an attempt to block the near tip of the blade. When Luo Yi heard Lin Yu's words, the expression on her face slightly eased, but the hand holding the knife still didn't put it down. Her body was still tightly tensed, and her eyes stared at Lin Yu with a deadpan look, fearing that he might have the slightest deception. Lin Yu swallowed his saliva and continued. Put the knife down first. Let's talk, he said as he carefully moved his feet, trying to get away from the sharp blade. Luo Yi, however, stabbed forward violently, the tip of the knife cutting through the clothes on Lin Yu's chest. Don't move. Just stand there, she yelled. Lin Yu was too frightened to move again, his eyes filled with fear and helplessness. At this time, Luo Yi's tears couldn't stop flowing again. Lin Yu, do you know how much I love you? I would do anything for you, but why did you leave? Why? Her voice was filled with pain and questioning. Lin Yu hurriedly said, It's my fault. It's my fault. I shouldn't have made you sad like this. Believe me, I really won't leave. Luo Yi gasped, her hair swaying slightly as she breathed. Then swear, if you lie to me again, you shall not die. Lin Yu hurriedly raised his right hand. I swear I'll never leave you again. If I break my oath, I'll be struck down by heaven. Only then did Luo Yi's emotions slowly calm down a bit, her hand holding the knife gradually relaxing, the tip of the knife hanging down to the ground. Just at that critical moment, thunder sounded outside. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The thunder was deafening, as if it was going to tear the whole world apart. Luo Yi was frightened by the sudden thunder. Her originally relaxed hand tightened its grip on the hilt of the knife again, and her eyes, which had just slightly eased, once again became ferocious. Lin Yu's heart trembled violently along with this thunder. He looked at Luo Yi in horror and said with a trembling voice, Don't be afraid, it's just thunder. Luo Yi bit her lips and yelled, This thunder is the heavens warning you. Lin Yu, if you dare to lie to me, the heavens will strike you with thunder. Lin Yu quickly nodded his head. I really don't dare. I don't dare. There was one clap of thunder after another, and the tension in the room grew. Luo Yi's body trembled slightly, and her gaze looked even more frantic and desperate amidst the thunder. Lin Yu, say, do you love me or not? Luo Yi suddenly raised her voice and asked. Lin Yu hurriedly responded. I love you. Always. Luo Yi sneered. Then prove it to me. Now. With that, she pointed the tip of the knife at Lin Yu once again. Lin Yu's face turned white as he stammered. If there is one more clap of thunder, I will be betraying you. As soon as the words fell, rumble, an extremely loud thunderclap exploded, shaking the windows. Luo Yi's eyes instantly became more stern. Her hand holding the knife pushed forward with force. The tip of the knife came closer to Lin Yu's chest. You liar! She roared, her lips trembling with rage. Lin Yu's legs went limp and he almost fell to his knees. It's just a coincidence. A coincidence. His voice carried a sobbing tone, and his hands waved haphazardly in the air. Luo Yi's tears surged out again. Coincidence? The heavens can't even stand to see your lies. As she spoke, she brandished the knife in her hand, her entire body falling into a state of loss of control. Lin Yu's eyes were fixed on the knife. His body kept backing up until his back was against the wall. Please, calm down, calm down. His breathing was rapid, his chest rising and falling violently. Right at this moment, it was as if Lin Yu had made some sort of determination. He turned violently and lunged toward a side table, wolfing down the food on the table and shoving it into his mouth, his hands trembling, his eyes full of eagerness and recklessness. Luo Yi looked at Lin Yu dumbfounded, the ferocity in her eyes fading slightly, replaced by a hint of doubt and confusion. Lin Yu's mouth was stuffed with food, and he kept stuffing it into his mouth, his throat making a gurgling sound as he swallowed too fast. I've really had a hard time this time. Lin Yu swallowed a mouthful of food with difficulty, his voice carrying a choking sound. Luo Yi's hand holding the knife slowly dropped, and her body was no longer so tense. Her eyes became complicated with heartache, anger, and deep helplessness. Lin Yu, so are you still leaving? Luo Yi's voice was no longer so sharp and had a bit more fatigue. Lin Yu stopped eating and wiped his mouth with his sleeve. No more. I'm never leaving again. Luo Yi slowly put down the knife and walked over to Lin Yu. Tears once again came out of her eyes. Lin Yu, if you lie to me again, I will really. Her voice was tinged with sobs, and her body was slightly trembling. A hint of imperceptible cunning flashed across Lin Yu's face as he pretended to open his arms and hug her. His movements were a bit stiff, but his eyes were secretly watching Luo Yi's reaction. Luo Yi relied on Lin Yu's arms and sobbed. I can't stand this torture anymore. Lin Yu. Lin Yu gently patted Luo Yi's back, his mouth saying comforting words. It won't happen. Trust me. But his eyes fluttered. Luo Yi raised her head and looked at Lin Yu with teary eyes. You really won't leave me again? Lin Yu hurriedly nodded. Really? I swear. However, his gaze did not dare to meet Luo Yi's. At this moment, Luo Yi seemed to have detected a hint of something strange. She frowned. Lin Yu, are you lying to me? Lin Yu's heart tightened, but his face forced composure. How could it be? Don't think nonsense. Luo Yi broke away from Lin Yu's embrace and stared straight into his eyes. Lin Yu, your eyes tell me that you're lying. After saying that, Luo Yi suddenly pounced on him and kissed Lin Yu's lips fiercely, her hands hugging Lin Yu's neck tightly as if she wanted to rub him into her body. Lin Yu was startled by this sudden move and tried to break free but realized that Luo Yi's strength was incredibly strong. Luo Yi kissed harder and harder. Her teeth even bit through Lin Yu's lips and blood seeped out. Let go! Lin Yu shouted in horror. Luo Yi, however, didn't care. Her eyes were filled with madness and paranoia. Lin Yu, you're mine. You'll always be mine. Lin Yu felt it hard to breathe and his face turned red. Just then, Luo Yi finally let go of Lin Yu, the corners of her mouth still carrying Lin Yu's blood. Looking horrible, Lin Yu breathed heavily and thought quickly in his mind. Since he couldn't get rid of it, he would enjoy it. So, he wrapped his arms around Luo Yi's waist and took the initiative to kiss her. Luo Yi froze at first, then responded more enthusiastically. Lin Yu's hand roamed restlessly on Luo Yi's back, a complex expression of both helplessness and indulgence on his face. Luo Yi was completely immersed in it, her face filled with obsession and madness. After a while, Lin Yu let go of Luo Yi, looked at her eyes and said, now you believe me. Luo Yi gasped and nodded. Lin Yu, I trust you. However, a trace of imperceptible disgust and fatigue flashed through Lin Yu's eyes. Just then, Luo Yi kissed up again. This time she took the initiative. She cupped Lin Yu's face with both hands and kissed him frantically, as if she wanted to suck out his soul. Lin Yu was a bit out of breath from her passion, but he didn't dare to resist. Luo Yi said vaguely as she kissed, Lin Yu, you will always be mine. No one can take you away. Her eyes became more and more frantic and her breathing became rapid. As she kissed, Luo Yi suddenly bit Lin Yu's tongue so hard that Lin Yu screamed out in pain. If you dare to leave me, I'll bite you to pieces, Luo Yi said viciously, a trace of blood still hanging from the corner of her mouth. Lin Yu looked at her in horror, his heart filled with fear and despair. After another moment Luo Yi let go of Lin Yu and glared at him with fierce eyes. Lin Yu, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. If you dare to have any other thoughts in your heart, I'll dig your heart out. Saying that, she reached out and pinched Lin Yu's neck with such force that Lin Yu instantly turned red and had difficulty breathing. I'll make you never be able to leave me. Even if you die, you'll die by my side. Luo Yi's voice was close to a roar. Lin Yu struggled to break Luo Yi's hand, his eyes filled with panic. Luo Yi, however, suddenly let go and hugged Lin Yu once again, kissing his cheeks and neck, leaving a bright red lip mark. Lin Yu, you're mine. Every inch of your skin, every cell is mine, Luo Yi murmured as she kissed, her hands grabbing randomly at Lin Yu's body. Lin Yu was trembling with fear at her crazy actions, yet he didn't dare to resist in the slightest. Luo Yi fiercely pulled up Lin Yu's hand and placed it on her heart. Feel my heartbeat, it beats only for you. If you dare to fail me, I'll dig it out for you. At that moment, Luo Yi's eyes became mesmerized and crazy, and she suddenly picked up the knife and cut a slit in her arm, blood pouring out. Lin Yu, see? I would even give up my life for you. Lin Yu's eyes widened, too frightened to speak. Immediately after, as if his mind was occupied by some crazy thought, Lin Yu suddenly moved over and frantically kissed the blood on Luo Yi's arm. His eyes revealed an almost maniacal infatuation, and his mouth slurred. Everything you have is mine. No one can separate us. Luo Yi was first shocked, then a contented smile appeared on her face. Lin Yu, yes, just like that. Stay with me forever. After Lin Yu kissed the blood, he hugged Luo Yi tightly again, his hands so hard that they almost crushed her bones. We will never separate again. Even if we go to hell, I will accompany you. Lin Yu's voice was low and hoarse. Loyalist giggled in his arms, the sound of her laughter seeming eerie in the silence of the room. Afterward, Luo Yi hugged him even harder, as if she wanted to embed him into her body. She gasped and said, Lin Yu, you'll never want to leave. Even if you turn into a ghost, I'll still haunt you. Her fingers sank deep into Lin Yu's back, and Lin Yu sucked in a breath of cold air in pain, but didn't dare to say anything. Lin Yu's body couldn't help but tremble while Luo Yi hugged him even tighter, shouting almost frantically, You're mine, forever. Lin Yu's eyes flickered for a moment, that momentary dissimilarity fleeting before returning to normal. He frowned, a pained look on his face, and said, my back hurts. Saying that, he tried to twist his body to ease the heartbreaking pain. However, Luo Yi did not relax the strength of her hand at all. Instead, she hugged him even harder and said in a grim voice, Pain? This pain is nothing, as long as I can keep you by my side. Even if I let you die of pain, so what? Lin Yu gritted his teeth. Bean-sized beads of sweat emerged on his forehead. Can you let go first? It really hurts too much. Luo Yi sneered. No, you'll run away as soon as I let go. Lin Yu sighed helplessly. I won't run. Let go of me first. Luo Yi stared at Lin Yu's face for a moment, as if she was judging the truth of his words, and then slowly loosened her hand. Lin Yu was finally able to catch his breath as he rubbed his back, the look of pain still not fading from his face. Luo Yi, however, once again stuck up, her hands tightly encircling Lin Yu's waist, her head leaning against his chest. Lin Yu, don't lie to me, or else I'll really do anything. Lin Yu gently patted Luo Yi's shoulder. I won't lie to you. However, his eyes were a bit fluttering. Luo Yi raised her head violently and looked straight into Lin Yu's eyes. If you dare to lie to me, I'll kill you and then kill myself. We'll die together. Lin Yu was shocked in his heart and quickly said, don't talk nonsense, I really won't. At this moment, Luo Yi's emotions seemed to be a bit agitated again, her body trembling slightly. Lin Yu, you swear that if you leave me, you shall not die. Lin Yu raised his right hand. I swear, I won't leave you. Only then did Luo Yi calm down a little, but her hands were still tightly grasping Lin Yu's clothes, as if the moment she let go, Lin Yu would disappear. Lin Yu, you can't think about that crazy woman Xiaoyan, you know? Luo Yi said through gritted teeth, her eyes filled with jealousy and anger. Lin Yu's face instantly became very ugly. Don't talk nonsense, I didn't think about her. Luo Yi snorted coldly, don't think I don't know. Xiaoyan is your childhood friend. You definitely still have her in your heart. I do miss her. Luo Yi, can you let me go? Lin Yu shouted, his eyes filled with supplication. When Luo Yi heard this, her eyes instantly widened and her face became extremely fierce. What did you say? I can't believe you're still thinking about her. She roared, her hands flailing wildly. Lin Yu, don't you dare leave me. No one can take you away from me. Luo Yi rushed up and tightly grabbed Lin Yu's collar. You're mine, always mine. Her voice was almost a hiss, her eyes were bloodshot. I won't let you go, even if I have to lock you up for the rest of your life. Lin Yu was so frightened by her appearance that he backed away. Calm down. Where did Luo Yi listen? She pushed Lin Yu to the ground. Calm? How do you want me to calm down? You're thinking of another woman in your heart and you want to leave me. After saying that, she turned around and picked up a rope, her eyes staring fiercely at Lin Yu. Since you're so disobedient, I'll tie you up and see how you can still run. Luo Yi approached Lin Yu step by step. The rope in her hand waved in the air, making a whoosh sound. Lin Yu looked at her in horror, scrambling backward on his hands and knees, his voice trembling as he shouted, don't do this. You'll regret it. Luo Yi's face was filled with anger and madness as she waved the rope in her hand and said through gritted teeth, I just released you from inside the cage, and you're so disobedient? Her eyes were so wide that they seemed to bulge out of their sockets, and her nose was flaring in anger. Lin Yu's back slammed into the wall, unable to retreat. His face was pale, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Please, don't do this to me. Luo Yi didn't even pay attention to his pleas and rushed up with an arrow step, reaching out to grab Lin Yu's arm. Lin Yu subconsciously raised his hand to block. Wake up! Luo Yi became even angrier. Sober? I'm sober. I'm going to keep you by my side forever. When Lin Yu saw how crazy Luo Yi was, his heart was so anxious that he actually kissed Luo Yi's lips directly. Luo Yi instantly froze, and the rope in her hand unconsciously loosened a bit. Lin Yu hugged her tightly and kissed her passionately, trying to calm her down in this way. Luo Yi was a bit at a loss for words at first, but after a few moments, she also began to respond to Lin Yu's kisses, her hands slowly encircling Lin Yu's neck. But not long after, Luo Yi looked like she suddenly came to her senses and pushed Lin Yu away. You think I'll let you go just like that? Don't dream. Her eyes became ferocious once again as she regained her grip on the rope and lunged towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu was horrified. His eyes opened extremely wide and his face was filled with panic and fear, only to see that he directly hugged Luo Yi with force, as if this was his last straw. The moment Luo Yi was held by him, she first froze, then struggled even more angrily. Her face turned red and her mouth kept cursing. Lin Yu, let go of me. Don't think that I can spare you just because of this. Lin Yu tightly embraced her, his arms slightly trembling from the force. His voice said with a sobbing tone, don't be like this. Don't do this to me. Luo Yi fought to twist her body, trying to break free from Lin Yu's embrace. Her eyes were fierce and vicious as she said, Lin Yu, you're dead today. Lin Yu's tears welled up in his eyes and his voice trembled as he pleaded, I really won't leave you. Please don't hurt me. Luo Yi didn't listen at all. She raised her hand and punched Lin Yu's back hard, shouting, you lied. You've been thinking about that woman in your heart. Luo Yi struggled, her face full of anger and disdain. Her eyes widened angrily as she yelled at Lin Yu, you think your strength is better than mine? As she said that, she twisted her body even harder, trying to get rid of Lin Yu's restraints. Her eyebrows were knitted together, her lips pursed, the corners of her mouth twitching slightly with anger. Lin Yu held her in a death grip, not daring to have the slightest bit of slack. His face was filled with panic and pleading. His voice trembled as he said, I don't want to compete with you in terms of strength. I just don't want you to be like this. Luo Yi laughed coldly, her eyes becoming more and more ferocious. Just with you want to stop me? With that, she violently raised her elbow and slammed it towards Lin Yu's chest. Lin Yu stifled a grunt of pain from Luo Yi's bump, but his hands still held her tightly, refusing to let go. Don't do this, please. Lin Yu's voice carried an agonizing tremor, and beads of sweat rolled down from his forehead. Luo Yi, however, continued to struggle hard as if she was mad. Lin Yu, let go. No one can stop me today. Her hair was disheveled from the intense movement, and her eyes revealed a reckless madness. Lin Yu gritted his teeth and endured the pain. I won't let go. Please don't hurt me. When Luo Yi heard this, she became even angrier. She raised her foot and ruthlessly stepped on Lin Yu's foot. Lin Yu ate the pain and his body trembled slightly, but still insisted on hugging Luo Yi tightly. No matter what, I won't let you hurt me. Determination was written all over Luo Yi's face as she clenched her teeth, veins rippling on her forehead, her hands forcefully breaking Lin Yu's arm that was holding her tightly, her mouth gasping for air as she shouted, Lin Yu, let go of me. Her body kept twisting and her feet stomped hard on the ground, trying to break free from Lin Yu's bonds. Lin Yu felt Luo Yi's strength increasing, but he still held on to her and refused to let go. Luo Yi's eyes became even more ferocious, as if they were about to spew out fire. I'm telling you, Lin Yu, no one can stop me today. She roared angrily and threw herself violently with all her strength, finally breaking free from Lin Yu's embrace. Lin Yu stumbled and almost fell to the ground, his face filled with loss and helplessness. After Luo Yi broke free from Lin Yu's embrace, she quickly picked up the rope on the ground with a ruthless look in her eyes. She rushed forward with an arrow step, not giving Lin Yu the slightest chance to react, and roughly twisted his hands behind his back. Lin Yu tried to resist, his face filled with panic and anger. You can't do this. Luo Yi simply ignored his cries, her hands gripping the rope tightly and wrapping it forcefully around Lin Yu's wrists. Her movements were fast and furious, her teeth clenched on her lip, and fine beads of sweat oozed from her forehead. Let you be disobedient. Let you think about other women, Luo Yi said viciously while tying up. Lin Yu kept struggling, his wrists reddening from the rope, but Luo Yi didn't have the slightest intention of stopping until she had tied Lin Yu's hands securely. After tying it up, Luo Yi gasped and glared fiercely at Lin Yu. Let's see how you can still run. Chapter 114, Shoyan save me. Just then, there was a slight rattle outside the window. Lin Yu and Luo Yi were startled at the same time and looked in the direction of the window in unison, only to see the window gently pushed open and Shoyan's head poked in. She anxiously shouted, Lin Yu, I've come to save you. She had a frantic and determined look on her face. Luo Yi's eyes widened as she roared, how did you get in here, you crazy woman? Shoyan ignored her and tumbled right in through the window. Lin Yu was filled with anticipation and said eagerly, Shoyan save me. Without saying a word, Shoyan quickly walked over to Lin Yu and easily carried him on her back before turning around and running towards the door. Seeing this, Luo Yi's face became even more hideous as she frantically screamed, don't you guys try to run. She recklessly rushed over and tried to block it. Shoyan's eyes became more ferocious and she accelerated her steps, her mouth shouting, Lin Yu, don't be afraid, I'll definitely take you away. Lin Yu clung tightly to Shoyan's back, his eyes filled with the desire to escape and the fear of Luo Yi. Luo Yi was frantically chasing after her, her hair flying in disarray, her eyes were extremely wide and covered in red blood, her mouth was wide open and she kept hissing, come back, you guys come back. Shoyan gritted her teeth and stepped faster, breathing heavily. Luo Yi's eyes were filled with despair and anger. She recklessly jumped up and stretched out her hands, grabbed Shoyan's legs, and cried out with a grimace, Shoyan, you dare to snatch my Lin Yu, I won't let you go. Shoyan stumbled and almost fell, a look of panic on her face, but she quickly stabilized herself and shook her legs, which were being held by Luo Yi, with great force, and roared angrily, let go. Luo Yi was dead set on not letting go, her mouth still frantically chanting, Lin Yu is mine, no one can take it away. Shoyan once again threw herself hard and finally broke free of Luo Yi's restraints, her face filled with determination. Without hesitation, she stepped out the door and continued to run wildly with Lin Yu, her feet like the wind. Luo Yi fell heavily to the ground after being thrown off by Shoyan, but she quickly stood up and chased after him without any regard, her eyes burning with a blazing rage and her face turning red from anger. Her breathing became more and more rapid, and her chest rose and fell violently, but her steps didn't slow down in the slightest, and as she ran, she shouted, stop right there, you guys. Her face turned red and her eyes were filled with madness. Lin Yu said anxiously, Shoyan hurry up and hurry up again. Shoyan gasped angrily and responded, how about you carry me instead? Lin Yu hurriedly laughed and said, ha 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 no more. Shoyan clenched her teeth and took bigger steps, her eyes firmly looking straight ahead. Lin Yu was on her back, his body tense, and he kept looking back at the pursuing Luo Yi. Luo Yi cursed and ran while shouting, you pair of dogs, don't run. Xiaoyan stumbled and almost fell, but she quickly stabilized herself and continued to run hard. Lin Yu cried out in shock. Surrounded by barren grass and sparse trees, the wind rustled the leaves. Xiaoyan breathed heavily, sweat soaking her back. Lin Yu said anxiously, Xiaoyan, go for it. Luo Yi's voice was muffled, but she was still in hot pursuit, her eyes full of unwillingness. Xiaoyan carried Lin Yu on her back as she ran wildly along the dirt road in the countryside, her feet covered in dust, each step raising a puff of dust. Lin Yu's face was pale as he kept looking around, searching for a possible hiding place. Luo Yi gasped and cursed, don't you dare try to escape from me. Suddenly, Xiaoyan tripped over a rock and her body lunged forward. Lin Yu yelled in horror, but luckily Xiaoyan braced herself on the ground with both hands the moment she was about to fall. Not caring about the scrapes on her hands, Xiaoyan quickly got up and continued to run. Lin Yu said heartily, Xiaoyan, are you okay? She gritted her teeth and returned. Cut the crap. At this time, a dog barked in the distance, and Luo Yi seemed to get even more excited, shouting, let's see where you can run to. Her eyes glittered with madness, and her footsteps quickened by a few points. Lin Yu panicked. Xiaoyan, you first untie the rope behind my back. As Xiaoyan ran, she struggled to reach out and untie the rope behind Lin Yu's back, her breathing growing more rapid and her brow furrowing. Lin Yu anxiously twisted his body, trying to cooperate with Xiaoyan to untie the rope. Luo Yi's footsteps were getting closer and closer, and her screams became more and more piercing. You can't get away. Xiaoyan ran while laboriously reaching out to untie the rope behind Lin Yu's back. Her breathing became more and more rapid, her brow furrowed as she muttered, Lin Yu, you can only be mine. No one can take it away from me. Her eyes were filled with obstinacy and possessiveness. Luo Yi's footsteps were getting closer and closer, and her screams became more and more piercing. You won't be able to run away. Lin Yu is mine. No one can take him away. Just then, Xiaoyan finally untied the rope behind Lin Yu's back, and Lin Yu got off of Xiaoyan's back, and the two of them continued to run forward hand in hand. Xiaoyan gasped, Lin Yu, I won't let her hurt you. Luo Yi frantically chased after them, shouting, you pair of things that don't know how to die. Xiaoyan and Lin Yu took the opportunity to increase their speed and finally got rid of Luo Yi. Xiaoyan gasped and pulled Lin Yu's hand tightly, but with a crazy smile on her face. Humph, she won't be able to catch up with us. Lin Yu, you'll always be mine. Realizing that she had lost him, Luo Yi stopped, clenched her hands into fists, her voice tinged with tears, and yelled up to the sky, Lin Yu, you come back. Chapter 115, You Can't Help It. When Lin Yu heard Luo Yi's screams, his face was filled with panic. His eyes were wide open and his lips were trembling. He tightly grasped Xiaoyan's hand and said with a trembling voice, Xiaoyan, I'm scared. Xiaoyan pulled Lin Yu into her arms with a twisted and crazy expression, her eyes wide open as she shouted, Lin Yu, you're mine. No one can take you away. With a bewildered look on his face, Lin Yu broke away from Xiaoyan's embrace and said in a trembling voice, Xiaoyan, how did you find this place? The corners of Xiaoyan's mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile that was bizarre to the extreme, and she slowly said, at that time, after I smashed you down and walked down the road, somehow I ended up going soft on you, so I turned around and walked back to the factory, only to find you gone. At that moment, I caught the scent of that crazy woman, Luo Yi. She clenched her teeth as she spoke, her hands clenched into dead fists, and her body trembled slightly uncontrollably. Furious and aggrieved, Lin Yu's eyes reddened as he yelled at Xiaoyan, then why didn't you come to my rescue earlier in the past 2 months? Xiaoyan first froze, then her eyes became fierce and she said loudly, I didn't come to save you? How much I have suffered in these 2 months to find you. I won't allow you to question me like this. You are mine and can only listen to me. She stepped forward and tightly grabbed Lin Yu's arm. Xiaoyan then pressed closer to Lin Yu, her face almost to his, and said viciously, Lin Yu, tell me. I need to know what you did with that crazy woman Luo Yi, and if you dare to say a word out or lie, you'll be dead. Lin Yu was trembling with fear, his voice trembling as he pretended to say, just a kiss. His legs were so weak that he could barely stand, his eyes fluttering, not daring to look directly into Xiaoyan's eyes. When Xiaoyan heard this, she instantly stormed out, her face reddening as she roared, What? Kissing? You bastard! She raised her hand and fiercely slapped Lin Yu. A reddish palm print immediately surfaced on Lin Yu's face as he covered his face and looked at Xiaoyan in shock. Xiaoyan crossed her arms and gasped, Lin Yu, you actually dared to betray me. I will definitely not let you go. Lin Yu hurriedly begged for forgiveness. Xiaoyan, I was wrong. I won't dare anymore. Just spare me. Xiaoyan sneered. Spare you? It's not that easy. You give me an account of every detail with her. Lin Yu cried out sadly. Hey, it's all tears. Can you imagine how I survived these 2 months? Lin Yu continued to cry. She imprisoned me, the cage she put me in, and every day, All I could do was eat the spit and rice that had been chewed from her mouth. Xiaoyan shook Lin Yu forcefully, her voice almost growling. Lin Yu, you actually dared. Why didn't you resist? Why? You're mine. You can only be tortured by me. No one else can think of touching a hair on your head. Lin Yu was shaken to the point of dizziness, and his voice cried out with a sobbing tone. I can't resist Xiaoyan. She's too scary. Xiaoyan violently let go of her hand, and Lin Yu collapsed to the ground in a flash. She clasped her hands on her chest and looked at him coldly, saying, Humph, you useless thing, from now on, you can only stay by my side. You're not allowed to go anywhere. Xiaoyan suddenly laughed and added, when I bring you back, I'm going to put you in a cage as well, so you can eat the saliva and rice from my mouth. She had an almost maniacal grin on her face, and her hands were unconsciously gesturing the size of the cage. Hearing this, Lin Yu's eyes widened in horror and his body shrank backward as he trembled. Xiaoyan, don't, please. Xiaoyan, however, pressed forward, crouched down, pinched Lin Yu's chin, and said viciously, Humph, it's not up to you. You're mine, forever. Lin Yu clutched his head in despair and muttered, why the hell is this? Why has it become like this? Xiaoyan kicked at Lin Yu and roared, don't pretend to be pitiful here. Get up for me and follow me obediently. Lin Yu stumbled when he was kicked, but he didn't dare to disobey, so he could only stand up with difficulty, keep his head down, and follow behind Xiaoyan like a puppet. Xiaoyan walked ahead, her mouth still chattering, when we get home, let's see how I'm going to clean you up. Xiaoyan walked over to the car and pulled open the passenger door as she glared back at Lin Yu and shouted, get in the car for me. Lin Yu warily sat in the car, his body tense, not daring to move. Xiaoyan threw the car door closed with force, went around to the driver's seat, got in the car and slammed on the gas. The car sped away like an arrow off the string, her hands gripping the steering wheel tightly, her face grim, her mouth still cursing in a low voice. The car sped down the road. Xiaoyan's eyes stared straight ahead and her mouth kept chanting, Lin Yu, don't think you can avoid it like this. Go back and have your good time. Lin Yu sat on the sidelines, not daring to utter a single breath, sneaking glances at Xiaoyan, his heart filled with fear and helplessness. Suddenly, Xiaoyan jerked the steering wheel, the car made a sharp turn, and Lin Yu's body hit the door uncontrollably. Ah! Lin Yu couldn't help but scream out. Xiaoyan twisted her head to glare at him fiercely and growled, shut the hell up. Lin Yu hurriedly covered his mouth, not daring to make another sound. A short while later, the car stopped in front of a villa. Xiaoyan got out of the car and roughly yanked Lin Yu out, pulling him towards the house. Xiaoyan dragged Lin Yu into the villa and closed the door with a bang. Inside the house, the lights were dim and the atmosphere was depressing. She threw Lin Yu forcefully onto the sofa, clasped her hands to her chest, and said condescendingly, from now on, you'll stay right here for me. Lin Yu sat paralyzed on the couch, his eyes looking around in horror. Xiaoyan turned and walked into a room, and in a short while, came out with a chain and said coldly, this is for you. When Lin Yu saw the chains, his face instantly turned white and he desperately shrank back, pleading, Xiaoyan, please, don't do this. Xiaoyan was not moved in the slightest and approached Lin Yu step by step, a crazy smile on her face as she said, Lin Yu, so let's start now. Xiaoyan continued, come Lin Yu, eat my saliva. The corners of her mouth rose, but that smile was creepy. Lin Yu's stomach churned and he desperately shook his head, crying, no, Xiaoyan, I don't want it, please let me go. Xiaoyan, however, didn't care and reached out to pinch Lin Yu's chin, saying forcefully, it's not up to you, said Xiaoyan forcefully brought her mouth closer to Lin Yu, who closed his lips tightly and struggled to avoid it. You dare not listen to me. Xiaoyan was furious and raised her hand to give Lin Yu a slap, causing Lin Yu's face to veer to the side. Lin Yu's cheeks reddened and swelled. He turned his head, his eyes filled with despair and hatred. Xiaoyan, if you do this, you will get retribution. Chapter 116, I'll break your legs. When Xiaoyan heard this, she first froze, then laughed even more crazily. Retribution? In this world, only I can dominate your fate. She once again pinched Lin Yu's chin hard, her knuckles whitening from the exertion, and with a grim expression on her face, she forcibly pried open his mouth and brought her own mouth over, feeding in milky saliva. Lin Yu frowned tightly, his features twisting together as he yelled, Xiaoyan, that's disgusting. When Xiaoyan heard Lin Yu's words, a hint of hurt and anger flashed in her eyes as she gritted her teeth and said, you dare to say disgusting? Lin Yu struggled desperately, his hands kept waving, trying to break free of Xiaoyan's bonds, his mouth kept shouting, let go of me, let go of me. Xiaoyan didn't care about Lin Yu's resistance, still forcefully sending saliva into his mouth. Her breathing was rapid and her hair was messy from the intense movements. Lin Yu's face was suffocating red, his eyes filled with disgust and despair, and he made whimpering noises in his throat as he tried to spit out that saliva. You swallow it, Xiaoyan roared, veins rippling on her forehead. Lin Yu used all his strength and pushed Xiaoyan violently, finally breaking free from her control, then lying on his back and dry heaving unceasingly. Xiaoyan stumbled and almost fell. Her face was grim as she stood still, her eyes spitting fire. She rushed over and grabbed Lin Yu's hair viciously. "You dare to resist me?" Then Xiaoyan yanked Lin Yu down, picked up the chain, clenched her teeth, strained her face, and eagerly wrapped the chain around Lin Yu's wrist. Lin Yu struggled in agony, his face full of panic, twisting his body in vain and crying out, "Xiaoyan, please, don't do this." Ignoring Lin Yu's struggles and pleas, Xiaoyan once again forced herself closer to Lin Yu and continued to send in milky saliva. Lin Yu's face became extremely ugly as he closed his eyes tightly and twisted his head away as hard as he could, a painful whimper escaping his throat. Xiaoyan pressed Lin Yu to death. Her hands clamped down on his head to death, not allowing him the slightest chance to evade, and once again brought her mouth over, forcing her milky saliva into Lin Yu's mouth. Lin Yu struggled desperately, but he was ultimately not as strong as Xiaoyan. His face was suffocatingly red, his features twisted together in pain and disgust, tears squeezed out of the corners of his tightly closed eyes, and slurred sounds of resistance came from his throat. Xiaoyan was not moved in the slightest, and pressed harder on Lin Yu, mouthing the words, "I'll let you taste it, so you'll behave." As she forced her saliva, she gasped, "You're mine and you'll never get away with it." Lin Yu's resistance became more and more feeble, and his eyes gradually became hollow, as if his soul had detached from his body. Xiaoyan suddenly let go of Lin Yu, stood up, and started pacing back and forth in the room, mumbling, "Why don't you listen? Why?" She turned violently and rushed at Lin Yu once again, tearing at his clothes with all her might and roaring loudly, "I'm going to make you mine forever." Lin Yu's clothes were torn, exposing his shoulders, his entire body was already near deflated, and he could only faintly make a sound. "Xiaoyan, let me go." When Xiaoyan heard his words, she directly copied the iron rod next to her and said through gritted teeth, "I'm going to break your legs." Her eyes were extremely wide and covered in blood. Lin Yu looked at Xiaoyan in horror. His body kept shrinking back, his voice trembling as he shouted, "Xiaoyan, calm down." Xiaoyan didn't listen at all and approached towards Lin Yu step by step, the iron rod in her hand raised high as she roared, "I'm going to make sure you never run away again." Lin Yu closed his eyes in despair, waiting for that fatal blow. Without hesitation, Xiaoyan raised the iron rod and struck down. In that instant, there was not the slightest hesitation or pity on her face, only mad determination. Lin Yu let out a miserable scream. The pain caused his face to distort beyond recognition, and bean-sized beads of sweat kept rolling down on his forehead. "Xiaoyan, you're really crazy," Lin Yu yelled tearfully, his voice filled with fear and despair. Xiaoyan, however, acted as if she hadn't heard it, raising the iron rod once again and chanting, "Let you know what happens when you defy me." Saying this, she struck down again, hard, again and again, her arm mechanically swinging the iron rod, her eyes empty and lifeless, with only maddening obsession. Lin Yu's miserable screams rose and fell, and his legs were already bloody and miserable. "Xiaoyan, please, stop." Lin Yu's voice was getting fainter and fainter, and as if Xiaoyan had lost her mind, she was completely immersed in her own world. The iron rod in her hand kept falling, and the room was filled with the creepy sound of blows and Lin Yu's wailing. The iron rod in Xiaoyan's hand continued to fall relentlessly, each stroke carrying her insane rage. Lin Yu's originally miserable cries gradually became faint, his consciousness began to blur, and his body no longer had the strength to struggle. At this time, Xiaoyan's hair was disheveled, sweat mixed with tears flowed down her cheeks, and her mouth muttered, "You can only be mine, no one can take it away." The room was filled with the scent of blood, the blood on the floor was increasing, and Lin Yu's clothes had long been soaked in blood. Suddenly, Xiaoyan seems to have exhausted all the strength. The hand of the iron bar clang fell, her legs are soft, paralyzed on the ground. Looking at the bruised Lin Yu, eyes flashed a trace of confusion and fear. "What have I done?" Xiaoyan covered her face and let out a loud cry, but immediately afterward, her crying came to an abrupt end, and a weird smile suddenly appeared on her face again. "Lin Yu, now you'll always be mine." She laughed as she crawled over to Lin Yu, reaching out to gently caress his blood-covered face, her eyes revealing a twisted satisfaction. Lin Yu was so out of breath that he didn't even have the strength to speak, and could only look at the terrifying woman in front of him who was both familiar and unfamiliar with him with weak eyes. The smile on Xiaoyan's face grew more and more maniacal. "Lin Yu, from now on, you belong to me completely. Ha 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 ha." Lin Yu could no longer withstand the double torture of body and spirit. His eyes went black and he fainted. When Xiaoyan saw Lin Yu faint, she first froze, then laughed, her laughter mixed with a sobbing tone. "Sleep, sleep, when you wake up, you'll obediently stay by my side." She just stood by Lin Yu's side, sometimes laughing, sometimes whispering, and the room was filled with a breathtakingly crazy atmosphere. After a while, Xiaoyan seemed to have thought of something and got up to call someone to customize a wheelchair. On the phone, her voice was urgent and excited. Make it the best and fastest delivery. After making the call, Xiaoyan sat back down next to Lin Yu and gently stroked his hair, muttering, "When the wheelchair arrives, I'll push you every day, and we'll never be apart." As time passed by, Xiaoyan's eyes never left Lin Yu, as if her entire world was only left with the unconscious Lin Yu. Chapter 117, Call a Doctor. Xiaoyan just obsessively guarded Lin Yu, her eyes never leaving for a moment. I don't know how long it took, but the customized wheelchair finally arrived. She excitedly opened the door to the room and directed the delivery person to place the wheelchair in the right spot. "Come on, put it right here," Xiaoyan said impatiently. When the delivery person left, Xiaoyan turned back to Rinyu and easily carried him to the wheelchair. "Honey, from now on we'll travel together like this," Xiaoyan said softly with a satisfied smile on her face. However, at this time, Lin Yu was still unconscious and was oblivious to all of this. Xiaoyan pushed her wheelchair around the room, humming an unknown tune. "Look, this is so good, so good." Xiaoyan's voice echoed in the room, but it seemed extraordinarily hollow. Just as Xiaoyan was immersed in his fantasy, Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were confused and weak, and he hadn't figured out his situation for a while. Xiaoyan called out in surprise, "Honey, you're awake." Lin Yu's heart was filled with fear and despair when he saw himself sitting in a wheelchair and saw Xiaoyan's crazy appearance. "Xiaoyan, let me go," Lin Yu said weakly. Xiaoyan's smile instantly froze and turned angry. "Impossible, you'll never be able to leave me." Lin Yu felt his body a little hot looking down at his legs drenched in blood and cried out in pain. "Xiaoyan, call a doctor." Xiaoyan, however, was unmoved and looked at him with cold eyes. "Call the doctor. Don't even think about it. This injury is nothing, as long as you are still by my side." Lin Yu looked at Xiaoyan incredulously, his voice trembling. "You're really crazy. I'll die." Xiaoyan squatted down and stroked Lin Yu's face, her tone soft but chilling. "Even if you die, you're still mine." Lin Yu turned his head in despair, no longer looking at Xiaoyan, his heart filled with resignation to his fate. After a while, Xiaoyan's eyes flickered, as if she was doing a fierce struggle inside, and she finally dialed the phone. Shortly afterward, the doctors rushed in. Xiaoyan, however, suddenly blocked in front of Lin Yu and yelled, "No one is allowed to touch him." She had a hideous expression and waved her hands around. The doctors looked confused. He said, "Miss, didn't you ask us to come?" Xiaoyan glared viciously at the doctors and shouted, "So what? Now I've changed my mind." Her features twisted together, her eyes full of madness and obstinacy. The doctors looked at each other, not knowing what to do. One of the doctors tried to persuade, "Miss, his injuries are very serious. If not treated in time, his life will be in danger." Xiaoyan sneered, "He's mine even if he dies." Saying that, she hugged Lin Yu tightly, as if the moment she let go Lin Yu would disappear. The doctors looked at Xiaoyan helplessly, and one of the older doctors said seriously, "Girl, you're committing a crime." Unmoved, Xiaoyan deadpanned Lin Yu, screaming hysterically, "You go, all of you." At this time, Lin Yu passed out again due to the pain. Xiaoyan panicked. She shook Lin Yu and cried, "Don't you sleep, don't sleep." The doctors took this opportunity to quickly move forward and take Lin Yu away from Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan tries to block it, but is tightly pulled by several nurses. "Let me go, let me go." Xiaoyan struggled frantically, her face covered in tear stains and despair. "We're in the hospital." Xiaoyan was outside the hospital room, sometimes crouching on the ground and hugging her head and crying, tears flowing freely. At times, he straightened up and grinned a creepy laugh. She ran back and forth frantically for a moment, anxiously pulling her hands through her hair. A moment later, he was fixed in place, his eyes vacant and his expression dull. Sometimes she would suddenly rush to the door of the hospital room and try to rush in, only to be stopped, followed by a frantic pounding of the person who was blocking her. Sometimes she would be quiet again for a moment and then scream again without warning. Xiaoyan rushed to the doctor, her hands grasping the doctor's arm tightly, her eyes staring straight at the doctor, saying eagerly, "Doctor, how is he?" Her face was streaked with tears, her eyes both expectant and fearful, her body trembling slightly from nervousness. The doctor was about to speak. Xiaoyan interrupted again, "If there's anything wrong with him, I'm not done with you." As she said this, she gritted her teeth and her expression became ferocious. I didn't wait for the doctor to answer. Xiaoyan suddenly softened her tone again and begged, "Please, please make sure he gets better, okay?" Her eyes instantly became pitiful and tears welled up in her eyes again. The doctor was a little overwhelmed by Xiaoyan's erratic behavior and could only try to calm her down. The patient's life is not in danger at the moment, but the double leg fractures will require a long period of recuperation. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan first breathed a sigh of relief, a brief moment of relief on her face, but immediately after, she frowned again and murmured worriedly, "Then will he not want me?" With that, She clasped her hands to her chest and curled her body up like a frightened child. After a while, Xiaoyan raised her head fiercely again and said to the doctor with a firm gaze, "No matter what, I won't let him leave me." Her eyes were filled with crazy obsession, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a chilling smile. The doctor sighed helplessly and turned away. Xiaoyan paced back and forth outside the hospital room, her mouth constantly chanting, "He's mine, he can only be mine." Her hands were sometimes clenched into fists, and sometimes loosened and waved randomly. Suddenly, she stopped, her eyes staring straight at the door of the hospital room, as if she could see Lin Yu inside through this door. At that moment, a nurse came out of the ward. Xiaoyan immediately rushed up and grabbed the nurse's shoulder, asking eagerly, "Is he awake? Has there been any mention of me?" The nurse was taken aback by her before she could reply. Xiaoyan let go again and said to herself, "He must have missed me. He must have." Xiaoyan's expression was sometimes tense, sometimes relaxed, and her entire body was in an extremely unstable state. When the nurse leaves, Xiaoyan started walking back and forth in the hallway again. Suddenly, she rushed to the door of the hospital room and tried to push her way in, only to be stopped by the nurse. Xiaoyan glared angrily at the nurse and shouted, "Let me in. I want to see him." Her eyes were bloodshot and her face was distorted. The nurse was adamant. Xiaoyan's emotions grew more and more agitated as she began to push the nurse harder and harder, screaming and cursing under her breath. Just as the situation was about to get out of hand, the doctor arrived. The doctor said sternly, "The patient needs to be quiet, and you're interfering with his recovery." Xiaoyan heard this and instantly quieted down, a flash of fear and guilt in her eyes. She slowly took a few steps back and leaned against the wall, her body slowly sliding down and finally collapsing to the floor, whimpering and sobbing. After a while, Xiaoyan stopped sobbing and slowly stood up, her eyes becoming determined again. She walked over to the hospital room window and peered in through the glass, her face filled with longing. Seeing Lin Yu lying quietly on the hospital bed, the corners of Xiaoyan's mouth rose slightly as she whispered, "Honey, when you get better, we'll be together forever." At that moment, some other patients' family members passed by and gave Xiaoyan a curious look. Xiaoyan immediately glared over viciously, scaring the other party into walking away. Chapter 118, What are you going to do? Xiaoyan turned her head to look at the hospital room again and muttered to herself, "No one is going to take you away from me." Her hands clenched into fists, her knuckles white from the force. Xiaoyan violently rushed into the ward, rushed to Lin Yu's hospital bed, raised her hand and slapped him, shouting as she did so, "Lin Yu, hurry up and wake up! Hurry up and wake up!" Lin Yu's face was slightly reddened from the beating, but he remained unconscious and unresponsive. Xiaoyan suddenly stopped and looked at Lin Yu's face as tears came to her eyes. "How could you do this to me? Wake up!" Xiaoyan gripped the edge of the hospital bed with both hands, her body trembling from excitement. At that moment, the doctor and nurse rushed in when they heard the commotion and hurriedly pulled Xiaoyan away. "Calm yourself, the patient needs to rest," the doctor exclaimed. Xiaoyan struggled to get close to Lin Yu again. "He's mine, I want him to wake up." Her hair was disheveled and her expression was nearly out of control. Xiaoyan, who was pulled away, sat helplessly on the ground, but her eyes never left Lin Yu. As she sobbed, she muttered, "Lin Yu, you can't leave me like this. How can I live without you?" The doctors and nurses looked at her helplessly, and when she calmed down a little, they left the room. Xiaoyan slowly stood up and walked over to Lin Yu's bedside, gently holding his hand, her voice becoming gentle. "Honey, as long as you wake up, I'll listen to you in everything, okay?" However, Lin Yu is still sleeping. Xiaoyan's eyes gradually became frantic again as she raised her volume once more. "Lin Yu, if you don't wake up, you're dead." In this way, Xiaoyan was at Lin Yu's hospital bedside, sometimes tenderly praying, sometimes madly threatening, and the whole person was on the verge of collapse. But Xiaoyan is still rambling by Lin Yu's bedside, when suddenly, she realizes that Lin Yu's fingers have moved. Her eyes widened and her breathing became rapid. "Lin Yu, you're awake? You're finally awake." Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes confused and weak. Xiaoyan jumped on him at once and hugged him tightly. "I knew you wouldn't leave me." Lin Yu was a little out of breath from her pressure and tried to push her away. "Xiaoyan, let go of me first." Xiaoyan, however, hugged tighter, her voice carrying a sobbing tone with a few hints of madness. "No, I won't let go. I'll never let go." Seeing that he couldn't push her, Lin Yu said helplessly, "Xiaoyan, it's hard for me when you're like this." Xiaoyan raised her head and looked at Lin Yu, her eyes full of paranoia. "Hard? So what? As long as you are by my side, I don't care about anything else." Lin Yu furrowed his brows with a look of helplessness and exhaustion. Xiaoyan, however, didn't care and continued, "Don't you dare leave me again. Not even one step." A look of horror and despair appeared on Lin Yu's face as he realized he couldn't move his legs. When Xiaoyan saw Lin Yu's expression, she first froze, then grabbed Lin Yu's shoulders, a wry smile on her face, and said, This way you'll never be able to run away, and you'll always be mine. Lin Yu looked at her and angrily yelled, "You're really crazy." Xiaoyan's smile became even crazier as she cupped Lin Yu's face with both hands and said, "Yes, I'm crazy. It's all because I'm crazy about loving you." Her expression was almost distorted, and there was not a trace of remorse in her eyes. Lin Yu looked away from her, not wanting to look at her, but Xiaoyan forcefully pulled his face over and said through gritted teeth, "Look at me. You can only have me in your eyes." Lin Yu fought to break free of Xiaoyan's hands and roared, "You're unbelievable." When Xiaoyan heard this, her eyes instantly became fierce as she grabbed Lin Yu once again, her nails almost embedding into his flesh as she shouted, "Unbelievable? I've done so much for you, and you're actually saying this about me." Lin Yu frowned in pain. Xiaoyan, however, suddenly softened again, tears welling up as she said pitifully, "I'm just too afraid of losing you. Don't blame me." But before Lin Yu could respond, Xiaoyan's expression became hideous again and said viciously, "No matter what, you'll never be able to get rid of me in this life." After saying that, she stared at Lin Yu with a deadly stare, her eyes glaring extremely wide, her eyeballs about to bulge out in general, as if she wanted to carve his appearance into her heart. Immediately afterward, Xiaoyan's hand raised again and frantically slapped Lin Yu's ears, shouting hysterically as she did so, "Hurry up and say you can't leave me. Hurry up and say it." Lin Yu's face was knocked to the side as he tried to fight back, but was powerless due to his injuries. Xiaoyan's eyes were filled with crazy possessiveness, the movements of her hands didn't stop in the slightest, and her mouth kept repeating, "Say it, say you can't leave me." Lin Yu was slapped in the eyes. He looked at Xiaoyan angrily and roared, "I won't agree to you." When Xiaoyan heard this, her whole body was like a barrel of dynamite that had been set on fire. She clenched her hands into fists, her body trembling as she screamed, "How dare you!" After saying that, she violently pounced on Lin Yu, her hands deadlocked on his neck and shouted, "You are mine, only mine." Lin Yu was choked out of breath and his face turned red. Xiaoyan, however, completely lost her mind and frantically increased the strength of her hands, her mouth still cursing. Just when Lin Yu was about to choke, Xiaoyan suddenly let go of her hand as she held her head in her hands and crouched on the ground bawling her eyes out. Why won't you just belong to me?" Her sobs were mournful and her shoulders kept shaking. Lin Yu gasped for air and looked at Hyoyan in horror. Xiaoyan cried for a while, then stood up violently and rushed to Lin Yu, grabbing his collar with both hands, her eyes fierce and desperate. "I've given so much for you and you do this to me. I won't let you go, ever." Her voice was hoarse with deep resentment. After saying that, Xiaoyan turned around and rushed out of the hospital room, leaving only Lin Yu lying on the hospital bed in shock. After a while, Xiaoyan returned, a club in her hand, her eyes fierce and determined. Xiaoyan took one step into the hospital room, each step carrying heavy anger. The club in her hand gripped so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Lin Yu's eyes were filled with fear when he saw her in this state. Lin Yu cried out in horror, "Xiaoyan, what are you doing?" When Xiaoyan heard Lin Yu's words, she sneered and said, "Humph, you'll know soon." The corners of her mouth rose, but there wasn't the slightest hint of a smile, and the madness in her eyes increased. She raised her club, waved it in the air a few times, and said through gritted teeth, "Since you're disobedient, I'll teach you a lesson." Chapter 119. Dear, the fresh air outside is good for your health. Saying that, Xiaoyan directly swung her stick towards Lin Yu, her face carrying an almost maniacal determination, her eyes glaring extremely wide, as if her eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets. She frantically shouted as she fought, "Make you disobey, let you disobey me." With each swing of the club, her arms were filled with power and her expression was extremely twisted from anger. Lin Yu protected himself with his arms, his face filled with pain and fear. Xiaoyan, however, didn't have the slightest intention of stopping, and her stick fell on Lin Yu one after another. Xiaoyan kept swinging the stick, her hair flying in a messy manner, sweat slipping down from her forehead, but she was oblivious to it, still shouting frantically under her breath, "I love you so much. Why are you doing this to me? Why?" Lin Yu groaned in pain as he tried to dodge Hyoyan's attacks, begging, "Hyoyan, stop hitting, please stop." Xiaoyan, however, acted as if she hadn't heard, the swinging of the stick becoming more and more violent. There was no longer a trace of sanity in her eyes, only a crazy obsession and anger remained. Suddenly, Xiaoyan stopped, gasping for air, her eyes staring dully at the club in her hand as if realizing her crazy actions. But only for a moment, she raised her club again, ready to continue the beating. Xiaoyan cried and laughed at the same time, tears kept flowing down her cheeks, but her laughter was extraordinarily eerie and creepy. "Ha ha 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 ha, Lin Yu, you forced me to do this," she cried out as the club in her hand fell heavily once again. Her body was trembling from the extreme emotional turmoil, and each swing of the bat took all the strength she could muster. Lin Yu was no longer capable of resisting, and could only curl up his body and endure this crazy attack. Xiaoyan's laughter and cries were intertwined, and the entire ward was filled with despair and madness. Why? Why don't you love me? Why? She shouted as she swung the club without stopping. Lin Yu's face was filled with pain. His voice was tinged with sobs as he begged, "Shayan, stop hitting, please." His body curled up tighter, his eyes filled with fear and despair, tears welling up in his eyes. When Shayan heard Lin Yu's pleas, not only did she not stop, but she hit even harder. Her hair was disheveled, her face a mixture of tears and sweat, her features distorted beyond recognition. Shayan laughed hysterically while crying again at the top of her lungs. "Beg me? It's too late to beg me now." Her eyes revealed a reckless madness, and the sticks in her hands fell like rain, as if she had completely lost her mind. Lin Yu frowned tightly, his face full of pain, tears in his eyes, his hands trembling as he tried to block, pleading, "Shayan, don't hit, please." Shayan's hair was disheveled, her eyes red and tearful, the corners of her mouth wildly rising and instantly collapsing, crying and laughing at the same time as she yelled, "It's too late." The stick in his hand kept on hitting harder and harder. Lin Yu was no longer able to struggle, his voice weakly repeating, "Shayan, stop hitting, I can't take it anymore." His eyes began to become lax and his face was as pale as paper. Shayan gasped and grimaced, pausing slightly with the club in her hand, then smashing down more frantically. He cried, "Can't stand it? I've suffered much more than that." Her tears kept rolling down, but they didn't stop at all. At this time, Lin Yu fainted. Shayan then stopped the action in her hands, staring blankly at the unconscious Lin Yu, suddenly pounced on him again and hugged him, crying, "Don't you die, don't leave me." Shayan hugged the unconscious Lin Yu and shook desperately, her hair scattered and covering half of her face as she stared with wide eyes and yelled hysterically, "Wake up! Wake up!" After a while, as if she suddenly thought of something, Shayan's movements were extremely rude when she put down Lin Yu, and when she got up and ran out, her feet stumbled and she almost fell. Soon she rushed back with a bottle of Peaceful Elite's painkillers and a glass of water, her hands trembling so badly that she spilled most of the water. Her teeth clenched as she fed the pills and her expression grim as she cried, "Eat it, now, Lin Yu, you must get better. As long as you get better, I'll never be like this again." Shayan's voice was shrill as she stared dead at Lin Yu, as if she wanted to wake him up with her gaze. Right at this moment, Lin Yu slightly moved. Shayan first froze, then was pleasantly surprised. Her eyes instantly widened and her mouth opened wide, the tear stains on her face still not dry. She grabbed Lin Yu's hand tightly, her nails embedded deep into his flesh, and leaned forward, exclaiming excitedly, "You're awake, great." Then, Shayan violently hugged Lin Yu in her arms, holding him so tightly as if she wanted to melt him into her body. Her mouth kept chanting, "Don't leave me again, don't ever leave me." Her eyes were full of possessiveness and dependence, but at the same time, she carried a deep fear, afraid that Lin Yu would disappear in front of her eyes. A long time, Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes, his brows furrowed in pain. He weakly tried to push Shayan away, but because of his bruises, those hands were just resting on Shayan's body helplessly. Shayan, however, completely disregarded Lin Yu's movements and continued to hold on to him, her face filled with paranoia and madness. "You can't push me, never." Saying that, Shayan roughly put Lin Yu onto the wheelchair, her hands gripping Lin Yu's shoulders tightly, her eyes revealing an irresistible determination. Lin Yu stifled a grunt from the rude action, his face growing paler. Shayan, however, acted as if she hadn't heard, pushing the wheelchair towards the ward door, out of the door and towards the hospital gate, muttering, "I won't let you out of my sight again." Walked around for a while, Shayan pushed her wheelchair out of the hospital's front door, her pace hurried, her eyes scanning the surroundings warily, as if she was on guard against someone who would snatch Lin Yu. Lin Yu hung his head low, his breath weak, and he looked incredibly numb to it all. Shayan pushed the wheelchair over to a car and easily carried Rinwo into it, settling into the seat. She herself quickly got into the car, starting it up while twisting her head to look at Lin Yu with both mad love and a hint of uneasiness in her eyes. The car sped away, the wheels raising a cloud of dust. Shayan's hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, her lips pursed, and her eyes stared straight ahead at the road. Lin Yu leaned back in his seat, his eyes slightly closed, without a trace of blood on his face. Shayan glanced at Lin Yu every now and then, muttering, "We'll be home soon, and we'll be together forever." It's getting faster and faster. Lin Yu opened his eyes with difficulty and said breathlessly, "Shayan, you're doing me a disservice." Shayan turned her head violently, stared angrily at Lin Yu and roared, "Nonsense, this is love, do you understand?" Then she continued to focus on driving again. It's been a long time. The car drove into a villa courtyard. Shayan got out and opened the passenger door, picking up Lin Yu again and walking into the house, closing the door heavily. Shayan placed Lin Yu on the sofa while she herself sat on the side, holding his hand tightly, her eyes unwilling to leave for a moment. Lin Yu closed his eyes and frowned as he seemed to be building up his strength. After a while, Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes and said breathlessly, Xiaoyan, I can't afford such love. Xiaoyan's tears instantly welled up as she shouted, why you just don't understand my heart. Her body trembled slightly, and her expression was nearly broken. Lin Yu sighed and said in a weak voice, Xiaoyan, you're not love. You're imprisonment. Xiaoyan stood up violently, clenched her hands into fists, and paced back and forth in the room, mumbling, no, it's not like that. Xiaoyan stopped and sat down beside Lin Yu again, cupping his face with both hands, her eyes full of pleading. Lin Yu, as long as you don't say things like that again, I'll be good to you, better than before. Lin Yu looked away from her, no longer looking at her, a look of despair on his face. Seeing this, Xiaoyan became even more emotional. She hugged Lin Yu tightly, her voice with a sobbing tone, I can't live without you, I really can't. Lin Yu was silent for a long time and finally spoke, Xiaoyan, let me go, it's better for both of us. Xiaoyan laughed coldly and said viciously, do you think you can leave now? Her eyes were wide open, filled with madness and determination. Lin Yu lowered his head and said painfully, can't walk. Xiaoyan lifted Lin Yu's chin with her hand and said conspiratorially, then obediently stay by my side and don't have those unrealistic thoughts. Lin Yu closed his eyes in despair, tears slipping from the corners of his eyes. Xiaoyan's face became even more distorted as she watched his stream of tears and yelled, what's there to cry about? It's your good fortune to stay by my side. Xiaoyan stood up and paced back and forth in the room, her mouth constantly chanting, you're mine, you'll always be mine, no one can take you away. Lin Yu was paralyzed on the sofa, his heart as if he were dead, and muttered, this is a nightmare, a never-ending nightmare. Hearing this, Xiaoyan violently rushed to Lin Yu, grabbed his collar tightly with both hands, and roared, nightmare? Being with me is a nightmare? I've done so much for you, and you say that? Lin Yu was dizzy from her shaking and said weakly, Xiaoyan, you've gone crazy. Xiaoyan let go of her hand and staggered back a few steps, her eyes became vacant and lifeless, and her face, which had been tense, suddenly loosened up. Immediately afterward, she threw herself up in the air and laughed, her hair flailing with her laughter. Crazy? I'm crazy for you. But the laughter didn't last long before it came to a screeching halt, the corners of her mouth instantly pulling down as tears came to her eyes and she cried her heart out. She covered her face with her hands and her body kept shaking as she cried, why don't you understand my heart? Why? Lin Yu's face flushed red, his eyes glaring angrily at Xiaoyan, his lips trembling as he began to curse, you crazy demon, I hate you. His hand, pointing at Hyoyan, that hand kept shivering due to his anger. Lin Yu breathed heavily, his chest rose and fell violently, veins rippled on his forehead, and he yelled, you'll get what's coming to you. Lin Yu gasped for air, his facial muscles twisting with rage, his voice growing sharper, you heartless woman, my life has been ruined by you. Lin Yu's lips were dry and cracked, spittle splashing out as he cursed, you shall not die. Xiaoyan. When Xiaoyan heard Lin Yu's curses, her entire body froze in place as tears flowed unceasingly. After a while, she slowly lowered her hands that covered her face, her eyes became ferocious, and she said through clenched teeth, go ahead and curse, even if you curse me to death, I won't let you go. She approached Lin Yu step by step, her voice low and threatening, everything I've done is because I love you, and you're even doing this to me. Good, very good. Xiaoyan's body trembled slightly from anger, and she clenched her hands into fists, her knuckles turning white. Xiaoyan suddenly said gently again, Lin Yu, I'll push you out for a walk. Her voice was so soft that it was as if the anger from earlier had never existed, and her eyes were full of anticipation and caution. With a look of disbelief on his face, Lin Yu looked at her warily and didn't respond. Xiaoyan didn't seem to care about Lin Yu's attitude and walked to the wheelchair by herself, gently picking up Lin Yu and placing him on the wheelchair. She moved gently as if she were treating a rare treasure and murmured, honey, the fresh air outside is good for you. Chapter 120, Why? Why is it all about me? Lin Yu's face was still taut, his body tense, and he was defensive of Xiaoyan's actions. Xiaoyan pushed her wheelchair slowly towards the door, and the moment she opened the door, a breeze blew by. Lin Yu, look, how beautiful it is outside. Xiaoyan's voice carried a trace of imperceptible sadness. Lin Yu was silent, just looking into the distance, his eyes empty and lifeless. Xiaoyan didn't seem to be affected by Lin Yu's indifferent attitude and continued to say gently, I'll push you out more often in the future, okay? Lin Yu snorted coldly and looked away from her. Xiaoyan's face instantly grimaced as she stopped in her tracks, her hands gripping the handles of the wheelchair so tightly that her joints turned white from the exertion. Lin Yu, what kind of attitude is that? I've been so kind to you and you still don't appreciate it? Xiaoyan's voice trembled with suppressed anger. She leaned down fiercely and came close to Lin Yu's face, her eyes staring straight at him, her eyes filled with paranoia and madness. You can only look at me. You can only accept my goodness. Do you hear me? Rinyu's body involuntarily trembled at her appearance. Xiao Yan seemed to realize that she had lost her temper, took a deep breath, stood straight again, and her tone became gentle again. Honey, don't make me angry, okay? However, her eyes were still permeated with a chilling madness. Linyu had no choice but to compromise. He hung his head, his voice low and feeble. Fine, as you wish. When Xiao Yan heard this, an ecstatic smile immediately bloomed on her face, her eyes glittering with excitement. I knew it, you'll listen, Haiyan said cheerfully, accelerating the speed of pushing the wheelchair. But Lin Yu's expression remained numb, his eyes empty, and he didn't know what he was calculating in his heart. Xiaoyan hummed a little song as she pushed her wheelchair, as if everything was as beautiful as she had imagined it to be. It's been a long time. Xiaoyan pushed Lin Yu to a crowded place, and the people around him cast curious gazes. Xiaoyan, however, didn't care. Her face was filled with a happy smile, oblivious to the onlookers' gazes. Lin Yu, look, how lively it is here, Xiaoyan said excitedly, her eyes constantly looking around. Lin Yu lowered his eyes and remained silent, his heart filled with helplessness and bitterness. Xiaoyan suddenly stopped her wheelchair, squatted in front of Lin Yu, held his hands with both hands, and said fondly, "My dear, with me by your side, you will never be alone." People around us started whispering. Lin Yu's face turned red as he tried to break away from Haiyan's hand. Xiaoyan, however, gripped it tighter, her eyes revealing a hint of threat. Don't move, be good. Lin Yu had to give up struggling and let Xiaoyan hold his hand. At that moment, a child next to them ran over, looked at them curiously, and asked, "Sister, why is this uncle unhappy?" Xiaoyan glared at the child and said viciously, "Kids don't talk too much." The child was so frightened that he cried out. The child's parent rushed over to pick up the child, gave Xiaoyan a disgruntled look, and muttered, "What's with this person?" Xiaoyan, however, as if she didn't hear them, turned her head to look at Lin Yu, her face replaced with a gentle smile again. "Lin Yu, ignore them, let's continue." Rinyu sighed helplessly and turned his head to the side. Xiaoyan stood up and continued to push the wheelchair forward, her mouth still saying, "Later on, we'll go over there and stroll around the garden. I know you'll like it." However, Lin Yu was thinking about how to get out of Xiaoyan's control in his mind. As she walked, Xiaoyan suddenly stopped in her tracks, her gaze fixed on the couple in front of her who were talking and laughing. A hint of jealousy and resentment flashed in her eyes, and her hands unconsciously increased the strength of pushing the wheelchair. Lin Yu was made to lean forward by this sudden move and couldn't help but shout, "Xiaoyan, what are you doing?" As if she hadn't heard, Xiaoyan muttered, "Why can they be so happy? Why?" At that moment, the people around them cast strange gazes and started pointing at Xiaoyan. Is this woman abnormal? Look at the man tossed. Xiaoyan's emotions grew more and more agitated when she heard these comments, and she turned her head to the crowd and yelled, "Shut up, all of you." Lin Yu took the opportunity to say, "Xiaoyan, everyone is afraid of you when you're like this. Calm down first, okay?" Xiaoyan's eyes instantly turned to Lin Yu, filled with aggression. "Even you say that about me?" Saying that, Xiaoyan's eyes suddenly became ferocious. Her eyes were rounded, her pupils contracted, and her eyes seemed to be about to spew out fury. She lifted her right hand and put her fingers together tightly. Pa! With a crisp sound, Xiaoyan's palm slapped hard on Lin Yu's face. The corners of her mouth twitched slightly, her facial muscles twisting with anger. Lin Yu's head was knocked to the side, and a clear palm print instantly surfaced on his face. His eyes were filled with shock and pain, and his cheeks were on fire. After Xiaoyan finished her beating, she breathed heavily, her chest rose and fell violently, and yelled, "Don't you dare talk about me like that." Lin Yu slowly turned his head. The expression on his face shifted from shock to anger as he glared at Xiaoyan and said through gritted teeth, "Xiaoyan, you're unbelievable." Xiaoyan's hand was still stopped in midair, trembling slightly. When she heard Lin Yu's words, her body shook and a hint of panic flashed in her eyes. But soon that hint of panic was replaced by madness, and she raised her hand again, snarling, "How dare you accuse me?" Just as her hand was about to fall again, a strong hand gripped her wrist tightly. It turned out to be a passing big brother who couldn't stand to watch and stepped forward. "Girl, if you have something to say, how can you just hit someone?" Big brother frowned with a serious face. Xiaoyan forcefully broke away from her big brother's hand and shouted hysterically, "None of your business, go away." Unmoved, the elder brother still gripped her wrist tightly and said, "No matter what, hitting someone is wrong." The people around them chimed in, pointing their fingers at Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan looked at the reactions of the people around her. Her eyes revealed a hint of fear and helplessness. She suddenly squatted down, put her hands on her head and let out a loud cry. "Why are they all targeting me? Why?" Lin Yu looked at Xiaoyan, who was squatting on the ground and crying, and his heart was filled with mixed feelings. The anger on his face gradually dissipated and was replaced by deep helplessness and pity. Seeing Xiaoyan like this, that big brother loosened his hand and sighed. Girl, you can't be so extreme in matters of feelings. The people around them began to talk and persuade as well. That's right, there's something to talk about. How can this go on? Lin Yu gently spoke. Shoyan, stop it, get up first. Xiaoyan raised her head, her face full of tears, her eyes confused and helpless. Lin Yu, am I wrong? Lin Yu was silent for a moment and slowly said, Shoyan, let's find a quiet place and talk about it. Xiaoyan bit her lip, nodded, stood up, and pushed Lin Yu away under the gaze of the crowd. Chapter 121, You're a White-Eyed Wolf. Her footsteps were a little heavy and her head hung low, as if she was remorseful for her impulsiveness just now. Lin Yu sat in his wheelchair, his gaze looking straight ahead, his brows slightly furrowed. Xiaoyan pushed her wheelchair and turned into a quiet alley, which was quiet, with only the sound of their footsteps and the rolling of the wheelchair. Lin Yu, I'm sorry. Xiaoyan's voice came out softly with a sobbing tone. Lin Yu's face instantly turned ironic when he heard Xiaoyan's apology. His eyes widened and veins rippled on his forehead. He turned his head violently and raised his hand, pointing his finger straight at Xiaoyan, cursing loudly, Xiaoyan, you're just a lunatic, an irredeemable lunatic. His lips quivered and spittle flew. His face twisted into a bit of a grimace from his anger. Lin Yu's body leaned forward as if he wanted to get up from his wheelchair, but he was unable to do anything about it and could only keep waving his arms to express his anger. Xiaoyan was stunned by Lin Yu's curses and she looked at him dumbfounded, tears welling up in her eyes. Lin Yu didn't pay any attention to Xiaoyan's pitiful appearance and continued to roar, I've had enough of you, you selfish and crazy woman. His voice was nearly hoarse and the veins on his neck were clearly visible. Xiaoyan's lips trembled as she tried to say something but couldn't spit out a single word. Lin Yu gasped, his chest heaving violently. Being with you is a nightmare. I can't wait to get rid of you right away. His eyes were filled with disgust and determination. Xiaoyan's tears finally came out of her eyes as she covered her face with her hands, her body trembling unceasingly as she cried her heart out. Cried for a while. She suddenly raised her head again, tears still hanging on her face, but her eyes became extremely fierce. Lin Yu, you heartless thing. I've paid so much for you, yet you treat me like this. Her face turned red, her features twisted together with anger. What did I wrong you? I love you with all my heart and you trampled my heart underfoot. Xiaoyan cursed while using her hand, pointing at Lin Yu, her fingers trembling. You're just a white-eyed wolf, a guy who doesn't know what's good for him. She panted heavily, her eyes burning with rage as if she wanted to devour Lin Yu. Lin Yu wasn't willing to show weakness either. He raised his head violently, his eyes staring angrily at Xiaoyan, and roared, your so-called giving is this kind of control and torture? This isn't love at all from you, it's perverted possessiveness. His face was red from anger, the veins on his forehead bulging. Look at you now, like a crazy. Who can stand you? Lin Yu coughed violently but remained furious. I'd rather have never known you. Xiaoyan was stimulated to become even more frantic by Lin Yu's words. She rushed to Lin Yu and screamed, can't stand me? Then where can you go? Besides me, who else would want a cripple like you? Lin Yu was so angry that he was trembling, his lips quivering as he said, you wicked woman, it's not because of you that I'm like this. Xiaoyan sneered, humph, so what? You won't be able to escape me in this life. Lin Yu glared at her fiercely, you're simply incorrigible. I won't let you manipulate me anymore even if I die. At that moment, Xiaoyan's eyes flashed with a hint of panic, but it was quickly replaced by ferocity. Try dying if you dare. I won't let you die easily. Lin Yu laughed in anger, his laughter filled with despair and grief. Ha ha, Xiaoyan, do you think this is interesting? What good does it do you to trap me in this endless pain? Xiaoyan clasped her hands in front of her chest and said in a cold voice, benefits? As long as you are by my side, that is the greatest benefit. Lin Yu's eyes became hollow and lifeless as he muttered, I was really blind. How could I be with you in the first place? Hearing this, Xiaoyan raised her hand to slap Lin Yu again, but as she was about to drop it, she stopped, tears welling up again. Lin Yu, why can't you understand my heart? Lin Yu looked away from her, no longer looking at her, and said coldly, your heart? Your heart is to drive me crazy and to death. Xiaoyan sat paralyzed on the floor and bawled, what the hell am I supposed to do so that you won't do this to me? Lin Yu looked at her and thought of something else and shouted, even if I was with you in the first place, I was forced by you. His voice carried endless anger and unwillingness. Lin Yu's chest rose and fell violently as he continued to roar, you've used all means, threatened me, imprisoned me, and made me have to be with you, but this isn't what I want at all. His eyes were filled with pain and resentment. Xiaoyan, you never respected me. You never asked me if I wanted to. Xiaoyan stopped crying and looked at Lin Yu dumbfounded, an incredulous expression on her face. How dare you say that? After all I've done for you, it's all coercion in your eyes? Lin Yu sneered, isn't it? All you've done is just to fulfill your own selfish desires. Saying that, Lin Yu raised his hand and fiercely flung Xiaoyan in the face. Xiaoyan's head was knocked to the side. and a red palm print instantly appeared on her face. She slowly turned her head, her mouth slightly open, her eyes filled with shock and despair. Immediately after that, her eyes became crazy and paranoid, and her eyes glared tremendously, as if they were about to fall out. Her lips were pursed tightly, biting out blood, but it was as if she felt no pain. Xiaoyan's hands clenched into fists, her nails embedded deep into her flesh. She screamed hysterically, "Lin Yu, how dare you hit me?" Saying that, only to see her violently raise her right hand, her arm muscles tightening, she used all her strength to fiercely slap Lin Yu. The moment her palm was about to touch Lin Yu's cheek, her face muscles twisted from the exertion and her lips opened slightly as she let out a roar. Pa! A crisp ringing sound echoed in the alley. Lin Yu's head was knocked to the side, and clear five-finger marks quickly surfaced on his face. Xiaoyan's hand stopped in mid-air, trembling slightly as she gasped for air, her chest rising and falling violently, her eyes still filled with madness and anger. Lin Yu's head tilted to the side for a while before slowly turning back. A trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were filled with deep despair. "Xiaoyan, you are really crazy." Lin Yu's voice was hoarse, with endless sadness. When Xiaoyan heard this, not only did she not feel the slightest remorse, but she became even more frantic. She put her hands on her head and shouted up to the sky, "Yes, I'm crazy, all because you drove me crazy." After shouting, she grabbed Lin Yu's collar forcefully with both hands and roared, "Why can't you behave yourself? Why are you resisting me?" Lin Yu leaned helplessly against his wheelchair, no longer looking at Xiaoyan, only gently closing his eyes as a line of tears slipped from the corners of his eyes. Chapter 122. Get up! Xiaoyan's eyes were red, staring dead ahead, her hands gripping the handles of the wheelchair tightly as she pushed Lin Yu forward with all her might. Her lips were pursed, the muscles in her face tense, her breathing rapid and heavy. Lin Yu, on the other hand, had a numb face and allowed Xiaoyan to push him, staring blankly ahead. Xiaoyan's footsteps were quick, with a determined air, and each step was a big one. Confused glances from the people around us. Finally, they came to the bridge. Xiaoyan stopped, her hands still gripping the wheelchair tightly, her body trembling slightly, her eyes revealing a hint of madness and confusion. Xiaoyan stood behind the wheelchair, breathing heavily, her forehead covered with beads of sweat that glistened in the sunlight. She stared blankly at the raging river under the bridge, her lips trembling slightly as she muttered, "Lin Yu, since we can't be together properly, let's end it together." When Lin Yu heard this, his body shook violently and he turned his head to look at Xiaoyan in horror, his voice trembling as he said, "Xiaoyan, don't do anything." Xiaoyan, however, as if she didn't hear him, a wry smile appeared on her face and her hands slowly exerted force as if she wanted to push the wheelchair off the bridge. Her eyes became vacant and lifeless, and she kept mumbling, "End it together, end it together." Lin Yu struggled desperately, his hands gripping the armrests of the wheelchair as he shouted, "Xiaoyan, wake up!" Xiaoyan's expression became more and more frantic, her teeth clenched, her face muscles twitched, and her hands pushed the wheelchair harder. The wheelchair approached the edge of the bridge a little bit, and Lin Yu's voice had taken on a sobbing tone, "Xiaoyan, please, don't do this." Just at the moment when the wheelchair was about to tumble off the bridge, Xiaoyan suddenly stopped moving. Her whole body was like a deflated ball of leather, paralyzed on the ground, covering her face with her hands and letting out a loud cry. Lin Yu, on the other hand, gasped for air, his eyes filled with the fear of the aftermath of the robbery and his helplessness towards Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan suddenly laughed again, a sharp and piercing laugh that echoed across the empty bridge. She raised her head, tears still hanging on her face, but her eyes were full of madness as she stared straight at Lin Yu and said, "Lin Yu, afraid?" Lin Yu's face turned white, his body couldn't stop trembling, his voice carrying fear and anger. "Xiaoyan, what the hell do you want?" Xiaoyan stood up and approached Lin Yu step by step, the smile on her face getting more and more bizarre. "I'm going to make it so that you'll never be able to leave me. Even if it's to die, you'll be with me." Lin Yu shrank back in horror, trying to hide from Xiaoyan. "You're practically a demon." Xiaoyan stopped in front of Lin Yu, bent down, propped her hands on the armrests of the wheelchair, and stared at Lin Yu's eyes from close range. "Devil? Yes, I am the devil, and that was forced by you." The smile on Xiaoyan's face instantly disappeared, replaced by a determined coldness. She gave a sharp push with both hands and the wheelchair moved quickly toward the bridge. Lin Yu let out a terrified scream, his eyes wide and his hands waving futilely in the air. Xiaoyan's expression seemed to freeze at that moment, and there was both madness and a hint of painful struggle in her eyes. The front wheels of the wheelchair were already dangling and it looked like it was going to topple off the bridge. Just at the moment when the front wheels of the wheelchair were dangling in the air, Xiaoyan suddenly pulled the wheelchair again with a twisted smile on her face and said loudly, "Lin Yu, I'm going to give you one last chance to say that you'll never leave me and that you'll always love me, or else I'm going to let go right now." Lin Yu was already bloodless with fear at this point, his voice trembling as he shouted, "Xiaoyan, don't!" don't let go. Xiaoyan's eyes locked onto Lin Yu and hysterically yelled. Say it, say that you'll always be mine. Her hands were bruised from the exertion, and her body trembled slightly, as if she was desperately trying to control her impulses. Lin Yu stammered, I'll always be yours. When Xiaoyan heard this, the expression on her face eased a little, but her eyes were still filled with suspicion and uneasiness. You swear, if you lie to me, we'll die together. Lin Yu hurriedly nodded his head, his voice tinged with tears. I swear. Hearing this, Xiaoyan pulled her wheelchair back and suddenly threw her head back and laughed, a sharp and frantic laugh that echoed across the bridge. Her tears were still flowing, but the smile on her face was incomparably maniacal, and her laughter was interspersed with broken words. Ha ha, Lin Yu, you're finally mine. Forever. She laughed as she stood up and waved her hands around like she was celebrating a twisted victory. Lin Yu looked at Xiaoyan in horror, his body involuntarily shrinking back, his voice trembling as he said, Xiaoyan, don't be like this. Xiaoyan, however, turned a deaf ear, her laughter and cries mingling together in a creepy way. Suddenly, she stopped her voice, her eyes staring straight at Lin Yu as she took a step towards him. Lin Yu's back had been pressed tightly against the backrest of the wheelchair as he desperately shook his head. Xiaoyan, please, let me go. Xiaoyan walked to Lin Yu, squatted down and cupped Lin Yu's face with both hands. Her voice was unusually gentle but eerie. Lin Yu, you're mine, don't ever try to escape. After saying that, she gently kissed Lin Yu on his forehead, but Lin Yu shivered and closed his eyes, not daring to look at Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan stood up, gazed into the distance, and muttered, from now on, we'll never be apart again. Xiaoyan turned her head and looked at Lin Yu once again, her eyes flashing with madness. She fiercely reached out and grabbed Lin Yu's collar, gritting her teeth. Lin Yu, if you dare to have the slightest intention of betraying me, I will cut you into 1,000 pieces. Lin Yu was so shocked by her sudden move that he trembled. His face was as white as paper. His lips kept on trembling and he couldn't say a single word. He just stared wide-eyed in horror. Xiaoyan let go of her hand, an almost infatuated look instantly reappearing on her face, her fingers gently sliding over Lin Yu's face, her voice soft as if it was a lover's whisper, but it gave Lin Yu the creeps. My dear, you can only belong to me, even your soul will not be able to escape. Saying that, she slowly pulled out a small knife with a chilling light from her pocket and waved it in front of Lin Yu's eyes. The corner of her mouth hooked into a cold smile. See, this is for you, if you don't listen. Lin Yu's eyes widened when he saw the knife. Fear almost suffocated him. He swallowed hard and his voice pleaded with a sobbing tone. Xiaoyan, I really won't. Xiaoyan put away her knife, wrapped her hands around Lin Yu's neck, and brought her lips to his ear and whispered, remember what you said, otherwise, I will make your life worse than death. Hearing this, Lin Yu kept nodding his head like garlic, his voice trembling as he said, come on, let's go home. Only then was Xiaoyan satisfied as she pushed Lin Yu in the direction of her home, the expression on her face sometimes gentle, sometimes fierce, inscrutable. Xiaoyan pushed Lin Yu towards her home, her footsteps a little hurried, her hands gripping the handles of the wheelchair so tightly that her knuckles were white from the exertion. Lin Yu hung his head low, his body still trembling slightly. He stole a glance at Xiaoyan every now and then, his eyes full of fear and anxiety. As Xiaoyan walked away, her mouth was still whispering, Lin Yu, don't you dare leave me, ever. Finally, Xiaoyan pushed her wheelchair to the entrance of the villa and opened the door. Then, she forcefully pushed Lin Yu into the house with his wheelchair. Lin Yu was unprepared and directly flew out of his wheelchair and fell hard to the ground. Xiaoyan walked into the house and closed the door with a bang. The sound seemed particularly loud in the silent room. She turned around and looked at Lin Yu condescendingly, her eyes cold and crazy. Get up, Xiaoyan yelled, her voice filled with irresistible majesty. Lin Yu trembled his hands, his face was as white as paper, and his lips were shivering as he said in a voice with a sobbing tone, Xiaoyan, my leg has been fractured by you. When Xiaoyan heard this, she first froze, then a trace of imperceptible guilt flashed across her face, but it was quickly replaced by madness. She frowned and said viciously, so what? Who told you to piss me off? Chapter 123, A Sudden Pampering. Lin Yu gritted his teeth and endured the severe pain, using his hands to pick at the ground in an attempt to get himself up. His forehead was covered in beads of sweat, and he sucked in cold breaths of pain with every movement. Xiaoyan watched coldly from the sidelines, without the slightest intention to help. Hurry up, don't dawdle, she roared again. Lin Yu finally sat up with difficulty, breathing heavily. Xiaoyan walked forward, crouched down, and pinched Lin Yu's chin. Remember, don't ever disobey me again. Lin Yu's eyes were hollow and he nodded mechanically. Seeing Lin Yu's appearance, Xiaoyan suddenly changed her tone and said poutingly, brother Yu, don't be like this. People also care too much about you to be like this. Lin Yu's body couldn't help but tremble when he heard her pouting. an incredulous look on his face. Xiaoyan shook Lin Yu's arm and continued to be pampered. Brother Yu, you just forgive me, okay? I won't be so mean in the future. However, Lin Yu just looked at her coldly, not knowing in his heart how to face this erratic Xiaoyan. I want to beat you up right now. Lin Yu gritted his teeth and squeezed these words out from between his teeth. Xiaoyan was startled by his words. The pout on her face instantly disappeared and was replaced by panic. Brother Yu, don't be like this. I know it's wrong. Xiaoyan's voice was tinged with trembling. Lin Yu's eyes whitened angrily. You say you know it's wrong every time, but what's the result? Xiaoyan's tears welled up in her eyes. I'll really change. Brother Yu, trust me one more time. Lin Yu turned his head away and stopped looking at her. His heart filled with contradictions and struggles. Xiaoyan saw that Lin Yu was not moved. Once again pampered. Brother Yu, you do not be angry with me. I will be good to listen to your words, okay? She said while gently tugging on the corner of Lin Yu's coat, her voice becoming more and more delicate. Lin Yu remained silent, his brows furrowed. Seeing this, Xiaoyan directly jumped into Lin Yu's arms and said with a sobbing voice, Brother Yu, I really can't live without you. If you ignore me, I don't know what to do. Lin Yu's body trembled with anger and said, Then can you break your legs as well? Xiaoyan froze for a moment, then said, Okay, whatever you want as long as it takes the edge off. Lin Yu's eyes widened. He didn't expect Xiaoyan to answer like that. Are you crazy? How can you just say such words? Xiaoyan hugged Lin Yu tightly. I'm not crazy. As long as I can make you stop hating me, I'm willing to do anything. Lin Yu sighed helplessly. What exactly will you do to spare me and yourself? Xiaoyan lifted her head, her eyes firm. I will never let you go because I love you. After saying that, Xiaoyan didn't wait for Lin Yu to react. She pounced up and kissed Lin Yu's cheeks. Her hands tightly encircled his neck, and said in a delicate voice, Brother Yu, don't be angry. I'll really be good in the future, and I promise to never be so capricious again. Lin Yu wanted to break free, but Xiaoyan hugged him tighter. Her lips came up to Lin Yu's ear and gently blew. Brother Yu, I will take good care of you, more attentive and gentle than before. Just forgive me this time, okay? Lin Yu's face remained gloomy. Xiaoyan, don't be like this. I've heard your assurances countless times. Xiaoyan, however, was unforgiving and rubbed her face against Lin Yu's. Brother Yu, it's true this time. I swear, if I do it again, let me be struck by heavenly lightning. Lin Yu snorted coldly. Can you believe your oath? Xiaoyan's tears began to well up in her eyes. Brother Yu, are you really this desperate? I'm willing to do anything for you. Why can't you see my true heart? Saying that, she kissed Lin Yu again. Lin Yu's heart burst with annoyance. Xiaoyan, can you be normal? Xiaoyan sobbed in aggravation. I'm not normal yet because I love you. I can't control myself. Brother Yu, just give me another chance. Lin Yu was silent for a few moments, and finally went soft. This is the last time. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan broke into a smile and kissed Lin Yu's face several more times. Brother Yu, I knew you were the best for me. Right at this moment, Lin Yu's stomach grumbled. The sound especially clear in this quiet atmosphere. The smile on Xiaoyan's face became even brighter. Brother Yu, you're hungry, aren't you? I'm going to cook. Saying that, she let go of her hand that was encircling Lin Yu's neck and turned towards the kitchen. Lin Yu looked at Xiaoyan's back, his heart deeply suspicious of the sudden change in her attitude. He wasn't sure if this was genuine repentance on Xiaoyan's part or just another short-lived disguise. His past experiences made him afraid to believe it so easily. But looking at the way Xiaoyan was cheerfully walking towards the kitchen at the moment, ready to cook for him, he hoped again that this time would really be different. Lin Yu's brows were furrowed in deep thought. He didn't know how much longer he could last in such erratic emotional torture. The sound of Xiaoyan chopping vegetables came from the kitchen, but Lin Yu didn't feel at ease at all. He recalled those horrific scenes in the past when Xiaoyan lost control of her emotions, and a shiver ran down his spine. At this moment, Xiaoyan walked out with a plate of freshly fried dishes, an expectant smile on her face. Brother Yu, try the dishes I made. Lin Yu hesitated for a moment, but still picked up his chopsticks and gently took a bite into his mouth. Xiaoyan stared at him nervously and asked, How was it? Was it good? Lin Yu was silent for a moment and said, Not bad. However, his eyes were still filled with defense. Xiaoyan didn't seem to notice Lin Yu's attitude and continued to speak enthusiastically from the sidelines. But Lin Yu didn't listen to a single word. After finishing her meal, Xiaoyan cleaned up the dishes and sat down next to Lin Yu again, trying to take his hand. Lin Yu subconsciously dodged, and Xiaoyan's smile instantly froze. Brother Yu, you still don't believe me? Xiaoyan's voice carried a hint of crying. Lin Yu took a deep breath. Xiaoyan, it's not that I don't want to believe. It's just that you've been. Before he could finish his sentence, Xiaoyan interrupted him. I know. I'll prove it with my actions. Give me time, okay? Lin Yu looked at Xiaoyan's expectant eyes and had mixed feelings in his heart, but finally nodded. When Xiaoyan saw Lin Yu nodding, the light of hope rekindled in her eyes. She suddenly came forward and gently kissed Lin Yu's lips, a kiss that was gentle and short, but made Lin Yu's heart tremble violently. Lin Yu looked at Xiaoyan with some shock. Before he could react, Xiaoyan had already lowered her head with a red face and whispered, "Brother Yu, this is my promise to you." Lin Yu was silent, the doubts and entanglements in his heart growing deeper and deeper. He doesn't know what this kiss really means, whether it's the beginning of a genuine change in Xiaoyan or just another trap to get him into a deeper predicament. Xiaoyan seemed to have sensed Lin Yu's thoughts. She raised her head and looked at Lin Yu with a firm gaze and said, "Brother Yu, no matter what you think now, I will try to show you that I have changed. I really don't want to lose you again." Lin Yu sighed slightly. "Xiaoyan, I hope you're for real this time." Xiaoyan nodded her head vigorously. "Definitely, brother Yu." Lin Yu looked at her, hesitated and said, "Xiaoyan, can you carry me to the bed?" Without hesitation, Xiaoyan stepped forward and carefully picked up Lin Yu, her movements gentle for fear of hurting him. After putting Lin Yu on the bed, Xiaoyan thoughtfully covers him up. "Brother Yu, rest well," Xiaoyan said softly. Lin Yu looked at her with a hint of complexity in his eyes. Xiaoyan turned around and prepared to leave, but Lin Yu suddenly called out to her, "Xiaoyan." Xiaoyan stopped and looked back at him. "What's wrong?" Lin Yu opened his mouth, but in the end, he just said, "It's fine." Xiaoyan smiled slightly. The room quieted down, and Lin Yu looked at the ceiling, thinking, and Xiaoyan stood outside the door for a long time before gently leaving. Chapter 124, Can't you give me a chance? Play Cry for me from now on. After Xiaoyan left Lin Yu's room, she went to the kitchen to finish cleaning up the dishes. As she washed the dishes, she thought back on everything that had happened today and secretly vowed to make Rin Yu trust herself again. After washing the dishes, Xiaoyan wiped her hands and leaned against the kitchen wall. Taking a deep breath, her heart couldn't help but think, "I also want to be able to be like the couple I saw over the bridge today, holding hands with Lin Yu, strolling freely, enjoying that simple and pure happiness. There's no need to always be on the lookout to please and suffer in the midst of the pain." Xiaoyan's eyes reddened slightly at the thought. How she wished she could have a normal and beautiful relationship with Lin Yu, with no quarrels, no harm, only mutual understanding and companionship. But today, the relationship between them is so strained and fragile. Xiaoyan closed her eyes and tried to calm herself. She told herself that she couldn't just give up. She had to make Rin Yu feel her love again. She had to make their relationship go back to the way it was before. Even if the process is full of difficulties and setbacks, she is willing to work hard and try. After a while, Xiaoyan opened her eyes and a determined light rekindled in her eyes. She took a deep breath and straightened her back, ready to face the challenges ahead. Xiaoyan gently walked to the door of Lin Yu's room, hesitated, but gently pushed the door open and walked in. The room was quiet, with only the sound of Rin Yu's even breathing. She slowly walked to the bedside, looking at Lin Yu's quiet sleeping face, her heart filled with tenderness. Xiaoyan carefully climbed onto the bed and gently hugged Lin Yu. Lin Yu seemed to sense something in his sleep and moved slightly, but didn't wake up. Xiaoyan hugged tighter, as if this would keep Lin Yu by her side forever. "Sleeping at noon?" Xiaoyan said softly, a hint of doubt in her tone. Lin Yu didn't respond. Still immersed in sleep, Xiaoyan sighed softly and leaned her head against Lin Yu's back, feeling his body heat. The room was quiet, with only the occasional birdsong coming from the window. Xiaoyan closed her eyes as her thoughts drifted away, thinking about what she would have to do in the future to make Rin Yu truly happy, and how she would be able to restore their relationship to what it was in the beginning. After an unknown amount of time, Rinwo rolled over in Xiaoyan's embrace and faced Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan was awakened by his movements, and their faces were instantly close together, so close that they could feel each other's breath. Xiaoyan's heartbeat steeply accelerated as she nervously looked at Lin Yu, afraid that he would be angry when he woke up. However, after a moment of hesitation, Xiaoyan still kissed Lin Yu's lips without the slightest blush on her face. After all, they were both old wives, and such intimacy was already commonplace for her. Lin Yu seemed to feel the kiss in his sleep and frowned slightly as Xiaoyan's heart lifted again. But soon, Lin Yu regained his composure and continued to slumber. Xiaoyan breathed a sigh of relief and hugged Lin Yu tightly again, a smile spreading at the corners of her mouth as she closed her eyes as well, enjoying this moment of peace and warmth. I don't know how long it took, but Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes, and he looked at Xiaoyan, who was close at hand, in a bit of a daze, and didn't react for a moment. By the time he realized the position in which the two were embracing, he had mixed feelings. He didn't push Xiaoyan away immediately, but quietly looked at her quiet sleeping face, and the emotion in his heart that he had been trying to resist seemed to have loosened a little. Just then, Xiaoyan also woke up, and their gazes instantly met. Xiaoyan was first startled, then a trace of panic flowed out of her eyes. "Brother Yu, you're awake." Lin Yu didn't say anything and just continued to look at her. Xiaoyan let go of her hand in some embarrassment. "I'm sorry, I couldn't help it." Lin Yu remained silent, and the atmosphere became somewhat subtle. Xiaoyan bit her lip and was about to say something. Lin Yu, however, suddenly spoke. Don't do this next time. Xiaoyan's eyes instantly dimmed. I know. Lin Yu sat up and rubbed his temples. Xiaoyan, I want to go out for some air. Can you push the wheelchair in? Xiaoyan hurriedly responded. Okay, brother Yu, I'll go right away. Within moments, Xiaoyan pushed the wheelchair into the room, and she walked over to the bedside, carefully and gently carrying Lin Yu onto the wheelchair. Lin Yu's face was cold, and he still hated Xiaoyan in his heart. Xiaoyan, however, didn't care and said with a pleasing face, Brother Yu, let me push you around the garden. The flowers are blooming beautifully today. Lin Yu didn't say anything and Xiaoyan didn't care, pushing him out of the room and through the long corridor to the garden of the villa. The garden is full of flowers and colorful flowers competing for attention. Xiaoyan kept talking, trying to pique Lin Yu's interest, but Lin Yu always said nothing, just looking into the distance, not knowing what he was thinking. Brother Yu, Xiaoyan spoke once again. Xiaoyan, don't call me Brother Yu, Lin Yu suddenly said coldly. Xiaoyan's smile instantly froze on her face, and her voice carried a hint of trembling. Okay, I know. Lin Yu turned his head and glanced at Xiaoyan, without the slightest bit of warmth in his eyes. Can you be quiet for a while? Xiaoyan bit her lip and held back her tears as she nodded and stopped talking. A breeze blew and the petals fell. Lin Yu's wheelchair was quietly parked in the flowers, and the atmosphere was depressing and dull. After a moment, Xiaoyan took a deep breath and once again pushed the wheelchair, leading Lin Yu to continue moving forward in the garden. Her eyes were filled with loss, but the movements of her hands remained gentle. This rose is blooming really well. Xiaoyan couldn't help but break the silence with a hint of reluctant cheer in her voice. Lin Yu still didn't respond, only frowning slightly. Xiaoyan also stopped expecting an answer from him and spoke to herself. And the lilies over there, the aroma of them. Lin Yu's gaze casually swept over those flowers without the slightest ripple in his heart. Xiaoyan pushed her wheelchair to the small pond in the garden. Look, the goldfish in the pond are swimming so happily. However, Lin Yu closed his eyes, as if he wanted to isolate it all. The pain in Xiaoyan's heart grew stronger as she looked at Lin Yu's indifference, but she forced herself to endure it and continued to push the wheelchair, hoping that there would be a moment when she could truly impress Lin Yu's heart. It was as if time had frozen, and there was only the slight sound of the wheelchair running over the stone path. Xiaoyan's forehead was already oozing with fine beads of sweat, but she was oblivious to the fact that her gaze was always fixed firmly on the front. Lin Yu, no matter how you treat me, I won't give up. Xiaoyan's voice was a bit hoarse, but it was full of determination. Lin Yu's eyelashes fluttered slightly, but he still kept his eyes tightly closed, as if he was deliberately avoiding something. Xiaoyan pushed her wheelchair to a large tree, the dappled shadows spilling over them. She stopped and gently crouched down, tilting her head to look at Lin Yu. I know I've done too much wrong in the past, but I'm really trying to change. Can't you just give me a chance? Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes. A little bit of complex emotion flowed out of his eyes at first, but it quickly changed back to a cold look. Then he said, Chance? How many more chances do you think I can give you? Lin Yu doesn't believe that Xiaoyan still has many chances to be forgiven and corrected, and treats Xiaoyan with more coldness and distrust. When Xiaoyan heard Lin Yu say that, tears began to well up in her eyes as she replied, as many times as you want. Xiaoyan is desperate for Lin Yu's forgiveness and doesn't care how many times Lin Yu gives her a chance, as long as Lin Yu is willing to give it. Lin Yu looked away from her, no longer looking at her. Don't you waste your energy? Xiaoyan bit her lip and stood up, repropelling her wheelchair. I won't give up, even if there's only a glimmer of hope. Chapter 125, she is also willing to stay by Lin Yu's side like this. After saying that, Xiaoyan let go of her wheelchair again and walked to the side of the bush to pick a delicate rose and handed it to Lin Yu with both hands. This rose is like my heart for you, always warm and sincere. Xiaoyan's eyes were filled with anticipation. Lin Yu glanced at the rose and snorted coldly. This kind of thing means nothing to me. Xiaoyan's hand froze in midair and she couldn't hold back her tears. Why can't you just trust me for once? Lin Yu was silent. His face still had that cold expression. Xiaoyan slowly lowered her hand, letting the rose fall to the ground as she turned around, her shoulders trembling unceasingly. Lin Yu sat in his wheelchair and looked at Xiaoyan's sad back. A trace of intolerance could not help but rise in his heart, but it was quickly covered by indifference. Xiaoyan squatted on the ground, covering her face with her hands and sobbing in a low voice. After a while, she stood up, wiped her tears, took a deep breath, and turned around to walk towards Lin Yu once again. Lin Yu, no matter what you think, I will always be by your side. Xiaoyan's voice carried a hint of trembling, yet it was incomparably firm. Lin Yu frowned and said coldly, as you wish. Xiaoyan gently pushed the wheelchair in the direction of the villa. Along the way, neither of them spoke again, and the only sound was the rustling of the leaves as the breeze whipped through the trees. Back at the villa, Xiaoyan pushed Lin Yu into the living room and poured him a glass of water. Have some water. Xiaoyan handed the glass of water to Lin Yu. Lin Yu didn't even look at it. Take it away. I'm not thirsty. Xiaoyan helplessly put down her glass of water and stood at a loss for words. Lin Yu. I'm not restricting your freedom anymore, Xiaoyan suddenly said, a hint of exhaustion and helplessness in her voice. Lin Yu froze slightly and looked up at her. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes, but he quickly returned to his indifference. Humph. You think I'll be grateful just because of that? Xiaoyan shook her head with a bitter smile. I don't need your gratitude. I just want you to have a happy life. Lin Yu sneered. I'll be happier without you. Xiaoyan's body trembled slightly as tears welled up in her eyes, but she forced herself not to let them fall. Okay, then from now on, you can do whatever you want. After saying that, Xiaoyan turned around and left the living room, leaving Lin Yu alone in his wheelchair, lost in thought. A few moments later, Lin Yu pushed the wheel with both hands, wanting to take a look at the outside world. His movements were a bit strained, but his eyes were filled with determination. The wheelchair slowly moved through the living room to the entrance of the villa. Lin Yu looked at the sunlight outside the door with both anticipation and some apprehension. Just then, Xiaoyan heard the commotion and ran over. Lin Yu, where are you going? Lin Yu didn't even look back. Don't bother with you. I'm going to check it out myself. Xiaoyan bit her lip. Then I'll accompany you. No need. Lin Yu yelled. Xiaoyan stopped in her tracks, tears welling up in her eyes, but still looked at Lin Yu's fading back, silently praying that he would let go of the resentment in his heart. Will he come back? Xiaoyan muttered, her eyes revealing a hint of madness and paranoia. She bit her lip and secretly vowed in her heart that no matter what Lin Yu did to her, she wouldn't give up on pleasing him. After a while, as if she thought of something, Xiaoyan hurriedly turned around and ran back into the house and began to carefully prepare Lin Yu's favorite meal. While she was busy, she muttered to herself, Lin Yu, you're going to love what I've done for you, and you'll definitely come back. After the meal was ready, Xiaoyan sat at the dining table and waited for Lin Yu obsessively, her eyes looking towards the door from time to time, full of anticipation for his return. The sky gradually darkened. Lin Yu still did not come back. Xiaoyan's eyes became more and more anxious and uneasy. She kept dialing Lin Yu's phone, but no one always answered. Lin Yu, where the hell are you? Why didn't you answer my call? Xiaoyan's voice was tinged with tears. Her hands clutched the corners of her coat tightly, her body trembling slightly. Just as Xiaoyan was near despair, the sound of a wheelchair came from outside the door. She stood up violently and rushed towards the door with an ecstatic expression on her face. Ha ha ha, Lin Yu, you finally returned. Xiaoyan's voice trembled a little from excitement, her eyes staring at Lin Yu as if she wanted to carve his appearance into her heart. Xiaoyan quickly walked to Lin Yu, squatted down, her hands tightly gripping the armrests of Lin Yu's wheelchair, her voice with a hint of curtness and caution. Lin Yu, are you tired? Are you hungry? I made your favorite dishes and have been waiting for you to come back. Lin Yu looked at her indifferently and didn't say anything. Xiaoyan didn't care and said to herself, I knew you would come back. How could you possibly want to leave me? Saying that, a trace of crazy possessiveness flashed in her eyes, but it was quickly and deliberately hidden. Come, I'll push you inside. Xiaoyan stood up and gently pushed Lin Yu towards the house, her mouth still chanting, Lin Yu, don't leave me for so long in the future. I'll be worried. Entering the house, Xiaoyan hurriedly pushed Lin Yu to the dining table and eagerly said, quickly taste. The food has been warmed up several times. Just looking forward to you coming back to have a hot bite. Lin Yu, however, remained cold and unmoved. Xiaoyan wasn't discouraged and picked up a chopstick of vegetables and sent it towards Lin Yu's mouth. Come on, open your mouth. Ah. Lin Yu twisted his head to avoid it and said impatiently, leave me alone. Xiaoyan's hand froze in midair. A trace of loss flashed in her eyes, but it was instantly replaced with a smile. Then you can rest for a while and eat when you feel like it. She squatted in front of Lin Yu, took his hand and gently stroked it. Lin Yu, what fun did you see out there today? Tell me about it, okay? Lin Yu pulled his hand back. There's nothing to say. Xiaoyan bit her lip and stood up. Then I'll go get you a glass of water. After the water was poured, Lin Yu didn't even look at it. Xiaoyan's smile was a bit untenable, and her voice carried a hint of choking. Lin Yu, what exactly do I have to do for you to be nice to me? Lin Yu was silent. Xiaoyan took a deep breath and steeled herself. It's okay, as long as you're by my side. I'm sure you'll accept me one day. At night, Xiaoyan stayed by Lin Yu's bedside, looking at his sleeping face, and whispered, Lin Yu, you're mine, forever. Xiaoyan's eyes were filled with determination and a hint of madness. She gently held Lin Yu's hand. Or we can just hide it for the rest of our lives, as long as you're by my side. Even if you never know how much I love you, it doesn't matter. Moonlight poured through the window into the room, and Xiaoyan sat quietly like that, as if time had stopped for her. Her thoughts drifted far away, recalling the little bits and pieces since she had met Lin Yu, and tears slid down her cheeks without her realizing it. Lin Yu, no matter what you think, I won't let you leave me, Xiaoyan murmured, her voice echoing in the silent room. Early in the morning, Lin Yu woke up and saw Xiaoyan, who was asleep on the side of the bed, and couldn't help but feel a trace of complexity in his heart. But soon, he regained his indifference and gently drew back his hand, trying not to wake Xiaoyan. However, Xiaoyan still woke up. She rubbed her eyes and immediately revealed a smile when she saw that Lin Yu had woken up. You're awake. Did you sleep well? Lin Yu didn't answer and just turned his head to look out the window. Xiaoyan didn't care and got up. I'll go prepare breakfast for you. Days passed like this. Xiaoyan still took care of Lin Yu wholeheartedly, while Lin Yu's attitude towards her never changed. Xiaoyan didn't know how long such days would continue, but she was ready, even if it was for the rest of her life. She was willing to stay by Lin Yu's side like this. Chapter 126, Lin Yu. Trust me. On this day, Xiaoyan prepared lunch for Rinwo as usual. Suddenly, she felt a wave of dizziness and almost fell to the ground. She braced herself and continued to be busy. Lin Yu heard the movement in the kitchen from the living room and frowned, but ultimately didn't get up to check. When Xiaoyan brought the meal to the table, her face was frighteningly pale. Lin Yu finally couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with you?" Xiaoyan smiled weakly. "It's fine. I'm probably too tired lately." Lin Yu was silent for a moment and said, "Then take a break." A trace of surprise flashed in Xiaoyan's eyes. This was the first time Lin Yu had cared about her in such a long time. However, before she could respond, Lin Yu lowered his head and started eating again, no longer looking at her. In the evening, Xiaoyan started a high fever. She was lying in bed, talking gibberish in a daze. Hearing the sound, Lin Yu pushed his wheelchair to the room, and when he saw Xiaoyan's appearance, he was surprised that there was a trace of panic in his heart. He tried to calm himself down, but he couldn't take his eyes off of Hyoyan's burnt red face. Lin Yu's hands unconsciously gripped the armrests of his wheelchair. His brows locked. How did this happen? He muttered, a hint of imperceptible worry in his voice. At this time, Xiaoyan, her mouth is still slurring something. Lin Yu close to try to hear clearly, but only heard Lin Yu, "Don't leave me." These words hit Lin Yu's heart like a heavy hammer, and his eyes became more complicated. Just then the family doctor arrived in a hurry. The doctor examines Xiaoyan, prescribes medicine, and instructs Lin Yu to take good care of her. Lin Yu nodded silently, looking at the doctor's back as he left, a never-before-seen sense of responsibility welling up in his heart. He stayed by Xiaoyan's bedside, looking at her sleeping form with a lot of thoughts. Lin Yu couldn't help but think of everything Xiaoyan had done for him during this period of time. The warmth and care that he had deliberately ignored, at this moment surged like a tidal wave. However, Lin Yu's heart couldn't help but raise a trace of suspicion. He was afraid that this was all just Xiaoyan's disguise, afraid that once he was soft, he would be hurt again. He reached out his hand to touch Hyoyan's face, but stopped the moment he was about to touch it. Lin Yu's eyes were filled with contradictions and struggles. He didn't know if he should trust the woman in front of him who treated him wholeheartedly. The wind blew gently through the window, ruffling the curtains and spilling the moonlight onto the ground. Lin Yu sat quietly like this, the tangle within him causing him immense pain. If this is true, then wasn't I too much for her before? Lin Yu whispered softly to himself, but what if it's just her tactics? Then what should I do? Hyoyan murmured Lin Yu's name in her sleep, and Lin Yu's heart violently trembled. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself. He didn't know how long it had been, and Lin Yu's eyes had become sore, but he still didn't dare to let his guard down, fearing that this was just a scam. Dawn was gradually arriving, and Xiaoyan's fever had finally gone down a bit. She slowly opened her eyes and a hint of surprise appeared in her eyes when she saw Lin Yu guarding her bedside. "Lin Yu, have you been there?" Xiaoyan asked weakly. Lin Yu looked away and didn't answer. Xiaoyan's eyes instantly dimmed as she assumed that Lin Yu still hadn't changed. However, Lin Yu silently said to himself in his heart, "Give her another chance, and give yourself a chance as well." Just then, Lin Yu's cell phone rang. It was a call from Lin Zhe. "Hey, Lin Yu, how are you doing? Do you need me to come and save you? I've been doing this for a while because of other things," Lin Zhe said eagerly. Lin Yu was silent for a moment and returned. "Not for now," Lin Zhe added. "Lin Yu, don't let her fool you." Lin Yu frowned and said, "I know it in my heart." Hanging up the phone, Lin Yu looked at Xiaoyan and realized that she was looking at him with a nervous face. "Who's calling?" Xiaoyan asked cautiously. Lin Yu didn't answer, just turned his head. Xiaoyan's heart was suddenly filled with uneasiness as she wondered if Lin Yu had changed his mind again. The room fell silent once more, the only sound being the slightly heavy breathing of the two men. The night was getting deeper and deeper, and the moonlight spilled through the window like a thin layer of frost. Lin Yu's face looked cloudy in the moonlight, and Xiaoyan's heart sank a little. She opened her mouth to say something, but realized that her throat felt like it was blocked by something, and she couldn't spit out a single word. Tears welled up in her eyes and she forced herself to keep them from falling. Lin Yu gripped the armrests of his wheelchair tightly, The veins on the backs of his hands rippled as he fought fiercely inside. He wanted to believe Xiaoyan, but Lin Zhe's words echoed in his ears again, preventing him from completely dropping his defenses. Xiaoyan finally couldn't help herself and tears came out of her eyes. Lin Yu, I really didn't lie to you. Why do you just not believe me? Lin Yu turned his head and looked at her coldly. Then how do you want me to believe it? Everyone is advising me to stay away from you. Xiaoyan cried and trembled. What exactly do I have to do for you to see my true heart? Her voice was filled with despair and pain, and her tears kept flowing like a flood from a broken dike. Xiaoyan's body trembled violently from crying, as if she wanted to vent out all her grievances and sorrows. Lin Yu looked at her, his heart still filled with disgust and suspicion. Lin Zhe's words kept echoing in his ears, causing his gaze to grow colder and colder. Don't pretend to be pitiful in front of me. This set of words won't work on me, Lin Yu said viciously. However, Xiaoyan could no longer hear her. Her cries faded, and eventually her eyes went black, and her entire body collapsed limply. Lin Yu was first stunned, then his brows furrowed even more. He hesitated, but still pushed the wheelchair closer to Xiaoyan. Looking at the unconscious Xiaoyan, a flash of panic unexpectedly flashed through his heart. Could she be real? No, it can't be. It must be her bitter trick. Lin Yu tried to convince himself, but his eyes revealed a hint of confusion. At this moment, the room was awfully quiet, with only the sound of Lin Yu's heavy breathing. He looked at Xiaoyan's pale face and the tangle in his heart reached its peak. Lin Yu's hands unconsciously clenched the armrests of his wheelchair, his eyes wandering over Xiaoyan's lifeless face, his mind constantly flashing through images of the past, the little bits and pieces that Xiaoyan had given for him during this period of time. The concerned eyes and gentle words, intertwined with this haggard and comatose appearance now, made his heart tremble. Could it be that I really misjudged her? Lin Yu muttered, a trace of imperceptible remorse in his voice, but as soon as he thought of Lin Zhe's warning, he forced himself to harden his heart again. No, she must be acting, trying to gain my sympathy. Just as Lin Yu was struggling within himself, Xiaoyan's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and Lin Yu's gaze instantly focused on her face, a hint of anticipation welling up in his heart. However, Xiaoyan didn't wake up and just unconsciously murmured, Lin Yu, believe me. Lin Yu's body shook as he took a deep breath in an attempt to calm his chaotic mood. The night was deeper, the darkness seemed to swallow the entire room, and Lin Yu's heart was just like this dark night, plunged into endless confusion and pain. Chapter 127, I'll try my best not to let you down again. Lin Yu looked at the unconscious Xiaoyan and ghostly stretched out his hand, gently touching her face. Her face was so cold that it made Lin Yu's heart clench violently. Xiaoyan, what the hell am I supposed to do with you? Lin Yu's voice seemed exceptionally low and hoarse in the darkness. His fingers slowly traced over Xiaoyan's cheeks, feeling the delicate skin, and the nagging in his heart grew stronger. All those fond memories of the past and the cold confrontation of today were constantly intertwined in his mind, causing him pain. Lin Yu's hand rested on Xiaoyan's forehead. He could feel her faint breathing. Each breath seemed to tug at his heart. If this is all true, then haven't I missed out on too much? Tears glistened in Lin Yu's eyes. But if it's not true, how am I supposed to face being hurt again? Just as Lin Yu was filled with tangled thoughts and immersed in agonizing thoughts, Xiaoyan unconsciously grabbed his hand. The hand was so feeble, yet it seemed to carry some kind of intense longing. Lin Yu's body trembled in shock at this sudden grab, and he looked down at the hand that was holding him tightly as a complex emotion surged in his heart. Xiaoyan's brows furrowed and her mouth slurred. Lin Yu, don't leave. Don't leave me. Lin Yu's throat felt like it was blocked by something, and he wanted to break away from that hand, but he was a little reluctant to do so. He just stared blankly at Xiaoyan, letting her hold on tightly. Xiaoyan, do you really mean it or not? Lin Yu's voice was tinged with trembling. I'm really scared. I'm afraid of being deceived again. I'm afraid that all this is just an empty joy. At this moment, the wind was whistling outside the window. The branches of the trees swayed in the wind, and dark shadows flapped at the window as if mocking Lin Yu's indecision. Lin Yu took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He looked at Xiaoyan with conflicting and struggling eyes. He knew that in this moment, he had to make a decision. One that could change everything. Either that or trust her. Lin Yu said silently in his mind. As soon as this idea appeared, even he felt a little surprised, but at the same time, it was as if a heavy stone slowly fell from his heart. He gently held Xiaoyan's hand, his voice gentle and with a hint of uncertainty. Xiaoyan, this time, I chose to believe in you. I hope I didn't make a mistake. Lin Yu's gaze stayed on Xiaoyan's face, as if he wanted to find the answer in her quiet sleeping face, to find that strength that could make him firm in his beliefs. Time passed by, and Lin Yu's mood gradually calmed down. He decided that no matter what the future held, at least in this moment, he was willing to let go of the defenses in his heart and give each other a chance. Late at night, moonlight poured into the room like a tidal wave. Just then, Xiaoyan slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes were still a bit confused. What's going on with me? Xiaoyan said weakly. Lin Yu's body shook slightly when he heard the voice, and he looked at Xiaoyan with a hint of complexity in his eyes. You're awake. Lin Yu's voice was soft. Xiaoyan turned her head, and when she saw Lin Yu, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, but it was quickly replaced by uneasiness. Lin Yu, you're still. Xiaoyan's voice carried a hint of trembling. Lin Yu took a deep breath and said, you were unconscious for a long time. Xiaoyan bit her lip. Are you still blaming me? Lin Yu was silent for a moment, then slowly said, I want to try to believe you. Xiaoyan's eyes instantly flooded with tears. Really? Lin Yu, are you really willing to believe me? Lin Yu nodded. But don't let me down. Xiaoyan excitedly tried to sit up, but collapsed helplessly. Lin Yu subconsciously reached out to help her. At this moment, the two men's gazes met, and it was as if something was quietly changing in this silent night. Xiaoyan looked at Lin Yu, her eyes full of deep love. She suddenly wanted to kiss Lin Yu, so she made an effort to raise her head and get closer to Lin Yu's face, but she was too weak, and just as she got a little closer, she collapsed helplessly back onto the bed. Lin Yu was surprised by Xiaoyan's actions and froze there for a moment. A hint of embarrassment and loss appeared on Xiaoyan's face as tears welled up in her eyes. I'm sorry, Xiaoyan's voice was weak with a sobbing tone. Lin Yu looked at Xiaoyan's appearance and a trace of pity flooded his heart. It's okay, you rest first, Lin Yu said softly. After saying that, as if driven by some impulse, Lin Yu leaned over and gently dropped a kiss on Xiaoyan's lips. Xiaoyan opened her eyes in surprise, her eyes filled with disbelief and joy. Lin Yu's face flushed slightly and he looked away in some embarrassment. Go to sleep. The corners of Xiaoyan's mouth rose with a satisfied smile as she slowly closed her eyes and soon fell into sleep. Lin Yu sat on the edge of the bed, looking at Xiaoyan's quiet sleeping face. The ice in his heart seemed to be melting a little. He just gazed at Xiaoyan quietly, his thoughts drifting. Recalling his indifference and suspicion towards Xiaoyan in the past, a trace of guilt welled up in Lin Yu's heart, and now that he'd decided to let go of those defenses and try to embrace the relationship, it gave him a sense of relief he'd never felt before. I don't know how long it took, but Lin Yu also felt a wave of drowsiness come over him. He leaned gently against the side of the bed and slowly closed his eyes. In his sleep, he seemed to see himself and Xiaoyan strolling hand in hand through the sea of flowers. The sun was warm, the breeze was gentle, everything was so beautiful. Lin Yu and Xiaoyan's breathing sounds intertwined together, forming a cozy picture in this quiet night. The first rays of the morning sunlight crept in through the cracks in the curtains, gently caressing Lin Yu and Xiaoyan's faces. Xiaoyan was the first to open her eyes and couldn't help but have a happy smile spread across her face when she saw Lin Yu near her. She sat up gently, afraid of waking up the still sleeping Lin Yu. Xiaoyan quietly looked at Lin Yu's quiet sleeping face, her heart filled with tenderness. At this time, Lin Yu also woke up leisurely, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he met Xiaoyan's gentle gaze. Morning, Xiaoyan said softly. Morning, Lin Yu responded, a faint smile on his face. Xiaoyan looked at Lin Yu's smile and her mind was filled with thoughts. She took a deep breath, as if she had made some sort of determination, and said, Lin Yu, I've figured it out. I'm no longer going to hide my feelings and thoughts. In the past, I may have done something bad, but in the future, I'll slowly change, so that you can truly see my true heart. Lin Yu was slightly stunned, then his gaze softened. Okay, I'll wait and see. Xiaoyan's eyes shone with determination. I'll work hard and won't let you down again. After saying that, Xiaoyan got up and prepared breakfast for Lin Yu. Lin Yu sat in his wheelchair and watched her busy figure. The hint of warmth that had just sprouted in his heart seemed to be gradually expanding. He then turned his wheelchair and left the room. Chapter 128. Only Lin Yu in her eyes. Lin Yu propelled the wheelchair behind Xiaoyan and gently hugged her from behind. Xiaoyan's body instantly froze and the movements in her hands stopped. Xiaoyan, thank you. Lin Yu's voice rang in Xiaoyan's ears with a trace of imperceptible trembling. Xiaoyan slowly turned around, her eyes full of surprise and emotion. Lin Yu, as long as you are willing to believe in me, this is all worth it. The two just stared at each other, the sunlight pouring down on them, and for a moment, it was as if time had stopped. This is what I want. Lin Yu looked at Xiaoyan and said silently in his heart. He hugged Xiaoyan tightly, feeling her body temperature and heartbeat. Xiaoyan, we'll always be like this from now on. Xiaoyan smiled and nodded her head, but she couldn't help the tears from slipping down. Well, it will be. Just then, the aroma of the meal filled the air. Xiaoyan gently broke away from Lin Yu's embrace, wiped her tears, and said, the meal is ready, baby Lin Yu. Lin Yu smiled and responded, I'll have to try it then. Xiaoyan brought the meal to the table and Lin Yu pushed his wheelchair to the table. The two of them sat opposite each other, and between their eyes meeting, they were full of warmth and happiness. Hurry up and eat. Let's see if it's appetizing. Xiaoyan looked at Lin Yu expectantly. Lin Yu picked up a bite of the dish and put it in his mouth, chewing it carefully before giving a thumbs up. Delicious. Whatever you make is delicious. Xiaoyan smiled so much that her eyes curved into crescent moons. It's good that you like it. I'll make it for you every day in the future. Lin Yu looked at Xiaoyan fondly. Being able to have you by my side, cooking for me every day. This is the happiness I've been dreaming of. Xiaoyan reached out and held Lin Yu's hand. We'll always be happy like this, no matter what difficulties we encounter. We won't separate. At that moment, the birds chirping happily outside the window seemed to be cheering for their happiness as well. The sunlight poured over the table, reflecting the sweet smiles of the two. Lin Yu gently pulled Xiaoyan over and dropped a kiss on her forehead. Honey, thank you for making me feel such warmth and happiness. Xiaoyan's face turned red. There's no need to say thank you between us. It's all because of love. Lin Yu looked at her in surprise. At this time Xiaoyan continued. Lin Yu, you know what? I've loved you since I was a child. And you're the husband I've raised since I was a child. Lin Yu's heart was filled with emotion. He held Xiaoyan's hand tightly and said, so you recognized me so early. I'm so lucky. Xiaoyan smiled sweetly. That's for sure. I'm stuck with you in this life. With a firm gaze, she added again. I never wanted to leave you in my life, and you'll never get rid of me. Lin Yu was amused by her cute and determined look. I'm not getting rid of it, please. Xiaoyan glared at him petulantly. That's more like it. Then, as she hugged Lin Yu's arm, she delicately said, Brother Yu, in the future, you can only be nice to me alone. You're not allowed to look at other girls, or else I'll get jealous. Humph. After saying that, he also deliberately pouted his little mouth, but there was a hint of cunning and possessiveness in his eyes. Lin Yu smiled helplessly and dotingly. Fine, fine, all according to you. Xiaoyan then smiled with satisfaction and gave Lin Yu a kiss on his cheek. Brother Yu is the best. I knew you would obey me. I'm so happy. Lin Yu looked at her in this pouty and sickly look. Not only was there not a trace of boredom in his heart, but it was filled with joy. He gently scratched Xiaoyan's nose and said, You're such an abrasive little goblin, but I'll eat you up. Hyoyan giggled. Then you'll have to keep getting ground down by me. Lin Yu nodded, his eyes filled with tenderness and determination. That's natural. I can't escape you in this life. Xiaoyan leaned into Lin Yu's arms and sighed contentedly. Brother Yu, I feel like I'm the happiest person in the world right now. Lin Yu hugged her tightly. I'll keep you this happy. Xiaoyan raised her head from his arms and asked with a concerned expression. Lin Yu, how is your leg now? Lin Yu froze slightly, then smiled. Don't worry, it's already slowly recovering, and with you by my side, I'm sure it'll get better even faster. Xiaoyan frowned. Then don't force yourself. Make sure you listen to the doctor. Lin Yu nodded. Don't worry, I'll take care of myself for your sake. Xiaoyan gently stroked Lin Yu's leg. Well, I'll stay with you until you fully recover. When Lin Yu heard this, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Xiaoyan, with your words, even if this leg can't get better, my heart is still solid. Xiaoyan slapped Lin Yu angrily. No nonsense, your legs will definitely get better, and we're going to go to many places together. Lin Yu held Xiaoyan's hand, his eyes gentle and firm. Well, I believe that as long as you're around, everything will turn out fine, and even if there is something really wrong with the leg, it doesn't affect my love for you or my ability to take care of you and pamper you. Xiaoyan's eyes were a little moist. Lin Yu, no matter what the future holds, I won't leave you. Lin Yu looked at her and said cautiously, Xiaoyan, can I go out and turn around? When Xiaoyan heard this, her eyebrows instantly furrowed and her voice raised a few points. No, it's dangerous out there. How dangerous it is outside. You can only stay by my side. You are not allowed to go anywhere. After saying that, he tightly hugged Lin Yu's arm, his eyes filled with nervousness and anxiety. Lin Yu sighed helplessly and coaxed softly. Honey, I'm just going to go out for a short while to get some air. I'll be back soon. Xiaoyan shook her head vigorously and said with a sobbing voice. No, I won't allow you to go. What if you go out and don't want me? Lin Yu hurriedly consoled. How could that be? I only have you in my heart. I'm just going out for a turn. I won't leave you. Xiaoyan was still unforgiving, tugging at Lin Yu to death and shouting with a sobbing voice. I don't care. It just won't work. Don't you dare leave me behind. Lin Yu looked at Xiaoyan's appearance. His heart was both helpless and heartbroken, so he hurriedly said, Okay, honey, don't be angry, don't cry, then you push me out together, so that's always okay, right? Hearing this, Xiaoyan stopped crying, sniffled, and said, Then it's a deal. I'll push you, don't leave me for a single step. Lin Yu nodded and smiled. I'll listen to you on all counts. Xiaoyan broke into a smile and wiped her tears, then walked behind the wheelchair, gripped the handle of the wheelchair with both hands, and said, Then let's go. They walked out of the villa, and Xiaoyan's eyes were constantly fixed on Lin Yu, afraid that he would leave his field of vision. Brother Yu, you're not allowed to look at other girls, only me. Lin Yu smiled and nodded. Okay, I'll just watch you. The journey took a long time to get to the crowded place. Xiaoyan's hand gripped the wheelchair tighter and her voice became nervous. Brother Yu, there are so many people. I'm afraid they'll snatch you away. You must stay close to me. Rinyu comforted her. Don't worry, I'll be right by your side. Xiaoyan pouted. Humph, if anyone dares to come near you, I won't be polite. At that moment, a passerby accidentally touched the wheelchair, and Xiaoyan immediately widened her eyes and shouted, What are you doing? Stay away from us. Lin Yu helplessly patted her hand. Xiaoyan, don't be so mean. It's not like they did it on purpose. Xiaoyan huffed. No, no one can touch you. After saying that, she ignored the gazes of the people around her and leaned over to kiss Lin Yu's cheek. Lin Yu was a bit overwhelmed by her sudden move, and his face reddened all of a sudden. After Xiaoyan finished kissing, she straightened up. Her eyes looked straight at Lin Yu and said, Brother Yu, you're mine. No one can take it away from me. Lin Yu looked at Xiaoyan's possessive and loving eyes. His heart was filled with emotion and helplessness. He gently held Xiaoyan's hand and said, Xiaoyan, I know your heart. Don't be so nervous. But Xiaoyan stubbornly shook her head. I don't care. I just want everyone to know that you're mine. The people around her cast curious and envious gazes, but Xiaoyan didn't care. She only had Lin Yu in her eyes. Chapter 129, With you here. This place is more beautiful than a painting. Lin Yu felt Xiaoyan's blazing gaze. His heart was filled with warmth and love. He gently pulled over Xiaoyan's hand and said, Xiaoyan, I'm really lucky to have you love me so wholeheartedly. Xiaoyan smiled sweetly, happiness shining in her eyes. Brother Yu, with you, every day is as sweet as if I'm in a honeypot. At this moment, the breeze blew by, blowing up Xiaoyan's hair, and Lin Yu tenderly stroked it behind her ear for her, saying, My dear, I will endeavor to make every day of your life full of happiness and surprises. Xiaoyan leaned on Lin Yu's shoulder and said contentedly, As long as I have you by my side, even if it's just staying quietly like this, I feel incredibly happy. They were just enjoying their sweet time in front of the crowd. Passing children ran and laughed with joy, as if infected by their happiness. The flowers on the street bloomed even more brilliantly and seemed to cheer their love. Lin Yu gently kissed Xiaoyan's forehead. Xiaoyan, I love you forever and ever. Xiaoyan raised her head, tears flashing in her eyes. I love you too, brother Yu, to the end of time. At this moment, the whole world seemed to stop for their love, leaving only their heartbeats and breaths for each other and the endless happiness and love. At that moment, a little girl ran over and said crisply, Brother, buy a flower for your sister. When Xiaoyan heard this, she immediately hugged Lin Yu's arm tightly and pouted. Brother Yu, I want it. You must buy it for me. Lin Yu smiled and said to the little girl, Yes, little sister, give me one. After getting the flowers, Lin Yu handed them to Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan, however, was not satisfied and pouted. Brother Yu, put it on for me so that when others see the flower they will know that I am yours. Lin Yu sniffed and pinned the flower in Xiaoyan's hair. Xiaoyan then smiled happily and even gave Lin Yu a kiss on the cheek and said, Brother Yu is the best. From now on, he is only allowed to buy flowers for me alone. Lin Yu looked at her favorably, nodded and said, Okay, I'll listen to you on all counts. Xiaoyan wrapped her hands around Lin Yu's neck and said in a delicate voice, Brother Yu, then you swear that you will only be so good to me in this life and only buy me flowers. Lin Yu smiled and raised his hand, saying, I swear that in this life, I will only be good to you, Xiaoyan, and only buy you flowers. Xiaoyan was still uneasy and shook Lin Yu's arm. No, brother Yu, you have to say it loud enough for everyone to hear. Lin Yu was helpless and shouted, I swear that I will only be good to Xiaoyan in this life, only buy flowers for Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan then smiled in satisfaction and kissed Lin Yu's face again and again. Brother Yu, I love you so much. People around them cast envious gazes, while others whispered, This little couple is really sweet. When Xiaoyan heard these comments, instead of being shy, she hugged Lin Yu even more proudly and said, Brother Yu, they're all envious of us. You're not allowed to leave me. Lin Yu smiled and scratched her nose. Don't worry, I'll always be by your side. Xiaoyan leaned her head on Lin Yu's shoulder and said happily, Brother Yu, no matter where I go, I'll be with you. After saying that, she raised her head, her gaze proudly swept to those around her who cast envious gazes, and shouted with a smile, This is my husband, the husband that only belongs to me alone. No one can take it away. Lin Yu smiled a little embarrassed and gently held Xiaoyan's hand. Xiaoyan continued, My husband treats me so well, none of you can compare. Her face was overflowing with incomparable pride, as if having Lin Yu was having the most precious treasure in the world. The surrounding people were amused by Xiaoyan's blunt and possessive pronouncement, and someone said, Girl, you're so happy. Xiaoyan smiled and responded, That's for sure, I'll always be this happy. After saying that, she leaned tightly against Lin Yu again, her face full of sweetness and contentment. The surrounding people laughed, but Xiaoyan frowned and hugged Lin Yu tightly and said, Brother Yu, they laughed at me. You quickly helped me teach them a lesson. Lin Yu coaxed helplessly, Don't be mad, honey, they're happy for us. At that moment, an older woman came over and said with a smile, the young couple is so affectionate. When Xiaoyan heard this, she immediately pulled the aunt to stop her from leaving, and pouted. Auntie, you can praise us more. I want to hear it. Auntie was amused by her appearance and said, girl, your husband is a talented man and treats you so well. You are truly blessed. Xiaoyan smiled smugly and looked at Lin Yu and said, hubby, look, Auntie said so. Lin Yu smiled and nodded, but in his heart, he felt helpless and spoiled by Xiaoyan's childish behavior. Xiaoyan looked at Lin Yu's response and grew happier and happier, and turned her head to say to Auntie, Auntie, my husband is 1 in a million good. Auntie smiled and responded, yes, 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 girl you have a good eye and a firm grip. Xiaoyan shook Lin Yu's arm beautifully and said, that's for sure, no one can take him away from me. After saying that, Xiaoyan also looked around demonstratively, as if declaring to everyone that Lin Yu was her exclusive. Lin Yu gently patted Xiaoyan's hand and said, alright, stop it, let's keep turning around. Only then did Xiaoyan let go of the big mom and pushed Lin Yu to continue walking forward, her mouth still chanting, hubby, let's go over there and take a look. Along the way, Xiaoyan's face was always full of bright smiles, and that happy look seemed to infect everyone around her. Lin Yu looked at Xiaoyan and said gently, wife. Xiaoyan's eyes lit up with excitement when she heard this address and she hurriedly asked, husband, what's wrong? Lin Yu smiled and said, nothing, just wanted to call you that. Xiaoyan pouted, humph, you're doing it on purpose, just to make people's hearts deer in headlights. Lin Yu held Xiaoyan's hand and said, honey, it's so nice to be with you like this. Xiaoyan leaned on Lin Yu's shoulder and said happily, hubby, me too. After saying that, Xiaoyan continued to push Lin Yu, talking and laughing all the way to the park. The park is lush with greenery and flowers. Xiaoyan found a shady place to stop her wheelchair, then squatted in front of Lin Yu, took his hand and said, hubby, look how beautiful it is here. Lin Yu smiled and nodded, yes, with you, everywhere is beautiful. Xiaoyan got up, walked to the flower bed next to her, picked a small flower and came back, pinned it on Lin Yu's chest and said playfully, hubby, this is even more handsome. Lin Yu's heart was filled with love as he looked at her lively appearance. At that moment, a butterfly flew over, and Xiaoyan excitedly went after it, shouting as she did so, hubby, look, a butterfly. Lin Yu looked at Xiaoyan's cheerful figure with a doting smile on his face. Xiaoyan chased after it for a while without catching it, and ran back to Lin Yu out of breath, muttering, oops, this butterfly is running too fast. Lin Yu smiled and said, it's okay, as long as you're happy. Xiaoyan sat on the chair next to Lin Yu, leaned on his shoulder, and said, hubby, as long as I'm with you, even if I can't catch the butterfly I'm still happy. The breeze gently brushes through, bringing gusts of coolness. Lin Yu held Xiaoyan's hand and said, honey, we'll often come to the park for a walk in the future. Xiaoyan nodded, yeah, it's a deal then. After a while, Xiaoyan suddenly stood up and said, hubby, I'll push you to the lake. Lin Yu smiled and said, good. So Xiaoyan pushed Lin Yu towards the lake again. The lake sparkles beautifully in the sunlight. Xiaoyan said happily, hubby, look, isn't this place like a painting? Lin Yu responded, with you here, this place is more beautiful than a painting. Chapter 130 The Grand Wedding, Grand Finale plus Extra. The days went on like this for a month. Under Xiaoyan's impeccable care, Lin Yu's leg finally heals. On this day, Xiaoyan was ready to help Lin Yu get up as usual, but Lin Yu stood up all of a sudden and embraced Xiaoyan tightly into his arms. Xiaoyan was first shocked, then cried out in surprise, hubby, your leg is healed. Lin Yu smiled and said, honey, thanks to you, I'm finally able to be fit again. With tears glistening in her eyes, Xiaoyan said, that's great, hubby, we can do more things together from now on. Lin Yu looked at Xiaoyan fondly and said, wife, it's been hard on you for a while, it's my turn to take care of you in the future. Xiaoyan pouted, do you want to run again when your leg is healed? After saying that, she tightly hugged Lin Yu's waist and said with a sobbing voice, husband, you can't leave me, even if your leg is healed, you can only stay by my side. Lin Yu hurriedly coaxed, honey, how could I run away? I want to be with you for the rest of my life. Xiaoyan was unforgiving and tilted her head back to look at Lin Yu, her eyes full of uneasiness. No, you have to swear that you'll never leave me. Lin Yu, helpless and amused, raised his hand and solemnly swore, wife, I swear to stay by your side forever and never leave you. Xiaoyan then broke into a smile and kissed Lin Yu on the cheek. That's more like it. Lin Yu was immersed in Xiaoyan's intimacy when he suddenly heard Xiaoyan say, hubby, you broke my heart last time when you divorced me. You'll have to accompany me to a big wedding to make it up to me. Lin Yu heartbreakingly embraced Xiaoyan into his arms and said, my dear, it's all my fault. I'll definitely give you a grand wedding that will be the envy of everyone. Xiaoyan leaned into Lin Yu's arms and pouted, humph, that's a deal. The wedding has to be extra special and romantic so that I can be the happiest bride in the world. Lin Yu solemnly nodded, wife, Don't worry, I'll make careful preparations and won't let you down. When Xiaoyan heard this, she immediately pulled Lin Yu's hand and pouted. Hubby, then let's go see the wedding dress now. I can't wait. Lin Yu smiled and responded. Okay, all according to you. The two came to the bridal store. Xiaoyan excitedly weaved in and out of the beautiful wedding dresses, and every time she saw one she liked, she couldn't wait to put it on and show it to Lin Yu. Hubby, how about this one? Xiaoyan was wearing a gorgeous trailing wedding dress with anticipation in her eyes. Lin Yu nodded repeatedly. Beautiful, dear. Xiaoyan changed into another slim-fitting fishtail wedding dress and pouted. What about this one? Hubby, you quickly say it. Lin Yu walked up and gently wrapped his arms around Xiaoyan's waist. Wife, you look as beautiful as heaven in any piece you wear. Xiaoyan beamed. No, husband, you have to choose carefully. After a lot of selection, Xiaoyan finally chose a dreamy princess dress wedding dress full of sparkling diamonds and pearls. Time flew by and the wedding day arrived. The wedding site was decorated like a dreamy wonderland, surrounded by flowers and colorful ribbons. Xiaoyan was in the dressing room, so nervous that her hands were trembling slightly. Baby girl, don't be nervous, today you are the most beautiful bride. Huang Yu, Xiaoyan's mother, gently comforted. Mom, I'm afraid that Lin Yu will suddenly not want me, Xiaoyan said with a sobbing voice. Silly child, don't think nonsense, we've all seen that boy Lin Yu's sincerity towards you in our eyes. Huang Yu gently patted Xiaoyan's hand. At this time, Lin Yu was in front of the auditorium, and his heart was restless. Son, don't be nervous, Xiaoyan is a good girl, you guys will definitely be happy. Lin Yu's mother Li Hui said. Lin Yu's father, Lin Feng, also encouraged. Relax, boy, greet your bride well. The music plays and Xiaoyan walks slowly with her father Xiaoyong on her arm. Xiaoyong solemnly handed Xiaoyan's hand over to Lin Yu and said, Lin Yu, I'm handing over my most precious daughter to you. You have to take good care of her, and don't let her suffer a bit. Lin Yu's gaze was firm. Dad, don't worry, I will love her with my whole life. During the ceremony, Lin Yu and Xiaoyan gazed at each other and made a deep vow of a lifetime. With tears in her eyes, Xiaoyan said, Hubby, I'll rely on you for the rest of my life. Don't you dare get rid of me. Lin Yu tenderly replied, Wife, I will never let you leave me. After saying that, they kissed deeply amidst the blessings of their friends and family. Off stage, Lin Yu's father Lin Feng and mother Li Hui, Xiaoyan's father Xiaoyong and mother Huang Yu, were all moved to tears, feeling immensely happy and relieved for the couple. The kiss lasted for a long time, as if to mingle each other's souls. Finally, they slowly separated, and Lin Yu tightly embraced Xiaoyan into his arms, whispering in her ear, Wife, from this moment onwards, I will use all my strength to guard you and give you the warmest harbor. Xiaoyan leaned against Lin Yu's chest, listening to his powerful heartbeat, a happy smile spreading across her face. Hubby, I believe in you, we'll definitely be happy all the time. At this point, the friends and family on stage cheered and applauded. Lin Feng walked onto the stage, his eyes filled with tears of excitement. Children, seeing you so happy, your mom and I's heart is really sweeter than honey. Lin Yu, you have to treat Xiaoyan well in the future. Support each other through thick and thin. Li Hui also walked up and took Xiaoyan's hand. Xiaoyan, from now on we are a family. If this kid Lin Yu bullies you, just tell Mom. Mom will teach him a lesson for you. Xiaoyan nodded her head obediently. Mom, I know. Xiaoyong and Huang Yu also came to the stage. Xiaoyong patted Lin Yu's shoulder. Lin Yu, I leave my daughter in your hands. I hope you can make her happy forever. Huang Yu then hugged Lin Yu and Xiaoyan. Children, may your lives be filled with sunshine and always surrounded by love. Lin Yu and Xiaoyan looked at each other before saying in unison, Thank you Mom and Dad, we will definitely cherish this happiness. Then the music started again and Lin Yu held Xiaoyan's hand and walked off the stage to share this happy moment with his friends and family. They kept receiving everyone's blessings, and Xiaoyan always had a big smile on her face, while Lin Yu carefully took care of her, not letting her feel a trace of exhaustion. After a long time, as night fell, the wedding venue turned into a sea of joy, bright lights flashing, music and laughter. Colorful lights intertwine and change, reflecting the whole wedding scene like a dream. The people on the dance floor were gyrating and their faces were glowing with joy. The adults raised their glasses and shared the happy moment. Some people show off their singing voice on stage and win applause. Right in the middle of this lively atmosphere, Xiaoyan sat up, cupped Lin Yu's face with both hands, and said fondly, Xiaoyan only loves Lin Yu for the rest of her life. Lin Yu was touched, tears flashing in his eyes. He embraced Xiaoyan tightly into his arms, his voice slightly choked. Lin Yu also only loves Xiaoyan, for a lifetime. End of book. Extras. A quiet afternoon. Xiaoyan and Lin Yu are enjoying the sweet time after their marriage in their luxurious villa. Suddenly, a sharp ringing of the doorbell broke the silence. Xiaoyan frowned and got up to open the door. As soon as the door opened, Luo Yi's pouting voice came in. I came to see my brother Lin Yu. Xiaoyan's face instantly clouded over as she glared angrily at Luo Yi. What are you doing here? You are not welcome here. Luo Yi, however, did not think so and said in a petulant voice, where is brother Lin Yu? I miss him so much. At this moment, Lin Yu heard the sound and walked over, and when he saw Luo Yi, a look of horror appeared on his face. When Luo Yi saw Lin Yu, she immediately pounced over. Brother Lin Yu, I've finally met you. Xiaoyan pushed Luo Yi away and roared, don't you touch him. Luo Yi wasn't willing to show weakness either. Her eyes became fierce. Lin Yu is mine. No one can take it away. Xiaoyan sneered. Just by you? Dream on. Lin Yu was sandwiched between the two, in a dilemma from left to right, his voice trembling as he said, stop arguing. Luo Yi, just go. Luo Yi, however, said firmly, I'm not leaving. I want to stay with you, brother Lin Yu. Xiaoyan's eyes grew crazier and crazier as she rushed into the kitchen, grabbed a kitchen knife, and pointed it at Luo Yi. If you don't leave, I'll kill you. Lin Yu grabbed the kitchen knife and shouted anxiously, stop it all. However, the two women had completely lost their minds and were instantly writhing together. Xiaoyan fiercely bit down on Luo Yi's arm. Luo Yi suffered pain but still didn't let go. Instead, she used her knee to push into Xiaoyan's stomach. You crazy woman. Don't even think about snatching Lin Yu. Xiaoyan roared. He should have been mine in the first place. Luo Yi was not willing to show weakness either. Lin Yu was on the sidelines desperately trying to pull them apart, but there was no way to do so. Stop fighting. Please stop fighting. Lin Yu shouted. But the two women simply ignored him and continued to wriggle wildly. Xiaoyan yanked hard on Luo Yi's arm while screaming hysterically. I won't let you have your way. Lin Yu is mine. No one can take it away. Luo Yi also fired back like a madman, mumbling, Lin Yu can only be mine. I've paid so much for him. What are you? The two of them became more and more intense as Xiaoyan violently pushed Luo Yi to the ground and then rode on top of her, her hands constantly pounding on her body. Luo Yi struggled desperately and kicked Xiaoyan in the stomach when she wasn't looking, kicking her away. Xiaoyan fell to the side and quickly got up again, charging at Luo Yi once more. The two entwined again, this time more intense and frantic. However, in the midst of the chaos, Luo Yi made a mistake and hit her head heavily on the corner of the table, and red liquid instantly gushed out. But even so, Luo Yi still didn't give up. She forced herself to endure the severe pain and grasped Xiaoyan's clothes with a deadly grip. Her eyes were filled with madness and unwillingness. Xiaoyan, I won't let you go. Even if I die, I want to be with Lin Yu. Xiaoyan saw that Luo Yi was injured. Not only did she not have the slightest pity, but instead she became more excited and crazy. You, injured and still dare to talk tough. Today is your death. Xiaoyan increased the force on her hands and slammed Luo Yi towards the ground. Luo Yi's wound was bleeding more red liquid because of the violent movement. When Lin Yu saw this scene, he completely panicked. Stop, stop, it'll kill someone. However, it was as if the two women didn't even hear his cries and were still fighting fiercely. Luo Yi was already seriously injured, and at this moment, her movements were gradually slowing down due to her lack of physical strength. Xiaoyan took the opportunity to push Luo Yi to the ground, and Luo Yi's head once again hit the ground hard, the red liquid staining the ground. Ah! Luo Yi screamed miserably and then passed out. Lin Yu's eyes widened in horror as he rushed over and pushed Xiaoyan away, kneeling beside Luo Yi, his trembling hands attempting to press down on her bleeding wounds. Xiaoyan, look at what you've done! Lin Yu roared. Xiaoyan, however, stood aside and sneered. Humph, she deserved to die. Lin Yu glared fiercely at Xiaoyan, no longer paying attention to her, and hurriedly took out his cell phone to dial the emergency number. Hello, is this the emergency center? Come quickly. Someone is seriously injured and in a coma. The address is. Lin Yu's voice carried an obvious trembling and anxiety. After making the call, Lin Yu stood guard beside Luo Yi and kept calling her name. Luo Yi, wake up, hold on, the ambulance will be here soon. His eyes were filled with fear and worry, and beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. At this time, Xiaoyan came over and tried to pull Lin Yu, saying viciously, leave her alone, it's just as well that she's dead. This kind of woman shouldn't be alive, so that she doesn't have to come and pester you every day. Lin Yu's eyes widened in anger as he yelled at Xiaoyan. Stop it, she's already miserable enough. It's all because of you. Xiaoyan was shocked by Lin Yu's roar and was unable to speak for a while. Just then, there was the faint sound of an emergency vehicle in the distance. Lin Yu was like he had grabbed a lifesaver, his eyes filled with eager anticipation. His ears perked up to listen carefully to the voice. The voices grew closer and closer, and eventually the shrill siren of an emergency vehicle came to a clear stop at the entrance to the villa. The paramedics quickly jumped out of the car and rushed over with a stretcher. Their movements were skillful and nimble, their faces full of seriousness and anxiety. A doctor quickly stepped forward and crouched down to conduct a preliminary examination of Luo Yi, his brow furrowed and his mouth whispering something. The nurses, on the other hand, were preparing all kinds of first aid equipment, their eyes focused and nervous. They moved quickly and skillfully, placing oxygen masks and infusion bottles one by one, ready to respond to possible emergencies. The doctor frowned tightly and carefully examined Luo Yi's physical condition. His fingers gently pressed Luo Yi's pulse, and his face grew more and more grave. Time passed, and fine beads of sweat gradually oozed from the doctor's forehead. After examining it for a while, he stood up violently and exclaimed, "No, we have to send it to the hospital. The situation is critical. There can be no more delay." The nurses heard the order and acted quickly. Several paramedics worked in unison to carefully lift Luo Yi onto the stretcher. The metal frame of the stretcher made a slight clanging sound as it was moved, as if to speak of the urgency of the moment. Luo Yi was unconscious at this time, her face as pale as paper, her body lying limply on the stretcher. Without her usual crazy look, Lin Yu looked at such a Luo Yi. A complex emotion flashed in his eyes, both concern for her current condition and fear of her past crazy behavior. Xiaoyan, on the other hand, stared tightly at Luo Yi, her eyes revealing a hint of crazy pleasure as she gritted her teeth and said hatefully, "Humph, this is your retribution. Who made you keep pestering my Lin Yu?" Nonetheless, Xiaoyan pulled Lin Yu into the car with her. In the car, Xiaoyan grabbed Lin Yu's arm tightly, her nails almost embedded in his flesh, and said viciously, "Lin Yu, you're not allowed to have the slightest bit of sympathy for her. She did this to herself." Lin Yu frowned slightly, wanting to break away from Xiaoyan's hand but not daring to push too hard. He could only whisper, "Xiaoyan, don't be like this. She's like this now." When Xiaoyan heard this, she became even more emotional and yelled, "Lin Yu, you can only have me in your heart. If you dare to sympathize with her, I'm not done with you." At this moment, Xiaoyan's face was distorted, her eyes full of madness and possessiveness, as if she was a food-protecting beast. Whoever dared to come near her prey, she would pounce on it and tear it apart without a second thought. Lin Yu's heart was both helpless and heartbroken when he saw Xiaoyan's frantic appearance. He gently embraced Xiaoyan into his arms and said gently, "Xiaoyan, don't be like this. Calm down. I know you love me, but you're making me worried." Xiaoyan struggled in Lin Yu's arms and roared, "Worry? What you should be worried about is whether she will steal you again." Lin Yu hugged her tightly and whispered in her ear, "It won't be. Xiaoyan, I only have you in my heart. Only you forever. She's in this state now. Let's not think about that much for now, okay?" Xiaoyan's body trembled slightly as she listened to Lin Yu's words, her emotions calming down a little, but her hands were still tightly grasping Lin Yu's clothes, as if he would disappear as soon as she let go. "Lin Yu, I'm really scared. I'm afraid she'll snatch you away." Xiaoyan's voice carried a hint of trembling and crying, "I love you so much. I can't live without you." Lin Yu gently caressed Xiaoyan's hair, his voice becoming more and more gentle. "My dear, I understand your fear. I promise you that I won't leave you, ever." Xiaoyan raised her head and looked at Lin Yu with teary eyes. "But she's so crazy. I'm really afraid that I'll lose you one day." Lin Yu gently wiped away the tears at the corners of Xiaoyan's eyes with his fingers and looked at her with a firm gaze. "Xiaoyan, no matter what happens, I will be by your side. Her appearance is just an accident. It won't affect our relationship." Xiaoyan bit her lip and tried to calm herself down. "Lin Yu, then you are not allowed to have any contact with her in the future. Not even a little bit." Lin Yu nodded solemnly. "Okay, I promise you. Now let's first accompany her to the hospital together. When she wakes up, we'll get rid of her completely." Xiaoyan leaned into Lin Yu's arms and nodded, but her grip on his clothes still didn't let go. The emergency vehicle sped all the way and soon arrived at the main entrance of the hospital. As soon as the car stopped, the paramedics quickly lifted the stretcher down and dashed towards the emergency room. Lin Yu wrapped his arm around Xiaoyan and followed closely behind. Xiaoyan's gaze never left Luo Yi on the stretcher, the vigilance in her eyes not diminished in the slightest. Walking into the hospital lobby, the surrounding noises and people's hurried figures made Xiaoyan's mood even more irritable. She snuggled close to Lin Yu and said with a trembling voice, "Lin Yu, I don't want to see her wake up and come back to haunt us." Lin Yu comforted, "Don't be afraid. Xiaoyan, I'm here." The two men came outside the emergency room. Xiaoyan's hands that were gripping Lin Yu's clothes were white at the joints from the force. Her mouth kept chanting, "Why is this happening? Why did she have to show up to disrupt our lives?" Lin Yu held Xiaoyan's hand and tried to calm her down. "Xiaoyan, don't be too nervous. Wait for the doctor's news first." Xiaoyan's body shook. The expression on her face was first a moment of consternation, then a struggle flashed in her eyes, and she suddenly said, "Lin Yu, why don't we take care of her together?" Lin Yu looked at Xiaoyan in surprise, as if he couldn't believe his ears. "Xiaoyan, what did you say?" Xiaoyan took a deep breath, as if she had made a great determination. "Although I hate her, but seeing her unconscious like this, I suddenly felt some intolerance in my heart. After all, she's like this because she loves you, so maybe if we take care of her together, when she's better, we can make her realize that your heart isn't with her and cut her off completely. Lin Yu was moved to embrace Xiaoyan into his arms. Xiaoyan, it's really kind of you to think that way. Xiaoyan leaned into Lin Yu's arms and said softly, but that doesn't mean I'm not worried about her stealing you. It's just that I don't want to live in fear and strife all the time. Lin Yu solemnly promises. Xiaoyan, don't worry, you're the only one in my heart. No matter what, I won't leave you. Xiaoyan nodded, and the two of them waited outside the emergency room, hand in hand, with mixed and apprehensive feelings. Time passed by minute, and every second was incomparably long for Lin Yu and Xiaoyan. They spent 2 days and 2 nights in torment, and on the third day the emergency room door finally budged. The doctor walked out from inside, and Lin Yu and Xiaoyan immediately stood up and looked nervously at the doctor. The doctor took off his mask and said, "The patient is awake, but is currently stable and needs further observation." Upon hearing this news, Lin Yu and Xiaoyan glanced at each other, and in each other's eyes there was both a hint of relief and unspeakable worry. They slowly walked into the hospital room and saw Luo Yi weakly lying on the hospital bed with confused eyes. When Luo Yi saw them come in, she was first stunned, then tears slid down the corners of her eyes. Lin Yu, Xiaoyan bit her lip and had mixed feelings in her heart, but she still walked up and said, "It's good that you're awake." Lin Yu followed suit. "Get well and don't think too much." Luo Yi looked at them, her voice hoarse. "Thank you." Xiaoyan and Lin Yu sat by the hospital bed, and the three of them fell into a brief silence. At this moment, they all had extremely complicated feelings, and what the future would hold, no one knew. In the following days, Xiaoyan and Lin Yu did their best to take care of Luo Yi. Although Xiaoyan still had a lump in her heart every time she faced Luo Yi, she tried to suppress her dissatisfaction for Lin Yu's sake. Luo Yi was lying on the hospital bed, looking at Lin Yu and Xiaoyan who were busy. Her heart was mixed. She knew that this crazy fight of hers had completely failed. "Xiaoyan, I've decided not to rob anymore," Luo Yi said weakly. "I figured out that it's useless to force it." Xiaoyan snorted coldly. "You should have thought so long ago." Lin Yu patted Xiaoyan's hand, signaling her to stop talking. Luo Yi's injuries gradually improve, and in the process, she really sees her own paranoia, and her love for Lin Yu is slowly transformed into a blessing. When Luo Yi was finally able to be discharged from the hospital, she gave Lin Yu and Xiaoyan a deep look. "Thank you for taking care of me during this period of time. I wish you happiness." After saying that, Luo Yi turned to leave, her back looking incomparably forlorn. Xiaoyan looked at the direction Luo Yi left. A smug smile appeared on her face. She turned around and pounced into Lin Yu's arms, pouting. "Lin Yu, you're mine law. You'll always be mine. No one can snatch you away." Lin Yu helplessly patted her back gently and said, "Yes, yes, yes, I'm yours. I've always been yours." Xiaoyan raised her head, her eyes full of infatuation and possessiveness. "You swear to love only me in this life, and to have only me in your heart." Lin Yu looked at her favorably. "I swear to love only you and have only you in my heart." Hearing Lin Yu's vow, Xiaoyan then smiled with satisfaction and hugged Lin Yu tightly without letting go. Right at this moment, Lin Yu's cell phone suddenly rang. He pulled it out and saw that it was a call from Lin Zhe. "Hey, Linza." Lin Yu picked up the phone. "Lin Yu, I heard that you and Xiaoyan got married. I've been a bit busy on my side, so just, you know." Lin Zhe's voice came from the other end of the phone with a hint of apology. Lin Yu smiled and said, "It's fine, brother, I know you're busy. Right now, Xiaoyan and I are doing quite well." Xiaoyan listened curiously with her ears perked up, a hint of imperceptible vigilance flashing in her eyes. Lin Zhe paused on the other end of the phone and said half jokingly and half seriously, "You kid, how dare you marry her? She's so possessive. You'll have a hard time in the future." Lin Yu laughed softly, his gaze gently looking at Xiaoyan as he replied, "Although she's possessive, it's all because she cares about me, and I'm happy about it." Lin Zhe then said, "That's good. When I'm done with this, I'll make sure to give you guys a good celebration." Lin Yu replied back, "Okay, wait for you." Hanging up the phone, Xiaoyan's eyes were fixed on Lin Yu and asked slightly tentatively, "This brother of yours won't keep looking for you to go out in the future?" Lin Yu naturally understood Xiaoyan's mind, gently scraped her nose and soothed her. "Don't worry, we are iron brothers. He knows your nature and won't come blindly." Xiaoyan obediently leaned into Lin Yu's arms, her hands tightly encircling his waist as she murmured, "Anyway, you can only have me in your heart. You're not allowed to spend too much time on other people, even if they're brothers." Lin Yu dotingly hugged Xiaoyan tightly and laughed. "I know, little jealous, my heart is full of you. I can't fit anyone else." The two then returned to the villa. Just as she entered the house, Xiaoyan threw off her shoes and collapsed on the couch in a flash. Lin Yu smiled and shook his head as he walked into the kitchen and poured a cup of water and handed it to Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan took the cup of water and gulped a few mouthfuls before putting the cup down and pulling Lin Yu's hand. Honey, I'm so tired today. Lin Yu sat beside her and gently stroked her hair. Then take a good rest and rest. Xiaoyan blinked and suddenly got up and wrapped her arms around Lin Yu's neck. No, you have to stay with me. Lin Yu smiled helplessly. Okay, I'll accompany you. At that moment, Xiaoyan's stomach grumbled. The sound was so loud that it was particularly clear in the quiet room. Xiaoyan looked at Lin Yu with a pout, wrapped her hands around his neck, and shook. Hubby people belly thunder. Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then I'll go make you something to eat. Xiaoyan, however, did not let go and pouted. Don't, I want you to stay with me. Not allowed to go. Lin Yu had to coax her. Then it's not good to starve first. Xiaoyan blinked and pouted. Then give me a kiss and I'll obediently let you go. Lin Yu gave her a kiss on the forehead before Xiaoyan let go. Lin Yu walked into the kitchen and started to get busy. Not long after, a burst of fragrance wafted out from the kitchen. Xiaoyan couldn't help but run to the kitchen door, looking blearily at Lin Yu's cooking figure, and muttering, Hubby, is it ready yet? I'm starving. Lin Yu smiled and said, right away, little glutton. Finally, the meal was served on the table, and Xiaoyan wolfed it down, saying vaguely as she ate, Hubby's cooking is the best. Lin Yu's eyes were filled with favor as he looked at her. Xiaoyan leaned back in her chair contentedly after eating her fill, with a little bit of food residue on the corner of her mouth. Lin Yu tenderly reached out his hand and gently wiped away the stain at the corner of her mouth. Xiaoyan looked at Lin Yu with a happy smile on her face, suddenly stood up, walked to Lin Yu, put her hands around his waist, tilted her head and said, Hubby, I love you. Lin Yu lowered his head and placed a soft kiss on her lips, responding fondly, I love you too, wife. At this moment, time seemed to freeze. Everything around them became unimportant. There was only each other in their world. Love filled the air, and this happiness would continue forever, never stopping. Extra Lloyd meets the sociopathic boy. I'm lying in this cold hospital bed, my eyes staring vacantly at the ceiling, my thoughts jumbled into a mess. Once, I thought love was about fighting for it against all odds, and that if I was crazy enough and persistent enough, Lin Yu would be mine. Now, watching Lin Yu and Xiaoyan busy themselves for me, I have mixed feelings in my heart. It's not like I can't see the pimple in Xiaoyan's eyes every time she looks at me, but what can I do? For the sake of Lin Yu, she suppressed her dissatisfaction with me. And what about me? I got myself bruised for the sake of the so-called love, and hurt the people around me. I weakly uttered the words, I've decided not to rob anymore, and every word felt like it took all my strength. The exhaustion and despondency in my voice made me feel sorry for myself. How confident I was once, convinced that if I wanted it, there was nothing I couldn't get. But now, I realize how ridiculous and laughable my thoughts were. Xiaoyan's cold snort was like a sharp thorn, sticking straight into my heart. I knew that I deserved it, that I had hurt her with my earlier insanity and paranoia. As my gaze shifted to Rinyu, the man I used to love so much, he seemed so distant at the moment. How I wish I could turn back the clock and make a new choice to not be so crazy about it and hurt people so recklessly. In these days of recuperating from my injuries, whenever it was late at night, I always wept alone. Looking back on the past, those crazy actions, those reckless moments are now an unspeakable pain in my heart. Every time I saw the figures of Lin Yu and Xiaoyan supporting each other, my heart felt like it was being gripped so hard that it hurt so much that I couldn't breathe. I'm slowly getting better, but my heart is getting heavier. I know that I have lost too much, not only the love that I cannot get, but also the once simple and kind, believe in the beauty of love myself. When the day finally came for me to be discharged from the hospital, I slowly got up and put on the clothes that had gotten a little old. Glancing deeply at Lin Yu and Xiaoyan, I tried to fill my eyes with blessings, but I couldn't hide the deep remorse and endless despondency. Thank you for taking care of me during this time, and I wish you all happiness. After saying this, I turned around and left. Each step seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. Using all my strength, the wind blew the corners of my coat, and my back looked so forlorn in the wind. I know that this turn is to say goodbye to everything in the past. The road ahead, I can only walk alone. With this unspeakable pain, walking alone, walking out of the door of the hospital, the sadness that had been held back could no longer be suppressed, and the tears came out like a flood. I mumbled in my mind over and over again, Rinyu, I love you. I'd been in love with you since the first moment I saw you in the room. It seems like yesterday that my heart was pounding, when I was so full of joy that I thought I could have a bright future with you. I used to think that love was about fighting for it against all odds, even if you got hurt all over. But today, I realized that love can sometimes be let go and made whole. Luo Yi was walking lost in thought when suddenly, a handsome boy broke into her sight. His name was Gu Cheng, and there was a hint of uneasiness and shyness in his eyes, clearly a sociopathic boy. Luo Yi looked at him, and the heart that had just been broken seemed to flutter again. She just stared straight at Gu Cheng, as if she wanted to find new hope and support from him. Gu Qing noticed the blazing gaze and subconsciously turned his head, and in an instant, he was deeply attracted by Luo Yi's appearance. However, his social fear character made him not dare to easily go up and strike up a conversation. He just stood in place, his eyes drifting towards Luo Yi from time to time, as if Luo Yi had made some sort of determination. She walked towards Gu Qing step by step. When Gu Qing saw her approaching, he was so nervous that his palms were sweating, and he wanted to turn around and leave, but he couldn't move as if he was immobilized. Luo Yi walked up to Gu Qing, tilted her head slightly, and said, "Hello, my name is Luo Yi." Gu Qing's face instantly turned red and stammered in response. Hello, my name is Gu Qing." Luo Yi couldn't help but smile as she looked at him nervously. "Gu Qing, that's a good name." Gu Qing's head went even lower. Her hands kept rubbing the corners of her coat, not knowing how to respond. Luo Yi didn't seem to care about his shortness of breath and continued. "When I saw you just now, I thought you were special." Gu Qing raised his head in surprise, met Luo Yi's blazing gaze, and then hurriedly avoided it, stammering, I'm nothing special." Luo Yi sighed softly. "Maybe you don't think so yourself, but in my eyes, you're just different." Gu Qing's heart thumped. He had never met such a direct and bold girl before, and for a moment he was at a bit of a loss for words. Luo Yi took a step forward and said softly, "Gu Qing, can we make a friend?" Gu Qing was so nervous that beads of sweat broke out on her forehead, and after hesitating for a moment, she finally gathered the courage to nod. Good. Luo Yi laughed happily when she heard his answer. Ha, that's great." Gu Qing was infected by her bright laughter and followed suit with a coy smile, the tension in her heart easing slightly. Luo Yi struck while the iron was hot. "Then how about we go for a cup of coffee together?" Gu Qing hesitated for a moment, looked at Luo Yi's eyes full of anticipation, and nodded once again. Okay." The two of them walked side by side towards the nearby coffee shop. Along the way, Luo Yi chattered. Gu Qing listened attentively on the side, occasionally responding to a few sentences. The atmosphere was not too awkward. Suddenly, Luo Yi stopped and turned around to face Gu Qing. Before Gu Qing could react, she stood on her tiptoes and gently kissed Gu Qing's cheek. Gu Qing was instantly confused by this sudden action. The whole person was frozen in place, her face swish red to the root of her ears, so shy that she was at a loss for words. Luo Yi giggled as she looked at him in this adorable manner. "Gu Qing, you're too funny in this manner." Gu Qing lowered his head in panic, not daring to look Luo Yi in the eyes, and stammered, How do you?" Luo Yi winked and said playfully, "I just want to kiss you." Gu Qing's heartbeat became more and more violent, not knowing how to deal with this bold and charming girl in front of him. Luo Yi pulled up Gu Qing, who was still in a daze, and led him to the side of the road, where a Rolls-Royce was parked and the driver respectfully opened the door. Without saying a word, Luo Yi pushed Gu Qing into the car and then sat in it herself. The car sped away and soon arrived in front of a luxurious villa. Gu Qing looked at the magnificent building in front of her and was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. Luo Yi smiled and took his arm. "Let's go. Take a look inside." Gu Qing followed Luo Yi into the villa with some haste, and the luxurious decorations inside made him feel a little uncomfortable. Luo Yi, however, didn't care and pulled him through the rooms, excitedly introducing them. Gu Qing walked carefully, his heart filled with doubts and uneasiness. In the following days, Luo Yi launched a passionate pursuit of Gu Qing. She would prepare exquisite delicacies for Gu Qing, take him to experience all kinds of new and strange things, and would also pour out her heart with him at night. Gradually, Gu Qing's defensive heart began to loosen, and he slowly accepted Luo Yi's existence and began to enjoy his time with her. However, Luo Yi's possessiveness was also getting stronger. She did not allow Gu Qing to have any contact with other members of the opposite sex, and would even secretly check his cell phone. Gu Qing felt a bit helpless about this, but because he liked Luo Yi, he also chose to tolerate it. Until one day, Luo Yi had carefully decorated a romantic scene, and when Gu Qing walked into the room, it was filled with flowers and candles. Wearing a beautiful dress, Luo Yi looked deeply at Gu Qing and said, "Gu Qing, I love you. You can only be mine. Don't ever want to leave me." Gu Qing looked at the somewhat crazy but incomparably sincere Luo Yi in front of him and responded with a smile. I like you too, and I'm willing to stay by your side all the time." Gu Qing continued, You know what? The way you look, crazy, possessive, full of my girl, makes my heart flutter. I love your passion, your directness, and the way you show your love for me without reservation. Although sometimes your love overwhelms me a bit, it is this uniqueness that fascinates me." After hearing this, Luo Yi's eyes flashed with tears and she jumped into Gu Qing's arms. "Gu Qing, you are never allowed to leave me. You are not allowed to look at other women. You can only have me in your world." Gu Qing hugged her tightly and said softly, Don't worry, you're the only one in my heart, always. Luo Yi was in Gu Qing's arms, smiling happily, but she couldn't stop the tears. They held each other tightly like this, as if time stopped for them. Everything around them became unimportant. Only each other's heartbeats and warm embraces were real. The breeze gently brushed by, blowing their hair, and the sunlight sprinkled on them, sketching out a beautiful picture. Their embrace seems to become eternal, symbolizing their unbreakable love. Fearless of wind and rain and the passage of time, no matter what the future may bring, they firmly believe that they can overcome anything as long as they hold each other. In this eternal embrace, their story draws to a perfect conclusion, and they have been together for a lifetime ever since. Colored Egg Xiaoyan's Diary. Friday, February 9th, 2018. Clear. Rinyu, my Rinyu, only I can have you in this world. Ever since we were kids, you have been my whole life. People say we are childhood sweethearts, but they don't know how I feel about you. It's a deep, unbreakable obsession. In high school, you're surrounded by more and more people, and those girls, what gives them the right to talk to you and laugh? Every time I see you smiling at them, anger burns in me. I want to get rid of them all and make you mine alone. That day, when I saw you standing on the stage with the class flower, it was as if my heart was pierced by a million arrows. I secretly followed you, watched your back and fantasized about rushing up to you and hugging you and telling you, don't leave me. I hid the gift you gave to that class flower that should never have belonged to her. I'm the only one who deserves your gift, your love. Today, I finally couldn't help but confess to you, but you actually rejected me. Lin Yu, how could you reject me? You're mine and always will be. I won't let anyone take you away from me, even if it costs me everything. I will continue to watch you and keep you, and one day you will realize that I am the only one in this world who has the purest and craziest love for you. Lin Yu, just wait, you can't escape my palm. Thursday, August 9th, 2018. Overcast. Lin Yu, my Lin Yu, a long time has passed since the last time I confessed and was rejected by you, but my obsession with you has grown stronger. Every day, I think about how to make you come back to me. I secretly put love letters I wrote to you in your school bag. I clip my picture in your textbook. I want to fill your world with my shadow. I know you're starting to fear me, starting to avoid me, but so what? You're mine, don't ever run away. When I saw you getting close to a boy, Lindsay, today, my heart clenched again. I was staring at you all dead in the corner, the pen in my hand crushed. That boy, what gives him the right to walk alongside you? I quietly followed you home at night and watched the light go out in your room, so I kept watch downstairs all night. Lin Yu, you won't understand how deep my love for you is, nor will you understand that I can do anything crazy for you. Sunday, December 30th, 2018. Snow. Lin Yu, my Lin Yu, it's almost the new year, but my heart is getting cold. During this time, your avoidance of me has become more pronounced, to the point where you see me like the plague. But so what? I don't care. All I care about is whether you end up belonging to me or not. I secretly matched a key to your house and slipped into your room when you weren't there. Lying on your bed, feeling your scent, as if you were right next to me. I hung my pictures all over your room, imagining it was our little world together. It's snowing today and I'm standing under your house, freezing my ass off, just so I can be the first to see you when you leave the house. When you saw me, the look of disgust hurt my heart so much, but I smiled and approached you anyway, and you ran away in panic. Why did you run, Ryan? Why? Didn't I just want to make you my personal property? Sunday, March 9th, 2019. Cloudy. Lin Yu, my Lin Yu, my world instantly collapsed when I heard you confess to that class flower today. What's so great about the class flower? I'm clearly better than that class flower. I don't understand. Why can't you see my goodness? I secretly followed you and watched you being careful in front of the class flower. My heart broke into a million pieces. I clenched my fists, wanting to rush up and separate you, but I held back, afraid it would make you hate me even more. When I got home, I smashed everything I could in my room and couldn't stop the tears. Lin Yu, why did you do this to me? Why? But I'm not going to give up just like that. I'm going to get you back, even if I have to use every trick in the book. Friday, October 11th, 2019. Rain. Rinyu, my Rinyu, you're making me madder and madder. I've written in this journal about various ways to imprison you, and I know it's extreme, but I can't help myself anymore. I want to lock you up in a place where only I can find you, where you can only see me in your eyes and think of me in your heart. I imagine locking you in a cabin with only a bed and the food I had prepared for you, and you had nowhere to run but to rely on me, or tie you to a chair and make you listen to me tell you how much I love you until you accept it. I know it's not right, but I'm at the end of my rope. Lin Yu, why can't you be good and stay by my side? Why are you torturing me like this? Saturday, February 8th, 2020. Clear. Ryan, my Ryan, finally graduated from high school. I thought graduation would be a new beginning, but my obsession with you just got crazier and crazier. I looked at your smile at graduation and wondered if this would be the last time I would see you up close like this. Where will you go after graduation? Will you go farther and farther away from me? No, I'll never allow it. I've already planned it out. When the graduation party is over, I'll implement my imprisonment plan. Lin Yu, no matter what the cost, I will make you mine forever. Sunday, August 9th, 2020 overcast. Rinyu, my Rinyu. Time passes day by day. Those crazy ideas keep churning in my head, but every time I'm about to get ready to act, I hesitate. I was afraid that if I did do that, I would lose you completely. Afraid to see your hateful eyes, but it pains me beyond measure to let you just be free outside of my world. I suffer in this tangle every day, not knowing what to do. Perhaps my love for you has made me lose my mind, but the remaining shred of sanity is desperately trying to stop me from taking that terrible step. Ryan, what am I going to do with you? Tuesday, October 5th, 2021 Sunny. Ryan, my Ryan, how are you doing at the university? I've tried countless times to inquire about you, but I'm afraid to hear the fact that you've forgotten about me. I often fantasize about your life in college. If you have new friends, new favorite people, every time I think of this, my heart hurts like a pinprick. I still think of you every day and the little things we did when we were kids. I know I shouldn't be so stubborn, but I can't control my heart. What should I do? Lin Yu, how I wish I could see you again, even if it's just a glance from afar. Knowing that you're doing well would be enough. Friday, May 6th, 2022 Light rain. Lin Yu, my Lin Yu, after all this time, you should already have a girlfriend, right? Every time I thought of that possibility, a stabbing pain went through my heart. I've tossed and turned at night countless times, imagining you with her. I've tried reaching out to new people, trying to get you out of my mind, but every time it's in vain. Your shadow always lingers, seared into my heart. I don't know when I can truly let go of this obsession and let go of you and myself. June 3rd, 2022 Friday cloudy. Rhine, my Rhine, the Dragon Boat Festival is here. In the past, at this time of the year, I would always think how nice it would be to make rice dumplings and watch dragon boats with you. But now, I am the only one who faces the hustle and bustle of this festival. The streets were filled with happy people, while my heart was incredibly lonely. Lin Yu, where are you? Are you enjoying this holiday with others? I bought a dumpling and took a bite, but I couldn't taste anything. Perhaps, without your company, even the most beautiful festival loses its meaning to me. I look at the sky and silently pray that you are well, even if your well-being has nothing to do with me. Tuesday, December 6th, 2023 Snow. Rhine, my Rhine, I finally see you. In this snowy street, you appeared in my sight with your suitcase just like that unexpectedly. For a moment, time seemed to stand still. The hustle and bustle around me had nothing to do with me, and you were the only one in my eyes. You look much more mature, with a few more vicissitudes in your eyes that I can't understand. I wanted to rush up and hug you and tell you how much I've missed you all these years, but I couldn't move my feet like they were nailed in place. We looked at each other from afar for a moment, and then you turned away and disappeared in the blanket of snow. My heart sank a little with your back. Rinyu, this hasty meeting, is it a trick of fate, or a new beginning? I don't know, but I know that my feelings for you are still the same as before. Sunday, January 5th, 2024 Sunny. Rhine, my Rhine, finally graduated from college, but this graduation is not as easy and joyful as I thought it would be. Lin Yu, your figure has never faded in my heart, even if time passes. In the days after graduation, I often thought of you in the dead of night. I try to inquire about you, but I'm afraid of hearing bad things about you. I know you hate me, but I can't control my mind from thinking about you. One day, I happened to see a familiar back on the street and my heart skipped a beat, thinking it was you. I went after them recklessly, only to realize that it was just an empty joy. At that moment, loss and sadness filled my heart. I often wonder if I hadn't been so willful in the first place. If I had understood you a little better, would we have ended up differently? But I know that there are no ifs and buts in this world, only an unchangeable past and a future full of unknowns. Perhaps, one day in the future, we will meet again at a certain street corner, and at that time, will we still be able to look at each other and smile like before, forgetting all the unhappiness and misunderstanding? Saturday, March 20th, 2024 overcast. Rhine, my Rhine, I see that you've really made a girlfriend. My sanity instantly collapsed and my anger was as unstoppable as a volcanic eruption. Lin Yu, how dare you? How dare you be with another woman behind my back? What makes her worthy of your love? She's nothing but a vixen who seduces you. I hid in the shadows, staring at you all with a deadly stare, my hands trembling with rage, my nails deeply embedded in my palms, blood seeping out without me even realizing it. I imagined rushing up and clawing her smug face off so she'd never dare come near you again. Every minute and every second, the possessive desire for you grows wildly, like countless vipers gnawing at my heart. I can't wait any longer. I'm going to act. I'm going to show you that I'm the only one who loves you the most. I'm the only one who can give you the most extreme love. Lin Yu, you're mine. No one can take you away from me. Even if I make an enemy of the whole world, I will take you back. Imprison you in a world that only belongs to us, so that you can never escape from my poem. April 11th, 2024 Sunday Rain. Rinyu, my Rinyu, I've finally begun the plan to imprison you. Rinyu, today is the day I brought you to this place that belongs only to us. Outside, the rain was crashing down, like the madness and despair crying inside me. You look at me in horror, your eyes full of anger and fear. But so what? You're in my hands now, and there's no escaping it. I tied you to the chair and watched you struggle with a surprising twinge of pain in my heart, but it was quickly overshadowed by a frantic possessiveness. Rinyu, you're mine, forever. I hissed at you, your defiance making me even more determined. This room is dark, with only a weak light, surrounded by everything I have prepared for you, and from now on, I am the only one in your world. Friday, May 2nd, 2024 Clear. Rhine, my Rhine, the police took me away. Lin Yu, when the police rushed into this room and roughly pulled me away from you, my heart seemed to fall into an endless abyss. At that moment, the whole world seemed to be falling apart, and I screamed your name at the top of my lungs and tried to grab you by the scruff of the neck again, but it was all in vain. I watched you get free, and in that moment, there was no longer fear in your eyes, but a deep relief. That relief was like a sharp knife, stabbing me straight in the heart and causing me pain. I suddenly realized how crazy and wrong everything I had done was. I thought I could have your love by keeping you around in an extreme way, but I pushed you further and further away and pushed myself into the abyss of sin. The moment I was taken away by the police, the sunlight stung my eyes, and the intensity of the light made it almost impossible for me to open them. I know that I have completely lost you in my life. Once, I fantasized about countless beautiful scenes with you, but never thought it would end in such a tragic way. I thought that imprisoning you would make you belong to me forever, would make you see my so-called deep love, but in the end, I just pushed myself into the abyss of doom, and made you suffer endless pain and suffering. Wednesday, May 7th, 2024 Cloudy. Rinyu, my Rinyu, I was sent to a mental hospital because I was mentally ill, but I pretended to be extremely normal and finally I was released. I really don't want to lose you. Rinyu, I searched for you everywhere like a madman. Every street, every corner, there was a figure I was looking for. My heart was racked with fear and anxiety that I would never see you again. People look at me with fear and loathing, but I don't care. All I care about is finding you. I kept calling out your name. My voice was already hoarse, but I still didn't want to stop. Lin Yu, where the hell are you? Wednesday, December 20th, 2024 Rain. Rinyu, my Rinyu, I finally found you. One rainy night, I knocked on your door. The rain soaked my clothes, my hair was plastered to my face, but my eyes were unmistakable. The moment you opened the door and saw me, fear reappeared on your face. Rinyu, we'll always be together. I rush in regardless and grab your arm. You struggled desperately and cried out, but none of it could stop my crazy thoughts. This time, I won't let go. You'll always be mine. I yank you harder towards the room. The room reeks of humidity and despair, while my heart beats wildly at your reappearance. Lin Yu, this time, no matter what the cost, I'm going to keep you by my side, forever and ever.